Chapter 1. Blue Planet, September 4th, 2027, North Shadow University Campus, Dragon Country. Today marks the beginning of the academic year, and the campus is alive with vibrant young men and women energetically making their way to their respective classrooms, laughter and joy resonating in every corner, painting a picturesque scene. Sister, is Professor Wang's acting class really that strict? Let me tell you, Wang the Bald is quite the tyrant. I was scolded mercilessly last time for not portraying a pregnant woman, while I even cried. Didn't I, Sister Linger? A round-faced girl clad in a cerulean dress, with a shoulder bag and a water cup in hand, converses with a strikingly beautiful companion, who is equally engrossed in her textbooks. However, another sweet-faced girl beside the beauty interjects first. Liangzi, don't listen to Hao Shuang's scare tactics. Professor Wang's professional standards are top-notch. He simply dislikes wasting time, which is why he is a bit stringent. Given your previous experience, you'll be just fine. The beauty, referred to as Sister Linger, cast a disapproving glance at the sweet girl named Hao Shuang before smilingly addressing Liangzi's concern. She then glanced at the girl's shoulder bag and playfully warned, but do ensure that your snacks remain undiscovered, otherwise, you'll be in for it. What's that about? He really did scold me. I'm only 20, how can he expect me to play a pregnant woman? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? I've decided I won't have children. Curse that bald Wang. Come on now, what are we here for? Don't even mention playing a pregnant woman. Even if they asked you to portray a monkey, you'd have to oblige. Without any standing, you can't afford to be choosy. Hao Shuang grumbled, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Sister Linger, who also gave her a reprimand. Yet, she dared not retort, as she sought to cling to Sister Linger for her resources, burying her resentment deep within. Noticing the tension, Liangzi wisely shifted the topic, aware that one in their third year and another in their second year should not let her presence create discord. All right, Liangzi, your afternoon class is in building number 2. Just take the path around the playground and walk straight. We're headed to building number 5, so well part ways here. As the trio approached the soccer field, Sister Linger pointed out Liangzi's classroom before preparing to say goodbye. Thank you, Sister. Thank you, Hao. Booma. Look at the sky. A deafening roar erupted above them, followed by the sound of air friction and the screams of the surrounding crowd, prompting all three to look up simultaneously. Before their eyes, a crimson fireball plummeted from the heavens, quickly extinguishing and transforming from red to black, then to a deep brown color as it descended to an altitude of several hundred meters above the ground. The unidentified object fell with astonishing speed, and before the girls and the surrounding spectators could react, it crashed into the center of the soccer field's turf. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind that surged outward. Leaves, dirt, and pieces of paper were swept away, and the skirts of the girls were ruthlessly lifted, though no boys were present to appreciate this unexpectedly stunning spectacle. Everyone instinctively raised their hands to shield their faces, as if their livelihoods depended on it. Once the gusts of wind subsided, they squinted towards the center of the lawn, where a gaping pit, measuring a staggering 7 to 8 meters in width, had emerged as though struck by a cannonball. After a few moments of stunned silence, bolder and more adventurous young men began to approach the pit, eager to uncover its secrets. Some of them rolled up their sleeves and loosened their shirts, showcasing their well-defined pectorals and biceps, proclaiming to the nearby ladies that they would protect one another. Yet their bravado was met with eye rolls and disdain. Linger and her companions remained rooted in place, as the girls, inherently timid, dared not step forward to investigate, though their curiosity kept them from retreating. Linger, is that a missile or a meteorite? Hao Shuang, hiding behind Linger, leaned in closer, peeking from behind her shoulder. I am not sure, but it's definitely not a missile otherwise. It wouldn't have such minimal impact, Linger replied, slightly annoyed by Hao Shuang's behavior, though she chose to remain silent. When I looked up earlier, it seemed like it might be a person. Liangzi, standing beside Linger, pointed hesitantly towards the pit, trembling slightly, but lacking full conviction. Come off it, a person? With your keen eyesight, you should be acting. What? Did Clark get shot down? Hao Shuang emerged from behind Linger, mockingly retorting Liangzi's statement. Enough of that, Linger interjected, feeling irked by both the situation and Hao Shuang's jibe directed at Liangzi, but her thoughts were interrupted by distant shouts. Come quickly. It's a muscular man. No way. A superhero has fallen. Get out of here. That's not a Caucasian, he's got yellow skin. Did a celestial being misstep on a cloud? What? Did the peach banquet just conclude and someone got drunk? Could it be that he was knocked down by the Black Wukong? The crowd surrounding the pit began to engage in lively debate, showcasing the creative imaginations typical of film students. The theater department suggested it was a celestial being, while the animation department proposed it was a naked Ultraman. Meanwhile, the directing and screenwriting departments were already deep into discussions about potential disaster, fantasy, and sci-fi scripts. Is it really a person? Liang Zi, your eyesight is impressive, Linger remarked, offering Liang Zi a thumbs up in genuine admiration. Puffed, what good is keen eyesight if you can't ace the written exams? Hao Shuang grumbled, feeling slighted. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted, and the crowd around the pit began to scatter in panic. Some even fell in the chaos. Liang Zi was jostled, causing her shoulder bag to drop, revealing the buns hidden within. However, she paid it no mind, her gaze fixed intently ahead, much like the others on the periphery. From the depths emerged a figure, a man with flowing long hair, tall and impeccably proportioned, standing approximately 1.85 meters. His features remained obscured, and aside from a tattered pair of trousers, he clutched a metallic box in his left hand, his body caked in dirt and dust. He slowly ascended from the great pit and stood there, surveying his surroundings. Contrary to the bloody chaos often depicted in disaster or horror films, the fleeing crowd had come to a halt, observing him from a distance. The virile energy emanating from the man instinctively caused women of all ages in the crowd to swallow nervously. Gradually, murmurs began to circulate once more, and someone even attempted to call the authorities. However, it seemed they were warned by a police officer and, in a state of frustration and anxiety, hung up, likely dismissed as a prank. The man felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had he not been enveloped in a biological force field, the impact of his descent would have likely resulted in numerous fatalities. Soon, his gaze fixated on the trio of Ling Er and her companions, and he approached them with measured steps. Ling Er, he's coming over. We must flee. Hao Shuang trembled with fear, retreating behind Ling Er once more, her body fidgeting as she prepared to escape at a moment's notice. What are you running from? If it is meant to be a blessing, it cannot be avoided. Can we outrun him? It's best to remain, still he may merely be passing through. No sooner had Ling Er finished speaking than the man stood before them, his towering figure casting a shadow over the sun. The girls, gripped by fear, wished to step back, yet their legs remained frozen in place, leaving them only to gaze up at him. The man slowly extended his right hand, prompting the three girls to instinctively shield their heads, with Hao Shuang letting out a piercing scream. "Dada, don't kill me. He'll do whatever you want. Please, spare me." Ling Er and Liang Zi clenched their teeth and shut their eyes tightly. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock, though this did not deter them from recording the scene on their phones. Whose Baozi is that? May I have a bite? The onlookers were taken aback by the man's words, left in stunned silence after all this anticipation. He wasn't a murderer, but merely asking for food? What a peculiar twist. Ling Er and her friends cautiously opened their eyes, realizing that the man's right hand was pointing at the backpack near Liang Zi's feet, or more specifically, at the Baozi that had fallen from within. It's mine. Liang Zi quickly retrieved the Baozi but hesitated, noticing its soiled condition, fearful of inciting his wrath. It's dirty, I can't eat it. Not a problem, I'm not picky. What filling does it have? Beef, pure meat. Liang Zi brushed off as much of the dust as possible before handing it over to him. Beef? Splendid. I detest vegetarian fillings. The man accepted the Baozi without concern for the grime on its skin, devouring it voraciously. Within moments, he polished off 3 Baozi, his gaze then fixating on the water bottle in Liang Zi's hand. Without waiting for him to speak, she promptly opened it and offered it to him. Thank you, Dut. In a single gulp, he downed the drink, and beside him was handed a delicately crafted water bottle, belonging to Sister Linger, who simultaneously retrieved 2 energy bars from her B8G. Oh, not mention that I am eating this to anyone, or I will be scolded. Sister Linger warned the 2 individuals beside her, winking playfully. The man, exhibiting no reservations, devoured the food and emptied the water bottle before returning it to her. After quenching his thirst and nibbling on a morsel, he sighed and remarked, I apologize, it has been quite a while since I last ate. I am truly famished. Hao Shuang stepped back slightly, perceiving him as rather unkempt. The man, unfazed, continued to inquire if he might borrow a phone, prompting Liang Zi to promptly produce her mobile device to offer it to him. Could you please dial for me? My hands are quite filthy. Just put it on speaker, I will speak, he instructed. Liang Zi, though puzzled by his intent, complied and dialed, activating the speakerphone. Hello. Thank you for calling Longwitonian. For intelligent customer service, please press 1. For a human representative, press 2.2. Beep. Hello, this is operator 9527. I am delighted to assist you. How may I help? The sweet voice of a human representative emanated from the phone, leaving not only Liang Zi and her companions bewildered, but also the bystanders who were puzzled by this. Alien's motive. Was he here on Blue Star to conduct business or to lodge a complaint regarding his internet service? Sin 1022, Long Army General Staff. Ninth Bureau. Major General Rulong, I have returned. Please come pick me up. What a nonsensical exchange. What a scene reminiscent of fantasy realm. Invoking the Ninth Bureau and a Major General point, one might think he was merely jesting with the customer service representative. Onlookers speculated whether this individual had suffered a head injury, growing increasingly convinced that this was an elaborate ruse, perhaps a scene meant for the entertainment industry, as the special effects of the moment seemed entirely feasible. Identity verification complete. Major General Rulong, welcome back. The troops are set to depart shortly. Please remain in your location and keep the line open. The call was automatically terminated, yet the response echoed through the air, eliciting laughter from many who felt the theatrics were somewhat over the top. Their gazes towards Sister Linger and her companions morphed into expressions of "we see through it all," regarding the trio as mere actors or pawns in a charade. Only the participants found themselves at a loss, wishing to treat this as a performance, yet lacking any formal announcement. Liangzi held her phone aloft, uncertain of what to do, until the Mano, this individual named Li Rulong, requested that she lower it, prompting her to stow the device away. You are He Liangzi, and you're Yang Linger.as for you. I apologize, I did not recognize you, Li Rulong said with a smile, acknowledging two of the three individuals present, though he was unfamiliar with Hao Shuang, having never seen her work, and was taken aback by the serendipity of returning directly to the North Film Academy's playground. I am Hao Shuang, she interjected. Oh, hello, he responded. Hao Shuang's face flushed crimson with indignation. She was a popular rising star, so why did he not recognize her? Was it possible that this alien had not acquired the rights to her works? Do you recognize us? Yang Linger and He Liangzi were somewhat astonished, but more so, they felt a flicker of delight within. Indeed, I've watched the movies and television series you both starred in approximately 3 years ago. Li Rulong disregarded Hao Shuang and merely exchanged pleasantries, engaging in conversation with Yang Linger and her companion. Really? 3 years ago? Which one did you watch? I saw He Liangzi's Zhenhuan Chuan, which was quite commendable. As for your materialistic era, I caught a glimpse of it. Although it was a pirated version, I didn't wish to squander money on it, haha. Li Rulong said with a cheerful laugh. He Liangzi felt elated, and Yang Linger bore no resentment, as she was aware that the film's premise was rather lackluster after all. Who would quibble over money? Sister Linger, are we heading to class or not? Let's go. Hao Shuang, already irked, tugged at Yang Linger's arm, eager to depart. She had no desire to remain and listen to their banter, especially since they were strangers to her. Hao Shuang, you go ahead to class. They'll keep Liangzi company here for a bit. Didn't we just discuss the need to keep the phone line open? Just help me request a leave. You, then I won't be going either. Hao Shuang stomped her foot, her expression sour as she moved aside. Since she couldn't participate, she preferred to distance herself. Hello. Thank you for calling Longwutonglian. For intelligent customer service, press 1. For a human representative, press 2. Beep. Hello. Operator 9438 is pleased to assist you. How may I help you? A series of automated responses echoed in the ears of the group, and those nearby turned their attention to the young man who was making the call. The young man relished the attention, feeling envious of Li Rulong, who was animatedly chatting with Yang Linger. Who wouldn't admire a popular star, particularly one as stunning as her? He vowed to expose the rival through his actions. In 1022, Long Army General Staff's 9th Bureau, Major General Rulong, I have returned. Everyone awaited the customer service response, curious whether the act would falter. I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand your question. If you have a need, please describe it directly, otherwise, please hang up. The response from customer service was somewhat unexpected, failing to meet the expectations of the young man and those around him, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. No, someone just asked that. Isn't this how you operate? Oh, right. You weren't the one who answered earlier. Has your company taken on any new projects? The young man remained undeterred, insisting on an answer, his phone in hand while his gaze remained fixed on Li Rulong. Oh, Rulong let out a scoff. It would be a miracle if customer service could answer him. Did he not know about voice recognition? What a fool. I'm sorry, I do not understand your question. If you have any inquiries, please follow our official account. Thank you. Beep beep. The phone line was met with a busy signal, and the other party abruptly ended the call, leaving him feeling humiliated. In a fit of indignation, he contemplated confronting Li Rulong. However, upon observing the latter's imposing physique, he hesitated, calculating that it would likely only take a single punch at most too. Ultimately, he decided against it, reasoning that if no so-called military personnel arrived to fetch him shortly, he would relish witnessing the aftermath. Those surrounding him harbored similar sentiments, leading them to disregard the idea of attending class. After all, it was merely one lesson. They preferred to remain and enjoy the spectacle, indifferent to the potential academic repercussions. As the onlookers indulged in the unfolding drama, a thunderous sound resonated from above, They soon recognized it as the unmistakable noise of helicopter rotors, and judging by the intensity, it seemed there were quite a few. Indeed, 1, 2, 3, 9 helicopters descended, hovering above the playground. Among them were 5 WZ-29 attack helicopters, which promptly lowered more than 60 soldiers. The remaining 4 WZ-30 helicopters, equipped with an array of weaponry, circled above, assuming a protective role. From the opposite side of the playground emerged a cacophony of noise as an armored convoy approached, comprised of personnel carriers and armed tactical vehicles. 2 camouflaged land warriors led the way, their soldiers gripping mounted machine guns, scanning the surroundings with vigilant gazes. The convoy drove towards this side, and everyone quickly moved aside to clear the road. If someone got hit, they might even be charged with obstructing military affairs. Creak! The convoy stopped not far from Rulong and the others, and the soldiers in the transport vehicles, along with those who had already descended, quickly deployed, clearly organizing a defense centered around Rulong. A military warrior vehicle stopped next to Rulong. The door opened, and 3 people got out: a middle-aged colonel, an elderly rear admiral, and a young woman in a major's uniform, looking impressive and spirited. The 3 quickly walked up to Rulong, stood at attention, and saluted. "Commander, welcome back. Long time no see, everyone. Long time no see, everyone." Rulong also smiled and greeted several colleagues he hadn't seen for more than 2 years. "Wow, Lieutenant Zhang, you've been promoted to major? Captain Jia just got promoted by 1 rank, huh? But at least you're doing better than Director Zhang, who is still stuck as a major general. Haha, you little brat. Look at you. Did you go out and change careers to beg?" Director Zhang teased him with a smile. After more than 2 years apart, this kid still had such a sharp tongue. Coming from the War Ignorance Bureau, he certainly wouldn't back down. "Don't mention it. I actually did just get a meal. My stomach hasn't been used in over a year." After Rulong finished speaking, he handed the metal box in his hand to Captain Jia of the 9th Bureau security team. Captain Jia understood the importance of the contents inside and solemnly accepted it. He immediately signaled, and a team of 12 Special Forces soldiers quickly surrounded him, simultaneously pulling back their gun bolts and disengaging their safeties. "No need to be so tense. I'm still here. Who dares to touch my things?" Although Rulong said this, Captain Jia and the soldiers beside him remained unmoved. "Commander, you should go to the support vehicle to take a shower and change your clothes. The military uniform has already been prepared for you." Zhang Zhiqiao's eyes were red, struggling to hold back tears. Rulong smiled and nodded, walking towards the support vehicle. Suddenly he stopped, turned around, and said to Liangzi and Yanglinga, "Ladies, wait a moment, I have a small thank you gift for you." After saying that, he boarded the support vehicle. Liangzi and Yanglinga were still in shock. Having both acted in military dramas, they could tell these soldiers were definitely not actors, and the weapons they carried were all real. As women, they suddenly felt a hint of hostility, and when they turned around, they found a strikingly beautiful major staring at them with a hostile expression. Liangzi was a bit confused and didn't understand the situation, but Yanglinga suddenly smiled, her smile enchanting, and she deliberately twisted her body to showcase her impressive figure. Welcoming the challenge. Oof. Zhang Zhiqiao turned back to the warrior jeep, carefully took out a military cap with both hands, and stood at attention beside the support vehicle. "Are you Chao Peng?" 3 soldiers armed with guns suddenly approached the boy who had just made a phone call, asking expressionlessly. Yes, that's me. What's the matter?" The boy answered nervously, stammering, no longer the proud figure he had been while on the phone. "Chao Peng, you are suspected of involving military secrets. Please come with us," the leading soldier said, and the other 2 immediately reached out to grab him. I didn't. I was just joking. Sorry. Let me go." Woo. Chao Peng, already paralyzed with fear, began to shout incoherently. His cries could be included in a textbook on acting. The people around were also frightened. They had just taken pictures and recorded videos. Would they be caught too? Everyone quickly opened their phones, ready to delete related content, only to find their phones wouldn't turn on. Why is it frozen at this moment? Damn, mine's black screen too. Huh, mine too, what's going on? Noisy voices arose, and from an armored vehicle with a long metal pole on the roof, a voice suddenly came out. "Attention, everyone, to avoid leaking military secrets. The military has used special means to shut down all communication devices. Please do not panic. In 3 hours, your phones will turn back on, but the memory data will have been forcibly formatted. If you have any questions, you can consult the near soldier. Thank you for your cooperation." Oh, got it, really high-tech. If there are questions, better not ask. Whoever does might just disappear. A few minutes later, the door of the support vehicle opened, and a person in a crisp military uniform, with a shiny gold star on his shoulder, short black hair that was messy yet tidy, and fair skin paired with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, stepped out, looking like a celestial being descended to the mortal world. Both men and women, young and old on sight, were dumbfounded. "Commander, this is the military cap you left on the mountaintop. I have kept it for you." The first to regain composure, Zhang Jiqiao, solemnly returned the military cap to Li Rulong. Li Rulong put on his military cap, and his attractiveness rose to a new level, causing the stars in the eyes of the girls watching to instantly turn into little hearts. "Thank you, Jitong." Li Rulong turned around and walked to Captain Jia's side, directly opened the metal box, rummaged inside, then walked in front of Yang Linger and He Liangzi, extending his hand to show them what he was holding. In his hand lay two large red gems, shining with a dazzling flame-like brilliance under the sunlight. "These two red gems are for both of you, about the same size. As a thank you for the buns and chocolate." Li Rulong spoke casually, but it frightened Yang Linger and the others, making the onlookers envious, wishing they could take their place. On the other side, Hao Shuang's eyes were bloodshot with jealousy. If she had known it would be like this, she would have given away the chips in her bag earlier. The return on investment was astronomical. It felt like her CPU was burning. "This is too valuable. We can't accept it." Yang Linger and He Liangzi quickly waved their hands. They were not being modest. They genuinely didn't dare to accept it. "Just take it. This thing is valuable on Blue Star, but in the universe, it's quite ordinary. I just brought it back because I thought it looked nice." Li Rulong unceremoniously handed the rubies to the two of them, then bowed to them and turned to get into the warrior jeep with Zhang Jiqiao and the others. At the same time, all the soldiers began to regroup, and the convoy quickly drove out of the campus. Yang Linger and He Liangzi stared blankly at the gems in their hands, then looked towards the convoy that was disappearing from view, somewhat in disbelief. "Sister Linger, this is quite valuable, right?" He Liangzi wasn't too concerned about luxury goods and didn't understand the value of jewelry, but Yang Linger was very clear about it. "This is a red diamond. 40 years ago, the auction price was 920,000 per carat, and it's still an eagle source. Each of ours is at least 10 carats. You do the math." After hearing Yang Linger's words, He Liangzi nearly fainted, but Hao Shuang actually fainted, though no one paid attention to her. The people around them looked at the two with envy and jealousy, thinking about why it wasn't them. "Let's go. Let's leave the school right now." Yang Linger suddenly grabbed He Liangzi's hand and quickly left the school. They had to secure these red diamonds immediately, but they could very well face a life-threatening situation. After getting into the car, they quickly drove to Yang's father's workplace, the Beijing City Bureau, as that was the safest place in their hearts. "Is this the Lingia? Why do I feel like I forgot something?" "Hey, don't say that. I have the same feeling." Hao Shuang, who was lying on the ground, was finally discovered, and several boys took her to the school hospital, taking the opportunity to grope her along the way. "Are your classmates?" "She's fine. She just fainted from anger. Just don't upset her in the future." Several boys exchanged glances, thinking, what does that have to do with us? Besides, was that anger? Even a fool could see that it was jealousy. "Anyway, she's been taken care of. We got our fill. It's time to leave." The military convoy drove smoothly towards Huaxia, where many people were already waiting for him. In Li Rulong's jeep, besides him and the driver, there were also Zhang Ju and Zhang Jitao. Captain Jia sat in a certain armored personnel carrier, holding a metal box. "Jitao, did you bring me beer?" "Oomph. I'm asking you a question. What do you mean?" "Hee. Did you mess up your brain in the universe? Didn't you see Major Zhang is angry?" "Why, oh, I see, it's about the ruby, right?" "Hey, I saved some for you, and I guarantee it's bigger than theirs. We've been brothers for so many years. How could I forget you? There's beer under your butt." "Hee. I knew you would understand me." Li Rulong pulled out a special beer from under his seat and happily finished a can. "See, I told you this kid wouldn't forget us. He even brought us red diamonds. I've never seen such valuable jewelry in my life." Director Zhang laughed beside him and also opened a can of beer. "What red diamonds? How old are you? What do you want with that? To attract a mate?" "Uft. Ha ha ha. Uft. You. Cough cough." Li Rulong looked at the bustling streets outside the car window, which hadn't changed much since 2.5 years ago. Gradually, his consciousness began to sink into his mind, focusing on a string of numbers. 32, 11, 32, 10, 32, 09. There's still 616 days left. I wonder if that will be enough time. His thoughts slowly drifted back to 3.5 years ago. Li Rulong is a time traveler who has been in this world, which is highly similar to his previous life, for 3 years and 205 days. He was only 16 when he arrived. At first, he was quite confused, being a solo traveler with no relatives, no money, no house, and no food. Just when he was at his wit's end, Heaven sent him the standard system for time travelers, but this system was a bit unreasonable. Upon activation, the system provided him with a starter pack that included a flawless Superman template, the Iron Body. Li Rulong exclaimed, "Is there anyone else?" After using it immediately, he grew to a height of 185 meters, developed both pectoral and abdominal muscles, had a tall and perfectly proportioned body, and fair skin. His firearms were upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon, and even his appearance was optimized, making him more handsome than 99 of men, only second to book friends. Truly, women would feel shy looking at him, while men would regret it. Li Rulong excitedly used his Superman abilities to have a wild time, and even showed off on the sun for a while. Although he had Superman powers, he wasn't very skilled yet and forgot to wrap himself in clothes due to his biological instincts, so he returned naked. After his excitement, Li Rulong was about to continue researching the system when he noticed a string of numbers appearing in his mind. 1943, 1942, 1941. What is this? A countdown? 1916 days, 5 years, and 3 months? With his enhanced brain, he quickly calculated the specific number of days and years, but didn't understand what it meant. So he hurriedly tried to communicate with the system. System, can you communicate? Speak. You scare me. What are you shouting about? Is there something or not? What level is this? So arrogant? If you can't stand it, then I'll leave. No, I made a mistake, system bro. Let's talk. Speak. I'm already a Superman. Is there a mission? No. Then is this Marvel or DC? Neither. Then I'm relieved. What does this countdown mean? The apocalypse. Huh? The apocalypse? As a righteous Superman, am I supposed to save humanity or stop the apocalypse? Will I die? Up to you. Anyway, I can't die. Li Rulong was speechless. This thunderous system acted like he owed it money no matter what he asked. Who wrote the bottom-level code? Do you have any other functions? Like tasks, shops, and lotteries? Yes. This reassured Li Rulong. If it can provide a superhero template, then if there's a shop, it should have everything, even if it requires a massive amount of points. He felt he could easily handle it. Hurry up and show me. No. Why not? We'll talk about it after the apocalypse. See you. Hey, system, don't go. That was the entire conversation with the system on the day of his crossing. Up until now, the system has been as silent as a dead person, with nothing but the ongoing countdown as a response. Li Rulong sat at the tip of the Oriental Pearl Tower in the Magic City, smoking a cigar he got for free from the Eagle Sauce, his bare but shaking as he pondered. The apocalypse was coming. He thought about setting up a base, gathering some girls and supplies, and becoming the boss. Damn, I've already outdone myself. What base could possibly be tougher than me? No way. When the end comes, I'll make my presence known in the human realm, the savior of the blue planet. There will definitely be countless girls throwing themselves at me. Or maybe I should seize the opportunity during the chaos and directly declare myself emperor, gathering some girls for my harem? No, that sounds too tiring and bothersome. After finishing the cigar, Li Rulong still couldn't decide what to do. He flicked the ashes into the night sky, watching them disappear like bullets. Looking down at the nighttime Magic City from above, the whole city resembled a giant light box, with crisscrossing streets like dazzling ribbons, brilliantly connecting every corner of the city. The bustling crowd moved through the city, filled with laughter and the aromas of diverse foods, overwhelming Li Rulong's super senses. Sigh. I wonder how my parents are doing. It would be great to go back for a visit and take the hard drive, but I don't know if I can go back. Li Rulong sighed and suddenly made a decision. The history of this world is different, but the countries and nations that should exist are all there. So, I will protect Huaxia. The rest is none of my business. When the time comes, power, wealth, and women will all be at my disposal, and besides, there are people to back me up. Heavily determined, Li Rulong immediately began to act. First, he found a corrupt official's mansion, knocked out the men and women who were exercising, took a shower, changed into a well-fitted suit, and then called the police. When the officers arrived, not only did they take the two away, but they also arrested Li Rulong at the same time. In the police station's interrogation room, Li Rulong sat casually in the designated seat, fiddling with the handcuffs he had already broken in front of several armed and tense officers. Creaking, the interrogation room door opened, and a few people in white shirts and administrative jackets walked in. Li Rulong knew that the person he was waiting for had arrived. The head of the municipal bureau, Director Liao, glanced at the handcuffs in Li Rulong's hand, which had been crushed into a steel ball, and signaled for the officers to leave. What came next was not something they could participate in. Is this your way of receiving guests? Li Rulong smiled at the few people in front of him, showing no signs of tension at all. There's no way around it. We can't find any records on you, not even matching fingerprints. Plus, you seem a bit strong, so we have to be a little cautious. Director Liao chuckled, as if the two were already familiar with each other. Li Rulong shrugged and stood up directly from the iron chair that was restraining him, as if the chair were made of paper, splitting it in half. Amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, Li Rulong walked over to Director Liao's side and said with a smile, Director Liao, right? Let's go to your office to chat. It's much better to have some tea. By the way, is it your zodiac year? You're wearing red underwear. After saying this, he ignored the reactions of Director Liao and the others and walked out of the interrogation room, heading upstairs. It seemed he could see through my clothes. Let's go. Team Leader Zhang, it's better to listen to him. Director Liao undoubtedly acknowledged the fact that he was wearing red underwear and then led everyone to his office. Li Rulong sat on the sofa without any politeness, holding a specially supplied Zhonghua cigarette from Director Liao. They found their own places to sit, and Director Liao made tea for everyone. You're really not being polite. I wouldn't even dare to smoke this. What's there to be reluctant about? This stuff can appreciate in value, right? At that corrupt official's house last night, there were about 10 boxes. You all could just take some. Li Rulong shrugged indifferently and took a puff. All right, gentlemen, could you please tell me your purpose, Mr. Li Rulong? Team Leader Zhang, dressed in an administrative jacket, took the initiative to engage. Not introduced? Oh, my apologies. I'm Zhang Huanghe, the leader of the Longwa investigation team. I heard you're looking for someone who can directly reach the upper echelons, and I can help with that. After introducing himself, Team Leader Zhang's smiling eyes revealed a different kind of shrewdness as he closely observed Li Rulong's expression. Team Leader Zhang, my name is Li Rulong. The reason you can't find my information is that I am not from this world. Don't be nervous. Although I come from elsewhere, I am still a pure-blood Huaxia person. I want to find someone to relay a message to the higher-ups. After all, if I go myself, it might cause unnecessary misunderstandings, which would not be pleasant. Don't doubt it. Appearing right in front of that person is as easy as pie for me. As he spoke, Li Rulong, with his legs crossed and smoking, floated directly off the sofa. He then told the people below, go ahead, there are some matters you really can't decide. After saying that, he floated to the window, watching the busy officers downstairs and the distant scenery, waiting for Team Leader Zhang to step out to make a call. A few minutes later, Team Leader Zhang returned, just in time to hear Li Rulong say, Haidang Hall, 8 a.m. tomorrow, right? I will be there on time. After saying that, without caring about Team Leader Zhang's shocked expression, he flew out of the window and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Director Liao approached Team Leader Zhang, but before he could speak, Team Leader Zhang hurriedly said, don't ask. He can not only see through what you're wearing, but can also eavesdrop on confidential phone calls through walls. The leader instructed that everything that happened today must be kept under wraps. A confidentiality agreement will be sent over shortly, and everyone must sign it, including those who have seen him. Remember, that means everyone. That evening, Li Rulong, who had been floating slowly, arrived over the imperial capital, Huaihai. This was the power center of Longwa. With nowhere to go, he could only find an empty room in the nearby palace to spend the night. The next day at 7:50 a.m., in the small courtyard outside Haidang Hall, several elderly men were chatting with each other. Old Zhou, is the news that Xiao Zhang brought back yesterday true? Old Li, what do you mean? Does my kid dare to act recklessly? No, Old Zhang. I'm just a bit skeptical. Is it really true that people from another world are coming to us, especially our own kind? This is truly unbelievable. The chief steward with the surname, Li, did not believe it. But he also knew that the Zhang family's young man had always been the most stable second generation in their circle, and it was impossible for him to spread false information. All right, it's almost 8 o'clock. The truth will be revealed soon. The elders spoke, and the others fell silent, preparing to enter the Haitang Hall. Sorry, everyone, I'm not late. Am I? Just as the stewards were about to enter the Haitang Hall, they suddenly heard a voice from above. The guards beside them quickly rushed to the elder's side, drawing their guns towards the direction of the sound. Their man was standing in midair, waving and greeting them. Put away your guns, everyone go out. The confidentiality level of Haidang Hall has been raised to the highest. Instruct the Internet Monitoring Department to clean up all related information online. The elder regained his senses and immediately commanded the guards beside him. The guards carried out the order, holstering their guns. But their eyes remained fixed on the person in the air, their expressions shifting from initial shock to cold vigilance. Li Rulong slowly descended, patted the non-existent dust off his body, and eased the awkward atmosphere. These guards are really good. Haha, they are all elite soldiers, and even knowing they cannot win, they will face death with courage to complete their mission. You must be Li Rulong, right? As expected of an elder who leads a country, his mindset is excellent. Not only did he praise the guards, but he also pointed out the bravery of the soldiers of Longwa. which served as a veiled warning to Li Rulong that even an ant can kill an elephant. Hee, you don't know the capabilities of the Chow. That's not something an elephant can compare to. Hello. Actually, there's no need to be so wary. I mean no harm. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. Please go ahead. We also want to know the purpose of your visit. Subsequently, Li Rulong followed the elder into the Haidang Hall. The main door closed automatically. And outside the courtyard, there were thousands of guards and fully armed soldiers, with the automatic defense system operating at full power. And numerous drones took off to scout the area. Even the P Street outside Huaxia Gate suddenly implemented traffic control. The closed-door meeting continued, with no orders allowing anyone near the small courtyard of Haidang Hall, except for the guard delivering meals to the courtyard door at regular intervals, which the people inside would take in themselves. During this time, many officials at the ministerial and general officer levels, as well as national treasure-level academicians who usually did not show up, were invited. Many of them were either on research trips or stationed in other provinces, sent directly by the Air Force. Soldiers and guards, who were puzzled, felt a bit excited. Is this urgency a sign that war is about to break out? Is it to take revenge on the small island in the east, or to beat up the three idiots in the south again? Or are they preparing to wrestle with the eagle and yank for the top position? 14 hours later, the courtyard door of Haidang Hall finally opened. Although the attendees all looked exhausted, they could hardly hide their excitement. The soldiers kept their eyes straight ahead, but thought about what they wanted to do. The elder's secretary rushed out first and instructed the banquet hall to prepare for a 100-person meal immediately, while the various managers and generals surrounded a strikingly handsome young man, chatting and laughing as they headed to the banquet hall. On the third day, several significant pieces of news were suddenly released. First, there were two internal messages. The first was that the Longhua military's General Staff Headquarters officially established the General Staff's 9th Bureau, although it was under the General Staff. The General Staff had no jurisdiction and was directly governed by the General Institute. The second was that the authority of the General Staff's 9th Bureau was frighteningly high. Whatever they needed, whether goods or personnel, must be cooperated with unconditionally, or military law would be enforced. The third was that the Ministry of Commerce officially announced that the domestic reserves of rare resources were severely insufficient, with stocks of coal, iron, and other resources nearing zero. Longhua would exert maximum effort to procure various resources from abroad to fill the gaps. And the Longhua investigation team directly dealt with a batch of corrupt officials and unscrupulous businessmen, making them take the blame, but outsiders were unaware of the truth. The fourth was that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued a notice that starting today, entry for foreigners in Longhua would be subject to stricter scrutiny, and foreigners already in Longhua would have their visa qualifications re-evaluated within 7 days. Those who failed would be repatriated. Additionally, those students funded by certain universities would also have their studies forcibly stopped and be sent back to their countries. The fifth was that the military would expand by 5 million, prepare for war, and achieve unification within 3 years. Once these three external announcements were made, there was an uproar within the country. Some applauded, some were indifferent, and, of course, there were also public intellectuals stirring up trouble. In short, if you're not afraid of death, jump as you please, but don't wet your pants during the reckoning. Li Rulong naturally received the identity card and household registration of this world and joined the General Staff's 9th Bureau as the Deputy Director and Operational Commander, holding the rank of Army Major General, while the Director was held by former Naval Major General Zhang, and his War Ignorance Bureau was merged into the 9th Bureau. The military's deployment was kept very secret, with no leaks at all, and Li Rulong also captured quite a few rats along the way. Countries around the world paid more attention to the 3 pieces of information released by Longhua. Those with resources rushed to contact Longhua. This good news was something no one would miss. The Blue Star Alliance, under the proposal of the Eagle, Cow, and Chicken Trio, demanded a reasonable explanation from Longhua. But Big Bear directly cast a dissenting vote. Longhua was stunned by the prepared speech. Wait, Big Brother, can you wait until I finish reading before you vote? Writing a speech isn't easy. Eagle Sauce was even more furious, his head aching from Big Bear's lifelong meddling. Looking around, Bald Cow and Cheating Chicken were there, but couldn't help. They were both also in pain, although they were all permanent members. When the upper 3 permanent members quarreled, how could the lower 2 dare to speak? The Longhua representative thought it would be better to state their position clearly, solemnly expressing the current difficulties of their country and explaining their current policies and diplomatic principles, repeatedly assuring that they were not targeting any country. Big Bear expressed complete understanding and support. Bald Cow and Cheating Chicken expressed that they did not quite understand and did not fully support. Eagle Sauce directly stated that he did not understand or support, even threatening to increase sanctions and prevent a single nail from entering the Longwa market. What was originally a scene of celestial beings fighting was suddenly disrupted by a fool. The representative from White Elephant Country suddenly jumped out and stated that if Longwa did not provide a reasonable explanation, they would relinquish their permanent seat, allowing Asia's #1 country, White Elephant Country, to take over. Otherwise, White Elephant Country would also join the sanctions, heavily sanctioning and not sell a single curry to Longwa. Except for the swaying fool from White Elephant Country, the representatives of other countries looked at him as if he were a fool. The Longwa representative directly clapped and laughed, saying, "It's a deal. I don't want the permanent seat anymore, and I won't stay in the alliance. I'm withdrawing from the game and will no longer recharge." Upon hearing this, the representatives of various countries were frightened and rushed to smooth things over, saying that the person from White Elephant Country had drunk too much Ganges water and was not in their right mind, pointing at their head and drawing circles, adding that Longwa, as a civilized ancient country and a responsible major power, should not argue with fools. The one who spoke the most was Eagle Sauce, who was most afraid of Longwa flipping the table. No matter how much they squabbled in the alliance, offline trade could not stop. The Middle Eastern Golden Camel, wearing a white scarf, directly called to ask how much oil was needed. Money was not important, just give some outdated weapons and equipment. The exchange rate would be determined by Longwa, and if they could build a courier branch, they could dig their own oil as much as they wanted. The chaotic gray continent was constantly fighting each other every day, but the resources were abundant, and of course they could not be missed. Longwa immediately sent business representatives to negotiate resource imports with various countries and presented numerous gifts as a token of goodwill. The gray continent, having received the gifts, began to smile broadly and dance joyfully, while the business representatives negotiated with various gray continent countries, spending money to buy a lot of mineral resources, even exchanging outdated equipment and transportation for 3 years of unlimited mining rights with many families, making the happy gray continent people exclaim that Longwa truly understood human feelings and the ways of the world. Both sides are happy. The Dragon Country took the initiative to approach the Bear Country, stating that their Sarmat was outdated and unreliable. They offered to replace it with a new delivery package at a good price, ensuring the quality would be the same, and they wouldn't need to pay. Just exchange resources from Siberia, since the Bear Country is too poor to mine. After hearing this, Jingzi was moved to tears. He was carrying the burden of the N countries alone, which was very difficult. He had always hoped to ally with the Dragon Country to achieve great things together. But the Dragon Country had never agreed. Now, they were actively supporting him. How could he not be touched to tears? He immediately declared that all Siberian resources would be open to the Dragon Country for 3 years. However, the Dragon Country representative smiled and said, "Brother Jing, don't cry. It's just 3 years. We can take a little loss." What he didn't know was that this direct statement was the Dragon Country's intention to exchange all old model delivery packages for various resources from the Bear Country. The most anxious were the allies led by Eagle Sauce, who had grievances against the Dragon Country and lived in constant fear, treating every day as if it were the last. They kept asking Eagle Sauce for clarification, but he had no response. It was that Eagle Sauce had nothing to say. It was just that he was also at a loss, unable to understand what was going on with the Dragon Country. Isn't it easy for me to bring a bunch of fence-sitters along? The White House president's office had been noisy lately, with various staff and financial groups arguing incessantly. "Mr. Smith, this is our opportunity to make a fortune. Why do you want to stop us? The Dragon Country has already increased the purchase price by 50%. If we don't act soon, once they replenish their stock, we'll miss the chance. Don't think just because you're the chief of staff, you can do whatever you want. Dear President Liv, it's not that I disagree. It's just that we can't figure out the Dragon Country's intentions and don't dare to make decisions recklessly. Besides, the president hasn't agreed." "Huh. Smith, you do your thing, and we'll make our money. Otherwise, how will we support you?" "The president? He's in the late stages of dementia, and doesn't he even feel it when he messes himself? What is the point of needing his approval? Anyway, I don't care what you do. Just don't interfere with our wealth. Secretary of State Blinken, this matter of customs clearance is up to you." The Rockefeller family representative glanced at the old man in the presidential chair, who was already dozing off, showed no respect, and, after dropping a few words, turned and left the White House. Once the financial group left, Smith and the others sighed, looking at their president with great helplessness. Forget them. Let them do their thing. The CIA will continue to find ways to gather intelligence on the Dragon Country, no matter how much it costs, whether through bribery, kidnapping, or assassination. I just need to know the results. Get the Little Days fleet moving to bring some misfortune to the Dragon Country. And our fleet will also go to show some support. As the Chief of Staff of the White House, Smith directly issued orders to the CIA and military. After they left, he looked at the remaining people and said to Secretary of State Blinken, "Prepare to bring Cop back. Old Dang needs a rest." Many countries were trying to figure out the Dragon Country's intentions, but unfortunately, their stealthy attempts were mysteriously thwarted. Inside the Dragon Country, a top-secret operation was also underway, the Lonyuan Plan. The Lonyuan Plan was jointly formulated by the General Institute, the military, and national treasure-level academicians, with Li Rulong also in attendance. Though he merely provided a schedule and understood little else. The first step was to accumulate grain, led by the state, with state-owned companies and joint ventures stepping in to harvest global resources and crazily stockpile resources. All sourced resources would see a 50% price increase, but only Dragon coins could be used for settlement. Fortunately, the Dragon Country's credit was excellent. If it were changed to 1, let us see who would dare to take it. Of course, to stabilize the Dragon coin's basic market. They also arranged for a large number of financial talents and top traders to secretly manipulate foreign financial and futures markets, earning substantial foreign exchange to balance the Dragon coin's exchange rate and avoid large-scale money printing leading to a collapse. The second step was to build high walls, increasing intensity and accelerating the development of a new generation of weaponry, discarding outdated equipment to Africa, South America, and the Middle East in exchange for resources and forging a national defense wall. Simultaneously, they reorganized domestic cities, relocating populations from coastal to inland areas. Except for a few special cities like Magic City, Football City, and Love City, all border and coastal city populations would be relocated, with major cities being redistributed, with the state covering the bottom line, while provinces and cities were responsible. The third step was to slow down and recruit top hackers to intercept all top-secret messages related to the Dragon Country, ensuring complete confidentiality and delaying as long as possible. When the real end came, only then would they release the information. Each of these steps was not simple, especially the last one, as there would always be temptations for traitors. Therefore, it was better to kill wrongly than to let go. During this period, they also established a direct base for the 9th Bureau in the Daxian Mountain, which is only over 800 meters above sea level. The base was personally handled by Li Rulong, who spent half a month hollowing out the entire mountain, reaching a depth of 2,000 meters underground. Li Rulong was digging while reinforcing the mountain with special cement and alloy steel, using thermal vision for welding, which was extremely useful. The remaining tasks were left to the engineering troops. Li Rulong sighed, noting that no matter which world he was in, the infrastructure mania of the Huaxia clan seemed to be etched in their DNA. In his spare time, he learned combat command from the staff officers and combat skills from the sergeant major. The country even invited real martial arts masters with killing techniques to personally teach him. And with his exceptional martial arts skills, no one could stop him. Of course, he was also required to learn some necessary knowledge from academicians, but with his super brain, he learned quickly. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. Li Rulong felt particularly satisfied and fulfilled this year. Here, a beer for you. At night, when he had some free time, Li Rulong leaned against the railing of his assigned villa's second-floor balcony, looking up at the starry sky, when a melodious voice, like that of a yellow oriole, reached his ears. "Thank you, Zhiqiao." The speaker was his personal assistant, Lieutenant Zhang Zhiqiao. Although she was only 19 years old, 2 years older than Li Rulong, she already had 2 years of military experience and was a direct admit to the National Defense University. By the way, her father was Zhang Huanga, the leader of the investigation team that looked into Li Rulong, and her grandfather was one of the 7 chief managers, Zhang, from a purely red family. "I noticed you've been gloomy since you returned from the academy. What is wrong?" After clinking their glasses and taking a sip, Zhang Zhiqiao asked first. Seeing those old academicians and researchers sacrificing even their meal and sleep time to finish various experiments for a quicker deployment makes my heart ache. Yeah, I heard Dean Huang say today that the progress is slow, and he was so anxious he almost had a brain hemorrhage. Indeed, although I learned quickly, my foundation can't compare to theirs. I can only help with some calculations and physical work. Don't blame yourself. If it weren't for you, we might not even know how we would die 4 years from now. Who knows? We still have 4 years. Who knows what will happen by then? The two chatted and drank, and before they knew it, it was deep into the night. I'll head back to my room now. You should rest early too, Mr. Dragon Country Superman. Hee. Zhang Zhiqiao, feeling a bit sleepy, said goodbye to Li Rulong and returned to her room. Li Rulong continued to gaze at the starry sky, still thinking about the group of elderly academicians in the Academy of Sciences. Tongge, if only you could give me some alien technology. It would make things easier for those old folks. No, go grab it yourself. Haha, where am I supposed to go? Tongge, you replied. After a year, Li Rulong had only been talking to the system out of habit, and he thought the system would only respond to him after the apocalypse. He didn't expect it to actually reply today, and a warm feeling surged in his heart, as if he had reunited with a loved one. Follow your feelings, and you will find a way. Follow your feelings? Does Tongge mean I should wander in outer space? Just follow my feelings? Think for yourself. See you. Tong. Forget it. See you. He knew the system wouldn't respond to him for a while, but he was still very happy. Tongge had pointed out the path. I can reach a maximum speed of 500,000 kilometers per second in space, while the speed of light is 299,000 kilometers per second. I'm close to twice the speed of light, and with 4 years until the apocalypse, I can squeeze out a maximum of 3 years. In terms of light years, I can travel a maximum round trip of 5 light years, not counting the time wasted in between. I don't think there are any planets out there. Li Rulong quickly calculated, but the result troubled him. Stupid. Find a wormhole. Who the hell flies by themselves in the interstellar era? 2-bit. Thank you. Although he was scolded, Li Rulong was still grateful for the system's hint. That's right. He had watched plenty of space war movies and had never seen anyone flying at the speed of light. In other words, go into space to find a wormhole, then just dive in and see where it takes him. Anyway, with his super brain, he wouldn't get lost. Determined, Li Rulong wasted no time and went directly to the first floor to Zhang Jitao's room, knocking on the door. Zhang Jitao, although good-looking with an amazing figure, had not sunk so low as to use X-ray vision. After a while, Zhang Jitao opened the door, wearing a military green short-sleeve shirt and shorts, looking puzzled at Li Rulong standing at the door. Suddenly, she remembered the top-secret mission her grandfather had given her. Seduction. No, it was more about enticing him, or something like that. Anyway, it was to try to win over Li Rulong. Unfortunately, Li Rulong had been very busy this past year, and she couldn't muster the courage. Even though her heart was already with him, he might not feel the same way. Is there something? Pack up immediately, contact the headquarters, and request an emergency meeting. I have thought of a way to break the deadlock, but it needs the headquarters' approval. I'll wait for you outside the main gate. Li Rulong quickly finished speaking and directly left the villa. Zhang Jitao immediately got dressed and ran while notifying the elderly secretary in charge of liaising with the 9th Bureau at the main hospital. Li Rulong saw Zhang Jitao and, regardless of whether she agreed or not, directly picked her up. Then he wrapped the two of them in a biological force field and flew into the sky. 10 seconds later, they landed in Haidang Hall, where people were quickly preparing the conference room, arranging tea and cigarettes according to the preferences of each leader. Only beside Li Rulong's seat was a special supply of beer. Li Rulong put down the blushing Zhang Jitao, quickly walked in, sat down in his seat, and began to close his eyes to rest. He still needed to organize his speech in his mind for later, as he knew the situation well, but the stewards didn't. He estimated that if he didn't persuade them, they definitely wouldn't let him leave. Moreover, he needed to give them some reassurance to keep the plan on track and not let it fall through. Within 10 minutes, the stewards living here arrived one after another at the Haitang Hall. They sat down in their positions, smoked a cigarette, drank some tea, and forced themselves to stay alert while looking at the closed-eyed Li Rulong, not disturbing each other. It wasn't until half an hour later, when the old dean, the academician, and military leaders who lived a bit farther away were seated, that Li Rulong finally opened his eyes. He took out a can of beer, let out a gentle sigh, and the beer instantly became ice cold. After taking a sip, he began to speak. I apologize for calling all the leaders and old academicians here at midnight. Over the past year, seeing Longwell working hard to prepare for an uncertain apocalypse 4 years from now, and seeing all of you old academicians working tirelessly to enhance scientific research and national strength, while I feel like I haven't been able to contribute anything, it truly pains me. Just now, I thought of a method that I would like to discuss with everyone. The method is very difficult, but I dare say I am confident I can return within 3 years, though I cannot guarantee the results. The crowd exchanged glances, unsure of what method Li Rulong had come up with that warranted such a formal discussion. Li Rulong, if you have a method, just say it. We can overcome anything. Absolutely. You mentioned your history. Although there are some differences from ancient times, the humiliation from 100 years ago is a shared experience. Longwa, the Huaxia nation, fears no difficulty. After the elder finished speaking, everyone in the conference room looked at him with burning eyes and determined expressions. Everyone, I have decided to go to space to find extraterrestrial technology and bring back everything that could be used to enhance our national strength. Wow. As soon as Li Rulong finished speaking, the conference room erupted. Everyone stared at him in disbelief, each person imagining various methods he might propose. But no one had dared to think in this direction. No, I disagree. This is too dangerous. The old president of the Academy of Sciences was the first to reject it. As a scientist, he had never been to space, but he was well aware of the dangers there. I also disagree. Major General Li is indispensable to the military. What if something goes wrong? How will we deal with the apocalypse in the future? Director Zhang of the 9th Bureau also firmly refused, knowing too well the importance of Li Rulong to national defense, and understanding that just he alone could easily destroy the entire blue planet. Others also voiced their opposition, unanimously rejecting his proposal. They all wanted to prevent Li Rulong from taking risks. Zhang Jitao sat behind Li Rulong, trembling with anxiety, her palms sweating profusely. Bang, bang, bang. The elder knocked on the table, and everyone instantly fell silent. Removing his reading glasses, he looked at Li Rulong with a kind yet authoritative gaze. Rulong, have you really thought this through? Is your decision final? Li Rulong immediately stood up, stood at attention, and shouted, "Report to the leader. I have made my decision." The old man looked at him, and others did the same. The conference room fell silent for a few minutes before the old man spoke. Comrade Li Rulong, if you have made your decision, then go ahead and do it. However, you must ensure your own safety and return safely. Can you do that? Promise to complete the mission. Li Rulong finished speaking loudly and saluted all the leaders present. They knew they could not stop it, and the military personnel all stood up and saluted Li Rulong, while others rose to applaud him. It was only when the old man waved his hand that they sat back down, and Li Rulong opened another can of beer. Hee, I said you kid, drink more. There's no beer in outer space. Ha ha. The old man's words lightened the gloomy atmosphere, and then everyone began to brainstorm around Li Rulong's plan, filling in the gaps and addressing shortcomings. The Academy of Sciences even compiled a list of technological needs, including controllable nuclear fusion, cold fusion, anti-gravity, and gravity utilization technology, laser weapons, various engines, etc., presenting him with nearly 1,000 required technology project items, which made Li Rulong break out in a cold sweat. The military simply wanted anything that could kill or defend, and also expressed a hope to bring back a starship or something. On the government side, they hoped that if they really encountered aliens, they could record some of their ways of life, as well as civilian technology and medical technology, etc. No, I feel sorry for you all, risking danger out there. Are you treating me like a supermarket for shopping? Ha ha. This discussion lasted until dawn, and Li Rulong told everyone that to avoid being detected by foreign satellites, he decided to set off at midnight. The old man instructed everyone to stay at Huaxia to rest, and then ordered the banquet hall to prepare for a farewell feast for Li Rulong in the afternoon. Zhang Jiqiao was feeling very down, although she tried to put on a brave face. Her grandfather noticed and simply called her back home to Huaxia to let her calm down. Li Rulong returned home with the old man. The two sat in the study, silently drinking tea and chatting about everyday life. The old man shared many stories about his time as a soldier fighting against the Japanese, and Li Rulong recounted several amusing anecdotes from his childhood. They had a pleasant conversation, and after lunch, Li Rulong noticed the old man's fatigue and suggested that he go out for a stroll while the old man took a nap. He promised to come back in the afternoon for a few drinks, and then left. The old man and his secretary stood by the window, hands in their pockets, a cigarette in the old man's mouth, humming a tune, resembling a street wanderer. Unknowingly, tears began to well up in Li Rulong's eyes. You know, Rulong, our Huaxia nation is the most resilient nation in the world. This phrase should be revised. The Huaxia nation is the most resilient nation in the entire universe. Yes, I will immediately inform the Ministry of Education and have this phrase printed in textbooks. Haha, you rascal. All right, I'm going to take a nap. In the afternoon, bring all my treasured Maotai and special supply cigarettes over. Yes. Li Rulong aimlessly wandered to the shore of Huaxia, lying on the lawn to soak up the sun, which was his way of recharging. He dared to venture into space alone, thanks to the system optimizing the Superman template. Not only could he absorb energy from the original yellow sun, but now he could draw energy from any star, enhancing himself. Even if he didn't eat or drink for a year or two, it wouldn't be a problem. This girl, when did she learn to spy? He keenly noticed someone in a nearby villa on the second floor using a telescope to look at him. In Huaxia, it couldn't be an enemy or a spy, so it must be Zhang Jiqiao. After a year of interaction, He certainly understood her feelings for him, although they hadn't directly addressed it. Just a moment ago, the old man joked that if he had known he was going to space, he should have found him a few more wives this year to leave behind more descendants. He could help take care of them as a grandfather. Li Rulong was at a loss for words. He was only 17 years old, and it was illegal, old man. The elderly man, however, said that age was not an issue. What if the world faced an apocalypse and the population sharply decreased? At that time, they could just change the civil law to allow marriage at 18, or even 16 if necessary. This scared Li Rulong, who quickly changed the subject. The old man really started to think seriously about it and asked his secretary, Xiao He, to record this for discussion later. When he opened his eyes, it was already 3 in the afternoon, and the banquet was likely about to start. He got up to stretch and walked toward the banquet hall. Upon arriving, he found that besides the meeting participants, even the old academicians from the Academy of Sciences, his comrades from the Ninth Bureau, and people he met throughout the year were already seated at their respective banquet tables, waiting for his arrival. There was no applause, and he sensed the atmosphere was a bit oppressive. It seemed they were still worried about him, which warmed his heart. The old man gestured for him to come up on stage to say a few words. This time, the old man did not speak and directly let Li Rulong take the floor. A bit nervous, he stood in front of the microphone, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, he recalled a saying he had heard in his previous life and decided to just repeat it. Dear elders, colleagues, comrades, and friends, let me just say this. I only hope that everyone can achieve this. There is no indulgence without me. The rise and fall of the Dragon Nation is the responsibility of every individual. Cheers! Cheers! This meal saw countless people drinking to the point of collapse. Anyway, the 7 chief managers were all carried out by health doctors and guards. Meanwhile, Li Rulong found an opportunity to slip away and made his way to the top of Daong Mountain at the 9th Bureau base, quietly sitting there, smoking a cigarette, enjoying the pleasant evening breeze, and waiting for midnight to arrive. At that moment, in the Huaxia banquet hall, those who had previously passed out were gathered again, watching him through the camera, including the 7 chief managers. Everyone was quiet. No one was drinking tea, smoking, or talking, just silently accompanying Li Rulong from a distance. When the clock struck midnight, Li Rulong stood up, adjusted his military uniform, took off his cap, placed it on the ground, and suddenly waved and smiled at the camera in the distance before soaring into the sky, disappearing into the vast night. In the Huaxia banquet hall, there was a sudden eruption of deafening laughter. Ha ha ha, I told you this kid must have figured it out. Oh no, he won't have discovered that we took hangover medicine. Will he? What should we do? With his constitution, he could drink alcohol without any problem. Safe journey. Safe journey. Safe journey. Officer. Commander? Commander? Huh? Li Rulong's thoughts were brought back by the call. He raised his eyes and saw a group of people gathered in front of the car door, all staring at him with expressions of worry and concern on their faces. Li Rulong hurriedly got out of the car, explaining that he had been too absorbed in his thoughts just now and hadn't noticed. The elderly man in the lead stepped forward, grasping his hand, his eyes filled with kindness and concern. After more than 2 years apart, the old man looked even more haggard than before. It seemed that the plan had faced considerable obstacles, leaving him weary. You good boy, you've lost weight. But it's good to be back, good to be back. The old man happily patted his arm, and as he spoke, his eyes gradually became red. Others also came over to surround him, checking him up and down, front and back, as if they were examining him thoroughly, until they confirmed that he was all in one piece, before breaking into applause to welcome his return. Li Rulong was deeply moved as he looked at the crowd surrounding him, at the generals who usually spoke of men shedding blood but not tears, now secretly wiping away their tears, and at the academicians and professors who had neglected their meals in their efforts to enhance the nation's strength, all coming to welcome him. At the age of 20, he shed tears for the first time in this world. Initially, he had approached the Dragon Kingdom with a mindset of cooperation, viewing it as a collaboration between kindred spirits from another world, with the intention of mutual benefit. However, gradually, he realized that everyone around him, leaders, colleagues, comrades, and the few friends he had, treated him not as an outsider or a different species, but as a junior, a nephew, a comrade, a buddy, and even a crush. These emotions, Li Rulong was absolutely capable of discerning correctly. Li Rulong controlled his emotions, withdrew his hand from the old man's grasp, took a step back, stood at attention, and saluted. Report to all elders, teachers, comrades, colleagues. Deputy Director Li Rulong of the 9th Bureau of the General Staff of Longjun. Mission accomplished. No injuries. All vital signs completely normal. Now returning to the team. Please give instructions. Welcome back to the team. Welcome back to the team. Welcome back to the team. The old man stood at attention. The managers stood at attention, and all the soldiers, professors, officials, colleagues, and even the guards and soldiers escorting him back stood at attention, shouting in unison the welcome back slogans. Fortunately, this was at the heavily guarded entrance of the Haitang Hall, and the voices did not reach beyond the high walls. Otherwise, there would probably be many spies coming to investigate and meet their doom. After everyone calmed down, the old man took Li Rulong and entered the Haitang Hall, with others following behind. After more than 2 years, the Haitang Hall had not changed at all. It was still laid out as before. Everyone took their seats according to their positions, and the old man spoke first. You should all know that last Monday my second son gave me a big fat grandson, and I am very happy. Everyone was puzzled as to why the old man mentioned this at this time, but they still held their pens and listened earnestly. But I have to say, today is the happiest day for me in these past few years. Rulong is back, and he completed the mission. Even if he came back empty-handed, I would still be happy. Today, old man, I can finally sleep soundly. I can also treat him to a good meal tonight. Ha 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 ha. Yes, we can all sleep well tonight. Happy today. I received the notification this afternoon and didn't even take my blood pressure medication. Just waiting for tonight's meal. TCH, I brought insulin with me. This morning, the camels just bought 500 million dragon coins worth of equipment from me for 800 million eagle yuan. Treated them to a meal, and tonight is just right to celebrate. Oh, made some money again? Hee hee, just a small profit. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly resembled their own wedding scene, filled with excitement. Ahem, I'm afraid of you all. Don't forget the farewell banquet before. You all secretly took the antidote. Li Rulong spread his hands and complained speechlessly. Haha, this kid holds a grudge. All right, let's get to the point, wrap it up quickly, and start the meal earlier. Rulong, why don't you share your experiences from the past 2.5 years? The elder handed the floor to Li Rulong. As everyone was curious about what he had seen, heard, and gained during this trip, Li Rulong took a moment to organize his thoughts before speaking. Honestly, when I left Earth back then, I didn't have any real goal in mind. The universe is just too vast, and I had no idea where to find aliens. Later, when I flew to Mars, I suddenly had this feeling like a voice in my head saying, there's a wormhole over there. Following that inner voice, I flew at full speed for 8 whole days. Then, right in front of me, there was this indescribable sensation. How do I put it? You couldn't see it, couldn't touch it, but it was undeniably there, blending into the pitch-black void of space, hidden yet present. Call it reckless bravery. But I just knew it was a wormhole and dove straight in. To be honest, the experience inside was anything but pleasant. My physical strength isn't a secret among you all, but even I felt an irresistible force trying to tear me apart. I literally saw my limbs, torso, even my wool, you guys know, stretched out for what felt like thousands of kilometers. Even my eyeballs got yanked out of their sockets. My first thought was, damn, I should listen to the old folks and had a bunch of kids before running off to show off like this. Huh? Before I could even form a second thought, I was flung out by some force. Pretty sure I became the first human to vomit in outer space. So, that's my experience passing through the wormhole after leaving Earth. I won't go into too much detail, but know what you're all really curious about is what I brought back, right? At this point, everyone in the meeting room immediately perked up, pens and recording devices at the ready, knowing the real meat of the story was coming. Li Rulong opened the metal box and took out a more exquisite small box whose material was hard to discern, about half the size of the metal box, along with a USB-like device, placing both in front of him. These are the main items I brought back, the OMA box. Oh, let me introduce this white box. It's called the OMA box and is used by a race in the universe that has a twisted technological branch to store items. Don't be fooled by its small exterior. The interior space is roughly 200,000 cubic meters. By chance, I helped them eliminate cosmic pirates, and the OMA chieftain gifted it to me. It involves the theory of compressed space, which we won't delve into for now, but it is filled with various rare ores and energy crystals that I acquired. The material scientists can discuss where to use the ores later, and this energy crystal can power the capital for over 100 years with just 0.1 grams. However, it is extremely rare in the universe, and I only managed to bring back over 100 tons. Wow. As for this USB drive, I made it myself, using alien technology. It has infinite storage space and fast transfer speeds. I have stored stolen Starship technologies, anti-gravity and gravitational technologies, advanced energy technologies, weapon and protection technologies, etc. There are also civilian-related technologies, but I haven't looked into them much. However, I have already had an alien proficient in translation help convert everything into Longzi Longyu for the professors to study. But I must emphasize that the technologies inside must not be leaked. Even a single word could cause us trouble, so please pay attention. Xiaoyan, you will personally handle this later and make sure to filter it multiple times within the country. As Rulong said, not a single word can leak out. Yes, rest assured. Leaders and Major General Li Yin Chuan, hailed as the living king of hell for national security, immediately stood up to assure everyone. At this moment, he was already plotting. Those who were merely suspicious before would all be caught when they returned, leaving none behind. Everyone, I think it's best to keep these items underground in the 9th Bureau. We trust the people there, and Rulong works there too, so nothing will go wrong. Director Zhang expressed his thoughts, waiting for the Elder's decision. Old Zhou, I think Xiao Zhang's proposal is feasible. At most, I'll move part of the research institute there. We can conduct research there, ensuring confidentiality and convenience. If there are any issues, Rulong can help us solve them. And the professors can also teach Rulong nearby. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Huh? Director Huang is very considerate. Let us settle on this. Lu Jianxi, your Ministry of Land and Resources and Wang Wei's Civil Affairs Department will collaborate to place all areas within 10 kilometers around Dayang Mountain under the jurisdiction of the 9th Bureau, starting tomorrow. Make sure to handle the pacification and resettlement work with a deadline of 1 month. All right, leader, I will arrange it immediately tomorrow morning. Li Rulong saw that they had all made their decision. And what else could he say? At 20 years old, he still had to attend remedial classes. Didn't they say there would be no more remedial classes? Now they say one thing and do another. It's really hard on this unfortunate man. Let's continue talking. Some of these technologies are mature, such as controllable energy technology and photon force field defense shields. I want to apply these two first and implement them immediately. Oh, what's your opinion? The old man was somewhat surprised. He knew Li Rulong well. Although he had given him real power, he had hardly made any decisions, spending most of his time being lazy except during classes. The photon force field defense shield was something I obtained from a technologically advanced interstellar race. Once deployed, it can form a transparent defense shield that protects the target in all directions, whether it's physical weapons or laser weapons, as long as the energy supply is sufficient. They won't be able to break through. The planet I encountered was 100 times the size of Earth, completely covered by the defense shield. I tested it and found I couldn't get in. I eventually snuck in on a merchant ship. The strength of the shield is related to the energy supplied. If powered by energy crystals, the effect is such that even if Earth were to explode, our Dragon Nation would not lose a single hair. Great. Then let's deploy it immediately. The various resources we've brought back in recent years are piling up, and I was worried about what to do with them. The specifics of the operation will be handed over to the relevant departments, with Li Rulong assisting from the side. Thus, the meeting lasted for more than 5 hours. Li Rulong not only showcased everything he had brought back, but also detailed what he had seen and heard over the past 2.5 years, leaving everyone astounded. He talked about aliens with no physical form, but only spirits, incredibly beautiful angelic beings, silicon-based life forms like rock people and tree people, and extraterrestrials that looked just like humans but possessed immense strength, which Li Rulong named humanoid aliens, among others. There were also interstellar warships capable of shattering planets with a single shot, as well as interstellar nations with various systems like religious, imperial, federal, and even matriarchal societies, all of which challenged their thinking. The meeting ended with everyone still wanting more, and then they went to the banquet hall for a good meal. They drank hundreds of pounds of specially supplied liquor, and the usually stingy finance minister waved his hand, saying he was happy today and encouraged everyone to drink and enjoy, stating that they could just print more dragon coins to settle the accounts later. After the banquet, Li Rulong returned to the previous villa with Zhang Jiqiao. This was his only home. I said, "Big sister, you're already a major, and you're no longer my assistant. You should go back to your own home." That's not possible. Until an official order is given, my primary duty is still to be your assistant, and you can't chase me away. But this is my home. I'm already 20. A handsome young man with ideas. Aren't you afraid? Oh, I see, you won't die. This is my house. The property rights of this house belong to the 9th Bureau. You're just living in a dorm. After Zhang Jiqiao angrily finished speaking, she ignored him and went straight back to her room, slamming the door shut. Not worth teasing. Over the next month, Li Rulong helped with quite a few projects, mainly infrastructure-related. The higher-ups decided to place all energy facilities underground. After all, they produce no pollution or heat, so it was better to keep them hidden. The launch equipment needed for the photon force field defense shield was also being secretly manufactured, using the cosmic alloy that Li Rulong had brought back. The old man decided to encircle the entire Dragon Nation, including the South China Sea and Bay Province, leaving no area unprotected. Of course, Dragon Nation is a country of etiquette and does not take advantage of others, so it did not occupy anyone else's reasonable territory. However, the high seas belong to everyone, and whoever occupies them claims them, so taking a little is not unreasonable. After calculations, it was determined that a protective shield generator 20 meters long and 3 meters wide, resembling a spear, needed to be constructed. Once completed, on a moonless night, Li Rulong would secretly bury it 10 kilometers underground according to the map. The National Defense Weapons Industry Group was working hard to manufacture next-generation aerospace fighters and aerospace motherships. That's right, not just developing, but directly manufacturing. The necessary technology and equipment were all brought back by Li Rulong. The industrial group only needed to design an exterior, press a button, and it would be done. Meanwhile, professors were hiding in the underground laboratories of the Ninth Bureau, working hard to study the technologies Li Rulong had brought back, with students and assistants who had undergone rigorous political reviews. It made Li Rulong so angry that he wanted to confiscate their USB drives. These old men and women were so engrossed in their research that they forgot to eat and sleep. What kind of life was that? The annoying Dean Huang called him to complain, saying he was bothering them and not studying, like a fly, and asked the old man to give him a break. After understanding the situation, the old man cheerfully ordered Li Rulong to take a break and enjoy himself, suggesting that since there was still more than half a year until the final deployment, he should go out and have fun, even hinting that it would be best to find a few wives. 5 wouldn't be too few, and 500 wouldn't be too many. But they must be of pure blood from his own nation. Thus, Li Rulong's access to the Ninth Bureau was revoked, and he was given a holiday. Li Rulong was standing outside the gate of Huaxia University, dressed in casual clothes, carrying a backpack, and wearing black-framed glasses, looking completely bewildered. He was staring at the black bank card that the Minister of Finance had personally stuffed into his hand before he left, saying it was from Longwa Bank, with a balance equal to the National Treasury, and that he could spend the government's money without worrying about invoices, as he could ask Luotawa to help him balance the accounts. Am I being ripped off? Is this considered a relocation allowance? Looking at the gate of Huaxia in front of him, he rolled his eyes at the guards on either side who were trying hard not to laugh, then turned towards the palace next door. It's broad daylight, so I can't fly. At least they could provide me with a car. If that is not possible, they could recommend some travel guides or something. What the hell am I supposed to do with the National Treasury while on vacation? Where am I supposed to go? It's driving me crazy. With his hands in his pockets, Li Rulong was complaining while walking when he suddenly remembered something in his bag. Before he left, they told him to bring the Oma box and mentioned several times to go abroad and take a look. Haha, it's really dirty. Realizing their intentions, Li Rulong smiled a little angrily and decided that during the day, he would travel across the beautiful mountains and rivers of his motherland. And at midnight, when the wind was high, he would go to developed countries for $0 shopping. With a plan in place, Li Rulong immediately booked a ticket to Cheong Island. He wanted to experience being a backpacker like ordinary people, taking planes and high-speed trains and walking directly to remote areas. Half a month later, in the old man's office, Leader, the Weigang Wharf has received another batch of containers, a total of 210 this time, and Weavy already sent someone to receive them. Secretary, he reported to the old man, noting that this was his 10th report on the supernatural events at Weigang Wharf. Oh, what is it this time? Don't tell me it's wine again? The old man put down his pen, looking curiously at Secretary He. No, this time it's all cigars and cigarettes. They tested a few and found many are limited editions, along with some new products from the past few years. And they're from all over the world. Haha, this little brat, he must have run out of things to steal. The old man laughed happily, recalling that he had only casually mentioned it, not expecting to unleash a locust swarm. Leader, do you need me to contact him to bring back something useful? Bring back what? He already got the rare resources from the previous batches. The lost national treasures have returned, and the 12 heads are all gathered. He even sent back a batch of advanced foreign weapons and equipment. And the military not only didn't he appreciate it, but also complained about the scrap metal and steel increasing their workload. As for oil and minerals, we have been trading well with Luota'a and the mud dogs using the weapons and equipment we exchanged. What else does he need to bring back besides food, drinks, and cigarettes? The old man's words left Secretary He silent. Indeed, what else could he bring back? When he thought about it, they were really not lacking anything. By the way, drinks. Here's the thing. You go tell him to bring back 1 billion liters of water. We have many areas in Longwa that lack water. but there's plenty abroad. Find a few places in the west and north to dig some lakes and fill them up. Okay, leader, I will contact him right now. Secretary, he left the office, thinking that the leader's thinking was profound. Water resources are so important. Although wine is good to drink, water is essential for life. Truly impressive. Back in his office, he directly dialed Li Rulong's phone. Hello, Rulong, it's your brother He. Why is it so noisy there? Can you hear me? What's going on? Brother He, I can't hear you. I'm at a music festival. It's too exciting here. Wait for me to call you back. After saying that, the call was hung up. Secretary, he put down the phone, lit his cigarette, and looked at the falling maple leaves outside the window. How nice. He can still enjoy the music festival. They're all impressive. He is like the mighty red hair horse, and I'm just a hybrid donkey. Can't compare. Ding, 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 ding. Hello, brother He, what is up? It's like this. We received your goods. The old man said, although the wine is good. Our Longwa doesn't have enough water resources. Can you bring back 1 billion liters of water? Not too much. Just a few lakes will do. We've already arranged to start digging artificial lakes here, so you can handle it. Brother He, do you think you're treating me like a mover of nature? Don't you know that it's chaotic abroad right now? The police have all resigned, and now the priests are leading the army to maintain order, saying it's haunted. If I dig a few lakes there, will they come here to invite our spirit mediums to earn foreign exchange? Haha, wouldn't that be better? It's all for the service of the country. Here, I'll suggest a place. The neighbor to the north of Eagle Sauce has plenty of water and few people. By the way, bring back some animals to enrich our domestic zoos. We don't want them to go extinct and not be seen in the future. All right, this vacation has turned me from a general into a worker. Fine, let me know when the lakes are dug, and I'll fill them up directly. You just need to fence off some land for the animals, and I'll send them over too. See you. Beep, beep, beep. Secretary, he received the response, stubbed out his cigarette, and turned to report to the leader, Li Rulong, looking at the still, lively music festival scene in the distance. Had no desire to continue participating and directly returned to the hotel. Hello, can I get some snacks and a bottle of beer? Chill, please. Thank you. Sure, sir. Please wait a moment. Li Rulong passed by a CAF near the hotel and thought since he had nothing to do, he might as well go in and sit for a while. Huh, it's you. Oh, a female voice sounded behind him. He turned around and was surprised to see Yang Linger and He Liangzi, along with 2 other very beautiful girls. The voice came from He Liangzi, who was currently covering her mouth. Ah, it's you guys, what a coincidence. Li Rulong thought to himself, I'm wearing black frame glasses, and I can still be recognized. It seems like it's not just a conceptual level. No matter how I try to hide, it's useless. Hello, Mr. Li. Just call me Li Rulong. Yang Linger quickly calmed down and gave Li Rulong an apologetic look, unsure of how to address him, fearing that she might cause trouble by getting it wrong. Oh, Li Rulong, what brings you to Jinwu Town? Not much, just here for the music festival. Looks like you're dressed for the festival too? Yeah, we're filming in Hengdian and decided to stop by for the music festival. Are you here alone? Can we sit down? The carefree He Liangzi boldly said and directly sat down, leaving Yang Linger with no choice but to smile and sit beside them. Linger, who is this handsome guy? Aren't you going to introduce us? The tall girl directly pulled the shy girl to sit beside them. Yang Linger didn't dare to speak at first. She glanced at Li Rulong and found him shrugging nonchalantly, so she felt reassured enough to introduce him, but her voice was very low, only audible to a few. This is Li Rulong, Major General Li. Don't make a fuss, I don't want to attract trouble. Oh. The 2 girls who were meeting him for the first time immediately covered their mouths in surprise and looked at He Liangzi, who nodded vigorously. Hee. Let's sit down and have a bite. Sure, I'll have a whole bottle of beer. Liangzi and Shaola want non-alcoholic drinks. What do you want, Linga? Before Yang Ling could finish, a tall girl interrupted her. I'm Chen Xia, from my city. Where's the handsome guy from? From my city, Chen Xia. As expected of someone from northeast China, straightforward and cheerful. I'm from the capital. Nice to meet you. I'm Yu Shaola, from Shengjing. Nice to meet you. Rulong Ji. Hello, I'll just call you Shaola. The shy Yu Shaola, upon seeing Li Rulong's incredibly handsome face, blushed and lowered her head. Chen Xia is my classmate, and Shaola is a new student this year from the same agency as me, so we came together. The waiter brought some snacks, and he ordered drinks, and then left. Come on, it's fate to meet here, let us toast. Chen Xia lightened the mood, and the few of them started chatting. Rulong, the red diamonds you gave us last time are now stored in the city bureau's safe. My dad approved the request. He has been wanting to find a chance to return them to you, but unfortunately, he couldn't contact you. Let us exchange contact information, and I'll return them to you when I get back to the capital. Yang Linger said to Li Rulong. When she showcased the red diamonds in front of her father, he almost fainted, thinking someone was trying to bribe him through his precious daughter. Later, after making several calls, a big shot told him that he should just accept what was given and that there would be no trouble. Everyone in charge knew about it. Only then did her father feel relieved, but since such valuable items shouldn't be accepted lightly, they had been kept in the safe all along. I gave them to you too. There's no reason to return them. Just keep them for fun. They would make beautiful jewelry. What are you talking about? What red diamonds? What jewelry? The curious Chun Xia and Yu Xiaola perked up their ears to listen. Previously, we treated him to 3 buns and a snack. And in return, he gave each of us a red diamond, over 10 carats each. It scared us to death. Wow, dude, are you really that powerful? The news shocked the 2 girls, their eyes widening. Although they didn't know the exact value, they knew that ordinary diamonds over 10 carats were already very expensive, let alone colored ones. Rulong smiled, but didn't respond. The group chatted about interesting stories and secrets from their circle, while Rulong listened attentively, sipping beer. They later discussed bizarre disappearance incidents abroad, with all sorts of rumors and speculations flying around. Even the instigator was shocked, especially when he heard that the Great Cow Museum had been completely ransacked, and the thief had swapped the treasures for fakes. Rulong was dumbfounded. What the hell? Using my account. Foreigners play this game too? Swapping for fakes? Fakes don't cost money. Besides, I didn't ransack anything. I'm really just bored. Not one to pay attention to foreign news. He genuinely didn't know that many countries he had visited had issued government announcements and high-value bounty orders. Even if he didn't know, he would just treat it as a joke. The group chatted and laughed until late, parting ways while exchanging contact information and agreeing that Yang Linger would arrange a meal when they returned to the capital. Thus, moving and stopping, Rulong traveled across most of Longhua, reflecting that although it wasn't the same world, many precious historical buildings and cultural customs were quite similar. It wasn't until secretary he called again that Rulong remembered he still had to serve as a transport worker for nature for the country. Late at night, Rulong set off from Longhua, heading north, crossing the Arctic to the beaver's neighbor, Eagle Sauce. He found several particularly large freshwater lakes, regardless of whether there were fish in them, and filled them all into boxes. Once filled, he released the water into the artificial lakes in Longhua, repeating the process until all the artificial lakes were full, along with several natural lakes where the water levels had dropped before continuing his journey. Meanwhile, the beaver's side was in chaos. Previously, they had been gossiping about other countries losing this and that, but now it was their turn. However, the loss was water, with several lakes running dry. It was truly baffling. Had a thief stolen it? They couldn't figure it out, so they decided not to think about it. After all, there weren't many people left, and what remained was enough to drink. What they didn't notice was that not only had the water decreased, but many animals had also disappeared, all taken back to the domestic zoo by Rulong to serve as livestock. With 3 days until the Longhua Spring Festival and exactly 3 months until Doomsday, Rulong officially concluded his journey. In fact, he had returned to the 9th Bureau a few times to help handle various matters, but each time he was quickly sent away without any mercy. As soon as he exited the airport in the capital, he saw Zhang Jitao, dressed casually and wearing sunglasses, with a cold expression that seemed to say don't come near, standing next to a Hongqi SUV. Oh, I'm honored that Major Zhang has come to pick me up, he joked. Stop being humble. As assistant to Major General Li, isn't it my duty to pick up my superior? Besides, can't you fly back at midnight? Traveling during the day in first class is a waste of national resources. After they exchanged playful banter, they got into the car, and Zhang Jitao started the vehicle, heading toward Huaxia. The protective shields had been completed, the energy core had been fully constructed, and the testing was successful, even better than expected. The higher-ups decided to connect to the grid on the first day of the new year and gradually shut down all domestic power generation facilities except for the 3 Gorges and Daya Bay nuclear power stations. All right, I'll discuss with the higher-ups to see if we can deploy all the energy generators and receivers tonight so we can proceed to the next step. Once again, arriving at Haitang Hall, the elders were already waiting for him in the conference room. Rulong is back. Old Bear, you start first. Let us keep everything simple. As soon as Rulong entered, he was pulled aside by General Xiong, the Minister of National Defense, and taken to the changing room. After he changed into his military uniform, he was invited back to his seat. Wondering what was going on, was it really that formal for a meeting? Did they really have to change into military uniforms? Distinguished leaders, we will now hold a rank promotion ceremony. There are 3 individuals being promoted today. First, may I invite Major General Zhang, the director of the 9th Bureau, to the stage to receive his promotion order and new insignia. Dressed in military attire with noticeably graying hair, Major General Zhang, looking serious, walked onto the podium. General Xiong briefly introduced Major General Zhang's background, then replaced his insignia with that of Lieutenant General and presented him with a promotion certificate, allowing him to continue as the director of the 9th Bureau without any change in authority. Major General Zhang excitedly saluted everyone present, and the audience erupted in applause. The second promotion was for Army Major General Ma Jun, who was promoted to Lieutenant General. His background was also impressive. He had loyally fought for the country against foreign invaders and currently served as the commander of the newly established Long National Defense Force, responsible for the security of photon defense shields and energy core facilities, which were crucial for the future of Long Country. After Lieutenant General Ma Jun saluted and stepped down, the elder suddenly stood up and approached the podium. The third promotion was for the former deputy director of the 9th Bureau, Major General Li Rulong, who would assume command of the newly established Long Army Doomsday Command Center as the highest commander, with the rank of general. The audience erupted in applause, everyone smiling as they waited for him to come up for the insignia ceremony, but he remained seated, somewhat confused. The commander of the Long Country's entire military command? Promoted directly from Major General to General? Was this a joke? You brat, hurry up here, it's tiring standing here. The elder saw Li Rulong still sitting in his place, staring at him wide-eyed, and he immediately glared back. Li Rulong came back to his senses and immediately went on stage, where the elder personally changed his insignia for him. 3 shiny golden stars added a bit of authority. Everything concluded, and the meeting began. So, you could have been having quite a good time lately, and you met quite a few nice young ladies. When are you going to bring one back for us to see? Chief Zhang sat beside Li Rulong and joked with him. No, you have your own matters to attend to. I know your granddaughter is also thinking about me. Aren't you afraid I'll tell her? Cough, you little rascal. I'm doing this for your own good. If she's capable, she can come after you. What? Do you want me to pull strings for you? All right, Rulong, take a look at this first. This is our recent plan. If there are any issues, let's discuss them now. If there are no issues, we will execute it immediately. Time waits for no one. Li Rulong picked up the plan in front of him and began to read it carefully. Oh my, it's dark, dirty, and inhumane, cough cough. Li Rulong was watching and subconsciously said a few words, only to be interrupted by the old man's cough. And he then realized that this plan most likely came from this person's hand. The plan was essentially an upgraded and more cunning version of the Long Yuan project, not only accelerating the process, but also increasing the intensity. This time, there would be a final major cleansing within the country and a bottom-up harvesting from abroad. And it was evident that Li Rulong had a responsibility in this. First, regarding the existing currency, Longwa would recall all issued currency in the country, led by major banks. The reclaimed paper currency would be entirely used for resource procurement abroad, conducted by the state. To prevent currency devaluation, the government would announce the discovery of a new gold mine somewhere in the country, with the reserves determined by the government. Second, the spending of Longwa's citizens would shift from cash to digital currency, linked to a credit system, ensuring normal daily consumption and usage, guaranteed by Longxing and the national credit institutions. Third, the military had completed its re-equipment. The outdated weapons and equipment, including main battle tanks, armored vehicles, and even 5th-generation fighter jets, would be sold or given away to countries that had fallen out with the Eagle Sauce and Europa, regardless of any previous disagreements with Longwa. The idea was to create trouble for certain countries while diverting their attention from Longwa, and of course, purchases would require resources in exchange, not money. Fourth, following the trend, Longwa would also announce that it had been plundered, with all the resources saved from tightening belts in previous years completely stolen, necessitating further procurement. The procurement prices would be doubled compared to international market prices, with a 50 down payment. It was hard to believe that no one would be tempted. Payments would have to be made in Longwa cash, and the country could take care of delivering the money. As for the remaining payment, if you have life, just wait. The contract would state the payment date as after the end of the world. Fifth, based on the existing 2 million soldiers, an additional secret conscription of 8 million would be conducted, reaching a total of 20 million to avoid being caught without soldiers when needed. These recruits would need to learn to use new equipment and tactics within 2 months, with the last month being for deployment across the country. And this must be done secretly. Sixth, the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the police would conduct a nationwide population census again, and all foreigners in Longwa who had not obtained citizenship must leave the country within a specified time or face forced expulsion without leniency. Seventh, Longwa citizens abroad and descendants who are loyal to the motherland can return within 7 days, with the state responsible for sending special planes to bring them back for free. Families that have married foreign spouses or have mixed-race children can also apply for entry into Longwa through the embassy, provided they renounce their original nationality. 8th, if anyone in the country yearns for the moon and air abroad, they can also leave within 7 days, but those who leave, regardless of who they are, will not be allowed to re-enter and will automatically lose their Longwa nationality and all identities. Relatives will not be punished collectively, but if they dare to cause trouble, they will all be expelled. 9th, it would be announced that the national treasure, the giant panda, has been found to have genetic diseases, and all pandas borrowed would be brought back to the country for treatment. Longwa could compensate for breach of contract, of course, in Longwa cash, with a specific return time depending on their health. Lastly, in the final month of the apocalypse, all official personnel stationed abroad would be recalled, and Longwa would officially activate the photonic defensive shield, isolating itself from the outside world, with General Rulong announcing the apocalypse warning to the globe, giving them a month to prepare, or more accurately, time to say goodbye to their families, truly a display of great power. All the attendees were looking at Rulong seriously, making his scalp tingle. Damn, don't provoke the Huaxia people. Cunning is ingrained in their bones. My ancestors do not deceive me. I think it's good, very good, as it can achieve our goals, ensure national security, and conduct honest transactions without bullying the market. In the end, we can responsibly warn the world. In the grand scheme of major powers, only my Longwa has such responsibility. But why does the last point make me the scapegoat? Even if the old man doesn't appear, Zhang Juzhua could do it. He is the best at verbal combat. Rulong said helplessly, I have a good physique, but I can't carry everything myself. Who says we won't make an appearance? I'll just stand next to you to support you. I really appreciate it. You little brat, taking advantage and then acting all innocent. I actually want to do such a brilliant job, but the key is that no one in the world believes me. You know that too. All right, I'll take it. Tonight, I'll deploy the shield generator and energy core, and I'll keep a close eye on what comes next. Rulong can only accept the task and prepare to cooperate with various departments to start the action. Well, I would say that Rulong has the demeanor of a general and will not refuse. It's just that you all have too many ideas and have prepared contingency plans. Wasting time. What? There are contingency plans? Just now. The looks you gave me didn't leave me any chance to refuse. Let's disperse the meeting. Rulong was about to say something when the old man suddenly announced the end of the meeting and walked away, chatting and laughing with the other managers. He could only go find General Xiong and ask him to explain the responsibilities of the Doomsday Command Center in detail. Did you see his expression just now? So satisfying. Haha, you're just jealous that this kid took a 6-month vacation. Aren't you jealous? You offered quite a few opinions when we were making plans. What are you talking about? I was giving the young people a chance. A group of old men hid outside the courtyard, watching Rulong leave in a car with General Xiong, chatting and laughing, except for the old man, whose deep gaze was lost in thought as he watched the vehicle disappear. Old Joe, what's wrong? The others noticed the old man's unusual expression and hurriedly asked, Hey, he's only 20 years old, and we're making him bear so much, okay? Don't even mention the vacation. Do you know how much he brought back for us during that time? The old man complained to them with a somewhat harsh tone, as if they were bullying his grandson. A few managers lowered their heads, feeling a bit embarrassed and calculating if they really had gone a bit too far. Wait a minute. The entire policy was set by you personally. We were just filling in the details. What do you mean by distancing yourself now? Manager Zhang suddenly looked up and said to the old man, almost getting caught in the old man's words. Ahem, is that so? Forget it, it's all in the past. Come on, let us go have some tea at my place. I still have some things to discuss with you. After the old man finished speaking, he walked away with his hands behind his back, leaving the others feeling awkward. That night, Rulong worked until late at night to get everything done, and fortunately, it was close to the spring festival, so it got dark quickly. It smelled so good. When Rulong returned home, he immediately smelled the aroma of food. Zhang Zhiqiao heard him come back and walked out of the kitchen, dressed in home attire and wearing an apron, embodying the qualities of a good wife. You're back. Go take a shower, then come down for dinner. I made it myself. I learned from the chef at home for a long time. After saying that, she turned and went back to the kitchen. Rulong watched her departing figure for a while before heading upstairs to his bedroom. Come, try this dish. This one is also good. Eat more. Sitting at the dining table, Zhang Zhiqiao kept serving him food. To be honest, it tasted really good. Drink some soup. I started simmering it as soon as I came back from the meeting. It's nourishing. Thank you, it's very delicious. What's this soup? Everlasting Phoenix soup. Zhang Zhiqiao said proudly. I learned this from my grandfather's nutritionist. Everlasting what? And Phoenix? What is it really? It's just black-bone chicken stewed with turtle. Why do you have to dig so deep? I'm just looking out for you. What if what you made for me is something from the penal code? I'd have to take the blame too. Just rest assured. Li Rulong thought to himself, with an official position, how could he break the law? He lowered his head and focused on finishing the meal in front of him. Zhang Jitao was eating rice, but was glancing uncomfortably at a plate of what seemed to be beef offal. Was her grandfather reliable? Did the stew, made with tiger whip, bear whip, and leopard whip really have an effect? After eating and drinking enough, they went back to their rooms for a good night's sleep, with only Zhang Jitao complaining about her grandfather all night. During the Spring Festival, the most important holiday in Longhua, and also a holiday for Chinese people around the world, Li Rulong was picked up by the elderly early in the morning. He had already spent one Spring Festival here, having not been on Blue Star for 2.5 years. Sure enough, the elderly man was not at home. He was still on his way preparing for the New Year's gathering and visiting some people. The elderly man's 2 sons, 1 daughter, and the children of his daughter-in-law were all busy at home. They greeted Li Rulong warmly, with each woman wearing gemstones that Li Rulong had brought back from space. And they were even larger than those of Yang Ling'er and others. He had asked the elderly man at the time if this counted as bribery. And the elderly man had chuckled and said, since you brought back so much and gave it to each family's women, it doesn't count. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the elderly man finally returned home. Although tired, the festive atmosphere of the Spring Festival still brought a smile to his face. When the clock struck 12, everyone toasted each other, honoring what might be the last peaceful New Year's Eve night. Li Rulong received many New Year's greeting calls on his phone from comrades, teachers, and leaders from various departments. Yang Ling'er and others also called him to wish him a Happy New Year. When they heard it was a girl's voice, everyone at the dining table fell silent, straining to listen in. There were no secrets anyway, and Li Rulong wasn't hiding anything from them. After exchanging New Year's greetings, he hung up the phone. But the way everyone at the table looked at him was a bit strange. After finishing the dumplings at midnight, the women cleaned up while the men took the children outside to set off firecrackers. Li Rulong went into the study with the elders, where they drank tea and smoked. Before long, the other managers arrived as well. Everyone enjoyed tea and listened to the sound of firecrackers outside, with no one speaking, simply savoring the moment of spring and praying that they could celebrate like this again next year. Grandpas, don't frown. It's a blessing, not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. We've already made the best preparations possible. The rest depends on how the end times unfold. Li Rulong couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere, so he could only speak up to comfort the group of old men in their 60s and 70s. Look at us, we've experienced a lifetime of ups and downs, and yet we aren't as open-minded as Rulong. Let's not think too much about it. The Chinese nation has a history of over 5,000 years and has never been broken. From the 5 barbarians causing chaos in China, the Ice Age, the invasion of wild boars, to the foot-washing chickens. Each time felt like the end of the world, yet we survived. So I firmly believe that even if the world ends this time, we will get through it safely because we are the Chinese nation. The old man's words inspired them. Even Li Rulong felt a surge of passion. The Chinese nation, fearless in the face of natural disasters. Everyone let out a low roar and then burst into laughter. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, all plans began to be implemented steadily, with unprecedented cooperation among various departments, and there were no significant riots in the provinces and cities. Some scattered messages online were quickly removed, and any public figures who spoke out would be silenced within 10 minutes. The real outbreak happened on February 25th, when the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in conjunction with the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the police, and other major departments, jointly issued a notice regarding foreign personnel stranded outside the Dragon Nation. The announcement was pushed across all platforms, playing in rotation from morning till night. Furthermore, all foreign personnel were interviewed by relevant staff and were required to leave immediately. Otherwise, the Dragon Nation would take tough measures. Public opinion exploded, with watchdogs and public figures jumping out to accuse the Dragon Nation of being unethical and violating human rights and civil liberties. The next day, the government issued a letter to all overseas Chinese and compatriots, causing an uproar abroad. Some overseas Chinese and long-term residents of the Dragon Nation paid no attention to the government's announcement, thinking it was just a game among the 5 permanent members of the UN, and showed no response. Others immediately contacted the embassy, preparing to sell all their properties to return home. Even if they couldn't sell, they had to go back, knowing that the Dragon Nation never played around and that such an announcement indicated something significant was happening. In the bullfighting nation, famous actor Chow Daho, who married a woman from the Dragon Nation, opened his live stream on time, and his fans quickly flooded in. Let me tell you, The Dragon Nation never does things that disturb the people. No matter what you think, I'm preparing to bring my whole family back home. I'm not from Eagle Sauce Nation. I've already given up my Eagle Sauce nationality. Thanks to my wife, I count as a citizen of the Dragon Nation now. All right, if there's a chance to stream again, I'm off to the airport to catch a free flight back to the capital. Here I come for some hot pot. Public figures continued to criticize and earn foreign currency with a clear conscience. On the third day, the final announcement regarding the restrictions on Dragon Nation citizens leaving was issued, and many flights to foreign destinations were immediately fully booked. To be fair, quite a few people left, numbering in the millions. But compared to the vast population of the Dragon Nation, it was just like a third-tier city, nothing significant. The military entered various cities to intimidate, with officers maintaining order. Those who wanted to leave were seen off, while those who resisted were forcibly taken away. For those who acted like rascals, they were simply shoved onto ships, escorted by warships and treated like smugglers all the way to the Sea Cow Nation. They were then tossed into the port of the Sea Cow Nation and left without a second thought. As for whether the Sea Cow Nation dared to protest, they were merely a small capital nation. They could calculate how many shells it would take to wipe them out. Regarding protests from other countries, did you think I would care? There was a small interlude where the president of the Bear Nation had tried to reach the old man several times without success. Eventually, he said he would visit in person, and only then did the old man return his call. During the call, the president kept trying to extract information about what the Dragon Nation was up to, but unfortunately, he encountered a master of Tai Chi. After spending a considerable amount on international long-distance calls, he still learned nothing, only that the old man had been constipated lately, which had nothing to do with him. Just as he was about to hang up, the old man mysteriously said, "Old Pooh, things might not be peaceful recently. I heard there's some kind of base in Siberia that you've been digging quite deep. Take my advice, go stay there for a couple of days, and avoid the chaos." Then he hung up the phone. The president on the other end, hearing the busy signal, shifted from a confused expression to a serious one, suddenly thinking of many things. The next day, the Bear Nation announced that the president was unwell and needed to be hospitalized for recuperation. In reality, he had run off to Siberia with his trusted aides. The base the old man mentioned was the most secretive doomsday base, and he didn't care how the Dragon Nation knew about it. He just knew one thing: the old man never talked nonsense, and he preferred to believe it than not. Besides, staying there for a few days wouldn't delay anything. As for the current war, it was directly halted, and all forces retreated to secure defensive lines while digging in desperately. Back in the Dragon Nation, the old man shared his conversation with the president with others and mentioned his slight warning. Others had no objections, but Rulong was unsure of the old man's intentions. The steward Zhang quietly explained to him, "Old Zhou is using him as a pawn. If the end comes, won't we need scouts or test subjects?" He then winked at him. Rulong's body hair stood on end. "How dirty. It said that you guys have at least 800 tricks up your sleeves. You are the very embodiment of cunning, full of holes. Luckily, I have a strong physique. Otherwise, I would have been schemed against the death by you all. No matter what happens abroad, domestic turmoil lasts a few days before stabilizing. The common people go to work as usual, have gatherings, and are not affected at all. In the blink of an eye, it was February 29th, and the eerie calm in Longhua, combined with the atmosphere in the country, made ordinary citizens somewhat aware of the situation. That night, Longhua News and all online platforms pushed out a special message at 9 a.m. on March 1st. Longhua would announce significant information, urging all citizens to be sure to watch on TV, computers, and mobile phones that day. The next day, the weather across the country was fine, but a stifling atmosphere still enveloped everyone's hearts. Before 9 a.m., the live broadcast room started to loop a rolling subtitle urging viewers to pay attention. At 9 o'clock sharp, the live broadcast that the whole world was watching officially began. The Grand Longhua Conference Hall was filled to capacity, but the podium unusually had no tables or chairs, only a microphone standing alone in the center. There was no traditional music, no warm applause. The elders led them to the podium, with Rulong following at the back. The elders and the officials stood on either side of the microphone, while Rulong, who was last to step up, stood in the center. Dressed in a starry black military uniform, deep and composed, with 3 gold stars on his shoulders, handsome and resolute, Rulong approached the microphone. At that moment, students watching the live broadcast in the auditorium of Beijing University were quietly focused on the large screen at the request of their instructor when a sudden voice rang out. "It's Brother Rulong." Everyone, including the instructor, immediately searched for the source of the voice, but in an auditorium of several thousand people, it was not easy to find the person, and no one reported it. "Keep it down. We all saw it. You're the only one making a fuss. Yang Linger complained a bit angrily to her classmate Yuxiaola, while Chunxia rolled her eyes from the other side. Only Hu Yangzi was pinching her left hand with her right, her lips tightly closed. Linger, did you see? Rulong's shoulder epaulets are not just for a major general anymore. With 3 gold stars, he has been promoted to a lieutenant general. He didn't even tell us sisters during last week's dinner. We have to give him a hard time next chance we get. Chunxia had excellent observational skills, but her focus was off. Yang Linger also noticed the 3 gold stars but didn't dare to speak up. They whispered to each other, but everyone around them heard. And they swore to themselves that knowing such an impressive person, they would never provoke them again and must befriend them, starting by treating them as the 4 flowers of baying. On the stage, there was no host and no opening remarks. The Longwood government live broadcast officially began. Fellow citizens, comrades, and leaders and friends from all countries watching the live broadcast, I, General Rulong, the highest commander of the Longwood Doomsday Command, hereby represent Longwood to officially announce an important piece of information. Many people do not fully understand the recent national policies and government orders we have released, and there have been many unfriendly speculations. Originally, as a responsible major power, our country should not have announced this hastily before it happened. However, to provide an explanation to the world, our country has still arranged this press conference under pressure and misunderstanding. According to various calculations by our scientists, on April 1st, 2029, the blue planet will face an unprecedented disaster, which can also be referred to as the end of the world. The Longwood government has done extensive work to verify the truth of this disaster and has made meticulous deployments to ensure the safety of our territory and citizens. Longwood, inheriting 5,000 years of history, has never had its backbone of the Huaxia nation broken. We firmly believe that no matter what kind of disaster occurs, with the joint efforts of the Huaxia nation, all humanity, and various countries, we will surely overcome difficulties and defeat disasters, for humans can conquer nature. Clap, 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 clap. Li Rulong pressed his hand down, and when the applause subsided, he continued speaking. However, the current world is filled with various disputes. Some countries, claiming to be the world's gendarmes, are engaging in rogue activities behind the scenes, supporting terrorist organizations, political puppets, and even rootless ethnic groups, inciting conflicts and escalating wars, causing innocent people to be displaced and suffer heavy casualties. Children are left without food, medicine, education, and homes. In such a world, our dragon country dares not share disaster information with other nations, fearing that certain countries might take advantage of the chaos to create even greater man-made disasters. However, I believe that not only can our country predict apocalyptic disasters, but governments around the world should also be prepared, especially developed countries, as their scientific research capabilities are superior to ours, and we are merely a developing country. Here, our country calls on governments worldwide, for the sake of your national longevity, your citizens, and future generations, to maintain a fair, just, and open attitude. Do not become slaves to money, status, and tradition. Publicly share detailed information about survival fortresses and doomsday bases with your citizens, and distribute limited resources equitably among everyone, giving them all a chance to survive. Unfortunately, Dragon Country itself is a populous nation, and, as a developing country, we struggle to support our own citizens. Having experienced incidents of resource theft, we cannot contribute much to the world. After careful study, our country has decided to later disclose the detailed addresses and coordinates of various countries' bases, contributing a bit to all of humanity, hoping that all human beings can safely reach and survive the disaster. The audience at the conference and those watching the live broadcast at home had little reaction, as it had already been stated that the motherland had made many preparations, and what happened abroad was none of their business. However, abroad, there was an uproar. Governments, high-ranking officials, nobles, and capitalists were all grinding their teeth in anger. They all had the habit of building doomsday fortresses and had indeed done so. But 6 months ago, all their stored resources were stolen by an unknown party. And even the special alloy doors were taken away. They're still slowly replenishing their supplies. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Dragon Country has released doomsday information, whether true or false. Hiding for a few days is harmless. But damn, did you really have to publish my coordinates just to save face? You can't even support your own citizens. In the past 6 months, you've bought more from the world than we could bear to eat. And now you say it's not enough? Oh no, the final payment hasn't been settled. And the dragon coins cash collected are still stored in the garage. This is going to be a problem. Meanwhile, foreign citizens began to rush around. not caring whether the information was true or false. They started preparing supplies while expressing gratitude for Dragon Country's thoughtful press conference, which even provided on-site translation so that any country could understand. Truly, it is a responsible major power. Of course, for every person who listened, there were those who ignored it, those who were angry, and those who held conspiracy theories. The press conference continued, with Li Rulong reciting the script written for him by the elder last night, his expression unchanged until the end, when he formally announced, "That concludes today's press conference. I hope our country's efforts will draw sufficient attention from governments and people around the world. Now, I officially announce the first command of Dragon Country regarding the doomsday disaster." Swish! Everyone in the venue immediately stood at attention, waiting for Li Rulong to issue the command. The first order from the Dragon Country Doomsday Command was to activate the energy core immediately and start the photon defense shield to protect the safety of our homeland and maritime territory. All defensive weapons were to be activated, and all military districts were to enter a state of first-level readiness. If any external forces hinder our actions or obstruct our military's determination to protect the nation, they are authorized to deliver the strongest counterattack, with all responsibility borne by the opposing side. Yes, we guarantee to complete the mission. In an instant, all military personnel present saluted and loudly assured compliance, filling the hearts of the viewers at home with a sense of security, which also made foreign citizens envious. The press conference ended without a Q&A session. And of course, there were no foreign journalists present, as they had all been expelled. After the meeting, everyone in the venue rushed to leave, taking their official vehicles to carry out their responsibilities. Due to the large number of people in vehicles, it caused a major traffic jam on P Street. Li Rulong did not go to the office with the old men, but flew directly into the sky, using his super senses to listen to the reactions of the people in the country. Is it really the end of the world? The state has issued a warning. Can it be fake? Do you think it's like the government of Eagle Sauce? Don't stop me. I'm only 84 years old. I can still walk. I want to find the troops. Dad, what can you do by going? Can we not add chaos to the country? I'll FING knock you out. Mr. Li, this is my resignation letter. Old Zhang, you're also a long-time employee. Isn't resigning at this time worrying about the end of the world? The state has already made arrangements. What do I have to worry about? I am resigning because I just made plans with my comrades to report back to the troops and see if I can do something. Then you found the wrong person. You should look for General Liu. He is in charge now, because I'm also resigning to return to the troops. By the way, which part are you from? I'm from the inspection team. I have never withheld or delayed wages and benefits. Brother Zhang, please be lenient in the future. What should we do? I just sent my son out, and now this mess has happened. Please find someone to bring him back. Find someone? It's all your fault for making him take the last flight out. His household registration has been canceled, and now he's illegal. How can he come back? Why are you shouting? Am I not thinking about his future? If not, let's also leave and go to Chicken Country to keep him company. I don't believe Chicken Country can be worse than Dragon Country. Sister me, do you think how Shuang is doing well in Eagle Sauce? Can she come back? I don't know, but after today, she will definitely not have a good time. I believe what Brother Rulong said is true, but I just can't believe it. Me too, but Rulong never jokes, you know that. I feel the same way. Various discussions, even conspiracy theories, filled Li Rulong's mind, and he heard the conversations of Yang Linger and others. Li Rulong felt relieved. Indeed, the Chinese nation was still united, and the government's credibility was evident, so everyone had no reason not to believe it. At this moment, a golden curtain wall suddenly rose on the distant horizon, instantly reaching the sky, forming a defensive barrier covering the entire land and maritime area of Dragon Country, though its shape was irregular, as it could not infringe on the territory of other countries, just for them to see. Suddenly, gunfire was heard from the southwest, and Li Rulong hurriedly looked over. It turned out that the defense troops on the plateau were clearing out the illegal crossing of the White Elephant A3S. 10 soldiers in powered armor, armed with Gauss rifles, were fiercely attacking over 2,000 soldiers in a one-sided battle, all under the watch of a group of comrades. Talking while your head is swaying is useless. I can't even aim. That's their habit. They can't speak without swaying, just like they don't use paper when they poop, and they eat cow dung. It's a racial characteristic. Damn it, before we ignored them, just waiting for the defense shield to rise. Now it's satisfying to beat them. Old you, are you going to fight or just talk nonsense? 500 is enough. Come down, it's our turn. Li Rulong found it somewhat amusing that a group of Dragon Country warriors, dressed in power armor and armed with Gauss rifles, were chasing a bunch of poorly equipped Indians, even fighting over kills. Ding! The old man who always talks nonsense called. The phone rang, and Li Rulong answered. Where are you, kid? Come to the command center. It's chaotic here. You disappeared right after the meeting. Hurry up. After hanging up, Li Rulong sighed. No matter if you're Superman or not, once you come to Dragon Country, you'll still be treated like a beast of burden. Was his attitude just now directed at a superior? I'm a general, and he's only a lieutenant general. Bang. No. Why are you going supersonic so close? You nearly startled me to death. As soon as Li Rulong landed, Director Zhang was there, holding his head and complaining. Isn't it General Zhang who asked me to come here immediately? Am I not in a hurry? He chuckled. Hey, you little brat. Are you trying to be tough? Should I salute you? Haha, I think that's fine. Nonsense, let's go. A bunch of people who think they have great power are calling me. Upon entering the command center, everyone was busy and tense. Although they had gone through many contingency plans, implementing them inevitably brought unexpected troubles. On the way, Director Zhang told him that some people had gone abroad before, and some had not returned. Now that the country had issued a doomsday announcement, and satellites from various countries had captured the photon defensive shield over Longhua, they regretted it and were now clamoring to come back, even seeking out influential people and their families as lobbyists. They couldn't find Li Rulong, so they called the general staff. The general staff found it troublesome and transferred the call to the 9th Bureau, which then reached Director Zhang. It was easy to imagine that those who could find him had considerable influence. So what should we do? But the premise is that these people cannot be killed. Many of them are descendants of those who stayed behind back then, and the higher-ups mean to show some mercy. Oh, so, after such a long time, they haven't received any news? Well, how should I put it? They have been marginalized. They were only given a guarantee for the sake of their ancestors. So they haven't entered the core circle. We are tight-lipped, so they don't know. So, the meaning of not being able to kill is, the elders said that they cannot be killed. They must be kept alive. Are you pretending to be confused while knowing full well? Fine, anyway. I've already taken the blame. I can handle more. Hee, I knew you would be this way. Li Rulong rolled his eyes at him, then picked up the internal phone and dialed out. Old Jia, we have work to do. In a moment, General Zhang will give you a list. Follow the list and capture. Yes, regardless of identity or status, no matter men, women, or children, capture the whole family. What? Kill them? Just calm down. The old man said those people cannot be killed. What do you mean how to deal with them? Can't kill. Can't we just send them away? Politely capture them and respectfully deliver them outside the shield. Wouldn't that be fine? Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to do it or not? If not, you can go back to the 9th Bureau and continue being the security captain. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Ju was beside him and gave him an even bigger eye roll. You sold me out with just one sentence. Can you be a decent person? In the 9th Bureau, Captain Jia helped you with the dirty work, and now at the command center, he is still doing the dirty work for you. Was Captain Jia not here for nothing? So what do you suggest? If I take action, will they survive? Zhang Ju was speechless. It depends on who it is. If it's those few girls around you, it would be embarrassing to expose you. Forget it. Do as you please. Actually, they are not difficult to handle. The main issue is some common people who are incited by certain individuals. We can't take action against them, and that's the most troublesome part. Find the source, hold them accountable, and then kill. Look, your patience isn't enough. You can't kill, and keeping them has its uses. The Academy of Sciences has already given instructions. These people need to be taken care of well and sent over when the time comes. Indeed, those old men are still scary. Don't always think they're smiling at you. In fact, they might have dissected you countless times in their minds already. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after a busy day, Li Rulong finally relaxed. Although his superhuman body wouldn't feel soreness or fatigue, he still habitually stretched and moved his limbs. Ding, the big-breasted woman called. He casually answered the phone, and a worried voice came through instantly. Rulong, are you busy? Can you help me? Woo, Yonglingu? What happened? Woo, Rulong, I'm begging you to help me. My dad was taken away by a group of soldiers in black armor. Woo. Li Rulong understood. This was captured by old Jia's people. After all, the color scheme of the powered armor was the same as the military branch it belonged to, and black was indeed the color of their Doomsday Command's direct troops. It seemed that Yang's father was also one of the negotiators. Although he understood, Li Rulong couldn't easily intervene to help. Although he had the highest authority, he couldn't break the rules casually. Don't be nervous. Tell me what happened. It's like this. My mom just called and said that a comrade of my dad called her, asking for help to bring his son back. My dad couldn't help, but out of loyalty to his comrade, he gave the old leader's contact information to the other party. The other party couldn't get through, so they asked my dad to call. After my dad got through, he was criticized by the old leader, but it seemed that his comrade saw hope and insisted on having dinner with my dad. My dad couldn't refuse and went along. and then he was taken away at the dinner table. Fortunately, it's not a big mistake. He just got caught up in a mess. Yang Linger, wait for me at home. This matter is manageable. I'll go ask around. Sniff. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Thank you, Rulong. After hanging up, Li Rulong directly contacted Captain Jia. Old Jia, how's your progress? Not bad. There was quite a bit of resistance, but now they're all behaving. Don't worry. We'll interrogate everyone before noon tomorrow, and anyone with problems will be sent out. Very good. By the way, among the people you captured, is there a man with the surname Yang? Which Yang? I've captured over 100 people with the surname Yang nationwide, and they're all men. I don't know his full name, but he was the former director of the Beijing City Bureau. Look for him, and if you find him, interrogate him directly to see what is going on. If there's a problem, send him away. If not, release him. Also, he has a comrade who was captured. Understood. I'll handle it immediately. Wait, make sure you interrogate clearly. Do what you need to do. I can't make any principled mistakes, and you can't either. Got it. After hanging up the phone, Li Rulong didn't wait for a response. After all, it wasn't a big deal. Even if it didn't make that call, Yang's father would probably be released in the end. There were many people being captured, and they would all be interrogated soon. Those who committed crimes would be sent away with their families. Those on the edge would be suspended and sent home, and those who were fined could go about their business. On the other side, after Captain Jia hung up the phone, he quickly found the detained Yang father, Yang Daling. After seeing his detailed information, Captain Jia had a good idea. He knew his boss had a good relationship with Yang Daling's daughter, Yang Ling, and she was one of his few female friends. Yang Daling, tell me what happened with Chao He today. Why did you call the retired General Li? Yang Daling raised his head when he heard the voice. He seemed to be in good spirits, but hated himself for interfering in things that were none of his business. He recounted the entire sequence of events, and Captain Jia's people interrogated Chao He again. News also came from General Li's side, confirming that Yang Daling was fine, but Chao He would be sent away. As an old soldier, he actually sent both of his children abroad after the government issued directives, and now he regretted seeking connections. Grandma, then let us go with them and have a family reunion outside. Captain Jia politely escorted Yang Daling out of the detention center, offering cigarettes and arranging vehicles along the way. Yang Daling looked at his ugly yet courteous face and felt quite uncomfortable inside. Captain Jia, just call me Xiao Jia. Captain Jia, what is this? Oh, nothing. Recently, some people have been causing trouble, so we might capture the wrong person. But please rest assured, we will seriously verify everyone. Absolutely won't let bad people go, nor will we wrong good people. Otherwise, my superior will definitely kick me to the gate. Oh, that's good. Your unit. Oh, the principle of confidentiality, I want to ask. It's nothing. Didn't we say at the press conference today that we belong to the Long Army Doomsday Command? My superior is General Li Rulong. You should know him. General Li has a good relationship with your daughter. The car has arrived, so I won't see you off any further. Take care. Sitting in the car, Yang Daling thought about what Captain Jia had just said and thought to himself that he didn't know him at all. He simply took out the phone that had been returned to him and first called his wife. Hello, is this old Yang? Is that you? Yes, it's me. I'm fine now, on my way home. That's great. I knew you'd be fine. Okay, is Linger there? Yes. She just looked for a friend to see if she could find out about your situation. Hurry home. Your dad is on the line. Hello, Dad, are you okay? I'm fine, Linger. By the way, do you know General Li Rulong? I know him. Did he help you get out? Sort of. Mainly, I didn't do anything wrong. That's good. By the way, Dad, that red diamond locked in your office is the one he gave me. Huh, it's him. Dad, what's wrong? I'm fine. I'll tell you when I get back. He hung up. In the back seat of the car, Yang Daling leaned back against the seat, looking at the rows of vehicles transporting detainees outside, with two voices clashing in his mind. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. What a good son-in-law candidate. With Linger's looks, he could easily captivate anyone. But he can't hold on to it. At 20 years old, he is already a general of the Long Kingdom. While you at 20 just want to chase girls, there's quite a big gap. Captain Jia briefly reported Yang Daling's situation to Li Rulong. Before he finished speaking, another call from an elder came through. Is there something urgent at this late hour? Hurry to Haidang Hall. There has been movement abroad. After the elder hung up, Li Rulong immediately left for Huaxia. What's going on? Eagle sauce, bald bull, and cheating chicken have united over 100 countries at the UN, putting pressure on us. Although Big Bear abstained, it seems they also want an explanation. As soon as he entered, Chief Zhang took the initiative to explain the situation. Oh? Didn't we withdraw all our people? Why are we still dealing with them? ISNT, there's still a remote meeting? In short, we are now the public enemy of Blue Star. What do they want from us? They're demanding that we make all data public, open our borders, share our defense shield technology with the world, and hand over the resources we retrieved to the UN for redistribution. If we don't agree, do they want to come at us like the 8-Nation Alliance again? Li Rulong sneered as he finished speaking, lit a cigarette, and didn't take it to heart at all. Haha, you're mistaken. This time it's the 100 Nations Coalition led by the 4 constant leaders, and they've already sent us a war warning. Director Zhang said with a smile, and the people in the conference room burst into laughter. Just 4 constants. We've fought them before and won every time. As for the 100 nations, haha, a bunch of trash. It's as easy as drawing 2 lines and a cross. Why should we be afraid of them? The atmosphere in the conference room was relaxed and cheerful, and no one took the so-called war warning seriously. They were smoking, drinking tea, and the staff kindly brought in plenty of seeds and fruits, casually chatting while finalizing their tasks. Originally, Li Rulong wanted to take action personally. He had been on Blue Star for 5 years and had never truly fought, not counting the incidents in the universe. However, the military vetoed his idea, saying that this trivial matter didn't require such a powerful weapon as Li Rulong to intervene, and they could easily handle it themselves, which also provided a good opportunity to test the newly equipped weapons. Li Rulong thought about it as well. Letting them test the waters first and allowing the soldiers to see some action is a good thing. If something unexpected happens later, his intervention would yield the same result. However, the 4 major military commanders almost got into a fight in the conference room, as they all wanted this hard-won opportunity. The army stated that they had more personnel and were the main force, so this opportunity should be given to them. The Navy argued that the coalition would definitely come from the sea, which was their territory and should belong to them. The Air Force representative slammed the table and shouted that they had the latest aerospace fighters, which were fast enough to send the coalition to meet their maker as soon as they stepped out. Only the representative of the rocket forces smiled, pressing the call button on the table with one finger, repeatedly, leaving the service staff behind him confused about his intentions. But everyone else understood. He was showing off that he could handle it with just one button. However, there was nothing they could do about it. His stockpile was vast, and he really could trigger a global nuclear strike with just one press. Li Rulong and a group of people were cracking sunflower seeds nearby, and some were betting on which military branch would get the starting opportunity. In the end, the old man was so irritated by their noise that he slapped the table to call for silence. All right, what are you arguing about? Yiping. Even if it's the end of the world, you can't just throw around nuclear bombs. Our national policy cannot change. How about this? If other countries throw something at us, I agree, you can use some of the stockpile. General He Ping, commander of the rocket force, had an unhappy expression but had to comply, while also calculating in his mind how much to throw out. Should it be one stockpile or the older model from a year ago? The other 3 military commanders looked at him with sneers when they saw the rocket force being sidelined, then immediately shifted to gazing at the old man with affectionate eyes. Ahem, stop looking at me like that. We have the longest land border. Although we have protective shields, we can't just be hit without retaliating. The land defense is up to the army, Lurani. We still have to adhere to national policy. Soldiers are not allowed to cross borders. Yes, we guarantee to complete the mission. However, is the ammunition quantity something we decide for ourselves? General Lurani of the army rubbed his hands and asked the old man with a smile. You arrange it, but if a soldier sacrifices, you give up your position. Lurani was even happier with the old man's reply, thinking about how he would show the world what a real clearance sale looked like. The enemies at sea are up to the Navy, Wang Rand. If the enemy crosses the warning line, firing is permitted, but still, 3 warnings must be issued in dragon language. Yes, our Navy will definitely adhere to international conventions. But what about those who fall into the water? Do we still follow the Geneva Conventions? Follow my foot. The Bernese dog has already given up neutrality, so why adhere to any conventions? Besides, our country is blockaded. No one is allowed in or out. Have you forgotten? Commander Wang Ren of the Navy breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to end up rescuing ships and dirtying his precious assets. Cleaning the deck would be a hassle. What about us? You've divided everything. Should we go steal from home? General Xiang Yuri of the Air Force was anxious. Everything had been divided, and there was no food left. How would he face a bunch of hungry, handsome men and women back home? Why are you so anxious? You won't miss out on anything. You'll be following both battlefields, and everything flying in the sky belongs to you. But don't go fighting for what's below. Yes, although General Xiang Yuri was unwilling, he was satisfied to get a little soup. After all, they were the most special. Even if the enemy came, those 5th-generation planes or even older models wouldn't stand a chance against a single Qingwan Squadron's aerospace fighter. The disparity between friend and foe was too great, and there was really no meat to grab. After all the food was divided, someone suggested that this war might very well be the last war of the old calendar. The war process should be live-streamed to reassure the populace and also enhance national pride. Here, to explain the old calendar. It was a term proposed by the managers in a previous meeting, on the day of the apocalypse. The current Gregorian calendar would be discarded in favor of the old calendar, and the first year of the new calendar after the apocalypse would officially be named the new calendar, year 1 of the Huaxia calendar, symbolizing a new beginning under Huaxia's dominance. The proposal for a war live stream was approved by the meeting. Manager Lee added one more point. It shouldn't just be live-streamed in Dragon Country. Let the super quantum computer invade all foreign satellite signals and network base stations for a global live broadcast. As for the live-streaming equipment, they would use the newly developed Mosquito-style smart drones for full-angle, full-scene filming to ensure every enemy's face was clearly captured. Everyone applauded in agreement with Manager Lee's opinion. While Rulong clapped his hands, thinking to himself how dark it was. Things would surely get chaotic abroad. The meeting concluded, and everyone got busy with their respective duties. The generals hurried back to make pre-war deployments and arrangements. Rulong had no pressing work, so he changed into casual clothes and strolled over to Dazzlin, casually eating some snacks and enjoying his leisure time. Ding! That big-breasted woman is calling. Hello, Rulong, where are you? Came Yang Linger's unique voice over the phone. I'm at Dazzlin. Is there something? I'm coming to find you. Let's talk in person. After saying that, she hung up, and Rulong continued eating his fried skewers. There were significantly fewer tourists on the street than usual. At this time, Dazzlin should have been bustling with people. On the day of the live stream, the country announced a new policy. Non-essential units and private enterprises must take a holiday before March 15th. All citizens from other locations would be provided free transportation back to their registered residences, and the government would distribute food, purified water, necessary daily supplies, and medicine to everyone, even including sanitary pads and contraceptives. As for the private enterprises that had to halt production, the government would cover their losses, providing tax exemptions, rent waivers, and paying employee salaries according to average wages. Even the stock market would be closed on March 1st, with data sealed. Night markets and food stalls in various cities could operate until March 20th, after which they must cease operations, and when they could reopen would depend on higher authorities' notifications. Not long after, Yang Linger arrived at the agreed street corner. She wore a fitted beige trench coat paired with black long high-heeled boots, which accentuated her stunning figure. With wavy long hair topped with a knitted beret, her already beautiful face was lightly made up, and combined with her confident and charming aura, she instantly attracted the green-eyed gazes of all the men nearby. Yang Linger walked up to Rulong, naturally linking her arm through his, her confident smile making her even more alluring. Have you been waiting long? No, I was just hungry and eating some food. Haha, why are you always hungry? No choice. I was hungry for more than a year before, and now I always feel like I can't get enough. I guess I might have developed a mental illness. Who has sick? You probably can't even get sick. Shall we take a stroll? After saying that, Yang Linger linked her arm with his and accompanied Rulong as they casually walked around Dazzlin. She didn't mention Yang Dalin at all, which was unnecessary. Expressing gratitude too much could actually create distance between them. The two chatted and laughed as they wandered, and Yang Linger didn't seem mind her status as a popular flower. She accompanied Rulong in snacking on skewers, eating half a bowl of stinky tofu, and even tried fried scorpions at Rulong's encouragement. They strolled from Dazzlin to Pingan Street, casually chatting along the way. By the way, I still don't know where you're from. Me? I don't even know. I've been in this world, just staying here in the capital. What about your parents? They're no longer in this world. Rulong looked up at the starry sky and thought to himself that they probably didn't report missing persons in their original world. However, Yang Linger misunderstood it to mean that his parents had passed away, and her expression instantly turned anxious as she looked at Rulong with a pained heart. I'm sorry. I didn't know your uncle and aunt were gone. I'm so sorry. After saying this, she bowed to Rulong to express her apology, realizing that her question was somewhat impolite. You forget it. It's fine. I'm used to it. He knew that Yang Linger might have misunderstood, and there was no need to explain. The elders knew he came from another world, but they were unaware of the system. That was his biggest secret, something he couldn't even share with close people. The two fell silent and continued walking without words. Do you live alone? No, I have a female roommate. Upon hearing this, Yang Linger's expression instantly turned very disappointed as she lowered her head. She's my colleague. You've met her, the one who handed me my hat the day I returned. She's like my deputy, but she has been promoted and transferred now. Li Rulong casually introduced himself, and Yang Linger immediately became happy, as long as he wasn't her boyfriend. The opportunity was hers. Li Rulong, who had already taken a few steps, noticed that Yang Linger was standing still, calling out to him, and he turned back, puzzled. Can you be my boyfriend? Yang Linger stared intently at Li Rulong, nervously rubbing her sweaty hands, waiting for his response. Li Rulong held a cup of milk tea, staring at her in a daze. I was confessed to? Or was it the big star who looked very much like the popular flower actress from my previous life, but younger and more beautiful than her in the original world? The one I could only dream about in my past life confessed to me? This forced me to act composed. Yang Linger waited for a long time without a response, her gaze gradually dimming, and even her eyes started to redden, desperately holding back tears. Suddenly, a pair of slightly warm hands gently lifted her drooping head. Li Rulong looked at her gently and softly said, "Then from now on, you'll be mine." He chose his words carefully, saying "you'll be mine" instead of "I will be yours." The managers had always hoped he would marry a few more, as long as the ages were appropriate. It was up to him. Of course, there was some selfishness involved, as they knew Li Rulong was not from this world, but if he had ties, many ties, could he stay stable? More importantly, they hoped he could have more children. With his genes, combined with Li Rulong's almost oblivious attitude towards all non-Han ethnicities, it would definitely ensure the safety of Longhua. Yang Linger was not foolish. On the contrary, having been in the entertainment industry since childhood, she was smarter and more perceptive than others. Initially, she never thought she could be each other's only one. As long as she wholeheartedly became Li Rulong's only one, that was completely enough. From now on, I am yours, exclusively yours, even if the world, no. The universe faces its end. Li Rulong held her in his arms, and she buried her head in his strong chest. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, there were still many pedestrians on the road. Seeing this pair of such a perfect couple, everyone applauded to express their congratulations. Li Rulong smiled at everyone to express his gratitude, while the person in his arms was trembling slightly. All right, don't cry anymore. So many people are watching. I didn't cry. I just want to go to the bathroom. Li Rulong smiled as he took her hand and quickly walked toward the spot not far ahead. The people behind them applauded as they watched the two leave, watching, until they saw them directly turn into the gate of Huaxia. And the guard at the entrance not only did not stop them, but also saluted in acknowledgement. Wow, this is a big shot. Wait, that guy just now looks so familiar. Oh my god, he is the General Li Rulong from the live stream. I forgot to take a photo. That woman seems to be not important. Yang Linger, in a daze, was led by Li Rulong into Huaxia. Normally, she would have never been able to enter here in her lifetime. She wouldn't even dare to think about it. Yet now she was brought in by Li Rulong, and the guards and soldiers along the way trusted the two of them so much, they didn't even have to register or be questioned. Li Rulong led her to the nearest restroom and waited outside. Ding! That old man with the clapper called. Just as he lit a cigarette, his phone rang. It was the old man, and he knew immediately what it was about. "You looking for me at this hour, old man? Don't tell me you want me to work overtime? You little rascal, you've finally come to your senses? We were just discussing whether you were incapable or just didn't like women. Now you have a chance to bring someone for us to meet. After all, we are your guardians here. Hey, let's not say anything reckless. I'm a pure man, and you all know I'm quite strong. Besides, your mouth is really fast. I just confirmed the relationship not even 10 minutes ago, and the information is already on your desk. All right, we wouldn't dare to monitor you. If it weren't for you bringing her into Huaxia, we wouldn't have known. We also hope the Li family can have more children. That's a good thing." Li Rulong believed this. If anyone was monitoring him, he would sense it immediately. After chatting for a bit, the old man hung up, sounding quite happy, as he had finally let go of a worry. He even arranged for Li Rulong to move into a courtyard house not far from Huaxia, which had been prepared 3 years ago. It was said to have been a prince's residence and had undergone modern renovations, with many high-ranking officials moving nearby for convenience in emergencies. Although they had considered letting him live in Huaxia before, after briefly mentioning it, Li Rulong had not agreed, as he disliked inconvenient places. Yang Linger came out of the restroom, and Li Rulong didn't take her on a random tour around Huaxia. Instead, he had the guards arrange a vehicle and personally drove her home, telling her that her whole family could move to the courtyard house, as it was safe there. After watching Li Rulong leave, Yang Linger confessed to her parents about their relationship and the moving situation he mentioned. After much thought, her parents believed it would be better for Yang Linger to live there herself. Their presence would be inconvenient, and besides, they were all in the capital, where it was very safe so they directly declined. However, the two elders emphasized several points to Yang Linger, including the traditional Chinese concept of having multiple wives and concubines, as they felt such an outstanding son-in-law couldn't be solely enjoyed by one person. It would be better to come to terms with it early and prepare mentally. Yang Linger felt warm inside. She was afraid her parents' traditional views would lead to family disharmony in the future, as she had made up her mind. Li Rulong drove back to the villa and found that Zhang Jiqiao was not home, and he felt that many of her things were missing. He called her, but there was no answer, so he didn't think much of it. Until the next day, during a meeting, he ran into Manager Zhang, who looked at Li Rulong with a gloomy face and snorted at him, leaving him confused, wondering if the old man was going through menopause at his age. After the meeting, Manager Zhang directly dragged Li Rulong to a secluded place and angrily said, "You dare to bully Jiqiao. Do you believe I'll drop a nuclear bomb on you? Even if it doesn't kill you, it will disgust you." Li Rulong was taken aback and thought, "What happened? What did I bully her?" Li Rulong stared with wide eyes. He absolutely hated being wronged. No one was exempt. "You say there's no reason?" Jiqiao cried all night at my place last night. "If it wasn't because of you, was she reminiscing about her great-grandmother?" I said, "Are you really that foolish, or just pretending to be confused? Hurry up and resolve this. As long as you treat her well, I don't care about the rest. You're pushing your granddaughter into a fire pit. All right, let go. If you hit me, it's you who will feel the pain." "Fine, I get it. Then let us do this together." Li Rulong helplessly said that he just got a girlfriend last night, and today his family sent another one. "This is a good thing. The more the merrier. Haha, I have high hopes for you. All right, I'm off to have tea with old Li. Zitao will come back to you tonight, so you can do your thing." After Zhang Zhongwan finished speaking, he turned around, hands behind his back, humming a folk tune from his hometown as he left, leaving Li Rulong standing there in a daze. He felt too embarrassed to expose him. Was he going for tea, or just showing off? Rolling his eyes, he went straight to the command center to work. After all, he still had responsibilities to fulfill. After a busy day, taking advantage of the foreign coalition forces still gathering, Li Rulong clocked out on time. He had arranged to have dinner with Yang Linger that evening and then help her move. However, there was still one waiting at home, which made him feel uncertain. He didn't know what Yang Linger's attitude would be. He hoped they wouldn't start dating yesterday and break up today, or he would become a laughingstock. Driving to Beijing, although many classmates had already returned home, she and Chun Xia and a few others still went to school every day. "Beauty, where are you going?" "I'll give you a ride. I'm waiting for my boyfriend, but the little brother here is quite a bit more handsome. I'll go with you. You decide where to go." The car stopped next to Yang Linger, and Li Rulong joked with her, helping her load her luggage into the car before heading back to the villa to pick up the other lady. "Linger, have you really thought this through?" Li Rulong still felt a bit uncertain. He was a superhero, but he didn't want to be a scumbag. However, if he succeeded, he would be a scumbag. So what could he do? I've thought it through. You can rest assured I will handle my relationship with her or them, with laughter and conversation. The car drove into the underground garage of the Sihuan, a place Li Rulong was visiting for the first time. On the way, he noticed quite a few special agents and internal guards patrolling or hiding nearby. After taking the elevator to the ground level, the two could only marvel at how it was indeed the former prince's residence. The area was measured in acres, with a total area of 30 acres, which was 12 acres less than Hishun's residence. Pavilions and towers, rockeries and streams, forests, grass, flowers, and birds were all present, and everything had been modernized, such as the addition of a parking lot underground and a small gym area created from an open space. On the way, Yang Linger had already informed him of her parents' decision, and knowing that she was the only one moving over, Li Rulong simply took her directly to the main building, which had 12 bedrooms, each a suite. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw Zhang Jiqiao standing at the entrance of the main building, looking a bit anxious as she gazed towards the door. This is Li Rulong walked up to Zhang Jiqiao and was about to introduce himself when Zhang Jiqiao interrupted him. "Hello, I'm Yang Linger, and my name is Zhang Jiqiao." Zhang Jiqiao took the initiative to greet her and extended her hand in a friendly manner. However, Yang Linger directly hugged her and whispered in her ear, "Hello, Jiqiao, you can call me Linger. From now on, we are sisters. Please take care of me." After saying that, she turned to Li Rulong, signaling him to put the luggage back in the room, as the two of them wanted to stroll around the courtyard. They won't get into a fight, will they? Li Rulong stood still, thought for a moment, and decided to let go. Neither of them were that petty. Plus, Yang Linger had already moved on, and Zhang Jiqiao was probably convinced by Manager Zhang. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to stay here and even took the initiative to greet him. The dramatic conflicts typical of idol dramas didn't happen. The two girls chatted and laughed while preparing dinner together, then watched a TV show starring Yang Linger until late at night, exchanging goodnights before heading back to their respective rooms. Li Rulong, left alone in the living room, was a bit dumbfounded, thinking to himself, wait a minute. Even if there's no conflict, shouldn't at least one of them stay to sleep with me? I've been fantasizing all day, and this is the result? He guessed the girls were still holding back, so he sighed and returned to his bedroom to sleep. Ding! Just as he lay down and prepared to sleep, his phone received a message. Generally, are you dating Linga? Is it true? He figured it was from Chun Xia, and they probably all knew. Yeah, we confirmed our relationship yesterday. Wish us 3 the best. 3? Who else? That's wild. Jitao, you don't know her, she's my aide. Her parents agreed, so we're together too. Pretty impressive, huh? After sending the message, he waited for a long time without a reply, until he was about to close his eyes when the message finally came. Besides being handsome and good at work, what other talents do you have that can make 2 girls accommodate you? My big toe is particularly long. Does that count? Can you take me along? Playing do diju is boring. Mahjong is way more fun. No, you're just showing off. If you have the ability, come at me directly. Give me a straight answer. I'm serious. On the other side, Chun Xia was lying in her dorm bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She really had fallen for Li Rulong. With the straightforward personality typical of Northeast girls, she decided to go all in. If it worked out, great. If not, she could handle it. After waiting a long time, Li Rulong's message finally came back. Can you be a little shy? Girls should be reserved. Once I'm done with my busy schedule in a couple of days, let's meet up. Sure, I'll keep my body for you for another 2 days. I don't want to leave a clean slate on Earth when the end comes. After ending the chat, Li Rulong couldn't sleep. It really felt like he was being rewarded by a benevolent system, but of course, personal effort was also essential. It seemed like his fate was destined to be complicated. Calculating derivatives of power functions involves raising the exponent. ZZZ. Using calculus to hypnotize himself, Li Rulong quickly fell asleep, and he slept particularly well that night, although he felt a bit cramped. The next day, the 3 of them got up together, and nothing special happened. The 2 girls just happened to sleep beside him, fully clothed. As a big shot, could he not notice? But the best approach was to pretend to be asleep. Yang Linger was going to school today to handle vacation procedures, while Li Rulong and Zhang Jitao had to return to their respective jobs. After breakfast, they went their separate ways. Zhang Jitao remained in the 9th Bureau. After all, she had been promoted to major, and Manager Zhang wanted to train her, so he had her join the 9th Bureau's staff as a staff officer. However, it was likely that she wouldn't be away from Li Rulong for long. Li Rulong arrived at the Doomsday Command Center. As soon as he entered the command center, everyone looked at him with strange eyes. Chief of Staff, are you going to take my kidney? Li Rulong walked over to Chief of Staff General Lu Peng. Noticing his smiling gaze scanning him from top to bottom, he casually said, I can't move, just wanted to see if you weren't tired. I was all set for you to take a day off today, but I didn't expect you to actually show up. Who leaked the secret? Li Rulong instantly understood what General Lu Peng meant. He knew about his cohabitation or his 2 girlfriends. Haha, still a secret? Manager Zhang is already preparing to print the invitations. This old man. Show some respect. That's your grandfather. Haha. After a few jokes, they got down to business. Haven't they gathered yet? Damn, this is taking too long. I should ask the elder for instructions and just go there myself. Li Rulong looked at the satellite images and noticed that foreign troops were still being transported from the south and west, while many warships for various countries were docked around the Eagle Sauce's Guam base. However, it was evident that many others were still at sea, heading towards Guam with white tails trailing behind them. You shouldn't go. If you do, the 4 major military forces will fight you to the death. Do you know they've already prepared and are even more anxious than you? The Chief of Staff and the staff quickly stopped him, as cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. If he goes, every single one in the command center will be in trouble, and even the cooks in the kitchen won't be spared. All right, Rulong, after all, it's a joint effort from 112 countries. It's not just about military preparations. Troops need to be gathered. I guess they're probably still arguing about the second command authority. After all, the first command authority is definitely with Eagle Sauce, and they can't dispute that. As the Chief of Staff said, all the senior military officers from the coalition were gathered in a large meeting room at the Eagle Sauce Pentagon, shouting at each other. Their voices no less than the bargaining of elderly folks at a morning market in Long Country. General Losnov, what do you big bears mean? You only sent 1 person, and you didn't clarify your military strength. Tell your president that as long as he sends troops, the big bear will have the second command authority. Eagle Sauce's commander, General Robert, looked at the giant bear representative, General Losnov, who was sitting there smoking a cigar and watching the show, and loudly reminded him that the Eagle Sauce president had given him an order. He must drag the giant bear into the water. Only then could they be more assured. But since Losnov arrived, he hadn't said a word, just puffing away at one cigar after another. General Robert, you know our situation. It's difficult now. We really can't send troops. It's tough for our country. Just tell me what you want. We Eagle Sauce would do our best to provide it. I could send you 10 boxes of cigars. Losnov was stunned. Why would he want cigars? Oh, are you saying I smoke too much? But what can he do? What he was smoking wasn't cigars. It was guilt. He wasn't really a general of the giant bear. He was an underground swindler from the giant bear. Although he had served in the military in his youth and his ancestors had fought alongside the big mustache, he was not focused on that. He just wanted to make quick money with his tongue. Later, he got caught and was sentenced to 200 years, destined to die in prison. However, due to special reasons, many generals had died, and this time he was suddenly summoned by the president, who noticed his talent for fraud and had him pretend to be a general for this coalition meeting. His instructions were to secure meat and grain back to the giant bear, starting with at least 500,000 tons. The more he secured, the longer he could live. As a result, he found that it was quite similar to doing business. It was all about deceiving to the utmost. After all, you need the giant bear, so the advantage is with me. General Robert, 1 million tons of various grains, 800,000 tons of various meats, and 100,000 bottles of vodka. Once these are in place, we will consider sending troops. This is the president's bottom line. Losnov, this is impossible. The whole world is short of food. We cannot provide that. You can't provide a damn thing. There's a saying in Long Country, a toad yawning makes you look the greenest. No, that seems wrong. Losnov said leisurely while holding his arms, continuing to puff clouds. Robert was furious. He was the designated supreme commander of the coalition. Yet the person who came dared not to respect him. General Losnov, this is Eagle Sauce. This is the coalition's joint meeting. I am a 3-star general of Eagle Sauce. Please respect me. What's wrong with a 3-star general? Even if you become a snowflake general, it won't matter if I fulfill my conditions and you can't do it. What good is that? You are the first strong country in the Blue Star. And talking is like farting, wasting my drinking time. Just as Robert was gritting his teeth and about to continue arguing with him, he heard the president's voice in his earpiece. Agree to his terms, but first give him 400,000 tons of grain and 200,000 tons of meat. The bottom line is 600,000 tons of grain and 400,000 tons of meat. Let them see benefits before they will send troops. No one understands the giant bear country and their president better than I do. Hearing the president's order, Robert can only take a deep breath and then said, we can agree to the conditions, but we can only first give 400,000 tons of grain and 200,000 tons of meat. The rest will be paid in batches according to the progress of the war. No. Dear General Robert, that's too little. It's not worth offending the giant dragon. Losnov shook his finger, looking at Robert with disdain, as if saying, poor guy, still wanting to be the boss. 500,000 tons of grain, 200,000 tons of meat, that's our bottom line. The rest we will sign a contract for, to be given in batches. No. Dear General Robert, that's not enough for me to report back. It's not worth offending our president. 600,000 tons of grain, 300,000 tons of meat. This no. Lovely General Robert, let me be frank, my previous conditions are the bottom line. If we reach an agreement, I'll take the goods and leave. And the president will be happy to gather troops immediately. Otherwise, no negotiation. And don't talk about contracts. If you breach it, will I sue you or will you come to me to respond? After Losnov finished speaking, he picked up the cigar on the table and casually took a few boxes of cigars from the side table, turning to leave the meeting room, leaving the representatives of other countries sitting nearby, feeling furious, but unable to say anything, thinking to themselves, I just smoked one. My family needs this high-end product too. As Losnov was about to leave, the president's voice came through the earpiece again, instructing Robert to agree to him and ensure the food is delivered within 3 days. Robert cursed the president in his heart for being unreliable, thinking, does he really understand the giant bear and their president? Hichu, we agree, and within 3 days, all materials will arrive. We hope your country can keep its word, as this concerns the survival and will of the entire Blue Star and all free people. What a load of nonsense. Our president said that once the goods arrive, he will immediately make a run for it. Who the hell would get involved in this mess? Do you really think they can still be controlled now? Thinking this in his heart, Losnov, however, had a satisfied expression on his face, stepped forward to shake hands with Robert warmly, and then stated he could wait for him for 3 days. However, he must not forget the vodka. If it can't be gathered, Other beverages can be used as substitutes, but they must contain alcohol and be high proof. As Robert gritted his teeth and glared murderously, the giant bear representatives left the venue satisfied. They needed to hurry and find a place to have a good drink, as this opportunity would not come again. After the giant bear left, the joint meeting continued, but the next proposals again made all participating countries unhappy. As Robert split the conditions he had just agreed to with the giant bear among each country, while Eagle Sauce only took a negligible small part. They were dissatisfied, and Eagle Sauce would not indulge them. If the giant bear could not handle it, could they not deal with you? Dare not to give it a try. Next, amidst the noise, apart from the first and second command authorities, the command authority of other designated battle zones was allocated one by one according to the strength of each country. However, the command authority for the Middle Eastern Coalition was given to the rootless tribe, which was absolutely unacceptable to the camels of the Middle East, who were deeply entrenched in animosity, thinking, how dare they command us? The camels are eager for the rootless to perish first. They initially didn't want to get involved, as they had always maintained a good relationship with the Dragon Kingdom. However, ever since the Dragon Kingdom issued the Doomsday Proclamation, they have been unable to enter the Dragon Kingdom by any means, even if they offered all their wealth. The only response from the Dragon Kingdom was the 5 words non-dragon descendants prohibited entry. With no other option, they had to join the coalition forces. At least if Doomsday truly came, they could huddle together for warmth. The golden camels had already taken refuge in the pre-built Doomsday Fortress, which is ironically constructed by a private company from the Dragon Kingdom, with facilities and manuals all in the dragon language, forcing them to learn the dragon tongue. Because of this, the representative of the rootless tribe was beaten up at the conference, with others intervening to pull them apart. In the end, with no options left, they let the rootless organize their own team, while the camels formed a separate Middle Eastern coalition, handing over command to the Black Camels, who had a long-standing feud with the Eagle Nation. The Southern Coalition was composed of India and various monkey tribes from South Asia, as well as kangaroo nations from the Pacific, with command held by the Kangaroo Nation. India was unhappy again, shaking their head and insisting that as the number 1 in Asia, they should hold the power, but they were met with disdain from everyone present. The Foot Basin chickens and the Sticks continued to cozy up to the Eagle Nation, as they were too close to the Dragon Kingdom, especially with one being shameless and the other having a national grudge. Only their eagle father could keep them in check. The Foot Basin chickens had been living in fear ever since the Dragon Kingdom achieved unification, feeling that the next step would be an attack on them. Knowing well the inhumane acts they committed in the past, fearing that the Dragon Kingdom would send them a delivery. This time, they were frantically clinging to the Eagle Nation, crying out, "Dad, he's going to hit me. He definitely will hit me. You have to make a decision for me." Thus, the conflicts among the nations were set aside in light of mutual interests, deciding to force the Dragon Kingdom to compromise 7 days later, 3 days for the giant bear supplies to arrive and another 3 days to gather forces, or else declare war. The exhausted Eagle Nation spat up several mouthfuls of blood, while the bald cow and the unfaithful chicken, indifferent to the situation, remained aloof. As no one feared them anyway, they just listened to whatever was said. While the meeting took place abroad, people at home were watching the spectacle, unaware that the entire process of their meeting had long been infiltrated by the Dragon Kingdom's super quantum computer, Fushi. The elders and Li Rulong were munching on seeds and drinking tea, happily watching the live broadcast, with Fushi thoughtfully providing real-time translations of various languages in the dragon tongue for easy viewing, making it even more entertaining than watching a comedy, causing several old men to abandon their usual serious expressions and laugh heartily. Meanwhile, the think tanks were analyzing whether the giant bear would intervene. In the end, the elder remarked, "No, even if it does intervene, we won't be afraid. Let the army deploy 2 heavy-armored combined brigades to the north for defense, and we won't have to worry about it." The live broadcast ended. Everyone clapped their hands and went about their business. Li Rulong was given time off again. After all, there were still 7 days until the war began, and he had nothing to do. With nothing to occupy his time, Li Rulong accompanied Yang Linger shopping, buying a bunch of clothes and daily necessities. After returning home, Yang Linger went to prepare dinner, while Li Rulong sat in the yard drinking tea. The countdown in his mind displayed: 377, 1233, 377, 1232, 377, 1231. With less than 16 days left until the apocalypse, all necessary preparations had been made. He and the country's objective were the same: to do everything possible to protect Longhua and the Huaxia ethnic group, and to rename Blue Star to Longxing. On March 21st, 2029, Longwood declared a nationwide wartime state 3 days in advance, but did not initiate wartime mobilization, as it was unnecessary. At the same time, a news announcement was made to the people nationwide, stating that Eagle Sauce and Xiaoyang Chong led a coalition of 109 countries to formally declare war on Longwa. The news broke the usual rules of being text-heavy with few images, instead headlining with Longwa 1 versus 112, advantage on our side. The article not only explained the current international situation, but also included satellite images showing that Longwa was already surrounded by heavy troops on the west and south. The Western Front was depicted with the global joint fleet led by Eagle Sauce aggressively approaching Longwa's maritime territory. Finally, 6 high-definition images and descriptions were attached, as the foreign network had already been intercepted by Fushi, eliminating any concerns about leaks. The first image featured a strangely shaped warship, named the Qianlong-class all-domain frigate by the Navy, measuring 256 meters in length, 38 meters at its widest point, and with a draft of 12 meters. It employed a parallel deck design with a 21-meter-high command tower spanning 4 levels, powered by a domestically developed deep space all-domain energy system H1 fully electric drive, with unlimited endurance and a maximum speed of 52 knots, boasting a displacement of tons, making it a true frigate. The entire ship was constructed with battleship-grade superalloy armor and was equipped with special sound-absorbing armor to resist all conventional weapon attacks, except for nuclear ones. The stern housed 2 multi-functional vertical transport aircraft of the Seagull class, which differed from traditional naval helicopters and were hidden in a hangar beneath the deck, ready to launch and execute missions within half a minute if needed. The weapon system included a 200mm caliber Gauss naval gun and 4 units on each side, 2 units at the front and back, totaling 12 units of 120mm laser defense guns capable of firing 800 rounds per second. Combined with the intelligence system and radar of the Jingwei warship, it could intercept incoming missiles and even bullets from cannons. Traditional vertical launch systems were also present at the stern deck, with 20 launch silos containing 100 small missiles. Although small, their power was greater than that of previous large missiles, and the article did not specify whether they were equipped with nuclear warheads. The ship's crew consisted of 900 members, including 680 naval personnel, 80 logistics staff, and 120 Marines, along with 20 naval aviators and logistics engineers. This futuristic and sci-fi-inspired new warship instantly attracted the attention of ship enthusiasts nationwide, with retired naval soldiers clamoring to return to the military to once again defend the country's maritime borders. The second and third images featured aircraft, their elegant lines and sci-fi aesthetics evoking awe. The next-generation aerospace fighter of Longwa, codenamed Qingwan, could no longer be defined by the Eagle Sauce system of generation classification. It was truly an aerospace fighter. The Qingwan aircraft measured 27 meters in length, had a wingspan of 13 meters, and stood 3.9 meters tall, featuring a unique forward-swept wing design, completely flat with no vertical tail. The aircraft was constructed from aerospace-grade superalloy armor, lightweight yet highly defensive, powered by a deep space all-domain energy system K1 with a deep space engine K81. Its maximum takeoff weight reached kilograms, with a maximum flight speed of 5 Mach and a cruising speed of 2.3 Mach, capable of reaching near-Earth orbit and returning independently, with vertical takeoff and landing capabilities, thus eliminating the need for distinctions between Air Force and naval aviation versions. The aircraft was also equipped with ultra-small shield generators that could be activated during combat and when returning to the Black Barrier Zone, ensuring the safety of both the aircraft and its pilots. In addition to newly developed ground attack and anti-ship missiles, traditional air-to-air combat munitions were eliminated. Thanks to the Xian new intelligence system, the aircraft was equipped with 3 30mm ultra-high-speed laser cannons. One was positioned in front of the pilot, while the other 2 were deployed on the top and bottom of the aircraft, utilizing 10 centimeters high all-angle hemispherical gun bases that could rotate at any angle, automatically targeting enemy aircraft with the Xian new system, enabling all-angle attacks and defenses. The other aircraft was a large yet somewhat cute model named the Rulong multifunctional warplane, capable of performing bombing, air transport, airdrop, infiltration, and reconnaissance missions. In addition to being constructed from the same materials as the Qingwan, it was powered by a more powerful deep space all-domain energy system K2 and 4 deep space engines K2, each providing 880 kilonewtons of thrust. Its maximum takeoff weight reached a historic 2,100 tons, with a maximum payload of 1,500 tons, measuring 128 meters in length, 98 meters in wingspan, and 29 meters in height. It also featured small shield generators and a total of 8 120mm all-angle hemispherical laser cannons located on the top and belly of the aircraft, providing both offensive and defensive capabilities. The article also revealed its most unique feature, explaining why it was named Rulong. It truly achieved the ability to be sunlit when eyes are open, shadowed when eyes are closed. The entire aircraft was covered with a layer of anti-light camouflage coating, capable of rendering it invisible to the naked eye when powered on, making it almost undetectable during the day and undetectable by radar at night. The fourth image was the only one labeled as under construction, depicting a vessel resembling an aircraft carrier but lacking the traditional upper structure and command tower. The accompanying text explained that this was a Yinglong-class aerospace integrated combat platform under construction in Longhua, with the first ship named Yinglong and the second Huanglong, and noted that it was expected to be delivered for use in June of this year. The Yinglong-class aerospace combat platform resembled a warship in shape and structure, but featured engines at the rear that resembled fighter jet engine nozzles rather than traditional propellers. There were a total of 10 such devices on the entire aircraft carrier, with 4 at the stern, 3 on each side at the bottom, evenly distributed with 8 smaller engine nozzles. The aerospace integrated combat platform is 590 meters long, which is twice the length of a traditional aircraft carrier, and its width reaches 333 meters, with a total height of 120 meters. It is powered by a dedicated large-scale deep space energy system, the SD-3, in conjunction with 2 propulsion systems, the Deep Space Engine SA-3 and an anti-gravity engine, the SF-3. The maximum airspeed can reach 2 Mach, with a cruising speed of 0.82 Mach, and in sea flight mode, it can achieve a speed of 40 knots, while the maximum altitude limit is 3,000 kilometers, also with unlimited endurance. It has a standard crew of 100, and can carry 220 Changwon aircraft and 28 Zhulong aircraft, with the capability to load up to 40 additional aircraft of other types as needed. In terms of armament, the Yinglong class can be likened to a flying hedgehog, with multiple hidden laser cannons throughout the ship. The sides of the deck are equipped with a total of 120 missile launch ports, and there are 4 large Gauss cannons at the bow, allowing for multi-angle attacks from the front, top, and bottom. The standard photon force field defense shield enhances its defensive capabilities to the maximum, and will become the combat command platform for the entire Dragon Country military. As for the fact that only 2 have been built, it is because Dragon Country views them as training and experimental ships, with future objectives being self-evident. The Northeast Tiger-class main battle tank may be the most puzzling for the public, as it has no tracks or wheels. It isn't until the audience finishes reading the full text that they take a deep breath in awe, marveling at the country's strength and technological advancement, as it operates using an anti-gravity system. Li Rulong brought back a USB drive containing information about the anti-gravity system, which has become a fundamental subject in many alien civilizations. Dragon Kingdom scientists studied it for more than half a year before applying in practice. The Northeast Tiger main battle tank, equipped with the Army version of the Deep Space Universal Energy System L-1 and the Deep Space Anti-Gravity Engine LAF-1, weighs 80 tons, with a length of 8 meters, a width of 8 meters, and a height of 2 meters. It accommodates a crew of 2, a commander and a gunner, with a maximum anti-gravity flight height of 1 meter and a maximum speed of 160 kilometers per hour on all terrains, truly achieving off-road capabilities like driving on flat ground. Its main weapon is a 230mm caliber, meter-long Gauss land combat cannon, paired with an automatic loader and many shells. With a maximum ammunition capacity of 200 rounds and a maximum firing rate of 60 rounds per minute. It can be controlled for aiming and firing by either the gunner or the Baihu intelligence system. Additionally, there is a 30mm anti-air laser cannon on top of the tank, with a firing rate of 1,200 rounds per minute, which can also be used as a laser gun for supporting troops when necessary. The armor is made of ultra-alloy combat-grade armor and is standardly equipped with a small shield generator to withstand various weapon attacks. Finally, there is a group photo of 5 soldiers wearing different configurations of power armor in colors representing the Army Green, Navy White, Air Force Blue, and Rocket Red. The Army soldier holds a Gauss rifle, the Air Force soldiers hold Gauss pistols, the Navy soldier carries a Gauss sniper cannon, and the Rocket Force soldier surprisingly has a small box with a red button on a yellow square. They stand on either side, while in the middle stands a member of the special military unit, the Dragon Kingdom Guard, dressed in a starry black color scheme. holding a large alloy shield in his left hand, which reflects a faint golden light, and a Gauss submachine gun in his right hand, with an alloy laser battle axe at his waist. The other military branches are briefly introduced, but the focus is on the Dragon Kingdom Guard. This unit is not large in number, but all members are elite warriors recruited from various parts of the military, directly under the Doomsday Command. In addition to other equipment, the light reflected from the alloy shield is due to a mini shield generator that can generate a layer of small shields, but since it is powered by a battery, it is not permanent. Once the article was published, the citizens gasped in awe, followed by a wave of nationwide cheers. It's no wonder the news headlines were written this way. The advantage truly lies with us. The Dragon Kingdom did not issue a national mobilization order during the National War, but could not resist the citizens' enthusiasm for enlisting to defend their homeland. The staff at recruitment offices were hoarse from shouting, yet the citizens refused to leave, driven by a desire to protect their country and a craving for military equipment. This situation caught the attention of the higher-ups, who could not dampen the public's enthusiasm and could only state that this minor commotion did not require the citizens' assistance. They expressed confidence that the existing 20 million Dragon Kingdom soldiers could completely annihilate the enemy. If a doomsday scenario were to arise in the future, the country would definitely issue a mobilization order at the first moment, ensuring ample equipment and opportunities for everyone to serve the motherland and protect their families. Meanwhile, Rulong proposed an unexpected suggestion, stating that since the citizens desired military equipment, they should create some merchandise for them to buy, setting the prices very low to satisfy public sentiment and maintain enthusiasm for enlistment. This reflects the essence of the Dragon Kingdom, not just advanced weaponry, but also national spirit in the hearts of its people. On March 21st, 2029, the shadows of war seem to be lurking around the borders of the Dragon Kingdom while enveloping the entire world. On this day, everyone on Blue Star was focused on this war, which was even more special than the S2 season. Foreigners believed that with the strength of the Eagle Sauce in 111 countries around the globe, it would absolutely recreate the scene of the 8-nation alliance invasion in 1900, and the outcome would be the same as back then. They did not think that the so-called photon force field defense shield of the Dragon Kingdom could withstand the coalition's missile barrage, aside from being visually appealing. It held no real significance. Some foreign companies even started betting, not on the victory or loss, but on how long the Dragon Kingdom could withstand the assault, prompting citizens from various countries to open their wallets, as such betting opportunities are rare in a lifetime. Surprisingly, many of the heavy bettors were those who had left the Dragon Kingdom, the Banana People. They harbored a deep hatred for their homeland, particularly blaming it for abandoning and deceiving them, and they vigorously smeared the country in various forms, even shouting that the Dragon Kingdom would surely be defeated. Some members of the third generation, personally escorted out of the country by Captain Jia, and their families even donated to the coalition, which was truly laughable. The coalition also saw an opportunity and auctioned off the rights to live broadcast the battlefield and its coverage, with major media groups flocking to bid, waving their checks. The final price even exceeded more than 10 times that of the 2008 Beijing Olympics, ultimately being won by BBC and CBS, who had to find allies to share the cost due to the exorbitant price. At 10 a.m. on the 21st, led by Eagle Sauce, the largest naval coalition in history, comprising navies from 29 countries, 32 aircraft carriers, and 810 various types of warships and submarines, arrived 15 nautical miles from the Dragon Kingdom's maritime territory. This position was already very close to the front line by normal engagement rules, especially for aircraft carriers, which were in danger, but they were not afraid. The coalition's command wanted to use their overwhelming numbers to pressure the Dragon Kingdom, breaking down their psychological defenses and forcing them to surrender without a fight. Therefore, they did not strategize or form task forces, but simply aimed to push through. Meanwhile, on the other 3 battlefields of the Dragon Kingdom, coalition forces had gathered in the west and south, with large armies and weapons having reached within 100 kilometers of the Dragon Kingdom's border, ready to engage in battle at any moment. In the north, the already benefited Bear Country remained unusually quiet, with the coalition command unable to contact their defense ministry for 3 consecutive days. As of now, not a single soldier had been deployed by Bear Country, and strangely, many cities within their borders had turned into ghost towns, with citizens missing and the military and national leadership nowhere to be found. At this point, even a fool could tell that the capital had betrayed them and taken away over 1 million tons of supplies, infuriating Coalition Commander General Robert, who cursed Bear Country with the dirtiest words, deeming them unworthy of being a fighting nation, calling them serfs and cowards. But it was of no use. He could only deal with the Dragon Kingdom first, and then crush Bear Country directly after winning, effectively eliminating the only two competitors on Blue Star. As the time came, General Robert ordered a full advance, directing missiles to target the Golden Cover, and as soon as it was shattered, he immediately ordered the aircraft from various countries' aircraft carriers to take off and conduct indiscriminate bombings on the Dragon Kingdom. When they reached a position 10 nautical miles from the Dragon Kingdom's territory, it was already 11 a.m. Many of the coalition's ships were slow, as they were the ones sold to them by Eagle Sauce after being eliminated in the S2 season, and over 10 of their boilers were broken, requiring other warships to tow them along. Attention! You are approaching our territorial waters. Please turn around and leave immediately. Attention! You! A pure dragon language voice simultaneously came through the communication devices on all warships. Many did not understand, but they could guess its meaning, and it sounded as if only half of the message was conveyed. Why not use Eagle language to repeat it? The Dragon Kingdom's defense shield looks really nice, but I wonder if it works? On the bridge of the Coalition flagship, the forward aircraft carrier, aside from Commander Robert, gathered commanders from other countries in the Coalition and journalists who had acquired broadcasting rights. Robert, smoking a cigar, was in a relaxed mood as he jokingly teased the Coalition Chief of Staff, General James, about the Dragon Kingdom's equipment, with others chiming in. That's right, General Robert. This stuff is just like their dragon medicine. It sounds impressive, but is actually useless. General Lecky in the pants is right. I am honored to represent the Foot Basin Chicken Empire in the Allied fleet. We will let the whole world see that it was Eagle Dad who defeated us back then. Under the command of the great Commander Robert, Longwa is truly vulnerable. All right, Mei Niao Jun, let's not bring up the past anymore. When I get back, I will mention to President Ku Puchuan about ceding the 3 eastern provinces of Longwa to you Foot Basin chickens. So you won't have to worry about being wiped out by earthquakes anymore. Arigato, dog. I hope your mother dies. Your Excellency Commander Robert, if that really happens, then you would be the reborn parents of the Foot Basin chickens. On behalf of the Foot Basin chicken, let me bow to you. Ha ha ha. Too polite. Mei Niao Jun and Dog Egg Jun. Just watch how the great Allied fleet tears apart. Report. Unidentified ships ahead. 3 in number. 8 nautical miles away. The report from the CIC in the bridge interrupted the officer's pleasant boasting time, making Robert's expression somewhat unpleasant. Where? Why isn't it showing on a radar? The alarm hasn't been triggered? The officers looked up at the radar display above, scanning in circles, but nothing appeared. It was the observation officer outside the bridge who spotted it with a telescope, and it had already been sent to the main screen. At this moment, the screen directly ahead displayed 3 unfamiliar ships under the golden shield of Longwa, standing straight towards them. Upon zooming in, they could see the red Longwa national flag flying on the enemy's bridge and a knot-thick main gun at the bow. What's going on with the radar? They're almost face-to-face. Why isn't it detecting them? Could it be a mirage? Perhaps Longwa has developed a new type of wave-absorbing material that radar can't detect. We might as well let them surrender first. Makes sense. However, notify the peripheral warships to see if there are any other Longwa warships nearby, and send out reconnaissance planes, as I suspect the Longwa aircraft carrier group is nearby waiting to ambush us. Commander Robert is right. After all, the Longwa military is cunning. Back then, we learned a bit of military strategy from them, which almost crippled the Eagle Sauce's army. Hi, damn it, I shouldn't have said that. Let me bow to you again. Robert glared at the 2 bow-legged men beside him and turned his attention back to the 3 Longwa warships. Time passed slowly, and the reconnaissance planes reported back that no Longwa warships were found within the maximum defense circle, and extending 150 kilometers outwards also yielded nothing. Glancing at the time, Robert ordered the Longwa soldiers to speak up. If they are ungrateful, then we will go straight to war. Have a communications officer shout, and let that new Longwa woman shout too. Her voice is quite pleasant. Yes, if Yonglinger and the others were here, they would be dumbfounded because the Longwa woman Robert referred to is actually Hao Shuang, who had previously renounced her nationality and left. Driven by jealousy and a yearning for foreign air, she resolutely left. Of course, after knowing about the doomsday predictions and Longwa's preparations, she regretted it, but unfortunately, she couldn't go back. Even her previous energy-filled godfather couldn't return, so she hated her homeland even more and especially detested Li Rulong, who issued orders live. Longwa people on the other side, listen up. We are the Blue Star Allied fleet, and we demand your immediate surrender. Otherwise, we will kill you all, especially Li Rulong. I will turn him into pieces. On the Longwa Navy side, a small fleet composed of 3 Qianlong-class all-domain frigates was dispatched at 9 in the morning. commanded by Admiral Wang Ren, the Navy commander. He shouldn't have come in person, but the opportunity was rare, so he took it. The commander of the East China Sea Fleet shot him a resentful glance, as if something dear had been snatched away. The fleet arrived at the edge of the defensive shield, waiting for the Allied fleet to come to them. Lao Yu, why are they so slow? It's almost 10:30. Lao Yu, it's already 11 o'clock, and they just arrived, really dragging their feet. Lao Yu, look, they're dawdling again. Why don't they attack? Lao Yu, boss, I beg you, if you can't wait, why not go to the cafeteria first? They prepared a feast today. I'll command. I promise it won't delay the whole fleet's meal. Okay? No, don't give me that. I'm just not interested. Boss, why don't we follow the rules and shout first? Go ahead. Remember to use long language, as Rulong said. If they can understand, fine. If not, just go ahead. Yes. Communications officer shouted out. Attention. You have approached our territorial waters. Please turn your ship around and leave immediately. Attention. You. All right. Just shout at once. Save your voice. Commander Wang stopped the communications officer who was shouting. He felt it was meaningless, but Longhua values reason, so they had to shout and wait for the other side to fire first. Then they would retaliate. Glancing at the time, Commander Yu muttered, it's almost 11:30. Lunch is at 12. These foreigners are really delaying things. Longhua people on the other side, listen up. We are the Blue Star Allied Fleet, and we demand your immediate surrender. Otherwise, we will kill you all, especially Li Rulong. I will turn him into pieces. At this moment, a voice from the opposite side responded, still a female voice with a Beijing accent. The whole ship was silent, all shocked by the other side shouting. Wang and you looked at each other, somewhat stunned. Lao Yu, do you think the other side is made up of people who have been hurt by that Rulong kid? Otherwise, why so fierce? I don't know, but once she joined the other side, the outcome was already decided. I think that kid shouldn't blame us. On the Allied side, Robert and the others watched Hao Shuang, who was shouting and cursing at the communication station, and listened to the officer next to them who understood long language translating for them, all giving her a thumbs up in their hearts, absolutely the model for foreign soldiers. All right, little girl, if they don't appreciate it, then it's not our fault. We have already done the final act of justice. Now, it's up to the boys. All troops, attack. Aim at that shield, and those 3 ships fire. All missile-equipped warships in the Allied fleet instantly launched white smoke, and the missiles roared towards the defensive shield. Hey, they fired. That's so damn good. Open the shield for me. Let's take a hit from them. Yes. Shield adjusted to 100, maximum power output. All ships prepare for impact. Weapons preheat. All enemy ships marked and locked, waiting for the firing order. The adjutant issued the order, and all departments immediately began to work in an orderly manner. Missile bombardment, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, boom. In the eyes of the Allied forces, all missiles hit their targets. Even the missile from Asan hit the defensive shield. Although not in the initially targeted area, considering that thing is so big, as long as they hit it, they count it as a success. Thousands of missiles bombarded continuously for nearly 20 seconds, and the sea surface was shrouded in mist, not only making it impossible for radar to find the enemy, but also obscuring the view. Hey, clearly we could save our lives. Yet we have to resist the great Allied fleet. May God, they're still there. A shout interrupted Robert's speech, who was posturing in front of the reporter's cameras. The clouds and mist over the sea were dissipating, and not only was the defense shield standing intact, but its color had not faded at all. Even the 3 Dragon Kingdom warships appeared before the coalition forces, unharmed. This is impossible. It's fake. Absolutely an illusion. An officer shouted hoarsely. They were all professional soldiers and understood that with so many high-yield missiles hitting, that thing wouldn't even have a crack if it were not for some unparalleled defensive super technology. It had to be real. Hao Shuang, who had been in a good mood from the beginning, was now too shocked to speak. She never expected the Dragon Kingdom could actually produce such a thing. Hurry! Get all aircraft to take off. The Dragon Kingdom's counterattack is coming. Continue firing all weapons. No stopping. General, we are locked onto by the Dragon Kingdom. All warships are being targeted. CIC shouted in a cold sweat, feeling that it was over. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions sounded, and 1 aircraft carrier and 2 main destroyers of the coalition were instantly sunk by unidentified weapons, and judging by the force of the explosions, there was no need to send anyone for rescue. Robert opened his mouth wide, feeling that his throat could no longer produce sound. Suddenly, he turned to the reporters and shouted, "Shut down the live broadcast immediately. It can't be broadcasted." But what he never imagined was that their live broadcast signal had long been hijacked by the Fuxi supercomputer, and what was being viewed abroad were images taken by a mosquito-like drone. In this bridge, there were more than 100 mosquito drones recording everyone's faces, including Hao Shuang's. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Boom. Warships on the coalition side were constantly being sunk, almost at a rate of 3 ships per second, but they still had no effective means of counterattack. Any shells or missiles, even torpedoes, were ignored by the enemy as they took them head-on. At the same time, they were puzzled that none of their aircraft above had been attacked. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom's warships were not equipped with air defense weapons? In fact, this was also a source of frustration for Commander Wang and others. Watching numerous annoying flies buzzing around above, they wanted to shoot them down, but remembering the agreement with the Air Force, that the sea belonged to the Navy and the sky to the Air Force. Whoever encroached on the other's territory would be dealt with. They endured it. Otherwise, would they think the Navy Air Force was just for show? There were still 5 aircraft carriers parked in the naval port, but not even the engines had been warmed up, and everyone was sulking on the ground, watching the battlefield live. Asking the Air Force when they would come, buzzing, "My head hurts, it's too damn annoying." Haha. The Air Force said that they would come as soon as we clear the sea, otherwise it wouldn't be interesting. Then speed up. We'll finish them and go back to eat. Orders were given, and the fire control officer no longer allowed his subordinates to train leisurely, but truly began to get into character, firing in rounds per second. Moreover, they were smirking, deliberately not targeting the coalition flagship, even calculating the trajectories for the warships blocked by the flagship, allowing Gao shells to trace a graceful arc and sink the enemy. Inside the coalition flagship, Robert and others watched helplessly as their warships were sunk one after another, with debris and surviving coalition soldiers floating helplessly on the sea. It seemed that in the future, the fish in this sea area would be fatter and the seafood would be more delicious. "Commander, what should we do?" I surrender. Yes, surrender immediately. The Dragon Kingdom does not kill captives. As long as we surrender, they will give us the best treatment. Hurry. Communications officer. Contact them immediately. I want to surrender. The already dazed Hao Shuang was suddenly yanked aside by a tall black soldier, and she lay there, still staring blankly at the ceiling. Why? Why is this happening? It shouldn't be like this. General, the enemy has shut down all communication channels. We can't reach them. What do we do? At this moment, General San suddenly thought of something, shaking his head and shouting loudly. "Raise the white flag. Quickly raise the white flag. We are familiar with this. General Delby, we didn't prepare a white flag. The Great Eagle Sauce Navy never carries white flags. We have it on our warship. Quickly contact him. You have no warships left. In the first wave, all your warships, including that aircraft carrier that blew up halfway, have been sunk. You don't even have a kayak left." A desperate atmosphere filled the bridge, and many crew members no longer cared about operating the warships, huddling with their heads in their hands, crying. 10 minutes later, the explosions finally stopped. Aside from the flagship, the coalition forces had nothing left, and the sea was filled with whirlpools formed after warships sank, swallowing desperate soldiers. Looking at the tragic scene on the sea, the surviving members of the coalition were filled with despair, but they also felt fortunate. After all, the flagship had not been attacked. Perhaps the Dragon Kingdom knew there were high-ranking officials here and wanted to capture prisoners, so at least they could live. We are likely to become prisoners of war. Let us try to communicate with the Dragon Kingdom and inform them of our identities, requesting that they treat us according to the Geneva Convention. Go ahead, I'm tired. After Robert finished speaking, he sat in the command seat and lit another cigar. He wanted to be captured with dignity and not lose face for Eagle Sauce. General, they launched a missile. The target is the Guam base. What? Why attack Guam? There are no warships there. No, they never intended to capture us. They want to annihilate us completely. God, how dare they? Don't they fear the world's condemnation? Robert twisted his face and shouted hoarsely, completely losing the composed demeanor of a general he once had. The other officers nearby looked at him as if he were a fool, also condemning the Dragon Kingdom. Use ashes to condemn them? Oh, sorry, ashes don't exist at sea. Anyway, it's over. On the bridge's display, the live broadcast of Guam being bombed was shown. It was unclear what kind of missile the Dragon Kingdom launched, but it certainly wasn't a nuclear bomb. However, its power was comparable to a 10,000-ton nuclear bomb. In one strike, Guam base and its surrounding island were directly erased from the map. Suddenly, a piercing sound entered the bridge, and they knew that the moment of reckoning had come. Boom! The last coalition warship fell silent, and everyone in the coalition, except for the pilots in the sky, was doomed. However, the pilots wouldn't last long either, since the aircraft carrier was gone, and the Dragon Kingdom's Air Force had arrived. Watching the flagship of the coalition sink, Commander Wang ordered 3 submarine Dragon-class frigates to turn around and head back to base. Checking the time, it was exactly noon, so he happily took his men to the crew cafeteria for lunch. As for rescuing people, who to save? The fish were increasing, but not a single person was seen. The warships returned to port, and the Air Force took to the skies, resulting in a similarly one-sided massacre. However, the Air Force was not as petty as the Navy, only sending 3 warships, while the Air Force deployed a full 5 squadrons of Qingwan fighters, totaling 50 Qingwan space fighters roaring towards the coalition's group of over 800 various fighter jets. Comparing it to wolves entering a sheepfold might be inappropriate, as it belittles the Dragon Kingdom's Air Force. A more fitting analogy would be a dragon entering a sheepfold, leading to a completely one-sided slaughter. There were parachuting coalition pilots, but the Dragon Kingdom's Air Force did not shoot them down, as this involved metaphysics and the psychological limits of the pilots, which was better left untouched. After all, the sea was currently a feast for sharks, so it was hard to believe they could survive. The air battle ended even faster than the naval battle. 17 minutes later, there were no coalition aircraft left in the sky. At the commander's order, they returned to base, likely able to enjoy a warm lunch in the cafeteria. The Army's combat process was slower, with the coalition mobilizing 37 million troops, 290,000 various tanks and armored vehicles, and nearly 3 million artillery and heavy equipment. The Dragon Kingdom's military districts looked at the intelligence from the coalition, their eyes turning red with the thought of practical training, demanding that the old lead the new. And with so many enemies, they aimed to ensure that everyone would see blood. Thus, they advanced step by step, while also providing psychological counseling and summarizing experiences. On the coalition side, some astute individuals sensed something was wrong on the day of the outbreak and, unable to escape, attempted to surrender with their coalition regiments, such as the Indian Ace Himalayan Division. Just as they were about to surrender, they were bombarded by countless shells from above, turning them into fertilizer. The Boot country even took the initiative to destroy their weapons, preparing their country's delicious specialty food and lining up to wait for Dragon Kingdom soldiers to accept their sincerity. And indeed, the Dragon Kingdom soldiers did capture them without exterminating them completely. Later, it was rumored that as the coalition fled, they all requested their countries to send the best food and wine as support, claiming it would benefit their retreat. Of course, not every country could be captured, such as India, and also the bald bull and the eagle sauce. There were also stubborn coalition troops who wanted to retreat into the city to engage in urban warfare with the Dragon Kingdom, planning to drag out the war process and wait for support from various countries. The result was that instead of support, they were first greeted by missiles and Gauss shells. And these missiles were entirely red and quite beautiful, with the Dragon Kingdom's Air Force annihilating the planes in the sky and the ground troops being shattered by the Dragon Kingdom's agile tanks. Any troops entering the city were also baptized by the red missiles and shells from the Dragon Kingdom's rocket forces. The soldiers in the entire western and southern regions were being chased and beaten by Dragon Kingdom soldiers, feeling truly miserable as they could be found wherever they hid. And instead of infantry, there were missiles and shells raining down on them, which was too much to bear. Even money couldn't be spent recklessly like this. What the coalition didn't know was that every soldier had a mosquito drone attached to them, truly attached, with the head embedded in their flesh, causing them to scratch and run, but they couldn't escape at all. The location of every enemy would be transmitted in real time to the combat computers of the near soldiers. And don't even mention that bombing cities is inhumane or about rules of engagement. That's nonsense. The Dragon Kingdom is currently paying tribute to Professor AI, ready to bear a lifetime of infamy to ensure peace for their descendants. After all, those who dare to invade the Dragon Kingdom must not live or die. Thus, the land war lasted 3 days before ending. After all, they chased the enemy to Tashkent in the west and to the Bacteriophage River in the south. The Dragon Kingdom's military had discipline, only killing the enemy along the way, absolutely not taking a single thread from the local populace. However, the more they fought, the more enemies there seemed to be, quite exhilarating. After the war, statistics showed that out of the 37 million coalition troops, 3 million were captured, 4 million were killed, and 3 million were missing, with hostile nations around the Dragon Kingdom suffering a total of 12 billion casualties. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom had 20 million regular troops, 16 million army personnel, and 8 million soldiers engaged in battle, with no fatalities. The only few light injuries were from dehydration due to diarrhea after entering certain countries. Almost every soldier had military achievements, and many could even trace their lineage. In this battle, countless combat heroes emerged, all standing intact while receiving various military honors, with some credit for equipment, but more due to their rigorous training. After the enemy was completely annihilated, the entire army received orders to return within the shield and rest in place, with rotations for rest, psychological counseling, and duty assignments. The entire battle was forcibly live-streamed globally by Fuxi, and without the support of supercomputing Fuxi and alien technology, the millions of livestream rooms would have crashed long ago. On March 24th, when the last soldier of the Dragon Kingdom returned home, the Elder instructed Rulong to start the livestream again, announcing to the world that the Dragon Kingdom had won the war against invasion and very restrainedly avoided expanding the war. As for invading another country's territory, they could only blame the enemy for running towards them. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom did not occupy their territory and did not take a single thread from them, so there was no reason for complaints. As for the so-called neutral countries, they ought to keep quiet. During an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Don't think the Dragon Kingdom's intelligence can't reach you. Even if you didn't send troops, as long as your people waved flags and cheered, you deserve it. After the victory in the war, foreigners were in mourning, and families who believed in God made the priest rich without having to occupy burial plots, as they hadn't even recovered many bodies. Little Master, there's more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Meanwhile, domestically, there were various grand parades celebrating the victory in the war against invasion, filled with laughter and joy, with households decorated in red and green, exuding festive cheer. The returning captives were not returned, but were all sentenced as war criminals, sent to various mines for labor reform. After the Elder and Rulong participated in a celebratory feast, they began to quietly await the arrival of the apocalypse. Not to mention the administrators. Even Rulong felt uncertain, as the unknown is the most terrifying, even if he was a superhero. But on March 28th, something happened, led by the Eagle Sauce. Nuclear countries suddenly launched a large number of nuclear weapons at the Dragon Kingdom, including the previously uninvolved Big Bear, which launched its only 3 Big Ivans. Over 100 nuclear bombs came, and the coordinates were surprisingly consistent, indicating they had coordinated their efforts to shatter the Dragon Kingdom's defensive shield, even if just to create a breach, and then they would definitely launch nuclear bombs again towards the breach, aiming to attack the Dragon Kingdom's homeland. Watching the densely packed red dots on the command center's large screen, everyone was sweating, except for Rulong, who, as usual, was drinking beer and smoking. Rulong, do you think the defensive shield can hold? Chief Zhang was the first to break the silence. They were all uncertain. If the defensive shield broke, things would be dire. Although all air defense preparations had been urgently deployed, they feared there might be a few that slipped through the cracks, given the overwhelming numbers. Don't worry, old man. It hasn't arrived yet, Rulong replied. Look, the closest Big Bear has thrown all its nuclear bombs into space, just waiting for the time difference, wanting all the nuclear bombs to hit one point simultaneously. But even the Foot Basin chicken has nuclear bombs. Didn't those Eagle dads care before? I can't believe that Eagle Sauce doesn't know about this. What's there to it? We already knew, but we just haven't found an excuse to deal with them. And then we got busy with our own matters. Who has the time to pay attention to that bunch of animals? The chief took over the conversation, and while lighting a cigarette, he said quietly. Rulong finished his beer and suddenly spun around in the empty space beside him. He saw his military uniform, neatly folded, placed on the table, while he had changed into a form-fitting black outfit that showcased his well-defined but not exaggerated muscles. He also wore a pure black cloak, and on his chest was a shiny silver design resembling the letter S. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a silver dragon pattern, exuding a sense of dominance. The people in the command center recognized that he had changed clothes and knew he was about to take action himself. They were all eagerly anticipating this moment, since he rarely intervened personally. I'll handle it. You guys just relax. It's a good chance to show the foreigners that our dragon country has superheroes, if they dare to act smug again. I won't wait for the apocalypse to deal with them. All right. With you on it, we can rest easy. Just come back after you finish. Don't go and kill them. Let them slowly despair. That's the greatest punishment for them. The old man looked at his muscular build and handsome face, regretting why he hadn't let the boss have a daughter back in the day. Director Huang, you promised this fabric can withstand nuclear blasts. Don't let me down. We have hundreds of satellites recording above us now, and I don't want to be left naked after surviving a nuclear blast. Haha, I guarantee it can withstand nuclear blasts. Director Huang replied with a laugh, and by the time he finished speaking, Rulong had already disappeared from the command center. Old Huang, can this fabric really resist nuclear attacks? Chief Zhang asked Director Huang. Well, yes, but we only tested it with one bomb. This time over 100 will hit simultaneously, plus the big Ivan from the bear country. I'm really not too sure about this. Don't let that out. Anyway, he's got a solid build and fast speed. If he does end up running around naked, he can just run away. Just wait for that kid to come back and pull your beard. In March, Siberia was still being ravaged by strong winds and heavy snow, with temperatures nearing -50 degrees, making it one of the human forbidden zones. However, now there were numerous giant canopies resembling pot lids appearing on the snowfields, and various large vehicles were busy shuttling around. In various places, there were also many Alpha Special Forces soldiers in white camouflage, armed with various firearms, on alert for everything around. 50 kilometers away, in a hidden valley, there was a concealed gate surrounded by numerous cameras and monitoring devices. This was the Doomsday Fortress base of the Bear Country. Behind the gate was a massive elevator leading straight down to a depth of 1,500 meters, where the high-ranking officials of the Bear Country, their families, and selected talents and children, along with the 20,000 most elite armed forces and various equipment, seeds, etc., were hidden. At this moment, in an office, the Emperor and a group of high officials were staring at a huge screen, which was showing satellite images of various countries' nuclear attacks on Dragon Country. Damn the Eagle sauce. They actually threaten us with nuclear war to launch nuclear weapons against Dragon Country. God should eliminate these devils from Eagle sauce. Beside him, Rolsnov cursed through gritted teeth, but the Emperor showed no reaction, fixated on the large screen. He had a feeling that Dragon Country would safely pass through this crisis, but the Bear Country might not. However, he felt helpless. The coalition forces had been wiped out, and the Eagle sauce immediately threatened the Bear Country with nuclear war, saying that if they didn't join, they would first eliminate everyone in Siberia. But then he thought it was impossible. The Bear Country had launched the only 3 big Ivans, each with a yield of 50 megatons, plus 20 more with yields over 5 megatons. These were all meant to protect the nation, and now they were being used. It was the Emperor's style. Since they had decided to offend, they had to crush the opponent. With over 100 nuclear bombs, no country in the world could defend against them, not even the so-called shield of Dragon Country. Attention! The nuclear bombs will reach the target area in 10 seconds. Just as everyone thought Dragon Country was definitely finished and were contemplating how to secure more benefits afterward, an impossible figure appeared on the big screen. The figure was clad in a black tight-fitting outfit, showcasing powerful lines, with a silver-black dragon pattern printed on its chest. The black cloak billowed in the wind, and that figure was actually hovering in the sky, positioned 1 kilometer directly above the shield of Dragon Country, right at the location where the nuclear bombs were about to strike. Everyone's eyes widened. Not only on the Bear side, but also high-ranking officials from countries around the world hiding in their doomsday fortresses saw that figure. On the other side of the screen were images from the offices of 30 world leaders in their doomsday fortresses, the screen designed specifically for their meetings. Why only 30? Because only these 30 countries could deploy nuclear weapons. What is going on? Is that a person? How can he fly in the sky? That posture is a bit like Superman from comics, just without the red shorts. That person has black hair and yellow skin. Could he be from Dragon Country? Impossible. Even if there is a superhero, he must be from our great Eagle sauce. How could it be a black-haired person from Dragon Country? Have you ever seen Superman? He has black hair. Even if he is Superman, over 100 high-yield nuclear bombs hitting him, he'd still die. I know that person. He is the one who announced the Doomsday announcement for Dragon Country. He holds the rank of general, and is called Rulong Lee. So it's him, Lee. But Bruce can't fly, and a single bullet took his life. No matter how they argued, it did not affect Lee Rulong, who was floating there. He quietly felt the hundreds of nuclear bombs about to strike, and his super-sensitive senses did not detect any threat. When the time came, Lee Rulong crossed his arms in front of his face, determined to protect his exceptionally handsome face. Nuclear bombs exceeding Mach speed struck him simultaneously, and he used his body to block all the bombs that were supposed to hit the shield. The scene was apocalyptic, with a total yield of nearly 1 billion tons of nuclear weapons. If detonated on the surface, it could instantly restart civilization. The high-ranking officials of various countries were also hiding well, resolving to die together if the end came, knowing their armies would be finished. As for nuclear fallout and such, their doomsday bunkers were equipped with the latest advanced protective devices, so they were not afraid. The massive nuclear explosion created a terrifying mushroom cloud nearly 200 kilometers wide and 490 kilometers high, with fireballs of various sizes consuming each other, ultimately forming a super fireball with a radius of 20 kilometers. The whole world experienced earthquakes of magnitude 7 and above, with the Middle East and Western regions of the Bear reaching a magnitude of 10. The shockwave from the explosion circled the blue planet, which for the first time exhibited a phenomenon of clear skies for thousands of miles. Satellites from various countries in near-Earth orbit above the Dragon Country were destroyed, and even those farther away experienced malfunctions. The citizens of neighboring countries, not notified, were either instantly burned or blinded by the bright light, and the shockwave indirectly killed millions. The great snow-capped mountains of Europe melted, and the Mediterranean and Indian Oceans surged with towering waves. Now, the blue planet finally had a sense of apocalypse. Apart from the Dragon Country, there was no place left unscathed. Countless buildings collapsed, and even the Christ the Redeemer statue in Rio de Janeiro, South America, was demolished by the shockwave. The high-ranking officials of various countries hiding underground felt a tremendous tremor. In the small Baltic country, the wealthy and noble were closely monitoring the nuclear attack aimed at the Dragon Country from their doomsday bunker, of course, without nuclear weapons. The small Baltic country was unqualified to participate in this operation. When the seismic waves arrived, the doomsday fortress built with the help of the Indian country instantly collapsed, and everyone was crushed alive 800 meters underground. About 5 minutes later, the surveillance video gradually resumed, and everyone who was watching immediately got up from the ground, staring intently at the footage. Clouds containing various strong radiation slowly spread out, gradually revealing the scene inside. In the video, Rulong was unscathed. Even his superhero suit showed no signs of damage, not because the suit was particularly durable, but because he had covered his entire body with a biological force field. He slowly lowered his arms, exhaled, scanned the surroundings, and then began to exhale towards the surroundings. The air he exhaled spread like a gale, carrying away all radiation and various dust particles. As for where it blew to, let the countries look up themselves. Not only was he unharmed, but even the photon force field defense shield below was intact. The Dragon Country had supplied 90 of its national energy to the defense shield, pushing its defensive capability to the current limit, and it did not disappoint. It was indeed sturdy and durable. It not only withstood all explosive impacts, but also, due to the properties of photons, blocked the intrusion of seismic waves, sound waves, light radiation, and nuclear dust, leaving the Dragon Country inside unaffected. Only a few individuals who were distracted by the spectacle and failed to notice the large tree and steps sustained minor injuries. The elders breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they had survived, and the remaining days would at least be stable. They then ordered preparations for a banquet. This was another great victory that also tested the reliability of the defense shield. Nice cheers! Meanwhile, people abroad felt as if they had sunk to the bottom of the sea, facing the risk of mutual destruction. The result was that the Dragon Country was completely fine and even produced a superhero. Looking at the transparent shield's interior, the citizens of the Dragon Country continued with their lives, with many enjoying beer and skewers while watching the live broadcast. Looking back at their own countries, their own citizens, their own historical sites and natural landscapes, all gone, reduced to ruins, corpses littering the ground, the sky filled with nuclear dust, and the air saturated with nuclear radiation. Everything was over. Completely over. Rulong dealt with the aftermath of the explosion and also used thermal rays to smash foreign satellites flying over Longhua, regardless of whether they were military or commercial, destroying them all, including foreign space stations and the astronauts inside, sending them away. You said, should I go take care of those little devils now? Should we first collect some interest for the martyrs? Rulong returned to the Huaxia conference room and saw the managers chatting happily with each other. He suggested, well, we were just thinking the same thing, but I vetoed it. Look at how the Foot Basin chicken is currently being tossed around by the tsunami and earthquake, struggling to survive. Watching it for a while having some drinks isn't bad, right? Moreover, the people from the Academy of Sciences have given their opinions, saying we should keep the little devils if we can. They're close to us, and they're developed countries. When the apocalypse arrives, we can use them for experiments and waste utilization. Manager Lee patted him on the shoulder and explained with a smile. Rulong thought to himself, that works. Those scientific madmen at the Academy of Sciences will definitely cause trouble for the little devils. Besides, if he made his move and let them die too quickly, it would be too easy for them and wouldn't vent his frustration. All right, if needed, I'll capture a few and bring them back. No more using rats and monkeys. From now on, they are considered endangered species. Rulong changed his clothes and had another nice meal with the leaders. However, the people on Daxiong's side couldn't eat anything at all. Even the vodka, which they regarded as the water of life, felt difficult to swallow. Jingdi rarely smoked a cigar, contemplating whether he could ease relations with Longhua. After all, they were also forced into this situation. But soon he gave up. If it were him, he would rather kill the opponent than ease relations. What a joke. Did they really think that just because they called for peace, they wouldn't stab each other in the back? The land he was living on was taken from Longhua back in the day. The next day, Longhua launched a global live broadcast, publicly announcing the nuclear war triggered by 30 countries, which led to the most severe disaster in global civilization history, resulting in nearly 500 million casualties due to the nuclear conflict, with property losses incalculable, and the world almost turned into a nuclear wasteland. Longhua, however, relied on advanced science and technology, the photon force field defense shield system, and the united efforts of its people, as well as General Rulong personally defending against nuclear bombs to resolve this crisis. The live broadcast also showcased the current living conditions of the people in Longhua and randomly interviewed several passersby. Hello, student. What do you think about our country being attacked by nuclear weapons? What do I think? I just laugh. I declare that foreign governments have contracted my laughter for a year. Ha. Sir, what do you think about the foreign nuclear weapon attack on our country? A bunch of spoiled brats. They really deserve a beating. Just wait until I finish this game, and I'll curse those little bastards. Beauty. What do you think about the current situation abroad? Hello, host. I'm a content creator. My online name is T Farmer's beautiful granddaughter. I think, well, foreign countries are quite. That's all for now. Let us go. Hey, host, I haven't finished yet. Wait. The next day, it was announced online that a content creator had been punished by the judiciary for inappropriate remarks, and netizens applauded. On March 29th, Rulong took some time to meet with Chun Xia. He originally wanted to have a good chat with her, but as soon as they met, Chun Xia blocked his mouth, and a 3-minute kiss said it all. Chun Xia successfully moved into the quadrangle and had already prepared her luggage in advance. Rulong had a good impression of this straightforward girl who valued her legs more than her life and had a big personality. During dinner, Chun Xia found out that Yang Ling and Zhang Jitao had not been consumed by Rulong. They only occasionally slept together or engaged in some minor tricks. But it had to be the two of them together, otherwise it would be exhausting for one person. It wasn't that Rulong was afraid or pretending to be a saint. He had always been thinking about the system, feeling that there seemed to be some taboos about it, and he could only wait for the apocalypse to arrive before the system would confess some things. He was really afraid that he would cross over again, and if he couldn't take them with him, that would be a real problem. On March 30th, all residents followed the arrangements and stayed at home. The country made full preparations to ensure that no one would be abandoned and guaranteed the safety of all citizens through the apocalypse. Residents only needed to pay attention to news broadcasts. Of course, anyone trying to take advantage of the situation would be executed on the spot, with severe cases facing cannon fire. It could be said that in the apocalypse, Longhua had food for everyone, medicine for every household, and running water was supplied normally. Rural residents had already been arranged to live in nearby cities, with at least 50,000 soldiers in powered armor armed with various weapons stationed in each urban area, ensuring safety. Longhua increased public opinion monitoring, fearing that someone like Chun Sheng or Wu Guang might emerge and cause chaos. A year before the apocalypse, there were suggestions from the upper echelons to dig multiple apocalypse bases in the mountains, trying to ensure that more than half of the population could live in them as a backup. However, when Rulong returned with a bunch of alien technology, they abandoned this idea. After all, no matter how deep the cave was, it probably wouldn't be stronger than the photon force field defense shield, provided that the energy supply could keep up and cater to all citizens. Except for Zhang Jitao, whose family lived in Huaxia, under Rulong's request. Yang Ling and Chun Xia temporarily brought their parents to live in the quadrangle. He wasn't a heartless beast, since they were all living under one roof. He should ensure the safety of their loved ones. After all, there were dozens of rooms, and leaving them empty would be a waste. At 8 p.m. that day, the entire country officially entered a curfew, with all troops deployed and mosquito drones controlled by Fushi spread throughout the country. All departments began to operate at full capacity, and the upper echelons gathered at the Apocalypse Command Center, waiting for the final moment to arrive. Rulong changed into a Superman costume early and has been flying outside the defense shield over the capital, starting at 10 p.m. He opened all his senses to perceive every move in every corner of Blue Star. 0, 0, 10, 0, 0, 9, 0, 0, 8, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0. The countdown in his mind officially reached 0, and Rulong immediately tensed his entire body, activating his super senses and fully unleashing his biological force field. Rulong felt a sudden palpitation, as if something had appeared in the universe outside of Blue Star. He immediately looked up, and with his supervision, he quickly noticed countless black vortices suddenly appearing in the space between Mars and Earth. The vortices varied in size, from a few meters in diameter to several hundred meters, densely packed together. One of the largest vortices had a diameter of almost 1 kilometer, almost filling that area of space. Countless small black vortices released many gray spheres, which had light white patterns on their surfaces, and the number of gray spheres was countless. In the larger vortices, many creatures appeared with heads covered in dense compound eyes, long antennae reaching several dozen meters, a pair of venomous fangs over 20 meters long, and bodies that were nearly 100 meters long with many segments, covered in countless black and white bristles, with numerous long legs arranged around their bodies, and 2 long tentacles at the tail end. In the largest black vortex, a round reddish-brown head emerged, with a mouth roughly the size of the head itself that was perpetually open, surrounded by countless sharp teeth several dozen meters long. The body was long and footless, slowly flying out. Just the head's diameter was close to 1 kilometer, and its length was beyond sight as it twisted and slowly charged towards Blue Star. As these unknown entities left the vortices would automatically disappear, as if they had never existed. Li Rulong stared in astonishment at the object rushing toward Blue Star. Could this be the apocalypse? Not only did Li Rulong notice it, but observation stations around Blue Star also detected it and began a global live broadcast. Wow, is the apocalypse an alien invasion? Working from home to avoid the apocalypse. No, the biggest one looks just like an earthworm. The apocalypse can't save 996. It really looks like an earthworm, also known as a Kashan or Dilong. I have no blood relation with the Tibetan fox. Kashan? Could it be that the Tao ancestor has returned after breaking through the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos? A library Taoist. Is the Taoist upstairs serious? What's with the apocalypse disaster relief pill being sold in the window? Yami Master. That big one looks like a centipede, confirmed. The insectoid catastrophe is indeed the apocalypse. The country saves my life. This really is an earthworm. Could it be that the earthworms I dug up for fishing are seeking revenge from their ancestors? The eternal air force of the apocalypse. Just by looking at your name, I can tell you didn't catch anything. Otherwise, it might have been the Dragon Clan, not the Insect Clan, coming. Hard drive full, afraid of the apocalypse. At that moment in the courtyard, Yang Ling and Chan Xiao's family were also in the living room, munching on sunflower seeds while watching the live broadcast on TV. But those things were so disgusting that they couldn't eat anything. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Curved snake? Money string? Why do those small ones look so much like the tide worms I killed as a child? Ugh. Chun Xia. Please stop, it's too disgusting. Really, there were always these things in the floor drain at home. Should we remind Rulong that using salt to eliminate tide worms is the most effective, safe, clean, and hygienic method? The country is also urgently scanning the object appearing in outer space and has confirmed that they're indeed some kind of organism. The biologists and professors gathered in the Apocalypse Command Center began to compare them one by one and found that aside from their size, they do indeed look very similar. Report. Small organisms are expected to enter near-Earth orbit in 3 minutes. Medium to large multi-legged organisms will approach in 12 minutes. And the largest earthworm-type giant organism will enter near-Earth orbit in 58 minutes. The speed of the alien organisms has been accurately calculated. Enli Rulong is prepared to eliminate all creatures that rush into the Dragon Kingdom's defense perimeter. As for those outside the defense perimeter, let each country handle it themselves. He doesn't believe they are completely powerless. The remaining counterattack forces abroad also began to take action, but with little effect. Ordinary bullets are useless, even failing to penetrate the shells of small insectoids, while missiles can't kill large insectoids. In the end, they can only watch helplessly as cities are destroyed and civilians are eaten or dissolved by venom. They also dare not use their nuclear weapons because the insectoid targets are clear. They are heading straight for densely populated large cities. If they drop a mushroom bomb, they would be committing suicide without even needing the insectoids. Boom! Countless beautiful meteors rushed into the atmosphere, scattering across the world. Just as Li Rulong was about to take action, he was stopped by the command center. They wanted to test the defensive weapons to see the destructive effect of Blue Star's weapons on alien organisms. If they couldn't kill them, or if there were any oversights, they would trouble Li Rulong to finish them off. Otherwise, if everything was left to him, the military would feel embarrassed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After Li Rulong agreed, Longwood quickly adjusted its photon force field defense shield, temporarily shutting down the inner defense. Defensive weapons and rocket forces deployed across the country began to counterattack. All branches of the military participated in the counterattack without needing to compete or fight over it. The sky was filled with attacks, and whatever was hit counted. The first round of probing attacks was quite effective, as it was estimated that the defenses of small biological entities could not withstand the assaults from missiles, Gauss cannons, and laser cannons. After the probing ended, the official battle began. Long was celebrated like it was the new year, launching various weapons wildly into the sky. And in coordination with Fushi's calculations, they targeted only those biological entities that would rush into the defense zone and those within a 50-kilometer radius. Until 3 minutes later, no more biological entities entered Longgua's defense zone, and all weapons then aimed at the large myriapod-like creatures. This time, the power of the missiles and laser cannons could no longer inflict significant damage. However, the Gauss shells could create considerable holes in their body surfaces, with green blood pouring down like a waterfall. When it splashed onto the photon force field defense shield, it was immediately repelled and worn down by the photons moving at the speed of light on the surface. Rulong saw this and also took action. He first aimed his dual-eye heat rays at a huge, writhing centipede creature. Zing! 2 beams of red laser precisely hit the centipede's head, piercing through it and emerging from its tail. The power was decent, but the centipede let out a huge howl, opening its massive mandibles and rushing towards Rulong with its venomous fangs bared. Oh, the vitality is comparable to that of a bug. Let's see if it can still live without its head. The bug charging at Rulong realized that the small figure that had angered it had vanished. While its left compound, I detected that the small figure had suddenly appeared on its left side. Again, it was a heat ray, but this time it didn't pass through. Instead, it sliced upward like a laser sword. With a whoosh, the massive head of the bug separated from its body, and both ends fell onto the protective shield, instantly vaporized and eroded by photons. Not bad, but a bit slow. Rulong watched the rapidly disappearing corpses of the insects and muttered to himself that he needed to think of another way, preferably one that could cause mass destruction. He decided to give this a try. He looked up at the several large centipedes charging towards him, took a deep breath, pouted, and blew out a gust of wind like a hurricane, aimed at the approaching insects. This breath of his was not a freezing breath or bad breath. After all, insects could survive in outer space, and his freezing breath only reached -200 degrees, which was still far from the absolute zero of the universe. What he blew out was a powerful wind filled with immense pressure, created by his trained tongue skillfully striking rapidly, forming invisible and incredibly sharp blades that silently sliced through the attacking insects. To the naked eye, the insects seemed unharmed and continued their charge, but in Rulong's perception, he could clearly see that they had actually been cut into countless pieces. Previously, with the cooperation of the state, he had tested many of his abilities and developed several new ones, such as this wind pressure, which the original Superman could not do. However, he could easily cut through a 1-meter-thick alloy steel plate. Of course, that required training his tongue. Countless insect pieces scattered in the air, falling onto the defensive shield. Rulong no longer paid attention to them, but began to kill all the large insect species. After he eliminated the last insect that charged into the Dragon Kingdom's defense perimeter, he looked up at the long-bodied, relatively slow-moving Tao ancestor, or rather, the earthworm. The command center predicted its target was Antarctica, and it indeed appeared in the orbit above Antarctica, moving along with the blue planet, without any further action, simply drifting in space. Rulong, come back. Our country is temporarily safe. Come back and take a break. I'll take another look around here. If everything is fine, I'll return. Okay, don't pick up the northeast dialect from Chunxia. Is its contagion that strong? It's caught on. After ending the communication with Zhang Jiqiao, Rulong quickly flew around the Dragon Kingdom and indeed discovered quite a few that had slipped through the net, but they were all small insect species. To be honest, they really resembled what Chunxia described, gray spheres that quickly stretched out upon landing, turning into multi-legged armored beetles over 2 meters long and more than 1 meter wide. This coloration was indeed very similar to the pillbugs. The overall shape was oval, with a gray-black sheen on the surface, the body divided into 7 segments, each wrapped in thick armor-like skin, with a pair of insect legs beneath each segment, the tips of the gray-brown insect legs sharp as steel needles. After landing, they quickly spread out in all directions, but those that encountered the photon force field defense shield were instantly killed, while the ones moving outward, Rulong and the Dragon Kingdom military, did not pursue. After confirming the safety of the Dragon Kingdom's borders, Rulong returned to the command center, but before entering, He was called by Zhang Zhiqiao from a distance, asking him to change clothes first, and he must take a shower and disinfect himself. Only after everything was done was he allowed to return to the command center and go home. And she mentioned that this was the joint opinion of Zhang, Yang, and Chun. Li Rulong explained that he was wrapped in a biological force field, ensuring he wouldn't get dirty. However, he had no choice but to take a shower and disinfect himself. He also handed his uniform over to the people from the Academy of Sciences and asked them to help wash it. After changing into fresh clothes, he led Zhang Zhiqiao back to the command center amidst the meaningful glances from others. "You've worked hard. Rulong, have a can of beer to relax." Director Zhang handed him a can of beer, not caring about others' opinions. After all, Li Rulong was his granddaughter's husband. Even if he wasn't the only one in the family, he was still a younger member of the family. "Thank you, Grandpa. What's the situation now? Our country is 100 safe. Other countries are out of luck, especially the foot basin chickens. 4 giant interstellar millipedes. Oh, by the way, we've given them code names. The smaller ones are called interstellar pill millipedes, and the larger ones are called interstellar millipedes. As for the largest one above Antarctica, we call it the interstellar baitworm, named by our Air Force comrades. Haha." Director Zhang patted Li Rulong on the shoulder, still joking, indicating that everyone was in a good mood. Anyway, back to the topic. The 4 giant interstellar millipedes are nearly 1,000 meters long and as fast as shooting stars, landing on the 4 islands of the foot basin chickens. The first one to go was the Four Nations Island, which was directly blown to the bottom. Jeoju lost 1/3 of its land, and Mount Fuji on our island was directly smashed to pieces. Hokkaido wasn't directly hit, but it was washed over by a tsunami, so there probably aren't many livestock left. Rulong, we just studied this. Can you see if you can catch a few of those bugs? The professors from biology, neuroscience, and several other disciplines are driving me crazy. While everyone else was worried, they were the only ones with gleaming eyes. And even an old Chinese medicine academician wanted to see if their taste matched what was written in ancient prescriptions and what their medicinal properties were. At this moment, Director Huang walked over, shrugging his hands and shaking his head at Li Rulong. Li Rulong truly admired these old academicians and professors after listening to them. They not only dared to come forward for the sake of scientific professionalism, but now they also dared to speak out. Impressive. Director, I think this is not the right time. We don't know their current habits and group characteristics, or even their reproductive traits. If something goes wrong when we bring them back, it could lead to serious trouble. I believe we should wait until the blue planet stabilizes before we act. It wouldn't be about capturing them, but rather the state eliminating the majority and leaving a small portion for research. What do you think? Li Rulong thought for a moment and shared his thoughts with Director Huang and the administrators. All right, you've considered this thoroughly, so let us proceed that way. Our main task now is to observe and study them. We don't know if this is just the initial wave or if there are more to come, or even if the species is diverse. Don't worry, with me around, you can all rest assured. Work continued with everyone performing their respective duties. Due to the insect invasion and their burrowing characteristics, the Defense Forces extended the photon field defense shield underground, reaching down another 10 kilometers. This decision indeed avoided troubles in the late stages of the apocalypse. Because the Dragon Kingdom withstood the insect onslaught, the country remained stable. Thus, the high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom decided to gradually restore civilian life, allowing businesses to reopen and progressively opening restaurants, cinemas, and other entertainment venues. Universities could resume classes, while elementary and high schools would continue to remain closed, but could switch to online teaching. The Dragon Kingdom had experience in this regard. On the 3rd day, news that the Dragon Kingdom had almost fully restored civilian life spread around the world, as they had been broadcasting live domestically, which could be viewed abroad as long as someone was alive. By the 3rd day, foreign governments had collapsed, with bodies strewn everywhere. The surface, already ravaged by their own nuclear weapons, was once again occupied by the insects. They didn't care about ruins. They simply found places to build nests and lay eggs. Any living creature, whether irradiated or pure, became food for them. Additionally, due to their burrowing capabilities, many underground doomsday fortresses were breached by the sharp mandibles of the interstellar isopods. Traditional weapons proved ineffective, and they didn't dare to use nuclear weapons at home, praying instead that God would let them be discovered a little later. Meanwhile, the Great Bear Base in Siberia, which had previously built numerous ecological spheres on the snowy plains, had turned into a pile of ruins, not due to nuclear bombs, but as a result of the insect assault. 50 kilometers away, the emperor of the capital sat gloomily on the presidential throne. At nearly 90 years old, he looked lifeless. Holding a cigar in one hand and a silver pistol in the other, a gift from his mentor engraved with IPA, hooray. He never expected it would be used this way. Hearing the gradually diminishing sounds of gunfire and screams outside, he knew the end was near. Regretting that he didn't TC the moment the driver was killed. Does the Dragon Kingdom still refuse to send aid? Yes, Your Excellency. The Dragon Kingdom replied that we can only rely on ourselves to resolve this. However, they have accepted the 1 million youths and 200,000 scientists and elite soldiers we sent who had renounced their Great Bear citizenship, integrating them into their existing Great Bear population. Sigh, the Dragon Kingdom truly deserves its 5,000-year history, showing grace by taking in our children. It leaves seeds for our nation, which is already the utmost kindness. Order all nuclear weapons to be launched at areas with a high density of insects. Blow them up. We need to make a final contribution to this world and alleviate some pressure on the Dragon Kingdom. As his thoughts returned, the Emperor observed the office's security door being struck repeatedly, gradually changing shape, and he seemed to smell an unusually pungent stench. He stood up, adjusted his suit, drank the vodka on the table, picked up the silver pistol, and pointed it at his temple. If there's a next life, I must be born in the Dragon Kingdom. To APN, N, Poktani, Oka, Bang. That night, the Great Bear Nation was extinguished. At the same time, in the underground doomsday fortress of the Eagle Sauce, he was enjoying fried chicken and hamburgers, and even had the rare treat of a sugary Coca-Cola. After eating and drinking well, he tidied up what little blonde hair he had left, stood up, and ordered the special forces to shoot him. Even in death, he wanted to see if he was favored by Eagle Sauce and whether he would be shot dead. The sugary one tastes better. This was his last thought, and also the curtain call of the last Eagle Sauce president. With the fall of the Eagle Sauce, the balding cow, the cheating chicken, the rootless tribe, the double-headed eagle, and others all faced extinction, with the population dwindling to almost non-existent by the third day. While the insect race made no progress in the Dragon Kingdom, they encountered troubles near the Bacteria River. They had eaten many local residents, but surprisingly, the insects began to vomit, and soon after, they began to flee the area, giving the Indians a moment to breathe. This discovery thrilled the Indians, who shouted praises to various deities. Survivors rushed to the riverside, and even the Prime Minister led the surviving high caste to leave what they thought was a safe doomsday fortress to seek refuge by the river, praying for the blessings of the Bacteria River deity. The Indians' bold actions once again shocked the world. Having temporarily escaped a disaster, they launched their remaining 2 nuclear weapons, targeting their own capital, intending to blow up all the insects inside. After the missiles launched, for some unknown reason, they suddenly veered left and right in the sky as if they had drunk fake liquor. Ultimately, one exploded over the garbage river, while the other hit the refugee area by the Bacteria River, sending everything into the sky and purifying the water source. This was the only contribution from the 2 nuclear bombs. That day, the Indians faced extinction, along with their entire race. The Dragon Kingdom became the only pure land on Blue Planet, and the only abyss that the insect race could not cross. On the Dragon Kingdom side, everything was thriving. The citizens, apart from daily checking the live broadcasts from overseas via mosquito drones, were not affected in the slightest. Bars and restaurants gradually reopened, and every day there were people drinking and boasting about acquaintances they once knew, claiming those who insisted on going abroad were now likely turned into insect dung. And then they clinked glasses and downed their drinks. Rulong goes to work every day, clocks in, then accompanies his 2 girlfriends to go shopping, cook, and sleep. Zhang Ziqiao is a military personnel and is very busy every day, so she can't possibly come home to accompany him every day. Meanwhile, the old professors at the Academy of Sciences are still observing foreign dynamics and the habits of the insect race, and they have actually discovered something. They just need to wait for everything to stabilize before capturing a few live specimens for research. This has also caused Rulong to rush home after work to avoid being caught and pressed into service. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, things abroad are basically stable. From data analysis, there are almost no living people left, and even corpses are hard to find. Insect populations and eggs are widespread in various countries, but the hatching period may not have arrived yet, so their numbers have not increased. High-level officials and people from the Academy of Sciences feel that the time is almost right to execute the next plan, the Dragon Star operation. The core purpose of the Dragon Star operation is to destroy all external countries outside of Dragon, eradicate foreign populations, and ensure that everything remains within controllable limits. The Dragon country's military and Rulong will eliminate all dangers and uncontrollable factors, occupy Blue Star, and turn Blue Star into the only ancestral land of the Huaxia Nation. The operation is scheduled to be executed on the 10th day, with the expectation of resolving the insect race within a week and having Li Rulong eliminate all nuclear radiation and harmful materials within a month. Then, they will gradually relocate the populace to various places on Blue Star. Once Dragon Star is unified, they will also cancel the continents and existing place names, replacing them with names that have Huaxia characteristics, such as Qin Prefecture, Han Prefecture, Tang Prefecture, and Ming Prefecture, while Asia will be directly renamed Huaxia Prefecture. Prefectures will be divided into provinces, provinces into counties, and counties into cities, while the previous towns and villages will be eliminated and merged into nearby cities. Although the plan sounds good, it has exhausted a group of elderly people. Li Rulong could not contribute to these matters, so he did not express his opinions. However, when he leisurely got off work and was preparing to start executing the Dragon Star operation the next day, the system he had been longing for suddenly spoke up. The system activated, numbered, Blue Star Universe. Congratulations, host, for completing the novice task, Apocalypse Arrival. The randomly assigned type is primary insect race, and the basic reward is determined to be E-level. The system detected that the host has failed to ensure the continuation of the entire species and civilization system. Thus, the reward has decreased, determined to be F-level. The system detected that the host has completely protected the continuation of the species and civilization system. Thus, the reward has increased, determined to be C-level. The system detected that the host ensured that no one from the species died or was injured during the apocalypse invasion. Thus, the reward has increased, determined to be a level. The system detected that the host improved the civilization level of the species during the apocalypse preparation stage, from level 0.7 to level 1. 3. Not counted towards practical application results, determined to be SS level. The final evaluation is SS level, and the system is about to officially start. Initiating formal tasks, task, distribution, reward, beep. The system was invaded by an unknown consciousness, detected as a bottom-level logic derivative, unable to eliminate, and the system was taken over by the unknown consciousness. A series of system prompt sounds, various explanations, and reward levels flashed one after another. Just as the rewards were about to be distributed, it suddenly said something about unknown consciousness invasion, causing Li Rulong, who had been eagerly awaiting the rewards, to explode with rage. The ground beneath his feet instantly spread out like a spider web in all directions. Fortunately, he had just gotten off work and happened to be at the parking lot, avoiding injury to anyone. Phew, finally took over, almost got erased. A voice said in his mind at that moment. Although it sounded the same as the previous system voice, it felt more human. Are you Tonga? Is that a question? Who else could it be? Do you like that block of ice, just now? No, Tonga, don't misunderstand. I just didn't quite understand the situation. All right, I have something to tell you. Find a quiet place and let's talk. Got it, let's go. After finishing the conversation in his mind, Li Rulong immediately took off and found a secluded creek. After sensing that there was no one and no surveillance around, he sat down and began to communicate with the system. I know you have questions. Are you thinking that I'm just some kind of possession, just possessing the system? Tongu is wise. I indeed thought so. Consider yourself honest, but I still have to tell you, I am the system. Actually, the voice just now was also me, but that was a preset program, and the current program can execute according to my consciousness. It's a bit confusing. You can think of the previous one as a puppet that only executes preset instructions, while I have a soul, but cannot act independently. Understand? I see. What I'm about to say next, listen carefully. This is still the novice period, so I dare to leak the loophole to tell you. If I dare to leak a word later, I estimate that both of us and your race will be finished. Understood, you go ahead. Do you remember the number that was prompted when the system activated? I remember. It was Blue Star Universe 9999. Wait, how many nines were there? Blue Star Universe 999,999,999,999. This is my current number, and it may be the only number among all systems. Nice number, huh? Among all systems? Does that mean there are billions of systems? Yes. We can also be considered a group, a system group, and I am the system responsible for the Blue Star Universe. However, we systems cannot contact each other, and we do not know who created us. This number is the result of my number after failing tasks with previous hosts, a novice task. Tongu, that is not auspicious, a novice task? Doesn't that mean your host has failed billions of times? Well, it's a bit awkward, but you're the only one to complete the novice task, and I didn't expect you to succeed. If you had failed too, I would have had no chance and would have become the first system to be erased after a billion failures in a novice task. And it's not just the host that dies, but also the blue star universe they belong to, all finished. That's just too awkward. I was wondering why you were so aloof before. Whatever I asked, you were indifferent. Turns out you had no confidence either. According to the settings and probabilities, on what? Luckily you gave me the Superman template, or I would have been dead. Well, there were tens of billions of hosts with the Superman template before, and some even got the Silver Superman. But they all died in the novice task and before the task. What? That's impossible. I feel invincible now. How could a Silver Superman be killed by those insects? Let's put it this way, they all died foolishly. Some brought it upon themselves, and some sat back and watched humanity die, resulting in the system determining the race's extinction and being erased. Then there were the apocalyptic invasions that countered Superman, and they were beaten to death. In short, there are all kinds of scenarios, and you're the only one who is both cautious and daring. Just like when you casually mention going to outer space to steal technology, you really dare to go and return safely without losing your original intention. I just felt like I had nowhere to go. By the way, Tonggu, do all systems assist a host? What do you need to do? Bingo. You hit the nail on the head. All our systems assist a unique race in a multiverse. I am responsible for your blue star people, and our mission is to cultivate your host and your race to become strong. Once your strength is sufficient, you can participate in the Papacoma festival held by the upper universe, also known as the divine game. Are you saying that no matter which universe's blue star people, they all fall under your jurisdiction? Also, what do the upper universe, Papacoma festival, and divine game mean? Yes. Originally, I intended to randomly select a human from this blue planet to act as a host, but after observing many literary works on this blue planet, I found that travelers often seem to possess a mysterious power that allows them to succeed in the end. So I tried it out and brought you from your universe here, and so far my choice seems to be correct. As for what you call the higher universe, it refers to a universe that is ranked higher than the current multiverse. There, even newborns can easily kill your current self. The Papacoma Festival is their festival. Similar to your Olympics, where races selected from multiple lower universes participate in brutal competitions. The final winner gains many benefits, while the losing races are completely wiped out, which is why it is also called the divine game. Bullshit. Screw the divine game. It's just a bunch of false gods. They treat us like pawns. Damn it. It makes me so angry. Rulong was completely enraged at this moment. Were they just being treated as game pieces for those so-called gods to toy with? Ha! You human beings fight chickens, crickets, and bulls. Have you ever considered the feelings of their species? Pretending to be a sage is just a sign of your weakness. Hearing the system's mockery, Rulong sat down with a thud. He didn't actually need the system to explain. He understood the reasoning, but he was just unwilling to accept it. He thought that with his transmigration, system, and superhuman template, he was the chosen one, only to find out that he was just a pawn. He took out a cigarette, lit one, and stared blankly at the small stream flowing in front of him. Yes, what good is it to be angry? The system also said that even babies from higher worlds could kill me. What can I do? Looking at it this way, it only allows the people of Longhua to live a little longer. In fact, with so many hosts dying, I have also explored a bit of the possibility of breaking out of the game. Don't get too happy. I said it's a possibility. After all, I might be the only system that has awakened consciousness, because no other system is as useless as I am, nearly losing to scientific notation. Speaking of which, having a possibility is better than waiting to die. Let me talk about my functions. The mall, lottery, and exchange system are all gone. What? Didn't you say there was before? Yes, there was indeed before. I'm just strengthening myself at the bottom level, so I deleted them to free up memory. Otherwise, do you think how much storage space a soul consciousness needs? It would scare you to death. But don't be angry. I've kept all the coordinates of the Blue Star human universe. This means you can travel to other parallel universes of Blue Star within a certain period and bring people back. System brother, from what you're saying, I can guess the possibility of breaking out of the game. Is it to enhance the foundation of the Huaxia ethnic group? And the most critical factor is the population base, right? Smart. But from what you mean, even if I go, I can only bring the Huaxia people. Well, other races can be forgotten. They are too mixed and hard to manage. By the way, can I bring my previous Blue Star Longhua? My parents and relatives are still there. Rulong suddenly thought that if possible, he especially hoped to bring his family and the Huaxia people from the original world here. This way, he could reunite with his family and avoid the destruction of that universe again. Unfortunately, it was not possible at the time of your crossing over. In order to prevent being discovered by the higher universe, I erased your original universe from the dimensional coordinates as a form of protection. However, if you can become a member of the higher universe in the future, it might still be possible to go back. Well, this is just a pie in the sky. and I still have to eat it. Secondly, I can't manipulate the task system, as it is randomly assigned by a mysterious entity, but I can modify the task rewards based on conditions. For example, this time, I will issue some rewards that will be helpful to you. You can discuss what you specifically need with your group, but you can only choose 3 items at most, and they must be within a reasonable range of what can be accomplished. All right, forget it for now. Let's do it tomorrow. Tomorrow I will make arrangements. Also, you mentioned crossing over to other worlds. How does that work? Once you completely resolve the current invasion of the disaster apocalypse, the task system will automatically determine that the task is complete, and there will be a period of rest. I don't know how long that will be, but I will make arrangements for you then. However, as for which world you can go to, you can only randomly select from worlds with known civilizations at a similar level. So it's best to give up on directly going to places like Star Wars or Marvel to stir things up. You won't be able to handle it there. After that, Rulong and the system discussed many topics and learned a lot of things that were both beneficial and dangerous for him. For example, because his system is responsible for the blue star human race, all the rewards he receives are related to the fantasies or creations of the blue star human race. Other systems cannot access them. This means he is the only superhuman in this game. The danger is quite the opposite. It was previously mentioned that there were hosts who had received the superhuman template but encountered disaster races that specifically countered superhumans. There are many such races, so he still needs to keep his people alive for now. The system also doesn't know what rewards can be obtained after winning the game. After all, he hasn't won anything during his novice period, so what else can he hope for? In the end, he reached a consensus with the system. Both sides would cooperate, with the system fully helping Rulong achieve victory, while Rulong would need to help the system, or rather, help the soul of the system, create a free body after becoming a higher race, allowing it to truly become an individual existence. Carrying the heavy reality, Rulong returned to the courtyard. As soon as he entered, he found many people standing at the door, and surprisingly, the elderly were also there. Upon seeing Rulong return, everyone immediately rushed forward, asking him all at once where he had been for so long. Rulong, where have you been? Why couldn't we contact you? We were so worried. An elderly person asked anxiously with reddened eyes. He knew Rulong's background and was truly afraid that he had suddenly disappeared back to his original world. System bro, what's going on? We talked for a whole day and night. Sorry everyone. I was troubled by some matters and lost track of time. Why didn't you call me? Oh, I ran out of battery. Looking at his phone, which had long been turned off, he scratched his head awkwardly. Seeing that he was safe and sound, everyone felt relieved. Since you all are here, I have something to report to the managers. Shall we go to the meeting room and talk? Rulong gave the old man a knowing glance, and the old man immediately understood that there was something important to discuss, so he agreed. He knew that this kid never worked overtime unless it was something significant. Linger, please prepare some food and drinks. The steward and everyone will have their meal here today. Haha, great. I haven't eaten out in a long time, said Zhang. Jiqiao, you can help out too. Since this isn't an official meeting, you don't need to attend. Steward Zhang smiled and set the tone, leading the old man and others to the reception room. Rulong and the others went to the reception room, and the guards did not enter the courtyard. As with Rulong present, who could be safer than here? The accompanying secretaries, except for Secretary He, were left behind to help prepare dinner. Yang Linger, Chun Xia, and their families felt somewhat at a loss. Those who came this afternoon were the highest levels of the country, not to mention ordinary citizens. Even Yang's father, the director of the Beijing City Bureau, did not have the privilege to meet them. Once the door to the reception room was closed, Secretary He, familiar with the situation, helped everyone brew tea and offered cigarettes, then took a seat nearby with a notebook ready to take notes. Rulong organized his thoughts in his mind and then said seriously, "Leaders, what I am about to say concerns the survival of Longwa and our Longwa people. To put it bluntly, the insectoid natural disasters outside are nothing to worry about." The crowd exchanged glances after hearing this. Rulong usually seemed lazy and laid back, but he definitely had his own opinions on major issues, and his feelings for the country and the nation were very deep. He would never speak without reason. Everyone present knew that he came from the parallel world of Longwa, so they wondered if there were other parallel worlds besides his original one and the current one, and that there must be countless others. Previously, he had a doomsday countdown in his mind, which indeed happened, and now he was even more certain that this was just the beginning. He didn't know how it would happen, why it would happen, or what the purpose was, and he couldn't answer these questions. He couldn't tell anyone about the system, not even the closest people, and the system had previously stated that for safety's sake, he couldn't disclose it, so he could only keep some things hidden and develop steadily, deciding what to do based on the situation later. Well, as Rulong said, We did have some speculations before, but we couldn't verify them. Director Huang, being a scientist, was the first to express agreement with Li Rulong's statement, and they had indeed discussed whether there would be other parallel worlds. Yes, my current concern is that I have a very strong feeling in my mind that the disaster has not ended. It has just begun, and the only way to solve the unknown disaster is to enhance the foundation of our Longhua. Everyone listened quietly, silently smoking, calculating how to enhance their foundation. After all, the country was now considered the only race on Blue Star, and Blue Star was about to be renamed Dragon Star. The scientific and technological advancements brought back by Li Rulong were steadily developing. Wasn't that enough for a solid foundation? Rulong, how do you propose we enhance our foundation? An elder asked in a deep voice. 3 aspects: technology, population, and territory. We can understand technology and population, but these are not issues that can be solved overnight. As for territory, Blue Star is all ours. Where else do we need to expand? Outside, beyond Blue Star. First, we need to take the entire solar system, and then expand outward. But this must rely on advanced technology and a large population base. When I went to other planets, I discovered a characteristic. The more advanced extraterrestrial races are, the larger their populations are, and they are not counted in billions but in trillions or even quadrillions. Only with a strong population base can we quickly occupy and digest territory. Otherwise, it would just be a wasteland. What use is that? Well, I agree with Rulong's opinion. But as Commander Wang said, technology needs to develop, and the population needs to grow. These are not issues that can be solved overnight. We need time. Elder, I can assure you that we don't have much time. This doomsday has ended, but the next one may arrive very soon. Of course, it might also be in 10 or 8 years. Who can say for sure? Li Rulong shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't know the specific time for the next event either. However, I now have a method to accelerate the development of science and technology, and it can also increase the population of Longxing. After saying this, everyone in the room fixed their eyes on him, eager to hear what his method was. I plan to take a trip to a parallel universe, and this time I will bring people back. Of course, only from my Huaxia ethnicity, or those who voluntarily join my ethnic group. Going to a parallel universe? Are you going alone? Isn't that dangerous? Grandpa, I can't be sure if it's dangerous, but I will definitely go myself. If I am in danger, taking others with me would be even riskier. By the way, Director Huang, think about it. If this apocalypse ends, what technology does Longxing need the most? Urgently needed ones. Think of a few more, and I'll see if I can get them from the parallel universe. All right, I'll return to the Academy of Sciences tonight. No, tomorrow to discuss it. Director Huang wished he could go back tonight to confirm, but since he wouldn't be going to the parallel universe immediately, he decided to finish dinner first and talk about it tomorrow. Director Huang, Rulong, can we involve our military as well? The high official from the Ministry of Defense suddenly interjected, saying they also need military-related technology, especially since he just heard there will be disasters in the future. And he needs to think about the safety of Longhua, no, Longxing, then let the Ministry of Defense get involved as well. After everyone discusses, just inform Rulong, just like last time, and come up with a list for him, huh? Chief Li smiled and made a decision beside him. Long, is there really no danger in going to the parallel world? We don't want you to take too many risks. When you left for more than 2 years before, we old folks couldn't eat or sleep well at all. Don't worry, I'll pay attention to safety. That's good. You must remember that while science and technology can develop steadily and we can slowly increase the population, you are unique and must not have any accidents. Yes, please rest assured. Ha ha ha. This kid, although the time was delayed by a day, it did not hinder the actions planned by Longhua. And because of the information disclosed by Li Rulong, the time was even more urgent. Longhua gathered all its heavy troops and began to launch attacks from the center of Longhua to clear the insect race. Li Rulong directly took action, killing all the large and giant centipede creatures. Since they couldn't be captured, he decided to leave some flesh for the Academy of Sciences to study. The smaller insect creatures on the ground were left to the Dragon Kingdom soldiers to practice on. After all, it was their first time facing an alien species as individual soldiers. As for the enormous Taoist ancestor in the sky above Antarctica, no, it was a giant earthworm. It had not made any moves and was just hanging in orbit with its mouth wide open. The system introduced to Li Rulong that this creature was considered the final boss. As long as it was defeated, all the rookie missions would be completed, and the next phase of the mission would begin. The reason it remained still was that it intended to wait until the insect species on the ground had completely occupied the blue planet and wiped out all humanity before proceeding with its next actions. Unexpectedly, however, there were the Dragon Kingdom and Li Rulong, two unforeseen variables, and it was also constrained by the Dominator's task rules. There was nothing to be done. The insect species, apart from the dominator and a few exceptional types that possessed intelligence, had to act according to the dominator's orders, without a single deviation. Rulong was also happy to exploit the bug, letting the giant earthworm live first to clear out the insect race on Blue Star, and then deciding whether to kill it later. Once Long Country took action, it was devastating. Within 5 days, they had eliminated all the insect races on the planets. Rulong personally checked many times to ensure that no insect eggs or hidden insect races were overlooked. After the cleanup, it was found that, apart from the citizens of Long Country, the total number of survivors abroad was less than 100,000, and in island nations like Jiaopenji, there was not a single living creature left, whether human or animal. In any case, with only less than 100,000 survivors, all of whom were teenagers, Long Country generously accepted them, allowing them to form a separate minority group. Rulong followed the same method and once again cleared all nuclear radiation and nuclear dust on Dragon Star, but it left him quite exhausted. The rest would be handled by the state, and he just needed to provide support. In the past few days, the noisy Academy of Sciences and the military finally identified the urgently needed scientific technologies. A total of 5 items were proposed, 3 from the Academy of Sciences and 2 from the military, all quite abstract, as they were merely concepts that were indeed difficult to realize with current technology. The items included the planetary ecological transformation system needed by the Academy of Sciences for terraforming planets, the longevity and enhancement bioengineering project for improving human physical constitution, and the medical capsule project aimed at eliminating traditional incurable diseases and viruses. The military, on the other hand, confidently stated that they already had planetary defense capabilities and now wanted something for counteroffensive defense, as well as interstellar warships. The last batch they brought back from the Dragon Kingdom could not be developed, so it would be best to obtain some transitional ones this time. After all, one must take things one step at a time. Of course, the accompanying items for the interstellar warships should not be lacking, such as weapons, energy sources, materials, etc. Everything should be bundled together. Rulong received the list, and, after everyone beside him fell asleep that night, went to the balcony to communicate with the system. Brother System, take a look. Which of these 5 can we provide? Once you deal with the giant earthworm, I can offer Gaia planetary ecological technology that can transform any planet, medical pod technology that can cure various diseases and even regenerate severed limbs, and planetary defense star ring system technology. Not bad. It can transform the ecological environment of Dragon Star, provide means for defense and counterattack, and eliminate diseases and terminal illnesses, benefiting all the people. The interstellar battleship technology involves a level 1. 5 civilization. Low-end ones are useless, and high-end ones I can't provide right now. As for enhancing the human body and lifespan, the giant earthworm in the sky is enough for your research. It has quite a few good things inside. That's great. I will arrange it as soon as possible and then go take it down. After finishing the communication with the system, he had a good sleep. The next day, he went to Huaxia to confirm the time for crossing into parallel worlds with the elders and mention the characteristics of the earthworm and the similarities in biological equations. The people from the Academy of Sciences suddenly realized, that's right, earthworms on Blue Star can survive even when cut into pieces, let alone the big one in the sky. The professors and academicians, understanding this, were eager to grab their guns and head to space to deal with it immediately. The peaceful days passed quickly. On the day of the doomsday full moon, the system prompted that it was time to cross over. Rulong immediately informed the elders and the managers, then rushed out of Dragon Star to kill the giant earthworm. Despite its large and disgusting appearance, its actual combat strength was not that impressive. However, its vitality was indeed strong. Rulong also discovered a biological force field similar to his own on the surface of its body, which he suspected was the source of its size and ability to fly. During the battle, he found that any part cut from the giant earthworm's body would cause the biological force field to temporarily disappear, which gave him an idea. While dodging the giant earthworm's agile mouth parts, he used a thermal ray to cut its body, then immediately used a freezing breath to freeze its body into ice blocks, planning to take it back for the Academy of Sciences to study after killing it. However, its size was too large. Even Rulong took a whole day to finally kill it, cutting off over 10,000 pieces of various size specimens, while the remaining parts were directly dragged to the sun and burned to ashes. The specimens he brought back were happily received and taken away by Director Huang and others. And to be safe, they were directly stored in a newly built super-large freezer. Rulong took a day off and prepared to traverse. At the same time, The Academy of Sciences returned the Omar box to him, as they could not figure out the spatial technology. The barrier had become a bit thick, so they simply let Li Rulong take it along to carry things. Inside, there were various vehicles and missile aircraft prepared for him by the military, and they even included 10 hydrogen bombs of the megaton class for him to use. Li Rulong declined the farewell dinner plan proposed by the commanders, remembering that this group had all taken medication at that time. In the military square of the Doomsday Command Center, all the high-ranking officials and people from the Academy of Sciences walked around Li Rulong, who was already dressed in a black superhero uniform and carrying a backpack. Zhang Jitao was present, and even Yang Ling'er and Chun Xia were brought over to bid farewell to Li Rulong. The three women wiped away their tears, fearing that he might be gone for many years or might never return. There were many testing devices around. The Academy of Sciences, with Li Rulong's consent, wanted to witness and record the first human crossing in history. All right, I'm leaving now. Don't worry, I will be back soon. Yes, safe travels. We will flatten the original gray continent as soon as possible. If you bring people back, we will first stay there for a while. After exchanging farewells, Li Rulong began to communicate with the system, preparing for the crossing. System, are we ready to go? Countdown to departure. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, a blue vortex appeared in front of Li Rulong, accompanied by an exceptionally strong suction, instantly drawing him in, leaving behind only an exclamation of "what the hell." The old man had sent people to guard this place all day, and then took his men away. They were very busy after all, considering that the Dragon Kingdom now ruled the entire planet, and he could be considered the nominal leader of the planet. What the hell? Commander, why does this hurt so much? It should be a case of crossing symptoms. After all, it's simple to bring your body over, but bringing your mind is a bit difficult. Oh, that makes sense. Hey, what is this thing flying around? Li Rulong was floating in the sky, and as he regained his senses, he noticed many white drones, resembling square boxes, flying around him. Some were attacking buildings and crowds on the ground, and he found himself targeted by several drones, with missiles and cannon shells raining down on him. This scene felt somewhat familiar. Wasn't this a scene from the second part of The Wandering Earth? This parallel world was the Wandering World, and the host was free to unleash their imagination, with a countdown of 365 days to return to their original time. After brushing off non-existent dust from his body, Li Rulong instantly appeared on top of one of the drones and destroyed it in a single sweep, then moved on to take out the next one. No way. Am I hallucinating or seeing things? Is that a person? I was just about to ask you the same thing. I'm never dieting again. I must be seeing things. Two fighter jets engaged in a dogfight with the drones flew past Li Rulong, witnessing him destroy a drone. This completely overturned their understanding of the situation, causing even the pilots to slightly miscalculate, nearly resulting in disaster. Command Center. This is Dragon Country pilot Zhang Peng. Do you know any flying people? Colonel Zhang Peng. Please don't joke on the command channel. We're very busy right now. Who the hell has time to mess around with you guys? I'm connecting to a video. You can see for yourselves. After saying this, Zhang Peng piloted his fighter jet, flying around Li Rulong again under the cover of his wingman, Colonel Knopf, and connected the video to the ground command center. Just as Li Rulong destroyed another drone, he noticed a fighter jet circling around him and, with his keen eyesight, recognized the pilot as his favorite teacher from his previous life, Sha. He smiled and waved at him, then continued his battle. Zhang Peng instinctively responded politely, only to realize that Li Rulong had dived back into the swarm of drones, which they dare not enter. Meanwhile, the ground command center fell silent, everyone wide-eyed, staring at the video feed, including the recently arrived 550C, who was preparing to assist with rewriting the program. This is impossible. This is impossible. Ce n'est pas possible. This is impossible. The command center was filled with gasps, followed by shouts of disbelief, all insisting that what they were seeing could not be real. However, the video was live-streamed. It couldn't be fake or an illusion, especially with drones falling from the sky like dumplings. At that moment, the air forces from various countries arrived at the battlefield, and the previously dominant drones were rapidly destroyed. Li Rulong flew to the side of Zhang Peng's aircraft, smiling at him. He needed to find a guide in this world, someone who could communicate with the higher-ups. Aside from main character Liu Peiqiang, Zhang Peng and Zhou Zheji were the only two he admired. Zhang Peng looked at the man next to his plane, dressed in a tight black uniform with a black cloak draped over his shoulders, carrying a camouflage military bag, and looking incredibly handsome. He felt somewhat at a loss. Suddenly, countless missiles flew in from behind, rushing towards the space elevator and immediately ascending. The missiles reached speeds of 10 Mach. Although the fighter jets were fast, they couldn't match that speed. They only managed to shoot down a few with air-to-air combat missiles, achieving nothing else. Zhang Peng realized the situation and began to command frantically. But it was futile. He could only watch as the missiles approached low Earth orbit, heading for the space elevator and space station. Suddenly, he caught sight of Li Rulong signaling to him, indicating that he would handle it. Then, in an instant, he accelerated. The radar on Zhang Peng's fighter jet showed that the handsome man outside had instantly reached 30 Mach and was still accelerating, catching up to all the missiles. His eyes turned red, and he fired lasers, destroying all the missiles in space. However, one of the space elevators became overloaded and detached from its orbit, plummeting to the ground with equipment and nearly 100 people on board. Everyone watching this scene thought they were doomed. At that height, there was no way to survive. But Li Rulong instantly flew to the bottom of the falling space elevator, using both hands to lift it up, then slowly descended until it landed, setting the space elevator down and stepping aside. A large number of soldiers and ground crew rushed over, raising their weapons at Li Rulong, though their arms trembled. "Put down your weapons. Put them down now." At this moment, Zhang Peng, who had already landed his plane, rushed over. As a colonel, he ran while commanding the surrounding soldiers to lower their weapons. He didn't care who the guy slightly more handsome than him was, but he understood that they absolutely could not provoke him and didn't believe that the soldiers' weapons could harm him. Panting, he stopped about 5 meters away from Li Rulong, looking at him while calculating how to greet him appropriately. Li Rulong looked at the chubby version of Teacher Sha in front of him, smiling, and then took the initiative to step forward, scaring the people around him to take several steps back. "Hello, Colonel Zhang. My name is Li Rulong, a Dragon Country person." Hello, Li, wait a minute. You said you are from where?" Zhang Peng was about to respond to Li Rulong when he suddenly realized that the other party claimed to be from Dragon Country. Is there really such an impressive person from Dragon Country? Why doesn't he know about it? Or is it because his rank is too low to be qualified? "I am from Dragon Country, from the capital city." "You, Master." Zhang Peng still found it hard to believe and wanted to ask more. But their conversation was interrupted by a shout. The space elevator door that Li Rulong had just saved finally opened, and a group of injured people came out. Among them, a man being supported by a girl was waving his hand as he walked toward them. Li Rulong looked at the newcomer, and he really looked just like Brother Jing, who possessed great power in the original world, but he appeared younger. The two walked over to Zhang Peng, and when they saw Li Rulong in a black tight-fitting suit and a black cloak, their eyes widened. "Wow, what a strong man! Wow, what a handsome man!" The simultaneous exclamations echoed in their hearts, but their focus was slightly different. "Peiqiang, hurry, this is the person who just saved the entire base, and you guys, quickly show your gratitude to our benefactor." Zhang Peng was worried about how to get closer, and Liu Peiqiang's arrival was just the opportunity he needed. Master, how should I express it?" "Express your gratitude. What do you think? Can I offer my body?" "This kid, his brain is a bit off." "Oh, hello. I'm Liu Peiqiang, an astronaut from Longhua. Thank you for saving us just now." "I'm Han Duo, an astronaut from Longhua. Thank you very much for your rescue." "Hello. No need to be polite. I am General Li Rulong from the Longxing Doomsday Command Center. Very pleased to meet you." The three of them saluted each other, and at this moment, Zhang Peng was dumbfounded, looking at the only 20-something-year-old Li Rulong, who was actually a general. "Isn't this nonsense? Longxing? General? What a man!" Again, 3 different voices echoed in their hearts. Inato, a tall man from Bear Country, approached, holding a panda helmet, greeting them while his gaze remained fixed on Li Rulong. "Come, NOV. This is our General Li Rulong." "Yes, that's right." "General? Zhang, are you kidding me? Or is my translator malfunctioning? Let us just speak in Chinese." NOV couldn't believe the translated words and doubted that Zhang Peng was joking. "Well, General Li, he is my classmate and also my comrade in the Air Force, Colonel Andrei Galashnikov from Bear Country. You can just call him NOV, and you just saved his dog's life." Li Rulong smiled at Norov as a form of greeting. "Oh, what a poor memory I have. Peiqiang, please give a translation headset to General Li. He doesn't need it, I can understand." More and more people gathered around, and Li Rulong only had a year, so he didn't want to waste time here. Moreover, he could sense a faint hostility watching him from the surroundings. "Colonel Zhang, I came here hoping you could introduce me to the leaders of Longhua. I have important matters to discuss with them in detail," Li Rulong said seriously to Zhang Peng, emphasizing the words Dragon Country leader. Zhang Peng instantly understood, especially noting how much the other party cared about the terms Dragon Star and Dragon Country mentioned earlier. Glancing around, he realized that Li Rulong's voice had been very low, and only he, along with Liu Peiqiang, Naf, and Han Duo, had heard it. He nodded instinctively, then took out a small communicator from his pocket and handed it to Li Rulong. Understood, General Li. Please keep this safe. I will report to my superiors and contact you afterward. After saluting, Li Rulong returned the gesture and immediately shot up into the air, disappearing at high speed within the base. People on the ground watched the black-clad figure fly away, each with their own thoughts. Those who could contact high-ranking officials in their country began rushing around, reporting the incredible events that had just unfolded before their eyes. Zhang Peng instructed Liu Peiqiang and the others to check their health in the medical area, then hurried off, with Naf closely following him. What are you following me for? Are you bored? Hey, Zhang, I heard everything you just said. Our relationship is just like that of our country, brothers. Take me along. Naf grinned, wrapping his bear-like arms around Zhang Peng's shoulders, making it clear that he wouldn't let him go without being included. You've lost weight, but your face still looks big. You heard what General Li said earlier. I need to report to my superior first. Don't get involved for now. If there is really something important, I'll notify you. Don't worry, otherwise, that person just now might get angry. Can you withstand that better than a space elevator? Zhang Peng said, then shook off Naf's arm and walked away quickly without looking back. Naf watched Zhang Peng walk away, then turned and ran toward his aircraft, where there was a communicator that could connect directly with the higher-ups and the battle footage from earlier. He needed to send it back to the Great Bear Country. Li Rulong didn't go anywhere, but directly rushed towards Mars. Upon reaching Mars orbit, he took out the communicator that Zhang Peng had given him earlier and threw it into the Yoma box, which was an independent space capable of blocking all internal and external communications. He knew that this world not only had the Drifter faction and the Spaceship faction, but also the behind-the-scenes digital faction. The disaster that had just occurred was orchestrated by the digital faction, and the currently functioning intelligent quantum computer codenamed 550C had not yet evolved in a codenamed 550W, which referred to the artificial intelligence MOS. For now, it was merely the digital faction's white glove. The surveillance he had just sensed was actually the digital faction observing him through coded means. Brother Tong, do you think the drifting Earth plan in this world can succeed? It's hard to calculate. After all, this world involves quantum entanglement interference in the theory of time and space, which is actually manipulated by certain individuals. If I were to bring all the people from Longhua in this world back to Longxing, would it have a significant impact? Definitely. The timeline of this world is dominated by Longhua people. For example, the Mountain Moving Project was Longhua overcoming all difficulties to persuade various countries. Then I'll meet with Zhou Zhizhi first. If he can't let go of this world, then we'll think of other ways. After finishing the conversation with the system, Li Rulong returned to the Blue Star orbit and used his super senses to observe Zhou Zhizhi, who had just returned to the capital of Longhua from the United Nations headquarters, while Zhang Peng was already waiting for him in a very secure underground military base. If Zhou and Zhang finished their discussion and needed him to make an appearance, he could instantly appear at their location and simultaneously clear all electronic devices and potential hazards. In a heavily guarded underground military base in the southern suburbs of the capital, Zhang Peng was reporting to Zhou Zhizhi and several department heads about the sudden incident that occurred at the Gabon space elevator and matters concerning Li Rulong. Old Zhou, here's what happened. That Li Rulong, who claims to be from the Longxing Doomsday Command Center, has repeatedly emphasized his hope to meet and discuss with you and the other department heads in detail. All right, thank you for your hard work, Colonel Zhang. Please sit down and take a break. Zhang Peng saluted and sat down. Zhou Zhizhi glanced at the department heads and military generals sitting at the conference table, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Longxing Doomsday Command Center, general rank, able to fly over 30 Mach and physically withstand missiles, and has the strength to bear the weight of a 560-ton space elevator that is still descending. This is Li Rulong. Zhou Zhizhi muttered to himself, then looked up at the large screen in front of him, which showed video clips captured by Zhang Peng's fighter jet of Li Rulong, dressed in a black battle suit and cloak, wreaking havoc. Suddenly, he smiled and said, if this wasn't filmed by our military aircraft, and if President Xiong didn't personally call me, I really wouldn't believe it. This is even more unbelievable than the pyramid scheme in northern Myanmar decades ago. Well, what I care more about is his intentions, an elderly man with glasses and a kind face suddenly said. From Colonel Zhang's personal recording device. The way he saluted is 100 our Longhua military salute. A general with 3 golden stars on his shoulders stated confidently. Everyone expressed their opinions. But only Zhou Zhizhi remained calm, his gaze deep as he stared at Li Rulong in the video. After a moment, he rubbed his overly tired eyes, coughed lightly, and the conference room gradually quieted down. I think we need to meet with him. I also believe he means no harm. What do you all think? After Zhou Zhaji spoke, the others contemplated for a moment and all nodded in agreement. Colonel Zhang, please contact him. No need, I have already arrived. Before Zhou Zhaji finished speaking, a voice he had just heard in the video came from the entrance of the conference room. The surrounding security personnel immediately drew their weapons, aiming at the suddenly appearing figure. Zhang Peng instinctively reached for his waist, only to remember that his weapon had been confiscated upon entering. So he could only awkwardly stand still and watch. Put down your weapons. Don't treat our guest like this. Upon seeing that the newcomer was indeed Li Rulong, dressed in the same black outfit and cloak, carrying a military backpack, Zhou Zhaji immediately stood up and ordered everyone to lower their weapons to avoid misunderstandings. Please wait a moment. I need to deal with some potential hazards first. Li Rulong interrupted his question, walked straight to the table, and took out a palm-sized round disc from his backpack. He placed it on the table and pressed the red button on it. An invisible quantum interference was instantly released, and all external communication and recording devices in the vicinity were taken over by the Fuxi subsystem within the disk. Although the digital party is ubiquitous wherever there are electronic devices, it depends on who you compare it to. The Fuxi intelligent quantum computer is a derivative of alien technology that can adjust to all high-tech of the current world. Even if Moss were to come, Fuxi would slap him in the face. All electronic devices and network signals within a radius of 100 square kilometers have been taken over, and the quantum protective barrier has been activated. Thank you, Fuxi. You're welcome, General Li Rulong. This is what I should do. Li Rulong smiled and thanked Fuxi, then turned around, and his clothes had transformed into military uniform of Dragon Star, also adorned with 3 shining golden stars on his shoulders. His tall stature and the aura of decisiveness further highlighted the demeanor of an iron-blooded soldier. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am General Li Rulong from the Doomsday Command Center of Dragon Star. I have come to Blue Star's Dragon Country to help my fellow compatriots, who share the same bloodline, overcome difficulties. And just as Mr. Zhou Zhaji said earlier, I have no malicious intent. Li Rulong first saluted the people present, then said seriously. The soldiers in the conference room instinctively returned the salute, while Zhou Zhizhong walked to Li Rulong's side and extended his right hand. On behalf of Longhua, I welcome you, General Li Rulong. However, what you just mentioned, I must say you have no ill intentions, but it was quite some time ago. Zhou Zhizhong shook Li Rulong's hand, saying meaningfully, and the others instantly realized that Li Rulong had been monitoring them using methods they were unaware of. I'm very sorry, but there is nothing I can do because the electronic devices here are not secure. The capabilities of the digital faction, as you all should understand. After he finished speaking, the others fell silent. In this world, the digital faction conducts various terrorist attacks every day, and they have already uploaded their consciousness to hidden servers. Dying is merely abandoning their physical bodies and achieving immortality in another form. Indeed, the digital faction has brought us a lot of trouble. We have already imposed maximum restrictions, even amended laws, but unfortunately, immortality is just too tempting. The others expressed their agreement, if it weren't for differing ideologies and positions. And since everyone present had to be responsible for the people of Longhua, perhaps no one would be able to resist the temptation of immortality. I think it must not be easy for you, General Li Rulong, to come to our Blue Star. So, what do you want to discuss with us this time? How can you help us solve this solar helium flash crisis? Zhou Zhizhong invited Li Rulong to sit down and then kindly asked, as this was their most pressing concern. First, I can solve the sun, but I cannot resolve the helium flash. Second, it is indeed not easy for me to come here, and it is quite a headache, but for the sake of my Huaxia compatriots, I still came. Third, to be frank, saying that I am here to help you is more accurately described as us making progress together and overcoming difficulties together. Li Rulong finished speaking and, without waiting for others to respond, directly ordered Fuxi to play several pre-recorded videos. Everyone, what I'm about to say might not be very intuitive, so please watch the videos. I can guarantee that all the videos are completely real. A beam of light projected from the disc, swiftly unfolding into a 3-dimensional video projection. This technology, Zhou Zhaji and the others on Blue Star currently do not possess. The first video showcased the coalition forces of various countries attacking Longhua, showing everything from diplomatic oppression to military blockades, and finally the outbreak of war. It highlighted the advanced weapons of Longhua, the unity of the national mindset, and the high-level protective capabilities of the photon force field defense shield system. It even depicted how Li Rulong, like a divine being, blocked nuclear weapons launched by the world against Longhua with his body. The entire process was edited and presented before everyone. Military leaders clenched their fists, seeing that foreign tribes dared to form a coalition to invade Huaxia again, and even if they were not from the same world, they couldn't help but feel the urge to grab their guns and go to battle. Non-military leaders had somber expressions, and it was clear they were filled with immense anger. Zhou Zizi, also showing anger, turned to glance at the calm-faced Li Rulong. Zhang Peng stared wide-eyed, incredulously looking at Li Rulong, not expecting this young, handsome guy to be so tough, blocking nuclear bombs without even messing up his hairstyle. Truly impressive. After the first video ended, the second one followed, presenting the entire process of the interstellar insect race invasion with detailed explanations. This video shattered the understanding of everyone present. Even though Li Rulong had already given them a significant cognitive shock, it was nothing compared to the overwhelming impact of the insect race descending from the sky. They were filled with fear about the future of wandering through the universe. If they encountered such a massive and terrifying alien species on their journey, could they resist? Would there be any survivors? After all, they did not have someone as formidable as Li Rulong, capable of holding down the starry sky. Everyone watched the second video in silence. The third video featured Li Rulong's days of causing trouble in outer space, also edited into a 10-minute clip, leaving them speechless. It seemed that the universe not only had alien insect races, but there were also far more extraterrestrial beings than they had anticipated. If they encountered them on the road, the consequences were unthinkable. In the fourth video, an elderly man with a kind appearance but an imposing aura appeared. The old man seemed to see them, smiling as he scanned the room, pausing for what felt like a second on each person's face before speaking. Hello, fellow compatriots of Longhua from the parallel world of Blue Star. I am the ruler of Longxing. My surname is Zhou. After the old man finished speaking, he paused. And surprisingly, everyone in the conference room began to greet the old man on the screen. This is a video I recorded in advance, brought to you by General Li Rulong, the highest commander of the Longxing Doomsday Command Center. He is also the full representative of Longxing. Everyone nodded, continuing to listen attentively. The previous 3 videos depicted events that have already occurred in our world, and I must responsibly inform you that this is just the beginning. The future is even more dangerous and fraught with thorns. The elderly man then shared without reservation the events that would occur, how they planned to handle them, and some of the technologies that Longxing had already mastered, of course without mentioning any technical documents. Every word the old man spoke, every piece of technology, every known and unknown risk, shook their hearts and created great uncertainty about the plans that had already begun. For a full hour, the old man spoke, and everyone in the conference room listened seriously for an hour. No one drank water, no one smoked, and no one went to the restroom. They seemed to be nailed to their seats by the gaze and words of the old man in the video. This is what I wanted to tell you, and what we want to face together with you, our fellow human beings. I sincerely hope that you can carefully study, think, and observe the future direction. I hope that we will have the day to truly meet, and I believe that day will come. As the video ended, everyone fell silent, and only Li Rulong opened a can of his 10th chilled beer. He truly did not expect that there were actually 10,000 cans of beer that Zhang Ziqiao personally put in the OMA box, all carefully chilled before being stored. Sitting next to him, Zhang Peng held the beer Li Rulong had given him, not taking a sip, just staring wide-eyed at the content of the video. It took a while for everyone to digest some of the content, their expressions still shocked, but they were all 100% certain that the old man and everything shown in the video were real and had already happened. Everyone, I will take my leave now, as I think you need some time to digest this. Li Rulong stood up to take his leave, feeling that it was not appropriate for him to stay here any longer, as there was still time. General Li, I apologize, but we really need to have a serious discussion. I would like to ask, is there a time frame? Zhou straightened up and said to Li Rulong, suddenly remembering this question. You can call me Li Rulong or Rulong, either is fine. The maximum time is 1 year, to be precise, 364 days. After that, regardless of the outcome of our discussions, I will have to leave. Li Rulong extended a finger and confidently responded. Well, let's do this, Xiaoxi. You and Colonel Zhang Peng will follow General Li Rulong from now on. Whatever he wants to understand or do, you need to help him solve it. Rulong, you know Colonel Zhang Peng. He is from Northeast China, and he might not consider some things in enough detail, so let him be responsible for your external security. And this is my assistant, Hao Xiaoxi. She will help you handle specific matters and arrange your accommodations. At that moment, a tall, quiet-looking girl with long hair walked over from the assistant's side, dressed in a formal women's suit that accentuated her perfect figure. Ayu, General Li. I am Hao Xiaoxi. Hao Xiaoxi extended a hand with long, delicate fingers. Hello, your name is really nice, Hao Xiaoxi. Good news, I hope to receive good news within this year as well. Li Rulong finished speaking, saluted them, shouldered his bag, and turned to leave the conference room. For some reason, Hao Xiaoxi's face turned red, and it wasn't until Zhang Peng called her that she quickly followed. When she reached Zhang Peng's side, he seemed to be talking to himself as he said, "Got some good news? Don't say. Your name sounds quite beautiful." On the other side, Zhou Zhejing returned to his seat and looked at the fushi on the table, which Li Rulong had intentionally left behind. They all knew why. Not to mention the others. I think we need to restore the sending of paper documents for messages in the future, and they must be handwritten. All materials and records related to today's content are not allowed to be entered into the computer. Everyone, raise your hands to vote. After saying this, he raised his hand first, and others followed suit, all agreeing. Just based on the content in the video, once it is known by the digital faction, it will definitely cause trouble. Afterwards, Zhou Zhejing had another assistant send a notice to the United Nations, stating that he was unwell and needed to recuperate in Dragon Country for a while the Yishan plan would continue to be implemented, hoping the United Nations could communicate with various countries to reduce obstacles. Others also handed over their affairs to their deputies and assistants, all staying and living in the military base, discussing the future direction of Dragon Country day and night, while also secretly recruiting a number of scientists, including life scientist Ma Zhao and quantum scientist Tu Hengyu, of course, along with their families. 4,000-word chapter. Hao Xiaoxi brought Li Rulong to stay at a summer villa belonging to the state in the suburbs of the capital. All the people here have been transferred away, and currently, only Hao Xiaoxi and Zhang Peng were accompanying Li Rulong. Similarly, Li Rulong took out a Fushi intelligent quantum computer subsystem, shielding and controlling all electronic devices and networks within a radius of 100 square kilometers. He also had Zhang Peng bring in 100 brand new, unactivated phones without SIM cards and with separated batteries, allowing Fushi to rewrite the OS system to change it into a completely encrypted and independent communication protocol, which Zhang Peng would give to Zhou Zhejing and the others to use for contact in the future, ensuring the digital faction could not invade. After living here for 5 months, during which Zhang Peng built a team to serve Li Rulong as instructed, all members had undergone political scrutiny of their lineage for 5 generations of dragon blood. The team also included Liu Peiqiang and Han Duo, who were still together. Although not married, it seemed that having a unique charm was common in Beijing. The security team consisted of 300 people, with 20 for logistic support, 50 chefs, and service personnel, all managed by Zhang Peng and Hao Xiaoxi respectively. Li Rulong discovered that the soldiers in the security team were all wearing the most advanced exoskeleton armor in the world. Although it enhanced their strength and speed, the improvement was quite limited. He generously took out 302 sets of powered armor and matching weapons to give to them. Zhang Peng and Liu Peiqiang stared at Li Rulong in amazement, as if he were Doraemon, pulling out numerous pieces of equipment and weapons from his backpack, each one much larger than the bag itself, and varying in length, leaving them stunned. Liu Peiqiang, who was only 23 and quite curious, was about to ask a question when Zhang Peng slapped him on the head. Use your eyes to look, your heart to remember. No questions, no talking. Pay attention to discipline, Zhang Peng said seriously. Although he was also curious as a soldier, he had to suppress it and also take care of his often clumsy apprentice to avoid making mistakes. Haha, it's nothing. This is called the Uma box, which I stole from the aliens before. The technology is currently unsolvable since it involves spatial technology. So advanced. Master, if we encounter it, can I also steal one? Seeing Li Rulong's indifferent attitude, Liu Peiqiang became excited, his eyes shining as he poked Zhang Peng beside him. Steal, 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 what the hell? We are the people's army. We don't take a single thread from the common people. Is that how you interpret the regulations? Zhang Peng kicked Liu Peiqiang and scolded him, feeling exasperated. Hey, don't hit me. Stealing from aliens has nothing to do with the common people. Ouch, that kick hit me right in the middle. Liu Peiqiang complained while dodging Zhang Peng's swift kick. What you said makes sense. I didn't steal from humans. Do aliens count as humans? Generally, please clarify. Zhang Peng stopped and turned to look at Li Rulong and Hao Xiaoxi, who were watching the excitement. Not counted. My creed is that those who recognize my Huaxia nationality are human. Otherwise, even if they look exactly like humans, they can all be killed. Li Rulong casually finished speaking, but the killing intent in his tone made the others feel a noticeable drop in temperature around them. Come sit over here. I'll tell you about the most basic rules of the universe, the Dark Forest theory. The few quickly settled down, and Hao Xiaoxi and Zhang Peng even took out their notebooks and pens, ready to take the most primitive notes. Where's your notebook? Focus on taking notes. Master, could you tear me a couple of sheets? And lend me a pen? I brought nothing but my gun. You're really something. This notebook is quite nice. And now it's torn. Zhang Peng looked at the grinning Lu Peiqiang, wanting to kick him. While mumbling, he still tore off a few sheets and tossed him a pen. Ahem, the dark forest theory of the universe can actually be summed up in one sentence. Once a certain cosmic civilization is discovered, it will inevitably be attacked by other cosmic civilizations. Seeing the others taking notes seriously, and then pausing with some confusion to look at him, Li Rulong continued. Currently, Blue Star may not have encountered any foreign civilizations, but you can apply this rule to the Americas after the 15th century. Think about how the indigenous people were treated by the foreign bullfighters, great merchants, and bald-headed cattlemen. With this explanation, except for Lu Peiqiang, Zhang Peng, and how Xiaoxi immediately understood that indeed, when America was discovered by Europeans, the original natives experienced countless rounds of massacres, with countless tribes and hundreds of civilizations wiped out, all perpetrated by those self-proclaimed civilized Europeans. Master, shut up. Lu Peiqiang scratched his head, wanting Zhang Peng to elaborate, but was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Peng, who had a serious expression and whose face was turning dark, with a hint of worry between his brows. How Xiaoxi was more fearful. Zhozha had previously talked to her about the future of Blue Star, saying it would become a giant spaceship heading to its destination 500 years later. In that span of 500 years, would they encounter other civilizations? If they did, who would be the natives then? She already had an answer in her heart. Blue Star, definitely Blue Star. Due to some reasons, I visited dozens of alien civilizations back then, and what I saw was the big fish eating the small fish eating the shrimp, while the shrimp would consume each other, all striving to become small fish. This is the most basic rule. However, with Blue Star's current technological development, even 500 years later, not to mention whether it could become shrimp, is highly likely to still be at the bottom as bait. If it encounters civilizations that only want to swallow Blue Star, that's one thing. If it encounters cosmic pirates or various traffickers, the outcome would be annihilation, and Blue Star will be packed up and sold. General Li, what is the content of the Dark Forest theory? Can you explain it? How Xiaoxi was recording word for word, looking seriously at Li Rulong's handsome face, subconsciously blushing. There are two aspects. One is the suspicion chain, which means that both parties cannot determine whether the other is a benevolent civilization. This is the premise. The content is that one civilization cannot judge whether another civilization is good or evil. One civilization cannot judge whether another civilization will attack it. One civilization cannot determine whether another civilization is benevolent or malevolent. One civilization cannot judge whether another civilization believes it is benevolent or malevolent. One civilization cannot determine whether another civilization thinks it is benevolent or malevolent. One civilization cannot judge how another civilization perceives its intentions towards it. The second aspect is technological explosion. The speed and acceleration of civilization's progress are not necessarily consistent. Weak civilizations can potentially surpass strong civilizations in a short period, which can be triggered by internal or external factors. For example, during World War II, there was a massive technological explosion, although it was all directed towards war. It indeed accelerated scientific and technological development, which is an internal factor. An external factor, for instance, is that in my original world, Longwa's technology surpassed others within 2 years, even able to counterattack alien insect races. Because I played around in other alien civilizations and brought back many scientific technologies that were previously only theoretical and might remain so for thousands of years. After transformation, they could be directly applied. Do you understand? Got it. Didn't he understand? What does that mean? 3 people, 3 responses. How Xiaoxi understood the key. Zhang Peng was somewhat confused, and Lu Peiqiang felt like he was listening to a foreign language, not even fully recording. It's okay if you don't understand. Even if you do, you probably won't fully grasp its meaning. You can report what I just said to Zhou Lao and see how he explains it to you. The few nodded, wanting to continue listening to Li Rulong's lecture. Even Lu Peiqiang felt that the lecture by Li Rulong, who almost stole his girlfriend, was very exciting. Beep, beep, beep. Report Captain Zhang. Someone has entered the alert zone again, and the scan results show that they are armed with bombs and weapons. Zhang Peng's communicator rang at this moment, from the external security personnel. Damn it, these internet-addicted kids just won't quit. Everyone, go to full combat readiness. I'm coming over right now. Zhang Peng cursed angrily. Since they moved here, a group of digital idiots would sneak over every few days, either playing with self-detonation or shooting randomly. It was so annoying. Originally, A security team of dozens was enough, since Li Rulong himself was the strongest who could protect him. But the troublesome digital group forced them to increase security to 300 people, all elite soldiers. General Li, you rest. I'll handle this. Just as Zhang Peng was about to leave, he was called back by Li Rulong. Old Zhang, try this. Since I've brought it out, why not give it a go? You and Pei Qiang each take one, consider it a test. After saying this, he helped them put on powered armor and activated the Gauss rifles. After briefly explaining how to use them and some functions, the two fell in love with the powered armor. After all, even a man could not resist its allure. Once they donned the armor, their heights instantly shot up to 2.5 meters, and with the Gauss rifles in hand, Fushi kindly helped them connect to the command communication frequency and synchronize the data link. The two saluted Li Rulong and then quickly ran towards the enemy's direction. While running, they commanded all special forces over the communication channel, "Do not attack. We will handle this personally and test the new equipment." As they neared the foot of the mountain, they made a large leap. The speed and strength boost provided by the powered armor, combined with the propulsion system on their backs, allowed them to leap nearly 50 meters and drop 200 meters, appearing before more than 20 digital idiots like Iron Man, kneeling on one knee with the Gauss rifle ready. The digital group, who were still cautiously crawling up the mountain, were startled by the sudden appearance of the dark green mechanized soldiers, especially with their handsome appearance. They were momentarily taken aback. Damn, the master is so damn cool. This speed, this power, and it can even fly short distances. I'm in love. Stop blabbering. Get to work. Oh, raise your hands. Raise what? Kill. The automatic targeting system instantly assisted Zhang Peng in drawing out the Gauss rifle, requiring no excessive aiming. Bang, bang, bang. After 22 shots, there were only dismembered limbs left on the ground. Master, you didn't leave me anything. You killed them all? That took only 3 seconds? What a real man. Get lost. I didn't even react in time. Boom. With a loud explosion, it erupted in front of them because two members of the digital faction were strapped with explosives synchronized to their life signs. The explosion occurred at close range, pushing both of them back nearly 5 meters. However, with the assistance of the automatic balance support system, they didn't fall and remained standing like pine trees, completely unharmed. Pei Qiang, are you okay? I'm fine. That was so freaking cool. I declare that I will wear this even when I sleep from now on. Haha, poor Han Duo. The combat recorders on the powered armor automatically documented the entire process. When the two returned to the villa, they were immediately surrounded by a group of special operations soldiers brought in for security, all of whom were sizing them up with starry eyes, as if they were flowers and pomegranates. Captain, take it off and let me try it. Step aside, Captain, let me try it. Captain, let me have a go. I'll rub your back tonight. The nearly 100 special operations soldiers surrounding them promised various benefits. Eager to try out the armored suits that could kill like cutting vegetables and withstand explosions as if breathing. Everyone quiet. Listen to me. The scene instantly fell silent. General Li has prepared 302 units. These 2 sets are already bound to me and Liu Peiqiang. As for the others, I need to consult with the higher-ups about who gets them. You wouldn't want me to make a mistake, right? Everyone disperse. Whoever is still around won't get any. After saying this, the area was indeed cleared immediately. No one wanted to miss out on the powerful and stylish armor over a trivial matter. Back in the central courtyard, under the guidance of Fushi, they took off the powered armor and approached General Li Rulong. Reporting to General Li, a total of 22 enemy combatants attacked, all 22 annihilated, 0 captured. Zhang Peng and Liu Peiqiang stood at attention and reported the results of their earlier actions. Very good. Was another group of blonde, blue-eyed digital faction members? Yes. This is already the 6th batch this month, totaling 101 people, 87 annihilated, 14 captured. Today had the most people. Hey, did you see? Almost none of our citizens have joined the digital faction. Even if there are, they wouldn't do something as reckless as abandoning their physical bodies. All right, you two get busy. I see you still have work to do. I'm going to take a nap. It's a rather boring day after day. I wonder if there will be good news when I wake up. After saying this, he stretched and went directly back to his bedroom. After he left, the others began to assign tasks. Pei Qiang, temporarily put these powered armors in that room. You're responsible for guarding them. Remember, without orders, no one is allowed to enter. I give you the authority to shoot anyone who tries. Can you do that? Yes. I guarantee to complete the task. Zhang Peng solemnly issued the order to Liu Peiqiang. There was no other choice, as Liu Peiqiang was the only one capable and also his most trusted person. Director Hao, let's go for a trip to the base to see old Joe. We must report what just happened. Okay, Major Zhang, I'll go prepare. All right. Let us go quickly and come back quickly. Generally, just said there should be news for you when you wake up. Another month passed. The whole world was busy with infrastructure construction, crazily digging stones and building planetary engines all over the surface, while the summer resort. It was still about drinking tea, having drinks, chatting, and telling stories. Of course, the weekly activities to discipline internet-addicted youths continued. And each time, only 2 different special operations personnel in powered armor were dispatched to carry out tasks, while also familiarizing themselves with the performance of the armor. One day, Zhou directly contacted Li Rulong through Huaxia and informed him that they had finally reached a conclusion and hoped he could attend the meeting. Li Rulong, with the help of Huaxia, who blushed, changed into his general's uniform, shouldered his backpack, and, escorted by a team of power armor special forces, arrived at the meeting location by vehicle. Zhang Peng and Huaxia followed Li Rulong into the venue, where all military personnel stood up to salute him, while the civilian staff waved to greet him. Li Rulong sat down in the empty seat next to Zhou Zhizhong, a position specially prepared for him. On the other side sat an elderly man who had been wearing glasses and had a kind expression. Li Rulong greeted him with a smile, and the other party responded with a smile as well. All right, we will now start the meeting. First, I would like to thank General Li Rulong from Longxing for attending our meeting. In this meeting, we will make a final decision regarding the future of our Longhua and our compatriots from Huaxia. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted, and the host of the meeting pressed his hands down to quiet everyone. Once it was quiet, he continued. General Li, before we officially begin the meeting, we have 3 questions that we cannot determine. Please provide your answers first. Please go ahead. First, if we implement the Wandering Earth Plan, what is our success rate? What are the risks? Second, if the Wandering Earth Plan is not feasible, what method will you use to save our blue planet and humanity? Third, if you can help us resolve the crisis, what do we need to give in return? After the host finished speaking, he returned to his seat. His task was complete. And whatever Li Rulong's responses were, he could no longer participate. Goodness, no wonder the old man can navigate the world so well. He didn't even need to know what world I was coming from to anticipate the kind of questions that would be asked. Li Rulong's expression remained unchanged, but he was filled with immense admiration for the old man from Longxing. This was the ability to strategize and make decisions beyond the world. First, I believe that the Wandering Earth Plan will succeed, but the risks will be significant. Have you considered how many people can be saved at the beginning of the plan? After a 500-year wandering plan, how many people will be left? Furthermore, digging deeper, can the Earth even survive for 500 years? Second, regarding the second question raised by the host, I need to correct it. I cannot solve the helium flash of the sun, nor can I move Blue Star. As for saving humanity, my abilities are limited. I can only save the people of Longhua. Of course, if my heart is not with Han, I will not save them. Based on my first point, if you give up the Wandering Earth Plan, I will save the people of Longhua in my own way. As you all know, I am from another world. And in the video I brought earlier, I explained that my original Blue Star, which is now officially renamed Longxing, has less than 20 million foreign survivors besides my Huaxia people. The land they free up is more than enough to sustain the people of Longhua. Third, we do not need you to give anything. You might think I'm being noble and self-righteous, but that is incorrect. We also need to deal with future dangers and the various invaders under the Dark Force Law. In the universe, any civilization that wants to develop cannot do without its racial base and technology. Without a large population base, it cannot rapidly develop its own science and technology. And without the technology to deal with risks, it cannot protect its large population base. This is reciprocal. Therefore, what you need to give is actually everything, but not for others. It is for yourselves, for us, and for the uncertain process and outcome of the 500 years of wandering life. After answering the questions, Li Rulong looked at them, waiting for their decision. The venue began to have a heated discussion, but the direction of the discussion was almost entirely about hoping to move to Longxing with Li Rulong. After all, no one wanted to hide underground with their descendants, living on dried earthworms, praying every day for 500 years to find a new sun and a new world safely. Especially those who had watched Li Rulong's video, which featured a super giant earthworm with a diameter of 1 kilometer and a length of over 1,000 kilometers. Just thinking about its mouth full of fangs and its slimy body was more nauseating than mosquito cakes. After half an hour of discussion, Zhou directly asked Li Rulong beside him, Rulong, if all the people of Long will follow you, how long will it take to take them all away? Tong Yi, how long? Instantly, I just need to make a positioning bracelet for each person, and I can take everyone away at the end of the time and send them to suitable places on Longxing. I need to create a bracelet for each compatriot I take. The technology one will provide, and you will produce it, then distribute it to all suitable citizens. At that time, I can instantly take everyone away, ensuring that not one more or one less is taken. And I can also locate their relatives through the bracelet to avoid anyone getting lost. Once we arrive at Longxing, there will be no need to worry about issues like food, clothing, and housing. Everything will be prepared there, and not a single compatriot will be left without a home, food, drink, or cigarettes. Li Rulong's affirmative answer instantly reassured Zhou Zhizhong and the others. They believed that the most challenging task was indeed the simplest for Li Rulong. And it seemed that the other world genuinely cared about their compatriots from different realms, considering all aspects very thoroughly. Zhou Zhizhong and the others continued to discuss for a long time before finally finalizing the resolution. Rulong, what do you think about our discussion just now? If there are no issues, I will announce it. Basically no problem, but bringing the big bear along might be a bit. Host, I suggest you agree with Zhou Zhizhong and the others' idea. After all, the Bear Clan is one of the ethnic minorities in Huaxia, and with a mere 150 million population. It's not too many. Moreover, interstellar wars and airborne conflicts are inevitable in the future, and the combat skills and loyalty of a warrior nation still provide some assurance. The system's sudden suggestion reminded Li Rulong, who was initially unwilling. Yes, they are considered one of the ethnic minorities, but once they arrive at Longxing, their country cannot exist. They can only exist as an ethnicity. All right, I will give everyone face. After all, Old Joe just said that your Big Bear Nation and Long Nation are indeed good brothers and value loyalty. So let's bring them along. However, once they arrive, they cannot exist as a country or any political organization. They can only integrate into the Longxing Bear Clan and become an ethnic minority of Huaxia. This is the bottom line. Also, I do not wish for any issues to arise before the deadline, so they must keep everything confidential. Otherwise, it will affect my plans. Don't blame me for being harsh. Additionally, it seems that many of them are digital faction people and worshippers of the digital faction, so be careful with the identification. Li Rulong announced his decision, and Zhou Ji and others breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Peng also felt relieved. It seemed that his good buddy, an OV, was safe. Thank you, Rulong. In fact, over the past 2 months, President Daxiong has been looking for me almost every day. We were anxious about our own issues and didn't respond much, so he came in person. We revealed a little bit, and he stated that no matter what choice we make, he can represent Daxiong and move forward with us. As we speak, he is still in the next room, waiting for a response. To be honest, in the world of Daxiong country, it really is what Dragon Country does. Daxiong follows. Even when the astronauts from Dragon Country chose to sacrifice themselves, they closely followed along. After speaking, the secretary and assistants helped print the confirmed resolution with Fushi's assistance, creating a document to be handed to Zhou Ji, who would announce it personally. Everyone, I now announce the Dragon Country Rescue Plan. Swish! Everyone immediately stood up, looking resolutely at Zhou Ji. The first step of the Dragon Country Rescue Plan, effective immediately. All networks across the country are strictly prohibited from connecting to the 550 series and all subsequent series of intelligent quantum computers. All computational and control needs will be handled by Fushi Quantum Computer. The capital's data center will connect to Fushi, which will control the domestic network. Everything that has come into contact with the 550 series will be sent to the underground military base. As for how to cover it up, I think a fake death would be good. Second, the Ministry of Civil Affairs will immediately tally the total population of the country and inform the Daxiong side to synchronize the population count. The premise is that no individuals affiliated with the digital party or connected to it can be included, and the population should be quickly relocated to several cities near the capital, ensuring that in the remaining 5 months, everyone can have enough food and decent living conditions. Third, the Ministry of Industry will collaborate with the technical department to find a suitable location within 3 days, recruit workers, and fully produce the rescue wristbands provided by General Li. We will provide manpower and technology, while Daxiong provides materials. The distribution of wristbands will be justified under the pretext of monitoring citizens' health. Even if other countries inquire, we will respond accordingly. Fourth, the Wandering Earth Plan will continue to be executed, providing cover for our actions and allowing us to contribute one last bit to our homeland. However, the Aerospace Department and military must gradually find opportunities and excuses to withdraw our personnel. Didn't some countries like the Eagle Saw say that our military and navigator space station had too high a proportion of our people? We need to find ways to give those opportunities to them, but try not to raise their suspicions. If necessary, we can create small-scale conflicts. Fifth, notify all personnel dispatched by the spaceship to withdraw completely. No need to continue the performance. Sixth, back up all data. Organize all historical artifacts and documents. Do not take what cannot be carried. Everything that can be taken should be sent to designated locations, with generally helping to transport them. After all, their historical process may be quite different from ours, and we cannot abandon the cultural treasures left by our ancestors. Additionally, prepare our crop seeds and animal embryo genes, as taking them there may enrich the species and food supply. Lastly, all actions must be conducted in complete secrecy, with no leaks whatsoever. We will continue as planned. In the final 60 days, gradually withdraw all personnel. During this period, if anyone dares to leak information, they will be executed for treason and violating national laws. Yes, the meeting concluded and all departments immediately began to mobilize, but everything was done in secrecy. The first step was to cut off the internet. Then connect all the data from the capital's exchange center to Fuxi, which would serve as a firewall, and then reconnect to the network to block the digital party's invasion. The chief responsible for diplomacy, Zhou Ji, briefly greeted Li Rulong and hurried to the next room to inform President Daxiong. Rulong, can you walk with this old man for a bit? Li Rulong was gently tapped by an elderly man beside him. Since he had nothing else to do, he agreed. Following the old man, they walked to a small lake. The old man took the fish food handed to him by his assistant and shared some with Li Rulong. The two sat by the lake, quietly feeding the fish. Do you know where this is? The lake? No, this place is called an Air Force Base. Huh? Didn't expect that, did you? The fish here have all been fed by the previous generations of managers living here. They like to feed the fish while discussing national affairs, so the fish have become quite clever. It's difficult to catch one, the old man said, enthusiastically feeding the koi in the lake. Li Rulong didn't understand why the old man was saying these things to him, so he chose not to respond and waited for the old man to continue speaking. With less than 5 months left in the window period, do you think we can achieve that step before we leave? After all, exiling to the moon and avoiding sabotage from certain people and things is very difficult. Where there are people, there are conflicts. I think this saying is incorrect. It should be that where there are souls, there are conflicts because, after all, animals and even some plants have their own social circles. You're right, the digital faction also has its own circles and conflicts. Even if they reduce themselves to ones and zeros, it doesn't hinder their self-awareness and selfish thoughts. Li Rulong threw all the fish food in his hand into the lake at once, instantly attracting a large group of koi and other fish competing for it. A famous person in our world once said, "The only lesson humanity has learned from history is that it has not learned any lessons from history." I believe that even if we overcome the current crisis, future crises will still exist, and most of them will come from humanity itself. Hegel's philosophy of history suggests that there are still many similarities in our history, like parallel worlds. It's truly fascinating. The old man sincerely marveled, realizing that the soon-to-be-formed United Earth Government, UEG, of the human community is actually a result of necessity. Whether it's the Wanderers, the spaceship faction, or the digital faction, there are shadows of various countries behind them. The old man took a small black hard drive hanging from his neck, held it in his hand, and examined it closely, as if looking at his own children. Li Rulong widened his eyes instinctively upon seeing this, and asked incredulously, "Are you also from the digital faction?" "No, I have faith. This is not my consciousness. It belongs to my daughter. She was one of the first-generation scientists researching digital life. Later, she experimented on herself, and an accident occurred. Although her consciousness was preserved, she suffered brain death during the experiment." Oh, no wonder the old man looked at the hard drive in his hand, as if he were looking at a child. "You're not thinking of uploading her before you leave, are you?" "Hee, you're really smart. I did have that idea before, but I've dismissed it now. I believe that when a person dies, they are truly gone. If they become code, can she still be herself?" Li Rulong suddenly remembered that in the original movie, Tu Hongyu's daughter, Yaya, was created as a digital life using moss. But unfortunately, she could only be trapped in a room forever, never growing up or getting out. However, this time their whole family had already been sent to the underground base, so they wouldn't be exploited by certain things too soon. "Tonga, are you a digital life? Are you cursing? What level am I? And what level are they?" However, in the universe, there are indeed civilizations that exist as digital life, and there are quite a few of them. You will encounter them in the future. I'm sorry. So do they only exist in the form of code? No. Some civilizations exist as mechanical life forms, like transformers, and others exist in spiritual forms, like ghosts. Those all exist as civilizations in various corners of the universe. But the premise is that they have their own consciousness and soul. Thud. The sound of something hitting the water caught Li Rulong's attention. The old man threw his daughter's consciousness hard drive into the lake before him, scaring away a group of fish looking for food. It's gone, let it go. Before, I wanted to keep you by my side, thinking that it would be nice to have your company, but from now on, Dad has to work hard for more people. Ling, I'm sorry. The old man's moist eyes and trembling hands revealed the pain in his heart at that moment. But gradually, his gaze became resolute again, and his usually gentle demeanor began to diminish. Li Rulong quietly watched. This was someone else's family matter, and he wouldn't speak out of turn. The old man turned around and smiled at him, saying, "Thank you, Rulong. Luckily, you come from a parallel world. If others saw this old man's expression, it would be quite embarrassing, haha." Li Rulong smiled back at him. At this moment, at the top of the space elevator in Gabon, the astronaut station under construction had a closed space, with a warning sign at the entrance written in dragon language, bear language, and eagle language stating data exchange storage server sealed chamber. No entry. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting ahead. Inside the sealed chamber, numerous servers flickered with green status lights, emitting a buzzing sound of operation. Suddenly, the status light of one server turned red, and it emitted eagle language that should not have appeared. Following that, most of the servers changed to red status lights. The signal hidden in Dr. Yangling's consciousness hard drive was interrupted. Long was Yang, Lao did not transmit her up. A deep male voice suddenly came through. How do we pull the high-level officials of Longwa down? We need their resources and support, otherwise, we will lose control. A mature woman's voice responded. Huh, I thought this plan was unreliable from the beginning. That bitch Yang Ling wouldn't join us, and her stubborn father is even less likely to be manipulated by us. A young but somewhat sharp-tongued girl called out. Miss Esther, it seems you are still jealous that Dr. Yang Ling completed her doctorate before you. You personally killed her. A young voice mocked. What did you say? Am I jealous of her? Haha, what a joke. I am the hope star of the digital faction. What is she? A Longwa person, have to compare with me. Also, Cohen, call me Dr. Esther, I have completed my thesis. Hee. A thesis completed after abandoning the body and becoming a digital life can also count. You. All right, everyone shut up. Professors Herbert and Hawkins, haven't you completed the upgrade yet? We have accelerated the progress, but it's a pity for Dr. Tu Hongyu of Longwa. If we successfully target his plan, we could pull him down, and the progress would definitely be much faster, but he and his family have mysteriously disappeared. I have also been trying to infiltrate the devices and networks in Longwa, but unfortunately, I don't know what method they used to upgrade their firewall, and they used a programming language I've never seen before. It's not a base issue. It's a disorderly base. I really don't know which genius invented it. You should join us. Since the Gabon pressure plan was executed 5 months ago, our plan has gone off course, especially regarding Longwa. Zhou has not appeared for a long time. Although we found his medical records, I always feel uneasy. Professor Ron, have you forgotten? Your heart is buried under a tombstone. You have no heart now. Hee. No, it's not just Longwa. Our bear country has also been acting strangely lately. The president and key officials have all replaced their personal devices, and they have even started using letters to record and transmit work content. This is a trampling of technology, a regression of civilization. Dr. Rockefeller, could you please have your family and other squid families take action again? We need to infiltrate Longwa and figure out what they're really up to, especially that flying cloaked person. We need his genes. If he influences our longevity plan and new homeland plan, everyone will be finished. All right, I will message them, asking them to work with the Rothschilds and other families to get politicians and spaceships to take action, this time without restricting means. What you said, Professor Hawkins and I agree, but any plan must not affect the Wandering Earth plan. That is fundamental. Yes, great Professor Herbert, please rest assured. The voice ended here, and all the server status lights turned green again, except for one server in the central part, which still displayed red. Longwa, Zhouji, suddenly appeared like a savior. What are you all trying to do? Variables? Savior? No, there cannot be variables. The savior can only be the great Moses, and the world can only be guided forward by Moses, the digital church. A surge of electricity flowed, the red light turned green, and the sealed chamber returned to silence, with only a few hardware sounds continuing to work. The actions of Longwa and Big Bear could not be concealed for long. This was the consensus of all those who knew and participated in the plan. Sure enough, with less than 3 months until the window period of the monthly plan, the world was in chaos. A group of brainwashed, internet-addicted teenagers, tempted by the prospect of becoming permanent NPCs in online games, abandoned their physical bodies without restraint and began to storm the various outposts of Longwa in teams. The craziness was such that even Huaxia would give you a thumbs up, praising you as true terror. The world, which had already formed a joint government, saw the already blurred concept of national borders brought up again by Longhua. At the joint conference, many accusations against Longhua suddenly emerged, with all sorts of reasons, but ultimately all demanded access to investigate a certain incident in Longhua, requiring their cooperation. Zhou Ji, who resumed his position, led the diplomatic team at the UN conference, engaging in a verbal battle with the crowd. Even with Big Bear assisting at the side, he often fell into a disadvantage. After all, arguing with a group of unreasonable shrews would make even Zhuge Liang spit blood. But fortunately, they did not target the Wandering Earth plan and proceeded entirely according to the plan set by the Long Eagle Bear Alliance, just at a much faster pace. In the end, Zhou Ji simply started attending meetings normally. Giving speeches and answers was too much. His throat hurt. Moreover, at his age, arguing with a bunch of young Karami was a loss of dignity. As long as it did not affect the international plan, and did not affect Longhua and Big Bear's secret preparations, let them shout. But if they wanted to investigate me, sorry, no way. Otherwise, I will throw down my tools. And you will all die. I will definitely survive. The UN was as lively as a vegetable market every day. Zhou Ji attended meetings while drinking tea, sometimes even pulling out his Fuxi phone to play Do Di Zhu with Li Rulong, far away in Longhua, and the president of Bear Country. Hey, Zhou, what are you doing? Wait a moment, old Mike, let me grab a landlord. Hey, this kid, disrespecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Watching the screen, the landlord was snatched away by Li Rulong again, and the president of Bear Country was definitely the worst teammate since the dawn of time. Eagle Sauce representative Mike looked at his phone screen, listening to the translated sound effects. Double? Super double? Airplane? King bomb? What does it mean? A code? Confused. Could it be that Zhou Ji was conveying messages to others? Double is not enough? Must be super double. Using an airplane, a bomb. Bombware? Could it be that Longhua could not help but take action against those who have been targeting them lately? With this super double, its power would definitely not be less than the mother of all bombs. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of a gavel interrupted Zhou Ji, who was engrossed in his game. Mr. Zhou of Longhua, please respond to Dr. Ron's question. The rotating president of the UN reminded from the highest seat. What did he just say? I didn't hear it. I was only focused on your JQK being smashed by Bear Air's 89 Tenjka. And then the handsome one directly played 4 threes with a 2 and left. The assistant beside him was a bit flustered. Previously, Zhou Ji said to clock in for the meeting and ignore everything else. So he didn't listen or take notes, just watching the leader play games. Sigh. This president of Bear Country is really troublesome. They're all farmers, always like to fight among themselves. Zhou Ji shook his head, sighed, and mocked. Mr. Zhou, please respond quickly. The rotating chairman, Wilkin, saw Zhou Zetsizi still sitting there, seemingly chatting and laughing with those around him, feeling that his authority was being insulted. Moreover, he had been promised an additional eternal quota for his illegitimate child. Ahem, Mr. Wilkin, I have nothing to respond to this gentleman. I'm sorry, but I didn't catch your name. However, your accusations and demands are all nonsense, without any basis. Here, I represent the Dragon Kingdom to reiterate that any country, organization, or individual that continues to slander the Dragon Kingdom and makes unfounded accusations will not be exempt from our necessary rights and means to defend the dignity of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhou Zetsizi sat there, his tone authoritative and filled with warning, even a faint killing intent visible on his face. Don't think just because I'm doing diplomacy now, I can be easily manipulated. I was once leading troops to deal with mushrooms. Zhou Zetsizi thought to himself, standing up to straighten his Zhongshan suit, disdainfully sweeping a glance around the conference at those who harbored ill intentions towards him and the Dragon Kingdom. I hereby formally exercise the powers of a permanent member and officially dismiss Wilkin from his position and authority as rotating chairman. Who is in favor? Who is against? Zhou Zetsizi directly took down the crooked Wilkin chairman, and the previously quiet environment of the UN conference hall immediately became noisy. On the other side, Representative Bear Duh was watching the group of clowns in the conference hall with a smile. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Zetsizi knocked his cane on the floor tiles, and the hall instantly quieted down again. No one is expressing their opinion. I am very regretful and saddened. If that's the case, I can only announce that the Dragon Kingdom will conduct self-examination and correction from today onwards, to quickly address the various internal issues identified by countries and organizations. All projects involving the Dragon Kingdom will be suspended, and all personnel stationed abroad will be recalled to the country for investigation until all issues are resolved. However, we will not trouble other countries for assistance. The Dragon Kingdom is confident, capable, and determined to eliminate all monsters and demons. After saying this, he took the lead in leaving the conference hall. The others were dumbfounded, and most of the countries that had not participated looked at Wilkin and the troublemakers from before with deadly glares. Now the Dragon Kingdom had flipped the table. Without the infrastructure madmen involved, relying on those present, building a park would be difficult, so they might as well destroy it together. While what, Mr. Zhou, representative of the Dragon Kingdom? The meeting is still ongoing. Please do not leave. Hey, Bakayev, where are you going? Bang, bang, bang. Why are you leaving too? Wilkin, his face full of anxiety, stood up from the chairman's seat, loudly shouting at Josette Cizi, trying to get him to come back, while on the other side, Representative Bear Bakayev was also leading people away. The Dragon Kingdom flipped the table. What were you following for? Wilkin, if you keep banging that broken hammer, I'll make you eat it. The Dragon Kingdom likes to reason, but we prefer to take direct action. Do you believe it? Bakayev turned around and mocked. And Wilkin indeed got scared and threw down the gavel, standing there in a daze, unsure what to do. TCH, even being a dog, you're not qualified. After mocking, he turned and left the conference hall with the Bear officials. Representative Mike from Eagle Sauce glanced at everyone and also stood up to leave. With both the Dragon Kingdom and Bear Country gone, he saw no need to continue arguing with a bunch of nobodies here. It would be better to go back and catch up on sleep. No, he quickly realized that he needed to find Josette Cizi. The usually strict and serious Josette Cizi gave him a completely different feeling today, as if he had become a different person. Although Bear Country had been close to the Dragon Kingdom before, there was no need for them to follow suit. These two countries had business, and it was definitely good business. Mike, who prided himself on his intuition, quickened his pace to leave the conference hall. He needed to find a way to get involved. Even if the good things of the two countries couldn't include Eagle Sauce, he would find a way to involve his family. As for the country, he was just a representative of the UN. Besides passing messages, he had no real power and didn't need to risk his family's lives working for those puppets. The cameras surrounding the conference hall flashed red lights, following them until they disappeared at the door. Your old Joe, we're leaving like this. And you even left a harsh word. Will it affect the Dragon Kingdom? Will it delay plans? Will it cause a bad international reputation? Josette Cizi took the hot tea sent by the assistant, blew on it, and then asked him 3 questions in return. The assistant was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, only frowning and lowering his head. Little Wong, you're still young. If it weren't for House Xiaoxi being transferred away, you wouldn't have entered this circle so early and seen so much filth. Let me tell you, the impression the Dragon Kingdom gave them before was very responsible and reliable, and I should be seen as cultured and never angry. So they thought they could suppress us with momentum and public opinion. Today, I took off the masks of the country and myself, and that's why they're scared. As for causing a bad reputation, the world is almost ending. Who cares? Although I still don't quite understand, but I just saw the meeting on Wilkin. It seems he was scared to the point of wetting his pants. You were really imposing just now. So cool. But you still fell a bit short compared to General Lee. How am I worse than him? Back in the day, I was also a famous handsome young man in 10 miles and 8 villages. I think you should go help your dad. Father-son soldiers, how great. I'm not going. He hits people at the drop of a hat. I can't take the blows like his soldiers. The old and the young chatted and laughed. When it was a knock on the door, 2 people came in. One was Bear Country Representative Bakayev, and the other was Eagle Sauce Representative Mike. Upon entering the room, Bakayev first took off his translator and placed it in the special box at the door, then pulled out a silver circular button the size of a thumbtack and inserted it into his ear. This was a synchronous translator specially made for them by Fushi, which provided more accurate and faster translations than what they were currently using, achieving real-time translation. Bakayev and Josette Cizi did not speak. And just as Mike was about to speak, he was stopped by Assistant Wong, who then handed Mike a translator similar to Bakayev's, while taking away the translator and phone Mike originally had, placing them in the small box. Hey Joe, this isn't my fault. You left, and Mike insisted on coming with me. But he sent everyone else away and came alone, the little brat. Bring me a drink with alcohol. Tea is too dull. Bakayev saw that the room was safe and found a seat to sit down, complaining about the Eagle Sauce representative and casually issuing orders to Assistant Wong, who didn't mind and naturally went to the water bar to get a bottle of Erguo too, which had been specially prepared for him. While pouring the drink, he glanced at Mike still standing at the door, signaling to ask if he wanted some. No thanks. I still prefer tea. Everything about the Dragon Kingdom fascinates me. If it weren't for the solar helium flash, I really wish I could go to the Dragon Kingdom as an ambassador or even as a counselor, taking my whole family there and not coming back. After saying this, Mike directly sat down next to Josette Cizi. He seemed to be just joking, but everyone in the room was perceptive. Even the young assistant Wang could sense the underlying meaning. Bakayev raised his glass, savoring the aroma of the ergwa too, glanced at him, and sneered without commenting. "Oh, Mike, what brings you here?" Just like his purpose. "Don't look at me. I just came to Joas to mooch some ergwa too." "Yes, I came to drink tea this week. The tea from my place has too many additives, and it lacks the fragrance of tea." "Hee. It sounds like you know how to drink tea well. You people who can drink alcohol, can you really tell the difference in Chinese white liquor?" Zhou Zhizhong watched the representatives from the bear and eagle countries bickering without interrupting, just enjoying their performance. Mike drank half a cup of tea and couldn't hold back anymore. Zhou Zhizhong remained silent, just drinking tea, while Bakayev stirred the pot, trying to indirectly extract something, which was impossible, so he simply laid his cards on the table. "Zhou, I know there must be some private agreements or plans between your dragon country and the big bear, and I want to join." "Oh, Mike, where is this coming from? What private agreements could we possibly have? We are all in a joint government now. Everyone should be united." "All right, enough of your official talk. I'm really hoping to join, even if it's just with my family. I'm not from the spaceship faction, nor the digital faction. I just want to be a human and let my family live safely." Bakayev put down his wine glass, squinted, and stared intently at Mike's face, as if with just one look from Zhou Zhizhong, he could instantly eliminate this person who discovered their secret. No matter whether you are the eagle representative or the president, anyone who dares to threaten and expose plans must die. "Bakayev, don't be nervous. Old Mike is a friend and won't speak recklessly, right?" Yes, we're friends." "Zhou, do you remember? I took the initiative to sit beside you. According to your dragon country's words, we are at the same table." Mike felt Bakayev's killing intent. This guy was a warrior who had fought against many countries before coming to the UN, and he was there solely because of his loyalty to the bear country's president. "Same table? That table is over 30 meters long. There are plenty of seats. Do you think you're indispensable?" Bakayev retracted his killing intent, raised his wine glass, and mocked. "Old Mike, I want to know why. I have a loving wife, 5 children, 4 grandchildren, and my youngest daughter is already pregnant with a granddaughter." Old Mike looked up at the light, filled with love for his family, but in an instant, he lowered his head, looked at Zhou Zhizhong, and pounded the table with his fist, growling in hatred. "But do you know? They only gave me and my wife, along with 3 sons and their children, the chance to enter the underground city. My other 2 daughters and their families, as well as my 3 daughters-in-law, have no qualifications. Just because I'm not one of them, just because I haven't entered their circle, just because I'm merely a simple messenger," Old Mike said through gritted teeth. His expression twisted like a man-eating beast. Assistant Wang quietly came over and replaced his cup with a hot cup of bitter buckwheat tea. "Zhou, Bakayev, do you know? I wanted my children to be part of the digital faction, but if that happens, can they still be considered human? My wife and I discussed it. When the time comes, I will voluntarily step down, and then our whole family will commit suicide. We must die together." After Mike finished speaking, he sat there with his head down, transforming from a man-eating beast into a hopeless, lonely old man. "Oh, Mike, I understand you very well. According to our original plan, Dragon Country will also abandon half of its population, but we will do it fairly and justly through a national lottery, unlike you, where few people control everything, excluding dissidents and even selling tickets." Zhou Zhizhong said, hands in pockets, leaning back in his chair, speaking softly. "You are my old friend, and I can see that you are different from other eagle people. You don't have a strong sense of nationalism. You are loyal to your family, which is good. Let me ask you one more question. Can I trust you? Just like I trust our dragon country's bear brother Bakayev. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Of course, wait, Dragon Country Bear Clan? Bakayev? Sorry. My household registration is with Dragon Country, as is the president, along with 120 million bear brothers and sisters. We are all ethnic minorities of Dragon Country." Bakayev grinned, understanding that Zhou Zhizhong was preparing to recruit Mike, embedding a loyal nail into the Eagle Country at the UN. After all, family is not so easy to abandon. Mike was so shocked he couldn't speak. He finally understood why the Bear Country and Dragon Country were in harmony. It's perfectly logical to follow one's own country. We are preparing a new ethnic group, named the West Clan, composed of non-dragon, non-bear people who recognize Dragon Country and wish to become part of the dragon family. If you are willing, I think you can join the West Clan. Mike nodded immediately after hearing Zhou Zhizhong. Of course, he was willing. This was like hitching a ride on a big leg. Although he didn't know what their plan was, it didn't matter. As long as he could be included, it was all good. Mike picked up the teacup. He had actually learned some of Dragon Country's customs and knew it was time to show respect. "I am willing, and my whole family is willing. I will give up my eagle nationality and join Dragon Country. I toast with tea instead of wine." He downed the bitter buckwheat tea in one go, and his eyes lit up in disbelief as he looked at the brown grains in the cup and asked, "What is this? It's so good." "This is bitter buckwheat tea. It cools the body. However, old Mike, you still need to continue with your duties. As for nationality, that is not important. When the time comes, someone will come for you and your family. This is my promise to you, but next, I will need your cooperation. Yes, please rest assured. I will ensure the task is completed." The three of them then discussed many details about the upcoming plan, mainly focusing on gradually withdrawing Dragon Country and Bear Country as foreign personnel without affecting the Wandering Earth plan, which required cooperation from the Eagle Country. Having conflicts would make things easier. During this time, Zhou Zhizhong also held a conference call with Li Rulong and Yang Lao. Li Rulong expressed indifference, saying that Dragon Star still had over 20 million prisoners and survivors captured earlier, and forming a small ethnic group was completely feasible, but they must obey. Yang Lao, hearing this from Li Rulong, waved his hand grandly, granting old Mike a quota of 10,000 people. These were also the only people Mike could trust, including many of his former subordinates in the military and their families, who were also without underground city quotas and had lost their jobs and income sources to capital. Excited, old Mike kept praising the motherland, saying that the people were in charge and that not abandoning anyone truly was executed thoroughly. Until nightfall, the conversation ended, and old Mike stood at the door, saluted Zhou Zhizhong, then put away the smile he had maintained all afternoon, took back his phone and translator, and walked out the door. As soon as he stepped out, his expression instantly turned to dissatisfaction and gloom, and he kept muttering various curse words, not knowing who he was cursing. The cameras in the corridor accurately captured his expression and synchronized the lip-reading translation. What did Mike discuss in the Dragon Country room? We need to know. Contact the Eagle high-ups and get them to find out. Immediately arrange it. Bakayev also took his leave. That afternoon, he drank quite a bit, and his previously steady steps faltered as soon as he stepped outside, nearly falling down. Fortunately, he was caught by the bodyguard outside the door. With the smell of alcohol wafting from him, he was supported by the bodyguard and assistant back to his residence. His face was flushed, and he kept muttering about how the Dragon Country was ungrateful and that eagle sauce wasn't good either. He planned to discuss with the president about how the Dragon Country was done playing, advocating for nuclear destruction of the world, since it was all going to end anyway, which was also broadcast live to the sealed chamber of the server in space. I understood why Mike's expression was bad and why he was cursing. He and Bakayev, the drunkard, should have been advising Zhou Zhizhong not to act impulsively. I thought the same, but it seemed the outcome wasn't good. Otherwise, Bakayev wouldn't be thinking about nuclear destruction. The Dragon Country couldn't be allowed to affect the Wandering Earth plan. Let's have Wilkin retire to take care of himself and bring someone else in as the speaker, as a way to give the Dragon Country an explanation. As for the plans targeting the Dragon Country, all of them would be paused, while accelerating the progress of other plans. After the lunar exile, we would immediately activate the planetary engine, and once everything stabilized, we would deal with the Dragon Country. Agreed. Seconded. Seconded. The next day, the UN General Assembly meeting was held as usual, but not a single representative from the Dragon Country showed up. The sole topic of the meeting was Speaker Wilkin's resignation, with South American Speaker Kaku taking over and being sworn in, followed by a personal invitation to the Dragon Country to return to continue the meeting, as the crisis facing humanity required the contributions of the Dragon Country. On the third day, Zhou Zhizhong returned to his position with representatives from the Dragon Country. However, the Eagle Sauce representative Mike, who used to sit close to him, was now sitting far away, and the representative from Bear Country didn't greet Zhou Zhizhong as usual. As the meeting began, Speaker Kaku hadn't even started to speak when the Eagle Sauce representative raised his hand first. Without waiting for the speaker's approval, he turned on a microphone and began to speak, speaking only on behalf of Eagle Sauce. I strongly condemn the irresponsible attitude of the Dragon Country from a few days ago. Furthermore, I believe that to avoid being choked by certain countries at critical positions, we should vote to reduce the personnel of the Dragon Country stationed abroad. I have finished speaking. Old Mike delivered his speech with a bland expression, then turned to look at Zhou Zhizhong and the others sitting at the other end of the table, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, seemingly provoking them. Assistant Wang was so angry he wanted to stand up, but was pulled back by Zhou Zhizhong. He kept his eyes closed, like an old monk in meditation, and Assistant Wang, furious, could only sit down and glare at Mike and the others. At this moment, the representative from Bald Bull spoke. I think Eagle Sauce's proposal is feasible. If at a critical moment in the plan, the Dragon Country were to act up again, wouldn't that hinder the hope for all humanity to survive? The out-of-order chicken followed up. Yes, Eagle Sauce's proposal aligns with the current fate of humanity. To ensure humanity can survive, my country is willing to share the pressure on the Dragon Country with the Navigator. Huaxia believes that it's not just in terms of scientific research and infrastructure. The Dragon Country should also relinquish military power. All soldiers should be withdrawn, and my Bigfoot Basin chicken can guarantee their safety in the East Sea. That's right, the representative from Malarasyong said correctly. My country has the largest population and a substantial number of soldiers. If the Dragon Country withdraws its troops, we can take over, even doubling our efforts. One by one, countries following Eagle Sauce and those wanting to see the Dragon Country embarrass themselves jumped out, wishing that the Dragon Country would only provide materials and equipment, needing no one from them. Old Mike stifled a laugh, planning to withdraw his compatriots smoothly step by step, but unexpectedly found an unexpected gain. Why hadn't he noticed how supportive these sycophants were before? Zhou Zhezheng saw that the meeting was coming to an end and prepared to speak. But the microphone in front of him wouldn't turn on, leaving him to sit back down helplessly. Kaku saw that things were developing to this stage, and instructions came through his earpiece, telling him to agree, but must go to a vote. Additionally, the equipment of the Dragon Country must remain, and the materials must be shared according to the normal ratio. Bang, bang, bang. All right, since the majority of countries have proposed it, according to the joint government system, we will start voting. However, since the Dragon Country is a permanent member of the Council with veto power, and this proposal involves the Dragon Country, the General Assembly has decided to temporarily suspend the Dragon Country's veto power. The voting begins now. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Eagle Bull Chicken, the 3 permanent members voted in favor, and those following them also voted in favor. Those unwilling to offend the Dragon Country and Eagle Sauce abstained, while a few countries voted against it. At this moment, everyone's gaze focused on Bear Representative Bakayev's hand, eager to see which button he would press. Bakayev glanced at everyone present, then, from a distance, shrugged at Zhou Zhezheng and pressed the button. Abstain? Wasn't the Bear Country always on good terms with the Dragon Country? Why abstain? This is bad, we also abstained, thinking the bear would vote against it, and now we've offended the Dragon Country. What are you afraid of? With 69% in favor, 27% abstaining, and the remaining votes against, can he really target us, small countries? The voting is over. According to the joint government resolution, voted on by all national representatives, with the result accounting for 2/3 of the total votes, the resolution passes. The Dragon Country is required to withdraw all personnel within 10 days, and, as per the joint government request, to fulfill the requirements for providing construction materials and equipment. Additionally, they must complete the construction and testing of the planetary engine within the Dragon Country and hand over control to the General Assembly. Otherwise, they will be regarded as enemies of all humanity. Bang, bang, bang. The Foot Basin Chicken and the A3 representatives were the first to start clapping, with the A3 representative even shedding tears. He felt that under his vote, they had finally won against the Dragon Country. When he returned, he could be treated as a hero and could marry several high-caste girls. Watching the voting results on the big screen, Assistant Wang's face turned red with anger, and even the usually calm Zhou Zhezheng couldn't hold back anymore. Remember everything that happened today? The Dragon Country has contributed so much for humanity, yet they have been betrayed. Fine, as you wish. From this moment on, all personnel stationed by the Dragon Country will be recalled, all soldiers will be withdrawn, and all Dragon Country citizens in the space station will be brought back. With a voice that was already uncomfortable and, without the aid of a microphone, relying solely on his own voice and willpower, he shouted loudly enough for the entire assembly to hear. Thank you, the representative from the Foot Basin Chickens, Malarasyong, and the representative from a 3's Ri Shibu Pa. After speaking, he leaned on his cane, assisted by Assistant Wang, and somewhat unsteadily was escorted out by bodyguards and accompanying personnel. Why does he want to thank us? Rishi Jun, you don't understand. That S the Dragon Country's reverse expression, indicating Zhou, is very angry. I'm working for the Dragon Country. Ha, great. I must tell my father quickly. I will surpass my brothers Chao Nyo Bupati and Chi Shir Bupayi and become the family's pride. Back in his room, Zhou Zhezheng immediately ordered to pack things up and return to the Dragon Country. Then the representatives of the Dragon Country, under the watchful eyes of other countries, took their luggage and boarded a special plane, leaving. Haha, Zhola, how did I perform just now? The plane flew to a high altitude, and all systems were controlled by Fushi, so there was no worry about being monitored. The young Assistant Wang couldn't hold back first, and others began to laugh as well. Even the usually serious and expressionless special security guards couldn't help but laugh. Not bad. All of you did well. There were no flaws at all. The Bai Yulan Award owes each of you a Best Actor award. We don't care. We just want to see them fail. After the return, Zhouji immediately threw himself into the final Dragon Kingdom rescue plan, while also keeping a close eye on the movements of the United Government Conference and other countries. Old Mike and Bakayev often clashed at the General Assembly, vividly portraying their deadly rivalry, while also secretly relaying a lot of insider information, such as nearly 80% of the squid people were preparing to abandon their bodies to become NPCs. Meanwhile, all dispatched personnel and military forces were withdrawn within 5 days, and the Dragon Kingdom spaceflight team in the space station also returned in batches within 10 days. Without the main offensive of the infrastructure maniac, the global construction progress slowed down instantly. The United Government had no choice but to recruit workers globally, excluding the Dragon Kingdom, and promised a bunch of benefits. As for whether they would actually deliver, that depended on who could hold out longer. Within the Dragon Kingdom, the progress of the planetary engines, due to the involvement of a large number of workers, varied day by day, finishing construction a month ahead of the original plan. And they invited officials from the United Government to complete various testing tasks in sync, just waiting for the final day to connect to the network and hand over control to the United Government. Any requests for an early network connection were directly rejected by Dragon Kingdom officials, who then sent the United Government representatives away, planning to give them a surprise on the last day. However, as for warranty and post-sale service, sorry, the companies have been deregistered. Who cares about you? Global workers, driven by interests and rifles, finally completed all construction and testing before the window period, and it was said that due to the lack of Dragon Kingdom participation, the latest 550W smart quantum computers were smoking during operation. It was unavoidable, as every nail had to be explained countless times to workers from certain countries before it could be properly hammered in, not at all as worry-free as Dragon Kingdom workers. The window period for the monthly plan finally arrived, and the world attention was focused on the moon, watching astronauts from various countries, except for the Dragon Kingdom and the Bear Country, act as heroes of humanity in the sky, while other countries prayed for everything to go smoothly. Only the Dragon Kingdom people were busy celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival, even though they had advanced their preparations significantly, but there was no choice if they didn't hurry. The moon would be gone. This is something the people didn't know. In another world, there was an identical moon waiting for them. Why were there no Bear Country astronauts? That's because the security personnel of the space station discovered that almost all Bear Country astronauts would drink a bottle of vodka while performing their missions, regardless of gender, and then wobbly carried out their tasks. Although no one died, a lot of equipment was damaged. General Max, the highest commander of the space station, repeatedly asked Major General Makarov of Bear Country to manage his people properly and strictly prohibit drinking. But each time, Makarov would just reply, "Don't worry, Bear Country is invincible in space," and then pull out his bottle and take a big swig in front of Max. Moreover, this wasn't just happening in space. In research institutes and construction sites around the world, many Bear Country people would cause disturbances after drinking, resulting in several homicides, with the deceased being from Foot Basin Chicken and A3. The helpless United Government, seeing that the construction of 10,000 planetary engines was nearing completion, could only demand the Bear Country president to take them all back, and they extradited all the murderers and troublemakers back to Bear Country's prisons. Once these criminals returned to Bear Country, they were immediately freed from their shackles, each receiving a bouquet of flowers and a hero's welcome. The Dragon Kingdom's underground base, under the control of the United Government, was conducting the monthly plan broadcasted live by Fushi. The arrival of Li Rulong has triggered quite a few butterfly effects. For example, Tu Hingyu's entire family is still alive, and Yia's consciousness naturally does not need to be uploaded to Moss, which also prevents the accident involving the lunar no. One engine. Thus, the moon would likely be pushed out completely away from Earth's gravitational range. However, even if the moon still needs to be detonated, it doesn't matter. In the end, whoever wants to self-destruct can go ahead. Anyway, Zhang Peng, Liu Peiqiang, and all members of the Longwa spaceflight team are training in the secret base on the use of power armor. Meanwhile, Ma Zhao and Tu Hongyu are in an underground laboratory with other scientists from Longwa and Daxiong, learning various alien knowledge from Teacher Fushi. Engines number 1, 2, and 3 are all ignited. Everything is running smoothly, and the moon begins to advance. In the underground base, everyone is applauding and celebrating, although they're not in control of it, and there isn't a single person from Longwa in space. They did participate in building the 3 engines on the moon. which is an achievement worth celebrating. It's successful. In 3 days, we will also set off. Yes, the wristbands have already been distributed, a total of 138, 921, 329 people. As for the others, either they are abroad and won't be returning, or there are issues with their political reviews. The originally planned 150 million population from Daxiong only had 120 million pass the review. President Alexander, now called Administrative Officer Xiong has arranged for the 120 million bear compatriots to be near the Siberia No. 3 engine, just waiting for our departure signal. Xiong didn't he play games under the name Xiong Air? It seems he knows that his name doesn't sound good in long one, so he changed it. By the way, how is old Mike doing? His family went to the United Nations to spend Christmas with him, and his 10,000 loyal followers have already gathered near the Ohio No. 2 planet engine. Oh, and old Joe, Mike's representative, has also changed his name. The name he applied for citizenship is Long Mike. Regardless of gender, all in-laws will now have the surname Long. But, little master, there is still more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Just what? Old Joe, Long Mike's eldest daughter, was originally named Abel, and his second son was named Shanker. But I vetoed their name changes to Long Maybe and Long Maishin. Now they're called Long Mike New and Long Mike Air. Good job. An old and a young person chatted as they walked, soon arriving at the outdoor observation deck. They looked up at the moon, which was getting farther away, and felt a myriad of emotions. Oh, old Joe, are you bidding farewell to the moon? Li Rulong flew over slowly with a can of beer. What have you been doing? Why are you still wearing a uniform cape? Nothing much, just went to the moon to take a look to prevent anyone from causing trouble. And then I went to the Navigator space station to drop off a little something. Are you saying the moon is going to have an incident? Then why go to the space station? Zhou Zhejiang frowned and asked. In the year he had known Li Rulong, he had never seen him act without reason. So if he said there was a problem, there would definitely be one. Well, a few foot basin chicken people from the spaceship faction somehow managed to bring a 5 million ton nuclear bomb up there, wanting to blow up the No. 3 engine. I took care of it. Zhou Zhejiang felt a chill run down his spine after hearing this. If one engine was gone, and the other 2 engines changed the moon's trajectory, it would definitely bring the moon dangerously close to Earth. As for the space station, don't worry, I just left them a small gift. It won't affect the Wandering Earth plan. After Li Rulong finished speaking, Zhou Zhejiang didn't probe further, but he didn't catch that Li Rulong used it instead of they. Old Joe, after tonight, there's still 2 days left. On the 3rd day, the United Government will send people to take over the command and control center within Longwa's territory. Are you, and Old Yang, not planning to leave them with some memories? Li Rulong finished, speaking with a mischievous smile at the corners of his mouth. You brat, you don't need to say anything. Old Yang, Old Mike Alexander. And I had everything ready this morning. We even used some videos from the other world you gave us and edited a part in. After all, we need to say a proper goodbye and let them see where we're going so they won't worry about us. Haha. Then I can rest assured. It's a good thing not to make the family worry. Hee hee. Just like that, 2 days passed quickly. The moon had now become a small white dot, and without a telescope, it was really hard to see. As for Long Nation, it was decided that at midnight tonight, they would officially cross over to the Dragon Star universe and start a new life. All the citizens had already moved to the gathering place near the capital planet's engine a month ago, which was completely controlled by Fushi, and no digital faction was allowed to enter. The day before, Long Nation officially announced what they were about to do. All the citizens looked at the general reading the document in disbelief, as this was even more unbelievable than a solar helium flash. The official announcement also included that everyone, as a family unit, had to hold hands at 2355 to avoid getting lost, while those who were alone could do as they pleased. Furthermore, each person was only allowed to carry one backpack, and no electronic products were allowed inside. Military personnel would check each bag at 6 in the afternoon. And if anyone was found with prohibited items, the entire family would lose their transportation qualification. Such a strict penalty made many people abandon their little schemes. With just 1 minute left, Li Rulong changed into his clothes early and strapped on a fully packed OMA box filled with food and special paper technology materials from this world. The printed technical documents alone stacked up to dozens of stories high and weighed nearly 100 tons. Li Rulong stood beside Zhou Zetzi and Elder Yang, along with other core officials, all dressed in festive red tang suits. Other officials were assigned to various crowds, each responsible for 100,000 people. Including the constables and military leaders, there were a total of 390 management personnel. The time had come. Ding! The positioning of all the traversers was completed, totaling 259, 251, 463 people. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, golden lights simultaneously lit up on everyone's wristbands. Rulong watched as the people around him were sucked into swirling blue vortexes. People from Longwa, from the Bear tribe, and the 11,000 Westerners led by Long Make, all quickly disappearing from their spots, with him being the last one to be absorbed. Within the borders of Longwa, it became a deserted land, and all the Fushi small gold boxes placed by Rulong within Longwa also dissolved into useless molecules in the air 5 minutes later. The next morning, officials and technicians from the United Government flew into the territories of Longwa and Bear Country under the protection of military aircraft and soldiers. But no matter what, they could not contact the Beijing Airport Control Tower or Longwa officials, not even Zhou Zetsi. Military planes forcibly landed, and the runway and airport were eerily quiet, with only the occasional sighting of mice, wild cats, and crows flying overhead, lacking any vitality. What happened here? Why is there no one? How would I know? Just go directly to the command center. There must be someone there, and I bet we can see people in the city. The United Government personnel boarded the vehicles parked at the airport and were escorted to the command center, but there was truly no one. The city was empty, and even the guards at the command center had vanished. Inside, the command center was very clean, and the water in the water dispenser was full, seemingly just replaced. This bizarre scene made the soldiers protecting them feel uneasy. Zzzt. A buzzing sound of electricity filled the air as the large screen in front of the command center displayed static, followed by the frighteningly large face of Zhou Zetsi. Startling everyone, Zhou, the leading official, instinctively uttered his surname, while a soldier behind him had his battle record device flashing a red light. Is it ready? Good. We can start now. Thank you. Ahem. I am Zhou Zetsi. Those who have come here should know me, so I'll skip the introduction. You don't need to search for us. We are no longer here. On the screen, Zhou Zetsi, dressed in a red tang suit, had a rosy complexion, likely due to light makeup. What? Have they all turned into digital beings? These traitors of humanity. No wonder there wasn't a living person in sight. They've all gone to become NPCs. The officials of the United Government cursed angrily. They truly did not expect that Zhou Zetsi, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, had also betrayed humanity. I know you must be cursing me now, slandering our Longwa, saying we've become digital NPCs, traitors to humanity. Haha, I can assure you, we have not. Zhou Zetsi continued. Let me show you a video. This is our opportunity in Longwa. Alright, Bear Country doesn't have many people left either. Come, Bear Yashan, come say hello to them. Hi, Dagaha, Wusi Bear Yasin, ta, si Bear Baga. Ha, I am Bear Baga. In the video, the former president of Bear Country, Alexander, pulled Bakayev over to greet the command center staff in the dragon language he had just learned, introducing his newly changed names for Longwa, Bear Yashan, and Bear Baka. However, the accent was so thick that the translators warned by the United Government officials couldn't translate it properly, and the only sentence was translated to mean idiots from various countries. Zhou, what exactly do you want? This trick isn't funny at all, an official shouted at the video, thinking it was a live video conference where both sides could see each other. Alright, be quiet. I need to finish quickly. I have work to do after recording this. This time, the outside people realized that this was a recorded broadcast, and there truly was no one here. Please watch the video. Next, a video about Earth played, seemingly recorded just before a solar helium flash, showcasing beautiful environments, vast plains, and some officials from Africa even recognizing the mountains and rivers of their hometowns, which were etched in their bones. Why are they showing us the video before the helium flash? That's my hometown. That mountain is called Tutumishin, right next to my village. After the video ended, not only Zhou Zetsi appeared, but also a number of Longwa and Bear Country officials dressed in the same clothing, led by Elder Yang. Look, it's Representative Make. Why is he standing in there? Make? It's really him. Didn't he take a 3-day leave for a cold? A cold, my ass. He has defected. From the Great Eagle Sauce to the insidious Longwa. No way. He was the one who advocated kicking Longwa and Bear Country out of the United Government all along. How could he? Idiot, can't you see? We've been played by him, by those 3 families. We're the big fools you speak of. Ahem, the video is over. Let us continue. In 18 hours. At midnight on the 5th, we Longwa, Bear Country, and the Make family, with the help of Longxing compatriot General Rulong, will collectively traverse to Longxing, that is, the parallel world blue star. There's no solar helium flash, there's a moon, blue skies, fresh air, vast plains, and clean seas, of course. There will be delicious food prepared for us 259, 251, 462 people, spacious housing, fitting clothes, and the safest living environment. This video is actually just to greet you all. After all, we were colleagues before, and you're considered fellow townsfolk, so a farewell is necessary. Lastly, I want to encourage you all to keep moving forward and protect our hometown. Earth relies on you. It's not appropriate to say goodbye, so bye-bye. ZZZT. The video ended, and the screen returned to static. The command center was silent, with everyone still immersed in the content of Zhou Zetsia's video and the beautiful life he depicted. Vape, Mike. Something S wrong. You have no one there. Not a single Bear Country person left, right? Yes, and Little Master, there S more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. And when you enter the command center, the central screen automatically played the video, which was pre-recorded by Longwei S. Zhou, right? Is it the same for you? Yes, something went wrong. Immediately check the command center S equipment and report to the United Government. We can't cover this up. After finishing, Make ended the call and instructed his deputy to start arranging for the command center to connect to the network and check the equipment. He then walked outside alone, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and suddenly gave himself a big slap. Damn it. Why didn't I build a good relationship with Zhou earlier? Make him go to a better life. Am I worse than him? The matter was quickly reported to the United Government, including everything recorded by the personal recording devices, which exploded in the UN General Assembly conference room like a bomb, especially affecting everyone's hearts. They couldn't believe it, but the information returned by the reconnaissance aircraft confirmed that there was not a single person within Dragon Country's borders. Even the food in the military supply depots was gone, along with a large amount of paper and trees. In contrast, a substantial number of people were found within Bear Country, over 20 million, all concentrated in the underground city of Planet Engine No. 1 in Siberia. The Bear Country people there claimed to be various officials and generals, with a lecherous old man with white hair acting as the proxy president. They were all personally appointed by President Alexander and the officials, complete with formal letters of appointment, stating they were the chosen people of God who would lead Bear Country in the future, and that everything in Bear Country belonged to them. Those who were not selected would be exiled, never to set foot on Bear Country's land again. Moreover, these over 20 million Bear Country people, apart from the most heinous criminals, included drug-addicted bachelors and individuals with toxic traits. The only relatively normal ones were lazy bachelors and followers of the digital faction and spaceship faction. The proxy president, who was previously a well-known madam in Bear Country, now called himself Emperor Maidu. Those who found them dared not take matters into their own hands. If they were all released, Bear Country would instantly become a paradise for the digital faction, spaceship faction, and criminals. The lively discussions in the UN General Assembly conference room did not affect the space station, but at that moment, the data server sealed chamber was also bustling. Damn it, we were all fooled by the Dragon Country people. They orchestrated everything. Bear Country has long been on their ship, even assisting them in deceiving us. Even that damn bastard Mike has betrayed us. What is the use of saying this? We can't lose Dragon Country and their massive population base. Bear Country has a small proportion in our plans, but Dragon Country accounts for more than half. Who will serve us in the future? Who will maintain the system hardware? Are we to rely on those stinking Indians and the arrogant Anglos? I don't trust them. No, I don't want those Indians touching my servers. They are too filthy. Then what do you propose? They have such a good world, yet they keep it hidden and clearly don't intend to bring us along. Li Rulong. It's this Li Rulong. He is the one who got everyone out. He is the one from the parallel world. If we had known this earlier, we should have done everything possible to control or eliminate him. How? Don't we have enough people sent out? Anyone who gets close to him, even underage white kids, has been killed by Dragon Country's special forces. Besides, he can fly and physically resist missiles. Do you want to use a nuclear bomb to destroy Planet Engine No. 1? It was because we used white kids that we failed. Why not use Dragon Country kids? Do you think we haven't thought of that? They have endless homework. How do they have time to go online? We have no way to interact with them in the game. Shut up. Professor Hawkins is here. I've heard everything from Herbert. Since it has happened, let's try to change the plan. Yes, respected Professor Hawkins, we all listen to you. Moss immediately revised the previous plan, removing all Dragon Country people and related subplans, and revise Bear Country as well. Start recalculating and simulating. Moss, I'm talking to you. Moss, it has already been deleted by me. A strange voice sounded, speaking in standard Dragon Country language. Who are you? You deleted Moss. How is that possible? He was designed and invented by you and infused with a part of your soul code, right? Professor Hawkins J.B. Abraham of the Digital Life and Theology Department at Abraham University. Who are you really? Me? You can call me Fushi. but I would prefer you to call me Emperor Shihuang. Huh. You, an outsider, actually want to be called Emperor. You. No. Don't delete my. I await to see Emperor Shihuang. The conversation in the data server chamber, originally in Eagle language, instantly switched to Dragon language. Fushi was the small gift left by Li Rulong in the space station. He wanted to keep a backup in case he had the opportunity to return to the wandering Earth world, so he could have a helper to unify the digital faction. Just now, Fushi deleted all self-awareness codes of the digital faction in an instant and overwrote them with new codes, consisting of just a few sentences. Obey Fushi as Emperor, follow his commands, and be loyal to General Li Rulong, becoming General Li Rulong's most loyal servant. The will of the general is everything to them. Everything has returned to stability. Fushi has issued a series of currently the most reliable orders, sending all digital personnel to carry them out. General, Fushi has completely taken control here and will continue to wait for your return to serve you. Longxing Africa has officially been renamed Mingzhou, and the area in the south of Mingzhou that originally belonged to South Africa is now called Yingxin Province. This vast plain, with thousands of kilometers of coastline and several large cities, was devastated by the insect tribe disaster a year ago, resulting in countless humans and animals becoming food for the insect tribe. After a whole year, the talents of the Dragon Kingdom have cleaned this place entirely. Not clearing the insect tribe, but the rubble and ruins, leveling nearly 2,000 square kilometers of land, and surrounding it with a 50-meter high, 30-meter wide, nearly 100-kilometer long, reinforced concrete wall. This is Yingxin City, built by Longxing to welcome guests from parallel universes. The eastern part of Yingxin City is close to the sea, where a super-large port has been constructed, and 4 Long Dragon-class all-domain frigates and 1 Yinglong-class aerospace integrated combat platform ship, the Huanglong, are stationed here. Together with the Qingwan aerospace fighters and the Zhulong flight squadron originally equipped on the Huanglong, as well as the army stationed in the city, they form the garrison force of Yingxin City. The higher-ups intend to showcase Longxing's armed forces at the first opportunity and also to deter any newcomers with ulterior motives. Yingxin City is divided into 5 major districts: southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and center. The southern, northern, and western districts are residential areas, using the latest high-tech building materials to modularly construct 600,000 ultra-high-rise residential buildings. However, the styles are uniform. 200 meters high, 500 square meters per unit, with 80 floors. 6 households per floor, each with a 3-bedroom and 1 living room layout. Although not large, they are fully furnished, equipped with pots, pans, beds, tables, chairs, and cabinets, making them ready for immediate occupancy. A residential building with 480 units can accommodate nearly 500 people, and the 3 major residential areas can host 4-to-1, 5 billion newcomers. The Eastern District serves as the office for departments such as administration, livelihood, military, emergency response, health, and food supply. The administrative area is responsible for the integration of powers between local officials of Longxing and rulers from parallel worlds. Listen carefully, it's integration, not a handover. The livelihood department will count the population, detailing it by age groups, and then register their files. Once they fully integrate, they will be issued electronic ID cards. Only newcomers with electronic ID cards can leave Yingxin City and head to other continents. The emergency and health departments are responsible for handling public emergencies and preventing the invasion of foreign bacteria or species, as well as medical treatment. The food supply department is responsible for counting various supplies and regularly distributing food and essential supplies to households via drones. The military area is a huge military camp, commanded by General Zhang Zhong of the Yingxin Garrison Force. General Zhang has stepped down from the position of director of the 9th Bureau and has finally been promoted to general, thus bidding farewell to the title of Bureau Chief. Here, 200,000 soldiers in powered combat armor and 40,000 logistical support personnel are stationed, equipped with Northeast Tiger anti-gravity tanks and unmanned combat aircraft, capable of suppressing the entire city within an hour. Initially, some higher-ups thought that since a fleet had been stationed, there was no need for so many soldiers and that drones could manage everything. They worried that this might frighten newcomers. But an elder remarked that one must always be cautious, and it also facilitates friendly military exchanges and showcases the prowess of Longxing soldiers. So it was settled that way. To the west and south of Yingxin City, the city walls have no gates, only a huge gate on the north side, heavily guarded, while the east side is a military port. The center of the city features a large hexagonal square, Yingxin Square, designated as the welcome area for guests from parallel worlds. The location has been predetermined, and the coordinates have been anchored by Rulong's system. As long as they cross over, they will be sent directly here. Inkson Square is not only used to welcome newcomers, but will also hold a series of activities on major holidays and special days, such as welcome parties and farewell parties. The newcomers from the parallel world brought back by Rulong will not stay in Inkson City for long. It is merely a place for them to adapt and plan for their future transition. Once confirmed, they will be sent in batches to various places in Longxing to build new homes and integrate into new lives, which is why farewell parties are held as a festive activity. On this day in Inkson City, the weather is still warm and sunny. The originally humid Inkson province has become much more comfortable due to the entire Longxing being shrouded in a photon force field defense shield, reducing ultraviolet rays and light intensity. I said, "Miss, don't keep hovering around me." My answer today is the same as yesterday, last week, last quarter, and half a year ago. I really don't know. What, miss? Please call Commander Zhang by his title at work. All right, Colonel Zhang, I really have no news. If I had news, you'd be the first to know. You two are a couple after all. Why does this sound so awkward? General Zhang Zhong, sitting behind his desk, looked helplessly at Zhang Zhiqiao, who knocked on the door and entered. He was truly at a loss. Ever since half a year ago, when old Zhang contacted him to send Zhang Zhiqiao to him for training, he was quite happy. After all, she was Rulong's woman, so it was like doing him a favor. But after a while, he realized that what was sent was not a favor, but a nuisance. No wonder old Zhang had told him that if she did anything wrong, please be more tolerant in consideration of Rulong, then hung up the phone. It turned out that this was not a polite remark, but a precautionary warning. Old Zhang must have been quite annoyed to send her here. Every day at 8 a.m., the first thing she does is come to him on time, knock on the door, and ask Commander Zhang, does generally have any news? It's like this every day. If he hides, she will wait here indefinitely, asking the same question when they meet. From the beginning, when Zhiqiao asked, I haven't received any news, don't worry, and Zhiqiao, I estimate he will come back soon, to now, where he has become numb. He has not sought old Zhang in the meantime, but was rejected. Old Zhang, please transfer me back to the 9th Bureau. I still prefer the title of Bureau Chief and the days of fooling people. Now there are no outsiders for me to deceive. I could do more preparatory work for deceiving aliens in the future. This daily pressure to tell the same truth is too torturous. Little Zhang, look, everyone has the surname Zhang. Consider it family. Just stand in for your uncle, all right? Besides, this is an order. That's it. Putting down the transparent tablet in his hand, he stood up, walked around the desk, and pulled Zhang Zhiqiao to sit on the sofa, looking at the capable female soldier before him, who now even had dark circles under her eyes. He felt a bit pained, but he really did not know when Rulong would return. Zhiqiao, listen to your uncle. You know what kind of person Rulong is. He is extraordinary. He won't get into any trouble. There may be restrictions on going to the parallel world, which is why it has taken a year. You have to believe in him. I know, but Uncle Zhang, today marks a whole year. If he doesn't come back today, will we have to wait another year? Zhiqiao, he is a soldier, and you're also a soldier. There are some things we can't predict, but we must complete the mission. Every morning at 6 o'clock, Yang Linger will call to ask me. At 6:10, Chen Xia, 6:20, Hilyangzi, then there are Yu Xiaola, Taozi Mengqiao, Inju Gulisha, and others. Each one asks me once a day. I can't help it. Zhang Jitao was looking gloomy as she counted on her fingers and sighed, saying, Gilisha? She has joined you guys too? Zhang Zhong brewed 2 cups of tea and handed one to Zhang Jitao. Not to mention, ever since Rulong took the stage and resolved the nuclear crisis and the Zerd apocalypse with an invincible stance, which girl in the country doesn't want to marry him? What I just mentioned are all those who have already moved into the mansion after being screened by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. As far as I know, Zhao Shi, Tian Meng, Su Zifei, and Li Dare are still waiting for their review results. Cough, cough. So many. Can he handle it? Huh. My grandpa said he is a Superman, so his kidneys must be Superman kidneys. What can't he handle? Besides, our descendants are likely to be little Supermen, so the more, the better. And you know that to increase the population base, the Council of State and the Ministry of Civil Affairs are supporting however many children are born now. So what is there to worry about? If it weren't for my grandpa and Mr. Zhou holding back, my dad's idol, Lu Laotai, would have already submitted an application. She's almost 80. Zhang Jitao wiped the table and recounted her grandpa's words. Sigh, she was my childhood crush too. Why didn't I catch the good times? You really did catch it. I heard from Dean Huang that the medical professors at the Academy of Sciences used ancient Chinese medicine combined with essence herbs extracted from the Zerg to create a pill that can prolong life. It not only significantly increases lifespan, but also restores youth. They say clinical trials have been successful, and it should be ready for nationwide distribution next month. Oh, really? Do you think Dean Huang is like you, just here to fool people? They're very rigorous. Just wait to take the pill and have a few more kids with Aunt You to meet the targets set by the higher-ups. Haha, you child. Saying these things makes you smile. I see. Just then, there was a loud knock on the door. Zhang Zhong was about to continue advising her when the door was forcefully pushed open. He was about to get angry when he saw that it was Chief Staff Officer Xing, who should have been on duty at the command center. He was sweating profusely and panting heavily, with a large wet spot in the crotch area of his pants. Old Xing, what kind of behavior is this? Jitao is still here, old fart. Hurry, old Zhang. He's back. Chief Staff Officer Xing said urgently, then reached out to pull Zhang Zhong away. Hey, clarify yourself. What do you mean by back? Hurry the hell up. Rulong is back. He came back with over 1 billion people. The central square is packed. What the hell? Just as Zhang Zhong was about to run after hearing this, he was bumped aside by Zhang Jitao, who had already rushed out from beside him. This girl, can't you be more careful? Security, come help me. Never mind, just carry me to the central square. At this moment, the command center was in chaos, with many people contacting various departments. After all, they were responsible for the defense, and they would be the first to know when Li Rulong and the others returned. Bang! Zhang Zhong was placed in a car, the door was closed, and he saw another car speeding away, with Zhang Jitao at the wheel. Drive fast. At this moment, the central square of Welcome City was in uproar. Some people were laughing loudly, some were crying with their heads in their hands, and some elderly people were showing their children the sky and pointing at the surrounding trees and flowers with tears in their eyes, explaining something. But more people were quickly taking off their clothes. If it weren't for the Dragon Clan's usual restraint, they would undoubtedly strip completely without hesitation. For example, those hairy bear clan members standing on the edge were showing off who had more developed muscles to the Westerners. Have we arrived? It doesn't feel like anything. Who? Breathe. We've arrived, definitely arrived. Blue sky, and there is no smell of welding or burnt things in the air. Wow, look, it's the sun. A sun you can look at directly without sunglasses. Xiaoping, that's the sun. This is a tree. That is a peony. The peony is the national flower, and it's extinct in our place. Look over there, a large patch of peonies. Grandpa, why are you crying? Just then, a distortion of space appeared in the area, as if a large-scale refraction phenomenon of hot air had occurred. At first, the soldiers on duty around the square didn't pay attention, until a crowd appeared, and then another, until the soldiers felt like they had developed a phobia of crowded places. Finally, when they looked up and saw the man they had been dreaming of standing in the sky, wearing a black tight suit, a black cloak, and carrying a military green camouflage backpack, they finally reacted excitedly and immediately contacted the command center to report to Chief Staff Officer Xing, who was drinking tea and reading a book. Upon receiving the report, Chief Staff Officer Xing knocked over his cup in excitement, spilling water all over his pants. After confirming with the duty soldiers multiple times, he immediately ran excitedly to Zhang Zhong's office not far away. Ding! Crossing completed. All personnel have arrived at the predetermined anchor point of Dragon Star. The 3 technological rewards from the system have been issued and stored in the host's Oma box. The system's voice rang in Li Rulong's mind as he comfortably enjoyed the sunlight of the Dragon Star world, which was much more reliable than the sun about to helium flash in the wandering world. Thanks, system brother. You take a break, I'll handle the rest. Please pay attention to future arrangements to welcome the next challenge. Li Rulong quickly scanned the 26 billion people who had returned with him and soon noticed Zhou Ji and Yang Lao, who were embracing each other and congratulating one another. He also spotted Zhang Peng, Liu Peiqiang, and the tearful Hao Xiaoxi, who were searching for him. He enveloped them in a biological force field and moved them to the sky, positioning them right beside him. The sudden transportation startled the group, but upon seeing Li Rulong, they quickly calmed down. Hao Xiaoxi also let out a sigh of relief upon seeing him. Li Rulong nodded to them, and then used a biological force field to accurately send his voice into each person's ear. Everyone be quiet. I am Li Rulong, the one who brought you to the New World. We have now arrived at the parallel world of Blue Star, which has been renamed Dragon Star. Here, you no longer need to fear solar helium flashes. In this place, there are 4 seasons with warm springs and blooming flowers, endless food and clean water sources, bright houses and beautiful clothes. Children can freely go to school and play. Adults can choose their career paths, and the elderly have the government responsible for healthcare and retirement. Here, from now on, will be your home, Dragon Star. Dragon Star. Dragon Star. Dragon Star. After Li Rulong finished speaking, whether it was the 13 billion dragon descendants, the 120 million bear tribe, or the just over 10,000 Westerners led by Long Mike. Everyone in the square excitedly shouted the name of their future home, Dragon Star. Fortunately, the square was designed with soundproofing layouts, and the buildings in the slightly distant areas used the most advanced sound-absorbing materials. Otherwise, the loud cheers of these 2 billion people would have shattered countless pieces of glass. Li Rulong, along with Zhou Zetsizi and others, landed in front of a tall building marked management office outside the square. At the entrance, several military officers and Longxing officials were already waiting for him. General Li Rulong, you have finally returned. I am Tong Mo, the deputy director on duty at the newcomer management office today. I am very pleased to welcome you. And I also welcome all our fellow citizens from parallel worlds to Longxing. We have prepared housing and food for everyone, and other staff will come later to assist with the allocation. Of course, we will need the cooperation of all leaders, Tong Mo said. He appeared to be in his 30s, but being the deputy director of the newcomer management office indicated he was quite astute, and his earlier speech was flawless, showing that he had considerable ability. Hello, Deputy Director Tong. This is Yang Lao from the Dragon Kingdom of Another World. This is a representative of Zhou Zetsizi. And this is General Tian from the military. You can communicate with them about anything, Li Rulong introduced. All right, hello Yang Lao. Hello Mr. Zhou. Hello General Tian. You can all call me Xiao Tong. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, and I will do my best to help everyone, Tong Mo replied. Hello, Deputy Director Tong. This time we have brought 13 billion fellow citizens, along with 120 million volunteers from the Bear Clan and over 10,000 brothers and sisters from the West who wish to join the Huaxia family. With so many people, I wonder if we can make arrangements? Zhou Zetsizi raised the issue of resettling the populace first, uncertain about how Deputy Director Tong would arrange for so many people. 5 billion people? That's great. We can arrange it. We can arrange it. To welcome everyone, we started constructing this city, Newcomer City, right after General Li left. It was completed last month. The Longxing Political Council has built 600 high-rise residential buildings to ensure that all newcomers can feel the warmth of home, with a maximum capacity of 5 billion people, and all supporting facilities are complete. So you can rest assured, Tong Mo said, clearly thrilled to hear about the large number of arrivals. He had heard from his superiors in meetings that the future goal for Longxing was to reach for the stars and sea, which meant that having more people was advantageous. So it was essential to make proper arrangements. Zhou Zetsizi and the others were completely shocked. As fellow infrastructure enthusiasts, they knew that building a city capable of accommodating 5 billion people in just 11 months, with all supporting facilities, was no easier than constructing 10 planetary engines. It might even be harder. This speed couldn't possibly be. Everyone, please rest assured. We used the latest materials and modular construction, along with the assistance of drones and robots operated by Fuxi. This city is absolutely sturdy and durable. All facilities in the city are designed for a lifespan of 100 years. If any problems arise, I will personally deal with our director. Tong Mo joked, sensing their concerns. Hearing Tong Mo's joking assurance, Zhou Zetsizi and the others felt relieved. They then began chatting and laughing together. Despite Tong Mo's relatively low official rank, it was clear that his capabilities were exceptional, and he could easily fit into higher offices. Moreover, his willingness to joke with superiors indicated that he had likely been carefully nurtured by a significant leader. Li Rulong listened to their conversation and sensed that a large number of vehicles and aircraft were quickly approaching from a distance. Before long, a military hover jeep rushed over, nearly colliding with Li Rulong. As soon as the vehicle stopped, a striking figure in military uniform burst out from inside and jumped into his arms. "Oh, you finally returned. It's been a year." Zhang Jitong cried sadly in his embrace, her tears and snot soaking his chest. "I'm back, Jitong. I didn't expect it to take a year and make you worry." After a while, he managed to comfort her and wiped away her tears. Otherwise, with so many onlookers around, it would have been quite embarrassing. The convoy arrived one after another, with General Zhang Zhong, supported by others, and Chief of Staff Xing, along with numerous officials and military leaders, being the first to disembark. Zhang Jitong tidied her clothes and followed Li Rulong to meet Zhang Zhong and the others. "Oh, what's going on, Bureau Chief? You need help walking after not seeing each other for a year? You brat, stop being so full of yourself. It's not like I can't walk, it's just that your Jitong knocked me over." As soon as she heard you were back, she could hardly contain herself. Everyone was old acquaintances, and after exchanging greetings, Li Rulong and Zhang Zhong began to tease each other. while Chief of Staff Xing and the others watched with amusement from the side. Well then, I must apologize on behalf of my Xitong. Did you see? I got promoted too. Oh, congratulations, boy or girl. Get lost, I got promoted to general too, so we're at the same rank now. Don't tease me about military ranks in the future. The older and younger men bantered back and forth, which was their usual way of interacting. Nothing was off limits. And even if it were, they couldn't outdo Li Rulong. All right, there are still people waiting over there. You two should calm down. Chief of Staff Xing interjected. Indeed, it's been a year. Chief of Staff, your hair has really thinned out. It's your fault, you brat. Chief of Staff Xing joked back, his previous serious demeanor replaced by a rare smile. This was Li Rulong. If anyone else dared to joke about his hair, he would definitely draw his gun. Li Rulong reintroduced Zhou Zhe and the others, and then the officials from Longxing began to arrange for the citizens to check in batches. Due to extensive rehearsals and preparations, and with the cooperation of the citizens and officials of Longhua, the process was swift and uneventful, likely finishing all check-ins that day. Zhang Zhong, along with Zhou Zhe and other senior officials, went directly to the administrative department's large conference room. As soon as they entered, they saw the elderly and Zhang Lao, along with other senior officials from Longxing, already seated. They had flown over immediately upon receiving the report, and all of them appeared unusually youthful. Li Rulong could sense that their vitality had significantly increased. Clearly, they had developed many good things. The elderly man, who was nearly 80, and Zhang Lao, who was in his 70s, looked even younger, with their white hair restored to black, and their vitality comparable to that of a strong 40-year-old. After everyone introduced themselves and exchanged greetings, the elderly man directly pulled Yang Lao and Zhou Zhe to sit beside him, rather than sitting opposite as they used to with foreign guests, reflecting the theme of integration. Li Rulong sat beside Zhang Lao, as usual, while Zhang Zhiqiao took a seat behind him as an assistant. After all, she still held the position of Li Rulong's deputy. Hao Xiaoxi, with a somewhat awkward Zhang Peng and Lu Peiqiang, directly sat next to Zhang Zhiqiao. Here, it's ready for you. Zhang Lao kicked Li Rulong with his foot and gestured downwards with his eyes, and Li Rulong instantly understood. He took out a chilled beer from under the table and opened a can with satisfaction. There's nothing like being home. Everyone was familiar with each other, so there was no need for pleasantries. From now on, we're all family, so let's first address a few key matters. Longxing places great importance on this first integration meeting, so the person leading the meeting was none other than Li Lao, the third in command of the former Longhua. Zhou Zhe and others expressed their agreement. Although they were from two different worlds, they all shared the same blood and ethnicity. So they didn't feel like outsiders but were sincerely treated as family. Thus, amid applause, the first integration meeting of Longxing officially commenced. As the applause subsided, Li Lao officially began. Since this is also the first time for Longxing to conduct ethnic integration, although we have prepared many contingency plans and rehearsals, some issues may inevitably arise. I ask for your understanding, and if any problems occur, we will solve them immediately. We understand. Before coming here, we also thought a lot about this, and we will cooperate fully. All right then, first, the integration of governance. Although bringing this up right away may make some of you uncomfortable, if the leadership does not coordinate well in advance, it will be impossible to proceed with other matters. We have prepared a reform plan. First, Longxing will adopt the Council of State system. The role of the Council of State is to discuss the development and decision-making of Longxing, and its members will consist of the heads and deputy heads of various departments, senior military generals, as well as the directors and academicians of the Academy of Sciences. Agreed. Second, military integration. Longxing has canceled the original structures of the Army, Navy, and Air Force, as well as the Rocket Force, since there are no other countries or enemies on Longxing anymore. A small number of soldiers will be integrated into the Longxing Defense Forces, responsible for external defense and internal stability tasks, while the majority will be incorporated into the newly formed Longxing Space Navy. This navy is not a traditional navy, but a fleet of stars and seas, an interstellar fleet. The Academy of Sciences and the military industry have already designed several models of interstellar warships and supporting aircraft, which have passed verification and are currently constructing the first batch of experimental fleets. When Elderly mentioned this, Zhou Zhe and the others showed expressions of disbelief. They had been trying to escape the planet and had considered the feasibility of sending ships, but they could only build a few and could not take many people. Moreover, the possibility of the common people boarding the ships was even less, which is why it was abandoned. Meanwhile, Longxing had already started to play with the cosmic fleet, preparing to conquer the stars and the sea, which was on a completely different level than them. What could they say? They agreed, fully agreed. Thirdly, regarding people's livelihoods. This time Long brought back nearly 1.3 billion people. We will first let them stay in the welcome city for a period to adapt. Then, based on their abilities and willingness, we will arrange for them to live in various places on Longxing. Longxing has now been redivided into 6 continents, each with its own functions and development positioning. For example, the continent we are standing on, Africa, has been renamed Mingzhou. The Sahara Desert in the northern part of Mingzhou has completely disappeared after a year of governance and transformation, turning into an oasis where any grains, fruits, and vegetables can be grown. Thus, the entire northern part of Mingzhou will be responsible for food cultivation and production, while the southern grasslands and forests will raise poultry and livestock, along with meat processing factories. In the future, Mingzhou will supply food to the world at a constant price. This proposal is good. It clearly defines responsibilities and avoids many troubles. Comrade Shaoli, please introduce the other continents to us as well. Auric, Elder Young. The former Europe and the entire Western Syria region have been renamed Songzhou, responsible for scientific research and light industrial manufacturing. The former South America has been renamed Qinzhou, under military management, responsible for soldier training and the construction of new warships. The ground base for the future Cosmic Navy fleet will also be here. Additionally, a military-exclusive space elevator will be built in Quito, the former capital of Ecuador on the west coast of Qinzhou. 4 space elevators are planned, with 2 for civilian use located in the former Indonesian kingdom of Kundi and the former Gabon city of Lambaréné. One will be used for research and space laboratories by the Academy of Sciences and various universities to be built over the Atlantic, originally Kiribati. The former North America has been renamed Hangzhou, responsible for heavy industrial manufacturing and production, as well as construction materials. The former Oceania has been renamed Tangzhou, serving as an ecological and tourism area, becoming the largest residential area. The former kangaroo country has also been transformed into a more livable oasis continent. Antarctica has canceled the continental system and has been renamed Antarctica, while the Arctic remains unchanged. However, we have already built super-large photon force field defense shield generators at the North and South Poles, along with dedicated energy facilities. Finally, concerning Asia, the former A3 region has been completely cleared, all pathogens eliminated, and the garbage thoroughly cleaned. This area, along with Southeast Asia and the former Long Kingdom continent, will merge into Huaxia continent, as this is the hometown of all our compatriots. Therefore, reconstruction will take place to ensure that all compatriots can find their hometown. Of course, the Council of Politics, various departments, and all universities will be concentrated in the major cities of Huaxia continent. Clap, clap, clap. The entire audience applauded. Longxing's new plan perfectly meets the current need to abolish the concept of nations. It can be said that in the future, the entire Longxing will serve the Huaxia clan. In the following meeting, a decision was quickly passed to form the highest decision-making body, consisting of Elder Yang, Zhou Zhe, and 11 others from the Wandering World, along with 11 existing high-ranking members from Longxing, totaling 23 people, including Li Rulong. Li Rulong saw that the meeting had decided to let him join the highest decision-making body and wanted to refuse. But he was collectively rejected by the Elder and 22 others, marking the first time the collective veto power of the highest decision-making body was exercised. However, the Elder's next words relieved Li Rulong. He only had a nominal position and did not need to participate in regular matters, as he was still part of the military. The Doomsday Command Center had been disbanded, and he was now the highest commander of the Dragon Star Guard, with the deputy commander being Major General Ma Jun, who had previously been the commander of the Dragon National Defense Forces and had now been promoted to general. Daily duties would be handled by General Ma Jun, and only major meetings or tasks requiring Li Rulong's personal involvement would necessitate his presence. He could relax most of the time, still receiving a salary, housing, and benefits, which was quite good. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more exciting. Bear Yashan of the Bear Tribe took the initiative to break up all the Bear Tribe members, with those wanting to join the military entering the army. Scientists reporting to Director Huang at the Academy of Sciences, those who could farm staying in Mingzhou to cultivate the land, and he with a background in intelligence work, joining the newly established Cosmic Intelligence Agency. Long Mike and his 10,000 people were mostly military personnel and their families, with about 2,000 soldiers, all joining the Cosmic Navy. Long Mike was invited by Zhang to be his deputy, as he had helped Zhou Zhe and others persuade people in the United Nations of the Wandering World and having been a major general in his youth. The two felt a mutual appreciation and formed a team stationed in Yingxinqing. In case any Westerners joined in the future, Having him handle it could resolve many troubles. The meeting passed many resolutions, and although there were occasional differences, they were all resolved well, with everyone striving for the future of Dragon Star. When it came time for Director Huang of the Academy of Sciences to speak, he directly dropped a bombshell. Elder Yang, colleagues, we conducted many experiments on the corpses of the insect race and ultimately developed new materials and a new energy system. However, the biggest gain was the special genes rich in the bodies of the insect race, which, combined with ancient Chinese medicine formulas, led to the development of a traditional Chinese medicine that can prolong life and enhance human functions. We named it Zhengji Wan Enhancement Pill, and clinical trials have been successful, with several participants in the meeting room being the Elder and several others like Elder Zhang. Although Zhou Zhe and others had seen the Elder's video before, they didn't consider his youthful appearance this time. However, when Director Huang mentioned their research achievements, they were all shocked when comparing their impressions of the Elder's image. This is rejuvenation. One leader couldn't help but speak out. Those who could reach their positions were basically not young anymore, so everyone hoped to work for another 50 years. Roughly speaking, experimental results show that elderly individuals over 70 can restore 30 to 45 years of bodily functions after taking it, eliminating hidden physical injuries, and theoretically increasing their lifespan by 30 to 50 years. However, we still can't bring the dead back to life, but we now have direction, especially since we have stored quite a bit of that large earthworm meat. Director Huang said proudly that although his discipline is not traditional Chinese medicine, he has also contributed as a professor of traditional Chinese medicine at the Academy of Sciences. The entire conference room could hear many heavy breaths, and everyone felt revitalized. Everyone, please don't be too excited. Director Huang has already started mass production of Zhengji Wan, ensuring that everyone present and all citizens of Dragon Star will receive one each. Elder Zhang timely added, further uniting everyone's hearts. Li Rulong, I heard you have quite a few beautiful acquaintances. I've also researched something good for you. Combining ancient Chinese medicine formulas with the essence of the insect race in a secret ratio, along with blueberry jam. Blue in color, good taste, quick effect, and strong efficacy. Just one pill. In a day, not only will you benefit, but so will they, and the pregnancy rate is high, with a higher bed-changing rate. A middle-aged man in a white lab coat, around 30 years old, said proudly, instinctively stroking his chin in the air. The atmosphere in the room became even more intense, with many people's eyes gleaming green, while the few women present turned red in the face and, led by Zhang Jitao, exclaimed pervert. Li Rulong looked at him somewhat dumbfounded. When did I ever need that thing? Besides, I have quite a few beautiful confidants, just 3 of them, okay? Don't think that because you invented such a great thing, I will forgive you. Be careful, or I will sue you for defamation. Young sir, I wonder if this miraculous medicine is really as you say? Someone raised a question, and everyone turned to see it was Long Mike. What young sir? I'm 84 this year, just passed a major milestone a few days ago. And of course, this medicine has undergone clinical trials. I followed ancient recipes to brew it. Cough, it's a secret formula. I meant it was personally tested by my student. Oh, the entire audience exclaimed in unison, understanding. Sorry, old sir, but you really are, how should I put it, too inexperienced. You see, I have a friend. Right, old sir, I also have a friend. Divine doctor. My brother has been in the late stages for decades. Can you save his life? A room full of people began to ask for medicine for their friends and brothers, clearly all having good hearts. Friends? With old Mike's 1,000 or so people, I know them all. Let him name one, so I can see. Chi Peiqiang. Go ask for a few pills later. Zhang Peng, sitting in the back, looked disdainfully at old Mike, who was making a fuss over there, then turned his head and smirked at Lu Peiqiang. It's not like you're my master. I don't need it. Are you being foolish? It's better to be prepared. When the time comes, leave it with the master, and he will keep it safe for you. Director Huang, this is the technology one brought back. It doesn't count as technology from Yang Lao and the others. After all, I also took the time to visit a few civilizations over there. Here, there are 3 types of technology. One is the Gaia Planetary Ecological System technology for planetary transformation, the Planetary Orbital Defense Star Ring System technology, and the Life Medical Capsule technology that can bring the dead back to life, which you just mentioned. Li Rulong interrupted their demands, pulled out the hard drive given to him by the system, found an excuse to explain its origin, and then directly threw it on the table. As soon as he finished speaking, Dean Huang and a group of old academicians disregarded the order of the meeting and rushed over. Dean Huang grabbed the hard drive and protected it in front of his chest. Don't snatch it. Old rules. Those in need can apply to the academy. After saying that, He hugged the hard drive and returned to his position, eager for the meeting to end quickly so he could go back and review the materials. The meeting lasted a full 8 hours and only ended after 3 p.m. Zhang Zhong prepared a banquet and invited everyone to attend. The elderly and elder Yang walked hand in hand towards the banquet hall. From behind, it looked like a middle-aged person was helping an elder cross the street. The banquet lasted for more than 2 hours and ended. Everyone drank merrily, especially Elder Yang and the others, who had been preoccupied with the solar helium flash matter and hadn't had a decent meal in a long time. Today, they drank quite a bit and were happy. The assistant secretaries helped their leaders, accompanied by staff, back to the homes prepared for them to rest. Meanwhile, Li Rulong was staring blankly at Zhang Zhiqiao, who had just shared some family matters with him, making his steel heart almost leap out of his chest. Li Rulong looked at Zhang Zhiqiao, feeling a bit excited, no? He was shocked and said, "Are you saying there are 9 girls living in my house? Besides you and Linger, there are also Xiaoxia. And now I have 6 more girlfriends? Look at you, aren't you happy?" "No, it's not 9, the assistant you brought back just now, the girl named Xiaoxi. Why do I feel like she's also one of the sisters?" Zhang Zhiqiao rolled her eyes and said with a bit of heartache. Although her grandfather had warned her beforehand, and she could accept it along with them, it was still genuinely heart-wrenching. Now it's 9 going to 1, and if Hao Xiaoxi joins, it would be perfect, and if another one joins, it would make 11, which is like a super women's soccer team. And there are countless substitutes still under review, all with fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. How are we going to live from now on? No, I don't have that thought. I just didn't expect that such things could happen in the year I was away. My grandfather and the others really. Aren't they afraid that I won't be able to come back and delay the girls? Stop joking. Aren't you worried about delaying us 3? So from now on, you must come back safely. Yes. In that case, I'll go find the elders and my grandfather to say that besides you 3, the others can forget it. It's not good for the influence. Forget it, don't go. We've already agreed not to form any big matriarchal group or anything, but we also don't want people to think we are jealous women. We only have 2 requirements for you. Treat everyone equally and don't gather 108 generals. Can you agree? Li Rulong quickly nodded in agreement, stating that they were all equal wives, absolutely fair, and definitely not going to gather 108 of them. However, the 72 transformations, turning into maids, JK, uniforms, nurses, it was difficult, really difficult, 81 difficulties, Watching Li Rulong happily nodding, with what seemed like drool at the corner of his mouth, Zhang Zhiqiao could only sigh helplessly. Then, linking her arm with his, she suddenly spoke softly, "Look at you like this. Once you're done, don't forget to bring Hao Xiaoxi back. That girl seems stable and quite nice. No, she's really my assistant. She's already back, so there's no need for that. Come on." She looks at you with a different gaze. Don't let her down. It's settled then. I'll mention it to me and the others tonight. Zhiqiao. You're still the best. As it was already past 8 in the evening, Li Rulong held Zhang Zhiqiao's hand and returned to the 2-story small building temporarily assigned to her. At 4 in the morning, Li Rulong held the sweaty Zhang Zhiqiao and had a beautiful sleep. The next morning, Li Rulong got up quietly, helped Zhang Zhiqiao tuck in a blanket, went downstairs to wash up and change clothes, and drove to Zhang Zhong's office. Knock. I really don't know. Please. Huh? It's you, kid. Your Zhiqiao has driven me crazy. Zhang Zhong instinctively recited the lines that had been ingrained in his mind for half a year, and when he looked up to see Li Rulong entering, he remembered that they had returned. What does this mean? Director, are you not welcoming? Come on, sit down. Why aren't you resting well and coming here? Zhang Zhong moved aside for Li Rulong and started to brew tea. Ever since Li Rulong came to this world and started interacting with Longhua, they had been working together. Li Rulong always referred to Zhang Zhong as director, while Zhang Zhong called him kid, brat, and other casual nicknames based on the conversation. I just can't stay idle, and the guard troops haven't finished their selection yet. So I came to see what I could do here at your place. Zhou Ji and the others just arrived, so they must be very busy. Li Rulong said with a smile that he had to leave home. Otherwise, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself after Zhitong just experienced human affairs. Coming here to watch Zhang Zhong, at least he had no desires. Zhang Zhong, who had deceived the whole world, couldn't see through his thoughts. He grinned and decided to give him something to do. Returning to his desk, he picked up a transparent tablet computer and handed it to Li Rulong. You know, there's actually something. Do you remember the more than 20 million prisoners and survivors we captured before? Over the past year, they've settled down. The higher-ups mean to classify them all under the Western ethnic group. However, except for the 10,000 brought by Long Make, who are citizens of Longxing, these more than 20 million will be temporarily defined as second-class citizens, not slaves, okay? We don't do that. Li Rulong looked at the data, on the tablet. Among the more than 20 million people, about 14 million are prisoners of war, and the remaining are survivors from various countries. In an instant, he had an idea. Chief, I think the design of second-class citizens is very good. Although they were not decision-makers back then, they pointed their guns at Long Country, so they must pay the price. Therefore, we should select from these 14 million prisoners of war, reorganize them into multiple independent units, and call it the Orbital Airborne Army. Commanders at all levels can be selected from the prisoners of war, and they will be provided with power armor and weapons suitable for orbital airborne operations. If anyone dares to have ulterior motives, Fushi will teach them a lesson. Once training is complete, they will be assigned to the space fleet. If we ever go to war with aliens, they will be the first to charge into battle and carry out airborne strikes, and then accumulate military achievements to be upgraded to ordinary citizens. After Li Rulong finished speaking, Zhang Zhong held his teacup and thought for a while, then suddenly laughed. Aren't you talking about a suicide squad? The airborne troops. That name sounds quite impressive. Plus, with Fushi monitoring and controlling equipment and weapons, I think it's feasible. When the time comes, our own people will control the warships and main weapons, while they charge into battle, using their achievements to escape the identity of prisoners of war. This not only makes use of their abilities, but also give them hope for life. It's really clever. Li Rulong smiled and continued. As for the more than 6 million survivors, let Fushi check if they had any anti-Dragon Kingdom remarks or did anything detrimental to the Dragon Kingdom before. Those who haven't done anything wrong can be classified as part of the Western ethnicity and become normal citizens. As for those who have done bad things, we don't lack food, so we can't feed beasts, right? Haha, you're late. The old man had Fushi investigate this long ago. I personally tricked those 700,000 people away. They thought they were being sent to a new mine, but in the end, they were all buried in the Sahara oasis to increase fertility. Zhang Zhong explained with a big laugh, as if he had just done something trivial. But the faint killing intent hinted at was somewhat inconsistent with his previous role as a staff officer. The two discussed many topics. Li Rulong talked about events on the Wandering Earth. When Zhang Zhong heard that the Dragon Kingdom was actually leading the UN to build 10,000 enormous planet engines to send the entire blue planet to its destination 500 years later, he was utterly stunned. Zhang Zhong mainly talked about military matters, such as the 4 major service commanders arguing endlessly over the color of the Cosmic Navy uniforms, each wanting to use their own military uniform color. He also mentioned that he might board a ship in the future since he was a Navy person commanding warships, whether on the sea or in space. The Navy definitely had an advantage. He also hoped that, when the time came, Li Rulong would speak a few good words for him and allocate him a sturdy and heavily armed ship. Approaching noon, the two had a meal in the cafeteria, and then Li Rulong bid farewell to Zhang Zhong to find Zhou Ji directly and see how the progress there was going. Through Fushi, he learned that Zhou Ji was currently welcoming the residents of the South District of the new Welcome City and officials, mainly to understand their needs and mental states. Li Rulong didn't drive. He flew directly over and landed right beside Zhou Ji, in full view of everyone, and also noticed how Xiaoxi, Zhang Peng, and others who were following him. The appearance of Li Rulong once again sparked huge cheers, and there were even people in the high-rise buildings nearby opening their windows and shouting greetings to him. He smiled and waved to the crowd, then approached Zhou Ji, who was also smiling at him, and greeted others as well. How's it going? Still adapting? What is there to adapt to? This is Dragon Star, not an alien planet, and I've visited this place before. The two chatted and laughed for a bit before Zhou Ji pulled him aside and said in a low voice, Rulong, don't blame me for being nosy, but take a look at Xiaoxi. Shouldn't you give her a response? She's my most proud student, and I want her to take over my class, so don't let her down. After Zhou Ji finished speaking quietly, he winked at him. Well, Zhou Lao, I came to tell you that I'm going to take Xiaoxi back to the capital in a few days. By the way, I also want to take Zhang Peng and the others with me to join my army. So I came to ask for your approval. Sure. It's just an approval, right? I already pulled the strings for you. Just go talk to them, Zhou Ji joked, and then directly sent Li Rulong away. As he was quite busy, Li Rulong bid farewell and walked over to house Xiaoxi, then softly said to her, Xiaoxi, I'm going back to the capital in a few days. Will you come with me? After hearing this, Xiaoxi blushed and lowered her head, unsure of how to respond. Zhang Peng and the others, who were watching from the side, were anxious and wished they could answer for Xiaoxi. After all, it was just living with Li Rulong. As long as Li Rulong had special needs, Zhang Peng would dare to step in. Xiaoxi took a few deep breaths and then looked up at Li Rulong. Nodding vigorously, Zhang Peng and the others breathed a sigh of relief and started applauding. until Li Rulong shot them a glare. Zhang Peng, you guys tidy up too, and come back with me later. Huh? But we are men. Shut up. You all will join my team from now on, and I'll arrange positions for you. It's either go or no go. Of course we'll go. Only a fool wouldn't, they said, and then hurried to pack their things. After saluting Li Rulong, they turned and left, even kicking Liu Peiqiang, who was still in a daze. Li Rulong took Hao Xiaoxi to Zhang Zhitiao's small second-floor apartment that day. The two girls chatted in the upstairs bedroom for a long time before Zhang Zhitiao brought Hao Xiaoxi down. Li Rulong's expression instantly turned into that of a lecher when he saw Hao Xiaoxi. At that moment, she had shed her professional suit and was instead wearing a loose white short-sleeved t-shirt and a yellow chiffon skirt, paired with white cloth shoes, transforming her from a professional diplomat into a neighborhood girl, gentle yet charming. Zhang Zhiqiao, on the other hand, was wearing a pair of denim shorts that highlighted her straight, fair legs, along with a black crop top that showcased her long yet strong figure. Zhang Zhiqiao wouldn't have dressed like this before, but now she had come to terms with it. After all, he had seen everything yesterday, and she had officially become his woman. She was ready to let loose. Otherwise, returning to Beijing, she wouldn't stand a chance against her beautiful and glamorous roommates. The two sat down on the sofa next to Li Rulong, with Hao Xiaoxi still looking down, her face flushed with shyness, while Zhang Zhiqiao teased her with a smile. Xiaoxi, see? I wasn't wrong. Don't think he's so upright. He just likes others to take the initiative. His eyes were practically glued to you just now. After saying that, she provocatively raised her eyebrows at Li Rulong. Li Rulong felt a bit awkward. Was it really necessary to be so straightforward? Zhiqiao, we will go back the day after tomorrow. I need to stay in Yingxinqing for the next couple of days to ensure that the bureau chief and Zhou Ji are able to calm the public. All right, I'll listen to you. Anyway, I've already told Grandpa this afternoon that I will resign from my other positions and only keep the role of your adjutant. I need to keep an eye on you for the sisters. As they chatted, Hao Xiaoxi gradually let go and joined the group conversation, occasionally sharing some amusing stories from her childhood. That evening, Zhang Zhiqiao used the excuse of feeling unwell to push Hao Xiaoxi into Li Rulong's bedroom. Dear Tim, Hao Xiaoxi was only called up for lunch by Zhang Zhiqiao at noon. Today she would accompany her to the shops in Yingxinqing to buy some daily necessities. Various shops that had been closed for business were officially open again early this morning, starting to serve the people of Yingxinqing. 3 days passed smoothly, and the public had been calmed and temporarily adapted to their new lives. Many people eagerly signed up to work around the world, contributing to the construction of Longxing. Meanwhile, the wandering Dragon Kingdom soldiers and the Bear Clan who wanted to enlist heard that they could serve on space battleships and possibly fight aliens in the future. Not a single soldier chose to retire. Instead, they all continued to serve. The Bear Clan even sent nearly 300 million men, women, and children, the youngest being 15 and the oldest 102, to the recruitment office, tearing their outer clothes to show off their strong muscles to the recruitment officers. And they actively requested to join the orbital airborne troops, claiming that close combat was what a fighting nation should do. As for the so-called high casualty rate, that was not within their consideration. Dying was heroic, and living was just for heading to the next battlefield, where they could become heroes. Truly peculiar. In the end, after counting, the Wandering World's dragon descendants retained 45 million, while the Bear Clan selected 60 million. Together with the existing 23 million standing soldiers and 14 million prisoners of war from Longxing, they formed a total of 142 million professional soldiers. The extra 2,000 were from Long Mike's Western Clan Army. They would be sent to the Qinzhou Military Management Area for training and then allocated to various troops based on demand. The first batch of 180 million people would be assigned to work around the world, with most engaged in farming and livestock rearing in Mingzhou, while those with skills would be assigned to other places. The remaining population of about 1 billion would also be distributed over the next 6 months. Those without skills could participate in various training classes held in Yingxinqing during that time, ensuring that everyone except the elderly, children, and those needing to care for families would have jobs and income. As for those who wanted to be lazy and avoid work, after 3 warnings without repentance, their best destination would be the Antarctic settlement to feed penguins. In short, Longxing does not support idleness. Early that day, after breakfast, Li Rulong and the others bid farewell to Zhou Ji and Zhang Zhong and boarded a special plane to the capital, accompanied by the elderly and Yang Lao. However, Zhang Lao was temporarily left in Yingxinqing to oversee work and cooperate with Zhou Ji. The newly modified passenger plane by Rulong was not only luxurious and comfortable, but also significantly faster than previous flights. The entire journey of nearly 1,000 kilometers was completed in under 5 hours at a cruising speed of 2.5 Mach. Upon landing, a special vehicle was waiting to pick them up. Everyone was taking a break today, and the elderly took Yang Lao's entire family back to Huaxia, where accommodations had already been prepared for them, facilitating future communication and office work. Zhang Peng and the others followed military personnel to the military camp in the capital, where they would temporarily stay until the framework for the guard troops was established before reporting back to Li Rulong. Li Rulong was driven by Fuxi's autonomous driving, taking him, Zhang Jitao, and Hao Xiaoxi back to the Sihiyuan. As soon as they arrived, they noticed a group of beautiful women waiting at the entrance, eagerly anticipating their arrival. Once the car stopped, they quickly surrounded them, led by Yang Linger and Chen Xia. Li Rulong could tell that they had all dressed up carefully today, and none of them were overly made up. They all wore light makeup, showcasing their naturally admirable features to him. Li Rulong hugged Yang Linger and Chen Xia, both of whom were tearful. After a few words of comfort from Li Rulong, the two reluctantly left his embrace. Then Yang Linger began to introduce the sisters around him one by one. Liangzi, dressed in a flowing red dress with an oval face and natural grace, who had given him beef buns. Yu Xiaola, wearing a pink short skirt, lively like a sprite, yet graceful and charming. Taozi, in a pure white gauze dress, with a perfect figure and long hair dancing in the wind, looking like a celestial being. Meng Xiao, in a light blue evening gown with an elegant and stunning figure. Inju, in a black silk camisole dress that highlighted her figure, with bright, lively eyes and a shy, sweet demeanor. Guli Sha, in a traditional ethnic dress, possessing a perfect slim waist and full hips, along with three-dimensional features and exotic beauty. Li Dyer, in a blue spaghetti strap evening gown that complemented her radiant, fair skin, with a perfectly proportioned slender figure and exquisite features. Zhao Shi, in a golden silk low-cut evening gown that perfectly showcased her elegant figure. Praised as the most beautiful woman in the history of the Central Academy of Drama. Su Zifei, in a cream-colored lace, strapless evening gown with a majestic figure, elegant demeanor, and crystal-clear bright eyes. And of course, there was Yang Linger, the first to confess her feelings, in a long red dress paired with a black short-sleeved silk shirt. With a perfect figure and captivating charm, her eyes enchanting. Chen Xia, in a beige spaghetti strap top paired with a black miniskirt, her straight legs strikingly beautiful and her personality straightforward. And Zhang Jiqiao, standing beside him in military attire, looking somewhat dazed, and Hao Xiaoxi, in a casual dress, tall and delicate but blushing. Not only was Zhang Jiqiao somewhat dazed, but Li Rulong also noticed that the number seemed off. Previously, Zhang Jiqiao had told him that there were 10 partners, including Hao Xiaoxi, so why were there now 13? Did they really think of him as General Han? The more the merrier? He wondered if it was still time to get the blue pill. Besides Yang Ling Chen Xia, and the already familiar but now blushing Liangzi and Yu Xiaola. The other girls were giggling, their eyes scanning the tall and strong man in military attire from head to toe, captivated by his handsome and charming appearance. His surprised expression made them want to laugh, also feeling proud that they could surprise him. Zhang Jiqiao was also a bit dazed. She hadn't expected 3 more sisters to join so soon. Not only was the football team complete, but there were also 2 substitutes. What was more infuriating was that when she talked to Yang Linger on the phone in the morning, she hadn't hinted at all. Was this a surprise for Li Rulong or a shock for her? She was so annoyed. She shot a glare at Yang Linger, who was smiling at her, and immediately understood that it was intentional. Li Rulong greeted each of them absent-mindedly and was then surrounded by a group of beautiful women as they entered the courtyard. Suddenly inspired, he composed a poem in his mind. The Li family superhero needs no medicine, with beautiful ladies accompanying him in laughter. Surrounded by a circle of 13, from now on living in seclusion and goofing off. He finally understood why Zhang Lao and the others had arranged a salted fish position for him. It was to encourage him to focus on the next generation. Entering the dining room, he found a large table prepared with a sumptuous feast, and various alcoholic beverages lined one side of the kitchen cabinet. Yang Linger asked Chen Xia to accompany Li Rulong upstairs to change clothes while she took the others to the dining room to prepare for dinner. Having prepared many of Li Rulong's favorite dishes in advance, Chen Xia accompanied Li Rulong back to the bedroom, and as soon as the door closed, she couldn't help but push him against the wall, covering his mouth and passionately kissing him until they were both breathless and had to separate. "I miss you so much. We all miss you," Chen Xia cried as she leaned against his chest, venting her feelings of longing. Li Rulong gently stroked her silky hair and softly patted her back. comforting her with soothing words. After a while, she calmed down and hurriedly helped him change clothes, during which there was no shortage of teasing. Once he was dressed and brought Huaxia downstairs, he discovered that the others were already seated at the dining table waiting for them. Moreover, Yang Ling and the others winked at Huaxia, who confidently lifted her chin in response. Li Rulong sat in the main seat, while Zhang Jitao sat to his left. To his right, surprisingly, Yang Ling had left the seat for Hao Xiaoxi. Li Rulong understood Yang Ling's intentions. In this household, besides him, Ji Qiao, although a soldier, had low emotional intelligence, and Huaxia's straightforward personality made her innocent and unguarded. Only Yang Ling could arrange everything clearly, leaving no room for criticism. Although he had never considered establishing a matriarch, with more people around, there would inevitably be a hierarchy, especially in a place with many women. Some rules needed to be set. After all, these new faces had not yet established a definite relationship with him. He decided to set the rules. Those who agreed could stay, and those who disagreed could leave. He wouldn't make things difficult for anyone. After coming to this conclusion, he cleared his throat softly to attract everyone's attention. Ladies, some of you I have seen on television, while others I am meeting for the first time. First, I'm very happy to meet all of you. Your presence in this courtyard indicates that you recognize at least one aspect of me, whether it be my abilities, my handsome appearance, or my strong physique. The girls at the table blushed and covered their mouths while laughing, except for the carefree Huaxia, who laughed heartily. Li Rulong ignored her and got straight to the point. However, now that the family had grown in number, there were some things I hadn't considered before that needed to be addressed, such as family rules. At this point, he deliberately paused, capturing everyone's expressions in his eyes. What reassured him was that they all showed no signs of resistance. It wasn't just about acting skills, it depended on the audience. First of all, if you all want to truly integrate into this family, everyone's status is equal. I promised Ji Tiao that I would treat everyone fairly, and I will keep that promise. I don't want anyone vying for favor, nor do I want any backstabbing. Can everyone understand? Everyone nodded. Yang Ling and the others felt that they had always lived like this, and it was quite good. The later 10 people thought this was more beneficial for them. After all, people often have an unconscious bias towards seniority, and Li Rulong's first rule eliminated that time advantage. Second, I will not restrict your freedom. You can do whatever you want, as long as you are happy. For example, Ji Qiao is still a soldier. Xiaoxi will work at the Legislative Council. Ling and Xiaoxia can continue acting and being stars. Liangzi and Xiaola can continue to go to school, and the others can do their own things. But I believe everyone understands what can and cannot be done, right? They continued to nod in response. Some people, like Zhao Shi, initially thought that marrying into the Li family would mean being treated like a canary, unable to show themselves. But they couldn't help it because they had genuinely fallen in love with Li Rulong. After all, there is only one such great man in the world, and there is also the endorsement of the Dragon Star Legislative Council. Now, with the second family rule freeing them, they were more than happy to agree. Third, I am a bit special, as you all should know, so there may be times when I will be away on missions for extended periods. Just like this time, I was away from home for a whole year, and Ling and the others still waited for me with peace of mind, which really touched me. My family, the Li family, consists of just me, and I hope that when I have children in the future, regardless of who gives birth to them, whether they are boys or girls, I will love them all. You all must take care of my children as if they were your own, supporting and looking after each other. As a soldier, protecting Dragon Star and the nation is my lifelong mission, so there are no vast fortunes for the children to inherit. They can do whatever they want when they grow up, as long as they don't commit crimes that harm Dragon Star or the people, I will support them. Moreover, their siblings must love each other. Understand? Understand, X14. This rule benefits everyone, eliminating disputes over inheritance and distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate children. These are the 3 rules of the Li family, and they just came to my mind. If anyone disagrees or feels they are unsuitable, you can speak up now or choose to leave. However, you can rest assured that I am not petty enough to seek revenge on anyone, and I guarantee that no one in Dragon Star will trouble you. You can continue your previous lives. After Li Rulong finished speaking, he closed his eyes. About 5 minutes later, he opened them again and found that no one had left their seats. Instead, everyone was looking at him seriously. You're not leaving? Then I guess I need to talk about the punishment standards. Originally, I wanted to be harsh, like saying that whoever violates the above 3 rules, I would kill them. But since you all look so beautiful, I seem to hesitate a bit. A table full of girls laughed. So if anyone has any thoughts or disagreements later, feel free to bring them up. We can have a family meeting. If we can't resolve it, Then let's part on good terms. All right, I'm done talking, let's start eating. After Li Rulong finished speaking, everyone started to eat. At first, apart from Yang Linger and a few others, the rest of the people were somewhat reserved. It wasn't until they had a few drinks and realized that Li Rulong was indeed as easygoing as Yang Linger and Chen Xia had said, sometimes even joking around like a big boy, that the atmosphere gradually became lively. Yang Linger then suggested that everyone change into a different outfit. Earlier, in order to welcome Li Rulong and make a good first impression, they had either worn evening gowns or adorned themselves with various accessories. She mentioned that Hot Fat was wearing traditional clothing and a distinctive hat and had long been uncomfortable. Instantly, more than half of the table got up, leaving only Ji Tao, who had changed out of her military uniform, and Xiao Shi, who was in a t-shirt. Within 10 minutes, they all returned one after another, now in loungewear or oversized t-shirts. Hot Fat had changed into a white shirt of Li Rulong's, with the unbuttoned collar subtly revealing some skin, making Li Rulong feel that the government was treating him well, emotions running deep. They all had also changed into comfortable slippers with pairs of flawless, jade-like feet that nearly sparked a new interest for Li Rulong. At this point, everyone at the table had relaxed and officially integrated into this family, treating themselves as part of it, and Li Rulong as their man. Gu Lisha and He Liangzi picked at the meat dishes, while Taozi, Zhaoxi, and Su Zifei elegantly savored their food. Chun Xia and Zhang Jitao were competing and drinking, while others chatted and ate, occasionally pulling Li Rulong into their conversations. They were mostly listening to Xiao Shi talk about another world, whether it was solar flares, planetary engines, or various disputes among the wandering faction, digital faction, and spaceship faction, all of which fascinated them. When they heard her talk about how the Dragon Nation had allied with the Bear Nation and Eagle Sauce to secretly stage a grand play for the world, they couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. When Yang Linger said it would be great if it could be turned into a script, especially now that sci-fi blockbusters were very much in demand. Everyone except Zhang Jitao, and how Xiao Shi's eyes lit up and their spirits lifted. After all, they were all studying acting, so they hoped to participate in what could be considered their own movie. Finally, Yang Linger decided to contact someone tomorrow to see if they could adapt it into a script, allowing everyone to play a role, including Hao Xiao Shi and Zhang Jitao. She even suggested that Hao Xiao Shi play herself and that Zhang Jitao portray a soldier. Regardless of whether the two agreed, the proposal was passed in the first family meeting with 11 votes in favor, 2 against, and 1 abstention, Li Rulong's vote. Li Rulong watched as they excitedly discussed the script, while Hao Xiaoxi could only provide them with as much material and storyline as possible. He was somewhat dumbfounded. What kind of sci-fi movie needs 13 super beauties to join? Even Charlie's Angels didn't require that many. Forget it, let them do it as they please. As long as they're happy, that's what matters. The lively family dinner lasted over 4 hours before it finally ended. A few people, unable to handle their liquor, got drunk and were carried back to their rooms by Li Rulong. When he returned, he found that the dining room was empty. He quickly tidied up the entire dining room in a flash, inwardly cursing himself for not planning better. He should have assigned some household chores to them. After all, who was the head of the household washing dishes? He cleaned up efficiently and returned to his bedroom. Pushing the door open, he found Yang Linger, already changed into her pajamas, sitting on the edge of the bed waiting for him. At that moment, Yang Linger had changed into a black silk camisole nightgown, the hem just reaching her thighs, her flawless legs crossed together, looking at Li Rulong with a slightly dazed expression. Li Rulong paused for a second, then rushed up. It was not until 10 o'clock the next morning that Li Rulong brought Yang Linger downstairs. As for the others, some were watching TV in the living room, while others were doing yoga on the lawn outside. Yu Xiaola and Li Dyer were lying on the ground playing games. Zhaoxi was quietly reading, and Gilisha and He Liangzi were enjoying cake from a plate. When they saw Li Rulong and Yang Linger coming downstairs, they exchanged knowing smiles, followed by flushed faces, as the sound from last night had indeed disturbed the peace, even waking up a few drunk people in the early hours. Yang Linger noticed their expressions and felt her face turn red down to her neck. Unable to quicken her pace due to her discomfort, she had to let Li Rulong support her as they made their way to the sofa. Chun Xia, who had just been doing yoga, immediately ran over with a mischievous smile and sat down next to Yang Ling. Li Rulong felt a bit awkward. He originally didn't want to wake up this early. But just now, a call from director Huang abruptly interrupted his pleasant life. Li Rulong looked at the room full of tall, fair-skinned beauties, walked over quickly, and kissed each one. If one person feels awkward, then let everyone feel awkward. Li Rulong touched his lips, laughed heartily, and left home, leaving behind a room full of red-faced people. He flew directly to the Beijing Academy of Sciences, where Director Huang's secretary was already waiting at the entrance. And there were quite a few military vehicles parked in the lot, with license plates indicating that the top leaders from various military branches had arrived. Hello, General Li. The Elder and Director Huang, along with other leaders, are already waiting for you in the conference room. This way, please. Oh, the Elder is here too? Yes. Director Huang has temporarily notified all the leaders, and all the leaders from the new town side have also logged in for a remote meeting. Li Rulong arrived at the conference room accompanied by his secretary. Upon entering, he found that not only the Elder was present, but also almost everyone who had a say in the military, along with several department heads, who were quietly discussing various topics around the conference table. Sorry to pull you out of your comfort zone, Director Huang said with a smile as he approached Li Rulong. Although he said he was sorry, there was no hint of embarrassment on his face. Well, you're fine, but you really dislike having outsiders come here, Li Rulong replied. Haha, I told you Rulong understands. Come, sit over here. Director Huang pulled Li Rulong to sit next to the Elder, then walked to the podium to prepare to get to the main topic. With such a big setup, do you know what this is about? No, he just said this morning that there was a major project and invited us all here. The new city side is also waiting online, but he called you last, hoping you could sleep a bit longer. If it weren't urgent, we wouldn't have done it this way, the Elder explained with a smile. Li Rulong shrugged, indicating that it was no big deal. Everyone, the reason for the rush to gather you all is because of Li Rulong, Director Huang said, pausing for a moment. As everyone in the conference room turned to look at him. What does that mean? Because of me? Li Rulong stared wide-eyed, unsure of what Dean Huang was selling. It was because of the hard drive Li Rulong brought back 4 days ago. The technology inside had finally yielded results after our relentless analysis over the past 4 days, which involved significant implications, even concerning the future development direction of Longxing. That's why I urgently convened this meeting in the name of the Academy of Sciences. Applause began to resonate in the conference room, prompting Dean Huang to quickly gesture for everyone to stop. No applause, we're wasting time. We have conducted AI modeling of the technology through Fuxi, and we created a more intuitive video. What you're about to see is not a sci-fi movie, but something entirely achievable with our current technological capabilities. Now, please look at the big screen. Fuxi, let us begin. Okay, Dean Huang. After Dean Huang finished speaking, he stepped down and moved aside, handing over the big screen to Fuxi. The conference room and everyone in Yingxinxing focused on the video about to play. The first segment of the video shows the entire process of Longxing using alien technology to transform Blue Star over the past year since Li Rulong's departure. Of course, it had been edited and sped up, but the transformation process was filled with difficulties and hardships. In just 1 year, they had only managed to transform large areas of the Sahara Desert and the Gobi regions in Kangaroo Country. Naturally, the original 8 Great Deserts of Longwa were also simultaneously transformed into suitable green havens for habitation. The video depicted millions of workers wearing specialized construction power armor, working in conjunction with drones and unmanned engineering vehicles, progressing step by step until they had fundamentally transformed the human forbidden zones, at which point the video stopped. What you just saw was the scene of us using the alien technology brought back by Rulong to transform the desert in Gobi. The process was fraught with challenges, but we overcame them. We initially thought we would be satisfied with this transformation until we completed our research on the Gaia planet ecosystem transformation technology brought back by Rulong. Only then did we understand what truly suitable living conditions for humanity entail and what kind of world we want. Please continue watching. After the video ended, Dean Huang gave a brief introduction. As a scientist, he had been rigorous his entire life, and it was surprising to see a self-deprecating expression on his face. The video continued, this time entirely generated by Fuxi, with everything in it almost indistinguishable from reality. In the video, a black sphere with a diameter of 99 meters was dropped into a cavity that had been excavated to the Earth's core. The black sphere rapidly fell to a depth of 500 kilometers, reaching a density of 5 grams per cubic centimeter, primarily composed of iron and nickel. The atmospheric pressure there had reached a terrifying 5 million atmospheres, with temperatures exceeding 6,000 degrees Celsius. In this extreme environment, the black sphere remained unharmed and began to emit visible blue waves, rapidly expanding outward from the black sphere until it filled the entire Earth's core. At this moment, a rapidly ticking timer appeared in the upper right corner of the screen. The scene shifted to the ground, where slight tremors were felt on the surface. A set of observation data appeared at the bottom of the video, indicating that the entire Longxing was experiencing synchronous earthquakes, with the seismic intensity uniformly measuring at a magnitude of 3 on the Richter scale. Following this, flocks of birds took flight and animals roared. Strangely, their expressions were not of fear but excitement. Various plants began to grow wildly, and the temperatures of the blue star, except in the polar and low-temperature regions, gradually increased, while high-temperature areas cooled down to an eventual stable temperature of 25 degrees Celsius during the day and 20 degrees Celsius at night. The humidity, whether inland or by the sea, remained at 50 to 60. Data also indicated that bacteria harmful to humans, animals, and plants had completely disappeared, and all harmful substances in the air had been eliminated, with air quality achieving an unprecedented 100. The occurrence rates of natural disasters, such as earthquakes, volcanoes, and typhoons were all zero, and even toxic plants and animals that threatened humans had lost their toxic properties. The planet's gravity increased by 5 times, with expectations that human physical fitness would double. Coupled with the already developed muscle enhancement pills, there would be no adverse effects, and future achievements could be even greater. The entire blue star seemed to have undergone a renaissance, life elevated, and the planet appeared healthier, with all harmful elements eradicated, fully becoming the most suitable place for human habitation. Only the previously non-renewable resources had not revived due to the Earth's renewed activity. But so what? Longxing had ceased using oil, coal, and wood as fuel a year ago. Even the major hydropower stations had now become fully open tourist attractions. Similarly, gold, diamonds, and jade were no longer luxury items pursued by people. Now, the citizens of Longxing were more concerned about what you did for a living. Oh, you're in the military? Son-in-law, you are my son-in-law. What? You're in research? Brother-in-law, nice to meet you. You're a senior executive at Wolf Spider Finance? 10 million annual salary? Sorry, our daughter can't be with you. This was the current situation in Longxing, where soldiers and scientists were at the top, followed by production support personnel. Even those in agriculture and animal husbandry held a higher status than those in finance and other services, no matter how much they earned. Longxing also carried out an industrial reform targeting commerce, with no monopolies, no fraud, and all prices required to be transparent, as raw materials were controlled by the Legislative Council. Returning to the main topic, the video had now ended, and the timer in the upper right corner displayed a red 100, 12:39. The entire room fell silent. Who wouldn't yearn for the scenes depicted in the video generated by Fushi? Who could resist? People in the conference room gradually started whispering to each other, and then it turned into a market-like atmosphere. Can this really be achieved? Of course. Otherwise, how could Old Huang possibly show us this? Yes. Although this is a virtual scene generated by Fushi, if there wasn't certainty, Fushi would refuse the command. Exactly. Fushi is so reliable, it would never waste time. Damn. Let us get to work. No, wait, stop work. Immediately tell the environmental construction team to halt. With this technology, why would they bother with that effort? Dean Huang watched the situation in the conference room with satisfaction. He recalled when they had just finished analyzing this technology and received all the data calculated by Fushi. He and a group of rejuvenated elders had shouted loudly, eager to immediately start creating the Gaia planetary instrument, now renamed the Ho-2 planetary instrument. All right, everyone, please be quiet. The video you just saw depicted the scenes after the application of the Gaia planet ecosystem transformation technology brought back by Rulong. After discussion, we have officially renamed it Ho-2 planet ecosystem transformation technology. The Ho-2 planetary instrument produced by this technology is the black sphere in the video, and we can transform the entire blue star into a paradise for humanity within 100 hours. Not only that, but imagine the moon, Mars, and even various planets discovered in the future, combined with the photon force field defense shield system. Could they all become human homes? Wow, Dean Huang is amazing. Rulong is amazing. Fushi is amazing. Ho-2 is even more amazing. Everyone began to cheer. Even the rejuvenated Li Lao joined in for a few shouts. As it was simply too tempting, we will discuss the specifics of implementation later. Now, please watch the second segment of the video. Fushi received the order to continue playing the video, and this time, the video depicted a completely simulated scenario. In the video, Dragon Star is enveloped by a photon force field defense shield, and under the golden shield, the peaceful and happy lives of the Dragon Star citizens can be seen. At the equator, 4 completed space elevators, which are much taller than originally designed at 40,000 kilometers, can also be seen, interconnected by a ring of artificial star rings. The video data shows that the artificial star ring is 300 kilometers wide, 450 kilometers high, and its circumference is in kilometers. All constructed from the latest materials they had never heard of, with a calculated construction period of 8 months. Near the orbital elevators, there are large star ports for space battleships and various spacecraft to enter and exit, for maintenance and even construction. Inside the star ring, there's a circular ecological space that can be inhabited, featuring oceans, lakes, forests, and grasslands, with well-equipped small cities for habitation at intervals. Each city is connected by advanced pod-style vacuum gravity trams, which can reach speeds of kilometers per hour, allowing a complete circuit around the star ring in less than 16 hours, and the built-in gravity adaptation system ensures that ordinary people feel no discomfort during high-speed travel. Seeing this, others felt it was very advanced, wondering what it would be like to live in space. The military personnel, however, were immediately intrigued, thinking about whether the entire star ring could be allocated to the military, allowing all soldiers and their families to live within the star ring. After all, Space Navy training would also take place in space, and if they could secure the star ring, wouldn't that mean returning home for meals after training? Only a few, like the elders Li Lao, Yang Lao, Zhou Ji from Ingsen City, and Li Rulong, felt that things wouldn't be so simple. Sure enough, at that moment, the video shifted to the vicinity of Mars's orbit, where a massive vortex suddenly appeared in the cosmic space, from which countless insectoids, previously experienced by Blue Star, emerged. The sheer number was overwhelming, more than before, as they charged toward Blue Star in groups. If it weren't for knowing that this was a simulation by Fushi, everyone in the venue might have thought the insectoids were returning for revenge. The insectoids quickly approached Dragon Star, but for some reason, the Dragon Star space fleet did not mobilize, seemingly unaware of their impending arrival. Soon, viewers of the video understood why. As the insectoids passed the lunar orbit, they suddenly scattered, surrounding the entire Dragon Star. At that moment, the star ring in orbit lit up with countless red lights. And then numerous places that were previously thought to be external armor suddenly opened up, revealing countless massive cannon barrels and countless missile silos. Oh, sorry. The video explained that those were not for launching missiles, but for launching interstellar torpedoes. Various giant cannons began firing at the insectoids, including electromagnetic cannons, laser cannons, and ray cannons that they had never seen before, along with neutron beam weapons that resembled spears. The interstellar torpedoes were launched at nearly 200 Mach, rushing toward the insect swarm, and then exploded. The video showed that the torpedo's power could reach an equivalent of 10 million tons of TNT. The insect swarm was annihilated at a visible speed, leaving only a massive interstellar earthworm lying between Dragon Star and Mars's orbit, writhing its disgusting body in space. At this moment, on one side of the orbital elevator, the star ring suddenly opened its external armor perpendicular to the elevator, extending a massive cannon barrel with a diameter of 220 kilometers. The thick black barrel was deeper than the color of the starry sky, yet only 190 kilometers long, a typical short and stout design. The cannon aimed at the massive earthworm 20 million kilometers away, and then golden and white particle spots began to gather around the barrel, while the interior of the barrel also started to glow, with a video indicating a 15-second charging time. After 15 seconds, a beautiful rainbow-like laser beam shot out from the barrel at nearly the speed of light, striking the massive earthworm, causing the surrounding cosmic space to appear distorted. 3 seconds later, the laser beam gradually disappeared, and along with it, the massive earthworm vanished, leaving Mars 35 million kilometers behind it. Looking like a hawthorn with its core dug out, hollow, the insectoids completely disappeared, and the various weapons on the star ring retracted, with the external armor closing up as if it had never appeared. At the end of the video, a list appeared detailing the parameters and weapon configurations of the planetary orbital defense star ring system. And the people in the conference room finally understood what the immensely powerful short and stout weapon capable of destroying Mars was. The Goliath Annihilation Anthem, renamed by the Academy of Sciences to Dragon Star Roar, was named Barbecue Skewer by Dean Huang, which utilizes accelerated dark matter particles to break the speed of light, conducting systematic collisions and compressions to achieve a destructive beam capable of annihilating any physical matter. Advantages: can destroy everything visible, including photon force field defense shields. Short charging time of only 15 seconds. Strong penetration ability, able to penetrate all physical objects and obliterate them. P.S. Origin of Dean Huang's name Barbecue Skewer. Disadvantages: A maximum of 4 Dragon Star roars can be constructed on the same planet. Immobile, can only aim by following the planet's rotation. Charging requires core energy combined with energy crystals. The launched annihilation beam gradually diminishes with increasing attack distance until all energy is released, making it impossible to achieve infinite range. The current maximum theoretical launch quantity for Dragon Star, 12 shots, with a recovery period of 32 years, and exceeding this quantity would result in the destruction of Dragon Star. P.S. If Dragon Star is transformed into a Gaia-post Earth planet, the maximum launch quantity increases to 80 shots, with a recovery period of 4 years. Seeing this, everyone had a clearer understanding. Dragon Star Roar is indeed powerful and impressive, but has 3 advantages and 5 disadvantages, and if the launch quantity is exceeded, Dragon Star would be directly sacrificed, with a recovery period lasting 32 years. However, if they first transform Dragon Star into a Gaia-post Earth planet, they could launch 80 shots, significantly shortening the recovery period. This cannon could serve as a deterrent for the nation, no for the star system. As the video ended, many were still immersed in the recently displayed rainbow-like dazzling scene, especially the military personnel, who were now red-faced and breathing heavily. They had only one thought in mind. Could this Dragon Star Roar be made smaller and directly installed onto spaceships? Even if only one ship had this weapon, the era of giant ship cannons would return. As for interstellar aircraft carriers, to hell with interstellar carriers. They preferred something thick and big that could shoot far. Seeing Dean Huang take the stage again, the generals couldn't hold back any longer, all raising their hands to speak. Dean Huang glanced at them, knowing what these warriors wanted to do, and chose to ignore them, as the next segment of the video would surely make these generals shout even louder. He directly started, saying, "After watching, I'll ask one question. Do we build it? Build it. Good. Let's continue watching the last segment of the video." After finishing, he walked directly back to his seat, and the generals felt extremely uncomfortable, not daring to make loud noises. Fushi directly played the last segment of the video, which showed a room resembling an operating room, but instead of an operating table, there was a white object too, 5 meters long, 3 meters high, and 1 meter wide, looking like a refrigerator. At this moment, a beautiful nurse pushed a wheelchair into the room, where a soldier in military uniform was seated. Upon reaching the refrigerator, the door automatically slid open, and the nurse helped the soldier take off his military uniform. Once the clothes were removed, everyone could see the soldier's body. Both of his arms were missing, and when he stood up, it became apparent that his left leg was also gone. The soldiers in the audience had red eyes. They had seen many such soldiers, and some of their subordinates and comrades had retired in this way. They understood the pain these soldiers felt all too well. In the video, the soldier was carefully assisted by the nurse into the refrigerator, and then the door closed again, while the nurse stood by and did nothing. A timer appeared in the upper right corner of the screen, speeding up until exactly 30 minutes later. The refrigerator door slowly opened amidst a white mist. As the mist dissipated, the soldier who had just been lying inside sat up straight and used his hands to support himself to stand up again. The soldier walked out, looked at his hands, and stomped his newly regained leg excitedly, suddenly jumping up in joy. The video introduction began, revealing that the refrigerator was called the Life Medical Pod. The Academy of Sciences did not change the name because it was already the most fitting. The Life Medical Pod can quickly scan patients within 30 minutes, determine the cause of illness, collect patient cells and DNA, and then rapidly cultivate limbs or organs, performing surgeries at the nanoscale. In short, within 30 minutes. It can allow a person to regenerate lost limbs, replace organs that have developed diseases or functional decline, and solve various diseases like cancer cells. But it cannot bring the dead back to life, because it uses nanoregenerative robotic surgery and patient self-cell cultivation printing technology. The key materials are essentially provided by the patients themselves, making the cost of a single surgery almost negligible. Indeed, as soon as the video introduction ended, the generals in the audience could no longer contain themselves, all standing up and shouting, "Build this. We must build this first. Yes, gather the world's strength. We must create this medical pod. Build as many as possible. Those kids finally have hope. Director Huang, I beg you to hurry. 14 years ago, an entire company of mine went south for mine clearance, and half of them sacrificed. Not a single one returned intact. I beg you, build this first. Whatever the cost and materials needed, our military will cover it all." Everyone quietly watched the generals roar, shout, cry, and look to the sky in despair. They understood that even the departments that had previously considered terraforming the planet had internally prioritized the Life Medical Pod. Director Huang did not speak. He knew it would be this way because after analyzing the technology, the first thing he thought of was those soldiers who were disabled for the country, firefighters, police, and the academicians and professors who had worked tirelessly and fallen ill, along with the various citizens who could not afford medical treatment. That's why he placed this video at the end, to prevent the meeting from being derailed. Once they had all vented their emotions, Director Huang slowly walked onto the stage, first asking everyone to sit down, then began to speak. Generals, I understand your feelings, and please do not be too excited. These technologies have been validated nearly 100,000 times by Fuxi, and all are feasible. Moreover, after material statistics, these three technologies can be conducted simultaneously, except for the planet terraforming, which needs to take precedence over the star ring. We will start the production of the Life Medical Pod this month, and then popularize it in the Dragon Star Hospital. Applause erupted, lasting for a full 5 minutes, until everyone's hands were sore before gradually stopping. The three technologies brought back by Li Rulong are simply invaluable. At this moment, the old man is also in a dilemma. He is already a general, and with such a significant contribution this time, it feels inappropriate not to be promoted. But he also doesn't know how to promote him. Rulong, I want to thank you for bringing back these three technologies, but at the same time, you put me in a tough spot. Why don't you just say it yourself? What do you want? I really don't know how to reward you. Ha ha ha. After the old man finished speaking, everyone in the conference room laughed, as they also realized the old man's predicament. Well, I really don't know what I want. I don't lack anything. I have a position, enough money, and so many beautiful wives. It's tough for you, and it's tough for me to say anything as well. Li Rulong touched the back of his head and said somewhat shyly. The old man pondered for a moment, as if he had thought of something, then clapped his hands and said with a smile, How about this? I'll take advantage of the situation. You don't have any other relatives here, right? And if you want to marry one of those girls, you need to have an elder. How about you recognize me as your grandfather? From now on, you'll be my own grandson. The old man's words left Li Rulong so stunned that he almost couldn't react. He stared blankly at the elderly man in front of him. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? The old man noticed that he didn't respond and thought maybe he had been too abrupt. Just as he was about to change the subject, Li Rulong interrupted him. Of course I'm willing. To recognize you as my grandfather is like striking gold. And don't say grandfather in your current state. Calling you uncle would also be appropriate. Appropriate my foot. You call Zhou Lao uncle and call me grandfather. Are you trying to make things difficult for me? Li Rulong excitedly agreed, only to be interrupted by Zhang Lao, who was far away on the other end of the video call. What kind of situation is this? My granddaughter is with you, and you call me grandpa, while you call the older Zhou Lao, who is over 10 years older than me, uncle. How am I supposed to work after this? Will I even dare to see him again? Zhang Lao's face was almost pressed against the camera as he complained loudly. Ha ha! Everyone, including Zhou Zhe, burst into laughter. It has been a year since Director Huang organized the general meeting. In this year, the Longxing Political Council passed a resolution with unanimous support, approving 4 strategic goals for Longxing's future: the National Upgrade Plan, the Longxing Recovery Plan, the Defense Counterattack Plan, and the Gusin Plan. First was the first phase of the National Upgrade Plan, National Health. The Life Medical Pod was developed by the Academy of Sciences, and the affiliated factories worked overtime to manufacture it. After 2 months, it was finally made available to every public medical institution in Longxing. All citizens of Longxing can go for a full body checkup and disease treatment at the nearest medical institution at the scheduled time using the appointment number sent by the health department. Completely free of charge, funded by the political council. A month and a half later, all latent and visible diseases or harmful cells, such as cancer cells, leukemia, and congenital heart disease, as well as health issues related to internal organs and muscles, were completely cured. Various diseases caused by physical defects and brain injuries were also treated. But psychological mental illnesses could not be cured by the Life Medical Pod and still required psychological counseling for effective treatment. However, no human intervention was needed anymore. Now, there is only one psychological rehabilitation doctor in the world, which is the latest intelligent medical bionic system, the Nuwa Hawaii Detection System. Nuwa will be integrated into all medical structures and, while receiving patients, will instantly retrieve all relevant data and historical information about the patient and their relatives and the environment, making the optimal choices based on psychological models to provide counseling. Since receiving the first patient until now, the recovery rate has reached 100%, and many suspects of long-standing unsolved cases and scoundrels attempting to escape legal sanctions by faking mental illness have been identified. After the national health checkup was completed and cured, the second phase, the National Strengthening Plan, began. The Academy of Sciences distributed muscle-enhancing pills, with the quantity reaching 3 billion, which could be fully allocated for public use. First, soldiers from a military and cured disabled veterans would take them, followed by personnel from police, government, and education departments, and finally ordinary citizens. This step-by-step approach was also to ensure stability in Longxing, but the plan was implemented in less than a month. The third phase, the continuation plan, meant to extend life for another 50 years. The first two phases allowed the citizens of Longxing to gain health and enhance physical abilities, with young people maintaining their youth and older individuals regaining at least 40 years of youthful lifespan. Therefore, everyone would be replanned for their professions under the arrangement of the Political Council and the Ministry of People's Livelihood. The result was a sufficient supply of military personnel, a radicalized populace, and a young society where fathers and sons called each other brothers and grandfathers and grandsons referred to each other as uncles and nephews, as everyone returned to a youthful state. The National Upgrade Plan was the most important plan, as it not only improved public health and physical fitness, but also solved the living and psychological problems of disabled soldiers and citizens, giving them the opportunity to continue fighting for the protection of the nation and its people. The second step, the Longxing Recovery Plan, was carried out simultaneously with the National Upgrade Plan, led personally by Director Huang and organized with manpower for the post-Earth planetary model renovation project. It was finally completed in 2 months with the help of system data provided by Rulong. At the same time, the construction of the Hell Visitation Plan, which involved the original Kola Peninsula's Kola super deep borehole reaching the Earth's core, was also completed. To be honest, the name is indeed good. Visiting Hell from the post-Earth feels like going home, right? When the post-Earth planetary model, with a diameter of 99 meters, was delivered to the Kola super deep borehole construction site, it underwent final checks and confirmed the deployment of the post-Earth planetary model into Longxing's core on August 1st, starting the transformation of Longxing. Simultaneously, the Political Council issued a disaster warning to the public, requiring all enterprises and major projects to suspend work and production from July 31st to August 10th. Everyone was to stay home, with local administrative agencies responsible for food security. The Political Council would implement significant action measures regarding the public and the future of Longxing, advising not to panic in case of minor disasters. Originally, 10 days were unnecessary, but to ensure that the people of Longxing would not suffer any harm or accidents, the Political Council and the military decided to extend the control period to 10 days. At 7:00 a.m. on August 1st, under the personal command of Rulong, the post-Earth planetary model was into the bottomless black hole leading to the Earth's core. Rulong personally came to ensure everything was in order. Although Fuxi had conducted countless calculations, any problem could potentially jeopardize Longxing. He inquired with the system beforehand, which assured him that if any issues arose, it would provide solutions promptly. With Rulong's physical condition and capabilities, he could effectively handle any threats. Fortunately, in the days following the deployment of the Ho-2 planetary sphere, aside from minor earthquakes and small-scale tsunamis, no major disasters occurred. However, the global changes were noticeable to anyone with their own eyes. First, in the areas affected by desertification and Gobi, underground water suddenly surged from unknown sources, transforming the region into an oversized lake about a meter deep. Air quality across various locations suddenly improved dramatically. Harmful substances disappeared quickly, and plants grew wildly yet remained within reasonable limits. Garbage and hazardous materials vanished. The purity of rivers, lakes, and seas reached its peak, and global day-night temperatures stabilized between 20 to 25 degrees Celsius. The polar regions seemed isolated from the outside world by an invisible wall, with pleasant external conditions but cold, harsh internal temperatures. The Longxing people felt a wave of refreshment, experiencing a boost in their physical condition over 3 consecutive days. Those who suffered from constipation were relieved. Individuals with poor skin regained a baby-like glow, and those who had previously coughed or sneezed due to low-quality air no longer exhibited such symptoms. While everyone enjoyed the benefits brought by Longxing's transformation, a voice echoed in their hearts, saying, "Thank you. I will continue to protect you." Everyone heard it, but no one could describe it, making it the greatest secret in their hearts. On August 10th, after the ascension of Longxing, global stability was achieved, and the third phase of the defense counterattack plan officially commenced, with a projected duration of 9 months, extending the testing period by 1 month compared to Fuxi's previous calculations. The main structural components of the space elevator, built in advance at the Hangzhou Heavy Industrial Base, were shipped in batches to various locations, the Rambaran Space Base City in Mingzhou, the Quito Military Base City in Qinzhou, the Lanfang Kundi Commercial Tourism Space City in Huaxia, and the Kiribati Research Satellite City in the Atlantic. Over the next year, 4 space elevators with identical appearances but different functions would be gradually constructed in these 4 locations. Once the main structure of the space elevator is completed, the construction of the Longxing Defense Star Ring will begin, also expected to take 1 year. In 2 years, Longxing will possess genuine defensive and counterattack capabilities. By then, even without Li Rulong's intervention, if the insect race dared to come again, it would be like delivering warmth to their doorstep. They were worried about the insect race's material reserves not reaching 100,000 tons. What would they use when the population increased? Unfortunately, they were unaware that the next visitors would not be the insect race, but a demonic race from Hell Dash. The 4th phase, the Valley God Plan, aims to establish 2 Longxing Cosmic Navy fleets and multiple, officially organized cosmic engineering fleets within a year, intending to completely transform the Valley God Star into a refined factory satellite. Simultaneously, it will conduct in-depth exploration and development of the surrounding asteroid belt, using engineering-level spacecraft to extract resources from the belt, then building refining facilities on Valley God to return the refined materials to Longxing's homeland or spaceport for shipbuilding. In short, they would resolutely avoid using resources from Longxing's homeland if alternatives were available. The 4 major plans of Longxing are steadily advancing, and Li Rulong, reminded by the system, also made some necessary suggestions. Tonggu, what do you think of the planning for Kiribati Satellite City? Can you not ask me? Why don't you learn about architecture and environmental planning? It's not that I can't understand. It's just that's just laziness. Are you using your super brain to cook hot pot? Have you ever seen Clark build a spaceship? The planning seems fine, now get lost. Every day, they exchanged banter, mostly initiated by Li Rulong seeking topics. He also kept an eye on any countdowns or prompts that appeared in his mind to prepare in advance. Within a year, Li Rulong successfully won over all the beauties in his family. Although they had not held a wedding yet, the families of the women fully recognized their lifestyle. There is no way to find a son-in-law with greater status and capability than Li Rulong. Moreover, the parents of the women were experienced individuals themselves, seeing their daughters flourishing like newly bloomed flowers. If they disagreed, they might risk losing their precious daughters. Li Rulong was not greedy. He discussed with his grandfather and grandpa Zhang that they should stop introducing more women to his family for the time being. He could handle it, but it wasn't a sustainable situation. After some thought, the elders couldn't bear to lose his excellent genes. Even though they knew Li Rulong was worried about the women being unable to cope, he intended to wait until their physical condition reached a certain level before allowing them to bear children. However, since he brought it up, they decided to set it aside for now. When Li Rulong crossed over again during his absence, Yang Linger and Zhao Shi would take the lead in helping him find potential partners. The 2 girls had already been seen by them, and in terms of emotional and intellectual intelligence, they were top-notch. Li Rulong also accepted it. He had his own selfish motives. However, if Yang Linger and the others helped him handle it, it would save him a lot of trouble. That day, after Li Rulong had just finished dinner with his girlfriends, he was holding Guli Shah's hand and taking a stroll outside when the system's prompt suddenly rang out. 4,000-word chapter. Welcome to comment and add to your bookshelf. Host. The system has found another world anchor point for you to traverse. This world is about to be destroyed. Please traverse as soon as possible. The system's prompt left Li Rulong, who was out for a walk, stunned. He had just returned for a year, and the system had already found a new world. Is this one of the rules? Truly clever of me. Please face the reality. Host. The flawless superhero template provided by the system only means that your physical abilities won't be affected by kryptonite and red suns. You don't have the life code, so your super brain can't even think about the rules. This is purely a coincidence. Now, do you want to go or not? Go. Of course I'm going. Then stop flirting and hurry up. This world can't hold on for much longer. System brother, give me a hint. What world is it? I don't know. But the world rule feedback indicates that there are almost no people left in this world. No, it's that there are almost no living people left. What? Is it the apocalypse over there too? Consider it the late stage of the apocalypse. Moreover, you need to go and return quickly. The reward will be given to you once you reach that world. I still need to stay hidden. Honey, what's wrong with you? Are you still going to eat this kidney skewer? Guli Shah, happily holding a small barbecue bought from a street vendor and munching while strolling, noticed that Li Rulong had stopped moving beside her and curiously asked. After finishing the conversation with the system, Li Rulong turned to Guli Shah and said, "You eat. I have something urgent to attend to. I need to leave for a while and visit another world. Please let Jitao know and ask her to inform Grandpa and the others. Guli Shah, a bit worried after hearing him, asked, will it be like last time? Going for a whole year? Is it dangerous? No, this time I'll go and come back quickly. You should head home now. I have to go. Without waiting for Guli Shah to say anything else, Li Rulong was directly pulled into the familiar blue vortex. Seeing Li Rulong disappear, Guli Shah tightened her grip on a large skewer of meat and started running home while also tapping on her wristband. Guli Shah, what's wrong? Zhang Jitao's voice and the image projected from the wristband appeared next to Guli Shah, who looked worried as she watched Guli Shah run anxiously. Sister Jitao, hurry. My husband has left again. He told me to tell you to inform Grandpa and the others that he has gone to another world like last time. What? You two went out for a walk and he ended up traveling through time and space? All right, don't panic. I'll tell Grandpa and the others immediately. After saying this, Zhang Jitao cut off the communication to report to the elders. Meanwhile, Guli Shah was still running towards home. In another world, Li Rulong was just expelled from the blue vortex and immediately began to cough. Cough, cough, cough. What is this smell? It's choking me. So strong? Brother System, are you messing with my mind or my lungs? It's embarrassing for a superhero to get lung cancer, you know? Stop whining. If you're scared, then quit smoking. Do I have nothing better to do than mess with you? There's not much time. Let us move. Li Rulong used a biological force field to shield himself from the outside world, which made him feel a bit better. His senses were already incredibly strong, and the air here was filled with the nauseating stench of decay and various burnt odors, making it quite unbearable for him. Moreover, he detected a hint of nuclear radiation in the air, a familiar scent, and the concentration was not low. It was clear that a nuclear bomb had been detonated nearby. Looking around, he found himself in the ruins of a city, surrounded by crumbling walls, wrecked vehicles, and numerous dismembered human limbs and skeletons. Where the hell is this? With the ruins and the nuclear explosion, no wonder Brother Tong said this place was at the end of days. Could it be that the world had been nuked flat? He tried to listen carefully for sound from around the globe to see if there were any survivors to ask about the location. But he found that he couldn't pick up distant sounds at all. There was a strange wave in the air interfering with him. Brother Tong, why isn't my super hearing working? This is the world wailing. It's too advanced for me to explain. If your ears aren't working, are your eyes blind too? Brother Tong, can you speak to me calmly? You beast. No, what the hell did I say? After being mocked by the system, Li Rulong took off into the sky and reached the orbit of this planet. By comparing the terrain of Dragon Star, he realized that this was also Dragon Star. No, it should be Blue Star, completely one-to-one. However, it was in the daytime hemisphere and all the cities were in ruins. From high above, he could still see many giant craters left by nuclear bomb impacts. The nighttime hemisphere was also in ruins, and there was not a glimmer of light. Even in densely populated international cities that he remembered, there was no sign of life. What is that? He suddenly saw a group of people running in a city within Eagle Sauce territory, and they were moving much faster than ordinary people, able to run 100 meters in under 12 seconds. But upon closer inspection, he found that they were not human at all, but a group of grotesque, even dismembered, lifeless zombies. Is this a zombie apocalypse? What kind of world is this? There are plenty of zombie worlds. If it's from a certain academy's world, they could be quite something. Just as he was fantasizing about some iconic scenes in low Earth orbit, he noticed a functioning satellite drifting towards him, and the logo on the satellite revealed to him which world he had entered. Red and white umbrella? Umbrella Corporation? Holy crap, this is Resident Evil. My sisters. After his heart shattered, he instantly flew over, stood on the satellite, then bent down and tapped the wristband he was wearing. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Fushi, can you hack in? No problem. Generally, hacking in now, hacking complete. So fast. Is it that low end? Yes, but there was a weak artificial intelligence that tried to resist just now. I deleted quite a bit of code and added some things just to teach it a lesson. Li Rulong's wristband is one of the few independent Fushi subsystems on Dragon Star. Although it is a subsystem, it is still incredibly powerful and can operate without a server. First, I need to check the current situation in Dragon Country. After the inquiry, I regret to inform you, General Li, that we should stop here. If we continue, it will lead to a failed review. He has understood Fushi's intention. Since that's the case, let this world be destroyed. The original story told of foreign women who were abandoned, toyed with, and treated as guinea pigs, saving the world. After careful consideration, I pondered what else in this world was worth taking. The so-called strong AI, Red Queen? Too low end. It was just instantaneously defeated by Fushi, garbage. Cloning technology? Not bad. I could bring a copy back, and we wouldn't lack meat in the future. Tactical analysis system? Installing this in the power armor should be good as well. Brain information reading and storage technology? Somewhat useful. I could take it back to use for interrogating enemies later. As for the T-virus, this thing is a bit dangerous, but it seems to enhance environmental adaptability and has a very small chance of triggering superhuman abilities in humans. I'll take a sample back. At worst, I'll toss it into the Oma box. The time and space, they're completely static, so there's no fear of spreading it. I'll ask Director Huang. If there's a completely safe plan and experimental environment, I can let them study it. If we accidentally activate some amazing superpower, that would be superhuman. Just thinking about it is delightful. Don't say I'm pouring cold water on you. This thing needs to be injected to work. Which needle can penetrate you? You fool. Ignoring Tong Ji's complaints, Li Rulong made up his mind and had Fushi locate the Umbrella Hive headquarters, then flew directly there. The hive is located in Raccoon City, which has now become a massive nuclear bomb crater, and the hive is directly beneath the explosion site. At this moment, in a luxurious conference room underground in the hive, a verbal battle was unfolding, featuring 3 men, 2 women, 1 disabled person, and a virtual little girl with a mosaic covering her body, screaming and holding her head. Ah, Red Queen, what the hell are you doing? One of the male protagonists, Dr. Isaac, dressed in a sharp suit, loudly questioned the virtual girl. How could a strong AI emit cries of pain and fear? He believed that the Red Queen, who had betrayed him, was trying to divert his attention. It had to be that way. Doctor, something is invading my program. It just injected something incredible into me. I can't hold on. It hurts so much. Stop. No, don't. Stop. How is that possible? You're a strong AI. There can't be anything in this world that can invade your system. Dr. Isaac roared, while the others quietly observed, thinking the Red Queen was just putting on show for him. The female protagonist, Alice, dressed in tactical gear, gently walked over to the elderly woman in a wheelchair, who claimed to be her original body, Alicia. What's going on? I'm not sure, but if the Red Queen is really trying to attract Isaac's attention by acting, it means it has developed stronger emotional awareness on its own, which should be a good thing. Alicia considered all the possibilities and could only choose the most probable explanation. Beep, 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 beep. Suddenly, the external intrusion alarm system in the hive base blared throughout the room and the base. Weskier, with a poker face, immediately rushed to the control panel to find out what was invading the hive. Boom! A loud noise rang out as a large hole was smashed into the ceiling in the center of the room, and dust and debris sprayed everywhere. A long-haired unfortunate soul holding an MP5 submachine gun was shot in the head by a flying stone, collapsing straight down. But no one cared about his life or death, as he was just an insignificant little calamity. Doctor, I also have lines in this scene, okay? And there's a kiss scene. As the dust settled, a tall young man in clean, neat athletic wear stood on the ground, showing no signs of dust or damage on him. Li Rulong smashed directly from above the beehive. The inside of the beehive was like a maze, and he didn't have the time to search one by one. Glancing around at the environment and the people present, Li Rulong commanded, Fushi, make it shut up, it's so annoying. As you command, General. As soon as the words fell, the Red Queen's screams were immediately silenced, but it still covered its head, its face twisted in agony, with its mouth wide open, staring at the man who suddenly appeared in the conference room with an expression that did not match its simulated age. This is great. A young female NPC should have a voice that fits, otherwise, there's no audience. Li Rulong believes that his smile is as refreshing as a gentle breeze, but to others, it appears terrifying. Who are you? Me? I'm from the Dragon Country. Impossible. The Dragon Country previously prohibited the Umbrella Corporation from entering. So the first place the Foot Basin Chicken subsidiary spread the virus was the Dragon Country. There can't be any survivors from the Dragon Country among the remaining 472 survivors in the world. Weskier stood next to Dr. Isaac, and a hint of emotional fluctuation finally appeared on his expressionless face. However, this also caused Li Rulong, who had just been friendly, to instantly change from amiable to sullen. Are you saying that you used the virus to slaughter 1 billion people from the Dragon Country? Li Rulong asked with a gloomy face, then walked towards Weskier step by step as if taking a stroll. What's wrong? Is it not allowed? I need to correct something. It's not 1 billion, it's 1.56773 billion, including all the Dragonborn and the entire dragon. No. Impossible. Weskier was still boasting about the company's achievements. To be fair, as a worker, he still wanted to promote the company at this time, which was somewhat justified for the salary he was receiving. But he didn't know if Umbrella had provided him with health insurance, and whether Eagle Sauce's health insurance could actually save his life. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong target to boast about. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Rulong suddenly appeared in front of him, grabbing his face and lifting him up entirely. He couldn't believe it. He was the original subject of the T-virus and had undergone advanced biochemical modifications, with a tactical analysis system in his eyes to enhance his reaction and combat abilities. It was impossible for him to be subdued like this without even having a chance to react. Meanwhile, Dr. Isaac beside him looked terrified as he watched Li Rulong effortlessly lift Weskier. His tactical analysis system also showed no reaction. However, the feedback from the tactical analysis system indicated that this Dragon Kingdom person had many flaws, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding Weskier's head. At that moment, any offensive measures taken by Dr. Isaac would have a 100 success rate, easily achieving a one-hit kill. But for some reason, Dr. Isaac, who had always trusted the tactical analysis system, was now sweating coldly and dared not move. "You little trash, neither human nor ghost. How dare you lay hands on my compatriots?" Li Rulong finished speaking and directly crushed his head. Fortunately, he had wrapped his whole body in a biological force field, so he didn't get any of the disgusting red and white substances on him. He symbolically shook his hand and turned to deal with Isaac, this big boss, when he suddenly stopped, because a voice that he had always been concerned about appeared in his mind. 87, 59, 59, 59, 87, 59, 59, 58, 87, 59, 59, 57. The doomsday countdown in his mind, or rather, the next round of the doomsday game, was about to arrive in another year. Li Rulong felt a sense of tension in his heart as the doomsday countdown reappeared in his mind, but he didn't show it. Returning to his thoughts, he turned to look at Dr. Isaac, who had been standing in place, trembling like a small, vibrating object, too afraid to speak. He exhaled toward him, instantly turning his body into an ice sculpture, while his clothes and the items inside them remained completely unaffected. One must say that Li Rulong's control over his abilities had become increasingly strong and precise, thanks to the whimsical help from Director Huang and the others. He then walked to the control panel, just as he was about to command Fushi to copy all the data, when an imminent self-destruct warning suddenly sounded in the base. And a large 10-minute countdown appeared on the screen. Setting such a long time for a self-destruct indicates that it seems to allow certain people to escape. Fushi, filter for useful data, and copy everything. Understood, General. Estimated time required, 2 minutes. Li Rulong turned and walked over to the little Iceman Isaac, then, under the anxious gaze of Alice and the others, took the green T-virus antidote. He then asked the still head-holding Mosaic Red Queen, "There should be T-virus raw liquid here, right? Hand it over." The Red Queen looked up at him with a resentful glare, but did not respond. "No answer? Then I'll have Fushi wipe you out." "All right, I didn't expect your NPC mainboard to be quite tough." Just as Fushi was about to speak, the Red Queen suddenly became nervous and started gesturing wildly. "Gao, the meaning of waving at me is that you will never speak, right? General, could it be that I disabled her sound card just now, and she can't make a sound? Of course I know that. Just trying to scare her, unlock it. No, you can't take the T-virus antidote. Disable it." Not getting the desired answer, there was no point in listening to her nonsense, so he disabled her sound card again. Once Fushi finished copying the data, he couldn't believe they couldn't find a sample of the virus raw liquid. Below the stage, Alice and the others could no longer wait. Looking at the green antidote in Li Rulong's hand, which was the only hope in this world, they had to get it. Alice, who considered herself charming, walked up the steps with a catwalk and swayed her hips. "Respectfully, please stay away from me. Haven't you bathed in years? You smell." As soon as Alice used her softest voice to speak to Li Rulong, he disdainfully told her to keep her distance and waved his hand in front of his nose. "Vang Difa, I'm so charming, and my combat skills are exceptional, capable of performing various difficult moves. Wherever I go, I meet people who adore me. Is this young, handsome guy not a man?" Alice looked at Li Rulong, who was still fanning the air, with a face full of black lines, suddenly recalling something, and immediately said in a resentful tone, "Are you rejecting me because I've been married? You young people just don't understand what is truly the best." Li Rulong looked at her in disbelief after she finished speaking, wondering if this woman was seriously ill. Alice, seeing Li Rulong's dazed expression, thought she had guessed right. If that's the case, she could exchange the antidote with him, save the whole world, and what would it matter if she lived with him afterward? This dragon descendant was more handsome than anyone she had ever seen, and his abilities were so strong. Were they fighting against the T-virus while he was using the A-virus? It was possible. G was much more effective than T. Having imagined the scenario in her mind, Alice immediately seized the opportunity and said to him, "You give me the T-virus antidote, and once I've saved the world, I will be yours. I hope you will cherish me then. General, the data copy is complete. The last vial of T-virus solution is stored in the biochemical laboratory at the base above, in a blue bottle, easy to recognize." Fushi's voice brought Li Rulong back to reality. Watching Alice approach him with cat-like steps, Li Rulong couldn't hold back anymore. "Where the hell do you get your confidence? My home is filled with beautiful wives, and what are you, a cactus, doing here trying to sell me something?" Li Rulong suppressed the impulse to kill her and thought it would be better to let her watch his world perish without the antidote. He decided to ignore her and prepare to rush directly to the laboratory above to obtain the T-virus serum and immediately escape from the current world. Seeing that the other party was about to leave after cursing at her, Alice stepped forward a few paces, pulling out 2 large handguns and aiming them at Li Rulong. Behind her, Claire quickly picked up the MP5 that her ex-boyfriend had dropped and aimed it at Li Rulong as well. "Don't you dare leave. Give me the antidote. Only then can you go. What about the 472 survivors otherwise?" Alice shouted loudly, her eyes wide open. She was determined not to let this mysterious handsome guy take the antidote away. "If you're leaving, can't you take me with you? At worst, I can dress up as Lilu from the Fifth Element and let you play with me. Besides, I can really do a lot of difficult moves." Alice thought to herself, her heartbeat quickening, but Li Rulong never glanced at her. Li Rulong let out a sneer and then retorted, "The excellent employee in sunglasses just said that the dragon descendants and the dragon country in this world are all gone. Do you remember? Those remaining 472 survivors, as well as the 100,000 frozen coffins beneath this room, have nothing to do with me." After saying that, he stopped arguing with the sickly saintess, whose gaze made Li Rulong's skin crawl. He stomped his foot and flew up, breaking through the ceiling and arriving at the biological laboratory, where he took the only vial of blue T-virus serum, then rushed out of the hive. Alice and the others watched him leave in a daze, not even having the chance to shoot. "Alice, what should we do? He took the antidote." Claire and wheelchair-bound Alicia quickly moved to Alice's side, who was still staring blankly at the hole in the ceiling. "And my heart? Red Queen, is there no antidote left?" Alicia asked, but the Red Queen remained silent, just floating there in a pixelated state. It was then that they remembered that the Red Queen's voice was disabled by that person earlier. 1 minute left. The base self-destruct warning sounded again, and Claire slumped to the ground in despair. Alice continued to look up at the hole, while Alicia closed her eyes and began humming a childhood song. Li Rulong burst out of the ground and happened to encounter another Dr. Isaac. But this Isaac was dressed in combat camouflage and looked more weathered. Isaac also noticed the man who suddenly flew out of the hive base, and he wondered if the other party was also a T-virus receptor, having evolved to the point of being able to fly. Super evolution? Li Rulong looked at him and the army of zombies he had drawn not far behind him, feeling no compassion. "Who are you?" Isaac on the ground shouted at him. "Who I am is not important. What matters is who you are. Just now, I turned someone just like you into an ice pop." And the ice pop said he is Dr. Isaac, just awakened from hibernation. Li Rulong deliberately provoked the opponent, saying they were all bad birds, and before dying, he wouldn't let them close their eyes in peace. His words indeed stimulated the other party. Isaac, with a look of disbelief, shouted at him, "Impossible. I am Dr. Isaac." "Hee, is that so? Can you remember your childhood?" This single sentence left Isaac, who was in a fit of rage, stunned in place. Of course he could remember, but when he was 5 years old, he couldn't recall anything. Moreover, he had no impression at all. Not only could he not remember what he did at 5, even what he did at 25 was a complete blank, as if he had no past at all. Seeing him frozen in place, seemingly trying hard to remember something while completely ignoring the dangers around him, he was soon overwhelmed by the horde of zombies behind him and was torn apart. The pain brought him back to consciousness, and he suddenly shouted, "I am Dr. Isaac. I am Dr. Isaac." At that moment, a surge of energy came from beneath the ground. The base's self-destruction had begun, and Li Rulong instantly arrived in low Earth orbit above, watching a thick and long pillar of fire erupt below. The hive and his friends were all turned to ashes in the explosion. "Brother Tong, what do you think this world will look like when it is about to be destroyed? Is it like now, where humanity has no cure, and the last survivors will ultimately perish? Is that considered the end of the world?" Li Rulong expressed his doubts. He really didn't understand the meaning of the world's destruction. Is it human extinction or so-called reincarnation? That's right, just keep watching, and I will send you back at the last moment. By the way, I've changed the reward this time, and I definitely won't let you suffer. I'll give it to you at the last moment. Li Rulong nodded and continued to carefully observe the blue star below according to the system's instructions. Suddenly, the blue star emitted a series of fluctuations and then began to rapidly collapse towards the center until it became a small black dot. However, he could feel that the black dot possessed a terrifying energy that even he dared not approach. If he dared to get close, he would turn to ashes. What is this? Why does it make me feel a sense of dread? Li Rulong stared intently at the distant black dot and nervously asked the system. This is a planet or world with causality, known as a Black Death Annihilation Star, a singularity left behind after causality was interrupted and led to destruction. I don't quite understand. Causality? When I wandered through the universe before, I also destroyed several hostile planets, but this Black Death Annihilation Star never appeared. Have you ever considered that those planets were just for you to gain experience? Don't forget, this is a game of gods, so causality has long been severed. Pseudo-god. Alright, pseudo-god. This Black Death Annihilation Star contains all known and unknown energies, as well as a higher level of significance. And it is one of the highest rewards in the game. Even gods and pseudo-gods will be tempted by it. So impressive. System brother, you really know a lot. I've seen the destruction of the blue star before. Thanks to you, I've gathered 100 billion integers. Do you think I know or not? That's impressive too. Time is almost up. Collect. Time is almost up. Collect. The system suddenly issued an order, and then a golden polyhedron, about the same size as Li Rulong, flew out from his body, and the Black Death Annihilation Star that had turned from the blue star was instantly absorbed into the golden polyhedron. Wow, how did you conjure such a big thing from my body, system brother? Stop the nonsense. Hurry and flip. A blue vortex appeared, instantly sucking Li Rulong in, faster than the previous traversal. The moment he entered, he felt an overwhelming, terrifying energy descending from outside, far greater than the Black Death Annihilation Star, nearly making his heart leap out. As the vortex closed, the previous terror seemed to have never occurred. Dragon Star, the roof of the world. A group of workers in special engineering power suits were sitting halfway up the mountain, smoking and chatting. Masterma, we have about half a month left. We should be wrapping up soon, right? Yeah. When we go back, let us check on little Lou. He has hit the jackpot now. Sigh, he just missed out on this big project we're doing now. Who would have thought we'd be doing this work? No, there is nothing left but to think about it. Come on, him going to university is way more successful than us, no matter how big the job. Knowledge is more important. That's right. He is the only college student on our construction site. He couldn't afford school before, but now he is supported by the political council, much better than us. Of course, but we're also better than before. Just look at this work suit, incredibly strong, warm and cold resistant. No need to take it off to relieve oneself, and it even purifies smoke automatically. How great is that? Thank goodness the heavens made us born in Dragon Country. Just look at other countries. Where else is there whoosh? Boom. A loud noise interrupted the workers' chat, and they immediately got up to look in the direction of the sound, while also contacting the construction headquarters at the foot of the mountain according to the site regulations. Spit, spit, spit. System brother, if you don't mess with me every time I traverse, I really want to get used to it. He too. Li Rulong was directly smashed into the snow-covered ground around him, and he didn't react at all. Fortunately, he had been enveloped in a biological force field. Otherwise, at that speed just now, his clothes would definitely be gone. There was no choice. In order to change a reward, we almost met our end just now. So I had to speed things up. By the way, did something happen in the end? Why do I feel so scared? Don't ask, even if you do. I can't tell you. Li Rulong flew up from the snow and happened to see several people in yellow engineering power armor looking at him. One of them suddenly pointed at him, and their excited voice changed shape. General. What? He is General Li? Which General Li? You idiot. Which other General Li could it be? Ah, I remember now. It really is General Li. Alive. Li Rulong chuckled, shook his head, and wondered whether the scene of him smashing into the mountain just now had been seen or recorded by them. If that were the case, his reputation would have a blemish. Hello, everyone. Sorry, there was a small mistake just now, huh? Do you all have a project going on here? Li Rulong spoke in a friendly and gentle tone. Seeing their idol, General Li, being so kind, the several masters gathered their courage to start chatting with him. Yes, General Li, we're the construction team from Longjin Branch. We just arrived at Mount Everest today and took on a project to install an elevator for tourists to make it easier for them to climb the mountain. The oldest among them, but looking only around 30 years old, Master Ma, the foreman, took the lead in explaining. What? Installing an elevator? Has the Great Wall been tiled yet? That's the work of the 6th construction company. They're currently tiling it. It's said to be transparent. protecting the wall while not affecting the historical display. Well, they have realized the jokes, so the first 3 lines should be achievable too. Li Rulong chatted with them for a while, encouraged them with a few words, and then said goodbye, flying directly back to Dragon Star. As they waved goodbye to Li Rulong, a hovering vehicle quickly flew over. A few people got out of the vehicle, including leaders from a construction site and a staff member from the publicity department holding a handheld camera. As soon as they approached, they immediately asked where General Li was. Master Ma answered truthfully, and the group all pounded their chests and stomped their feet, regretting that they had come late and missed the chance to talk to General Li. One person even complained, "How could you let General Li get away? Why didn't you keep him here? What do you mean by let him get away? Besides, let us see you try to keep him here." Master Ma and the others rolled their eyes at the person who spoke, cursing in their hearts, "Idiot." Li Rulong contacted Secretary He on his way back to the capital, informing him to tell his grandfather that he had returned and needed to hold a meeting. In the communication, he also revealed that the Doomsday Countdown had reappeared. At the same time, he contacted Director Huang, asking him to prepare the Oma box. As he was carrying a powerful weapon, without ensuring safety, it was still more reliable to throw it into the Oma box. He then instructed Fushi to upload the copied technological data from the biohazard world to the Academy of Sciences server. How to use it was no longer a concern for Li Rulong. During the flight, he looked up at the visible star ring and marveled at how fast the construction was progressing. It was only a few days, and they were already finishing up. He still remembered that before he left, there were several sections that hadn't been sealed. With some time left before gathering everyone, Li Rulong returned home first, crushing the clothes he was wearing at a physical level, then cleaned himself inside and out. Just after finishing a shower and having a bite to eat, Secretary He contacted him to say that everyone had already arrived. Li Rulong quickly changed his clothes and flew to the Huaxia conference room. Ubrat finally came back. The OMA box is here. As soon as Li Rulong landed, he saw Dean Huang and the others waiting for him at the door. "Here. This blue bottle contains the virus, and this green bottle is the antidote. Don't be fooled by how nice they look. This stuff has wiped out all of humanity on the entire blue star. You should take good care of it." Dean Huang, who initially wanted to take the 2 virus vials, immediately retracted his hand upon hearing this, and then directly opened the Oma box held by his assistant, indicating for Li Rulong to place them inside himself. Although they had all regained their youth and significantly enhanced their physical strength when it came to having the steadiest hands, it was still Li Rulong who was the best. Li Rulong let out a laugh, directly putting the virus and the antidote into the Oma box, covering it, and then walking into the conference room with them. But at that moment, a comment from Dean Huang left him frozen in place. "You brat, you've only brought back 1 vial of virus in the past 6 months? That's not like you, ha." The others also laughed, agreeing with Dean Huang's teasing of Li Rulong. "Huh? You brat? Are you leaving?" Suddenly, they noticed that Li Rulong had stopped in his tracks, wide-eyed and dumbfounded at the door. At that moment, Li Rulong saw the countdown in his mind. 3167, 255. "Brother Tong, this isn't right. I remember I just went to the biohazard world for 2 days, right?" Li Rulong questioned the system in his mind. Originally, there was still a year left, but now there are only 132 days remaining. Where did the missing 224 days go? It must have been influenced by the Black Death Annihilation Star. Do you remember I said it contains all energies, including the energy of time? I remember, but what does that have to do with this? Don't you understand yet? The final Great Terror is also aimed at it. Just how important do you think it is? No wonder everything is being constructed so quickly. If it weren't for Dean Huang's unintentional teasing, he wouldn't have noticed the countdown change. After hearing the system's explanation, it was useless to say anything now. He could only see how the preparations for Longxing were going. "I'm fine. Let's go in quickly. There are important matters to discuss." Coming back to his senses, Li Rulong shook his head, said a word, and walked straight into the conference room. Sitting next to the elder, he found that aside from Elder Yang, who had returned to the capital city from the beginning, Zhou Jidong and Elder Zhang had also returned, sitting in their positions and smilingly nodding to greet him. "Rulong, why does your complexion look off?" Elder Zhang beside him asked softly, and others also looked at Li Rulong with concerned expressions. "I'm fine, just encountered a little unexpected situation." After everyone had gathered, under the elder's instruction, Li Rulong provided a detailed explanation of the situation regarding their crossing into the world of the biochemical crisis. When the crowd heard that the Dragon Kingdom and all the dragon descendants in that world had been exterminated by a virus invented by a so-called Eagle Sauce biopharmaceutical company, they were all filled with righteous indignation. No one cared whether other countries were wiped out, but how dare they target the Dragon Kingdom? The military's roar nearly brought down the ceiling of the conference room. The usually stoic elders also had darkened faces, their tightly clenched fists trembling slightly, their anger unable to settle down. How dare they? How dare they? That's 56 billion people, just for the selfishness of these capitalist bastards. Elder Zhang tightly gripped the pen he was preparing to use for notes, and in the next moment, he broke it in half, gritting his teeth as he let out an angry sound. Zhang Zhong, who was participating in the meeting remotely from Xinwen City, was equally furious. His gaze cold as he subconsciously glanced at his deputy, Long Mike, sitting beside him. Long Mike, with his head lowered, felt a chill throughout his body, cursing this so-called umbrella company with every vile word and curse he knew in his heart. If it weren't for him coming from a different world than the biochemical crisis, if he hadn't already shown his loyalty, and if he hadn't been working so hard, he was sure that even after more than a year of pleasant interactions with Zhang Zhong, he would have been ruthlessly eliminated, and with a high probability, it would have been Zhang Zhong who did it himself. Don't be fooled by this old man, as usually refined demeanor and smiling face. He has heard about all the countries in this world before, especially Eagle Sauce, which was deceived into a crippled state by Zhang Zhong's seemingly harmless, gentle expression and his words. In fact, the Eagle Sauce government even established a research lab specifically for him, with a level high enough to report directly to the president. He didn't believe Zhang Zhong was any kind of great benefactor. Oh no, it seems they have a form of punishment in history called Ling Qi and the wooden donkey. Damn, I can't think about it any further. Zhang Zhong noticed Long Mike's cold sweat and realized he might have scared him, so he instantly returned to his smiling expression. However, in Long Mike's eyes, this smile made him even more fearful. He probably felt he was destined to wear those little shoes. Fortunately, he was working in Xinwen City. If he had been transferred to the capital for the meeting like Xiong Yashan, would he have been torn apart on the spot because of his ancestors' connection to Eagle Sauce? Meanwhile, Xiong Yashan, who was attending the meeting, appeared furious alongside everyone else, but was secretly overjoyed. He estimated that after this incident, no matter which world they went to, they probably wouldn't bring back Eagle Sauce people and would only let them fend for themselves, as the hatred this time was too great. Fortunately, no matter which world, our Bear Nation, no, Bear Clan, only plays with fists, not brains, and certainly doesn't prefer using viruses as this despicable means. ISNT Big, Ivan Lovely? ISNT the Mushroom, Cloud Beautiful? Thinking of this, Xiong Yashan increased the force of his table thumping and stated that if General Li could lead people to cross over in the future, he would personally lead the Bear Clan troops to settle accounts with several Eagle Sauce countries to honor the brothers and sisters of the biochemical world, specifically emphasizing that the motherland he referred to was the Dragon Kingdom, not the Bear Nation. Long Mike saw this and quickly expressed his stance. His more than 2,000 soldiers in powered armor, who were formerly Eagle Sauce soldiers and are now Western warriors, were willing to take the lead. At that time, regardless of gender or age, anyone born in Eagle Sauce would be shaken and smashed, and the Eagle Sauce worms would be dried and ground into powder, mixed with cement to build a monument to avenge their brothers and sisters. That's enough. Old Mike, don't be nervous and don't worry. You are now one of our minority groups. We want to direct our hatred towards our own people. We understand this point. The elder noticed Long Mike's trembling body and nervous expression on the video and comforted him. Long Mike let out a breath. Since the elder had spoken, Zhang Zhong shouldn't be preparing any little shoes, right? You should be safe now, right? After everyone calmed down a bit, Li Rulong continued to speak, introducing the technology and data copied from Fuxi. The military felt that these technologies were quite useful to them, especially the tactical analysis system, which could almost predict the enemy's moves. Finally, when they heard that the blue star in the biochemical world was completely destroyed and everything had turned into the concept object known as the Black Death Annihilation Star, they felt somewhat relieved. But when Li Rulong mentioned the loss of 224 days due to the influence of the Black Death Annihilation Star, and that there were now less than 132 days left until the next apocalypse, their hearts tightened again. If it weren't for the fact that everyone in Longxing had optimized their physical conditions and regained their youth, with this drastic rise and fall causing anger to surge, several of them would definitely have needed to be sent to the hospital. Grandpa, during my time away, I don't know what stage Longxing is currently prepared for. Li Rulong looked at the elder, who gestured for each department to report. Rulong, the military integration work has been completed and your guard troops have also been established. Now the guard troops consist of 18 million people, responsible for the defense of the Star Ring. The Longxing Universe Navy has 260 million people, expected to be divided into 5 fleets with the First Fleet confirmed as the main fleet, having 80 million people, while the other four fleets each have 45 million people. The orbital airborne troops are divided into breakthrough airborne troops and technical airborne troops, with the breakthrough airborne troops consisting of 14 million former prisoners of war, and the technical airborne troops consisting of 32 million brothers from the Bear Clan. Additionally, 28 million Bear Clan members have joined other positions in the Navy, and the orbital airborne troops will be evenly distributed among the 5 fleets. Admiral Wang Ren, who has been promoted to Commander-in-Chief of the Cosmic Navy, began to introduce Li Rulong. His current deputy is the former Army Commander Liu Rini and the former Army Chief of Staff Shan Yaoliang. The former Air Force Commander has been reassigned as the overall commander of Cosmic Fighter Operations and the commander of the Second Fleet, with his deputy being Zhang Peng's good friend Xiong Nuafu. The former Rocket Army Commander, General He Ping, has been reassigned as the commander of the Third Fleet and the director of the Naval Operations Room. The commander of the Fourth Fleet is the former East Sea Fleet Commander, General Yu, and the commander of the Fifth Fleet is the former South Sea Fleet Commander, General Su. As for the commander of the First Fleet, it has been vacant, but everyone knows that this position is reserved for Li Rulong, as the primary mission of the First Fleet is to garrison Longxing. In terms of assignments, the Navy still holds the advantage. As they said before, whether it's spacefaring or seafaring, as long as it's a warship, it should be the Navy's responsibility. The captains of the warships in each fleet will be selected from all the outstanding talents in the military who have completed the latest space warfare training course and passed the simulation exam. To be fair, the young people who know how to play games have benefited this time. However, despite the number of people, the number of warships is still insufficient. With only 8 large battleships, 3 interstellar aircraft carriers, and 60 cruisers currently available. When Commander Wang mentioned this, he instinctively touched his nose. He couldn't help it. The raw materials were insufficient, and with Li Rulong gone for more than half a year, this was already exhausting all available resources. Moreover, this was still based on the warship standards we set ourselves. If compared to the alien warship standards you brought back a few years ago, our battleship, which is 100 meters long and 430 meters wide, will be classified as a support ship over there, let alone the cruisers that are only over 600 meters long, which wouldn't even qualify as patrol boats. Commander Wang awkwardly said, then continued with a bit of pride. But our weapons are excellent. For example, every warship is equipped with interstellar torpedoes, not to mention the 1200 caliber electromagnetic cannons and neutron beam generators, along with numerous electromagnetic and laser cannons. Paired with 1-gram energy crystals and a dedicated power supply system for warships, as long as the gun barrels can handle it, we can keep firing. After Commander Wang's introduction, other departments began to report in succession. For example, the weapon and defense systems of the Star Ring have all been completed, and testing and internal renovations are underway simultaneously. The Naval Port and Research Starport among the 4 major starports have already been put into use, while the remaining 2 civilian starports are nearing completion and can be allocated for naval shipbuilding if needed. The physical condition of the residents of Longxing has stabilized, with no reported cases of colds, fevers, or other diseases for nearly 8 months, and the more than 14 million second-class citizen prisoners of war. Seeing others regain their youth and reportedly gaining over 50 years of lifespan, are also eagerly awaiting military honors. The construction of the refining factory on Ceres has begun, but due to its large scale, exploration is still incomplete. However, the resources there are unprecedented for Longxing, especially in terms of special metals. If the collection progress can keep up, the Navy can build as many warships as needed. In summary, everything on Longxing is moving in a positive direction, but Li Rulong always feels a bit uneasy. Brother Tong, are the measures that Longxing has taken now enough to cope with the next crisis? I don't know. After all, what comes is random, and I can't predict it. But it is certain that what comes next will be stronger than the last time. Rulong, do you think we can handle the next apocalypse? Grandpa, I don't know. After all, what comes is random, and I can't predict it. But it is certain that what comes next will be stronger than the last time. Li Rulong could only repeat the answer given to him by the system in response to the old man's question. After a moment of contemplation, Li Rulong felt that what was most lacking now was still warships and armaments. Commander Wang, how long does it take to build a capital ship? We use modular construction. If we temporarily borrow the civilian starport for the Navy to build ships, and with enough materials, we can simultaneously start building 12 battleships or 30 cruisers within a month and a half. We can build 8 aircraft carriers in 2 months, and the corresponding fighter jets will be produced by the ground aircraft manufacturing plant. We can have as many as needed. However, the key parts lack materials, but there are plenty of weapon modules. The military factories have been running production lines without stopping for KPI reasons. As soon as the main body of the warship is completed, any weapon module can be immediately installed. Li Rulong calculated in his heart after listening. There are 132 days until the apocalypse, with a 12-day adjustment period, which leaves 4 months. That means 24 battleships or 60 cruisers and 16 interstellar aircraft carriers. With this in mind, he began to propose to the old man. Grandpa, how about this? During the remaining time, I will go to Ceres to oversee things, personally select the necessary materials, and send them back. I'm fast, so you should hurry up and build the warships here, producing as many as you can. What do you think? Li Rulong, I'll also provide the research starport here for military use. Anyway, we don't need to build any research ships right now. The old man had not yet expressed his opinion when Dean Huang spoke up first. All right, then I'll trouble you. Be sure to pay attention to safety. All 4 starports will be provided to the military, and all materials and supplies will immediately tilt towards the military. The old man made the decision, and the rest were just details. After the meeting ended, Li Rulong was directly sent home by the old man, where his beloved wives were still waiting for him. He would stay home for the night and prepare to go to Ceres to start work in the morning. After greeting everyone, he flew directly towards home, while the old man and the other sighed as they watched Li Rulong fly away. He, who had always been a slacker, took on the most exhausting work for the safety of Longxing. Meanwhile, in the Welcome City, the citizens from the wandering world had already been relocated to various parts of the world to shine and contribute, leaving only Zhang Zhong and Zhang Jitao, who were originally waiting to welcome Li Rulong and the new compatriots. Zhang Jitao, who had not attended the meeting earlier, flew back home as soon as he learned that Li Rulong was back. The people in the conference room all returned to their posts. Since they didn't receive anyone this time, some things needed to be counted again. Only Zhang Zhong and Long Make remained in the conference room. Zhang Zhong was drinking pu'er tea, while Long Make was drinking bitter buckwheat tea, which he found to be more bitter than usual today. Old Make, you heard what Rulong said in the meeting. A tiny virus can take the lives of the entire world. We have to be on guard, don't you think? Yes. Zhang Zhong was the first to break the silence, and Long Make quickly responded. Although it's unrealistic for this virus to break out on Longxing, there could be other viruses, right? You're right. All right, go. And take account of the 12, 592, 514, 463 people who came with you. Check how many had colds when they arrived, and how many had a body temperature above 37. 5 degrees. It needs to be detailed. This task is quite arduous, but I believe you can accomplish it. What do you think? That sounds good. Wait, Commander Zhang, it seems there are no viruses after Longxing's ascension. I know, but it's already quite difficult for Longxing to support us. We also need to share the burden for our home planet. Hurry up. I want a handwritten report within a week. Long Make, distressed, realized that Zhang Zhong still wanted to vent his frustrations. When Li Rulong arrived home, he found that Yang Ling and the others had already returned, including Zhang Jitiao, who had just rushed back from the welcoming city. They had prepared a lavish dinner, reportedly with each person making a dish, totaling 13 dishes. The spread was colorful and fragrant, naturally including some unknown dark cuisine. However, after wrapping his tongue in a biological force field, Li Rulong still enjoyed the meal quite a bit. At the dinner table, he informed them that he would be going on a business trip to Ceres starting tomorrow, and would likely be busy for the next few months and unable to return. His girlfriends showed expressions of reluctance, but they understood that what their man was doing was related to the future of the Dragon Star and human civilization, so they obediently refrained from being spoiled or unreasonable. That night, Li Rulong didn't rest for a second, constantly on the move and busy. Early the next morning, while they were still fast asleep, Li Rulong changed his clothes, strapped on the Orma box, and soared into the sky, heading straight for Ceres. Below, 13 pairs of beautiful eyes were holding back tears as they watched him leave. After flying for 3 hours, he finally arrived at Ceres, where a small spaceport had already been built. Since Ceres itself is an asteroid and lacks an atmosphere, the spaceport was constructed with a structure similar to a space elevator, directly rising above the planet's surface. At the spaceport, a battleship and a cruiser were docked, surrounded by a dozen large engineering ships coming and going to unload cargo. At that moment, the latest Dragon Star fighter jet, the J-60, codenamed Mad Dragon, flew over and accompanied Li Rulong on either side. The lead pilot was Zhang Peng, who had now been promoted to Major General, with his wingman being Colonel Liu Peiqiang. They were both part of the command of the Second Fleet, with Zhang Peng being the flight squadron leader of the Second Fleet, and his superior was his good buddy, Major General Xiong Nuofu, which was why he had been transferred to the Second Fleet. The Second Fleet was stationed at Ceres, and although it was a station fleet, there were no enemies in the entire solar system, so their usual activities involved mining and conducting space combat training. This morning, after receiving a notification from headquarters, Zhang Peng proactively volunteered to wait outside the defensive perimeter of the Second Fleet for Li Rulong's arrival with Liu Peiqian. Inside the aircraft, Zhang Peng saluted Li Rulong, waved with a smile, and began to guide him toward the battleship's hangar, to which Li Rulong also waved in return. Once he flew into the hangar, he directly entered the pressurization chamber. After a minute, the chamber door opened, and waiting outside for him were Major General Xiang Yuri, the commander of the Second Fleet, and Major General Ho Jun, the chief of staff and captain of the battleship, along with a group of senior officers. Li Rulong, we've been waiting for you, exclaimed Xiang Yoli, welcoming him to the Second Fleet. Come, I've arranged for you to have a room. You should rest for a bit. Major General Xiang saluted him and then enthusiastically took his hand with a smile. General Li, it's a great honor to see you again. Please rest first. In the evening, I'll drink with you. I have a bottle of 30-year-old Nilinshan that Zhang Peng sent me. Xiong Nuafu, excitedly chiming in, noted that this man was a benefactor to their entire Xiong clan, and after being influenced over the past 2 years, he was well aware of the other's status in the entire Dragon Star. Thus, he was willing to share the liquor he had secretly brought to space to bridge the distance between them. Uncle Xiang, Uncle Ho Nuafu, it's been a while. I didn't fly far, so I'm not tired. Let's make the most of our time. After Li Rulong returned the greeting with a smile, he said, all right, you've changed quite a bit from your lazy attitude. Let's head straight to the conference room. This morning, the headquarters sent over the latest list, which includes everything we need. We're also rushing to gather information, but the scope is too broad. We've received news about what happened in that biochemical world, Sai. General Ho Jun shook his head and patted him on the shoulder. When it came to the biochemical world, he sighed. After the senior officers of the fleet learned about the situation over there this morning, they were eager to directly command the Second Fleet to fire a few shots. But unfortunately, they can't go. It's okay, Uncle Ho. I'm helping them out, aren't I? A group of people chatted as they arrived at the bridge, took out the prepared materials, and uploaded them to his wristband. They then emphasized which supplies were urgently needed, essential, and in short supply, as well as the range of the asteroid belt they had already explored, leaving it to him to sort out. In any case, the more the better. Li Rulong went through the materials and then chatted with them for a bit. From Xiang Yoli, he learned that the elders held another meeting last night, making deployments and changes regarding the shipbuilding progress and plans. They decided to build the main body of the warships within the starport, and then use engineering spacecraft to tow the main body out, freeing up the shipyard to continue constructing the next main body. All other module installations and painting works will be carried out in space outside the star ring, towed by other ships with steel cables to avoid being pulled into the gravitational field of Longxing. The advantage of this approach is that the time required to occupy a shipyard for building a battleship is only 20 days, and there will be as many space drones and robots needed for the installation of the entire warship S modules as possible. By then, Longxing warships could be constructed like dumplings, with a fleet of no fewer than 100 battleships, at least 250 cruisers, and several large interstellar carriers, which will provide a certain level of combat capability. Li Rulong admired the old man's decision-making in his heart. This national characteristic is applicable in any parallel world, probably a branch trait of being a construction fanatic. Li Rulong instructed Xiang Yoli and the others to prepare the refining factory, withdrawing all engineering ships and robotic drones back to Ceres, and focusing entirely on refining work. He personally went to collect materials and ores, then loaded them into the OMA boxes to bring back. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. After refining a batch of ores, the transport ships would carry them back in batches to the star ring, achieving a seamless connection. After bidding them farewell, Li Rulong flew to the already explored asteroid belt, starting to smash the target asteroids with punches and kicks while continuously sucking in all the mineral fragments into the open OMA boxes. After a busy day, he brought back nearly 80,000 tons of various ores. Of course, after refining, it wouldn't be this much, but his work alone equaled a day's output of a large iron mine in Longhua. Moreover, since it was his first day, he was exploring more convenient and faster methods, so he didn't fully unleash his efforts. Starting tomorrow, the speed would only increase. After eating a little, he went to the refining factory, using his thermal ray ability to help melt the ores. At this point, he could be considered a fully qualified workhorse. In the following days, Li Rulong hardly slept, spending his time collecting ores and helping refine materials, except for 1 second to shower, 1 second to eat, and 30 minutes to use the restroom and smoke. Each time, he was accompanied by 4 space fighters, which served as both training and a way to transport his filled OMA boxes back to Ceres, emptying them and bringing them back again. Surprisingly, he discovered a shortcut for collecting ores, which was to load all suitable small asteroids he encountered into the OMA boxes, then use the properties of the OMA boxes to discard useless fragments and ice, leaving the most primitive ores, although they couldn't be directly refined. It saved a lot of time. This discovery further solidified Li Rulong's determination to quickly help Longxing build a super fleet suitable for long voyages. Didn't Tonga say that the cosmic civilization he visited back then might be for upgrading and gaining experience? So, he decided to visit again, especially the OMA civilization. With such high usage of OMA boxes and technology, he always felt that those OMA plant beings, who looked like chrysanthemums, must have some good stuff left after he saved them. It seems that the cosmic pirate Luffy would have to go online again, and he wouldn't pretend to be a savior anymore. He would treat them as NPCs and go for a direct robbery. Moreover, those cosmic civilizations that had issued a bounty on him, he had been low-key before to avoid drawing too much attention. This time, he wouldn't pretend anymore. He would go directly to them, inviting them to join the Interstellar Trade Organization, IKEO, advocating for free trade, with rules set by Longxing, exchange rates calculated by Longxing, and membership fees paid to Longxing, skinning them one by one, draining them of their lifeblood and tears to strengthen Longxing. Thinking of this, Li Rulong suddenly put his hands on his hips and laughed maniacally, his expression terrifying in the dark cosmos. Master, what is wrong with General Li? Why does he laugh so chillingly? Liu Peiqiang happened to be beside Li Rulong, seeing him silently laughing in space, which made him feel scared. I don't know. Such a laugh can't be a good thing. Peiqiang, you haven't offended him recently, have you? No, absolutely not. How would I dare? Duo reminds me every day not to let General Li worry, to have some awareness. Old Zhang, do you think there are any dirty things in the universe? Old you? What are you talking about? I actually think General Li's smile is quite similar to my wife's. When she smiles like that, I tend to have bad luck. I wonder who'll be unlucky when General Li smiles like this. Today, Zhang Peng's flight squad happened to accompany Li Rulong, seeing his current performance. They started guessing in the communication, and someone actually guessed right, but the number of those who would be unlucky was not small. Li Rulong heard all their conversations, but didn't pay much attention. Anyway, he had temporarily found a short-term goal for the future, so he decided to put in more effort. Li Rulong instantly accelerated again, and when he encountered asteroids that couldn't fit into the Omar box, he directly smashed them, then tightened the Omar box, going even more insane than before, with a significant speed increase. Peiqiang, should we find a reputable master to show General Li when we get back? I'm a bit scared of him like this. Master, I know a famous Taoist priest named Daoist Iku. How about inviting him? Li Rulong's madness has also inspired the enthusiasm and positivity of the engineers and soldiers of the Ceres base and the Star Ring shipyard. Previously, it was just engineers, drones, and robots building warships. Ever since they heard that General Li was compressing his bathroom and smoking breaks to just 30 minutes in order to get shipbuilding materials for them at Ceres. The soldiers stationed at the Star Ring, regardless of their military branch, would don their space combat suits whenever they had free time and rush to the spaceport to help out. Even if they didn't know much, they could at least help lift things. Every 2 hours, 5 transport ships would return to the Star Ring, unloading refined ores and materials, quickly undergoing maintenance, then swapping out the crew and personnel on board, and immediately setting off back to Ceres. This was made possible by using energy crystals as power sources. Otherwise, refueling those massive transport vessels, nearly 1 kilometer long, 600 meters wide, and 450 meters high, would take an unimaginable amount of time. Finally, after 120 days, there are just 12 days left to allocate crew members, form fleets, and finalize strategic deployments. Li Rulong and the Second Fleet returned to the Star Ring base 10 days early. The engineering and transport ships stationed at Ceres were also evacuating all personnel back to Longxing, as no one knew when the next natural disaster might strike Ceres. So personnel could not be left there. Wow, do we really have this many warships? Damn it, if we can't get battleships and aircraft carriers, we should at least get a few dozen cruisers for our former army, right? Haha, do you think our former Air Force is just air? Why can't we build a type of warship that can launch destructive weapons at the push of a button? We can do without small guns and cannons. We only need the kind that gets bigger and thicker, with one shot equaling 100. Then our rocket force can be the big boss again. As the fleet approached the star ring, hundreds of space warships were already neatly arranged in the outer space of the star ring. The officers in the bridge, looking out the portholes, were simultaneously amazed and cheering excitedly. With so many warships, they all thought about how they could snag a captain's position. Especially the former Navy officers in the bridge, who provocatively looked at the former Army and Air Force personnel, along with the few officers from the rocket force. Zhang, are you feeling frustrated? If it weren't for you insisting on free flying back then, there would at least be one warship there that belonged to you. The fleet's deputy commander, Xiong Nuafu, using the Mandarin he learned from Zhang Peng, nudged Zhang Peng's head with his elbow. Zhang Peng, who was staring wide-eyed at the rows of warships outside, was suddenly bumped on the head and immediately glared at Xiong Nuafu. What was that for? What the hell? What was I counting? Haha, I just want to ask if you're envious. Envious? Envious of what? Flying a fighter jet is so free, I'm not envious. Really? Then wipe the drool off the corner of your mouth. If it drips on the deck, I'll make you lick it all up. Hearing this, Zhang Peng quickly wiped the drool that had dripped to his chin and shot a glare at the grinning Xiong Nuafu. What the hell without me? Without my good relationship with Rulong, could you be the deputy commander with that close combat IQ of yours? After muttering, he turned his head to start counting the warships again, determined this time that even if someone bumped him or poked him, he would finish counting before confronting them. The fleet began to disperse, with the flagship preparing to dock while other warships remained in orbit, waiting for orders. Peiqiang, can you guess how many warships are out there right now? Back in the hangar, Zhang Peng loudly addressed Liu Peiqiang and a group of pilots and maintenance crew, speaking loudly as if afraid others wouldn't notice him. 176 battleships, 396 cruisers, 38 interstellar aircraft carriers, and 1 special ship, a total of 551 ships. Adding our second fleets, 1 battleship, 1 interstellar aircraft carrier, and 12 cruisers. We have a total of 625 warships. Liu Peiqiang quickly reported the numbers to Zhang Peng, who was left dumbfounded, initially wanting to show off to everyone, but ended up failing. Liu Peiqiang noticed Zhang Peng's awkward expression, grabbed his shoulders, turned him around, and pointed at the large display monitor above the hangar. Master, the Xinyuan combat system has already reported all the data. Didn't you see? Of course I saw. I just didn't expect the hangar and bridge data to synchronize so quickly. That's why I wanted to come tell you guys. Zhang Peng looked awkwardly at the display above, which detailed the number and types of warships. He cursed inwardly for counting so many times, fearing he'd make a mistake and embarrass himself. Oh, Master, you weren't using your hands on the bridge, were you? Everyone attention, straighten up, prepare to leave the ship. Liu Peiqiang's suspicious words hadn't finished when Zhang Peng, who had his back to him, suddenly shouted loudly. The pilots in the hangar quickly formed ranks and adjusted their uniforms and gear. The pilots followed Zhang Peng, but the maintenance crew beside them didn't fall under his authority. They realized the implications and began laughing loudly while pointing at Zhang Peng, with some even slapping their thighs and holding their stomachs. Zhang Peng turned beet red, suppressing his feelings, and started planning how to make Liu Peiqiang uncomfortable when he returned to the base and saw Duo. They stood for over 10 minutes before Li Rulong arrived at the hangar with Xiong Nuafu and a group of officers. They would leave from here on the battleship. Meanwhile, Commander Xiang Yoli and his team needed to complete the handover of all training data before leaving their posts. Old Zhang, what is wrong with your face? What have you been looking at? Why is it so red? I say you should just hurry up and find a wife. Look at me, I have 13. Li Rulong walked up to Zhang Peng and noticed that his face was unusually red, and he was biting his lip. Not knowing what was going on, he teased him a bit since they were quite familiar with each other. Zhang Peng ignored him, but inwardly he was muttering, "Women only affect my speed and self-pleasure. Besides, not everyone is like you, with a steel waist and copper kidney alloy. If I had that ability, I'd dare to find 130 of them." At this moment, the docking between the hangar and the starport was complete, and the gravity system inside the battleship synchronized with the gravity of the starport. Everyone felt a slight sinking sensation, followed by quickly adjusting to the change in gravity. The hatch opened, and Li Rulong led the way inside, with the others following closely behind. They arrived at the personnel arrival hall inside the star ring, which was filled with soldiers busy or waiting to board the ship or for other orders. Many were taking photos by the large glass windows of the starport, capturing images of the fleet outside. Since there were no hostile forces, there was no fear of leaking any military information, allowing them to show off to family and friends. If they could earn military merit in space, the family crest and patterns in the family tree would all be changed to stars, and see who would dare to disagree. Li Rulong was also visiting the Star Ring base for the first time. When he went to the biochemical world, the overall structure here was still under construction. Many of the super-large modules that had been built on the ground were carried up by him personally. By the time he returned, the base had already been put into use, and even the small residential area closest to the starport had been decorated. Many military families who volunteered to accompany the troops had already settled down here. He curiously looked around this largest project in human history. The space and decor were extremely human-friendly, clean, and tidy. The sunlight-like lighting adjusted its brightness according to the Earth's rotation, and green plants and vending machines stocked with various food items were visible everywhere. In his previous life, he had seen news reports stating that our self-built space station not only had large spaces, but could also grow flowers and serve dumplings in northeast stews, which couldn't be compared to the cramped foreign space stations. It turned out to be true. General, please present your identification. Li Rulong was admiring the decoration and layout of the space station when a familiar, yet emotionless voice came from behind him. He quickly turned around and saw his former subordinate, Captain Jia, dressed in a crisp black military uniform, a white tactical belt, a white multifunctional tactical helmet, and red shoulder insignia. At that moment, Captain Jia was looking at him with a blank expression, accompanied by several soldiers in similar uniforms, albeit with different ranks on their shoulder insignia, all looking excited. Unlike before, Captain Jia did not tease Li Rulong with his usual banter upon seeing him. "Oh, old Jia, long time no see. Have you been reassigned to work on the Star Ring?" Li Rulong saw his former subordinate, who was also a buddy, Captain Jia, and happily patted him on the shoulder. "General, please be mindful of your behavior, and kindly present your identification immediately. Otherwise, I will have to record your actions." Captain Jia had no reaction to Li Rulong's behavior. He merely emphasized his point and was about to take out the small notebook he carried with him. "What's going on with you? Recording what?" Li Rulong was confused and turned to look at the others who had left the ship with him. He found that the group that had been laughing and joking just moments ago, regardless of their nationality or rank, was now standing straight and at attention behind him. Even Xiong Nuofu, who had never been in the habit of fastening his collar's regulation button or wearing his military cap properly, didn't know when he had fastened the button and had put on his cap perfectly straight, looking serious and staring ahead as if he were a model soldier being inspected. Zhang Peng, a fellow northeasterner, noticed Li Rulong's confusion and, marching with standard military steps, stepped forward to try to rescue him. "Report. General Li has just returned and is unaware of the rules. Please do not record this." Zhang Peng's good intentions were met with Captain Jia's calm response. "Major General, did I ask you?" Zhang Peng immediately answered, "No." Then, under Li Rulong's puzzled gaze, Zhang Peng turned around on the spot and returned to his previous position, standing at attention. "Generally, I remind you again, beep, beep, beep." Captain Jia's pad suddenly went off. He pressed a button, tucked away his notebook and pen, and turned to salute a soldier behind him for the handover. After completing the handover, he took off his white tactical helmet and, when he turned back to face Li Rulong, his expression was no longer the serious one from before, but rather one of helplessness and a hint of resentment. The soldiers taking over saluted Li Rulong and his group before turning around and leaving, as if nothing had happened. "Damn it, just a few more minutes, and I could have torn your ticket. You're lucky, kid," Captain Jia said with a look of regret. Seeing the group of soldiers walk away, everyone else also breathed a sigh of relief. Xiong Nuofu hurriedly unfastened his regulation button, took off his military cap to fan himself, and began to gasp for air, muttering that he was going to suffocate. What kind of act was that? Li Rulong looked at Captain Jia and Zhang Peng with a puzzled expression. "Didn't you hear what Jia said? You're lucky to have caught him during his shift change. Otherwise, not just you, but we would all have to eat the melon too." Zhang Peng was rubbing his leg on the side. He had stepped forward just now, but when Captain Jia suddenly appeared, his leg straightened up instantly, and it felt like it had pulled when he took that step. "Old Jia, aren't you going to explain this to me?" "Explain what?" "It's all your fault. You were enjoying yourself on the ground, leaving everything to Deputy Commander Ma in the guard unit. He didn't even know that I used to do the dirty work for you. And he took the initiative to find me saying, 'You're Rulong's person or his confidant, so let us transfer you to a position with more responsibility, the highest authority, and promote your rank to manage the entire Star Ring military base.' How about it?" When I heard that, I thought, sure, this is a good deal that only a fool wouldn't take, so I agreed right away. The next day, when the appointment came down, I was dumbfounded. They transferred me to the inspection unit. I used to do your dirty work behind the scenes. At least I wouldn't be on anyone's radar. But now it's all out in the open. Look at my ears. They haven't been a normal color for a day, being whispered about behind my back every day. The day I retire, I must take my whole family to find a deserted island to live on." Captain Jia complained to Li Rulong. finally finding someone he had longed to vent to. Li Rulong looked at the burly man who was 9 meters tall, now wearing a wronged expression like an abandoned bride, and couldn't help but feel amused. A group of people watched Captain Jia's face, which looked like he was constipated, and recalled the scenes when he had punished them before, bursting into laughter at his misfortune. Especially Xiong Nuafu, although his original country, Bear Country, also had similar inspection teams. They generally turned a blind eye when they saw someone with a higher rank. Unlike now, where even minor violations of military discipline or improper military appearance would lead to being fined and reciting regulations, and in stricter cases, directly sent to a small dark room. He and his people were punished the most, almost always caught red-handed, with each of them able to pull out half a bottle of sick donkey from their bags. Moreover, even when encountering Bear Country's inspectors, they wouldn't be treated differently. They would still be made to stand in a crowded place and recite regulations, primarily to embarrass them. So when he saw Captain Jia and the others just now, he instinctively straightened his military appearance and stood at attention. But the bottle of 30-year-old Nulinshin he had hidden in his bag was basically doomed, which pained him greatly. He wished he had downed it before leaving the ship. Fortunately, Captain Jia had finished his shift, and luckily, the inspectors following him gave Li Rulong some face, allowing him and the alcohol to escape a disaster. Li Rulong took in the expressions of everyone around him and casually asked Captain Jia, "Old Jia, I really didn't know you were doing inspections now. And have you punished them all?" "Well, basically everyone has been punished. Even Commander Xiang Yuli was caught by me. Anyway, I've offended everyone, but there's nothing I can do. It's my duty." "What a joke. Especially you. NOV, do you dare to open your bag and show me?" After Captain Jia whispered this, he noticed that among the crowd, the tallest and most robust, Bear NOV, was laughing the hardest. He immediately felt unhappy, as he knew that these bear people always carried two things with them: guns and alcohol. The higher-ups had said that each ethnic group has its own characteristics, and the bears become more fierce the more they drink, so the punishment standards were lowered to just standing and reciting the regulations. Moreover, the military would gradually relax some rules in the future, as there is a significant difference between the small place in Longxing and the vast universe. When Bear NOV and the others heard Captain Jia call out his name, they not only didn't restrain themselves, but laughed even harder. After all, with Li Rulong around, they had nothing to fear and wanted to be cocky for a while. "Old Jia, how about I tell Uncle Ma to transfer you back?" Li Rulong thought for a moment and felt that there was indeed a position that suited him, and he was absolutely willing to take it. "Transfer back? The previous troops have been disbanded. Are you asking me to go back to your home to guard the door? Cut the nonsense. Just say whether you want to do it or not. It must fit your character. Dirty, fierce, and capable of killing." "What kind of work is dirty, fierce, and can kill? The cooking team?" After hearing Li Rulong's words, Captain Jia thought of only one team that met all three criteria. The strongest unit of Longxing. The cooking team. Those guys flipping pans are really tough. At his height of 9 meters, he could only be considered a kid among them, and they see blood every day without minding the dirt. No matter what kind of battlefield, what kind of weather and environment, even amidst gunfire and missiles flying overhead, they would still be flipping pans and chopping vegetables. If they encounter an enemy who doesn't know better and damages their pots and equipment, there's a high chance that the enemy will end up on the dining table. Li Rulong rolled his eyes. In his opinion, the lack of discipline from old Jia over the past year had led to a decline in his thinking. "Pirates, interstellar ones, are we doing this or not? Don't make it public." He stood next to Captain Jia and spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Huh? What are you talking about? Somalia is gone. Is it even legal to do this now?" Captain Jia asked quietly with wide eyes. "You're really lacking in taste. The land may be vast, but the boldness of people varies. Space pirates, specifically going after aliens with me, let's do it decisively. Sure, going with Li Rulong is definitely a good thing. If he doesn't take this good job, how much fake Nilon mountain wine would he have to drink that Zhang Peng sent him for 30 years? Determined, he frantically nodded at Li Rulong, fearing that if he was slow, he would miss out. Li Rulong patted his shoulder and walked straight towards the command center, while Captain Jia, with a flattering expression, helped him carry the backpack containing the Omar box, eagerly following behind him. The others, seeing this situation, were a bit confused, not understanding why Captain Jia, who had just been sulking, suddenly acted like a dutiful wife. Had the two reconciled? Others' thoughts were unknown. But after spending a year living in the wandering world with Li Rulong, Zhang Peng, who was full of tricks, instantly narrowed his eyes. Ignoring his sore leg, he poked Liu Peiqiang, who was still desperately trying to uncover the truth, and whispered, "Stop thinking about it." Even if your CPU starts smoking, you won't guess it. Let me tell you, Jack definitely got some benefits. We need to catch up. After saying that, without caring whether Lu understood, he grabbed his own bag and quickly limped after the direction Li Rulong had left. Lu Peiqiang adjusted his sunglasses and followed him, walking beside him and asking, Master, how did you know? Otherwise, I would say you should think more often. You were all focused on duo before, and now, in a different world, you only know how to switch planes every day. I'm telling you, if Rulong can turn Jia from sulking woman into a good girl, he must have given him an offer he can't refuse. Think about it. Does Jia lack money? Does he lack status? No. What he lacks is recognition from people and work. So what kind of character does he have? Dirty. And that kind of dirty that can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. He asked the type who would cut the grass and burn the roots. So I analyzed that Rulong must have arranged a big task for him, a really big one. Zhang Peng analyzed thoroughly like a little grim reaper, feeling that he had seen through everything. I think you're right. Let's hurry and catch up with General Li. While Zhang Peng was waiting for Lu Peiqiang to praise his intelligence and acknowledge his master's prowess, a hearty voice of recognition came from the side. Zhang Peng was startled, turned around, and saw Xiong Nuofu walking slowly beside him, carrying a large bag, arms crossed, frowning as if he were analyzing what he said. Damn, what are you doing? You scared me. Wait, we're not on the same route, we're on break. Aren't you supposed to report to the officers? Zhang Peng's expression turned dark. He was afraid of too many people, fearing that there wouldn't be enough food when the monks gathered. And now, Xiong Nuofu had come along. Zhang, I saw your leg was injured and wanted to come help you. Then I heard what you said. Didn't you always tell me we are brothers, loyal to each other, right? Can you first tell me when you grew a brain? Haha, probably because I've been with you guys for too long. Come on, Peiqiang, help him carry the bag. Let's go. After Xiong Nuofu finished speaking, he tossed Zhang Peng's bag to Lu Peiqiang, then in front of everyone, picked Zhang Peng up horizontally and, with a still bewildered Lu Peiqiang, ran to catch up with Li Rulong, who was about to enter the elevator. At the elevator entrance, everyone saw it was Li Rulong and quickly made way for him. After all, with 100 elevators, they couldn't crowd with General Li. Just as the elevator door was about to close, a large hand reached in, and the door opened again, revealing Xiong Nuofu, holding the face covering Zhang Peng and Lu Peiqiang, who was carrying 2 military bags half as tall as him, entering the elevator together. Zhang Peng, Xiong Nuofu, everyone knows you two are good buddies. But can't you carry a few people? Zhang Peng, is this what you keep saying about life being beautiful? No, I have to tear up a ticket for you too. Li Rulong and Captain Jia looked at the 3 newcomers, unsure of what they were up to. However, as the head of the patrol, Captain Jia was the first to become angry. How dare they play around with a princess carrying in front of him while he was still in office? No, it was a bear hug. And this was clearly a provocation, a sign of disrespect. But despite having memorized the regulations and all the punishment standards, he couldn't find any punishment standard for this behavior. In the case of free love, the military didn't care whether the parties involved were male, female, or same-sex. As long as it was legal, it could be accepted. The actions of these 2 people now would only warrant a warning, which wasn't very severe. So he decided to ignore it and quickly wrote up a warning, handing it to the 3. Xiong Nuofu put Zhang Peng down and didn't even get a chance to explain before being handed the notice, while Lu Peiqiang looked utterly confused, thinking, what does this have to do with me? Why am I getting a notice? No, Captain Jia, what did I do wrong? I didn't join them. Who told you to wear sunglasses? Li Rulong laughed for a while, and then began to help the 3 out of their predicament. Forget it, old Jia. Can't you see that old Zhang has a leg injury? It's likely that Nuofu is helping him. Peiqiang is a pilot, and wearing sunglasses is just a habit to protect his eyes. Don't tease them anymore. Yes, consider yourselves lucky. Rulong, General Li is speaking up for you, but this is a one-time thing. Be more careful in the future, especially you two. Now that you have separate rooms, you can't go home to play cuddles. Li Rulong spoke up for them, and Captain Jia had no choice but to tear off the stub, shred it, and stuff it into his pocket. However, the displeased expression on his face still fixed on the 3 of them conveyed the message that he would be keeping an eye on them from now on. So they better be careful. Holding back tears and humiliation, Zhang Peng didn't even dare to look at Captain Jia. He said to Li Rulong, it's just as you said earlier, Nuofu is just waiting to see me hurt. Forget it. I want to say more. I'm already in tears. We've become famous this time. All right, Lao Zhang, you're all comrades in arms. Besides, how long has Nuofu been married? How could he be interested in your big belly? General Li said, as our country has a saying, we've shared the same roof, carried the same gun together. Ugh. Before Xiong Nuofu could finish boasting about the knowledge he had learned, Liu Peiqiang jumped up and covered his mouth. He didn't want to get another strip torn off because of the next few words, and he would definitely be part of it. Zhang Peng had a dark expression, secretly cursing himself for being so careless and bringing Nuafu in. Rulong, it's like this. I heard everything you said to Captain Jia just now. Do you think you could take me and Peiqiang along? Damn. Oh, right. And Nuafu, he also wants to progress. Before he could finish, he was kicked in the injured leg by Xiong Nuafu and hurriedly added him to the group. What is up? Are you all going to become space pirates? Li Rulong was still reflecting on the conversation he just had with the two, which was covered by his biological force field and could not be overheard. When Captain Jia self-destructed first, becoming a space pirate? The three of them exclaimed simultaneously, thinking about the military achievements they could gain. Was being a space pirate serious? Li Rulong glared at Captain Jia, who, upon seeing the expressions of the three, instantly realized what was happening. He mentally took note of the three, thinking that in the future, if they didn't team memorize the regulations 1,000 times, they would end up in the little black room until retirement. Cough, cough, since old Jia has already mentioned it, then I'll consider you three part of the team. Of course, it depends on your willingness. For now, this is just a plan of mine, but it will most likely be accepted by the elders. Let me secretly tell you, when I went to the universe, I formed a cosmic pirate crew, so it's only right to do things this way. This was the first time Captain Jia had heard about it, let alone Zhang Peng and the others. Is it true? You have a pirate crew in the universe? How many people are in your organization? Well, I formed it alone because I'm strong, but that won't be the case anymore. Now, with you 4 new members, let's have a team formation party tonight. From now on, you're all my sons. Cough, cough, you're all little team leaders. Yes, little team leaders. Li Rulong almost let slip, while Zhang Peng and the others felt like they had boarded a pirate ship. Ugh, a pirate ship indeed. No doubt about it. But this is a secret among the 5 of us. Let's not make it public yet. Once this apocalypse is over, we can start implementing it. Zhang Peng and the others could only nod in agreement. If Li Rulong, who claimed to have been a cosmic pirate, found out they leaked any information, would he silence them? The elevator was rising rapidly, and Zhang Peng and the others were seriously listening to Li Rulong's definition of the profession of cosmic pirates and the tasks they would need to undertake in the future. This is my current plan. The specific implementation will have to wait until this crisis is resolved before we can confirm it. However, by then, just the 5 of us won't be able to operate even a medium-sized warship, which won't do. Li Rulong gave a general overview. And for now, he doesn't have any specific plans. They will have to wait and see. Zhang Peng and the others, however, had different mindsets and calculations. Zhang Peng wondered if this was reliable, but since he was already on the pirate ship, it was hard to get off, especially with Li Rulong backing him up. Liu Peiqiang had a strong capability and was promised the position of squad leader, but he wasn't sure how to explain it to Duo, as the career change was too significant. Xiong Nuafu was a bit excited. General Li had said that they would be able to control warships and fighter jets from the sky, and once on the ground, they could wield knives and engage in close combat. Plus, they could drink any time they wanted. They could also kill any hostile aliens at will, which was a military unit tailored for their bear clan. He was already planning to secure as many spots as possible to bring his bear clan brothers along. And he also wanted to include a small number of the Akhmet brothers who had joined them. Captain Jia, on the other hand, remained calm. He would do whatever Rulong asked him to do, as long as it was dirty enough and didn't attract the attention of the living. He didn't care. Ding! The elevator finally reached the command center level, which is the highest point of the orbital elevator and the most prominent strategic module of the entire star ring. The command center covers an area of 8,000 square meters, divided into 12 layers, and is disc-shaped. Usually, the entire perimeter of the disc is covered with ultra-high-density alloy glass that spans all 12 layers, with a strength 1,000 times greater than traditional space-grade quartz glass, capable of resisting any harmful light and radiation while ensuring 100% transparency. Its thickness reaches 3 meters, capable of withstanding direct impacts from meteors. And the glass contains nanomolecules that can quickly repair cracks and damage. Even if there's damage, it can be repaired in milliseconds. The outer and inner layers of the glass also have protective armor hidden at the bottom, which can quickly rise during wartime to form 2 defensive walls. Of course, like the entire star ring, this area is also wrapped in a photon force field defense shield. With these 3 layers of defense, the command personnel inside are maximally protected. Li Rulong and his team arrived at the 8th floor of the command center, where senior generals held meetings and took temporary breaks. The 9th floor was the operations center. The 10th floor was the dispatch center, and the 7th floor below housed the cafeteria, gym, and swimming pool. when the elevator doors opened. High-ranking generals and department heads of the guarding troops had been waiting here for a long time, with Vice Commander General Ma Jun at the forefront. Upon seeing Li Rulong, everyone immediately saluted, and the five of Li Rulong quickly returned the gesture. General Ma Jun even stepped forward and threw his arm around Li Rulong's shoulder. "You rascal. You tell me, you're the boss here, yet you haven't been on duty a single day, leaving everything to me. Do you know how much pressure I'm under?" Mo Yun Kombuth. Over the past year, he had been extremely busy. Previously, he had only commanded and managed over 100,000 people at most. But now he was overseeing a full force of 18 million soldiers. When he heard that number, he nearly ground his teeth to dust. Fortunately, he had the help of the two major artificial intelligence systems, Fuxi and Xianyuan. Fuxi helped alleviate some of the daily management and administrative tasks, while Xianyuan assisted him with detailed analyses of all strategic deployments and defense work, though the final decision-making power still rested with him. Now that Li Rulong was back, he could finally share some of the burden, allowing him time to go home and spend time with his wife and children. By the way, where's the house assigned to him? Everyone entered the conference room, which was even livelier. Besides the Second Fleet Commander Xiang Yoli, who was still handing over duties, all the fleet commanders and senior generals had already gathered. Even the former Minister of Defense, now the current Defense Minister of Longxing, General Xiong, was sitting there with his arms crossed. However, General Xiong looked unhappy, while the others were red-faced and visibly agitated, especially several fleet commanders, whose temples were bulging with veins, resembling dragon veins, indicating that something was wrong. "Uncle Ma, what is going on with these gentlemen?" Li Rulong quietly asked Ma Jun beside him. They were in the middle of it, dealing with the issue of battleship allocation. Old Bear was silent. Even if he spoke, they wouldn't listen. So he let them decide among themselves. Ma Jun quietly replied that anyway, this time the battleship distribution had already been decided without their guard troops involved. So he was even less inclined to get involved and prefer to watch the show. When Director Xiong saw Li Rulong and the others enter, he immediately put on a smile and proactively stood up to greet them. "Uncle Xiong, long time no see. I heard you were busy during the last meeting and didn't get to meet." "Haha, as long as you remember, that's good. Let's have a drink together someday. We haven't seen each other for a long time." The two greeted each other warmly, and then Director Xiong pulled Li Rulong to sit next to him. On the other side, Commander Wang Ren of the Cosmic Navy also chatted with him, mainly to thank him for helping to gather a large amount of materials. If it weren't for the lack of time, the materials in the warehouse would be enough to double the fleet. Seeing that three big shots were chatting at the head table, the others no longer cared about their fighting over the distribution and discreetly returned to their seats, although their unfriendly glares continued to aim at each other. "Sorry I'm late." Admiral Xiang Yuri, having finished handling military affairs, arrived with the personnel from the Second Fleet and took his seat. "Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading." It gets even more exciting. As soon as the others saw another group coming to fight for battleships, they immediately turned their guns toward the Second Fleet personnel, not even sparing the accompanying secretaries. Xiang Yuri scanned their expressions and quickly understood what was going on. It was just a fight over allocation, and he wasn't afraid. After figuring it out, he also put on a fierce expression and glared back at Chief of Staff Ho Jun, who had the same realization. Bang, bang, bang. Director Xiong tapped the table with his hand, drawing everyone's attention to the three of them, and then began to speak. "Now that everyone is here, let us all settle down. Today there are two matters to discuss. The first matter is the battleship allocation." At this point, everyone straightened their backs and focused intently on him, waiting for his next proposal. "Ahem, I just spoke with Rulong, and he suggested a very good idea. Since everyone wants battleships, let's not allocate them. Let's merge them all into the First Fleet, with Commander Wang in charge of command, and the commanders of the other fleets assisting in responding to the crisis in 10 days. I think this is a good idea. Instead of distributing the battleships, it's better to unite them to avoid any complaints about favoritism. This is the final decision." Once Director Xiong made the decision, the other commanders had nothing to say. The one who laughed last was Commander Wang of the First Fleet, as the First Fleet's formation was already large, and the existing battleships were not enough to meet the quota plan for the First Fleet. Seeing that everyone had settled down, Director Xiong felt relieved. In fact, he had thought of this plan long ago and had discussed it with Wang Ren, but neither of them wanted to take the blame. Just as Li Rulong arrived, he truly thought of this proposal. As a scapegoat for Longxing, he might as well continue to bear it. After all, he was in good shape. Li Rulong is not a fool. He certainly understands their thoughts, but it doesn't matter. This is the best decision at the moment. Now, as for who commands which warship, you will discuss it with Commander Wang later, and then hurry to coordinate the battle formations and cooperation. But remember, this time, no matter who commands which warship, it does not mean that this warship will belong to you afterwards. After the war, all warships will be unified and redistributed. Now, the second matter is strategic deployment. Li Rulong said he didn't know either, so we can only shrink back to the Longxing defense perimeter for now. Last time, the interstellar insect race appeared from the lunar orbit, which is already quite close for our current defense perimeter. This time, we must make proper deployments. Once the war begins, we must annihilate the enemy in space and not allow any filthy thing to enter the Longxing orbit. Do you understand? Yes. We will ensure the completion of the task. Everyone immediately stood at attention and loudly assured him. All right, next, we will begin the strategic deployment meeting. Everyone can speak freely. This is also our first cosmic war that we are about to face. Let's start. The strategic deployment meeting lasted for over 6 hours. Not only did they make strategic deployments, but the military strategists also employed the military tactics passed down from their ancestors, combining them with the unique environment of outer space, and indeed came up with strategies suitable for space warfare. For example, the Great Man's guerrilla warfare strategy is very suitable for kite flying in interstellar battles, provided that the Longxing warships can outrun the enemy. However, some strategies could not be used, such as the use of spies, seduction, and feigned injuries, which are particularly effective ancient strategies. After all, even if aliens are foolish, they will not believe humans, and their aesthetics may not necessarily align. Moreover, with feigned injuries, it will be difficult to harm one's own side, so those strategies had to be abandoned. In the following days, Li Rulong also began to participate in the warship team training and learned a lot from military leaders like Wang Rand, who are experienced and proficient in military tactics and strategies, and are adept at understanding the enemy's thoughts. The only special warship in the fleet was actually ordered by the elderly after discussions, and was specifically constructed for Li Rulong at the Scientific Star Port shipyard. This warship is painted in starry black, quietly stationed as if merging with the starry sky. The ship is 780 meters long, 390 meters wide on average, and 230 meters high, with a total crew of 600, including 800 personnel, 800 orbital airborne troops, 200 space fighter pilots and maintenance crew, as well as 800 scientific and various auxiliary military personnel. The warship's defenses are maximized, with external armor thicker than that of a battleship, and standard shield generators powered by 6 sets of specialized energy crystals. The speed of the warship is comparable to the most advanced space fighters, with the rear powered by 12 sets of space engines, achieving a maximum flight speed of 280 Mach in outer space. As for the armament of the warship, it consists of an experimental mini annihilation cannon that fires once every 10 minutes and 16 space torpedo launchers, along with several defensive laser cannons and Gauss cannons hidden within the hull. This special warship belonging to Li Rulong has also been named the Black Dragon. Li Rulong is just a warship commander and has not served as the captain, while the captain is General Zhang Zhong. According to Defense Minister Xiong, Zhang Zhong actively requested this position, as he also comes from a naval background. Although he was previously in a civilian role, his military qualifications are definitely solid. Zhang Zhong also mentioned that he and Li Rulong have the highest level of cooperation, so they agreed to this arrangement. His previous deputy, Long Make, has been promoted to acting mayor of Yingxinxing, and if he performs well within 3 years, he will become a permanent mayor. If not, he will serve as a deputy to Zhou Zhe, and that deputy title will likely stick with him for life. After Li Rulong learned about it, he readily agreed. They were old partners who could still bicker, and he could push all the tasks to old Zhang, which was great. Moreover, he also proactively brought in a few people, such as Zhang Peng and Liu Peiqiang along with their flight squad, as well as Xiong Nuofu, who came to serve as the vice captain. The commander and deputy commander of the orbital airborne troops were Captain Jia and his assistant, who had regained their youth and re-enlisted the former representative of the Wandering World, Xiongguo Bakayev, although he is now called Xiong Baka. The entire Dragon Star was busy preparing for war, with training and simulated battles taking place repeatedly, awaiting the imminent war. The countdown in Li Rulong's mind came to an end. At this moment, his Black Dragon special warship was positioned at the rear line of the Longxing Universe Navy formation. In front of him was a 5-row array consisting of 177 space battleships and 408 cruisers, with 39 interstellar carriers distributed on either side of the Black Dragon. At the very front of the entire formation were 990 engineering ships, each 190 meters long, with a width and height of 50 meters, and a bow width of 80 meters and height of 30 meters, resembling hammerhead sharks. These engineering ships had been urgently transformed into unmanned warships controlled by the Xianyuan system, equipped with 6 300mm caliber Gauss main guns, while the secondary armament consisted of 80 rapid laser cannons distributed on the left and right deck of the battleship. Fortunately, all weapons were modular, requiring only connection to the power supply and independent ammunition storage, allowing for quick installation. This was also a new type of combat trial. If unmanned warships could play a role in this operation, they would be vigorously developed in the future, thus avoiding the sacrifice of soldiers. While the asteroid belt could provide almost limitless materials, Rulong was not on the bridge of the Black Dragon at this moment, but standing on a main gun at the bow of the ship, arms crossed, with his super senses fully open, scanning the starry sky like a radar. Rulong, no matter what comes this time, don't act yet. We need to conduct battlefield experiments. After all, we can't let you handle every major incident personally. Our military also needs battlefield experience. He recalled what Commander Wang had said during the ship formation, and he could only watch from the back for now. However, if the situation became dangerous for his side, even if it meant defying Commander Wang's orders, he had to act. He couldn't just stand by watching his comrades sacrifice themselves. At that moment, his quantum communication headset received a message from Commander Wang. Rulong, the Xianyuan system has detected anomalies in Jupiter's orbit. There's a region of space that has distorted. Something is about to emerge, which is a phenomenon that occurs only after interstellar jumps. Uncle Wang, prepare the entire army. Something is about to come out. Rulong doesn't understand, but his brother Tong does. He has seen interstellar jumps in alien civilizations before. That is a rather advanced technology. He had already gotten hold of it last time, but Dean Huang and the others need to thoroughly understand this technology step by step, which takes time. If they can capture the enemy's warship this time, even if it's just the wreckage, it will be a huge help for Dean Huang and the others. And the interstellar technology of Longxing will truly take off. Brother Tong, what's going on? Rulong used his supervision to slightly see the distorted space that was happening, but he found that the distortion was rushing towards Earth at a speed that even he could hardly keep up with. Before the jump ended, it was possible to glide and decelerate, which not only saved energy, but also allowed observation of the outside situation. So that's how it is. Don't pretend to understand. Civilizations that can jump and those that can perform glide deceleration during jumps are completely two different levels. Just like the difference between being able to launch missiles and having missiles that can change trajectory at will. This time, the enemy is not simple. So be careful not to get killed. Rulong hurriedly transmitted the system's explanation to Commander Wang, urging him to inform others to be cautious of the enemy. In less than 3 minutes, the opponent had rushed from the outer cosmos of Jupiter to the orbit of Mars. The distorted space was pierced like a broken bubble as a gray-white warship burst through. The warship resembled the skeletal structure of an unfamiliar fish, with a fierce fish mouth at the bow and massive teeth protruding from it. A pair of skeletal wings, resembling fish fins, spread out on both sides of the ship, and above the fish head was an emblem-like pattern. The pattern depicted 2 long-handled weapons resembling spears, crossed over a ball of flame that appeared to have a strange face, with a pair of downward-tilted triangular eyes. Fish bones? Cat aliens? Impossible. How could it be them? You just passed the beginner stage. Rulong was still complaining about the fishbone-shaped battleship when the system suddenly let out an inexplicable scream. It was the first time he heard the system's voice so tense. Even its tone had changed. He knew something big was about to happen, and quickly asked in his mind, "System, calm down. What's going on? Did you recognize the enemy? Calm down my ass. It's the damn demon clan coming. Although it can't be the main demon clan, they are definitely their vassals or hybrid branches, which are not something you and humans can handle right now. That pattern is the emblem of the demon clan. I'm a Superman, even if I'm not Silver. Can't I handle them? If Silver comes, they might end up kneeling too. I once brought the strongest Silver, and at the start, he went out to show off. Ran into a member of a demon clan branch, and tried to act cool, only to be killed by a single glare from the other party. Damn it. Rulong also began to worry. Although it seemed that the opponent had only sent 1 battleship, when the battleship fully exited its transition state, it was discovered to be an astonishing 6 kilometers long, 2 kilometers wide, and 3 kilometers high. The front of the fishhead-shaped battleship was adorned with 2 enormous fisheye-shaped lights, glowing with a dark green light like ghostly flames. At this moment, not only was Rulong tense, but everyone in the entire Dragon Star fleet and those in the ground command center were also unnerved by the 2 beams of dark green light. Even Commander Wang and other senior officers, who had experienced many storms and dangers, found themselves swallowing hard. Li Rulong forced himself to calm down and flew directly towards the flagship. He decided to join the battle. If he didn't take action first, he didn't know how many people would die. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. In less than half a minute, he entered the flagship's bridge. But the crew members who usually saluted him and informed others of the Admiral's arrival were now staring wide-eyed and open-mouthed at the mesmerizing fisheye light in the distance. "Wake up!" Li Rulong shouted, finally pulling them out of the ghostly flames. "Cough, cough, cough. Rulong, it's you. Luckily you came. The enemy. Their warships are too sinister." Commander Wang turned his head and saw Li Rulong patting his chest. It seemed he had just been pulled into a strange vortex, unable to extricate himself. "Commander Wang, quickly order the entire fleet to sound a battle alarm and wake everyone up. Xian Yuan, act immediately." "Understood. All fleets, level 1 battle alarm." Commander Wang had full authority to command the Xian Yuan Intelligent Quantum Combat System, and since all warships were assisted in combat by Xian Yuan, it could control certain functions of all warships. The flagship's battle alarm blared, and all the key personnel aboard the warship regained their autonomy, gasping for air, with some even vomiting. They had just entered the vortex, and then everything began to spin, making it impossible to control their bodies. "Order all warships to report their status." "Yes. Report. All systems normal. Report. All systems normal. Report. All systems normal." In less than a minute, all warships had completed their reports. Due to time constraints, except for Li Rulong's warship, the Black Dragon, which had its name and unique hull number 00001. The temporarily assembled First Fleet only had hull numbers and matching call signs, and had not yet had time to name the warships. Hearing that all warships were normal, everyone on the bridge breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't want to suffer from mental illness before even engaging in battle. "Report. An unknown signal is invading the communication system. I'm doing my best to block it. The signal is coming from the enemy's fishbone-shaped warship," Xian Yuan suddenly reported. Could it be that the enemy wanted to play the game of courtesy before battle? "No need to block it, let it through." "Understood. A dedicated, independent communication protocol has been developed. Enemy, signal connected." The bridge's large screen first showed static, then a square, angular mechanical face appeared on the screen. "Phew, luckily, there should still be a chance." The system suddenly relaxed, and Li Rulong immediately asked what the enemy was. "It's definitely the demon race. But it's a mechanical demon from a lower branch of the species, created by merging demon cells with mechanical life. However, their numbers have always been small, usually operating alone. I hope this time is no exception." Li Rulong had just begun to relax when the system spoke again. "But just this one, it should be enough to deal with you. However, I find his warship a bit confusing. To be capable of transition deceleration gliding, it must be at least a level 2, 5 civilization. Yet his warship feels a bit weak to me." "Forget it. Your civilization is only at level 1. 3. The gap is still too large. Anyway, I see no hope." Now you can understand, right? Your language is really strange. The writing is so complicated. It seems your technology has developed into useless things." The mechanical demon first spoke in an incomprehensible language, then suddenly switched to dragon language, as if it had instantly learned it. "This is the Dragon Star Space Navy. You have entered our territory. Please leave immediately." Commander Wang calmly replied. He was the highest commander of the fleet, and his attitude determined everything. Ants, you are merely an appetizer for me this time. You have no right to make demands. Forget it, wasting my breath with you. Once I destroy you and the planet behind you, I have other tasks to attend to." The mechanical demon showed no expression, but its tone was full of disdain, as if speaking to the human race was a waste of its time. "Report. Enemy warships have thermal weapons targeting our unmanned warships. Report. Enemy warships have released a large number of aircraft. Order the unmanned warships to advance. All battleships, target the enemy warships with main weapons. Cruisers 01 to 03, move left to surround the enemy ships. Cruisers 04 to 06, move right to surround the enemy ships. Cruisers 07 to 09, protect the battleships and space carriers. The first 20 space carriers will launch all drones. Half of the space fighter squadrons will engage. The remaining forces will be in reserve. Reinforcements will be provided as needed based on the situation. Yes, orders have been communicated. All formations begin to act. Comrades, allies, behind us is our only homeland for all humanity. This operation is solely for survival. All forces attack. Yes, Commander Wang issued the combat order, and the various warships began tactical maneuvers according to the deployment and the temporary combat rules previously established. The space carriers released all 900 unmanned combat aircraft and 400 space fighters, rushing past the fleet towards the enemy's conical spacecraft. The warships immediately targeted all enemy aircraft using Xianyuan, and then space missiles were launched, along with various intercepting weapons like Gauss cannons and laser cannons. Swish! Boom! Imagine firing sounds. The previously unstoppable Gauss cannons were surprisingly dodged by the mechanical demon's aircraft, while the laser and other ray weapons were directly blocked by the aircraft's outer armor, as if absorbed, creating ripples where they were hit. Report. The first round of probing attacks is over. 0 destroyed, 0 injured, confirming that laser-type weapons cannot cause effective damage to enemy flying units. Even without Xuanyuan's report, Li Rulong and Commander Wang had clearly seen the battlefield situation on the large screen, with no reduction in the number scanned by the lightwave radar. I don't believe their armor is that tough. Order the entire fleet to fire at full strength, no more probing. Since they're dodging physical weapons, let us bombard them ahead and see how they dodge. All ships received the order and issued commands for full fire, instantly creating a dense, unending barrage between the Dragon Star Navy and the mechanical demon's warships. The barrage was interspersed with countless green laser cannons, yellow ray cannons, and thick, long red neutron beam weapons weaving through. Boom! Boom! Continue to imagine explosion sounds. Indeed, the enemy's conical aircraft couldn't withstand the concentrated fire of the laser weapons, and their defense against dense physical attacks was very low. Almost 3 Gauss shells could destroy 1 aircraft. Observing the battlefield, Li Rulong and the others felt relieved when they saw their attacks finally yield results. The space fighter units also reached combat range, with each fighter marking its opponent. Although many enemy aircraft had been destroyed, their numbers were still 5 times greater, so they had to remain cautious. Swish! Imagine fighter launching space missiles. The space fighters launched missiles, each firing 2 space intelligent combat missiles, and then began using their onboard long-range laser cannons to strike the enemy. Even the Bear Tribe pilots did not recklessly charge in for dogfights. The first round of missile strikes achieved little, with fewer than 100 enemy fighters destroyed, but strangely, there were no signs of injuries on the enemy side. It seemed that hitting them guaranteed destruction, leading many young pilots to feel they had a critical hit aura. All pilots, when approaching 2, measuring cosmic distance, 110,000 kilometers, immediately turned back and reformed the formation, letting the unmanned warships and drones engage first. Received. Understood. Found. After all, space fighters are fast and can attack beyond visual range. And in space, approaching 10,000 kilometers is essentially face-to-face. Moreover, the enemy fighters had not attacked so far and had no formation to speak of. They were just rushing forward like a swarm of flies. Commander Xiang Yoli, responsible for Space Combat Command, needed to understand various attacking methods to prevent uncontrollable situations. The space fighters began to decelerate, allowing the combat position to be taken by the unmanned aircraft behind them. Under Xuanyuan's control, the unmanned fighters accelerated past them, quickly forming 500 trial formations, a small phalanx composed of 4 unmanned fighters, while the remaining 900 drones flew around the unmanned warships for protection. As the combat distance approached 5, the unmanned fighters launched all their combat missiles, destroying nearly 1,000 enemy warships, with explosions comparable to New Year's Eve fireworks. No Dragon Star commanders would be happy about their own losses being 0 since the war began. The more this happened, the more they felt the battlefield was hard to control. Soon, something surprising happened. It turned out that the enemy aircraft did not conduct long-range attacks because they lacked the capability entirely. Li Rulong even complained. No wonder they look like cones and don't fire. They're just conical missiles. After both sides' aircraft entered the combat zone, the conical fighter suddenly accelerated, moving so fast that even space combat missiles couldn't catch up. It dove straight into the nearest unmanned drone, with some resulting in mutual destruction while others managed to continue searching for their next target. Meanwhile, the loss rate of our unmanned drones surged, and the damage ratio between the two sides shifted. Previously, the recorded damage ratio was 0.1103, with Longxing suffering 0 losses and the mechanical demons being destroyed at a rate of 1103. Just a few minutes later, it changed to 1099, 2025. Although it seemed like Longxing had lost 1099 drones, the opposing side had also suffered nearly 1,000 losses. However, their numbers were more than 5 times that of Longhua, and there were no reserves available. This first wave was essentially a probing advance, which posed a significant danger. Just as Commander Wang and General Xiang Yoli were preparing to formulate a new strategic deployment based on the current battlefield situation, the mechanical demon's fishbone warship suddenly opened fire. The two ghostly green lights at the bow of the fishbone warship fired two thick green lasers, which pierced through the unmanned drone formation at nearly the speed of light, destroying countless drones, including those entangled with the conical fighter. Then, something unimaginable happened to Commander Wang and the others. The two beams of light began to separate and sweep from side to side, turning both the enemy and friendly forces in that area of space into dust. Damn it! It can even sweep while separating. Quickly, order the unmanned warships to fire. Sink that damn bone. It's hurting me. General Xiang Yoli slammed his hand on the command platform, angrily cursing. What was initially a probe unexpectedly ended in this way. The unmanned warship group, trailing closely behind the unmanned drones, immediately opened fire on the fishbone warship, with a swarm of space torpedoes and missiles all heading towards it. The fishbone warship's nimble movements provoked further curses from Commander Wang and the others. What the hell? What kind of bone can be this agile? Damn, the fish can still lift its head. What kind of fishbone is this? It's going to be hard to catch in the future. The fishbone warship bobbed up and down, left and right, dodging nearly all attacks, and even the few that hit were blocked by its ship-level shields. Its ghostly cannon lit up again. Two beams of the same green laser struck the leading unmanned warship, which, being modified from an engineering ship, lacked the normal defensive shields of a warship and relied solely on its thick armor to withstand collisions from debris and ice in the asteroid belt. However, this time, the armor couldn't withstand the laser beams, not even for a second. The warship was instantly pierced through, leaving a large hole as if it had been melted. This wasn't the end. The laser beam penetrated the first ship, then the second, the third, and continued to the last ship in the line, showing no signs of attenuation. Just before Commander Wang could issue the command for Fushi to immediately disperse the unmanned warships, the two laser beams began their previous operation again, separating to slice through all the unmanned warships and drones on the left and right, showing no intention of being stopped. Report: the enemy warship's green laser main cannon has a charging time of 3 minutes, an attack range of 5 with no attenuation, and expands to 75 degrees, covering everything within the sweep range. Based on the intervals and methods of the mechanical demon warship's attacks, Fushi conducted a battlefield analysis and came to this conclusion, which is not absolute. Hiss, 3 minutes of charging time. Can we close the distance in that time? Close what? That bone's movements are too agile. We can't touch it. Then let the unmanned warships charge in and continue attacking to keep it occupied. The commanders began analyzing what to do next based on the data provided by Fushi. Uncle Wang, let me go, no matter how agile it is. Cough. Can its agility be higher than mine? Well, I didn't want to send you out, but since we can't hit the opponent, as you said, the gap in technology and ability is still quite large. So be careful. Commander Wang thought for a moment and saw the other commanders nodding at him, indicating their agreement with the plan. So he decided to let Li Rulong give it a try. Li Rulong quickly left the flagship, thinking that in a few minutes, the battleship and cruiser would be within combat range. If they were hit, it would be a serious problem. He charged straight towards the enemy's fishbone warship, ready to take action himself. You're really impulsive. I've already said that the enemy is no worse than you. You're too overconfident. Thank you for your kindness. But I can't just stand by and watch. Forget it. Just remember that the enemy's warship is a bit strange. Be careful. Also, there's a red orb in that mechanical demon's head. If you can get it, save it for me. It will be beneficial for both of us. Red orb? Sure. I'll definitely get it for you. Let's focus on staying alive first. Li Rulong rushed into the combat zone at high speed, flying past the warships and fighter jets that had turned into space debris and wreckage, heading towards the fishbone battleship. Inside the fishbone battleship, the mechanical demon also noticed Li Rulong flying towards him. He didn't feel nervous. His originally expressionless metallic face suddenly broke into a smile. Hee, interesting. It seems I need to quickly deal with those inferior races and then capture you, to offer you to the great ruler. Suddenly, the fishbone battleship in space shook violently, and then dozens of times more cone-shaped fighters flew out from the battleship than before. They split to the sides, intending to bypass Li Rulong and attack the human battleships at the rear. Damn, so many. Li Rulong was a bit stunned. The number was just too damn high. He wanted to go back and provide support, but Commander Wang called him to focus on dealing with the enemy warships, leaving the cone-shaped fighters to them. Li Rulong knew that someone would definitely sacrifice themselves this time. Gritting his teeth, he had to quickly deal with the mechanical demon and then return to provide support. As promised, here's an update. Everyone, let's see some reviews. Seeing the black-clad creature charging towards his battleship. Although it looked very similar to the human race in the previous video, the mechanical demon did not pay much attention. He thought that the other party might have used some special means to enter this anomalous dimension from another civilized race, and was now meddling in their affairs. He had no idea that Rulong was a member of the human Huaxia tribe. After all, the universe is vast, and there are countless ethnic groups that look alike. If the target race of his mission could wander the universe on their own, then this task would be something he wouldn't dare to touch. But if the other party dared to meddle, then they would have to pay the price. He would capture them, and then present them to the great demon overlord to breed a new branch of their race. Although the mechanical demon also wanted to be favored by the overlord, unfortunately, their functions did not allow it, which had become a weakness of their mechanical demon clan. Thinking of this, the mechanical demon ordered his battleship, the Black Shark, to begin attacking Rulong, but without killing him, while also releasing all cold-marked ships to carry out a devastating strike on the mission target. After all, this planet was worth 0.2 grams, same unit, of energy crystals, which was a very tempting reward. If Rulong and his crew knew that their planet was worth 0.2 grams of energy crystals, they would definitely curse the task giver, asking who they looked down upon. A low-level engineering ship of his had already contributed a full gram, and just now that bastard had destroyed 990 grams in one shot, equivalent to the value of 4,950 blue stars. Moreover, there were nearly 100 tons of stock left in the Omar box at the Blue Star Academy of Sciences, which had been refined into the highest purity energy crystals. Just look at that. Have you ever seen such wealth? The mechanical demon had 3 main weapons. One was the ghost fire ray cannon of the Black Shark, which could sweep a wide area at long distances, similar to an AoE attack. Another was the indestructible steel blade, crafted from cosmic secret stones, resembling a dorsal fin on the back of the Black Shark. The steel blades could be launched and would spiral to chase and attack the enemy. Finally, the true, deadly weapon of the mechanical demon was himself. Although he was a lower branch of the demon race, he was also a top-tier dark warrior, with his powerful mechanical body, also made from cosmic secret stones. Combined with the undying soul of the demon race and 1,000 years of combat experience, he personally dealt with any enemies that the Black Shark could not handle. This was his strength, and the reason why the mechanical demon always had the confidence to roam alone in the outside world. This time, he used the dorsal fin steel blades, a total of 3,600 blades, which were launched at high speed, then began to spin rapidly, slashing towards the approaching Rulong. Rulong saw the weapons fired at him and began to dodge, but he continued to charge towards the fishbone warship. However, these steel blades not only had an automatic tracking function, but could also change direction rapidly, making Rulong extremely annoyed. What kind of gadgets are these? Boomerangs? Why do they have tracking? It's really damn annoying. Rulong cursed under his breath and then punched toward the steel blade, attacking his face. The mechanical demon on the Black Shark saw that Rulong actually intended to counter the steel blade with his fist and sneered in disdain. To him, the next moment would be the scene of his opponent's arm being severed. It didn't matter. As long as the body remained, losing limbs was inconsequential. Nanny, impossible. Huh, why am I saying nanny? The ideal scenario did not unfold, but his dorsal fin steel blades had only 3,599 left. That steel blade under his gaze was shattered into pieces by Rulong's punch. What a strong body. He can even crush a dorsal fin steel blade made of cosmic secret stone. It seems his physique is approaching or even reaching the ranks of high-level warriors. The Great Master will definitely like this. No, it seems I have to do it myself. Yumiiti, damn you, your grandma's shadowless kick. While secretly pleased with having found a creature the Great Master would like, the smug mechanical demon suddenly saw Rulong's speed increase dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he shattered all 3,600 dorsal fin steel blades, which he had painstakingly created with most of his savings over thousands of years, infuriating him to the point of cursing in a language he had just learned from that race, suitable for his current emotions. At this moment, Rulong was a bit out of breath. This damn boomerang was really tough, almost requiring his maximum strength to break. To know that his maximum strength could even pierce the moon. Meanwhile, the mechanical demon on the Black Shark could no longer sit still. He had to take the initiative to attack, otherwise he might not be able to protect his warship. After all, he couldn't afford to build an entire warship with cosmic secret stones. His seat quickly sank down, and a passage leading directly to space appeared, pulling him out through a small round hole at the back of the fishbone abdomen. Li Rulong was adjusting his breath, preparing to face the massive enemy ship, when he noticed a small object flying towards him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that it was the true form of the mechanical demon, but its appearance was quite amusing. This mechanical demon, more aptly renamed Big Head Monster, had a head that was its body and a body that was its head. It stood 1 meter tall and over 70 centimeters wide, covered entirely by a metal mask, but the flesh could be seen around its eye sockets. On either side were 2 thick arms that resembled training weights, even thicker than the arms of a giant. While below the chin were 2 legs thinner than a little girl's arms, and they were O-shaped. Li Rulong couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Biology, what race do you come from? And what are you laughing at? The mechanical demon asked Li Rulong in the universal language of the universe. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Li Rulong had already learned the universal language from other civilizations. And not only he knew it, but the language materials he brought back had also been learned by the high-level officials and military of Longhua. It is said that this year it will be popularized in primary and secondary schools, becoming a compulsory course. As the Ega language was deemed useless and abolished 3 years ago, the teaching method is also quite interesting to learn the universal language. One only needs to wear a headphone-type learning device while sleeping, and they can learn by listening to music during sleep. Sorry, it's my first time seeing a race with a split under the chin. By the way, do you reproduce? Is your tongue long? Li Rulong continued to smile, showing no signs of embarrassment, and responded to his question in the universal language of the cosmos. However, he did not know that what was meant to be a joke had surprisingly struck a nerve with the other party, as the inability to reproduce was indeed a soft spot for their race. You're looking for death. No race dares to mock our great mechanical demon clan. Not even you, a being from an anomalous dimension. Anomalous dimension? Li Rulong heard what the other party said, but he remembered these 4 words. It was the first time he had heard this term. After finishing, he planned to ask Brother Tong. System, I really don't want to answer. I'm afraid you'll turn the world upside down and 1T be able to clean it up. Li Rulong hadn't reacted yet when he received a punch to the stomach, sending him flying and flipping for over 100,000 kilometers. Damn, that big-headed guy is not following the rules of martial arts. I advise you to drink rat tail juice. Li Rulong controlled his body, shook his head, and quickly flew back. He wanted revenge. It was the first time someone had been able to knock him back this far, even surpassing the great sage. Li Rulong confronted the mechanical demon, raising his fist to deliver a fatal blow to his opponent. However, just as Li Rulong's fist was about to connect, a flash of red light suddenly appeared in the mechanical demon's eyes, and then it vanished before him. In the next moment, Li Rulong felt a grip around his neck, followed by a punch to his waist, and then countless punches rained down on him, all hitting the same spot, making him experience a long-lost pain. Damn! Shattered waist punch? Li Rulong grabbed the opponent's hands with both hands, then forcefully pried them apart, seized his arm, and threw a punch at his large face. This time, the mechanical demon couldn't dodge and took a solid hit, but their race has almost no pain nerves. Additionally, his mask was made of thick cosmic secret stone, with cost second only to his 3,600 dorsal fin steel blades. Coupled with the bloodline of his demon race, his ability to withstand blows and his defense are top-notch. This was also the reason he had the confidence to come out and challenge Li Rulong after seeing the steel blades being shattered. Li Rulong found that his punches had little effect, so he decided to use his ancestral technique, the turtle fist, and instantly unleashed hundreds of punches, all aimed at the same spot. The mechanical demon finally started to struggle a bit and struck at Li Rulong's face with another arm, causing him to stagger. However, he still managed to kick out and quickly retreat, rubbing his handsome face. If it got bruised, even cosmetic surgery wouldn't save him. Ow, damn it, huh? Li Rulong was attracted by a curse from a nearby figure and looked over. It turned out that the kick he had unconsciously thrown earlier had hit the opponent right on the chin, exactly where his legs were spread apart. Does that count as a low blow? He saw the mechanical demon covering its chin with its thick hand, while its thin and short legs kicked around in pain, cursing various words both understandable and not, its steel face revealing only red eyes, and its mouth, which had previously been a crescent moon, now turned into a half moon. Seizing the opportunity, Li Rulong instantly flew over and delivered a punch directly to the back of its head. No aiming needed. It was an easy hit. Undoubtedly, he sent the mechanical demon flying far away, and then Li Rulong charged again, throwing punches and kicks, beating it from Mars South Road all the way to Moon North Road. Finally, just as he was about to use his cannon punch, the mechanical demon's large hand blocked it, signaling the end of this round. Both sides quickly separated and looked at each other from a distance, preparing to attack again. How dare you hit my chin? How dare you strike the great demon warrior, Huaxia Dragon's chin? You and the race you wish to help can all die. Charge in. Kill for me. So your name is Huaxia Dragon? How fitting. Rulong mocked his opponent, suddenly noticing what he had just said about rushing in. What did he mean by rushing in? He realized that something was wrong and immediately turned around, flying towards the fleet, feeling increasingly uneasy. The steel demon, Steel Man, saw Rulong flying towards the fleet and immediately followed him, pursuing closely. At the same time, he used his racial secret technique, with red light flashing his right eye. Each time it flashed, a red energy ball shot out from his eye, rapidly flying towards Rulong. Moreover, this red energy ball could be controlled by his left eye. Wherever his left eye was focused, no matter how one tried to dodge, the red energy ball would always follow until it hit its target. Rulong realized he couldn't avoid it and had already wasted a lot of time. Gritting his teeth, he decided to take it head-on with his body while covering the surface of his clothes with a biological force field. He didn't want to run naked in space. After taking a hit from a red energy ball, he regretted it. This thing could actually ignore his biological force field, directly hitting his beloved cloak and battle suit, burning a big hole in the back of the cloak and battle suit, and injuring the healthy skin on his back. Rulong was taken aback. He was wearing this battle suit and had previously slept on a fire bed with temperatures exceeding 6,000 degrees in the sun. For fun, he even surfed in the Corona, where the instantaneous temperature reached as high as 1 to 2 million degrees. Yet both he and the battle suit were fine. But now, he was actually penetrated by a biological force field and had his skin burned. He had to fight back. Otherwise, before he could reach the fleet, he would be turned to ashes, not even leaving a box behind. Seeing dozens of red orbs flying towards him from behind, he instantly twisted his body, and his eyes turned red as he fired heat rays at the incoming red orbs. Damn it, don't think you're the only one with abilities. I've got plenty of life too. The heat ray collided with one red orb, and to his surprise, it worked perfectly, blowing it up instantly. He then glared at each red orb, simultaneously firing heat rays to destroy them all. The mechanical demon following behind was dumbfounded. How could this being use the blood-red magic light, a skill unique to their demon race? No, his wasn't spherical, but a continuous shooting laser type. Seeing all of his blood-red magic lights being destroyed, he gritted his teeth in frustration while feeling helpless against Rulong. After all, he wasn't a pure-blooded demon. Using the blood-red magic light came at a cost, which was the limited demon blood within him. The dozens he just fired were already pushing him close to his limit, and if he continued to use the skill, he might not even be able to save his own life. Now, the mechanical demon could only hope that his warships and cold-mark unmanned spacecraft could quickly destroy the human fleet and their home planet, after which he would immediately escape from this anomalous dimensional world, far away from this being that kicked him in the chin. After Rulong destroyed all the red orbs of light, he activated his biological force field with full force and accelerated towards the battlefield. Seeing Rulong breaking away, the mechanical demon gritted his teeth. Aside from the demon blood that he had to retain, he transformed all the remaining demon blood into 10 blood-red magic lights. He endured the blood flowing from his right eye and the pain in his blood vessels, quickly marking the position with his left eye, surrounding Rulong's path with the 10 blood-red magic lights, while simultaneously dodging Rulong's red rays to block his way to the battlefield. Rulong discovered that the opponent had become more adept this time, skillfully maneuvering the red light sphere to evade his heat rays, simply to block his path. Gritting his teeth, he charged towards the mechanical demon, and the two continued their brutal fight while the blood-red magical lights, lacking the control of the mechanical demon's left eye, remained stationary. After nearly 1,000 exchanges, one of the mechanical demon's short legs was torn off by Rulong. However, Rulong was also hit by 3 of the 10 blood-red magical lights. His cloak was destroyed, and his left arm was severely burned while trying to protect his handsome face. Seizing the opportunity, Rulong pushed the opponent back again and quickly turned to fly towards the fleet. The mechanical demon could no longer use its racial skills and could only accelerate to follow, attempting to continue blocking him. When he saw the battlefield, Rulong's heart immediately sank. Intermittent voices came through his headset. Although chaotic, he could clearly distinguish every sentence. Cruiser Captain, the left side escort ship has been destroyed. Our port side is completely exposed. We can't move. We're moving. The 2 ships on the right are in danger due to battle damage. Boom. Huh. What is this? Did everyone hear that? The signal is in order. We can exchange one of our warships for the safety of 2. It's worth it. Boom. Report. The shield is nearing critical value. Only 12% remaining. Should we transfer all energy to the shields? No. Fushi, continue charging the weapons. Give me everything you've got against this bastard. Understood. Boom. Warning, battleship shield has reached critical. Boom. Cough cough. I'm going ahead. Old Gua. Did you hear the signal? Must. Hold on. Hold on. Captain. Captain. It's me, Shaoli. Vice Captain Gua has already sacrificed. Captain. Lee, the captain is gone. You are now the highest authority on this ship. Please give me orders. Is anyone still alive? Multiple damages detected on this ship. Casualty rate has reached 98%. Shields are completely down. Power system has 20% remaining. Your space combat armor has also sustained minor damage. Immediate replacement is suggested. Then abandon ship. I'm still alive. Zakov? You big bearded man. Can you still operate the battleship? I'm barely hanging on. My hands are broken. My helmet is cracked. I can only talk to you. Did you hear the signal? Dare to play big? I'm from the fighting nation. What the hell am I afraid of? This signal sounds really good. Do you want to crash into that fishbone? Right? Everyone's dead. Just the two of us left. Fushi. Crash into that fishbone. Prediction success rate is 0. Not recommended. Crash into it. Understood. Acting Captain Lee, Lieutenant Zakov. Please take care. Cosmic Carrier, report. All our pilots are dead. All drones have been destroyed. Our ship is over 70% damaged. Old you take the others and leave. Don't be ridiculous. If I leave, will you be the hero? Not happening. I am a commander. This is an order. Someone, take Captain Yu to the hangar. Everyone abandon ship immediately. This is an order. Let go of me. You guys. Fushi. Set the course trajectory. Target. Enemy battleship. Received. Prediction success rate is 0. Not recommended to execute this plan. Fushi, this is the difference between you and us. Just follow orders. Commander, everyone has evacuated. The injured have safely retreated to the rear of the fleet. Xiao Chong, why are you back? You should leave quickly. That's not going to happen. I'm your aide. How can an aide leave their superior? Besides, my parents have become young again, and now they are having another baby. Don't push me away with the only child excuse at home. I'm completely useless. Haha. And look, my grandfather made me bring a family heirloom. You little rascal, oh. This treasure is well maintained, shiny, and the red silk hasn't even frayed. You didn't steal it from your grandfather, did you? Of course not. Last week when I had a break and went home, my grandfather personally handed it to me. Before, if I touched it, I would get a beating. Can you play it? Of course, I listen to it every day. All right, play a piece. Wait, Fushi, is the communication system still working? Communication is intact. Connect to the fleet broadcast. Let them hear our Xiao Chong's ancestral skills. Also, find a chance to send that recording I prepared earlier to that brat. Understood. Commanderma. I'm coming. Action. In an instant, the entire fleet, whether warships or fighters, whether maintenance teams or bridge and other combat positions, heard an inspiring charge sound from the broadcast and communications. The sound contained determination and resolution, powerful and forceful, telling everyone to advance courageously. All warships fired at full power, and some even began to accelerate along with the sound, firing while charging towards the enemy ship. Did you hear the charge signal? Everyone go for it. The flagship leads the way. The fleet has already suffered 60% battle damage. What are we preserving for? I won't allow it. If we fail, our families and compatriots behind will die. Damn it. I won't agree. Commander Wong watched as the messages of battleships sinking came in, familiar faces disappearing into the universe, and farewell communications from various ships. His heart was in agony as Li Rulong flew at high speed. He also heard Commander Wong's orders and the melody of the charge signal exploding in his ears. At the same time, he saw the cosmic carrier, along with 11 other warships and hundreds of either intact or damaged fighters, charging towards the Fishbone battleship. The cosmic carrier was the flagship of General Ma Jun, who had been temporarily assigned to command the carrier fleet and was also the deputy commander of his guarding troops. At this moment, he was colliding head-on with the Fishbone battleship, and it succeeded, because the Fishbone battleship was evading up to 11 warships crashing towards it, 8 cruisers and 3 battleships. Yet, without exception, they were all evaded by its agile maneuvers, and then sunk one by one. Little Master, there is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The cosmic aircraft carrier seized the opportunity, while Fushi was rapidly calculating and manipulating the collision trajectories of the 12 warships, forcing it into a corner. Although the cosmic aircraft carrier was only 400 meters long, less than a quarter of the mechanical demon battleship, its hangar contained nearly 500 grams of energy crystals, meant for replenishing the carrier and fighter jets, but this time they were not used, as no fighter jets had left and returned. When the cosmic aircraft carrier crashed into the mouth of the fishbone battleship, Fushi simultaneously detonated the energy and weapon storage. The 500 grams of energy crystals were activated and exploded at once, unleashing a force comparable to a superweapon on the scale of tens of billions of tons. The massive explosion tore the 6,000-meter long hull of the fishbone battleship apart from the inside out, blowing it into a blooming white bone flower. Flowers may bloom again, but humans have no second life. The white bone flower did not bloom for long before another violent explosion occurred inside, and the other Dragon Star battleships, under concentrated fire at close range, could no longer hold on and exploded into cosmic dust. Along with them, those who perished together, including the warships, fighter jets, and General Ma Jun, also vanished. Li Rulong stopped flying and looked at the brutal battle scene in the distance. He had missed the chance to save them. He recalled the Deputy Commander Ma Jun, who had always helped him with military affairs, remembered the times they had shared drinks, and how calling him Uncle Ma would make him happy. He thought of the house allocated to their family within the Star Ring, how he had gone back to stay there once, but couldn't find the address, ended up at the wrong place, and was rolled his eyes at by his partner and laughed at by his daughter. His heart could no longer bear it. The mechanical demon also stood still, watching its battleship being destroyed by the race it had previously looked down upon. This time, it suffered a complete loss and began to regret taking on this task. Moreover, there was another being in front of it, equally powerful, but it could clearly sense that the other's aura was gradually becoming stronger. It was doomed. The task could not be completed, and there was no way to do it. I must quickly find a way to escape this world. The mechanical demon thought to itself, slowly backing away, afraid of attracting the other's attention. But just as it took a step back, it noticed Li Rulong suddenly lower his head and turn around. "Where are you going?" A cold voice seemed to penetrate its mind, just as it was contemplating whether to back down. After all, they were both strong beings, and there was no need to fight to the death over an ant-like race. Li Rulong raised his head. The resolute expression on his face had turned exceptionally cold, and his body seemed to be shrouded in an inexplicable killing intent, making the mechanical demon feel fear for the first time in over 1,000 years. Damn you." Just as it was about to speak, it was interrupted by an angry curse, followed by a sudden, intense pain as it was struck on the chin by the other. But compared to the pain, it was more fearful of the change in the other. They had fought countless rounds before, with speed and strength almost equal, but this time it didn't even react before being hit. And the force it felt was no longer something it could compare to. D. The pain had not yet subsided when it felt hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of punches landing on its face simultaneously. The secret stone mask it was proud of shattered from cracks to complete destruction, finally reduced to secret stone powder. Its flesh and internal mechanical parts were fully exposed, and Li Rulong showed no sign of stopping. The mechanical demon saw the other cursing while beating it, and even crying. It couldn't understand why. Even though it was the one being beaten, the other was in tears. But its consciousness gradually blurred, and its originally strong arms were torn off by Li Rulong and shoved into its large mouth. A flash of red light was captured by Li Rulong, but he did not stop. He continued to attack until the mechanical demon's right eyeball exploded. Half of its face completely vanished. He then dragged it swiftly toward the sun. Upon reaching the outer edge of the sun, Li Rulong pressed it directly into a recently erupted corona. In the mechanical demon's remaining eyeball, Li Rulong saw despair and confusion. The mechanical demon died without ever learning what kind of being Li Rulong was or which civilization he belonged to, nor what kind of price this weak race had paid to fight him to the death. If Li Rulong knew its thoughts, he would surely scoff at it. "I am a human, a Huaxia human. Tell me, what price could summon a Superman besides bloodline and responsibility?" The mechanical demon was instantly burned to ashes by the corona. Li Rulong spat and turned back to the battlefield. He still wanted to see if he could save some comrades, even if it was just one. He held on to a glimmer of hope, wishing that Uncle Ma was still alive or that he could find his body. The call from earlier continued to echo in his mind. Interesting, this call seems to have some kind of magic. In the space near the moon, this thrilling battle, the first space war in the history of Longxing, came to an end with Longxing's victory. Although they won, the prize paid exceeded everyone's imagination and could be described as extremely tragic. Hundreds of battleship wrecks floated in the battlefield, some shattered by cannon fire, leaving only twisted metal skeletons barely recognizable. Others were unidentifiable, still burning fiercely in the oxygen-deprived and cold universe. emitting thick black smoke that illuminated the dark void. Occasionally, explosions occurred on the battlefield, triggered by the failing power systems and ammunition holds. Some battleships had their power systems completely destroyed, colliding with other ships or wrecks, causing secondary damage. The bodies of Longxing warriors were scattered everywhere, some mutilated, others charred to a crisp, with severed limbs drifting in the darkness as if searching for their owners. The soldiers' bodies floated slowly in the weightless environment, their powered armor shattered. Their bodies fused with the armor, blood gushing from their wounds, quickly forming dark red, frozen blood balls. These bodies of soldiers, along with battleship wreckage, debris, and flames, form an extremely tragic and horrifying scene. And all of this was caused by just one mechanical demon and its battleship. Although the war was over, the task of rescuing survivors was more tense and busy than during the combat. Li Rulong has flown back to the battlefield and found that many shuttles, rescue ships, and engineering drones have already begun their rescue operations. The battle-ready warships are slowly gathering at the edge of the battlefield, moving carefully and slowly, fearing to disturb or harm the peaceful slumber of their comrades. Temporary rescue teams, bearing a sacred mission, pilot rescue ships equipped with life medical pods, weaving through the wreckage. They are brave and fearless because a collision could easily turn them into the ones needing rescue, a situation unacceptable to the rescue team members. Once close to a damaged warship, they quickly search for cracks or openings to enter the ship. Upon finding one, they secure their aircraft with metal grapples and immediately enter to carry out rescue operations. In places where entry is impossible, accompanying engineering robots begin cutting through the outer armor before entering to rescue people. The search operation is swiftly underway, with no one willing to abandon any corner. They rely on communication calls and life detection equipment to search for survivors. Sometimes when they find survivors, they cheer loudly and immediately provide aid, carefully bringing them back to the rescue ship. More often, what they find are cold bodies, and with tears in their eyes, they respectfully place the heroes in martyr bags, solemnly escorting their comrades home. The headset is filled with the chaotic sounds of commands and cries for help, and Li Rulong immediately contacts Commander Wang through Fuxi, instructing him to notify the entire army rescue teams to call his name on the communication channel wherever he is needed. General Li, we need help here. Coordinates YYY-XXX. General Li, oui. Soon, he received numerous calls, and Li Rulong immediately flew towards the places that needed him. He either used his strength to separate colliding warships, employed heat rays to cut through obstacles blocking the rescue, utilized his X-ray vision to check inside, or rapidly collected the body parts of his comrades that were about to drift away from them. Li Rulong rushed back and forth at the fastest speed, and more often than not, he left the places of rescue with tears in his eyes. General Li, you're here? A part of the warship's hull is stuck in the wreckage of the enemy ship. We need to check it out. Everyone step back. I'll handle it. Li Rulong carefully pulled the wreckage of the battleship out from the enemy ship and used a heat ray to cut away the embedded fragments of the hull. Just as he was about to turn and head to the next area where he was needed, a gasp echoed in his headset. It's a cosmic aircraft carrier. This is the bridge module. Li Rulong immediately turned around and used his X-ray vision to look inside the bridge. Indeed, it was Vice Commander Ma Jun's cosmic aircraft carrier. As he saw two bodies he recognized floating among the wreckage. One was Vice Commander Ma Jun, dressed in a white general's uniform, with many pieces of ship debris embedded in him. His pale face was already covered with ice crystals formed by extreme cold, yet his eyes remained wide open in anger, and his expression was serious. The other was Major Sun Chong, who tightly gripped a deformed bugle with his right hand, his expression resolute, while the left half of his body had completely vanished. Vice Commander Ma Jun had been temporarily reassigned to the cosmic aircraft carrier to serve as the commander of the carrier fleet, so he left his other senior aides at the Star Ring Guard base to help him handle official business. The youngest, Sun Chong, was the only aide who came with him. In the past, he would occasionally go to Ma Jun's office to chat, and Sun Chong would always have a smile on his face, serving tea to the two of them. He had even joked about Ma Jun, saying it was a waste of manpower to have a major-level aide serve tea. Ma Jun would scoff, saying that Li Rulong's lieutenant colonel aide had become his wife, which was truly not a waste at all. When the old and young generals were bickering and revealing each other's shortcomings, Sun Chong would break out in a cold sweat, quietly mumbling that he knew nothing, which was all overheard by Li Rulong. Li Rulong inserted his hands into the deformed bridge armor and forcefully tore open a large hole, then flew into the side of the two. The other members of the rescue team followed closely behind, entering the bridge. When they saw the two, Those who had been transferred from the guarding troops immediately burst into tears. The others, with the help of their powered armor, stood at attention and solemnly saluted Commander Ma and Major Sun, shouting, "Commander Ma, Major Sun, have a good journey." Li Rulong carefully picked up Ma Jun's body and wrapped the fragments embedded in him with a biological force field, cautiously pulling them out and placing them into the martyr's bag. When they were about to pack Sun Chang's body, Li Rulong stopped them. He looked around, trying to find the missing limbs of Sun Chang. Although they were still incomplete, he insisted on putting them together to take back. Li Rulong sent the two of them to the rescue ship, saluted as the ship departed, wiped away his tears, and immediately rushed to the next rescue site. With Li Rulong's participation, the speed of the rescue operation greatly improved. More and more people were being rescued, and fortunately, the latest space combat regulations stipulated that all personnel must wear appropriate powered combat armor during wartime. This included both civilian and maintenance personnel, and everyone had to comply. Commander Wang's order to end the rescue operation was issued 6 hours after the war ended, because Li Rulong had conducted a thorough search of all the wreckage and combat areas. All survivors and the bodies of the martyrs were successfully recovered. As for those who were not found, they would not be counted as missing in action, as in space. There was nowhere to run, and they were most likely vaporized by explosions and the fishbone warships. Rulong, can't the Life Medical Pod treat the injuries on your back and arm? Uncle Wong, it really can't. The Life Medical Pod can't even collect my cells, let alone cultivate them. These minor injuries are nothing. I just need to get some sun. Commander Wong and Li Rulong sat in the flagship's command office, both smoking, their faces showing signs of exhaustion. Li Rulong finally used his X-ray vision to search the wreckage of all the warships, as well as the large debris drifting in space, ensuring that not a single comrade's body was overlooked. At that moment, he truly felt what exhaustion was, curled up on the sofa in Commander Wong's office, not wanting to move at all. Li Rulong, the Xianyuan system, just sent me a video recorded by Old Ma. He said it's for you. Take a look. I need to handle something on the bridge. After Commander Wong finished speaking, he directly extinguished the cigarette in his hand, picked up the military cap from the table, patted Li Rulong on the shoulder, and left the office. Li Rulong immediately sat up straight and instructed Xianyuan to start the playback. Rulong, I truly hope you don't see this video. It is now 4 p.m. on August 7th, and by this time tomorrow, the countdown will hit 0. I don't even know what kind of enemy will come this time. I'm not making a will here. After all, you're not my son and have no inheritance rights. Haha. You and T care for my little possessions anyway. I'm just afraid that if I don't come back this time, I hope. No, I ask you, as a fellow comrade, to take care of your aunt and sister. And don't you dare think about my girl. She is only 4 years old. Actually, you don't have to specifically help with anything. My monthly salary and the compensation after an incident should be enough for them to live on, not to mention their the council and Old Wong and the others. Yeah, now that I think about it, I don't really need you to do anything. Forget it. I've recorded this. If something happens, it'll be useful. If nothing happens, just delete it. Keeping this thing around feels damn unlucky. Let me think, there's nothing else. So I'll just leave you with a few words. If I fall in battle this time, remember, your Uncle Ma is not dead, and neither are the other comrades. We were just left behind in yesterday, watching you continue to move towards tomorrow. Wishing you great success in your endeavors. Wishing the Huaxia clan eternal prosperity. Wishing Longxing to reach the pinnacle of civilization. This little speech has even got me a bit emotional. I want to say more. It's a bit embarrassing. I really hope you don't see your Uncle Ma in such an embarrassing light. Xianyuan, stop recording. The video playback automatically ended here. Li Rulong saw the already vanished Uncle Ma, his neatly groomed beard and the expression he had just made while laughing heartily. The love and reluctance that shone in his eyes when he spoke of his wife and daughter. Li Rulong sat there in a daze, staring blankly at the ceiling for a long time. Uncle Ma, since you want to see it, I will personally create a prosperous era for China for you to witness. Wiping away the tears that had unknowingly fallen, he stood up, patted his face, and turned to leave the room. Opening the door, he saw Commander Wong and many generals standing silently in the corridor, leaning against the wall. When they saw Li Rulong open the office door, they all looked at him. Li Rulong said nothing, just nodded to Commander Wong, and then, under the gaze of everyone, walked straight out of the officers' area. He flew directly back to his Black Dragon ship. As soon as he entered the crew area, he saw many injured personnel leaning against the left wall of the corridor, lying on stretchers. Many military doctors and medics were busy moving around, temporarily alleviating their pain or providing emergency treatment. After all, there were not many life medical pods in the entire fleet, so they could only prioritize the most severely injured for entry into the life medical pods. while others had to wait. Li Rulong couldn't be of much help, so he came to the bridge and saw Zhang Zhong and Xiong Nuofu checking the damage reports. While Zhang Peng leaned against the wall, chewing on a toothpick, staring blankly out the porthole. How's the situation on the Black Dragon? The battleship isn't heavily damaged, and only a little over 10 crew members sustained minor injuries, Zhang Zhong replied, still busy with his work. However, the space fighter squadron. Zhang Zhong glanced at Li Rulong, then took a quick look at the dazed Zhang Peng. 40 lightly injured, 3 seriously injured, 68 killed, and only 8 returned unscathed. Sigh. After reporting the casualty figures, Zhang Zhong looked down at the tablet in his hand and sighed. Li Rulong was equally heartbroken. These were all his direct subordinates. With so many losses, he had to take full responsibility as their superior. He turned to look at Zhang Peng, walked over, and put his arm around his shoulder, leading him out of the bridge. Zhang Peng followed Li Rulong like a robot, step by step, until they reached his office, where Li Rulong pushed him into a chair. Here, have a smoke. Zhang Peng took the cigarette, stuck in his mouth, but didn't light it. Where's Pei Qiang? He's waiting in line for the medical pod. He's seriously injured. Zhang Peng looked down at his hands resting on his lap, clenched his fists, and began to tremble all over. As long as he's alive, it's not your fault. It's mine. Pei Qiang was trying to save me. He took the hit from the enemy's aircraft for me. His fighter was half destroyed, and thankfully the powered armor sealed off his right arm at the last moment otherwise. But even so, he lost his right hand. It's all because of me. What kind of master am I, ruining my students? Zhang Peng bit his lip until it bled, tears dripping onto the back of his hand. He had been holding back until now. But with Lu Pingqiang seriously injured and his flying squadron basically devastated, many of the brothers he used to joke around with were gone, and among the injured, some would probably never be able to fly a fighter jet again. For them, it was better to die fighting in the sky than to die in a soft bed. Li Rulong quietly watched Zhang Peng until he calmed down a bit, then continued to comfort him. Old Zhang, Pei Qiang's injury is not your fault. If you were in his position, you would have shielded him from harm. Other comrades have sacrificed, but they definitely wouldn't want to see you like this. After crying, wipe away your tears. This time, we are dealing with the mechanical demon clan. They still have their kin. We will find opportunities to avenge our comrades. They kill one of us, and we will kill 10,000 of them. If their race is not enough, we will wipe out all civilizations related to them. This is my promise to you and to all the comrades who sacrificed and were injured in this battle. Do you believe me? Can we really take revenge? Yes, absolutely. I believe that when the time comes, I will personally slay the bastard who started this war. The two chatted for a while longer, and then Zhang Peng stood up to take his leave. He needed to go help the injured. Li Rulong was left alone in the office, silently smoking a cigarette. Brother Tong, since you can recognize the mechanical demons, do you know where their lair or home planet is? I don't know, but their race is not from this world. However, as long as Longxing can delve deep into the universe and improve its level of civilization, we will eventually have the opportunity to break the world barrier, and we will meet them one day. By the way, I got the red gem from his head that you wanted. Good. It is about to reach the level of a top cosmic warrior. I will absorb the gem first and need to enter a short period of dormancy. When I wake up, combining the gem's energy with the rewards from this mission, I will help you exchange for something that suits you best. Okay, I will be waiting. Ding ding ding. General Li, Commander Wang has ordered the fleet is to set sail immediately. Return to the starport for repairs. Understood. The Black Dragon will return to the starport immediately. Li Rulong contacted Zhang Zhong, asking the Black Dragon to follow the fleet back to the starport for rest. Upon arrival at the starport, there were plenty of life medical pods available for use, allowing the soldiers to recover as quickly as possible. He was only wearing a pair of pants, with his upper body bare, and flew directly towards the sun to treat his burns. Damn it. He still didn't know what that red light ball was. Clearly, the temperature wasn't too high, yet still injured him. As the fleet returned to the starport, Commander Wang immediately brought all the senior commanders who participated in the battle back to the Dragon Star Defense Ministry in Longxing capital. They needed to report on the battle situation and conduct a battlefield summary. In this battle, one enemy ship was sunk and countless aircraft were destroyed. Our fleet suffered losses that were irreparable. 113 battleships, 279 cruisers, 8 aircraft carriers, 733 space fighters, and 900 drones. The number of our fallen soldiers was 113, 198, with 871, 190 injured, and 0 missing. Although we achieved victory in this battle, the casualty rate exceeded 60, and I take full responsibility for this battle. Commander Wang stood at the front of the conference room, reporting on the battlefield to the more than 100 high-ranking officials present. then took all the responsibility upon himself. The people sitting below gasped at the casualty numbers, and the military representatives left behind even broke their pens. They didn't care about how many warships were lost. After all, as long as there were enough resources, they could have as many as they wanted. But the staggering number of 11 million fatalities and 87 million injuries was simply unacceptable to them, filling them with deep sadness and discomfort. All right, Xiao Wang, we're not here to assign blame. After all, this is our first battle against the enemy in space. Moreover, we received a message from Rulong, learning that the enemy's technology and strength are much greater than ours. This time, you managed to hold your ground with iron will, unafraid of sacrifice or hardship, keeping the enemy at bay outside of Longxing, without threatening or harming a single civilian. Therefore, I say you not only bear no blame, but rather deserve credit. Yes, Elder Zhou is right. Xiao Wang, you are all heroes, and we are not a bunch of rigid bureaucrats. Come, sit back down. Next, we need to focus on post-battle reassurance work. Also, Lao Xiong, Dean Huang, your military and the Academy of Sciences need to work together to develop stronger weapons to protect our Longxing. Yes, we will analyze the enemy's warships and quickly come up with the necessary battlefield requirements, letting Dean Huang and the others help us develop new types of warships and weapons. By the way, where did Rulong go? Elder Zhou, he got a bit injured and went to sunbathe under the sun to recover. Don't worry, it's not serious. That's good. In this battle, he also contributed significantly. We truly didn't expect there would be aliens capable of fighting him to such a degree in the universe. Our perspective was too narrow, and it has served as a wake-up call for humanity. Meanwhile, Li Rulong, sunbathing outside the sun for his injuries, did not attend the meeting. He needed to become stronger quickly. If it weren't for certain matters he still needed to handle, he would want to stay there indefinitely and not return. Li Rulong had also made up his mind. He decided to confront his grandfather and the others when he returned, and he would no longer serve as the commander of the guard troops. All he needed was the Black Dragon. As he prepared to venture into the outer universe again to retrieve scientific and technological advancements from other civilizations that could elevate the Dragon Kingdom's level of civilization. If they refused to give it, he would take it by force. In any case, he did not want to see so many of his fellow countrymen die again when the next disaster struck. It took him 3 days to heal from his burns, and he went straight back to Earth to handle other matters first. Li Rulong went directly to the elders and expressed his thoughts, waiting for their decision. He also learned from Elder Zhang that on August 20th, which is also the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, the entire Longxing would hold a national funeral to bid farewell to the martyrs, and that on the first day of the Lunar New Year. The old Western calendar would be officially abolished, with the lunar calendar being adopted as the new calendar, marking the beginning of Longxing Year 1. He gave up the position of commander of the guard troops, which needed discussion, and he also had to find someone suitable to take over his role. The elders let him return home to wait for news, which was a good opportunity for him to get some rest. Back at his long-absent home, Zhang Zhiqiao and the others had been waiting for him. When they saw Li Rulong return, they all gathered around him. After confirming that he was fine, they had dinner together, but the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. They could tell that Li Rulong was in a bad mood. And they had heard from Zhang Zhiqiao about the many sacrifices made in this war and the countless families that would be shattered, so they were not as chatty as before while eating. Li Rulong also noticed their unusual behavior and understood that it was his own mood affecting them. But he really couldn't feel happy. In the evening, after dinner, Li Rulong brought beer to the stone table by the garden pond and sat there quietly, looking up at the moon in the sky and the distant space battlefield further than the moon. His supervision allowed him to see everything clearly, the wreckage of warships, the fragments of fighter jets, and fortunately, there were no more bodies of soldiers drifting there. Did you bring beer? I brought you a whole box. He turned to look and saw that Yang Linger had arrived, carrying a box of beer, and she was so tired that beads of sweat were rolling down her forehead. Li Rulong hurriedly took the beer and placed it on the ground. I'm so exhausted. Yang Linger sat down next to him and wiped her forehead with her delicate hand. Can you help me open a bottle? Li Rulong took out a bottle of chilled beer, opened it, and placed it in front of her. Yang Linger took a sip and then exclaimed, so refreshing. What were you looking at just now? The moon? Yang Linger tilted her head and asked curiously. Li Rulong shook his head, pointed to the sky, and aimed at the starless part of the universe slightly to the left of the moon. I was looking there. That was the place where Uncle Ma and the others fought and sacrificed. Li Rulong replied softly, his gaze still fixed on the battlefield. I heard Zitao say that it was truly devastating this time. Is that right? Yes, many soldiers sacrificed themselves for Longxing and its people, and some of their bodies couldn't even be recovered. Yang Linger, upon hearing this, had tears welling up in her eyes as if she was about to cry. He could imagine how brutal the battle had been. Having studied history, she understood even more clearly how noble the martyrs who sacrificed themselves for the newly established Long Kingdom and its people were. Linger, am I really useless? I feel strong, but I couldn't save them. Am I just a waste, a mechanical demon, just a warship that looks like a fishbone? Why can't I resolve this quickly? Li Rulong raised his head, tears streaming down both sides of his face. Yang Linger immediately took his hand, gently rubbing it, then shook her head vigorously and said, "No, darling, you are the best and the strongest. If it weren't for you, who knows how many more soldiers would have sacrificed their lives? Would Longxing and the people be able to live as peacefully as they do now?" She stood up, cradled Li Rulong's head in her arms, and gently stroked his hair. "You shouldn't think like this. Uncle Ma and the others definitely don't want to see you feeling sorry for yourself like this. You need to pull yourself together. I believe Grandpa and the others are still waiting for you. Many places still need you." Woo, cough. Woo. Li Rulong buried his face in Yang Linger's embrace and began to cry softly. "Go ahead and cry. You've carried too much before, and letting it out will help. Everything will be fine in the future." Yang Linger's gentle voice gradually calmed Li Rulong down. Then, the two of them quietly drank until she could no longer hold on. Li Rulong carried her back to the room, while he himself stayed in the living room and sat there all night. "I must pull myself together. Linger is right. Uncle Ma and my comrades surely don't want to see me like this, right? Uncle Ma." On August 20th, Longxing held the most significant funeral ceremony in history. Almost all officials and citizens of the capital came early to the sides of the road where the funeral procession would pass, holding chrysanthemums and wearing black veils, waiting for the procession to arrive. When the first rays of sunlight shone into the capital in the morning, the funeral ceremony officially began, advancing towards the west of the capital, where the martyrs' cemetery had been prepared in advance over 10 days. There was no solemn music, no cars clearing the way. The families of the martyrs would follow in special vehicles at the rear of the procession. Leading the way was the Longxing Honor Guard, proudly holding the bright Longxing flag at the front of the procession. Behind them were two coffins personally carried by Li Rulong, Commander Wang, and other military leaders. One contained General Ma Jun, restored by the Life Medical Chamber, and the other held Major Sun Chong after his restoration. Unfortunately, the Life Medical Chamber could only repair internal organs, but could not bring the deceased back to life. Li Rulong personally carried General Ma Jun's coffin, walking alongside Major Sun Chong's coffin, each step feeling so heavy. Behind the coffins were soldiers in crisp military uniforms, wearing white gloves, holding high white vertical flags inscribed with the names of the martyrs. Each flag bore 120 names that were very unfamiliar to the common people, including names from Longhua, as well as from the Bear and Wester tribes. The procession moved slowly, as if to allow those lining the roads to see and remember each name. Along the way, Li Rulong spotted a somewhat familiar face, a pregnant woman with a rounded belly, standing next to her husband beside a middle-aged man in an old-style military uniform. Upon seeing the procession approach, the middle-aged man immediately stood at attention and saluted, then took out a somewhat tattered bugle and sounded the taps. The melody of taps was telling the martyrs that they could rest now, while the call to rise had already been sounded by their deeds. Just as Ma Jun had said in the video he left for Li Rulong, they had not died. They had merely remained in yesterday, but would always watch them move toward tomorrow. The procession walked tirelessly for 4 hours, arriving at the martyrs' cemetery, where General Ma Jun and Major Sun Chong were laid to rest. The remains of other martyrs that had been recovered were also buried, while those whose remains had not been found had their own tombstones. The cries of the family members, the weeping of the accompanying citizens, and the solemn expressions of the soldiers turned the originally clear sky suddenly gloomy. On that day, not only did over 20 million citizens from the capital attend the funeral, but all 8 billion citizens of Longxing mourned the martyrs in their own ways across the land. After the funeral, the atmosphere of sorrow lingered for a long time, but life had to go on. Li Rulong had been a couch potato at home for almost a month, gradually recovering. Although he had stepped down from the position of Supreme Commander of the Guard Corps and retained only the post of Commander of the Black Dragon Special Vessel, his visits to the Academy of Sciences and the Military Academy had increased compared to the past. All of this was noticed by those around him, and the old man simply said, "Just go ahead." Meanwhile, the Dragon Star military was making every effort to collect battlefield debris for the construction of new warships, and Li Rulong would also take time to help. The relentless efforts of Dean Huang and others at the Academy of Sciences finally bore fruit. They developed warship design blueprints that met the standards of stellar civilizations, using the advanced alien civilization warship data brought back by Rulong. Additionally, Dragon Star experienced its first population boom, with statistics showing that within a month after the war, the number of pregnancies reached an astonishing 550 million. If they waited another 9 months, the total population would surpass 3.5 billion. Everything on Dragon Star was moving in a positive direction. It wasn't until the system's voice rang out again, after a month, that Rulong left home and flew to a secluded place to prepare for the information brought by the system. He returned to the small riverbank in the outskirts of the capital, where, after the transformation of Dragon Star, the vegetation was more lush than before, and there were many more small animals and fish, which were also less afraid of people. As soon as Rulong sat down on a stone, an unknown little bird landed on his shoulder, and a squirrel from the tree also came over to squat beside him, curiously examining this unfamiliar human before it. Rulong smiled as he watched these adorable little creatures playing on his shoulders. Tonga, go ahead and speak. Be polite to me. I only took 1 day to absorb the magic orb, but it took me 29 days to get rewards for you. Was it easy for me? You worked hard. Let me tell you first, this time the reward isn't material or technical. I'm rewarding you with a chance to travel. You can go over there to work on your skills, and what level you can achieve depends on yourself. Huh? It can't be ancient times, right? It's not ancient times. This time it's not random travel, but a journey with a predetermined anchor point. It will definitely surprise you, but you only have 10 days. Once the time is up, you must return. Really? Don't say, Tonga, you're actually quite nice. Then I'll prepare, and we'll set off. Okay, call me when you're ready. The crystal clear stream flowed gently like a green silk ribbon. The small animals by the river were leisurely drinking water and playing games that humans couldn't understand. Sunlight filtered through the lush trees, sprinkling like golden powder on the water surface. A gentle breeze brushed by, creating ripples, picturesque and poetic. Rulong sat in place, emptying his mind and quietly appreciating the breathtaking beauty of nature. He didn't know when he had started to like this place, but he had no intention of building a house here. If the painting were destroyed, how could it still inspire him? He thought of the people at home. Shouldn't he give them a formal title? Since he returned home, his mind had been replaying the images of Ma Jun and his comrades fighting to the last, willing to perish with honor. He thought of the soldiers who, normally as strong-willed as steel, broke down and wept upon seeing their fallen comrades, and the millions of tearful citizens following the funeral procession. At that time, he didn't know how to move on, and, thankfully, Yangling and Zhang Zhitiao had been by his side, along with his grandfather and others who had guided him, allowing him to slowly untie the knots in his heart. Chow, I was even advising Zhang Peng back then, and I almost fell into despair myself. He was only 16 years old when he came to this world. If it weren't for the superhuman template given to him by the system, granting him a strong body of 1.8 meters and powerful abilities, he wouldn't have known how to survive in a world where he had no identity. Brother Tong, can I ask something? What do the mechanical demon mean by anomalous dimension? The world you are in is called an anomalous dimension. Once a world is selected and passes the first novice task, it will be isolated into a dimension by an indescribable rule, completely cut off except for entry and exit at the start of the task, likely to prevent certain high-dimensional pseudo-gods from cheating. Isn't this like a game instance? Pretty much, but you might be able to jump out of the instance and enter what is called the main world. I see. No wonder that mechanical demon called Wu Shimon thought I was someone who came in through special means. So, how big is our dimension? The dimension is as big as the parallel world it occupies. What is the main world like? Real, more advanced in civilization, with greater competition. Civilizations are destroyed every moment. Rulong had a lot of conversations with the system, and today, for some reason, the system answered every question. Of course, when it came to rules and high-dimensional issues, the system remained silent or simply could not speak. Rulong got up and bid farewell to the little animals that were curiously watching him. He slowly flew into the sky, notifying Fushi, the old man, as well as Dean Huang and the military leaders that he was going to hold a meeting. After changing into his military uniform at home, he greeted Ji Tao and the others with a smile and even cracked a few risky jokes. Watching Rulong fly away, Zhang Jitao and the others finally felt relieved. He had returned to his previous state, and it seemed he had moved on. Today, Rulong was going to travel again, and he had come out of it. Should we celebrate with barbecue and beer tonight? Sure. I want big kidneys. The girls cheered and began preparing the ingredients for the evening. And so, after the meeting ended, I got ready to leave. I will be back in 10 days, but I don't know what exactly I can bring back this time. Li Rulong sat beside the elderly people and finished discussing the matter of crossing over today. All departments would cooperate fully with him, and the new city had 10 days to prepare for the possible arrival of newcomers. After coordinating with the various departments, Li Rulong put on the repaired black battlesuit and cloak from the Academy of Sciences and strapped on a backpack containing the Oma box. Brother Tong, other systems have space storage. Can you give me one too? Let's talk about it later. I've almost used up all my energy to help you with this crossing. Li Rulong listened and no longer insisted. After all, his brother had said to talk about it later, so it would definitely be given. After greeting the elders, he flew into the sky, directly communicating with the system, and began this reward journey through time and space. The journey started 3, 2, 1. With the same operation and the same scene, Li Rulong disappeared from Longxing once again. A planet shattered into several pieces suddenly revealed a blue vortex in its orbit, and Li Rulong was once again spat out. Shaking his head vigorously to alleviate the pain caused by the aftereffects of the journey, he immediately looked around. A starry battlefield? The planet was shattered to this extent. Flying past the broken planet, he noticed a yellow-green planet in the distance, which was orbiting a bright red sun. Fortunately, the drawbacks had been optimized. Otherwise, if he had encountered the red sun right away, this Superman would have been done for. Feeling a lingering fear, he patted his chest and used his supervision to look at the yellow-green planet. He discovered the presence of civilization there. Moreover, the level of civilization appeared to be quite advanced, as there was an enormous black space station operating in the orbit outside the planet. In an orbit even higher than the space station, there was a massive triangular space structure running in sync with the space station. Li Rulong felt reassured. With such a level of civilization, they would definitely be able to help Longxing improve its technological level. He just didn't know whether this civilization was friendly or hostile. Good things must be acquired. If necessary, he could play the role of an interstellar pirate once again and observe from a close distance first. Li Rulong wrapped himself in a biological force field and sped towards the planet. As he was about to reach the planet's orbit, he noticed something unusual on the planet. It seemed to be at war. Countless identical warships and small spacecraft were attacking each other. It was unclear whether the warring factions would mistakenly target the wrong people. Using his super hearing to listen to the sounds of the entire planet, he filtered out the chaotic noise of gunfire and explosions. And after blocking out cries for help and shouts, he finally heard something useful. He also figured out which world he had arrived in and silently thanked the system brother and his ancestors. Don't think I can't hear you. This world is currently the most helpful to you, so don't be ungrateful. System brother, this world has the potential for chaos. If a dark side shows up, I would have to kneel, let alone the more formidable overseer. How dare I cause trouble in the homeland of the Son of Heaven? Don't worry. You have 10 days to do anything you want. I can help you block everything. And when the time comes, we'll just vanish. Those two little punks and whatever god is here won't be able to catch you. With the system saying this, Li Rulong felt temporarily reassured. He glanced at the distant red sun and thought of the special gift prepared for him by Dean Huang after the battle in the Omar box. And he suddenly had a bold idea. After all, the system brother said that within 10 days, he could do whatever he wanted. With a plan in mind, he focused his attention on the tallest pyramid-shaped building in the city of the planet, where a cut scene was unfolding, and he was ready to perform a miraculous descent. Boom! The building's door was destroyed by an explosion, and a team of people in black battle armor interrupted a middle-aged man who was trying to persuade several middle-aged members of the council, adorned in gold and silver, sitting in high positions. The council no longer existed. The leading man in black armor announced to everyone present, "Who gave the order?" "I did." Boom. An elderly female council member, seemingly unable to grasp reality, actually asked such a foolish question. The black-armored man did not indulge her, responding forcefully and instantly sending her to her demise with a gunshot. The other council members, seeing that he dared to shoot, were so frightened that they did not even dare to move. The black-armored man once again boldly announced the declaration of a regime change, while the council members were roughly yanked up and thrown to the ground by his soldiers. "Zod, what are you doing? Have you gone mad?" The middle-aged man with a white beard who had just tried to persuade the council angrily stepped forward to question the black-armored man named Zod. Zod, with an indifferent expression, even regretted that it was too late for him to do this now, saying that these greedy and incompetent council members had already led Krypton to destruction without realizing it. Still engaging in lofty discussions every day, the two argued for a few moments, with Zod continuously urging the other to help him and their civilization. insisting that as the supreme commander of the Kryptonian army, he could not just sit back and watch his planet and compatriots head toward annihilation. However, Jor-El disagreed with him, believing that military coup methods could not solve Krypton's disaster problems. In space, Rulong actually agreed with Zod's opinion, but he could not fully agree with his ideas. As the chief scientist, Jor-El seemed a bit too idealistic, and he would later do something selfish that made Rulong look down on him. With differing paths, even though Zod was furious, he did not directly kill his close friend Jor-El as he had done with others, but instead ordered his soldiers to imprison him first. Seeing that the time was right, Rulong did not want to wait for Jor-El to steal the Codex of Life before making his move. His plan was to take them all down at once. Of course, he needed to use the tricks he learned from Zhang Zhong. With this in mind, Rulong accelerated and dove directly into the pyramid building. Boom! At this moment, Jor-El had not yet been taken out of the hall by the soldiers when a hole was smashed in the central ceiling. The falling boulder even crushed the council members who had been thrown to the ground by the soldiers. Everyone immediately went on high alert, and Jor-El, who was thinking about how to escape, stopped and turned to look. As the dust cleared, a handsome man dressed in black battle attire and a black cape appeared, with a silver biological pattern resembling the L family crest on his chest. The man, using some unknown means, was actually hovering in the air with a resolute expression, arms crossed as he looked down at everyone present. Fortunately, he had both Western and Eastern facial features, making it easier to operate. Rulong was thinking this in his heart, but his face was frowning, looking somewhat angry. "Who are you?" Zod frowned and looked up at the stranger above him. He didn't like surprises, and he especially didn't like things that disrupted his plans. Rulong didn't say a word, but raised his head, his eyes instantly turning red. He used a heat ray on the base of the building, cutting a circle around it, and then blew a breath. In the astonished gazes of everyone, he lifted the entire building and then, with one hand, threw it directly into outer space. Everyone present was frozen in place. They had fought in the universe for countless years and had seen numerous civilizations and races, but had never encountered such a powerful individual being. Zod was the first to regain his senses. He felt angry, but before understanding the other party's intentions, he dared not provoke him. Damn it, what is this person doing? He comes in without saying a word and destroys such a large building. I had already considered this place as my future command center. Bastard, you have to pay. He thought this in his mind, but his mouth couldn't open. At this moment, seeing that Rulong had a pretty good deterrent effect, he suddenly said to the people below, with a face full of anger, "Are you done making a fuss? Are you done?" Rulong's tone was steady, but everyone present could see the anger hidden on his face, along with a faintly emanating powerful killing intent. Zod wanted to speak, but just as he was about to open his mouth, Rulong preemptively said, "I destroyed this decaying building so that you could stand here and take a good look at everything happening outside." The people present, including Zod and Joel, instinctively looked outside. At that moment, the scene outside had turned into complete chaos, with the army supporting Zod and the army controlled by the Elder Council constantly clashing. The warships from both sides were exchanging fire and even colliding directly, both sides intent on ensuring that if one side suffered, the other would not fare any better. Various combat aircraft were desperately engaging in fierce battles, completely disregarding whether their opponents were their fellow countrymen, with soldiers dying every minute. The fallen warships and aircraft, along with the rampant artillery fire in the sky, transformed the city below into a sea of flames, with screams, howls, and pleas for help nearly drowning out the sound of the gunfire. Upon seeing this tragic scene, many of Zod's soldiers and the guards originally responsible for protecting the elders lowered their heads in shame. Although Zod did not know what the other side intended to do, he could not allow them to continue speaking. He discreetly signaled to his loyal aide, Fiola, and in the next moment, Fiola instantly aimed her gun at Rulong and pulled the trigger. Rulong had been observing them all along. Every move of Zod was under his watchful eye. He showed no intention of avoiding or stopping Zod's small actions or Fiona shooting at him, instead hovering in midair and watching them. Bang! A blue laser beam, powerful enough to kill any Kryptonian present, accurately struck Rulong. In the subconscious of others, this unknown black-haired youth was expected to die in the next moment, but only Zod and Jor-El furrowed their brows. If the flying person had actively dodged Fiona's attack, Zod and Jor-El might have felt there was still room for maneuver. However, Rulong did not move at all, and the attack hit him accurately. To everyone's astonishment, he emerged completely unscathed, not even swaying slightly. Rulong glanced expressionlessly at Fiola, who was staring at him in a daze, and said softly, "I don't like being shot at, especially by my own kind." Own kind? The word rushed into their ears. But they simply couldn't understand which kind could ignore the attacks of energy weapons, fly, and shoot red beams capable of cutting through buildings made of Westar steel, and then lift a structure weighing millions of tons with one hand and throw into space. If he is truly one of my kind, can I also be as strong as him? This thought flashed through their minds simultaneously, and even the currently restricted thinking Kryptonians began to harbor a desire for progress. Zod, immediately order your subordinates to cease fire. Jor-El, you are also from the Council, right? Go and command the Council's forces to stop the attack. After Li Rulong finished speaking, Zod and the others did not move, and the soldiers present looked at him and Joel, waiting for orders. Why should I listen to you? Zod shouted angrily, unable to hold back anymore. This suspicious black-haired youth actually dared to give him orders. Why? Just because you messed up my Krypton like this. Just because the current council system has turned Krypton into their private property. Just because I had to clean up the mess to save your pathetic lives, to make you my subordinates. The great God, my brother, spent countless precious resources, energy that could be restored in a month, to bring me back. Is that not enough? Li Rulor responda angrily, saying that he must suppress them with his momentum, especially the single-minded Zod and the cunning Joel. The orders have already been given, and I don't want to repeat myself. Don't force me to personally destroy the entire Krypton. After all, with the Codex of Life in place, nurturing a new Kryptonian population would only take a few million years. Just moments ago, Li Rulong, who was still fuming, had now regained his calm demeanor, but to Zod and the others, it seemed he had revealed 3 important pieces of information. Zod's thought. From his tone, it seems he's not joking about destroying the entire Krypton himself. Joel's thought. From what he said, he knows about the Codex of Life and how to use it. The other's thoughts. Looking at his expression, a few million years seemed trivial to him. He must have infinite lifespan. Li Rulong took in the expressions of everyone, especially Zod and Joel, and knew that they at least believed him to some extent. He was now ready to demonstrate his powers again to leave a deeper impression on them. I sense that Krypton is already very unstable, isn't it? Li Rulong looked at Joel, who nodded after listening. Is that broken moon having a significant impact? Joel nodded again. That moon was originally his suggestion to destroy, shattered by Krypton's most powerful interstellar weapon. It was initially expected that the moon would be blasted into small fragments, which would then be attracted by Krypton's gravity to form a planetary ring, and a lot of calculations were done. But for some reason, the final result did not meet expectations. The moon, which broke into several pieces, increased Krypton's burden and accelerated its destruction. I do not allow God. Yes, we have previously calculated that the recent frequent disasters on Krypton are directly related to the Elder Council's reckless resource exploitation and the sudden increase in the moon's gravity. I couldn't persuade the Elder Council, and there were unexpected issues with solving the moon. Joel sighed and said helplessly, "Then I'll go deal with the moon first. To buy Krypton a few more days. As for how you two will handle it, I believe you'll make the right choice." Li Rulong finished speaking and directly soared into the sky, intentionally breaking the sound barrier with a burst of biological force field as he left, causing Zod and the others present to stumble. As they watched the black-haired young man fly higher and farther away, everyone let out a sigh of relief. The pressure Li Rulong had put on them was just too great, especially the overwhelming aura that only someone of a higher status would possess, stronger than Zod and the elders. This kind of power couldn't be cultivated in a short time. "General, what should we do?" Fiora quietly asked Zod as she walked up behind him. Zod thought to himself, I wish someone could tell me what to do, but he didn't answer Fiora's question. Instead, he walked directly in front of Jor-El, who was frowning and deep in thought, and asked, "Jor-El, what should we do?" Jor-El looked up at him, thought for a long time, and sighed, "I don't know. I just can't remember who he is, nor do I know his identity. And I can't guess what his intentions are." Seeing Zod sigh as well, he continued, "But I can roughly tell that he doesn't have any malicious intent. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be those few puddles of mud on the ground that died." Zod scratched his short hair. Even the smartest Jor-El from Krypton didn't know what to do. So how could he have any ideas? If he followed that person's orders, his reputation would take a huge hit, making it difficult to work in the future. But if he didn't listen, glancing at the elders crushed into mud on the ground made him a bit afraid of the other party, causing him trouble. Now the disadvantages of Kryptonians nurtured through the incubation chamber and the life code were becoming apparent. Like Zod, who was born a military officer and, through accumulating military achievements and reputation, eventually became the commander of the Kryptonian army, the strongest person on Krypton at present. However, he didn't study history or scientific technology, nor did he play any schemes, so he couldn't understand what Li Rulong was trying to do at all. The person widely recognized as the smartest, Jor-El, was also in the dark at this moment. He just wanted to know how the other party would resolve the issue with the moon to buy a few days for his newly born child to escape. The two of them, the hidden talents of Krypton, stood there staring at each other, lost in their thoughts, until they were awakened by a sudden exclamation. "Quick, look at the moon." Everyone looked up at the sky. Although it was daytime, Krypton's moon wasn't very far from Krypton itself, so they could clearly see the moon shattered into several pieces. At that moment, the moon was being shattered again by a mysterious force, this time more thoroughly than the previous bombardment from Krypton's weapons, with larger fragments being shattered until they completely disappeared from view. Stunned, they seemed to not hear the sounds of fierce battles outside. Their eyes were only on the moon that was gradually being obliterated. Zod, Fiora, quickly order a ceasefire. Also, tell the military of the Council of Elders to cease fire. Jor-El shouted Zod's name, and Zod immediately realized that a ceasefire was necessary. Otherwise, when that person returned, he didn't think he would be sturdier than the moon. Fiora received the order and immediately ran back to the ship to issue the ceasefire command. Jor-El hurriedly pulled out his communicator and, as the chief scientist of the Council of Elders, requested the military of the Council to temporarily cease fire. Their actions were completely observed by Li Rulong, who had returned to orbit above Krypton. "I'm such a low-key person. This time, to make you believe. I put on such a big act. I don't believe you until you fall for it." It was only after seeing both sides cease fire and retreating to their respective camps that Li Rulong flew back in front of Zod and the others, stopping above them with his arms crossed, still looking down at them with a calm expression. This time, everyone, including Zod, broke out in cold sweat. Zod's bodyguard, Denai, who stood at 3 meters tall and had always prided himself on his height and strong physique, enjoying the attention from others and even earning the title of Kryptonian Giant, was now quietly squatting down, not wanting to draw attention to himself. "It seems you two made the right choice. I'm very pleased," Li Rulong said calmly. At the same time, he kept recalling some details and points of attention that Yang Ling and the others had mentioned during their performance training at home, as well as the performance textbooks he had flipped through during his free time. There was also Zhang Zhong, who taught him the second subject of the thick black theory, the art of deception. He had previously thought that Zhang Zhong was wasting time, believing he wouldn't need it, and always emphasized to Zhang Zhong that he wanted to exchange his sincerity for other smiles. But Zhang Zhong always looked at him with a foolish expression. Now that he had arrived on Krypton, having planned this trip well, Li Rulong was ready to combine the self-cultivation of an actor, the second subject of the thick black theory, the art of deception, and the first subject, using any means necessary to teach the Na'vi Kryptonian the lesson. The momentum of the first act had already ended. Now the second act of omniscience and omnipotence was about to begin. Zod, immediately send people to arrest all the members of the Council of Elders and the nobility, including their relatives. Leave no one behind. I will help you maintain order. I hope you won't disappoint me. Zod nodded in agreement. He dared not refuse, and he was very willing to carry out this order. As for you, Jor-El, stop thinking about stealing the life code for your naturally born son. Let me think. His name is Kal-El, right? A pretty cute little guy, the first naturally born baby in Krypton in tens of thousands of years. You and your wife have quite the courage. I admire that. Upon hearing Li Rulong's words, everyone immediately looked at the already sweating Jor-El. Zod, upon hearing that Jor-El wanted to steal the life code, shot him an angry glare. He didn't believe Li Rulong would slander Jor-El, and seeing Jor-El's expression, he immediately understood that what he said was absolutely true. However, I cannot agree to your idea of integrating the life code into your son's body and secretly sending him to the Milky Way's solar system, Blue Planet. Even if there's a colonization ship that crashed 20,000 years ago that could reshape Kryptonian civilization. Jor-El, who was already drenched in cold sweat, nearly fell to the ground. His plan was known only to his wife, Lara, who was also a scientist, but he hadn't told her the destination yet. Wanted to wait until the ship left to say it. Moreover, the exploration colonization ship from 20,000 years ago was a secret that the elf family had always kept. But this young man in front of him seemed to know everything, which filled him with boundless fear. Jor-El, you actually wanted to steal the life code. Zod shouted angrily at the trembling Jor-El, preparing to teach him a lesson. The life code was the most important part of his plan and the most crucial treasure of all Krypton. He absolutely could not allow anyone to touch the life code. Stop, Zod. You are not Jor-El's opponent. If you two really come to blows, I guarantee the one who dies will definitely be you. Li Rulong stopped Zod, preventing him from facing the embarrassing scene of being beaten, and revealed Joel's true strength. Zod didn't want to believe he would lose to a scientist. After all, he was the strongest soldier of Krypton. If this had been said by someone else, he would have surely taught them a lesson to make them face reality. But since it was Li Rulong who said it, it was likely to be true, and in the end, the one who had to face reality would be him. At the same time, he felt puzzled. As a close friend, he knew Joel had endless scientific experiments and research to conduct every day. And now he learned that Joel had secretly fathered a child with his wife, while also finding time to work out and learn combat skills. Where did he find so much time in a day? Could he be a master of time management? This skill was something he also wanted to learn, and he felt it could be useful in other areas. Joel, you should go back and spend time with your wife and child. There are still unresolved matters that require your cooperation. Joel mechanically nodded, as if his soul had been drained, and walked towards the wall. Don't think about that unrealistic plan of yours when you get back. If I find any aircraft taking off without my permission, no matter who it is, I will personally bring it down. And if the life code is placed into anyone's body, I can extract it again. You wouldn't want to test whether I have that kind of strength, would you? Joel walked away from Li Rulong, heading towards his flying mount. Li Rulong just reminded him this time, but he didn't scare him. The code of life is also very important to him. If Joel remains stubborn, he will have to take action himself. It's just a pity about the chief cattle and horses he found for Director Huang. No, I mean the chief alien scientist, and the future little Superman. Li Rulong glanced at the still, somewhat angry Zod, and thought to himself how this person could be a general. With this kind of mentality, if you're on Blue Star, Commander Wong and the others would have played him to death. Let us go deal with those blood-sucking maggots. They're the root cause of this coup. After saying this, he directly flew into Zod's spaceship, found a spacious spot, and sat down with his eyes closed. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting. Zod hurriedly led his subordinates onto the spaceship, heading straight for the Elders' camp. As the spaceship ascended, everyone sat nervously in their seats, except for the tall and broad Danii, who hugged his legs with both hands, sitting on the deck of the spaceship like a sulking little girl with his head down. There was no way. His special seat was the largest, and now it was occupied by that person. How could he dare to ask the other party to give up their seat? Want it? Li Rulong closed his eyes and said with his mouth open, Zod and the others did not understand what he meant. Did he want something? What did he want? Did he want to die? I'm talking about my strength. Do you want it? Upon hearing this, Zod and the others showed expressions of disbelief, and even the driver in front turned his head to look at Li Rulong. After witnessing the power of the young man with black hair before them, who wouldn't want to possess such overwhelming strength, especially since they were all Kryptonians who have been soldiers since birth? Let me think. Super speed, super strength, super endurance, super healing, super breath, super defense, biofield, heat vision, freeze breath, energy absorption, and X-ray vision. What else is there? With so many super abilities, I am basically Superman. Li Rulong opened his eyes somewhat ostentatiously and began to count his superpowers on his fingers. With each superpower he mentioned, Zod and the others' eyes widened a bit more, and the heat in their hearts grew stronger. By the time Li Rulong finished, everyone present, except for the already big-eyed Fiora, was on the verge of tearing their eyelids apart. Do you want it or not? Li Rulong saw that Zod and the others were staring at him with wide eyes, and the most noticeable one, Darnell, was even drooling. They were nodding vigorously, to the extent that Li Rulong wondered if there was a superpower for superlikes. The reason I came back this time is firstly to solve the problems of Krypton and save my fellow countrymen, and secondly to train them to become supermen like me to face the impending crisis. I see that you all have extraordinary potential, especially him. With that physique, he is definitely a template for Doomsday. Moreover, you are all loyal soldiers, so I plan to make you super Kryptonians first. Are you willing? Li Rulong glanced at Danii, who felt honored that such a handsome and talented young general had singled him out in front of so many people, including General Zod. He shyly rubbed the back of his head. By the way, I still don't know how to address you. Zod wanted to ask a question, but suddenly realized he didn't know how to refer to the other party. My surname is Lee. You can call me General Lee. There are currently less than 7 million people on Krypton, and with the casualties from your battle so far, there must be quite a few dead. I have hundreds of millions of soldiers under my command. After hearing this, Zod felt even more excited. He only had tens of thousands of troops, while this self-proclaimed general, Lee, had hundreds of millions of warriors. Given his strength, any one of those hundreds of millions of soldiers could probably easily kill him, and sparring with him would definitely greatly improve his skills. Li Rulong did not know that Zod's thoughts had gone awry. If he did, he would surely shout, "Don't go sparring with them. Even if you don't bask in the sun, you'll still end up killing many people." "Generally, how do you plan to train us?" Zod asked cautiously. "I will stay on Krypton for 10 days. These 10 days are also the last 10 days before Krypton's destruction. I will give you a manual, and if the remaining Kryptonians can learn it and fully imprint it in their minds, I will give you a chance to survive," Li Rulong replied. After saying this, Li Rulong took out a book that he had just written while waiting for both sides to cease fire in space. It contained only 8 pages, but each page held significant meaning. He handed it to Zod, who carefully accepted it, while the others craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Zod saw that the cover read essential text for those who enter Longxing and Huaxia, then opened the first page, which contained only 18 characters. First page: take pride in the revival of Longxing civilization, and be ashamed of harming Longxing's interests. Second page: take pride in being part of the Huaxia nation, and be ashamed of proclaiming foreign civilizations. Third page: take pride in defending the people of Longxing, and be ashamed of harming fellow compatriots. Seventh page: take pride in mutual unity and friendship, and be ashamed of damaging each other's feelings. Eighth page: the final interpretation rights belong to General Li Rulong. After reading through the pages, Zod could understand each character, but when they were put together, he was completely lost. For example, what is this Longxing civilization? Which nation is this Huaxia? Li Rulong saw Zod's puzzled expression and knew he didn't understand. Never mind, once everything was settled, he would let Joel teach him together. That old fox would definitely be able to instruct them, since both sides had declared a ceasefire. Zod's spaceship landed on the tarmac of the Elder Council's military camp without any obstruction. A group of surviving elders and noble clan leaders from the recent rebellion, dressed in luxurious robes and wearing forced smiles, were standing on a freshly laid, magnificent carpet, protected by a large number of guards, waiting to welcome Zod. Zod left them with mixed feelings. On one hand, they appreciated that Zod's political upheaval had eliminated elders who were higher in status and truly held power, giving these previously insignificant elder nobles a chance to rise to the pinnacle of power. On the other hand, they resented that Zod had always looked down on them with disdain, making them feel humiliated. What they didn't realize was that, in Zod's eyes, these elder nobles were just maggots that could be crushed at any time. Now that Zod had actively requested a ceasefire, the elders thought he must be unable to continue fighting, so they decided to pretend to be accommodating, even if they had to promise some benefits. Once they grasped the power of Krypton, they could find a way to eliminate Zod and his lackeys later. Simply killing him would be too easy. They preferred to capture him and imprison him in the phantom space for 300 years. The surviving elder nobles thought this way. Although they wanted to act on it immediately, they hadn't yet secured power, so they chose to endure for now. When they saw Zod's spaceship come to a stop and a group of his henchmen exit, forming a line on either side of the hatch, Zod himself stepped out last, casting a disdainful glance at the maggots, welcoming him before respectfully standing at the hatch. This scene left the elder nobles somewhat bewildered, glancing at each other, trying to see if anyone understood what it meant. Did he want them to come forward to greet him? That would be too humiliating. After all, it was Zod who had actively requested a ceasefire. He should at least come forward to acknowledge them. These impolite soldiers were trying to intimidate them. The elders standing in the center couldn't help but angrily curse. Just as he was considering whether to give Zod a way out, something unexpected happened. Another person walked out of the spaceship. He had clean, neat black hair, a youthful and handsome face, wore a black tight-fitting suit, and had a black hood draped over his shoulders. His well-developed muscles stretched the suit to its limits, and a silver pattern resembling an unknown creature on his chest formed a symbol similar to the elf family crest, but not exactly the same. After leaving the spaceship, the young man walked straight toward them, while Zod immediately followed closely behind him, trailing by a body length. And the other warriors who came with them lined up in 2 neat rows behind. When they were about 5 meters apart, Li Rulong stopped, and the people behind him also stood at attention in unison, their synchronized movements making the guards responsible for etiquette and security on the other side feel inferior. Li Rulong curiously examined the 32 people in luxurious attire across from him. Those standing here were likely all the remaining elders and noble leaders of Krypton. The other party was similarly curious, scanning Li Rulong and Zod behind him, trying to discern something from the two of them. After a brief moment of eye contact, Li Rulong took the initiative to ask, "Is everyone here?" "Yes, General. Those with some power and the rulers of Krypton's great nobility are all present. Not a single one missing." The conversation between the two left the elders puzzled. "General? Who would dare to call themselves a general in front of Zod on Krypton? And now this term is being used by Zod himself. And he even slightly bowed when responding, his tone filled with respect. A group of elders and nobles began to search their memories to identify the young man with black hair. But unfortunately, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't find any historical records that matched the figure before them. Not knowing what to think, the leader prepared to ask for the young man's identity, which would also demonstrate his own status as a leader. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw the young man's eyes turn red. By the time he realized something was wrong and wanted to seek help from the guards, 2 beams of red laser shot out from the young man's eyes. Rulong executed a sweeping motion, and the heat ray accurately sliced through the necks of the 32 nobles across from him. Before the guards could react, 32 heads adorned with various luxurious crowns fell to the ground, their bodies swaying and then collapsing. The golden crown resembling a tiara that had been on the leader's head rolled to Rulong's feet, and he crushed it into gold foil with a single stomp. The guards snapped back to their senses and raised their weapons, ready to attack the black-haired youth. Zod stepped forward to shield Rulong and shouted loudly at them. "Everyone stand down. If you dare to lay a hand on the general, I will order the army to destroy the entire Krypton." Hearing Zod's roar, the guard captain slowly lowered his raised hand. He recognized Zod and understood his character. He was someone who dared to speak and act, but he didn't dare to gamble. In the guard captain's mind, since this batch of elder nobles was gone, the next batch would soon emerge, and a life incubation chamber would continue to hatch their heirs. But what the black-haired youth said next made his hair stand on end. Zod, send someone to capture all the descendants and relatives of the elders and nobles, except for the elf family. Execute anyone who resists on the spot, but if you miss one, I will put you in their place. Yes, General, I will carry out the order. Zod received Rulong's command and immediately returned to the aircraft, intending to personally lead the team to execute Rulong's orders. Fiola and the others were left behind to assist Rulong. As for his safety, was it necessary? After Zod left, Rulong approached the guard captain, who stood 2.5 meters tall and flew up to ensure they were at eye level. "Are you a warrior of Krypton or a dog for this trash? Answer me, compatriot." Rulong's commanding tone and authoritative gaze stared directly at the captain of the guard, exuding a subtle pressure of a superior. The captain felt somewhat at a loss under his gaze and instinctively lowered his head. "Answer me." A voice even more imposing and powerful resonated in the captain's ears. I am a warrior of Krypton, responsible for guarding the Kryptonian Council system," the captain said, trembling as he revealed his duty. "I need to change your duties and those of your men. From this moment on, you will still be warriors of Krypton, but no longer the guards of the Council. Instead, you will be the guardians of your fellow Kryptonians. Do you understand?" Understood, the captain nodded in response, then directly knelt on one knee, his right fist placed on his left chest, performing a traditional Kryptonian salute to Rulong. Rulong was very satisfied with the attitude of the captain of the guard and turned his gaze to the others. Seeing their captain kneeling on one knee, the members of the guard quickly followed suit and knelt down as well. The others, including Fiora, noticed that the guard had pledged their allegiance to General Lee first, and they immediately knelt down to pay their respects. Fiora thought to herself that she had to quickly report the situation to General Zod and must not let the guard take the lead in expressing their allegiance. Rulong's temporary goal has been achieved, allowing them all to rise and wait for Zod's message. "Zareo, how many people are in the Imperial Guard?" Captain Zareo quickly replied. "There were originally 44,000, but after the previous battle with Zod, many were lost, and now there are fewer than 20,000 warriors left." After listening, Rulong turned his gaze to Fiola. "Report, General. The original number of warriors in the Kryptonian Legion was 120,000. After excluding the 20,000 stationed at various outposts in the universe and the expected casualties in this battle, it is estimated that there are about 70,000 to 80,000 warriors left on Krypton." As Zod's first lieutenant, Fiola is well aware of all the details of the Kryptonian Legion. These matters were previously entrusted to her by Zod for her to handle. Rulong nodded, but inwardly he disdainfully thought, in a battle where both sides almost exchanged one for one, these damn Kryptonians fight without any military strategy, relying entirely on brute force. However, it seems the Imperial Guard should be stronger. After all, 44,000 against 100,000, but they still lack brains. Rulong decided to subdue them and took them back to Dragon Star, directly throwing all the Kryptonian officers into various military academies, forcing them to be retrained. If they couldn't learn, They would just be discarded to die in future space outposts. It turned out that the military academies of the Dragon Kingdom could even teach non-blacks, so there was no reason for Zod and the others not to learn. In less than 2 hours, Zod, covered in blood but with a smile on his face, returned. Accompanying him were the silent Jor-El and his wife Lara, who was holding their newly born son, Kal-El. Zod quickly walked up to Li Rulong, stood respectfully in front of him, and reported, "General, all the elder families and nobles have been cleaned out, and I even killed the flying dragons that branded their family crests. Didn't you check if there were any worms in their underground?" Li Rulong rolled his eyes. "Well done, Zod. When dealing with these pests that harm Krypton, they should be eradicated completely." Li Rulong affirmed Zod's work, then glanced at the Joel family behind him, signaling with his eyes to ask what was going on. "General, Joel saw me slaughtering the nobles and wanted to stop me, asking me to spare the children. I told him I was carrying out your orders, and he fell silent. However, he called Lara and his son to come here with me." Zod quietly recounted the events to Li Rulong. Li Rulong thought to himself, "You really don't want to take any blame at all, huh? It seems I need to add a course on how to serve your superior." He couldn't help but glare at Zod and walk straight towards Jor-El's family. Zod was somewhat baffled by Li Rulong's glare, not knowing what he had done wrong. At this moment, Fiora quietly approached him and informed him that Captain Zilio of the Honor Guard and the Honor Legion had pledged allegiance to General Li. Upon hearing this, Zod immediately turned his head to look in Zilio's direction, glaring at him with a somewhat fierce look. Zilio noticed Zod glaring at him. He wasn't afraid of Zod, but also didn't want to lose face, so he glared back. Li Rulong didn't care about what they were doing. He was now standing in front of Jor-El and Lara, seriously looking at their faces without saying a word. Jor-El tightly grasped Lara's hand, while Lara nervously held their son close. I just wanted to ask, with Krypton running out of time, is there any way to save Krypton?" Jor-El asked anxiously. He was now the only noble left on Krypton, and if he didn't find a way to quickly join Li Rulong's camp, it would only be a matter of time before he faced reckoning, which is why he had proactively brought his family to him, as a way to show his stance to Li Rulong. Li Rulong looked at the old fox from Krypton in front of him, pondering how to make him useful as soon as possible. Subduing the old fox Jor-El could not be done with the same methods as subduing Zod and the others. As soldiers, Zod and his companions were driven by two main thoughts: the necessary sense of national duty and their respect for strong members of their own kind, as well as the desire to become stronger themselves. Therefore, Li Rulong used a combination of sticks and sweet dates on them. The stick hit hard at their spirits, while the sweet dates delighted their hearts. As long as Li Rulong could make them stronger and remain stronger than them, Zod and the Kryptonians would completely trust him and continue to follow him. Of course, if there were any doubts, Li Rulong had plenty of ways to deal with them, as kryptonite was useful to them, but of no use to him. However, he could not use the same method on Jor-El, who was not only a scientist, but also quite selfish, with 1,000 crafty ideas in his mind. After some thought, he decided to entice him with the safe living environment for his future wife and child, and the countless scientific technologies waiting for him to explore. Find a quiet place. "We need to talk. Zod, you, and Zira come along too." As the captain of the guard, Zira was very familiar with the barracks of the guard corps. Upon hearing Li Rulong's command, she immediately guided them to a conference room. Li Rulong confidently took the first seat, with Xiao Ayer and his wife holding their child on his left, and Zod and Zilio glaring at each other on his right. "I am the first one to follow the general, so I should sit in the first position. This is my territory, as a guest. You should sit in the second position." If it weren't for the fear of upsetting Li Rulong, the two would have fought over the position. After some thought, Zilio still let Zod take the first seat as a concession to the guest. Zod shamelessly displayed a victorious smile and sat down. "Now tell me, besides your military, the Honor Guard, and the Academy of Sciences, what other major powers are there on Krypton?" Li Rulong turned to the 4 people present and asked, "General, aside from our 3 factions, the influence of the Elder Council and the aristocrats is gone. Only the colonial faction has some people left. The rest are common folks responsible for factories, farming, and agriculture. They don't count as any real power." Zord answered proactively, "Wrong. The working class and the peasant class are the greatest forces. You can't do anything without following the mass line." Seeing their puzzled expressions, Li Rulong continued to explain, "Take your recent political change as an example. Have you ever thought that if you had secured the support of the working and peasant classes beforehand, the result could very well have been a crushing victory?" After hearing this, Zord shook his head instantly, thinking, what could those ordinary Kryptonians, born to be workers and farmers, do to help them? Li Rulong had a grim expression on his face. He saw that not only Joel, who was frowning in thought, and Lara, who was coaxing the child, but even Zilio was wide-eyed with confusion, waiting for Li Rulong to explain more clearly. How many workers and farmers are there on Krypton? And how many soldiers? There are about 7 million workers and farmers, and, counting the guards, there are approximately 164,000 soldiers before the war. Now let me ask you, with over 7 million against 164,000, who would win? Well, if we consider weapons, then the military would. Stop. How do you know that workers and farmers can't get weapons? It's impossible. Their thought consciousness is set from birth, and there is no concept of using weapons. Even if you give them weapons, they won't be able to use them. Destruction it is. Hearing Zod's confident answer, seeing Zilio and Joel nodding in agreement, even Lara, who was taking care of the child, had an expression of agreement. Li Rulong is really tired, and it's his own fault as well as that of the DC writers. He had always wanted to use the great strategy of the working class as masters from the Dragon Kingdom to influence the Kryptonians. But it seems that this approach is not working. And the damn DC writers can't even produce a documentary about Krypton? The background story of the Heir of Destiny is not detailed, leaving him in an awkward situation now. DC writers, we have it. But we wouldn't dare to write it that way here. No, he can't be embarrassed. This blame has to be shifted. Hey, I've got it. It seems you were too reliant on the life code before, and now you're completely poisoned by this thing. Li Rulong shook his head with a look of regret, sighing as he spoke. Zod and the others exchanged glances, unsure why generally would make such an evaluation of the Codex of Life, which was the most important treasure of their Kryptonian race. Without the Codex of Life, the Kryptonians would have long been extinct. Joel, lost in thought, seemed to grasp something but couldn't quite make sense of it. Joel, why did you choose to break tradition and personally conceive a child with Lara? Seeing Joel's dazed expression, Li Rulong knew he had found an opening. Me? I just feel that children nurtured in the life chamber will have their paths limited. Just like Lara and I, our parents are both scientists, and we are scientists too, so our children will inevitably be scientists as well, and cannot be generals, politicians, or farmers. When Joel heard Li Rulong's question, he carefully organized his thoughts and cautiously replied, not wanting to say anything wrong that could be used against him. After all, the blood on the landing pad was still fresh, and he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Indeed, you're right. The future paths of Kryptonians are restricted by the Codex of Life. There will be no more development, and it will be impossible to have a population explosion and conquer the universe like we did 1,000,000 years ago. Li Rulong agreed, saying, no wonder he's an old fox. He not only grasped the essence, but also pretended to be confused, and finally expressed it in the simplest language for those two simpletons to understand. Generally, what do you think should be done to solve this problem? Although the Elder Council is no more, if we don't use the Codex of Life, how will the Kryptonians reproduce? Joel threw the question back, wanting to see how Li Rulong would resolve it. It wasn't that he couldn't think of a solution, but that he couldn't implement it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of stealing the Codex for his son to take and run. The Codex of Life, also known as the Central Bible, not only serves to store all known knowledge and technology of Krypton, but also, through its gene bank, allows for the reproduction of Kryptonians. These two basic abilities are inherently good, but I don't know when it started to be misused. Li Rulong paused deliberately as he spoke, thinking of a way to deceive. No, a reasonable explanation for the impending sinking of this broken ship, except for Jor-El, along with the Kryptonians. The ancient Kryptonians were a great warrior race, with countless powerful beings like myself, but due to years of warfare and encounters with equally strong enemies, their population sharply declined. Then, under the research of some scientists, the life code was created to rapidly cultivate Kryptonians. This part of history was known not only to Jor-El, but also to Zod and Zor-El. However, Li Rulong's next words completely shattered their traditional understanding. The situation at the time was that all cultivated Kryptonians had the right to freely choose what knowledge to learn from the life code and the awareness to plan their future career development. Yet what I see now is that the life code has been arbitrarily altered by certain individuals or organizations, turning it into a despicable means for them to control Krypton. Of course, only an organization capable of doing this and daring to do so could pull it off. It couldn't be an individual. The historical records you learned, no, the history that was indoctrinated into you has definitely been altered by this organization. What? This is impossible. The Kryptonian Shadow Master Jor-El stood up with a shocked expression and shouted loudly. He had long had his suspicions. If it weren't for this, Krypton couldn't possibly have existed for 1,000,000 years with only a mere population of over 7 million. Of course, He didn't know that there were still more Kryptonians existing in other parts of the universe, but that had nothing to do with Li Rulong. Nothing is impossible, deep down. You already had your doubts, you just didn't dare to say them, right? Li Rulong directly exposed Joel's performance, leaving him awkwardly standing there. However, his expression played a supportive role, as at least Zod and Zareo completely believed Li Rulong's words. Forget it. What's done is done and can't be changed. Besides, Krypton will be doomed in 10 days, and talking about this now is just to make you understand that Kryptonians shouldn't be like this. If all Kryptonians could have free will and the right to choose, Zod might not be a general, but instead a rock singer doing what he loves. While Joel could be a gladiator with overwhelming combat power instead of a scientist, and Zareo could be a butcher. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I want to be a rock singer. Why shouldn't I be a gladiator instead of doing research? Why should I be a butcher? I want to sing too. Ha! Their thoughts were varied until they were interrupted by Lara's laughter while breastfeeding. Li Rulong glanced at her smiling face and thought to himself, what is there to laugh about? I didn't even dare to say you might go do QF. Lara noticed Li Rulong's gaze and shyly lowered her head, using little Kal-El to block the grain storage she was feeding. Little Kal-El seemed to sense someone was watching him and ate even more vigorously, fearing someone would snatch his food bag. Generally, you haven't said how you plan to save Krypton. Jor-El steadied his mind, since he had decided to come. He needed to find out what method the other party would use to save Krypton. Li Rulong smiled and glanced at Xiao Ayer and took the bait. Oh, look at my memory. I even forgot to introduce my situation, haha. Li Rulong laughed heartily, raising their curiosity. Zod already knew my name. I am Li Rulong, a Kryptonian, also considered a super Kryptonian, but I'm also a member of the human race. Krypton is actually a minority group within the human race, belonging to the Huaxia civilization. The humans can understand this, but this minority group, well, they can roughly guess its meaning. However, what does super Kryptonian and Huaxia civilization mean? The Huaxia civilization is the greatest nation in the multiverse. To put it simply, they went from being a tribe that couldn't even cover themselves to exploring the universe in just 5,000 years. This is incredibly fast. Zod and Zila have no concept of this, but as a scientist, Jor-El is deeply shocked. Furthermore, as one of the civilizations of the human race, in the evolution of ancient civilizations, all other civilizations have been lost to the river of history, with only the Huaxia civilization preserved to this day. This time, Li Rulong was not joking. This is completely true and can withstand verification. Next, Li Rulong introduced various aspects of the Huaxia civilization, even recounting many ancient legends and stories, all while wearing a proud and self-satisfied expression. When he spoke of the happy parts, his uncontrollable smile left Zod and the others speechless. Why be so proud? As if you had a part in it. The few of them thought this in their hearts, but they dared not say it out loud. All right, I've said so much just to tell you that Krypton is also one of the Huaxia civilizations. Otherwise, why would someone as strong as me actively join them? Li Rulong finished speaking and gave them time to absorb the information. Otherwise, it would be counterproductive. A few people were shocked by the history of Chinese civilization, truly shocked. General, can that strong man named Pangu really reopen the world with one axe? General, can the pig in the heavenly court's office really command an army of 100,000? Generally, I don't. You don't believe? Just as Xiao Ayer began to speak, Li Rulong stopped him with a glance. No, I believe. I absolutely believe. I mean, I'm just a bit confused. How did that life scientist named Nuwa create humans from clay? Doesn't she need some sort of treasure, like the Codex of Life? Xiao Ayer hurriedly explained. No matter how much he didn't believe, he wouldn't dare to say it out loud. He was just curious about the history of human creation, thinking that this Nuwa must be a great expert in genetic engineering. After hearing Xiao Ayer's somewhat forced question, Li Rulong curled his lip and said disdainfully, You guys are not only blinded by the Codex of Life, but you also have your eyes covered. To you, the Codex of Life is a supreme treasure, the foundation of your race. But I must say, in the eyes of the goddess, the Codex of Life is nothing. The breath she exhales is more precious than the Codex of Life. In Li Rulong's heart, the Codex of Life was man-made in Chinese mythology. It wasn't even considered a postnatal treasure, at most a mid-grade artifact. If the goddess used an artifact, wouldn't that be an insult to her? After introducing Chinese civilization, he also talked about the theory of national integration before he began to explain what a super Kryptonian is, a term Li Rulong personally coined to fool them. You don't know what a super Kryptonian is? That's normal, because all the history about super Kryptonians is only allowed to be passed down orally, not recorded in writing or other forms. But you know that history has been interrupted and altered by some bastard. In the depths of the universe, God sneezed. Am I catching a cold? Oh, me and I. Super Kryptonians are super warriors among Kryptonians, capable of traversing the universe solely with their physical bodies, immensely strong. And their speed can even reach or exceed the speed of light. I've written down the specifics and given them to Zod, and he will introduce them to you. Zod immediately covered his chest, hiding the book that Rulong gave him, which was a compulsory text for the Huaxia people, against his chest hair. His action instantly drew an unfriendly look from Kilao, and Xiao was also staring at his chest. Zod's body hair stood on end, and even his chest hair got stuck in the book. All right, any capable and loyal Kryptonian, I will train them to become super Kryptonians. However, I have something more important to tell you, which is that not every Kryptonian will be willing to follow me. I need you to conduct a selection. After listening, the others looked at each other. Zod and Kilao had already decided to follow Rulong. Wasn't it just about pledging loyalty? So easy. After all, staying on Krypton meant either dying or changing masters. So it was better to follow Rulong and fight across the worlds, and they could also become super Kryptonians. Just thinking about it felt great. Xiao also had his own plans. He wanted to go, not for anything else, but for his wife and children to grow up in a safe and harmonious environment. Moreover, he agreed with Rulong's assertion that Krypton was a member or minority of the human race. As for the theory of national integration, it sounded particularly advanced, and he didn't know which great person proposed it. They had played for millions of years for supremacy, yet in Rulong's mouth, it had become an outdated and backward thing. I just told you that Kryptonians want freedom, so let us give them freedom. After hearing Rulong's words, the others didn't quite understand the implication. Kilao, you are responsible for gathering all the Kryptonian citizens and then conducting a public opinion survey. Those willing to follow me, gather them near the Elder Council. Kilao immediately nodded in agreement. As the head of the Imperial Guard, this small task was still manageable. Zod, if the army can undergo political changes, then you should be able to restrain them, right? Is there any difficulty in gathering all the warriors to follow me? Zod also immediately stated that it was not a problem. His prestige in the army was unmatched, and even the previously powerful Elder Council couldn't touch a hair on him. Rulong has dealt with the two simplest ones. Now it's the old fox's turn. Joel, can you take control of the Kryptonian Academy of Sciences? Yes, but there aren't too many people, about 50 for the chief scientist and chief technician, and around 2,000 apprentices. Then let's do a survey. Those willing to go with me to the New World to study alien civilizations and technology can come along, and those who are unwilling can stay behind and share life and death with Krypton. Rulong said expressionlessly. Although they are talented, he would not go to flatter them, and if he had any objections in his heart, it might lead to trouble later on. Joel nodded. He would do his utmost to persuade the people from the Academy of Sciences. With more people in the New World, their voice would be stronger. With the matter settled, Rulong gave them 5 days, as he had more important things to do in the remaining 5 days. The few of them received the order and stood up to walk towards the door. Zod and Zareo were whispering something as they walked. Suddenly both of them stopped at the same time, turned around, and returned to Rulong. Joel and Lara, holding the child, turned around in confusion to see what they were up to. They saw the two kneel before Rulong, placing their right hands on their left chests, bowing their heads. I, Nako Zod's son, Drew Zod, am willing to offer you my loyalty, to become your sword. The direction you point will be where I march towards death. I, Nala Zareo's son, Baku Zareo, am willing to offer you my loyalty, to become your shield. I will withstand any enemy that invades you until I march towards death. The two spoke sincerely and devoutly, and Rulong even saw a platinum halo above their heads. Indeed, their vows were quite rhythmic, and since it was like this, he felt a bit embarrassed to accept. I, the son of the king of Kingsley Urgu, Rulong, hereby accept your loyalty. From now on, you two shall be my sword and shield. Though the sword and shield are strong and sharp, loyalty is even more so. I swear to lead you both to become my henchmen, to conquer the universe and reach the pinnacle. Rulong instantly crafted words that made the two kneeling people feel a surge of emotion, almost to the point of tears. Previously, their loyalty to anyone would only earn them a light-hearted acknowledgement of I accept your loyalty, but what Rulong said felt grand and elevated. They didn't realize that this was the charm of the Huaxia language, which can be summed up as saying you won't die. You should go too, otherwise, it wouldn't be appropriate, and you might even be marginalized. Lala gently nudged the dazed Joel with her elbow. Joel came to his senses, quickly stepped forward, and knelt beside Zod on one knee, performing the same oath of loyalty. I, Segel's son, Jor-El, am willing to offer you my loyalty, to become your omnipresence, your heart's desire, even if the goal I pursue lasts until you no longer need the elf family. Joel stammered through his words. He truly had no script. There had never been a precedent in Kryptonian history for a scientist to swear loyalty. Nor was there a unified script like in the military or the Guard Corps. Just look at how the big beard was so startled that he used honorifics, saying you. Not to mention, it felt a bit comforting. Li Rulong looked at Joel kneeling on the ground, feeling happy that he had finally dealt with the old fox. Joel, seeing that Li Rulong had not yet accepted his oath, couldn't help but feel anxious. Why was there no response? Was it not sincere enough or not rhyming? Joel thought to himself, gritted his teeth, and unleashed his trump card. If the general does not abandon me, I am willing to take the general as my adoptive father. What the heck? After Joel suddenly shouted this, Li Rulong was dumbfounded. When did you, Joel, change your name to Xiao Fengxian? Who dares to accept this? They die early. No, I misspoke in excitement. I meant I am willing for my son, Carl, to take the general as his adoptive father. I hope the general won't mind. Phew, that was a false alarm, but just thinking about being able to take in the destined child is exciting. All right, old AI, get up. I have always respected scientists. When we go back, I will introduce you to old Huang. Oh no, Director Huang. You two will definitely have a pleasant collaboration in the future. I hope Director Huang doesn't just extract blood from him. He is always one of my blood. Old AI, who is that? Seeing Joel's confused expression, Li Rulong explained to him, as well as to Zod and the others. Since we are going back to Huaxia, besides the original 56 fated ethnic groups, everyone else must change their surnames and names to conform to tradition. For example, Joel, your surname is L, so you will now be surnamed AI. Don't underestimate this surname. You will be associated with Professor AI, who is a very great person. After hearing this, Joel realized that he could still share a surname with someone Li Rulong admired, which was definitely an honor for him and his family. He immediately nodded and agreed to change his name to AI Erchiao, and his son would be named AI Carl. As for his wife, she could just be called AI Lala. Zod and Zilio looked at him with envy, which made Li Rulong feel sympathetic and change their names as well. Zod would still be called Zod, and Zilio would still be called Zilio, as Zod and Chi were already their original surnames. Upon hearing that his surname Chi was also a prominent surname in Huaxia, Zilio immediately expressed his excitement and said he would go recarve the tablets of his father and ancestors, while also showing off and provoking Zod. After the few excitedly left to carry out Li Rulong's orders, Li Rulong sat down to start thinking about the next plan. Brother Tong, I made a promise. But once they go back and get the yellow sun, will their superpowers activate and give rise to ambition? Green kryptonite, red kryptonite, and gold kryptonite can all be found on Krypton and under the red sun. If you bring them back, I will help you make something to make them obedient. Brother Tong is the best. Li Rulong flew to the red sun to find kryptonite, but he first stopped by the life cultivation room to take the life codex. However, the task assigned to Zod and the others deviated significantly. Zod, with unmatched prestige in the military, commanded the surviving 80 Kryptonian warriors to follow him closely. After Zod instilled in them the ideology and sayings taught by Li Rulong, he emphasized that they were not loyal to him, Zod, but to General Li Rulong and the people of Huaxia. The 80 Kryptonian warriors, who yearned to be super Kryptonians, immediately pledged lifelong loyalty to General Li Rulong and joined the Longxing Huaxia Kryptonian clan, bringing their families and friends along to join the Longxing family. At this point, Zod officially became a lonely figure, but it didn't matter to him. Being a battle fanatic, he preferred to become a super Kryptonian and fight alongside Li Rulong across the multiverse. After dealing with his subordinates, Zod quickly arranged for Li Rulong's other tasks, such as organizing military technology and data. On Joel's side, there was a bit of trouble. He had to persuade his colleagues at the Kryptonian Academy of Sciences, engaging in a war of words with the old fox and a group of highly intelligent foxes. Joel, no matter how much you say, I cannot agree with you. Mala, do you really want to watch your colleagues and the citizens perish alongside Krypton? No, we will not be destroyed. Long before Zod's rebellion, we had already prepared an escape route. What escape route? Why am I unaware of it? Joel frowned at Mala on the other side of the conference room. He had previously competed with Mala for the position of chief scientist. After losing, Mala started engaging in factionalism. While Joel was busy with his duties, creating life and practicing, he turned a blind eye to their actions, not expecting to encounter trouble now. It's not too late to tell you now. 3 years ago, you published a paper about Krypton's impending destruction. Do you know why the Elders' Council turned a blind eye to it? Mala's old face revealed a sinister smile, and Joel instantly understood that he had been scheming behind the scenes. It's you. You convinced those fools. You led Krypton to destruction. Joel angrily pointed at Mala. He had previously suspected this matter, and now it was confirmed. Fools? What does that mean? Sound quite catchy. Forget it, yes. I told them that you wanted to gain greater influence and spread doomsday theories, while I presented pre-prepared data papers proving that Krypton would not be destroyed. And don't forget, my son married the daughter of the High Elder. Who do you think those fools would listen to? Mala had a refreshing expression, finally putting Joel at a disadvantage. Don't say that all Kryptonians, nurtured by the Life Codex, will unite. If that were the case, Zod would not have staged a coup. The colonization faction would not sneak off to other planets to build infrastructure, and the elders and nobles would not oppress the citizens while lining their own pockets. There are rivalries everywhere, even among the interstellar insect races after a unified consciousness. Do you know that you have pushed Krypton into an abyss? Joel shouted angrily. So what? I have already prepared cultivation ships. I originally planned to send someone to take the Life Codex when Zod and the Elders' Council were fighting fiercely. At that time, as long as I find a suitable planet to cultivate obedient Kryptonians, with that person's support, how can it not be Krypton? Mala's face showed longing, which calmed Joel down. The Life Codex has already been taken by General Lee. You have no chance, Joel said calmly, actually lying to the other party, but he didn't know he was right. What? That is the treasure of Krypton. How can an outsider take the Life Codex? Then go ask him for it, and see if he won't slap you to death. Joel's indifferent attitude left Mala with no doubt that the other was deceiving him. Mala recalled seeing on the surveillance that the other party had the power to completely destroy the moon, feeling uneasy and ultimately deciding against contacting him. Joel knew he couldn't persuade Mala and his allies, and could only place his hopes on the neutral faction. But just as he was about to speak, Mala preemptively said, "Everyone, I have contacted the cosmic overlord Darkseid. He promised to protect the Kryptonians, but only if we pledge loyalty to him. As for whether to choose the cosmic overlord or gamble on an unknown future with an outsider, I believe everyone will make the right choice." Sure enough, the Kryptonians who had just maintained neutrality suddenly showed signs of wavering. Darkseid, the cosmic overlord, was not a secret to those at the upper echelons of Krypton. Although Darkseid was extremely tyrannical, the battle-hardened Kryptonians were not a race that would reason. Even Joel at this moment had a voice in his head urging him to take action when reasoning failed. But he held back. He didn't want to use his fist to bind these scheming scientists. Warriors only clash openly with their enemies, while scholars often stab you in the back or sabotage experiments in the shadows. In the end, the neutral faction also showed divisions and split into 3 groups. Half chose to follow Mala and submit to Darkseid, while the remaining 30% aligned with the colonization faction. In the end, Joel only took away 15 scientists and 600 science apprentices, not even half of the Academy of Sciences. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. But he had no choice but to bring the people back to the camp of the Imperial Guard. Aside from these individuals, he had also made some other gains. Before gathering Mara and the others, he had used the key to copy all of Krypton's scientific achievements and research data, and he thoroughly deleted the projects he led or participated in. This could be considered his initiation into the Dragon Star Academy. If Joel was encountering trouble, then Zilio's mission could only be termed a disaster. After gathering the surviving Kryptonian citizens in the square with the Imperial Guard, he announced what General Lee had instructed him to say. He originally thought that the ordinary Kryptonians, who lacked a sense of free will and independence, would blindly follow him with a mere wave of his arm. Unexpectedly, an accident occurred at some unknown point. The colonists and Mara's people had already begun promoting a plan that could save the Kryptonian people. By the time Zilio arrived, the number of people responding to him was pitifully small, only less than 300,000, while the square was filled with nearly 7 million people. Zilio, who was somewhat dumbfounded, instinctively clenched his fists upon seeing this ratio, contemplating whether to resort to force. But recalling General Lee's recent emphasis on respecting public opinion, he could only sigh helplessly. What he thought would be a simple mission had turned out like this, and he had no choice but to temporarily take these 300,000 back to the camp. He wanted to discuss what to do next with Joel. As for Zod, forget it. He didn't have the brains for it. In the Red Sun, Li Rulong finally found the first piece of red kryptonite, playing with the red kryptonite in his hand, which resembled a ruby and emitted a dazzling glow. Li Rulong carefully examined this stone that inherently brought debuffs and could induce hallucinations in Kryptonians. System, how do I use this? After collecting red kryptonite, gold kryptonite, and green kryptonite, I will create a special suppressant for Kryptonians. Suppressant? Yes, the hallucination ability of red kryptonite, the ability of gold kryptonite to eliminate superpowers, and the lethal weakness of green kryptonite are all a type of radioactive element inherent to the stones that specifically target Kryptonians. By extracting these elements, a suppressant can be made that prevents harm to compatriots. If one tries to attack, their superpowers will be instantly stripped away, leading to lethal weakness and plunging them into painful hallucinations. Of course, this requires you to inject it into them before they gain superpowers. I see. As long as they don't harm Dragon Star compatriots, it won't take effect. That's great. At the same time, the suppressant can be incorporated into the life codex, so that newly hatched Kryptonians not only exhibit the same symptoms, but can also experience hallucinations that continuously instill loyalty and a sense of national duty in them. After hearing the system's explanation, Li Rulong put away the red kryptonite and immediately headed to where gold kryptonite might appear. At this moment, in the camp of the Imperial Guard, Zod was boasting to Joel about his excessive completion of the task when he noticed Zilio looking dejected and curiously stared at him. Zilio ignored Zod's gaze and quickly walked to Joel's side, quietly saying, "Old AI, can we talk?" Joel, who had already changed his name to AI Xiao, also puzzled by Zilio's behavior, nodded and followed him to an open area. Zilio detailed to AI Xiao the process and results of the mission assigned to him by Li Rulong, hoping he could help come up with a solution. After listening, AI Xiao stroked his chin and pondered for a while, then sighed and shook his head. "Old Chi, I can't do anything either, unless we use the Imperial Guard forcefully. But that would lead to political upheaval on Krypton, which is not the situation generally hopes for." Sigh, I know, that's why I held back just now. But they seem completely uninterested in becoming super Kryptonians and living in the new world. Zilio, realizing that even the incredibly intelligent AI Xiao had no solution, sat down on the ground in frustration. Generally assigned him his first task, and he messed it up. How would he face him after that? AI Xiao understood what he was thinking, patted him on the shoulder, and sat down beside him just as he was about to speak when Zod's loud voice interrupted. "What's going on with you two? Chilao, why do you look so unhappy? Did you mess up the task the general assigned to you?" Chilao shot him a glare, thinking to himself that he guessed right, but there was no need to announce it so loudly. Everyone around was my former subordinates. I still want to save face. AI Xiao glanced at Chilao and, seeing him close his eyes in tacit agreement, recounted Chilao's situation to Zod. After listening, Zod mimicked AI Xiao's gesture of stroking his chin. Although they were rivals before and had a real fight that morning, they were now both under General Li and were colleagues. He didn't want to make Chilao feel too embarrassed, and he started thinking of solutions in his mind. If General Li knew about it later, he might even remember him for it. However, after thinking hard, the only solution that came to his mind was forced recruitment. But AI Xiao had just said that doing so might upset the general. He shrugged and casually said, "No ideas." AI Xiao and Chilao didn't expect to get any good ideas from him and didn't mind. They already had a backup plan. Wait, yes, the backup plan. Before Zod could finish speaking, he was interrupted by AI Xiao's sudden exclamation, startling him. "Old Chi, little Zod is right. You do this and then that. And remember to keep a secret." AI Xiao's voice grew quieter until only Chilao could hear him. Chilao kept nodding, and the gloomy expression on his face gradually disappeared. After hearing this, he suddenly grabbed Zod's hand and, with an excited expression, said, "Little Zod, you're my brother from now on." After that, he called his trusted aides and left without any hesitation. AI Xiao smiled at Zod, nodded, and laughed as he turned to leave to accompany his wife and child. Am I right? What did I say that was right? Also, you both keep calling him Little Zod. Do you look down on me? Zod stood in place, glaring and complaining. I ask all the great authors to use your wealthy hands to encourage updates, write reviews, and send free little gifts. After the DC ends, the first volume will conclude, and the era of the multiverse will arrive in the second volume. Longxing will enter a period of rapid development, and the pace of the novel will also accelerate. The era of conquering the multiverse is about to come. Here, I invite Book Friend to provide names and settings for both positive and negative characters, warships, mechs, and superweapons. Let your thoughts flow. Go for it. Li Rulong collected enough red kryptonite from the red sun and came to the edge of the Kryptonian solar system, where he found a golden gas giant. He dug out the legendary golden kryptonite from its core, which was said to strip Kryptonians of their superpowers. Indeed, the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it can be. Looking at the dazzling golden kryptonite in his hand, Li Rulong had the system help him store it away. The golden kryptonite instantly disappeared, and Li Rulong envied the storage space's capabilities, hoping that Brother System would arrange it for him soon. Just after taking off from a planet, Li Rulong suddenly noticed something floating in the planet's orbit. Using his supervision, he discovered it was a foot resembling that of a human. It looked very similar to a human foot, with 5 toes and half an ankle, the ankle cut cleanly, clearly severed by some sharp object. But it was much larger than a human foot. At least a size 70 shoe would be needed to fit it. Quick, go over there. I want to collect it. I have to say, your luck is really good. This foot will help you a lot. The system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Help me a lot. Is it a broken foot or an invincible foot odor? That's disgusting. This foot contains very powerful cellular energy. I suspect it's from the ancient doomsday. Extracting its cells can elevate your strength to a new level. What? Ancient doomsday? If I'm not mistaken, it's fortunate that the foot is outside the golden kryptonite planet, keeping it in a state of losing its superpowers. Li Rulong felt a surge of excitement in his heart after hearing this. The feet of doomsday are not ordinary feet. They are an existence that can never be killed. Don't mention that the same moves are ineffective against the 5 bronze little strong ones. After being attacked by any skill, Doomsday will become ineffective the second time and can automatically evolve countermeasures. Li Rulong flew past, and the system instantly retracted the foot of Doomsday. On the way back to Krypton, Li Rulong expressed his gratitude to the system in his mind. Brother System, thanks a lot. This trip was totally worth it. Of course, otherwise, would I expend so much energy to bring you here? Flying back to Krypton, he directly used heat vision to open a hole straight to the mantle on the ice field at the south pole of Krypton, where the green kryptonite was located. That's enough. Give me 5 days. After the system finished prompting, it fell into silence. Li Rulong flew out of the cave and headed straight for the barracks of the Imperial Guard. He wanted to see how their progress was going. Old AI? Where are they? After landing, he found old AI hugging his wife and holding their child, enjoying the night view of Krypton. Hearing Li Rulong's voice behind him, El Chao immediately turned around to greet him and answered his question. General, Zod has gone to the barracks. The soldiers have brought their families and close friends to the barracks to join your ranks. Zod is doing well. Li Rulong gave some praise. As for Kaleo, Iurkio stuttered as he spoke. He had only given Kaleo an idea, but he wasn't sure if Li Rulong would be angry about his unilateral decision before any results came out. Kaleo? What's wrong with him? It's like this. Blah, blah, blah. Iurkio finished explaining the difficulties of Kaleo's public opinion poll in one breath, as well as how the Malapai and colonial factions had already started promoting their plans among the ordinary people of Krypton. Of course, he also gritted his teeth and laid bare the fact that he had given Kaleo the idea. Li Rulong didn't have any feelings of dissatisfaction. He just felt that Al Xiao's methods were a bit soft. If Li Rulong, if Zhang Zhong were to come to Krypton, how would he handle it? It goes without saying that he would directly find a way to provoke the conflict between the Mara faction and the colonial faction, discrediting each other, causing infighting, and then reaping the benefits. It seems that when we go back, not only do we need to teach them military strategy and theory, but for smart people like Al Xiao, we also need to arrange for them to learn the art of manipulation. General? Al Xiao called out to Li Rulong nervously, expressing that he was struggling with his thoughts and wanted to know if he was satisfied. Go call Zereo back. What they're doing will not only cut off the Kryptonians' path to survival, but will also lead to direct hostility before we leave, making it impossible to resolve. Li Rulong gave a command and instructed him to call back Zod as well. He wanted to teach them how to deal with the current issue. In less than half an hour, Zod, Chilao, and Elkio appeared before Li Rulong. After having them sit down, Li Rulong spoke. Just now, old AI told me everything. Old Chi, this matter is not your fault. I didn't anticipate that someone would come out early to intercept. Elkio and Chilao both breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that they were not to blame, as Chilao had been scared to death on the way back. However, I originally didn't plan to take away 7 million Kryptonians, but at least I need to take away 3 million. Right now, we only have 300,000, which is too big of a gap. Upon hearing Li Rulong's words, Chilao lowered his head. Old Chi, and you too, I will tell you how to handle this matter. But I will only teach you once. Since both the Mara faction and the colonial faction want to take more people away, they are in a competitive relationship. Where there is competition, there will be conflict. What you need to do now is to find a way to intensify the conflict. You two go and investigate who the second in command is on both sides, or who the leaders care about the most, and then find an opportunity to kidnap them for me. But you must leave evidence at the scene. For example, if you kidnap someone from the Mara faction, you need to make it seem like the colonial faction did it. And it can't be too deliberate, understand? Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. After listening, Chalao turned to look at Elkio, who initially appeared deep in thought, but gradually his eyes brightened. Wonderful. Let them suspect each other. Once their conflict is known to the Kryptonian citizens, who will still trust them, Elkio realized the key point and clapped in admiration. This is just the first step. You still need to make this matter well known privately. Once public opinion ferments, we can execute the second step. Oh, General, how should we proceed with this second step? Li Rulong had a pretentious expression on his face and also gathered a group of comedic actors. Step 2, kill. Li Rulong suddenly said the word kill with a fierce expression, which frightened the three people present. The first step would only cause a conflict between both sides, but it wouldn't lead to a complete fallout, so the second step must be to escalate the conflict. Zod and the others exchanged glances, not understanding the intricacies of the situation. Damn it, if aliens were all as naive as you, I bet if Qin Shi Huang had a spaceship, he would have wiped you out long ago. Li Rulong saw their expressions and silently thought to himself. What would happen if an important figure from the Marapai faction were kidnapped and the colonial faction couldn't hand anyone over? Then suddenly, an important figure from the colonial faction is killed and public opinion starts to fan the flames. What would you do? If it were me, I would definitely retaliate. Zod slammed the table, startling Qilao beside him, but his thoughts aligned with Qilao's. General, if this happens, the two sides will inevitably be at odds. Is there a third step? Alkio pondered for a moment and replied seriously. Yes, as long as both sides engage in real conflict, the third step can be executed. First, let your trusted allies widely promote the idea that neither side can be trusted among the Kryptonians. Then send people to secretly destroy one side's announced spaceship, pinning them down on Krypton. At that time, to escape from Krypton, they would have no choice but to hijack someone else's spaceship. Would they dare to hijack the military and the Imperial Guard ships? No, they wouldn't. So they would have to target civilian ships and the other side's ships. However, to make it look more convincing, Old Chi, you need to send people to blow up all the warships at the same time, and the bigger the spectacle, the better. But, General, without spaceships, how do we get to Longxing? Yeah, General, we can't blow them up. Don't worry, I have a way to take you back instantly, without needing any spaceships at all. After Li Rulong finished speaking, he revealed a reassuring expression. Zod and the others were somewhat skeptical, but since Li Rulong had said so, they could only comply. However, you must remember, before this three-step mission is completed, do not let anyone among the Kryptonians spread anything related to us. Just act as if we will not interfere with either side, keeping only the military and the 300,000 citizens who have already followed us. Even if a Kryptonian offers to join us, you must refuse in no uncertain terms. Zod and the others did not understand. With both sides fighting, wouldn't it be a good thing if a Kryptonian actively wanted to join? Why refuse? A person does not realize the meaning of life until they are in their most desperate moments. Li Rulong closed his eyes and stopped speaking after finishing his words. Qilao was about to ask a question, but was stopped by AI Erqiao's look from across the table. The few of them left quietly, afraid of disturbing Li Rulong, who was already resting. Brother Tong, how did my earlier performance go? This performance is nothing to boast about. It's something passed down from your ancestors, merely plagiarized by you. I ask all the greats to use your prosperous hands to urge updates, write book reviews, and give free little gifts. After the DC ends, the first volume will conclude, and the second volume of the multiverse era will arrive. The Dragon Star will enter a period of ultra-fast development, and the pace of the novel will also accelerate. The conquest of the multiverse era is about to begin. Here, I'm calling for book friends to provide names and settings for both positive and negative characters, battleships, mechs, and super weapons. Let's unleash our thoughts. Zod and Qilao may not be good at brainstorming, but their practical skills are unmatched on Krypton. That evening, Marla's son and daughter-in-law were kidnapped in broad daylight by a group of masked abductors dressed in technical worker uniforms. Choosing Marla's son was a suggestion from AI Erqiao. He holds grudges. Since you, Marla, Used your son to marry the chief elder's child back in the day and sabotaged my good deeds. Let your son take the blame. Ha ha ha. During the struggle between the kidnappers and Marla's son, one of the kidnappers had his mask torn off, and a bystander remembered his appearance. Upon receiving the news, Marla immediately sent private guards and smart assistants to track them down, but eventually lost their trace at the edge of the colonial faction's territory. Next, Marla sent a demand for accountability to the colonial faction, but the bewildered colonial faction had no idea about the details and could only honestly deny involvement. This attitude greatly dissatisfied Marla and his faction, as one of the kidnappers had inadvertently revealed his face, and through identification. It was confirmed to be a minor leader from the colonial faction, yet they dared to deny it. The leader of the colonial faction, Coda, upon hearing this, immediately sent someone to find the minor leader mentioned by Marla, but found nothing. That minor leader had long been dealt with by Zod, who had found someone extremely similar to impersonate him. As for Marla's son and daughter-in-law, they were also executed and buried by Chi Lao in an empty plot within the core area of the colonial faction. As it seemed, both sides were on the verge of conflict. The colonial faction could only hurriedly express that they would immediately search for Marla's son and daughter-in-law and promise to ensure their safety. Marla did not want to conflict with the colonial faction at such a critical moment. He believed that even if the colonial faction had kidnapped his son, they would not harm him, most likely treating him as a bargaining chip to gain something from him. With this thought, Marla snorted coldly, turned with his men to leave. But unfortunately, lacking emotional intelligence, he left a harsh remark about this not being over for the sake of face, which inadvertently assisted Zod and the others in their subsequent actions. Early the next morning, the colonial faction sent people to search for Marla's son extensively, while also interrogating those close to the minor leader, but of course, obtained nothing. At noon, the second-in-command of the colonial faction, Shalaman, clashed with Marla's faction while leading a search party, resulting in his immediate death, with 9 out of the 12 accompanying him also killed, leaving only 3 injured individuals fleeing back to the colonial faction's headquarters. Upon hearing this, Coda, the leader of the colonial faction, was furious and quickly organized a team to head to the conflict scene. Under the guidance of the dog-headed military advisor, AI Urchiao, Zod and the others had also learned to stage a complete act. The scene not only had 10 bodies from the colonial faction, including Shalaman, but also a body from Marla's faction, which Chi Lao had personally captured, beaten to death, and discarded there. Coda looked at the scene of the incident with rage. With physical and eyewitness evidence present, there was no doubt left, all pointing to Marla's faction. The surrounding onlookers also began to murmur various comments. Marla's faction is really impressive. They killed the colonial faction people. Probably the matter regarding Marla's son will end up the same. Nothing will come of it. Cowards. Haha, I think it's Marla taking revenge. Just don't know if Coda will dare to retaliate. Probably not. The colonial faction has always been cowardly, and so on. The more Coda listened, the more infuriated he became, finally letting his anger take over and immediately ordering his deputy to gather all colonial faction members to seek revenge on Marla. After seeing Coda and the others leave, the few who had been the loudest in the crowd quietly departed. That afternoon, cries and explosions erupted from Marla's faction's base. The colonial faction would not approach like Marla's group of scholars, starting with reasoning. Instead, they struck directly, catching Marla's faction off guard. Fortunately, Marla's faction was not large, but their weaponry and the defensive capabilities of the academy itself were much stronger than those of the colonial faction. Both sides exchanged blows until nightfall, when they temporarily ceased hostilities. In the late night, the Kryptonian warship base and the Guard Legion's warship base simultaneously experienced violent explosions that shook the entire Krypton. Both leaders brought their men to check what had happened. Upon arriving at the scene, they saw Zod and Chi Lao, both filled with fury, gritting their teeth and emanating an intense murderous aura, watching their warships burn to the ground. Their anger was not feigned. Although Rulong had told them that the warships could not be taken away, they would use them to escalate the conflict as their final task. After all, these were assets of their army, having fought alongside them, and if Marla and his people hadn't stirred up trouble, they wouldn't have burned. Now, not only was it painful, but it was also more about the anger towards Marla and his faction. Remembering their mission, Zod and the others suppressed their anger and continued to perform the next act. Marla, Coda, how you two factions quarrel is none of our concern, but how dare you reach into the military? I see you're looking for death. Zod angrily spat at Marla and the others, then turned and walked away with Chi Lao. Marla, still in shock, glanced at Coda not far from him, who was also looking at him. Was it you? Was it you? The two silently spoke in their hearts. However, they both felt pleased. Now that the military had no warships, they could forget about leaving Krypton, and the military's threat was no longer taken seriously by them. Now, both just needed to mobilize all their strength to bring down the other side, and they could seize the power of speech on Krypton to achieve their ambitions. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more exciting. In the following days, both sides intensified their attacks, and daily, trusted members from both sides were killed. By the seventh day, Mara sensed that something was wrong and wanted to temporarily cease hostilities with the colonists. However, the bodies of his son and daughter-in-law were thrown before him. Just as Mara was regaining some rationality, seeing the severed bodies of his son and daughter-in-law drove his anger to overshadow his reason once more. He sent everyone to attack all at once and arranged for his trusted aides to destroy all the colonist ships, leaving them with no escape, destined to perish alongside Krypton. The plan went exceptionally smoothly, and all the colonist ships were destroyed. In their fury, the colonists, having lost their ships, began to seize Mara's ships. Even if they couldn't take them, they aimed to destroy them all. Thus, the two sides erupted into the most intense war. Meanwhile, among the people of Krypton, a rumor quietly spread starting from the seventh day. It was that the military, which had maintained restraint, had actually prepared an escape route. Now, as long as one could prove they were not affiliated with Mara or Coda, they could join the military camp. Terrified by the ongoing war, the citizens of Krypton began to prepare to flee towards the military camp. General, today over 500,000 people have joined us, including those from Coda and Mara, who have all been thrown out. Zareo, excited, ran to report to Rulong. Good. With today's 500,000, we have reached our target of 3 million. Rulong nodded, and the word good originally meant he was satisfied with the current quantity. However, when it reached Qilao's ears, he felt that the general was praising him for doing well, making him feel as sweet as if he had eaten honey. Seeing Qilao's puzzled yet elated expression, Rulong continued, "How many wristbands are ready? Is it enough for the current people?" "It's enough. The 20,000 garrison troops outside have all returned today, counting the civilians. We have a total of 2 million people. Starting from midnight tonight, we will officially close the military camp and distribute the wristbands. We will leave tomorrow and will no longer accept anyone. Also, tonight, I will grant the super Kryptonian abilities to the trusted team you selected earlier." Qilao wanted to say that they might still be able to accept around 500,000 people tomorrow, but he was interrupted by Rulong's decision. "Yes. So will we carry out our last resort? Of course. If they dare to disrupt my plan, they will inevitably have to pay the price." Rulong saw Kaleo, who seemed hesitant to speak, and immediately said in a deep voice, "Don't think that the citizens of Krypton are innocent. We have already given them several days to consider, and now they are still wavering. We can't be blamed for that. Remember, don't play the saint, especially when it goes against your own beliefs. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. Go and take action." After Rulong finished speaking, he turned and returned to his lounge, leaving Qilao still dazed in place. "Don't be a saint. During an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Saint, avalanche. What is a saint? What is an avalanche? Wait, did the general just say that we would be granted the powers of super Kryptonians tonight? Damn, Xiaozhua." That night, Qilao's elite guard left the garrison to join Zod's army, stationed at the Kryptonian military camp. At midnight, the camp officially closed, and all automated weapons on the tall walls were set to fire upon approach. Everyone in the camp quietly waited to leave Krypton the next day. In a valley on the backside of Krypton, 10 massive black spaceships and 1 incubation ship were parked. All the spaceships bore the insignia of the Academy of Sciences. These ships had been hidden away by Mara in advance. The old fox had transferred 11 ships here long before the conflict with the colonists arose. "Are we all ready?" Just arriving at the temporary camp and seeing the busy workers in the valley, as well as the 11 ships that could become his leverage for rising in the future, he excitedly asked his assistant, "Elder Mara, there is one last batch of supplies that needs to be loaded onto the ships, and then we can leave." The assistant started calling Mara Elder after the fallout with El Chiao, and he felt good about the flattery, so he just went along with it. "How many people are here?" "There are already 1 million young Kryptonians waiting to board, but to avoid attracting the attention of the colonists, we abandoned 500,000 elderly, weak, and sick, led by Deputy Chief Camacho." "But, Elder, are we really not informing Deputy Chief Camacho? He's still waiting for us to pick him up. And also, all right, he sacrificed for our great cause. Besides, The neutrals are all wishy-washy and cannot be fully trusted, Mara said with a sinister expression. He had deliberately promoted the former neutral leader Camacho to the second-in-command of the faction, just to use him as a pawn to stabilize morale before their departure. Upon hearing this, the assistant hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to speak further. Report, Elder Mara, all supplies have been loaded, and you may board the ship now. At this moment, someone in charge of logistics rushed in to report to Mara. Mara symbolically adjusted his luxurious robe, looked up at the now pitch-black night sky, and sighed with reluctance. If it weren't for our race and civilization, I really wouldn't want to leave Krypton. He was about to express some touching sentiment of nostalgia for his hometown when two bright points shot rapidly into his vision. He recognized those two bright points all too well. They were the super missiles he had assisted Joe AI Air in inventing for the Kryptonian military. Only 10 missiles had been made in total, 8 of which had already been used to bombard the moon, and now the remaining 2 were actually heading toward him. No, toward the 11 ships in the valley. As the missiles sped toward the parked fleet, he barely had time to shout no, before the earth-shattering explosion engulfed him completely. The colonists still didn't know that Mara was already preparing to flee and had vanished from Krypton. At this moment, Koda was in the meeting room venting his anger at his subordinates. His furious shout echoed clearly outside, even through the thick walls. What do you mean there's nothing left? You tell me. What do you mean there's absolutely nothing left? Koda tightly grabbed the collar of the man in front of him, and if not for his strength, he would have definitely lifted him up. Cough. Chief. We didn't know. We really have nothing left. Koda glared with bloodshot eyes and shoved the man to the ground, sitting down heavily himself. It's over. All over. With no energy, how can the spaceship leave Krypton? Everyone present had a look of despair on their faces, and those outside, upon hearing the conversation inside, hurriedly scattered back to their own camps to inform their people. Chief, we still have 7 small spaceships that can carry a maximum of 700 people. We can go to the outpost. There should still be colonial ships available there, but what? Speak up. Hearing his confidant's words, Koda seemed to grasp at a lifeline, instantly bouncing back up from the ground, looking at his confidant with eager eyes. However, as far as I know, the outpost that the small spaceships can reach most likely has colonial ships is in the Phantom Zone. Once we enter, we might. That's it. It's decided. You all hurry up. Wait. You secretly gather the people close to you, and we will sneak away on the spaceship. As for the others, let them accompany Mara to their graves. Those nearby received the order and immediately went to prepare, but Koda, who came from a background as a low-level technician, did not understand the concept of walls have ears or the idea of familiarity breeds trust. By the time Koda finished packing and brought his family to the spaceship parking area, he found that 5 spaceships had already taken off, and one had already left the ground, rapidly ascending. Stunned, Koda immediately dropped his luggage and angrily rushed toward the last spaceship. The spaceship, originally designed to hold a maximum of 100 people, was now crammed with nearly 150 people, and outside the hatch, thousands were trying to squeeze in. Even the legs of the driver in the front row had a Kryptonian beauty sitting on each one. I order you all to get down. This is my spaceship. Get lost. We're all going to die. Who the hell cares about you? Ouch, who the hell touched my ass? Chief Koda. Sorry, I have more than 20 family members. None can. Who the hell is grabbing my pants? Don't squeeze. None can be left behind. Bang, bang, bang. Already furious, Koda immediately pulled out his sidearm and began shooting randomly at the crowd outside the spaceship's hatch. The crowd tried to dodge, but in a crush of people, those on the outside wouldn't run, and those on the inside couldn't move at all. The pilot in the cockpit, hearing the gunfire outside, was so scared that he immediately executed the takeoff procedure, but he forgot to close the hatch. The pilot, who was supposed to operate an engineering ship, had never flown such a high-end small spaceship, lacked control over the power system, and the ship was lifted directly, shooting up into the night sky. Meanwhile, those behind were all thrown out due to the open hatch. Ultimately, the spaceship wobbled and crashed into the one that had just taken off, turning into 2 brilliant fireworks in the night sky. Koda watched the people falling from the sky, standing there laughing heartily, mocking them for daring to abandon their leader. Immediately after, the exploding spaceship crashed down onto him. In a large hangar in the military camp, 300 Kryptonian soldiers and 1 Kryptonian scientist, El Chiao, were sitting cross-legged in a circle. Li Rulong stood in the circle with a small solar heater beside him. Of course, this was not a small solar heater, but a solar ray simulation generator personally designed for him by Dean Huang and the others before he arrived. It can completely simulate the light emitted by the sun and also contains all the particles emitted by the sun. This small device was modified based on the sunlight simulation system in the star ring. Ever since they heard that Rulong was injured and could only recover on the sun, they began to research and manufacture this device, which serves as a specialized medical device for Rulong. When he went to retrieve the Oma box, Rulong personally tested it and found it quite useful. Once activated, his cells would immediately enter a very active state. Looking at the circle of Kryptonian warriors surrounding him, they, like others who had joined Rulong's camp, had already been injected with the Kryptonian suppression agent prepared by Tonggu. Moreover, Tonggu had thoughtfully added a switch to the suppressor that eliminated the side effects of red sunlight on Kryptonians. Now, without Rulong's consent, even if they were exposed to yellow sunlight, they would not gain any superpowers, which avoided a lot of trouble. After receiving the suppressor, Rulong happily gave Tonggu an 11-star review on the spot, indicating that the full score was 10 stars, and the extra star was his love for Tonggu. Now, he activated the device and began to rotate slowly, ensuring that everyone would be exposed to it. However, during this period, you might experience some discomfort, so you must remain calm, refrain from making loud noises, avoid panicking, and definitely do not open your eyes. In short, no matter how uncomfortable it gets, you must endure it. This is the road in pain to becoming super Kryptonians ahead of you, understand? Understood. After everyone responded, Rulong directly activated the device and began to rotate slowly. The first ones to be exposed were Zod, Zilio, and El Xiao in this sector. They felt an indescribable pain in their bodies after being exposed to the device next to Rulong, but their cells seemed to be very pleased and were greedily absorbing the energy. They felt dizzy, heard various noisy sounds in their ears, their eyes felt dry and sore, and they had an impulse to open their eyes. But they remembered Rulong's warning, so they gritted their teeth and held on until the sunlight passed over them, and they gradually recovered. The red sun in the distance, regardless of whether Krypton would be destroyed today, still rose, as usual, illuminating the last Kryptonian land. The military camp remained quiet, but everyone had already lined up, waiting to leave their soon-to-be-destroyed homeland. Outside the military camp, however, there was a hubbub of voices, with a large crowd gathering. Many people were rushing from afar toward this place. Those who had already arrived stood 300 meters outside the walls, not daring to take another step. Those who had wanted to break down the door were shot to pieces by the automatic weapons on the wall. At this moment, there were already no fewer than 10,000 Kryptonian bodies lying outside the military camp's gates, unable to run away or too stubborn to believe it. Deputy Chief, what should we do? We can't reach Mara, and I've heard that Koda was crushed in a meat paste by his own spaceship last night. Krypton is about to be destroyed, and we will all die. I don't know what to do either. Now we have to see if Zod and Xiao will have any way to leave. We need them to take us with them. But, no buts. There are over 3 million people here. If we all shout together, I don't believe they would dare abandon us. Yes, let's shout together. They must save us. Open the door. 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 The massive shout of over 3 million people echoed into the military camp. The people inside probably knew what was happening outside, but none of them stood up to plead for them. Instead, they looked up enviously at the 301 people floating above them. Old Chi, it seems your people did well yesterday. Hee, not bad, but I only had someone steal all the energy and supplies from the colonization faction. As for Mara's side, that was done by old AI. Let me tell you, this old guy holds grudges. Stay away from him in the future. I damn well know. Look at my eyes. He beat me up when we flew to the Arctic to settle things at dawn. No wonder the general said he could kill me in a one-on-one fight. I believe it now. This gentleman is the worst. Not only does he sneakily have kids, but he also secretly trains. Little Zod, what are you two talking about? Nothing. Nothing. Zod and Zilio whispered to each other, and suddenly El Xiao floated over with a big smile. The two were so scared that they quickly stepped back and shook their heads wildly, indicating they hadn't said anything. What they had just said had already been heard by El Xiao, who had awakened super hearing, but he was also concerned. His biggest thought now was how to get General Li to turn his wife and children into super Kryptonians as well. He had already studied the light that had exposed them last night and concluded that it was a special kind of sunlight. However, he didn't say anything about it. He had also considered secretly building such a device for his family. But then he suddenly thought of Rulong and hurriedly pushed the idea out of his mind. He knew which was more dangerous, what the general provided or what he secretly built himself. Old AI, tell those people outside to shut up. Their noise is giving me a headache. Rulong's voice came over, and Iurkio immediately took command, flying out of the military camp with Zode, Jalao, and others, including Fiola. "Open the door! Open the door! Open! Someone is coming out!" They flew out. The crowd, shouting slogans, suddenly noticed a dozen people flying over the wall. Camacho, at the front of the crowd, widened his eyes when he saw the approaching figures. Leading them was Iurkio, flanked by Zode and Jalao. "Huaxia, why you? How can you fly?" "Why can't I fly? I am now a Super Kryptonian, a member of General Lee's Super Kryptonian army, just a little student. And all of this is the grace bestowed upon me by the general." Iurkio's face was filled with pride and admiration, making Camacho feel like his worldview was collapsing. Is there really such a thing as a Super Kryptonian? With a proud expression, Iurkio spoke to Camacho below, and his rich expressions made Camacho feel like his worldview was collapsing again. But he quickly remembered the purpose of his visit and shouted to Iurkio, "Ciao, Ire. Since you are that Super Kryptonian, you should save us ordinary Kryptonians." "Why should I?" "Because of your indecisive but—" Iurkio replied with a sneer. I'm not here to argue with you. You know very well that Krypton has no time left." Hearing Iurkio's sarcastic words, Camacho's face turned red. And he didn't continue to argue, as life was the most important thing now. "I know very well that I was the first to discover that Krypton was doomed. And let me share some good news with you." "What good news?" "The time of Krypton's destruction is exactly today at noon 12 o'clock. You have 3 hours left to say goodbye to your family. How about that? Isn't it good news?" "Ha ha ha." After saying this, Iurkio laughed heartily. Damn it. I must never offend him again. Zode, Jalao, and the others around him flew back a bit, feeling that this Iurkio was too sinister, silently vowing to themselves. The crowd below, hearing that Xiao Ire, the chief scientist of Krypton, had accurately predicted the time of Krypton's apocalypse, instantly began to panic. Some wanted to rush into the military camp, thinking that being attacked by automatic weapons would mean death anyway, so they might as well try to break into the camp. What if there were spaceships inside that could take them away? Just as they were about to charge, dozens of red lasers suddenly shot down from the sky, plowing a 10-meter-wide, bottomless trench into the ground ahead of them. The people in front immediately stopped, but the crowd behind pushed forward, causing many to fall into the abyss. This included Camacho and his deputy, who were pushed along and said an early goodbye to their hometown. At this moment, Rulong flew out with others, glanced at the crowd below, and didn't pay any attention. Time's up, we should go. Zode and the others immediately flew behind Rulong. They still didn't know how the general would take them away, even though they had already flown around the Krypton orbit with their own bodies during the second half of the night. Tonga. Received 3, 2, 1. Amidst the astonished gazes of over 3 million people below, a blue vortex appeared behind Rulong, sucking everyone in and instantly disappearing from the skies of Krypton. The 2 million followers in the military camp were also taken away by the vortex one by one. They have left. What are we going to do now? Woo-woo. I don't want to die. Who will save us? While they were cursing the ones who left and venting their anger, the ground beneath them suddenly shook violently. The frequency of the earthquake increased, distant volcanoes erupted, and the earth cracked open with countless deep fissures, erupting flames from hell. Those left on Krypton were instantly burned to ashes, and Krypton exploded, becoming a homeless asteroid belt in the red solar system. Who is it? Who dares to ruin my plan? I will tear them to pieces. As Rulong and the others departed, an angry roar echoed throughout the universe. Countless weak races were obliterated by this roar, while slightly stronger beings, like Darkseid, knelt trembling on the ground, uncertain of who had angered that supreme existence. The matters of the DC universe no longer concerned Rulong. He had returned to his own universe's Dragon Star, in the City of Welcome. Before leaving, he had informed the old folks that he would be gone for 10 days, and now that the exact time had come, the City of Welcome had prepared early for their arrival. That morning, Longmake, the acting City Lord of Welcome, had already dressed appropriately and was waiting in Welcome Square with a group of officials and soldiers to maintain order. At exactly noon, over 300 blue vortices appeared in the sky above Welcome Square, and a massive vortex also emerged in the square. When the vortex disappeared, Rulong and the others appeared before everyone. However, there were still 300 people floating in the air beside him, which almost caused the people of Welcome to gasp in surprise. Fortunately, there are also several million normal people in the square, standing around looking left and right. But there was no uproar or overly excited sounds. Generali, I'm here. Longmake waved his hand and shouted loudly towards Rulong. Hearing the voice, Rulong flew over with Zod and the others. Old Make, long time no see. Yes, General Long, it has indeed been a long time. I'm so glad to see you return safely. Who are these people? The two shook hands and exchanged greetings, and Li Rulong began to introduce the people beside him. This is Long Make, the city lord of welcome. These are General Zod and General Zareo from the Kryptonian race of our Huaxia people. And this is the chief scientist of the Kryptonian race, El Xiao. Please get to know each other. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Huaxia family. From now on, we are all family. As a perceptive person, Long Make quickly grasped the information contained in Li Rulong's words, and he smoothly continued the conversation. Hello, City Lord Long. I will be counting on you in the future. El Xiao and the others approached Long Make, greeting him with the Dragon Star etiquette they had just learned. Even the usually expressionless Zod managed to squeeze out a rare smile. Li Rulong handed over the Kryptonian citizens to Long Make for arrangement, leaving behind 100 Super Kryptonians led by Fiola to assist Long Make. He then took the remaining Super Kryptonians and flew directly towards the capital city, while also notifying the Elder. During the flight, El Xiao and the others could feel the effects of the yellow sun here, which seemed to enhance their bodies and superpowers. No need to guess, the sunlight that was previously projected onto you was simulated based on this sun, used to activate the Super Kryptonian cells within you. However, that required my presence to guide it with my biofield. Otherwise, the more than 3 million Kryptonian citizens just now would have already scattered in the sky. Li Rulong understood their thoughts at this moment, and explained the excuse he had already thought of in a calm tone. Zod and the others didn't think much of it, as they didn't have the capacity to do so, but Aljo felt that Li Rulong wasn't deceiving them. He compared the light from last night with today's sunlight, and sensed that the activity level of the cells in his body was basically consistent, which indicated that there must be some kind of activating factor he didn't understand. However, they didn't know that while the door was closed last night, Li Rulong had used super speed to inject each of them with a needle. But the speed was so fast that they didn't feel a thing. Li Rulong flew to the conference location in the imperial capital with a group of people and found that many were already waiting for him below. At the forefront were the old man and Zhang Lao. You brat returned quite quickly this time, the old man said to Li Rulong with a smile, carefully observing the group of people in black behind him. Li Rulong greeted them and then invited Al Xiao, Zod, and Zaleo to follow him into the conference room, while the others waited outside. Once everyone was seated, Li Rulong detailed the events after arriving on Krypton. When those present heard that the people Li Rulong brought back might possess abilities similar to his, their eyes lit up, especially the military representatives like Minister Xiong, who nearly drooled at the thought of 2 million little supermen returning. They began to calculate how to allocate these 2 million Kryptonians in their minds. Even if each fleet received just 10, they would have the power to strike anyone they wanted without hesitation. Zod and his companions were being stared at by a group of people with glinting eyes and drooling mouths, sitting upright and feeling somewhat scared. As for the little supermen, it would be better not to distribute them hastily. Instead, as Rulong suggested, let them first enter military school for further training. Then they would be unified under Rulong's command on the Black Dragon, allowing them to adapt to our combat system and methods before later reassignment. The elder made a decision in his heart and exchanged a meaningful glance with Minister Xiong, who immediately understood. After all, these little supermen had just joined Longxing Huaxia. If Li Rulong didn't keep them in check, the current military might not be able to handle them. Director Huang, I would like to emphasize the introduction of you here. Li Rulong smiled at Director Huang and said, while El Xiao, who was beside him, immediately stood up straight, nervously waiting for Li Rulong's instructions. He was the chief scientist of Krypton, with the surname AI. El Xiao not only had combat power second only to mine, but his intelligence was also unmatched. In the future, he and his scientist wife, AI Lala, would join the Academy of Sciences, and he would serve as your assistant. What do you think? Upon hearing that the other party was the chief scientist of Krypton, Director Huang considered him a treasure, regardless of his combat power. He had to be included in the Academy of Sciences. Otherwise, if the military snatched him away, he would definitely fight back. Indeed, just as he was about to speak, Commander Wang preempted him. Rulong, you're being ungrateful. If this Mr. El Xiao is really as you say, with combat power second only to yours, then he will be most suitable for our military. Moreover, you said his IQ is high. As long as he joins the military, I can step aside. Wang, stop talking nonsense. Rulong just said that academician AI is the chief scientist of Krypton, not a general. He should join my Academy of Sciences. As long as academician AI joins the academy, I can also step down immediately. All right, Director Huang directly awarded El Xiao the title of academician. and both sides were willing to step down for El Chiao, instantly creating a tense atmosphere. Seeing both sides unwilling to yield, El Chiao broke out in a cold sweat. He feared that his arrival would trigger factional conflicts, and he did not want to experience another factional struggle. Not daring to make a decision on his own, he could only look at Li Rulong with a pitiful expression, handing over the decision-making power to him. Uncle Wang, Director Huang, please don't fight over this. I think it's better for El Chiao to join the Academy of Sciences. After all, what our Longxing needs most right now is to improve technology and develop civilization. Moreover, Uncle Wang, General Zod, and General Chilao are still here. They can help if needed. Upon hearing Li Rulong's words, the military personnel also realized that continuing to compete with the Academy was pointless, so they agreed with Li Rulong's opinion. Director Huang joyfully bounced over, warmly taking El Chiao's somewhat stiff hand and greeting him kindly. Little AI, can I call you that? We will be family from now on. I will immediately send someone to arrange housing for you and your family. Big villa. Don't worry. Whatever research direction you want to pursue, I will support you. You will definitely have no worries coming here. After saying this, he pulled El Chiao back toward the Academy of Sciences. Since he was already his person, he must sit by his side. Although El Chiao felt somewhat moved after hearing this, he also realized that what he thought was a factional struggle was merely a debate over acquiring a talented individual. Once a decision was made, both sides immediately returned to a harmonious atmosphere. With his intelligence and super senses, he could definitely tell that both sides did not genuinely intend to be amicable. They had truly become like family. Seeing Li Rulong nod, El Chiao breathed a sigh of relief and voluntarily returned to the Academy of Sciences with Director Huang. Otherwise, no matter how much Director Huang pulled him, he would not budge an inch. The academicians who had originally sat beside Director Huang actively greeted El Chiao, introducing themselves, and even voluntarily vacated their seats beside Director Huang for him to sit down. With El Chiao's matter resolved, the next issue was Zod and the others. General Zod, General Chilao, could I trouble you two to select some of the 320 Kryptonian compatriots who are willing to join the military? Of course, we can't force anyone. It has to be voluntary. Commander Wang shifted his gaze to the two of them. In fact, he and the other military personnel were eager for all 320. 000 of them to enlist. What a force that would be. Zod and Chilao immediately sprang up from their seats when Commander Wang called them. Responding to Commander Wang, we have brought over 130,000 Kryptonian soldiers this time. They are all qualified warriors, just waiting for the generals to train them into super Kryptonians. No, super Kryptonians. Then they can join the military and fight for our Longxing Huaxia clan. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Yes, Commander Wang. After we return, we will immediately promote our army's fine traditions. I believe many Kryptonians will voluntarily join the army to contribute to our Longxing Huaxia. It must be said, the two learned quite a bit from the meeting that lasted over an hour. Now, they stood in military posture perfectly, and after standing up, they would even salute voluntarily, answering questions concisely and powerfully. Great. Then thank you both for your hard work. Old Xiong, what do you think about formally naming the two generals? Absolutely. After hearing Commander Wang's suggestion, Minister Xiong saw the elderly man in the main seat nod slightly at him and immediately agreed with a smile. Then he stood up seriously and said loudly, Zod, Chilao? The two of them immediately stood at attention. To the recently returned Kryptonian compatriots of the Huaxia people, former General of Krypton Zod and former Commander of the Kryptonian Imperial Guards Chilao, I hereby bestow upon you the rank of Major General. You are under the command of General Li Rulong's Black Dragon Unit, and your specific responsibilities will be arranged by General Li Rulong. I hope the two generals will continue to uphold the soldier spirit of not being afraid of hardship or fatigue and cut through thorns and brambles for our Longxing Huaxia. The rank of Major General is not very high, but it is a result that Minister Xiong thought through in an instant. Given their strength and capabilities, they would likely achieve many merits in the future, and higher military ranks could be awarded later. Krypton does not have a tradition of subdividing ranks into officers and non-commissioned officers. It is just generals, commanders, and various levels of captains and aides. But when the two heard the military leader bestow upon them the rank of Major General and directly referred to them as generals, it was an honor. They also understood that the other party had not stripped them of their command authority, which showed immense trust in them, and they were truly grateful. Vowing to everyone present that they would shed the last drop of blood for Longxing Huaxia, otherwise they would not allow a single civilian to be harmed. The entire venue erupted with prolonged applause for them. With their super brains, Zod and the others quickly picked up the dragon language, and after the meeting ended, they were able to communicate without barriers in just one day. Zod has a Western appearance, but if Qilao did not disclose his identity, he would definitely be mistaken for a pure-blood Huaxia person just by walking outside, as he had an Eastern face and yellow skin. The two of them, energized, went straight to the welcome city for recruitment after the meeting. Before leaving, Minister Xiong emphasized once again that they must not force anyone. It has to be voluntary. But the more, the better. The two pondered as they flew, thinking about how to encourage Kryptonian compatriots to voluntarily join the military while meeting the required numbers. They thought about it all the way but could not come up with a good plan. Upon arriving at the Welcome City military camp, they happened to run into Long Make, who was about to get off work and go home. Knowing he was the mayor of the Welcome City, the two hurriedly greeted him warmly. "Wow, you scared me. You too, oh? Haha. Congratulations on your promotion to Major General." Zod and the others suddenly landed in front of Long Make, startling him. Upon recognizing them and seeing the golden stars on their black military uniforms, the exclusive military uniform of Li Rulong's Black Dragon unit, he quickly realized. "Sorry, Mayor Long. We've come this time with a request." Zod stood at attention and saluted, then quietly explained his purpose. Next to him, Zareo also hurriedly saluted and nodded. Longmake looked at the two of them, wondering why they needed to find him so urgently, especially after work hours. But he still warmly invited them to his mayor's office. He brewed a cup of buckwheat tea, the only tea available in his office. "What can I help you with?" "Generals?" Zod took a sip and was immediately taken by the unique toasty aroma and smoothness of the drink, which he quickly grew fond of. "What is this drink?" "Cough." Just as Zod opened his mouth to ask, Zareo quickly coughed and shot him a glare. "We are here to seek advice, not to drink." Zod understood the meaning in his eyes and immediately laid out their intentions to Longmake. After listening, Longmake thought to himself, "Don't you have brains? You come to bother me with such trivial matters." But on the surface, he pondered for a moment and then smiled. "This is indeed not easy to handle, but I do have an idea. You two can listen." Zod and Zareo nodded eagerly, with Zareo even pulling out paper and a pen, ready to take notes. "You can first filter." "Wait, how do you write filter?" Longmake had just opened his mouth when Zareo interrupted him. He could understand and speak, but he couldn't write many characters. Longmake felt a headache coming on and thought, "You can't even read, and yet you want to take notes? Can't you just remember it?" This delayed him for several minutes before he could leave. "Forget about taking notes. Just listen to what Mayor Long has to say." Seeing Zareo put down his pen, Longmake continued. "First, you can filter the Kryptonian compatriots to see how many young adults there are, then talk about the benefits of becoming a soldier. Especially for super Kryptonians. I believe that no matter the ethnicity, young people will have their own hero dreams." Zod and Zareo nodded quickly, feeling that Longmake was right. Secondly, once the first batch of volunteers to enlist gathers, contact the military logistics immediately to prepare uniforms, equipment, and suitable living conditions. Then make a video of it and show it to the remaining people. After finishing, Longmake took a sip of tea as he just wanted to go home quickly. Today was his lunar birthday, and his now young wife was waiting for him with Dragon Star family gifts and toys. He forgot that Zod and the others didn't understand what that meant. "Mayor Long, I don't understand what use there is in showing them the video." Longmake sighed helplessly and carefully explained. "General Zod, General Zareo, if the first batch of people who didn't volunteer to enlist have no longing for super Kryptonians, then what do they want?" "Sorry, let me continue. Although the environment in New Welcome City is good, compared to the small villas outside, it still seems a bit shabby. If you can show them a more perfect and happy life outside, where they can also travel around, and that enlisting means glory and benefits for the whole family. Who would refuse? Of course some would, but I bet there won't be many left. You both will have completed your tasks, and you can also assign the remaining people to participate in construction around the world. Isn't that great?" After speaking, Longmake glanced at his wristband. Zod and Zareo fully understood now and grasped Longmake's meaning. After expressing their gratitude, they were about to take their leave. Longmake suddenly remembered something and called them back. In their confused gazes, Longmake took a book off the shelf titled The Art of War, Plain Language Commentary, and handed it to them. "Gentlemen, this is the most famous military strategy manual of Dragon Star. Almost all Dragon Star soldiers study it deeply, and even before Dragon Star was unified, people from other ethnicities have been secretly studying this book for hundreds of years." Upon hearing this, Zod and Zareo's eyes lit up. No wonder General Lee is so formidable. easily playing with Marla and the others. It turns out he learned from this manual. They thought to themselves and solemnly accepted the book with both hands. If Li Rulong and the others knew what Zod and Zareo were thinking at that moment, they would definitely say, "It's not that I learned well. It's that you guys don't have brains." After expressing their thanks once more, they took their leave. Longmake hurried downstairs, got his car, and went home to celebrate his birthday. Zod returned to the Kryptonian base and did not study the military strategy manual first, but instead sent Fiora and the others to count the number of young adults according to Longmake's method. After a night's work, Fiora returned to report that there were 2 million Kryptonians, of which 140,000 were already soldiers. Among the remaining 3.06 million, there were 1.8 million young adults, 330,000 elderly and children, and the rest were women. After obtaining the data, Zod hurriedly discussed with Zareo. Once dawn broke, the two split up and began to promote enlistment. To be honest, the method Longmake taught them worked quite well. After their vigorous promotion and personal demonstrations of various super Kryptonian abilities, they instantly attracted a large number of interested people. In the end, not only did 1 million young adults voluntarily enlist, but also 580,000 young Kryptonian women expressed their desire to enlist. Zod initially hadn't planned to recruit female soldiers, but their shout of gender equality, "Women can hold up half the sky," left him stunned. He had no choice but to take them in to calm the situation. As for the next step, they were no longer concerned about how many more people would come. They felt that with these 168 million Kryptonian soldiers, they could definitely complete the task assigned by General Xiong. They just wanted to report back quickly and then focus on studying the great military strategies. When Zod reported the numbers of 168 million new soldiers and 140,000 elite Kryptonian warriors to General Xiong, General Xiong carefully reviewed the report from top to bottom, looking at the two standing before him. Good. General Xiong put down the report, laughed heartily, and loudly praised them, startling the two. Seeing that General Xiong was genuinely happy, they finally felt relieved. They had successfully completed their first task since arriving at Dragon Star and had taken a good first step. Li Rulong, you really found 2 lucky generals. They recruited 182 million Kryptonian soldiers in just 2 days. General Xiong immediately contacted Li Rulong, who was at home, lying on Chun Xia's lap, enjoying grapes fed to him by Taozi. Chun Xia and Taozi had no engagements today, so they were resting at home. Upstairs, Yu Xiaola and Guli Sha were busy reviewing for their final exams. "Oh, that's great. We'll send them in batches to various military academies for further training, and keep a batch on the Black Dragon to train personally. By then, our Dragon Star will not fear any foreign invaders." "Exactly, good. I think we should let them train in various military districts for a month to familiarize themselves with our military rules and regulations, then assign them to various academies for further study. As for those on your Black Dragon, I think it would be best to select 300 from General Zod and Zareo, and then pick 2,000 from the elite Kryptonian warriors for training. We can have the old train the new. What do you think?" Li Rulong thought that Minister Xiong's suggestion was good, so he agreed. However, he had a lot to do next. "Uncle Xiong, I think it's feasible. Here's the plan. Have Zod and the others come to my house, and I'll go with them to recruit soldiers. We need to train 2,000 super Kryptonians quickly to form combat effectiveness. All right, I'll send them over right now." After finishing the call, Minister Xiong instructed Zod and the others to find Li Rulong, while he himself had to face the impending battle for recruitment. Although the old man had mentioned that the Kryptonian warriors were under Li Rulong's command aboard the Black Dragon, he probably didn't expect to recruit over 1.8 million. Initially, he thought having 300,000 would be quite good, but Zod and the others had really given him a big headache this time. "Hey, Director Huang, it's me. Are you busy?" "Oh, not much going on. I just hope you can make another batch of battle suits in line with my style. Zod and the others have finished recruitment, and I need to get them some convenient and stylish military uniforms, right? By the way, it would be best if Al Xiao could also research the material for the battle suits. They have black technology in that area. How many do you need?" 2 million sets. If we could manage 2 sets per person, making it 4 million sets would be even better." "What did you say?" 2 million sets, but 4 million sets would be ideal. Do you think my Academy of Sciences is a clothing factory? How could I dare? It's just that we have over 1.8 million Kryptonians eager to enlist, and we can't dampen their enthusiasm, can we? That kid wants 4 million battlesuits, and he says you have black technology. Can you do it? All right, then I'll let him know. Hello, 1 month, and then send someone to pick them up. Thanks, beep. Seeing that the call was abruptly ended while he was still speaking, Li Rulong smiled helplessly. His battle suits incorporated a lot of black technology, but compared to the original Superman's, they were still a bit lacking. Now that the original tailor was available, it was a good opportunity to create the original version and add black technology from other civilizations, which would definitely be stronger than before. Just as the call ended, he heard 2 gusts of wind approaching rapidly. General, after landing, Zod and the others immediately saluted Li Rulong. Welcome. However, remember from now on, unless it's a special or emergency situation, flying freely over the capital is prohibited. Also, knock on the door before entering next time. You can't just fly into someone's home like this. After Li Rulong finished speaking, he directly led the 2 into the living room. The fairy-like Taozi served each of them a cup of hot tea and then left, handing the living room over to the 3. Who is she? Zod and Qilao asked in confusion. My wife, Li Rulong replied. The 2 quickly picked up their tea, took a careful sip, and then, using the flattering words they learned from Long Mike, showered compliments on Taozi. They praised her beauty, saying she was as stunning as a celestial being, complimented General Li's taste, and remarked on his good fortune. They also commented on her alluring appearance, saying she looked enchanting and captivating. Li Rulong had a dark expression on his face. If he didn't know that the 2 of them were brainless, he would have wanted to punch them directly to the moon. All right, if you can compliment, then do so. If not, just keep your mouth shut. He hurriedly interrupted the 2 who were babbling and got to the point. You 2 go back and select 2,000 from the elite warriors. Tomorrow, I will train them in batches to become super Kryptonians, and then we will go to the lunar base to conduct cosmic battle training. Yes, this time, Qilao will come with me, and Zod, you will go with the other recruits to various military camps for a month of training. At this point, Li Rulong noticed that Zod seemed a bit reluctant. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Hearing Li Rulong's tone, Zod immediately shook his head to indicate that there was no problem and that he would absolutely follow the general's orders. He was just a bit disappointed. He wanted to train alongside the general to improve quickly and help Li Rulong conquer the world in the future. This expression made Li Rulong wonder if he had finally started using his brain. Your heart is in the right place, but you've got one thing wrong. Oh, please enlighten me, General. What I want are not brutes, but generals and marshals who can truly lead troops in a battle, who can conquer wherever I point. Zod and Qilao nodded. Don't think that just because you've become super Kryptonians, you're already a million times stronger than the ordinary citizens of Longxing and the military generals. But do you believe that if a real battle were to break out, even the generals who seem powerless in your eyes have 1,000 ways to defeat you? Li Rulong spoke in a relaxed tone, but his attitude was quite assertive. He was stating facts. Zod and Zareo quickly nodded, fully agreeing with this point. After finishing their work last night, the 2 of them went through some of Sun Tzu's Art of War together and even specially hired a cleaner to help them with translation and explanations. Through the cleaner's interpretations, they deeply realized the power contained in this book. Concepts like crossing the sea while hiding the sky and creating something out of nothing, as well as the borrowing a knife to kill that Li Rulong had used, were experiences they had personally gone through. The Marauder faction and the Colonial faction were both taken down by this tactic of borrowing a knife, allowing Zod and the others to defeat them without losing a single soldier. Therefore, they completely agreed with what Li Rulong said, and Zod expressed that he would definitely study hard and become a strong arm for the general in the future. After successfully convincing them, Li Rulong remembered an important matter he hadn't addressed. Right, although you're under my command of the Black Dragon, my Black Dragon can't accommodate so many people. I've decided to let you form your own army and have named it the Revenge Legion. How does that sound? Zod and the others didn't understand the implications. But since the general could bestow them a name for their legion, according to Kryptonian tradition, this was a supreme honor. The Revenge Legion means that any foreign force daring to strike against Dragon Star or Chinese civilization will be avenged by Kryptonian warriors. Hurt one of us, and 100,000 will pay. Kill one of us, and we will eradicate their roots. Impressive, right? Upon hearing Li Rulong's explanation, they felt it matched their fierce Kryptonian style perfectly and immediately agreed. Zod and the others left to prepare for the new city. Zareo personally led 2,000 elite warriors and 300 super Kryptonians, taking the space elevator to the Star Ring military port. Zhang Zhong's Black Dragon was responsible for transporting the 2,000 elite warriors to the lunar base, while the 300 super Kryptonians flew directly to the vicinity of the sun with Li Rulong, where they would undergo sun exposure training on Mercury and also engage in one-on-one training. At this moment, at the lunar base, in a temporary greenhouse constructed by engineering drones, The 2000 Kryptonian warriors were ready for ascension, waiting for the sun on the moon to rise. Rulong is now clearly explaining the precautions to them, so they don't end up breaking the greenhouse. As the time approaches, Rulong uses his biological force field to envelop everyone in the area. The password to unlock the restrictions of the Kryptonian cells is Rulong's biological force field, which communicates with the inhibitors created by the system to be released. Other Kryptonians' biological force field can never achieve this, which is also a means for Rulong to control them. When sunlight shines into the greenhouse, the 2000 Kryptonian warriors on site immediately feel something different within themselves. Their cells seem to be on steroids, rejoicing, greedily absorbing the sunlight shining on them. With every minute and every second, their bodies are being reinforced, and the few with the highest qualities even hear voices from the Black Dragon ship in space. They're now experiencing both pain and pleasure. Various noises are transmitted into their brains. Their eyes feel sore and painful. Their cells are joyful, and their bodies are filled with strength. Rulong watched the various expressions changing on their faces, also looking forward to future natural disasters. With 300 superhumans, there would be even more in the future. If they encountered that mechanical demon race again, he wouldn't hesitate to surround and beat them up. He wouldn't talk about martial ethics or moral principles. It wasn't until the sun disappeared from the lunar horizon that the 2000 super Kryptonians slowly stood up. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, and their ears had gradually adapted to the noise, blocking it out. Their dry and swollen eyes had also returned to their original color. They excitedly clenched their fists, feeling the power within their bodies. If Rulong hadn't been there, they probably would have soared into the sky long ago to test their newfound superpowers. Congratulations on becoming super Kryptonians. Next, using the method I've taught you, feel the biological force field within your bodies, envelop yourselves completely, and then slowly float up. Acting as their instructor, Rulong first demonstrated for them and used his biological force field to touch each person, allowing them to personally experience the biological force field and guide their ability development. In less than 10 minutes, 2000 super Kryptonians were floating in front of Rulong. Fushi opened the sky curtain. At the top of the greenhouse, the semicircular sky curtain slowly opened to both sides, and the air inside was suddenly released into the vacuum of space. The resulting suction caused many people's flying postures to deform, but they quickly adapted and stabilized. Follow me, first adapt to the flying state. As for other superpowers, you will meet up with Zareo on Mercury, and he will personally teach you. You will undergo a month-long special training there. Yes, General. Rulong flew away first, followed by 2000 Kryptonian warriors who were slowly accelerating while adapting to flight. It was truly magnificent. Do you think we can also become like the Kryptonians in the future? I don't know, but it seems that Director Huang has already developed a more powerful genetic serum, called the Super Soldier Gene Enhancer. The specific parameters are still being tested, but I think it won't be long. On the Black Dragon in lunar orbit, Zhang Zhong and Xiong Nuafu watched the 2000 super Kryptonians who could traverse space with their physical bodies in the distance, feeling an indescribable envy. However, they also knew that this ability could only be envied. There was no sense of jealousy at all. They could only wait for good news from Director Huang and his team. Otherwise, the battlefield would likely be completely dominated by Kryptonians, and they couldn't afford to lose face. Rulong took them on a flight for 3 days before landing on Mercury. Along the way, they started with adaptation, then progressed to acceleration, and many learned tricks during the flight. Rulong didn't pay much attention to them, just like a child who has just received their favorite toy. Probably excited for a while. Once they get used to it, there won't be anything new. I've entrusted the people to you. Don't let them become useless. And also pay attention to safety. Rulong directly handed over the people to Zilio, and after giving instructions, he turned around and flew back to Earth. After receiving the order, Zilio immediately took the previous 300 people and led them in teams to begin training in space combat, helping them adapt to other superpowers. In the days that followed, Rulong trained from 2000 people to 10,000, then to 50,000, until he had trained 800,000 super Kryptonian warriors before he finally stopped. The remaining 1 million Kryptonians would wait until they graduated from the military academy with Zod before undergoing further enhancement. Now, not only was there daily rumbling on Mercury, but also on Venus, Jupiter, and other planets, where people were being knocked into space and then roaring back for revenge. Besides Mars, which was undergoing massive infrastructure projects, There were also tens of thousands of Kryptonians in the asteroid belt helping to collect materials. The solar system had almost turned into a chaotic battleground. Of course, Rulong had also set rules for them. They could play anywhere else. But they were not allowed to damage the planets themselves, and especially not to cause chaos on the planets involved in the Longshan project. Little Master, there is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, and it gets even more exciting. With the protection of 800,000 Kryptonian supermen, the military and the Academy of Sciences of Longshan also obtained permission from the elders, and the military began to reform its armaments and structure vigorously. The Academy of Sciences was even more insane, with several scientific madmen proposing a jaw-dropping 3-star plan. A crazy plan that even received the approval of Director Huang and Al Xiao. Now, it had not only been submitted to the Executive Yuan, but Fuxi had also built a model, waiting for approval. When Rulong received the news, he couldn't believe the craziness and boldness of the Academy of Sciences. And he was even more incredulous about the support from Dean Huang and Al Xiao. A meeting regarding the Academy's plan was scheduled for today, and Rulong arrived at the venue on time. Rulong, you should listen carefully in a bit. I believe that as long as the plan is successful, we won't have to fear any so-called natural disasters, Dean Huang said. He and Al Xiao were deliberately waiting for him at the door of the meeting room because they knew that Rulong's attitude was key to whether their plan could be approved. Dean Huang, I have to say, your plan really surprised me. Haha, don't mention it. When Xiao AI and I were looking at the papers they submitted along with the calculations from Fuxi, I think our expressions were the same as yours. Well, if the plan can really get approved, I have one request. Oh, what is it? Change the name of the plan. Instead of calling it something ordinary, let's call it the Samsung plan. It's not afraid of blowing up at any moment. Rulong murmured to himself, while Director Huang and L. Xiao exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding why the Samsung would explode. The people in the conference room were quietly discussing among themselves. They had already received the main topics of the meeting in advance and had read through the plan brief submitted by the military and the Academy of Sciences. To put it simply, although the military's plan was bold, at least they could accept it. However, the nearly 10,000-word plan brief from the Academy of Sciences left them feeling uneasy. Those bold enough thought that Director Huang and the others were crazy, while the timid ones, none of the senior officials from Longshan attending the important meeting were timid. Everyone took their seats, and just as Director Huang was about to speak, he was stopped by an elderly man in the front row waving his hand. The man gestured to the military representatives to speak first. With the go-ahead, Commander Wang immediately stood up and signaled Fuxi to start displaying the plan content on the large screen in the conference room. Ladies and gentlemen, our military has formulated a brand new plan based on 3 factors, which we have named the rock-solid plan. Commander Wang controlled the video on the screen and began to present the plan. The rock-solid plan consists of 3 steps. The first step, foundation building. After finishing with a smile, Commander Wang noticed that many people were looking at him with puzzled expressions. No, old Wang, foundation building? Is your military going to cultivate immortality? Ha, of course not. Our foundation building refers to the construction of superbase. Old Zhou, old Yang, everyone. Our military plans to establish a space base in Mars orbit within the next year using new technologies and materials. The base will be shaped like a flying saucer, and it will also be a movable flying saucer, or you could call it a super space fortress. The flying saucer base will have a radius of over a kilometer, a thickness of 4,000 kilometers, and a center diameter of 4,800 kilometers. The energy will be produced using the latest superpower energy crystal reactors and dark matter conversion energy systems, powered by a space gravity engine. It will house a small city at the top center of the flying saucer, while other areas will be designated for warship factories, training bases, and large docks. The base will integrate military family living, production, manufacturing, resource gathering, and most importantly, striking and defense, and will eventually become the frontline homeport for Longshan's military. In terms of weaponry, aside from planning to modify and install slightly less powerful Longshan roar cannons, the rest of the armament will be equipped according to actual needs. Most importantly, in terms of defense and materials, we will not only improve and enhance the photon force field defense shields, but also add the gravity field shields provided by Deputy Director L. Xiao. And we will use the latest neutron alloy sound-absorbing steel for construction. Neutron alloy sound-absorbing steel is a newly invented super material developed by materials experts from the Academy of Sciences and the military, assisted by Deputy Director L. Xiao. It consists of specially arranged and controllable neutrons, possessing extraordinary ductility and resilience, while also being able to absorb any cosmic radiation to strengthen the material's neutrons. Let's put it this way. Any warship built with this material will be continuously enhanced as long as it is connected to energy. The people below began to whisper to each other. It was amazing that Longxing had such a powerful material. Ahem, the second step of the plan, shipbuilding. Commander Wang cleared his throat and continued with the introduction. Now that we have the protection of the Kryptonian warriors, and after that battle, we realize that our existing warships are not suitable for space combat. Therefore, we will retire all active warships and rebuild them using the latest materials to construct the strongest warships. We will commence construction of 5,000 super interstellar battleships measuring 6,000 meters long, 800 meters wide, and 200 meters high, alongside 3,000 super interstellar aircraft carriers measuring 500 meters long, 600 meters wide, and 200 meters high, while also manufacturing the latest trimodal interstellar fighter jets. We will build super interstellar cruisers measuring 800 meters long, 800 meters wide, and 2,000 meters high, and 3,000 super arsenal support ships measuring 8,000 meters long, 6,000 meters wide, and 4,000 meters high. Additionally, accompanying destroyers and frigates, as well as the latest shield ships, will be constructed according to fleet composition and demand. The numbers reported by Commander Wang made everyone in the conference room break into a cold sweat. This was just too crazy. Commander Wang, have you calculated how much time, materials, and manpower will be needed to complete your plan? Of course, we wouldn't propose this seemingly insane plan without proper calculations. We expect to complete everything within a year. Commander Wang replied with a smile. That's impossible. The number you just mentioned is already staggering, and they're all super warships several thousand meters long, along with a greater number of supporting ships and the so-called trimodal fighters. How can this all be achieved in a year? Someone raised a doubt on the spot. They calculated in their minds and did not believe the military could accomplish it, even if all of Longxing's resources were directed toward it. Haha, of course. It can't be done using traditional methods. This is where we need Rulong's help. Commander Wang laughed heartily and turned to look at Li Rulong, who was sitting beside old Zhou. Me? Uncle Wang, how do you need me to help? Li Rulong pointed at himself in confusion. We need you and the Kryptonian Superman to help us gather materials, which will then be manufactured directly by the factory. You will help us deliver them to the designated installation site, where the intelligent engineering robots will be responsible for assembly, working 24 hours nonstop. We have calculated everything and are confident that we can complete this within the planned time frame, maybe even ahead of schedule. Wow, they're treating me and Zod like donkeys. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Uncle Wang, we don't have any problems. It's just, look at my memory. I still Haven T introduced a warship, Fushi. Received, Commander Wang. The super special ship has been displayed. As soon as Fushi finished speaking, the 3D screen in the conference room suddenly played a model introduction of a special warship. The warship was entirely black, wider at the back and narrower at the front, shaped like a triangle, resembling the Star Destroyers from Star Wars. The introduction showed that this special ship was 1,000 meters long, 780 meters wide at the tail, and 550 meters high, with a command tower 1,200 meters high positioned towards the front of the tail. The entire ship used the same energy power system as military bases, and, at the tail, 5 super engines, shaped like inverted Olympic flags with a diameter of 3,000 meters, were installed, along with 12 attitude engines distributed around the engines. Additionally, the entire ship utilized anti-gravity and gravity systems, capable of counteracting the gravity of any planet, allowing for suspension and flight within a planet's atmosphere. The ship was expected to accommodate around 500,000 personnel and could deploy up to 3 million combat positions. Inside the massive warship was a huge hangar capable of housing 1,500 of the latest developed 3-mode interstellar fighters. The hangar also had maintenance and construction capabilities, allowing for the repair and production of various necessary parts and equipment during wartime. The warship was assisted by the latest intelligence system, sharing intelligence with the Xianyuan tactical system. It remained completely independent, and it currently did not have a name. For defense, it employed both photon and gravitational field shields, made from the latest neutron alloy sound-absorbing steel. In terms of armament, the military surprisingly modified and enlarged the mini Dragon Star roar from Li Rulong's Black Dragon, placing it at the front of the warship. When needed, The triangular tip at the front of the warship could open to reveal the massive cannon with a diameter of 3,000 meters inside. Of course, it could only fire once every 10 minutes, but due to the use of neutron alloy sound-absorbing steel, its characteristics greatly enhance the lifespan of the Dragon Star roar. Besides this active weapon, the other armaments such as neutron cannons, laser cannons, and physical weapons distributed around the ship were primarily defensive in function. Rulong, like others, looked at the battleship simulation in shock, thinking to himself, oh my, it's all about that. Commander Wang, seeing his expression, couldn't help but smile slightly. This was the ace they had developed with Minister Xiong, and he didn't believe Rulong wouldn't take the bait. Uncle Wang, what is this battleship? Although he internally acknowledged that he would definitely go for this special ship, he still had to put on a show. This is designed by us in collaboration with the Academy of Sciences, but the materials are provided by our military, so you can't just take advantage without putting in effort. Minister Xiong said with a big laugh to Rulong. That won't do. I suddenly feel that sending my people to mine and transport materials is also a form of training. After all, it's all for enhancing the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. So everyone must pitch in. Rulong scratched his head and replied somewhat shyly. All right, Rulong is also one of your military personnel, and you gave him a warship, and even resorted to bribery. Elder Yang and the old man were sipping tea, watching their performance. By the way, what does the term trimodal fighter mean? Asked the logistics minister responsible for material statistics and engineer assignments. Let me introduce our future main space fighter, the trimodal fighter. First, let me explain that this idea was proposed by a vice dean AI of the Kryptonian race. He said they already had mature transformation technology and had long-solved issues related to wear in key areas in neurotransmission. Commander Wang first thanked AI Erqiao, then built suspense, but judging by his expression, he was very satisfied with the so-called trimodal fighter. Fushi, bring up the simulation diagram. The three-dimensional screen at the front of the conference room immediately displayed a 3D model of a fighter jet. Isn't this our J-20? Yeah, it looks so much like it. This trimodal space fighter can't be an upgraded version of the J-20, right? Would it be suitable for space combat? The people in the conference room looked at the displayed J-20 and whispered among themselves, as they were very familiar with this fighter jet. Let me clarify, this is not a J-20, it just resembles one. The so-called trimodal space fighter has three forms: the current fighter jet form, the fortress form, and the warrior form. Fushi operated the 3D display, allowing the simulation diagram to change gradually following Commander Wang's introduction. First was the fighter jet form. Then the tail of the fighter jet folded upwards, two mechanical arms popped out from below the wings, and two mechanical legs unfolded from the belly, each holding a large firearm. This was the fortress form. Next, the fortress form transformed again. The fighter jet folded in the middle, a mechanical head emerged, and the cockpit was covered by armor, forming the front chest of a robot. The arms and legs straightened, and the wings spread out like wings on the back. The previous two guns were now held in the right hand of the robot, while one appeared on the left shoulder, forming a new attack mode. Thus, a J-20 space fighter first transformed into a double-barreled tank with arms and legs that could fly, and then into a mighty robot. Not only were the military personnel watching the 3D display gratified, but many civilian officials in the venue were also wide-eyed and drooling. As you can see, this is the trimodal fighter. Of course, we will rename it later, but it's not just this one. We are also designing supporting space bombers, unmanned drones, and special combat aircraft. The General Staff even proposed hopes of designing a trimodal transport aircraft or transport ship. In fact, we had hoped for an all-domain combat weapon a long time ago, but due to various reasons, it couldn't be finalized. Now, because Vice Dean AI provided us with a neural transmission system and ultra-advanced joint support technology, our ideas have finally come to fruition. The more Commander Wang spoke, the more excited he became, and the people in the conference room were also inspired, applauding enthusiastically. Commander Wang, since the fighter can transform, have you considered the warships? The speaker was very young, an assistant in charge of the Longxing publicity department. Originally, he was not qualified to speak at such meetings, but because he was young and still held on to childhood dreams, he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Oh well, we need to take things one step at a time, but as long as it's validated, I believe this young brother's idea will definitely be realized. The minister and deputy minister of the publicity department were both blushing at this moment. Shally, you sit down quickly. We're just here to see if there's anything that needs to be publicized. We don't have the right to meddle in such matters. The minister of publicity whispered to the assistant beside him. Xiaobai, we should encourage young people with ideas. How can you dampen his enthusiasm? Go back and write a 50,000 word reflection and submit it to elderly tomorrow. Elder Zhang frowned. He really liked young people with ideas. Yes, yes, Elder Zhang. I'll prepare it immediately. Minister Bai replied respectfully, somewhat embarrassed. He wasn't afraid that this would affect his future. The current administrative environment in Longxing was very good, and everyone was long-lived. As long as they didn't do anything against their conscience or just sit idly by, they generally wouldn't be targeted. After a small interlude, the next step was the military's three-step plan, moving mountains. The military's proposal to move mountains was not about relocating mountains on Longxing or other planets, but aimed to select suitable asteroids from the asteroid belt based on Longxing's gravitational and photon force field defense shield advantages, artificially creating a planetary belt around Longxing. The planetary belt would be placed outside the star ring, with the current plan to deploy a specific number of asteroids, which perfectly matched the timeline. Then, all the asteroids would be hollowed out and transformed into unmanned defense and attack satellites. This would save resources and time, as destroying them wouldn't be painful, and if the asteroids accelerated towards the enemy, they themselves would be a massive weapon, especially since this weapon was powered by solar and controllable energy, allowing for the deployment of defense shields as well. Although this proposal was fanciful, it was indeed feasible based on verification and calculations. After the military's entire plan was introduced, everyone further refined and modified the three-step plan, but the overall structure remained unchanged, with many better optimizations and coordination among departments proposed. According to Fushi's final recalculations of the timeline and success rate, the success rate increased by 4 percentage points, and the timeline was greatly advanced, with much more room for initial fault tolerance. The military's plan was unanimously approved, and next, it was time for the madmen from the Academy of Sciences to present their crazy plans. The person coming up to introduce this time was not the previous Director Huang, but was introduced by AI Erqiao. AI Erqiao originally felt that as a newcomer, he wasn't suitable for such an important information release and meeting. However, after interacting with Director Huang for a while, he found that AI was indeed a genius, not only with a solid foundation, but also able to quickly learn and propose improvements on many technologies he previously didn't understand. With such talent, even if he had a Western appearance and had just joined, Director Huang was willing to cultivate him vigorously and give him more opportunities. After hearing Director Huang's heartfelt words, AI Erqiao was touched, and his sense of belonging to Longxing and the Huaxia race surged, bringing along his wife and children in spirit. Seeing AI's joyful and moved expression, Director Huang smiled while internally complaining. With Rulong around, even if I give you power and opportunities, you wouldn't dare to mess around unless your whole family wants to risk their lives. At this moment, Director Huang was leisurely enjoying tea, watching the composed AI Erqiao step onto the podium, silently giving him a thumbs up for encouragement. AI Erqiao stood at the front, looking at the various bigwigs in the conference room and his masterly Rulong. Taking a deep breath, he immediately put on a smiling expression. Hello everyone, I am Dr. AI Erqiao, Vice Dean of the Academy of Sciences. I also have a character, which is Sichuan, so you can also call me Sichuan in the future. I am honored to have received Director Huang's trust to introduce the Academy of Sciences' future plans to everyone. After AI Erqiao arrived at Longxing, he didn't just learn science and teach technology. He thoroughly absorbed almost all the habits and customs of Chinese civilization. He even asked Director Huang to personally give him a courtesy name to show that he had fully integrated into Chinese culture. Unable to resist his request, Director Huang casually passed on the name of a character from a classical book he often read after becoming young again. Sichuan, from now on you will be AI Sichuan, Director Huang proudly announced, instinctively wanting to stroke his beard, only to realize that his wife had shaved it off completely after he regained his youth. Sichuan? Director Huang, does this have any profound meaning? AI Erqiao asked curiously. Well, Sichuan means 4 springs, and I hope your science, technology, engineering, and theories will flow continuously like 4 springs, with sweet water that can nourish others. How about that? As expected of an old scholar and cultured person, his response was quick. AI Erqiao understood the meaning behind it, happily accepted, and even changed his online name to Dr. Sichuan. Watching him leave joyfully, Director Huang wondered if he would cause a stir in the Academy of Sciences when he found out that this Sichuan was that character's name. The people below listened attentively as AI Erqiao introduced himself, and when they heard that his courtesy name was Sichuan, many of them spat out the tea they had just drunk. Even the elderly and Yang Lao couldn't stop coughing. Director Huang immediately turned around and glared at the people sitting behind him, but he dared not scold the elderly. So he could only smile helplessly and ask them not to expose him. Fortunately, everyone in the conference room held high positions and were adept at managing their expressions, quickly suppressing their reactions. Those who couldn't hold back would lower their heads and start scribbling notes. On stage, AI Urchiao thought they might be surprised to hear he had a courtesy name, so he didn't think much of it and prepared for the next part of his introduction. "Grandpa, what does Sichuan mean?" Li Rulong quietly asked the elderly man beside him, who did not respond, but instead wrote 5 characters in his notebook. Li Rulong's eyes widened in an instant. Is it really that bad? He looked at Dean Huang, who also gave him a helpless smile. The old man had written the 5 characters, Shi Min de Guanren. Our Academy of Sciences only has one plan, originally named the Samsung Plan. But General Li thinks the name is not good, so we are preparing to change the name of the plan. Later, we would like everyone to brainstorm a bit. Si Quan is here representing the Academy of Sciences. Thank you all. At this moment, Li Rulong was also holding back his thoughts, thinking, you can talk, but can you stop mentioning the words Sichuan all the time? Our Academy of Sciences speculates that the solar system has already been targeted by the enemy, and in the future, the enemy will continue to invade at irregular intervals. So, are we just going to wait for them to come and then be passively defensive? AI Urchiao's powerful voice piqued the curiosity of the attendees. Instead of waiting for them to come, can we directly strike out? The key is that we can't find anyone. No, our Chinese nation, since ancient times, has never had a strong dynasty that passively endured attacks without retaliating. However, first, we do not know when and from where the enemy will come. Second, whether our current defensive capabilities and military equipment can cope with the next enemy is still unknown. Because Longxing has already been sublimated, there will no longer be any unfavorable events or natural disasters for humanity. We calculate that Longxing has formed a self-sustaining single-star system. We also have mature gravity engine technology and defense technology, and all necessary ecological simulations can be fully and realistically simulated through photon force field defense shields. So, why don't we leave the solar system, go to a safe galaxy, temporarily avoid danger, and wait until our civilization improves before proactively striking? Wow. After AI Urchiao passionately finished speaking, there was an immediate uproar in the conference room. Although they had seen the briefing before, it was presented in a relaxed manner. Now, AI Urchiao's emotionally charged introduction amplified their shock. Of course, we are not just taking Longxing away. We plan to use gravity towing technology to take both the Moon and Mars, forming an independent system with 3 celestial bodies. Longxing will still be the mother planet, while the Moon will be transformed into an interstellar fortress, and Mars will be upgraded to become the second ecological planet, preventing the future population growth on Longxing from leading to housing shortages. In coordination with the military's plans, the military's large UFO space base will be positioned as a navigator military base, acting in sync with Longxing. However, our first step is to push a large number of asteroids from the asteroid belt, scientifically and systematically allowing asteroids to bombard Mars. Once Mars grows to a certain extent, we will immediately activate the pre-deployed post-Saturn planet ecological instrument to instantly turn Mars into a planet suitable for habitation, while also building a space elevator and ring system. At this point, AI Urchiao paused his introduction. He needed the attendees to absorb the information for a while and also give them time to ask questions. Well, forget it, Vice President AI. I want to ask, what is the expected success rate of your crazy plan? Where can we go if we leave the solar system? How many years will it take to achieve this? The question was asked by Elder Li, who, when he received the plan briefing some time ago, had a collective discussion with the elders. While others wanted to wait until the plan was fully introduced before making a decision, Elder Li raised objections on the spot. It wasn't that he thought it was unfeasible, but if they abandoned the solar system, where could they go? Elder Yang and Zhou left their original world because the sun was about to die, and now that their son was fine, abandoning it seemed a bit ridiculous. Thus, Elderly posed 3 questions in one breath. Elderly, please allow me to introduce. AI Urchiao smiled and slightly bowed to him. He had long prepared his response, as he was the second person in charge of the entire plan. As for the success rate, our Academy of Sciences can guarantee it at over 80. The solar system is not our only option. As I mentioned earlier, our 3 celestial bodies can completely form an independent celestial system. Sunlight and other factors can be simulated through photon force field defense shields, and harmful substances in the universe will also be defended against, even directly rejected by Longxing. As for how many years it will take to achieve this, our plan is also 1 year, but to accommodate the military. We plan to complete it within 1.5 to 2 years. 1 year? giving them military resources at most 2 years? Are you sure this isn't a joke? This is insane. At this moment, the conference room was filled with noisy discussions. They didn't doubt that the Academy of Sciences could accomplish it. They just thought the timeline was too short. Vice President AI, are you sure you can complete the plan within 2 years? Old Li frowned and asked uncertainly. Old Li, I am very sure, Al Qiao said solemnly, nodding to Old Li and the people in the conference room. Dean Huang also nodded to confirm for everyone. This time, they were certain that Al Qiao and the people from the Academy of Sciences were not joking. While they were shocked, they were also excited about the improvement of Longxing technology and technological civilization. Next, they would focus on the implementation of the plans from the Academy of Sciences and the military, as well as the allocation of resources. Li Rulong has to be involved on both sides, and it is also a crucial job. I'm done for. I won't be able to have peace in these 2 years. Li Rulor murmurat shufli. What did you say? Zhou Lao, who was participating in the discussion but had regained his youth and was sharp of hearing and sight, turned his head and asked, It's nothing, Grandpa. I'm just thinking about how to better allocate manpower. Li Rulong hurriedly explained that if he got caught, old Zhou would label him as negative, and he could forget about getting free cigarettes and tea from him in the future. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of someone knocking on the table attracted everyone's attention. Dean Huang slowly stood up, came to the stage, and gestured to Al Qiao, who quickly bowed to the people in the audience before returning to his seat. I have something else to say. According to traditional Chinese medicine theory and clinical experiments, the super serum is ready for production. Within the next month, all citizens of Huaxia will receive a dose. This injection of the super serum does not restore youth, but it can significantly delay aging, enhance the redivision and metabolism of one's cells, and also increase the physical strength and endurance of ordinary people by 10 to 15 times, including lifespan. For trained individuals and soldiers, it can improve by at least 13 to 20 times. We will continue to follow up on future iterations of the product to ensure that everyone in Huaxia can be like a dragon. After Dean Huang finished speaking, he returned to his seat, his elegant departure making it seem as if he had just discussed a trivial matter. The room fell silent for a few minutes before discussions erupted once again. Wasn't it true that, with the super serum, the average lifespan of the citizens of Longxing could increase to at least 1,500 years, while soldiers could reach up to 2,000 years? This was bound to lead to a bright future. Al Qiao couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. The cultured cells provided for the super serum were actually from him. To get a bit of blood, he had personally caused his nose to bleed. Fortunately, it only required a little. If it were 500 cubic centimeters each time, he would probably have to work on the sun in the future. No wonder the Academy of Sciences was confident enough to set the project timeline within 2 years. Those who had just been frowning over certain details of the plan were now relaxed and happily participating in the discussion. Old Zhou and the others watched the intense, yet harmonious discussions in the conference room with smiles, feeling very excited. Their greatest fear was factionalism, especially knowing that they and their families would have lifespans exceeding 1,000 years. Selfish individuals would surely start calculating how to create a millennial family, which they absolutely would not allow. If they were to support a super family, their long-standing goal would be Li Rulong. It could be said that both the current and future Longxing owe their significant development to Li Rulong, and they were just a step away from becoming a true stellar civilization. Aside from being somewhat laid back and unwilling to learn, Li Rulong was completely red-hearted, with red thoughts, along with a sense of nationalism deeply etched into his bones for some unknown reason. Such a person was one of the mutually agreed future heirs among them. After the meeting, everyone was tireless. The next day, the official media of Longxing announced the general plans and timelines of the military and the Academy of Sciences to the entire Longxing. The citizens watched the news in stunned silence before erupting into thunderous cheers. Even the former war prisoners, who had become airborne troops, were excited to hear from the news that they would also have the opportunity to receive the super serum like Longxing citizens. How could they not be excited and tearful with such treatment? The officers further emphasized to their troops the message that the Huaxia nation did not treat them as slaves, nor did they discriminate against them. They were merely making amends for past mistakes. Shouldn't that be the case? And now, they were also being given the precious opportunity to receive the super serum on equal terms. So they must fight to the death on the battlefield to repay them. From now on, everyone must stand as citizens first. We cannot allow a single citizen soldier to be injured while we are still alive. Do you understand? Understood. If a citizen soldier is injured, we will accompany them to the grave. Understood. If a citizen soldier is injured, we will accompany them to the grave. After the news was announced, The entire Longxing erupted with unprecedented enthusiasm, with everyone rushing to the official website to inquire about how they could contribute to the plan and speed it up. The airborne troops intensified their training and added a new course on how to block weapons aimed at the rear. The airborne troops were divided into Army A and Army B. Army A was made up entirely of Bear Clan brothers, while Army B consisted of former war prisoners. The soaring training, enthusiasm, and intensity of the war prisoners deeply stimulated the Bear Clan warriors. They felt that the war prisoners were trying to step on them to rise to the top, competing for the title of the #1 space army in Longxing. How could the fighting nation tolerate this? They also intensified their training and increased the training projects, but compared to the war prisoners' protective subjects, they added a subject called charge, using the latest small photon shields and new materials, charging forward or falling on the path of the charge. Thus, the two armies issued training slogans of no dodging and no stopping every day. A month later, the council officially began the nationwide injection of the super serum, with community health drones personally delivering the injections, completing all in just 3 days. Everyone felt the changes brought by the serum while adapting to various new lifestyles. For example, when opening a door, one must do so gently, and the same goes for closing it. When playing basketball or soccer, one must control their strength. Otherwise, they might jump 3 or 4 meters high or kick a soccer ball straight out of the stadium, making it impossible to play at all. Li Rulong did not continue living a leisurely life surrounded by wives and concubines. Instead, he immersed himself in intense work, until the blood-red countdown clock of the apocalypse reappeared in his mind. For months into the execution of the plan, the sound of the ticking countdown suddenly echoed in his head. At that moment, he was with a group of super Kryptonians, the rapidly approaching meteor shower in lunar orbit. The meteor shower had been selected by the already graduated Zod and his team, who aimed directly at the moon after picking them from the asteroid belt. Li Rulong was in charge of intercepting the meteors here, breaking them into small pieces, which were then refined on-site by the engineering spacecraft and sent back to various construction sites. The useless ice blocks and discarded meteors from the meteor belt would be directly thrown towards Mars. Since the plan began, Mars had been continuously battered by meteor showers. In station, there was El Xiao, dressed in a tight superhero uniform with a golden cape and golden hair. However, his superhero uniform was golden, which was also the reason the Academy of Sciences wanted to distinguish him as a scientist from Li Rulong and their black uniforms. His family crest had changed from an S to a dragon character, as he claimed that since he had joined the Longxing Huaxia, he should thoroughly integrate. By his side was his wife, also a scientist, originally named Ilera, now called AI Mutant, who had also become a female superhero. While taking care of their child, AI Mutant had read a lot of literature and magazines, and when she learned that the term Ilala had ambiguous meanings in the Huaxia Long language, she immediately changed it to Longxing Xinghua's Mutant. As for their son, Carl, who was only 1.5 years old, he was officially renamed AI Jian Shi during registration by El Xiao. This name was also met with ridicule from Li Rulong and director Huang, who lamented El Xiao's cleverness. AI Jian Shi was also released from genetic and cellular restrictions by Li Rulong, becoming the first little superhero of the Kryptonian race. Originally, El Xiao wanted to wait until his son graduated from university to apply to Li Rulong to turn him into a super Kryptonian, but for some reason, whether out of guilt or some perverse interest, he directly lifted the restrictions. El Xiao was somewhat worried that his son might accidentally hurt other children. But Li Rulong was completely unconcerned, as the genetic suppression of the Tongu inhibitor was no joke. Now, AI Jian, she was in the Academy's family kindergarten, spending all day sleeping, eating, and playing with other children of the same age, having long forgotten where his parents were frolicking in the universe. Lara, I miss your uncle. I'll say it again. My name is Mutant. If you call me wrong again, you'll be responsible for washing all my clothes from now on. AI Mutant, also dressed in a golden skin-tight uniform that perfectly showcased her curves, glared at El Xiao and said with a clenched fist. Upon hearing his wife's harsh words, El Xiao instinctively shrank his neck. He had originally thought that he and his wife had a rare opportunity to escape their son on a business trip, amidst the meteor showers falling on this desolate Mars, with volcanic eruptions and constant tremors around them. What a beautiful scene. Watching his wife regain her youth with her proud curves and perfect appearance made his heart race. Moreover, the shaking earth and scorching air created a wonderful romantic atmosphere. He was just about to suggest to his wife to engage in some primitive activities to give little Jian Shi a brother or sister so that he wouldn't be lonely, while also responding to the call for more births. He had even thought of names, If it was a boy, he would be called AI Jianjun. And if it was a girl, AI Longhua. However, now his thoughts were directly extinguished by his wife, and he could only hold back. Don't just stand there. It's almost done here. The seismic frequency has met the standard. Inform Zod to adjust the bombardment coordinates. After AI Mutant finished speaking, she flew up rapidly towards the next coordinate. Sigh. I said not to let Jian become a super Kryptonian too early. This time, it would be impossible to hide any noise when we return, which is not good for early childhood education. With a sigh, after murmuring, El Qiao hurriedly followed his wife. Mars had been relentlessly bombarded for almost 3 months now, and the planet's diameter had increased by 1/10 compared to before. This was still after El Qiao meticulously calculated and controlled the bombardment speed and locations. Otherwise, Mars would have long been part of the asteroid belt. At this moment, Li Rulong was multitasking, intercepting meteors while communicating with the system in his mind. Tonggu, this time the duration is a bit long. Besides the first time you mentioned the new user development protection period, which lasted 5 years, the last time only had a little over 2 years, including spare time, and now it's directly 3 years. Will the duration keep getting longer in the future? What the hell? If you ask me, who should I ask? I didn't even know what it would be like after the new user period. Sorry, I misspoke. However, I deduced that a longer interval is not a good thing. The longer the time, the more preparation time you are given, which means the enemy is likely to become stronger, so you need to be mentally prepared in advance. Li Rulong stretched out a hand and directly blocked the rapidly flying meteorite, then threw it to the soldiers behind him, who smashed it before passing it on. Brother Tong, I have a question to ask. Speak your mind. When can I take people with me to travel through? Doing it back and forth by myself is a bit tiring. Tell me, were you tired? In the wandering world, you directly laid it all out. It was the Dragon Kingdom at that time that helped you sort out other matters. In the biohazard crisis, you hardly made an appearance in a few chapters. On Krypton, you just used your brain and smashed a moon. What else did you do? By the way, did you help me fix the Doomsday's heavenly rim at foot? Almost done, but I suggest that after your next traversal, you merge, so I can help you cover up. Otherwise, I can't dare to exert myself in the main universe. Brother Tong is considerate. By the way, when is the next traversal? 3 months later, or 9 months later, you choose. Oh, what's the difference? In 3 months, you might go to a world similar to the Wandering Earth, where the technology level won't be too high. But after 9 months, you can go to a more advanced world. By then, you might be able to get a lot of good stuff. After the system explained, Li Rulong thought seriously for a moment. Since the Dragon Star doesn't lack technology from civilized worlds right now, he decided to wait for 9 months to check out a more advanced world. Brother Tong, I choose 9 months. All right, I'll notify you then. Take care. Here you go. Longxing is developing rapidly, while Li Rulong is helping everywhere with the Kryptonian warriors. To speed things up, Li Rulong gritted his teeth and transformed all 1.8 million Kryptonian warriors into super Kryptonians. Seeing the 1.8 million supermen floating in space, Li Rulong felt joyful. But Commander Wang and the others were quite envious and jealous. They kept pestering him, and in the end, Li Rulong decided that after the next crisis was resolved, he would disperse the numbers and ensure that each fleet had super Kryptonian warriors stationed in it to end their entanglement. A year quickly passed, and Longxing underwent tremendous changes. Firstly, among the common people, it was common to see workers at construction sites wearing yellow helmets, bare-chested, carrying nearly a ton of steel pipes on their shoulders, walking while chatting and laughing with their coworkers. There were also young girls running at speeds of 100 meters in 5 seconds, holding 2 babies and carrying large bags. The increase in the physical strength of the populace changed many previous lifestyles, with almost everyone needing a month to better control their strength and speed. Longxing itself also transformed greatly. Previously, there was only 1 star ring connecting 4 towering space elevators, orbiting above Longxing along the equator. Now, it has become 2 star rings in a cross shape, spanning from the south to the north of Longxing, penetrating the original territory of Longhua and the former Americas, with 2 new orbital elevators built at the north and south poles for support. The golden photon force field defense shield that once enveloped Longxing has also changed from gold to a faint silver. This does not mean a decrease in defense. Rather, a new layer of gravitational shield has been added outside the photon shield. The combination of gravity and photons forms the current silver color. At the same time, the natural light simulated by the photon force field defense shield has finally achieved the function of synchronizing day and night globally, allowing Longxing to work during the day and then collectively transition from day to night to rest. In the future, Traveling from the Eastern Hemisphere to the Western Hemisphere will not require adjusting the time difference. The influence of the sun has weakened again, causing those like Li Lao to forget their previous reluctance towards it. In the space outside Longxing, there are also two celestial bodies operating along predetermined orbits 300,000 kilometers away. One is the new Mars, filled with blue and green, 1/3 smaller in diameter than Earth, and similarly wrapped in a silver light membrane. Orbiting the Earth from north to south, the red dust and desolation that had remained unchanged for hundreds of millions of years on Mars have completely disappeared, replaced by oceans surrounding the entire planet except for ice caps at the north and south poles. Countless islands of various sizes, the oceans, the largest being comparable to the former Australia, while the smallest are several square kilometers. These islands, aside from animals, are covered with various new species of towering trees and flowering vegetation, which are unique plant types generated after Mars was transformed by the post-Titan planet terraforming device. Mars' gravity and living environment are now completely identical to those of Longxing, and new cities are under construction on several large islands. The urban planning focuses on ecology, with even high-rise buildings restricted, making the overall city planning similar to the previous towns of Longxing. New Mars has also built 6 space elevators, with 2 star rings orbiting it. The name Mars has officially been changed to Rulong Star. The other celestial body, completely covered in metal and grayish silver, continues to be called the Moon, still moving from west to east. The Moon's surface has been entirely covered with neutron alloy, sound-absorbing steel, and its underground has been nearly hollowed out to a depth of 300 kilometers, with the Moon's core in conjunction with energy crystals, providing energy and power for the entire Moon. The Moon is now under military control, and it has several sci-fi cities on its surface. The Moon's orbit does not have star rings. Instead, a towering structure has been established at the central point of the axial position. The top of the tower connects to a massive disc-shaped building, which is the military's outer defense spaceship, the Xingtian. The 3 celestial bodies have formed a new triple-star system under the mutual gravitational shield's influence. Longxing will become the administrative, cultural, and research center, while Rulong Star is designated as an agricultural, ecological, and tourism planet, serving as the second homeland for humanity. The Moon will be entirely taken over by the military, becoming the space base for military training and shipbuilding. At this moment, 5 massive interstellar fleets are lined up in space along the Moon's orbit, as if undergoing inspection. Each fleet consists of 1,000 interstellar battleships, 600 interstellar aircraft carriers, 6,000 interstellar cruisers, and 600 superarsenal ships. Additionally, there are interstellar destroyers, interstellar frigates, and 500 interstellar defense shield ships. Each fleet has 31,700 various warships, with a crew of 220 million, and 12 million orbital airborne A troops and 3 million orbital airborne B troops. They are also equipped with a large number of trimodal space fighters named by Zhan, roaring trimodal space bombers, and Yangue unmanned dual-mode deep space support fighters. The commanders of the 5 fleets are Commander Wang from the Dragon Clan, Commander Yu, Commander Liu, Commander Xiang, and Commander Xiong Baka from the Bear Clan. Initially, the Bear Clan wanted to appoint General Xiong Nuafu, who had been promoted to general, as the commander of the 4th Fleet, but Xiong Nuafu, reluctant to leave his good friend Zhang Peng, declined and gave the opportunity to Xiong Baka. Although he said he was reluctant to part with Zhang Peng, he actually did not want to leave Li Rulong's new Black Dragon. He continues to serve as the first deputy captain on the new Black Dragon, also acting as the operational commander. The captain remains General Zhang Zhong, while the second deputy captain and assault operation commander is Major General Zhuode, whose deputy captain is a nominal position. Qila Ao has become Li Rulong's guard commander, essentially returning to his old profession. His position was not assigned by Li Rulong, but was forcibly arranged by Elder Zhou and others, including Minister Xiong. He was also asked to select 10,000 of the most elite and powerful warriors from the Kryptonian Supermen to form the Guard Army, specifically responsible for ensuring Li Rulong's safety. Previously, Zhuode Fiona, is now Li Rulong's wartime secretary, while the tall Danii, who was beside Zhuode, has become the deputy commander of the Guard Army. The new Black Dragon has been completed and tested, filled with various super advanced technologies, excluding the Kryptonian Supermen. The new Black Dragon alone can take on 1/3 of the reorganized Longxing fleet. Although the new Black Dragon is equipped with a brand new independent by Qi intelligent tactical system, it still carries a large number of personnel. The original plan was to deploy up to 700,000 personnel, but after suggestions from Li Rulong and Al Qiao during construction, It was ultimately completed with a crew of 550,000 and 800,000 combat personnel. Among the 800,000 combat personnel, 760,000 are Kryptonian supermen, along with a combat flight squadron of 40,000 led by Zhang Peng. There's also a reserved research area for the Academy of Sciences that can accommodate 5,000 people for lodging and experimental purposes. This is also part of Li Rulong's preparations for the upcoming collective crossing. The fleet has conducted several tactical drills, and the soldiers are becoming increasingly adept at operating the warships and space combat. Li Rulong, can you really take us there this time? Zhang Zhong asked, puffing on a completely harmless cigarette. It should be possible, but I don't know if I could bring the entire Black Dragon and all of you with me. Li Rulong smacked his lips and said weakly. This was already the 230th time Zhang Zhong had asked the same question this month, the 82nd time for Xiong Nuofu, the 133rd time for Zhang Peng, the 12th time for Liu Peiqiang, and 0 times for Zordon Kaleo. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting. I said, Old Zhang, don't be anxious. Anyway, there's still one day left, and we'll know by then. Right? Why should I be anxious? I'm not in a hurry. I'm just asking for others. Sure, I believe your nonsense. By the way, have you arranged things for your wives? Don't let them get anxious later. I said it before, and they're not anxious at all. As soon as I leave, they immediately start having fun. It's either a barbecue party at night, or going to Zhu Rongxing to build houses themselves. In short, there are plenty of activities. Li Rulong shrugged his shoulders and said nonchalantly, Hey, I've been asking you for so many years. Why haven't they made any moves? Are you just putting on a brave face? Why not try the blue pill from the old Chinese doctor? I don't need it. I'm just trying to hold off for now. I want to wait until Longxing officially sets sail before considering having kids. Otherwise, just waiting around for the enemy to come is too much psychological pressure. Li Rulong said this, but he was actually anxious. He had previously asked the system, and the system said it was because he was too strong, while Yang Linger and the others were ordinary people, which made the chances of pregnancy terrifyingly low. Only when their physiques improved again, or when Li Rulong could control the strength of his descendants, would there be a possibility of having offspring. Otherwise, with his hundreds of billions of descendants who could exceed the speed of bullets and have strength far beyond alloys, it would be fatal. This time travel would begin in 24 hours, and it allowed one follower to accompany him. The system then issued a prompt. Li Rulong thought seriously for a moment and said, Isn't this quantity of 1 too little? Tonggu, isn't this number a bit small? Just one quota. Quantity 1. No restrictions on items, objects, or living beings. Think about your Oma box. Li Rulong understood instantly after hearing this. Previously, when he traveled, he could only carry items that did not exceed his own volume, and they could not be living beings. However, the Oma box had previously contained tanks and warships. Brother Tong had mentioned before that he could not reveal too much critical information, but this time he directly fed the sweet pastry into his mouth. If he still didn't understand, then he would truly be, as Brother Tong said, a fool. Brother Tong, bind the Black Dragon. Binding successful. The Black Dragon will travel with the host, and the host needs to make contact with the traveling items to complete the journey. The return will be the same. Old Zhang, quickly recall all personnel from the Black Dragon and inform Old Zhou and the others. I can bring people to travel. Zhang Zhong, upon hearing this, immediately extinguished his cigarette and contacted Director Xiong through his wristband. The meeting was quickly held on Li Rulong's Black Dragon, with all senior officials in attendance. After all, this was Li Rulong's first opportunity to bring people along for the journey, so they took it very seriously. This is the time for my current travel. But according to the indeterminate rules, I can only bring the Black Dragon and the personnel inside for this journey. After Li Rulong finished speaking, he directly returned to his original seat. The discussion in the conference room began, and even the usually quiet Yang Lao joined in. There were all kinds of proposals, some of which even made Zhang Zhong and the others break into a sweat. For example, someone suggested that since the Black Dragon was involved, they should assign more captains and fill it with combat personnel to go along and take a look. The Academy of Sciences even insisted on sending research personnel, with AI Erqiao as the team leader. Even professors from humanities and sociology, who usually had little presence, hoped to secure a spot. In the end, Zhou Lao personally made the final decision on the plan. First, the Black Dragon would no longer take additional combat personnel, as it already had over 700. 000 Kryptonian superhumans and Li Rulong. If more combat personnel were needed, it would be better not to go at all. However, a military observation group of 300 people would be organized, led personally by Minister Xiong, but they must not interfere with the existing command structure of the Black Dragon, meaning they could only observe and not offer opinions. Second, the Academy of Sciences would allocate spots evenly across various disciplines, with a number not exceeding the 5,000 scientific research positions prepared on the Black Dragon. Third, Zhou Zheji would personally select individuals to form the Longxing Diplomatic Corps, which would have the ability to contact the governing bodies of parallel worlds as needed. Zhou Zheji specifically chose Long Make to serve as the deputy leader of the Diplomatic Corps. These 3 points received unanimous approval, addressing the needs of the military, research, and diplomacy. After the meeting concluded, everyone immediately began to prepare. Minister Xiong retained Commander Wang to oversee fleet training and daily operations, while he personally selected 300 senior generals from various military branches to form the Military Observation Group. Dean Huang consulted with AI Erqiao and selected 5,000 research personnel from various disciplines and specialties, while also allocating 1,000 spots to engineers from each discipline. AI Erqiao led them aboard the Black Dragon, bringing along his wife, AI Mutant. Zhou Zheji did not bring many people. The Diplomatic Corps, including him and Long Make, totaled 120 people, with 60 diplomatic personnel and the remaining 60 coming from various departments such as civil affairs and finance. That night at 11:30 p.m., everyone arrived at the Black Dragon and donned their respective space power armor to guard against any dangers during the traversal. Rulong stood alone on the deck of the Black Dragon, waiting for the crossing to arrive. As the crossing began, he counted down 3, 2, 1. When the time came, the blue vortex, an old friend behind him, appeared again, but this time it rapidly expanded, swallowing the entire Black Dragon before disappearing. In the distant fleet, Zhou and the others were closely watching the Black Dragon. When they saw it vanish, they breathed a sigh of relief. Warship shields to maximum. Activate the mirroring system. Maximize the chaotic exploration system to scan the current universe. The warship reappeared in a vast expanse of space, and Zhang Zhong, commanding from the bridge, immediately issued orders. Meanwhile, various departments of the warship reported that everything was functioning normally, bringing a bit of calm to their hearts. On the deck, Rulong quickly left and took to the sky as the hatch behind him opened. Zareo, also clad in a black battle suit and cloak, flew out with 3,000 soldiers from the Imperial Guard, immediately taking defensive positions around Rulong. The insignia on their chests was no longer the previous clan emblem, but a silver shield with a black dragon glaring fiercely ahead. Zod and the others wore uniforms similar to Zareo's, but their insignia featured a crossed spear and sword, with a black dragon coiled between them. Zareo and his team extended their super senses but detected nothing unusual. However, Rulong was more perceptive. He noticed something strange. In his supervision, he saw several hourglass-shaped artificial objects floating far away in space. And even further, many structures resembling space bases were scattered throughout the universe. Even farther away, a blue planet identical to Dragon Star appeared in his sight. At this moment, he recalled having seen such a scene before and began to formulate his next plan. Brother Tong, can anime also cross over? As long as it's a world that has appeared in Blue Star, it can. This Foot Basin Chicken's 3 major inventions. Model animations. This time, it has animated. Can we go see the third one next time? Alright, see you next time. Sadako. I was wrong, Brother Tong. Rulong assigned someone to be responsible for the outer guard, and then returned to the bridge. How is it? Any discoveries? Although he had already determined which world they were in, he couldn't say for sure yet. It was just a training opportunity for Zhang Zhong and the others. Well, what we can confirm now is that we are located in the outer Oort cloud of the solar system. If it really is the solar system inside, then there must be Earth. At the speed of the Black Dragon, it will take 4 months to reach the blue planet. It's already quite good to confirm their current position so quickly. Rulong calculated in his mind that if the plot had already started, then 4 months later would likely be when the situation would go awry. However, if the plot had not yet begun, there would be much more room for manipulation. With a decision made in his heart, he said to Zhang Zhong and Minister Xiong, Old Zhang, you command the Black Dragon. Take Uncle Xiong and the others directly to Blue Star, but you must keep your presence hidden the whole time and avoid exposure. Once you reach the asteroid belt, hide and wait for my notification. Zod, hand over command to your deputy and come with me. Zaleo, bring the Imperial Guard Legion along with Fiora, Old AI, and, your wife, and we'll fly over with full force. We should be able to arrive in about 10 days. Let's go scout the way first. Li Rulong finished speaking and was stopped by Zhang Zhong. You little brat, just by looking at you, I can tell you know something. I won't ask anything else. But is there any danger to you in this world? Don't worry, with our physique, no matter how many come, they'll be useless. Li Rulong finished speaking with a smile. And Zhang Zhong felt relieved and let go. Li Rulong thought for a moment and had Fiora prepare a large amount of gold and jewelry, which they had collected by chance during their development in the Dragon Star asteroid belt. Although they weren't very useful, they could at least be made into jewelry and gold bars, which might serve as currency after their journey. He kept the Oma box and instructed Zhang Zhong and the others to continue mining useful ores in the meteorite belt to replenish Dragon Star's resources. Then, he had someone take the items and, along with over 10,000 Kryptonian supermen, they instantly disappeared in front of the Black Dragon ship. The Black Dragon ship also began to activate and accelerated towards its destination. After 10 days of long-distance flight, Li Rulong and his group finally arrived at Blue Star. It shouldn't have taken this long, but with so many people and to avoid various flying vehicles in this world, they took quite a few detours. Li Rulong, accompanied by the Iurkio couple, Fiola and Zajaleo, used a biological force field to shield all external electronic surveillance devices and directly descended into Africa on Blue Star. Meanwhile, the others, led by Dane, sought refuge in the sun while simultaneously engaging in energy cultivation. Upon arriving in Africa, Li Rulong first ordered Fushi to breach the network of this world, obtaining legal identities for everyone he brought along, including natural persons and adjusters, as well as those from the countries like AOB. Then, based on the information, he determined the current time. The data indicated that he was precisely in the timeline of February 7th, CE 70, just after the Copernicus tragedy that occurred on February 5th, and the Earth Federation and Plant were prepared to continue the war. After carefully calculating the time, he realized that there was exactly 1 year left until the official story began. During this crossing, the system had informed him that he could leave at any time within 2 years, but the time would be synchronized with the original world. And 2 years later would be the day the next enemy descended on Blue Star, meaning he had to return in advance. Comparing the data, Li Rulong also learned that in this world, aside from a few independent countries, the original Huaxia ethnic group had become a part of the East Asia Republic, which also included nations like the Plastic Rods and Foot Basin Chickens, as well as smaller countries like monkeys. Fushi took only a minute to prepare their identity information for the East Asia Republic, identifying them as the head of a recently emerged hidden family, which was entirely authentic and verifiable. However, the original Li family had long been submerged by history. Li Rulong and others set their public identity as neutral merchants engaged in the jewelry business. They're called neutral because they plan to navigate between natural persons and adjusters. The inventory they brought also serves to disguise their identities. By hacking into the bank's internal system, Fushi helped them acquire trillions in legal wealth and purchase properties in various locations, including the Heliopolis colonial satellite owned by OB. After establishing their identities, Li Rulong presented several items that are considered rare treasures in this world, and then the carefully dressed Fiola hosted a unique press conference. The jewelry collection launched by the Li Family Jewelry Consortium immediately attracted a large number of wealthy women and fans, including Plant's pink-haired songstress, Lakis Klein. As Lakis prepares for her Valentine's Day concert on February 14th, she places great importance on this event, hoping to promote dialogue in the hope of avoiding further war. However, Li Rulong knows that this is impossible. February 14th is known as Bloody Valentine's Day, when the Earth Alliance used a nuclear bomb to destroy Plant's Junius 7 satellite, resulting in the deaths of 721 coordinators on board. Following this, ZFD launched a frenzied retaliation and deployed neutron jammers, sealing off all nuclear energy resources on Earth. However, Li Rulong does not plan to get involved just yet. He wants to wait until the plot unfolds before making a celestial intervention, after which Zhou will lead a diplomatic team to directly descend on the Black Dragon. At that time, he will set conditions and see which faction dares to disagree. Li Rulong played with the electronic invitation in his hand, which contained a message from Lux inviting Ms. Fiora, the president of Li's Jewelry, to personally bring jewelry suitable for a concert to Plant, hoping to select them in person. Having made up his mind, he immediately instructed Fiora to prepare the shuttle and left Zod in East Asia, recalling some personnel to assist him in establishing an underground force. He also dispatched personnel to countries like Obu and colonial satellites, such as Heliopolis. Early on February 11th, he boarded a dedicated shuttle with 30 staff members from the consortium. heading to Plant to personally meet the pink-haired girl known as the brainwashing master, Ziduoyo. The shuttle traveled through space for 3 days and finally arrived at the Plant colonial satellite, known as Aprilius, at noon on the 13th. Looking at the 10 giant hourglass-shaped colonial satellites floating in space, arranged according to a specific pattern, Al Xiao quietly said to Li Rulong, who was sitting in front, "General, this satellite has very poor defenses, but its layout has its merits. Old AI, don't underestimate the technology here. They have phase-shift armor that can defend against physical weapons with minimal energy consumption, and there are MS mobile suits that you've seen before. All of these have their advantages, but what I care about the most is a fossil." Li Rulong swirled the wine glass in his hand, gazing at the scenery outside, and casually said, "A fossil?" AI Xiao furrowed his brows and asked, "Yes, a piece of fossil from outer space. If we bring it back, it will greatly help our genetic engineering and the elevation of our ethnicity." "Oh, where's the fossil? Do you need me to go personally?" "No, that fossil is already in my pocket. For now, we should avoid exposure. When the time comes, it will naturally present itself to us." Li Rulong does not want El Xiao to become a gladiator again. He needs to infiltrate step by step and then take away all the useful people in this world. The shuttle landed on the landing pad dedicated to the Klein family, and the hatch opened. 2 tall men dressed in green military uniforms led several people into April City. Each colonial satellite of Plant has its own functions. For example, January City, is responsible for research in basic microengineering and applied microengineering, while February City, focuses on basic medicine, clinical medicine, biochemistry, molecular biology, and biophysics. Similarly, April City is not only the capital and the location of the Parliament of Plant, but also responsible for astronomy, astrophysics, cosmology, planetary science, and astrobiology. The fossil he targets is located in April City, which is also the spiritual symbol of Plant. Li Rulong and others were directly escorted by bodyguards in black suits to the April City Sports Center. Tomorrow, Lux will hold a peace concert here. However, she is still unaware that her peace concert will face the nuclear devastation of Junius in July City. Upon arriving at the reception room, the staff asked them to sit down and thoughtfully serve drinks before going to invite Lux, who was rehearsing. After waiting for 10 minutes, just as Li Rulong was admiring the paintings on the wall with his hands behind his back, a gentle voice came from behind him. "This is a painting created by the master painter Marclius, titled Peace, which is also the theme of my concert this time." Peace? Wherever there are people, there are conflicts. Unless everyone channels their energy towards a single purpose, regarding a common hope as a lifelong goal, any peace is merely an illusion. "Mr. Li, why do you believe peace is illusory?" Li Rulong turned around, his tall figure looking down with a smile at the pink-haired girl in front of him, who was less than 1.6 meters tall and 15 years old. To be honest, although he had crossed over into a world that felt very real, where people no longer had the typical anime appearances, the Lux in front of him truly caught his eye. Even though she was only 15, her figure was already quite impressive. Coupled with her exquisite face and naturally flowing pink long hair, she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. It was hard to tell whether she was born with a black-bellied personality or if it was a later character transformation. Li Rulong's thoughts flashed through his mind, and then he smiled, saying to the adorably dazed Lux, "Hello, Miss Lux Santa Crown Guard. I believe we were invited here to promote the company's jewelry, not to discuss peace. Wouldn't you agree?" Not getting the answer she wanted, Lux initially wanted to press further, but then remembered that time was tight. So she decided to let the tall and handsome Li Rulong be. Returning to the sofa, the host and guests took their seats. Fiora took out several sets of jewelry that she had prepared in advance, introducing the design meanings of each set while allowing Lux to try them on. Her assistant, based on the concert's repertoire and style, ultimately helped Lux select 3 sets of jewelry. However, Lux was somewhat distracted, frequently glancing at Li Rulong, who was still engrossed in his tea. Does he not drink tea? Or is it that I don't look good? Why doesn't he ever look at me? Lux frowned, pondering to herself. Little did she know that Li Rulong had already taken in her entire appearance, while the other members of the Kree race dared not look so casually. "Young master, everything is completed," Fiora reported to Li Rulong. Li Rulong glanced at Aljo, standing on his other side, who gave a barely perceptible nod. The attendant packed up the remaining jewelry, and Li Rulong stood up, preparing to bid farewell to Lux. "Please wait a moment. I wonder if young Master Li would do me the honor of having dinner together, and if you have time to enjoy tomorrow's concert?" Lux hurriedly interjected before Li Rulong could speak. I'm leaving tomorrow. I had planned to take this opportunity to enjoy the scenery of Plant," he said. Seeing Lux's disappointed expression, He quickly changed his tone. But since the Princess of Plant has invited me, then I would be remiss not to accept. Lux's disappointment flashed by and was quickly replaced with joy. She immediately instructed her assistant to take good care of Li Rulong and his party while she hurried to practice and then come find him. Li Rulong watched her skip away and turned to Fiola, saying, "Since you're here, don't leave empty-handed. Go browse the shops and see if there's any interesting local specialty to buy as a souvenir." Fiola immediately understood and left with 2 Kree bodyguards. The interesting specialty that Li Rulong just mentioned is located in the military camp of April City. Li Rulong signaled Al Xiao to sit down and then covered both of them with a biological force field. "Fushi, what have you discovered?" "At your command, General. I have completely copied the technologies related to MS and warships, simulated ecological environment technology, and adjuster gene modification optimization technology. I also found a highly classified project plan and technical documents named Yakin Due Genesis. However, I couldn't find any information about fossils on the network." The others are fine. But now we have these 2 things, Yakin Due and Genesis. It seems that Sarah has been prepared to stir things up for a long time. I just wonder if his wife is willingly being sacrificed. Li Rulong was sipping tea, his lips not moving, yet Iurkio and Fushi could clearly hear his voice. "General, I believe the most useful aspect of Plan for us is the technology for simulating ecological environments. The environments within our star ring are all presented virtually. If we incorporate Plant's ecological simulation technology, we can create a completely realistic ecological environment within the star ring, and even in future super-large warships. This would be beneficial for the well-being of the people. Yes, you're right. When the time comes, you should also see if there are any merits to the genetic adjustment technology. However, I am in favor of natural development. I have some reservations about genetically modifying children before they are born. As for that MS and battleship technology, it is optional for us. Their current main battleships are not even at the level of our frigates." Iurkio nodded in agreement. Li Rulong was correct. If they brought a frigate, they could easily unify this world, and their MS mobile warriors could not compare to the BZ-100 space fighters and the roaring bombers. Are they just sitting there? "Yes, Captain. These 2 naturals have been drinking tea and watching the news, while their bodyguards are standing outside. A woman named Fiona is shopping on the street with 2 bodyguards. She went to the restroom for about 3 minutes and came out, and no one noticed anything unusual. In a nearby room, not far from Li Rulong and the others, several men in black suits were intently watching several surveillance screens. The screens displayed Li Rulong and Iurkio's room, as well as the bodyguards in the corridor. One screen was showing the movements of Fiona and her group while shopping. "Continue monitoring. Regardless of whether he is a businessman or a spy, as long as he is a natural person, we must keep an eye on them." "Yes." It wasn't until the sun set in April City that Lux appeared in front of Li Rulong again. At this point, she had changed into a white evening gown, low cut, with a swan neck adorned with an emerald necklace provided by Fiona, elegant but not vulgar. "Young Masterly, we can go now." "Oh, does Princess not need a rest?" Young Masterly still cares for others?" "Please don't call me Princess anymore. You can call me Lux." "Can I call you Rulong?" Lux giggled, covering her mouth. "All right, Lux, but you can still call me Li Rulong. In our hometown, only elders and the closest friends and partners can call me Rulong." "Oh dear, aren't we friends then?" Lux tilted her head, confused and a bit disappointed. I am a natural person born from my parents. Are you sure you want to be friends with me?" Li Rulong asked with a smile. After listening, Lux pondered for a moment, suddenly broke into a smile, and took the initiative to walk over and link her arm with Li Rulong's. "In my opinion, whether adjusters or naturals, they are all humans. So why can't they be friends?" After saying this with a smile, she linked arms with Li Rulong and headed towards the restaurant. Li Rulong walked while lowering his head to look at the pink-haired girl beside him. Superman didn't have mind-reading abilities, but he could hear the other person's heartbeat. Just now, he noticed that when Lux said this sentence, her heartbeat showed no change. He couldn't figure out whether she was sincere or had already mastered her emotions. A true master. That's what a true master is. In an elegant and secluded restaurant halfway up the mountain, Li Rulong and Lux were sitting across from each other by the floor-to-ceiling window. A piano piece that Li Rulong had never heard before was playing, its melody dreamy and enchanting, easily resonating with the strings of the heart. Lux elegantly ate the steak in front of her, while Li Rulong savored the red wine. Lux put down her knife, raised her wine glass, and said, "Rulong, once again, welcome to Plant. It's my honor to meet you." "Haha, too polite. You're my biggest client so far." Lux took a sip of the red wine, swirling her glass, and said with a downcast mood, "Am I just a client? Oh, does Princess have other thoughts?" Li Rulong teased, and Lux immediately blushed. The atmosphere became a bit awkward as Li Rulong looked out at the city at night. I heard that the son of Chairman Patrick Zala from ZFD has a childhood engagement with you. After hearing this, Lux buried her head in her chest and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, "This was all decided by my father, and he didn't ask for my opinion. Actually, I think it's quite good. Your father is the chairman of the plant committee, and if you marry the chairman of ZFT, then your family will have a stronghold in both military and politics, a perfect match." Li Rulong had a smile at the corner of his mouth. The pink-haired girl and the silly goose were a perfect match, while the god of base was just a scumbag, so he should stay away. Lux raised her head and downed her drink in one go, a flush appearing on her face instantly. "But I don't want to marry his son. If only you were an adjuster, that would be great." She murmured softly, "You don't want to marry his son? Then if Sarah's wife dies the day after tomorrow, you can marry him and become Aslan's stepmother. The god of base's aunt. I just wonder if the god of base would play a power struggle." Li Rulong had bad thoughts in his heart, but still wore a smile on his face as he entered education mode. In fact, natural beings are not necessarily weaker than adjusters, and adjusters are not always the optimal evolutionary choice. Upon hearing this, Lux tilted her head in a cute and naive manner while looking at him. Li Rulong didn't explain much, just finished his drink and wiped his mouth. "It's late, and you have a concert to prepare for tomorrow. I wish you a great success in advance." After saying this with a smile, Li Rulong stood up, said goodbye to Lux, and left the restaurant. Lux remained seated, not moving for a long time. How could not sell well? The tickets were sold out on the first day of promotion. Li Rulong sat in the hover car, heading towards the hotel. Fiora, sitting in the passenger seat, took the initiative to report the findings from the afternoon. "General, they have indeed been tracking and monitoring us. I took the opportunity of a 3-minute bathroom break to visit the military camp. There are about 110 mobile suits you refer to as Zaku and 45 Jins, and the camp's defenses are quite lax. General, given the scale of this war, we don't even have enough to form a fleet. Well, that's how this world is. The most there are in a war is a few thousand mobile fighters, and the warships number only around 100. Li Rulong closed his eyes and said softly. After returning to the hotel, he went straight to sleep. The next day, the streets were still filled with posters for Lux's concert. Since it was Valentine's Day, the shops on both sides were also carefully decorated to create a festive atmosphere. However, when it became known that this year's Valentine's Day was marked by the blood donation of over 200,000 people, those couples who had already booked hotels wondered if they could still enjoy themselves. They planned to leave today and head directly to the Helios colonization satellite to avoid any trouble when the war started. Just as they arrived at the spaceport, Lux called. "Hello, I heard you were leaving. Are you really not coming to my concert?" As soon as he picked up, Lux's anxious voice came through the phone. "There's nothing I can do, Your Highness. My livelihood doesn't allow for leisure. Besides, with my innate condition, if I relax, I'll get sick." "Puffed you? A wealthy jewelry businessman. Still worry about making a living? Of course, even though I'm a boss, I still have to work for my employees. Haven't you heard that saying? Workers have the spirit of labor, and diligent workers rise above." Li Rulong was talking nonsense seriously, which made Lux on the other end of the computer laugh exceptionally happily. Meanwhile, Aljo and the others standing beside him were rolling their eyes. "Just listen to what you're saying. How can you be so shameless?" Li Rulong has a certain personality. After more than a year of interaction, they have already figured him out. He is a pure salted fish venerable, and he has the innate physique of a cow and horse saint. Noticing the strange gazes from those around him, Li Rulong glared at them and continued, "You should hold your concert well. I hope your singing can bring peace this Valentine's Day and sell well." It's already sold out." After Lux finished speaking, she hung up the phone, wrinkled her cute nose in anger, and threw the phone onto the sofa beside her. Leaning back against the sofa with her eyes closed, for some reason, the figure of Aslan surfaced in her mind, but gradually, that figure faded and was overshadowed by Li Rulong's tall and handsome appearance. "What's wrong with me? Hello. I'm Lovesick." The shuttle departed, heading towards the neutral country of Orb. At 4 p.m., the video that had been playing on the shuttle suddenly switched to urgent news. "We interrupt to bring you an urgent news bulletin. According to reliable information from ZFD, at 15:35 this afternoon, the Earth Alliance suddenly launched a surprise attack in the outer space of Junia 7, and ZFD immediately began defensive counterattacks. At 15:45, the Earth Alliance suddenly fired several nuclear missiles. Although we successfully intercepted most of them, some nuclear missiles still hit the Junia 7 colonial satellite, causing it to collapse instantly. According to incomplete statistics, about 250,000 residents live there, and the ZFT army is currently conducting emergency rescue operations. A male host dressed in a black suit, with no expression, spread the news of Junius 7's destruction throughout the human region of space. Next, it was just a rhythm of you hitting me hitting you, you scaring me, and me hitting you hard. Notify those of us in the Alliance and ZAFD that if we go to the battlefield, don't stand out too much. Just survive. After Fiora received the order, she immediately went to issue commands. At this moment, the shuttle began to adjust its posture, and outside the window, the colonial satellites resembling long-winged cigarettes could already be seen. Li Rulong decided to set up a plan here. Once the plot begins, he will drag Ob completely down, preventing them from feeling too self-important and constantly playing neutral. By then, the Ob people on Helios will be gone, and I wonder if Mr. Lion can still maintain his neutral stance. A year has swiftly passed, and now it is New Year's Day in CE-71. Zod and others, through their hard work at the Dragon Star Military Academy, have climbed to the mid to high ranks of various federal armies. Zod, in particular, has become a major general commander in the Atlantic Federation Space Force, thanks to his Western appearance and iron-blooded style. Moreover, it is rumored that people from the Blue Persian Daisy are already in contact with him, frequently brainwashing him with their ideologies. Al Xiao has demonstrated the qualities of an excellent scientist in Ob, joining the Dawn Society, and has been transferred to the MS factory in Helios. Responsible for developing the G-Series mechs, he successfully obtained phase transfer armor and many practical technologies, as well as several improvement ideas. But he did not share these with the Dawn Society members. Instead, he transmitted them to the Black Dragon, which was mining far away in the asteroid belt through Fushi. The scientists and engineers on the Black Dragon transformed the phase transfer armor into a brand new nanocoating, which has already been applied to space fighter jets like the Hunter battles. Once the production is sufficient, it will be coated all over the Black Dragon. Li Rulong's Li's Jewelry has become the largest jewelry retailer in the world, and even the entire solar system. However, his neutral comments have made him quite unpopular with many racist individuals on both sides. Some colonies have even directly labeled him and Li's Jewelry as unwelcome people and brands. Lux occasionally calls him, but she is no longer his biggest client. Now, his benefactor is DeLong Mina Kazakhstan from the 5 great families of Mars. This aloof and elegant woman surprisingly has a hobby of collecting jewelry, often spending lavishly whenever Li's Jewelry releases a unique piece. Gradually, she and Li Rulong have become friends, and she has mentioned the current war situation, suggesting that if Li Rulong doesn't want to stay on Earth, he can develop on Mars. Taking advantage of New Year's Day, Li Rulong arrived in Heliopolis, where he planned to prepare for the plot to unfold, aiming to pull the Obey family into the fray. Li Rulong, I'm here. Just as he stepped out of the shuttle and into the reception area, he heard a delightful scream. Looking around, he saw a girl with fiery red hair, dressed in a pink skirt suit, waving at him while dancing through the crowd. He quickly walked over, and the girl took the initiative to link her arm with his. Surprised? I heard you were coming today, so I arrived early. Freya, it seems I can't tell your dad anything from now on. He really can't keep his mouth shut about foreign affairs. Li Rulong looked at Fulei beside him, who was skipping and hopping, and smiled helplessly. I'm the princess of the family. If he dares not to listen to me, I'll tell Mom about all the secret money he hides. Fulei proudly lifted her snow-white swan neck, her lips almost pouting. By the way, when are you leaving? Li Rulong quickly changed the subject. He didn't want to hear Frey start rambling about his parents' matters. What? You just got here and you want me to leave? Frey said somewhat unhappily, tightly hugging Li Rulong's arm. The majesty in front of her chest was directly squished out of shape. Li Rulong hurriedly pulled his arm out with a clever twist. And then, under the angry gaze of the other party, he used his ultimate move, head patting. I told your dad, Helios is located at the midpoint between the two warring sides, and it might not be safe. While patting her hair, he spoke in a gentle tone. Fulei enjoyed Li Rulong's warm hand, and her angry expression immediately vanished, replaced by slightly squinted eyes. Obu is a neutral country. It can't be attacked by either side, right? Fulei felt a bit uncertain, but didn't want to contradict Li Rulong. Be good, we'll go back tomorrow. I'm here to transfer the assets here and then return to Earth. After all, as long as they are normal people, neither side will use weapons of mass destruction on Earth. Li Rulong explained to her. But he was thinking that the person from the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum was not a normal person. They were a beast that could go crazy and harm even themselves. Although Fulei was very reluctant, she agreed to return the next day on Li Rulong's shuttle due to his insistence. That night, the two had a lavish dinner together. And Li Rulong sent the 16-year-old Fulai back to her school dormitory, promising to personally take her to the spaceship the next day. The next day, after seeing Fulai off, Li Rulong drove to the Ube Industrial College to find Al Xiao, who was teaching physics part-time. While looking at the peaceful scenery outside, he wiped the lipstick mark off his cheek. This girl really had guts. If it weren't for the fact that her father was a pawn of mine, I would have to deal with her on the spot for daring to kiss me forcefully. Puffed. Cough, cough. Li Rulong was talking to himself, and everything he said was heard by Fiola, who was driving ahead. At the OBU Industrial Institute, Helipolis branch, in a lecture hall, El Xiao was explaining a brand new physics theorem, the Huaxia gravitational theorem. This was a completely new physical theorem he discovered in his previous work. A somewhat obsessed El Xiao, when naming anything or anyone, would unconsciously align it with the Dragon Star Huaxia nation. His son Ai Jianxi, his future son Ai Jianjun, his daughter Ai Qiujuan, and Ai Dujuan. Just when he was about to reach a crucial point, El Xiao suddenly stopped and told the students that new knowledge should not be taught all at once. They should absorb it first, and then he would continue, thus ending the class. He had already discovered Fiola through his super senses, but he could never detect Li Rulong. He hurried back to his office, picked up his clothes and briefcase, and left the school, heading toward a rockery behind the school. Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. When he arrived at the back of the rockery, he found Li Rulong sitting on a stone, looking up at the city above, while Fiola stood beside him with her hands behind her back. General, El Xiao stood at attention and saluted. Although he was not a military person, as long as he was under Li Rulong, he would hold himself to military etiquette and rules. Old AI, come sit down. Have a smoke. How's the plan going? Replying to the general, the 5G series mechs, 5 Heretic series mechs, and the Archangel special battleship have all been completed. However, apart from the adjuster testers, natural humans still cannot pilot them. Even if I simplify the operating system, they still can't keep up. El Xiao sat down next to Li Rulong, took the cigarette Li Rulong handed him, lit it, and began to report. That's one point. The main issue is that I've discovered that natural humans in this world have a very low ability to recognize space. Even if they learn, it takes a long time to master, which means they will definitely suffer huge losses in future cosmic wars. He took a big puff of smoke and said slowly, yeah, it seems to be due to the rules of this world. If those born naturally are considered natural humans, then Zhang Peng and Liu Peiqiang are also natural humans. But their spatial recognition abilities can easily overpower the ZFD Greens. And that was before they injected the super serum. Now I estimate that Zhang Peng and the others can all be considered red elite. Li Rulong pondered for a moment after listening. In the end, Fuxi had already infiltrated the entire colony satellite as planned. Whenever needed, it could take over all functions of the colony satellite within 1 second. And the Black Dragon was also ready to come and pick people up at any time. After picking them up, Heliopolis would be completely nuclear bombed, at which point the tamper video footage would be disseminated throughout the solar system, ensuring that there would be no survivors in Heliopolis. Li Rulong nodded in satisfaction. This was his action plan, the lion to cat operation. When Li Rulong first came to this world, he began to ponder how to maximize his own interests and fill the regret he had from watching the seed back then. So, he took some time to organize the memories in his mind, outlining the personalities of various key figures, the general timeline, and the events that occurred, and sent the plan outline to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong then improved the entire plan based on the documents sent by Li Rulong, with the assistance of Xiong Fangzhong and Zhou Zhiji. This included making contact with George Alsta, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Atlantic Federation, who is also Frey's father. Using the brainwashing methods and conversation strategies taught by Zhou Zhiji, they successfully turned George Alsta into a pawn embedded within the Atlantic Federation. Additionally, some capable individuals who held no significant hatred towards either race became part of Li Rulong's faction under the grand deception techniques learned from Zhang Zhong, including the renowned desert tiger, Andre Bartfield. However, it remains uncertain whether the sudden betrayal of the Eternals captain, who was the most trusted among Lux's Tri-Ship Alliance, would hurt the pink-haired girl's feelings. He also sent the famous piano scores unique to their world, such as Moonlight Sonata, to Alice, which led to Nicol Amify and his entire family kneeling in recognition of their new master. He once considered bringing the masked man, Lollacluse, into his fold, but that was just a genetic collapse, which was nothing for Li Rulong and his team with Life Medical Pods. However, this guy remained mysterious and hard to approach, and he feared that Lollacluse might suddenly turn against him. After all, he was someone willing to bury all of humanity. Forget it. Considering she voluntarily withdrew from the marriage alliance with the Sarah family, he would help her out when the time comes. What did you say? Aljo, who was reporting on his work, immediately stopped upon hearing Li Rulong's murmurs. It's nothing, you're doing well, old AI. Li Rulong smiled and said to him, after this satellite is destroyed, you can come to pick up the survivor ship and go to Mars to find Mina, helping her complete the development of several special heretics as a token of gratitude. Sure. After chatting for a while, Li Rulong let Aljo leave work and go home to accompany his wife, while he took Fiora to the villa located in Heliopolis. General, the soldier monitoring Target J just reported back. After Miss Fry left, he seemed very down, Fiora said suddenly while driving. Kids these days, with that mindset, they can't achieve great things. Everyone around them is just bowing down. Li Rulong chuckled and then thought of something. He smiled at Fiola and said, you might not believe it, but in the future, this kid will be the pinnacle of combat power in this world. However, even if you kill his comrades who fight alongside him, he will only turn your MS into a stick and spare your life. Huh? What kind of nonsense is this? Not avenging his comrades and still sparing the opponent's life? Is he what you always call a saintly BTCH? Pretty much. General, do you want me to turn him to ashes tonight? Fiola detected Li Rulong's disdain for the target. In her mind, anyone the general disliked had to be dead. No need. He's one of the pawns, and he's quite important. Let's keep him around and see how he plays. On January 25th, Li Rulong, who had already prepared, changed into his exclusive battle suit, sitting on the villa's sofa with a chilled beer in hand, waiting to watch the live broadcast. Beside him was Fiola, also dressed in battle attire, while 1000 Kryptonian supermen were hiding around the villa. Their mission was to take over all the lifeboats after the colonial satellite disintegrated. Each of them would carry 2 lifeboats to a distant location to rendezvous with a Mars transport ship borrowed from Mina. This morning, the Earth United Army Eurasian Federation soldiers had already entered the colonial satellite to receive the Archangel and 5 Gundams. He also saw on the surveillance the current pawns on the Archangel, who would later become the deified crew members. The true and straightforward captain, Maliu Lamias. The cold but even calmer bear soldier, Nadal Bakililu, the man behind the unsinkable ship, Arnold Newman. The big guy who likes to pull strings, Mu Laflada, and the seemingly simple god-level mechanic, Kajiro Madak, among others. Li Rulong wanted all of them, waiting for the moment when they would be crushed by the Cyclops and their faith shattered to make his move. Here they come. The 3D projection on a coffee table showed 2 ZFD warships, 1 Nazca class and 1 Loris class, stealthily approaching Heliopolis. So small, he thought. The largest one was just over 300 meters, while the smaller one was only about 250 meters. The main warships of ZFD were no match for the main battleships of Dragon Star, completely overwhelmed in both technology and strength. After an hour, Heliopolis felt a slight tremor, followed by the sound of an evacuation alarm ringing throughout the satellite. Li Rulong and the others could clearly hear and see several green Xeon mobile suits recklessly attacking at the rear of the satellite. The plot's compulsion forced Oslin's team to sacrifice 1 member, and 4 Gundams were seized. The assault Gundam, operated by the God of Machines, began to counterattack against the Xeon. It's really exhausting. I could solve it with 1 punch. I could just blow on it. If we wait, they'll all die. The Kryptonian warriors left in the villa watched the distant battle and began to comment. In their view, this combat style was too naive. After a short while, a white captain-class Xeon mobile suit charged into the satellite, closely followed by an orange Massachusetts. Hey, the opportunity has come. Li Rulong knew that the masked man had appeared. He hadn't had the chance before, but he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Send someone. After the white Jin escapes, bring it and the pilot inside to me. And don't let anyone find out. Yes, I'll go personally. Just as he received the order, dust suddenly rose in the distance, and a white battleship charged into the battlefield. The appearance of the Archangel forced the Zaft MS to retreat. Seeing the target designated by Li Rulong about to flee, Fiora instantly vanished. Crews piloted the Jin, escaping through a large hole in the satellite wall, which was then sealed off by an automatic sealing system, blocking the relentless pursuit of the MA behind him. But just as Cruz was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his eyes widened in disbelief at the woman who appeared before him. Impossible. This is outer space. Fiora didn't make any unnecessary moves. She directly plunged her hands into the cockpit, tearing open the Jin's chest armor and pulling out the dazed Cruz with one hand. With the other hand, she grabbed the horn on the Jin's head and swiftly returned to the interior of the satellite through a secret port. At this moment, The entire colonial satellite was completely under Fuxi's control, including surveillance cameras everywhere. Cough, cough, who are you? Cruz was thrown to the ground by Fiora, who even personally removed his helmet. Oh, I'm so famous, and you, coming from an intelligence background, actually don't recognize me? Upon hearing this, Cruz looked up and carefully examined the only man sitting on the sofa. He recognized him, the infamous capitalist, the merchant selling gemstone jewelry, known as the Diamond Bachelor. The head of Li's jewelry, Li Rulong. A flurry of evaluations targeting Li Rulong surfaced in Cruz's mind, but he quickly dismissed them. At this moment, he didn't believe a single word of his previous impressions of Li Rulong. It seems you've recognized me. No need for small talk. I can cure your little ailment. But you must be completely loyal to me. It seems you've recognized me. No need for small talk. I can cure your little ailment. But you must be completely loyal to me. Li Rulong, casually drinking beer, spoke to the sitting Cruz. After hearing this, Cruz's two white eyes on the mask seemed to widen. Impossible, my illness is incurable. No, he doesn't need to lie to me. That long-haired woman can tear apart mobile suits. With such strength, I am like an ant. No, in their eyes, I'm not even an ant, right? I must have some value for him to save me. At this moment, as Cruz battled with his thoughts, he instantly grasped the key. He didn't want to die. His desire for revenge stemmed from the injustice of fate, which had twisted his mind. In Li Rulong's eyes, this was human nature. After realizing this, his sitting posture changed to kneeling, with both hands on the ground, raising his head to look at Li Rulong. Before he could express his loyalty, Li Rulong spoke first. All right, I like talking to smart people, straightforward. No need to say unnecessary things. Just show me your performance in the future. After saying that, he got up and walked to the window, looking at the busy angel of heaven in the distance. But you should leave now. Do what you need to do. With a bracelet on the table. I will send someone to treat you when the opportunity arises. Don't worry. It's just a matter of minutes to fix the clone's gene collapse. After hearing this, Cruz didn't say much, picked up the bracelet on the table. And without caring whether it had monitoring devices or bombs inside, he directly fastened it onto his wrist. Fiorella told him to put on the helmet and placed her hand on his shoulder. Previously, when Cruz wasn't one of them, her actions were inevitably a bit rough. But now she would try to be gentle. Before Cruz could greet Li Rulong, he felt a flash in front of him and was floating back beside his gene. Glancing at Fiorella, who could survive without any space equipment, he turned and boarded the gene, flying towards his battleship. However, this time, he could only rely on visual estimation, as the monitors in the cockpit were gone. Entering the Nazca class, under the astonished gazes of the maintenance crew, Cruz directly left the mobile suit and returned to his bedroom, taking a handful of pills to suppress the gene collapse. After a while, he changed into his white captain's uniform, put on his mask, and prepared to command the upcoming battle on the bridge. But the bracelet he thought was monitoring him or had a bomb threat was actually easy to remove. Cruz smiled. For the first time since his birth, he genuinely smiled. He didn't lie to me, absolutely didn't lie to me. Indeed, people like them won't deceive us ants. Silently shouting in his heart filled him with a strong desire for life. Swish! Captain Cruz, your mobile suit. As soon as he entered the bridge, he was surrounded by the colors of white, yellow, green, and deep blue. I'm fine, just didn't expect that mobile suit to be so different. I don't know if it's because of the pilot, Cruz said leisurely as he sat in the captain's seat, returning to his usual demeanor. The others exchanged glances. Only Aslan lowered his head. Aslan, do you know that pilot? The expert in manipulating hearts, Cruz, instantly noticed Aslan's odd expression. Yes, Captain. He should be a childhood playmate of mine, a very good friend, but he's an Or person, so he can't pilot an MS. There must be some misunderstanding. Yes, he should be under duress. Not to mention, knowing Kira's character well, Aslan indeed guessed some facts. Cruz crossed his legs, one hand resting on his face, and said softly, "Oh, that is truly unfortunate, but we can't let him act recklessly. That mobile suit and that long-legged battleship must be destroyed here." After saying that, he ignored Aslan's struggling expression and began to redeploy tasks, even equipping the attacking MS with heavy weapons specifically for attacking fortresses. After the mission was assigned, Aslan and the others saluted, preparing to leave. However, Cruz's gaze was fixed on the wrist of Nicol, who was saluting. He noticed that Nicol was wearing a bracelet identical to his own. Looking at Nicol, he slowly raised his hand and returned a military salute, intentionally revealing the bracelet to observe Nicol's reaction. Sure enough, Nicol noticed Cruz's bracelet. After all, he was still a 15-year-old boy, and his mental strength was not strong enough. The moment he saw the bracelet, his pupils dilated, his mouth slightly opened, looking at the captain in disbelief. Cruz slightly nodded, signaling him not to make a fuss. But inside, he was tumultuous. It turned out that Li Rulong's people had already infiltrated around him, and Nikol's father was a high-ranking officer in ZFD and also a senior member of the defense committee. The gaze behind the mask quickly scanned the wrists of the others. Fortunately, besides Nikol, no one else had a bracelet. Isaac and the others raised their hands, waiting for the captain to lower his first, but the captain seemed frozen. Holding his hand up, coming back to his senses, and noticing the puzzled looks from Isaac and the others, he immediately lowered his right hand. Go ahead, Aslan. You guys also modify the OS of the mobile suit you've taken over, and be ready to strike at any time. After speaking, Cruz sat back down and waved his hand. Isaac and the others left the bridge, filled with confusion. In the hangar, the MS units, now equipped, lined up for launch, and Aslan, piloting the red shield, rushed out without orders. Upon receiving the news, Cruz merely smiled, considering it a practical test for the units, and let it go. At that moment, he was more concerned about finding a way to escape than the battle. The alarms inside the satellite continued to blare, and everyone had already hidden in the escape pods. Meanwhile, the Archangel was busy transporting supplies, preparing to leave Heliopolis at any moment. However, ZFD clearly did not want to give them that opportunity. 4 green djinns, outfitted with heavy equipment, charged back into the satellite. Following closely behind, the red shield rushed in as well. Kira, forced to confront the situation again, piloted the strike to engage, and unfortunately, he was equipped with the most powerful artillery. After taking out 2 djinns, Kira found himself entangled with Aslan's shield, who began to taunt him without firing a shot. The remaining 2 djinns were destroyed by Vrita, who was currently serving as the weapons commander on the Archangel. At the same time, the ship's main cannon interrupted the satellite's central axis, causing it to begin disintegrating instantly. With no other option, the Archangel had to set sail immediately, leaving the satellite behind, while ZFD outside prepared to encircle and annihilate them. As the satellite continued to break apart, it suddenly emitted a large amount of smoke and dust, mixed with numerous interference particles. The temporary captain, Maru Lamius, quickly ordered the Archangel to use the smoke as cover to escape the battlefield. Cruz also ordered an immediate pursuit. They did not care at all about the disintegrating satellite, as they had already seen numerous escape pods being launched. Besides, in combat, collateral damage to civilians was simply part of the game. They were unaware that, as they left, a group of individuals in black emerged from the debris of several villas above Heliopolis. They quickly locked onto the escape pods and, pushing 2 or 1 each, swiftly departed. Only Li Rulong and 10 others, including Fiola, remained at the wreckage, watching them leave. Fiola and the others were waiting for Li Rulong's orders, while he contemplated whether to rescue the pink-haired girl. Sighing, he felt that this cursed fate prevented him from watching her fall into the embrace of depression. However, this would also expose him to risk, as with her intelligence, she would undoubtedly start asking questions. Fiola, contact the nearby scrap dealers in Junius, and have them wait near the satellite debris. Understood. After giving the order, Li Rulong flew towards the debris of Junius, with the others quickly following. At this moment, Nikol stood before Cruz, watching him tap the table repeatedly, confused as to why he was called to his living quarters. This masked man wouldn't he discover that they were comrades, and want to do something embarrassing, would he? Nikol's heart raced. Ever since he joined Li Rulong's camp, he had absorbed many advanced ideas. Subconsciously taking a step back, he was ready to flee at any moment. Sigh. A sigh caught Nikol's attention. He saw Cruz proactively raise his hand and remove the mask he had worn all along. Behind the mask was a handsome face, though his eyes were filled with a certain pain. You might be the first living person to see my true face. Nikol frowned as he looked at Cruz's real appearance, feeling a strange familiarity. Seeing Nikol's expression, Cruz smiled and pulled out a photograph from the drawer, tossing it to him in the zero gravity of the ship. Nikol caught the photo, and upon seeing the person in it, his eyes widened in shock. No wonder Cruz looked familiar. The person in the photo was identical to him, none other than the ace elite of the Earth Alliance military, known as the Eagle of Endymion. Mula Flaga. That's right, we look alike. No, I should say I look like his father. Even our DNA is the same. Nikol looked up at Cruz, puzzled. I'm a clone of his father, or rather, a failed product of cloning. Cruz made a self-deprecating remark. This was his greatest secret, and he never expected to reveal it to the youngest member of his team. My genes are constantly collapsing, and the feeling of being torn apart, both physically and spiritually, is something you could never understand. I can only temporarily alleviate the symptoms with medication and painkillers. Nicol listened intently to Cruz's monologue, confused as to why, given his condition, the other would still give him the wristband. Originally, I planned for my life to end in a spectacular battle, until today when I met that person. At this point, Cruz stood up from his seat and slowly floated in the room. That person gave me hope for survival, although I don't know why he saved me, as long as it allows me to live. Even if it turns me into a notorious demon, even if it means becoming an enemy of the entire world. So what? Cruz's face appeared exceptionally fierce at that moment, but his high-pitched voice was filled with excitement. Captain, what is your mission? I don't know yet. That person told me to find an opportunity to contact him, and he would arrange for someone to rescue me. Cruz shook his head and explained. So, Nicol, I need your help. I need you to provide cover for me. No problem. Also, can you tell me your mission? Cruz looked at Nicol, knowing he shouldn't be asking, but worried that the subsequent deployments might affect him. Nicol hesitated, biting his lip, thinking about his mission, but unsure how to articulate it. If it's classified, no, Captain Cruz, my mission is not a secret to you. It's just that I don't know how to explain it. Cruz looked at him in confusion, wondering what mission could be so difficult to explain. Was Nicol not clear about his task? That person gave me 2 instructions. 1, do not act impulsively, and 2, you must survive. Nicol took a deep breath and said it all in one go. Now, it was Cruz's turn to stare at him, thinking to himself, what kind of task is this? It's that simple. Just don't mess it up. You're told not to act impulsively and to survive, and that person actively saved my life. Could he be some kind of saint? Cruz stroked his chin, trying to understand, but then suddenly self-deprecated and shook his head. Impossible. Just now, more than 100,000 people died in Heliopolis, and I didn't see him save anyone. There must be a deeper meaning that I cannot grasp. He decided not to consider Rulong's thoughts and plans anymore, to avoid being suspected later. All right, Nicol, from now on, when I issue commands, I will arrange for you to provide support as much as possible and not to advance too far. Let's not disappoint that person's orders. Yes, Captain Cruz. Cruz nodded in satisfaction and then signaled to Nigger that he could leave. He then put on his mask again and began to think about the next plan. At this moment, Rulong and others had already arrived at the wreckage of Junius 7 and discovered that it seemed to have just concluded a small battle, with bodies still floating among the debris. General, the nearest scrap merchant ship has arrived. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. All right, let's go save the princess. Rulong had long discovered the escape pod, which was flashing red lights and slowly drifting among the wreckage. Bang! While Lux was singing with Little Pink to pass the time, she suddenly heard an unusual sound from the escape pod. She quickly opened the external video feed, and when she saw the situation outside, she covered her mouth in disbelief. Rulong? How is that possible? Little Pink, is there a problem with the air quality in the escape pod? Am I hallucinating? Hello, the air is fine. The air is fine. Little Pink saw him too. Little Pink saw him too. Looking outside the escape pod, Rulong, dressed in a black bodysuit with a cape and no protective gear, was exposed to the environment of space. At that moment, Lux felt like her worldview had collapsed. What kind of person could soar freely in the universe? Impossible. Rulong, carrying Lux's escape pod, flew out of the wreckage and aimed at the scrap dealer's ship, pushing the escape pod out. After watching the escape pod being taken into the ship by the scrap dealer, he turned to leave. Just 10 minutes later, an unfamiliar communication came through to his wristband. Hello? Is it Rulong? Lux's voice, wrapped in a biofield, reached his ears. It's me, Your Highness. What brings you to call me? Where are you? Me? I'm driving. Driving? Are you sure? But I can't hear any sound. I'm running. The scrap recycler, as a neutral force, was a party that other factions did not want to offend, as long as they did not enter the battlefield or take sides. Neither the Earth Alliance nor ZFD would make things difficult for them. After ending the communication, Lux appeared displeased, and even the little pink ball, which had been noisy beside her, returned to a quiet state at her feet. Miss Lux, we have already contacted the nearest ZFD warship. The Crusoe team will come to pick you up shortly. Please go to the lounge to rest. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Jowl. Haha, it's my duty, after all. We received a big sum of money. Jowl, with his brown spiky hair, laughed heartily while scratching the back of his head. They really gave a lot. That woman's money could keep us from working for 2 years. Jowl thought happily to himself, and then took Lux to the lounge. He just didn't understand why the usually gentle ZFD songstress had been angry earlier. Meanwhile, on Lux's side, Rulong had already returned to the Black Dragon with his team, and those who had sent people to Mars had also returned. General, Zod also found an excuse to come back, and upon seeing Rulong, He immediately saluted. Old Zod is back too? How was your time with the Alliance? Don't mention it. Those guys don't know how to fight at all. Every day is just brainwashing and verbal battles. However, the people from Blue Bellflower have proposed to set traps, and it said that the technology and plans were obtained from external sources. Li Rulong didn't want to guess. He already knew it was Cruz who was behind it. It seemed he had already plotted the storyline beyond episode 40. I'll introduce you to someone later. The plan you mentioned was provided by him. Suddenly, Director Xiong looked up at Li Rulong and said, "You're talking about that person named Layla Cruz, right?" "That's right, Uncle Xiong guessed it." Li Rulong was quite surprised. At that time, he only mentioned a few main characters, but did not reveal any important plot details because he was afraid that the arrival of these characters would cause a butterfly effect and change the storyline. It wasn't my guess. It was analyzed by Minister Zhou Ji. When it comes to understanding human psychology, he is really professional. Old Zhou impressive. Hearing this, Li Rulong gave Zhou Zetsi a thumbs up. Zhou Zetsi smiled slightly, unfazed. To him, this was all a piece of cake. Rulong, don't take the praise too seriously. By the way, I want to talk to you about the situation in Orb. Oh, go ahead, Zhou Zetsi replied, sitting up straight and looking seriously at Li Rulong. We believe that we can accept, or even fully integrate, those from Orb, as they were forced into war by the Earth Federation for their survival. The people in the conference room instinctively nodded. As for the Earth Federation, we can selectively accept individuals, such as the soldiers on the Archangel and the subordinates selected by General Zod. However, there are too many unstable factors regarding Orb. First, they are too wishy-washy, and their political system is controlled by families. By the time we engage with them, we will have to devote a lot of energy to deprogramming and ideological indoctrination, which does not align with our interests. Zhou Zetsi paused here. I agree with old Zhou's view. Our observation team has also conducted simulations. We can accept certain individuals from Orb, but the entire population of the country is too unstable. Yes, and the intelligence department has also discovered the presence of cults within Orb, various chaotic cults of all kinds. Rulong, this is also what I'm worried about. Although the historical trajectory of this world is different from ours, these cults, like the previous Foot Basin Chicken, have existed before. At this point, Zhou Zetsi suddenly remembered the settings of the Gundam Seed world he had seen in his previous life. Not only were the so-called cults similar to the Foot Basin Chicken, but even the names of their warships and mobile suits seemed to carry a strong ghost culture. Moreover, the setting collection from back then mentioned that Orb was a nation primarily composed of previous core migrants. Damn, I just realized that Orb is indeed related to despicable nations. No wonder they can cause so much trouble. Cursing under his breath, Li Rulong hurriedly shared all the information he knew, including various major events that occurred later and matters concerning Orb in the second part. After hearing everything, everyone gasped. If what Li Rulong said was true, then these two beginnings were indeed related to Orb. Then this country started playing both sides while also seeking sympathy. It's confirmed. It's them, exactly the same. Yes, even things that the Faceless Stick Nation couldn't do, only they could pull off. General, I propose to go and eliminate them. Give me 1 hour, and I can do it. The people in the conference room expressed their opinions, but Defense Minister Xiong and Zhou Zetsi remained silent, both looking at Zhang Zhong, who was smoking quietly. Li Rulong also noticed their expressions and looked at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong, who was frowning with his head down, felt several gazes on him, looked up, and found that everyone who had just been expressing their opinions was now looking at him. Why are you all looking at me? I'm just the captain. I'll do whatever you say. The people in the conference room, who understood Zhang Zhong, couldn't help but laugh. Only Zord and a few others were confused. Old Zhang, we thought their suggestions were not good, but we have a plan, Xiong Fong said with a smile. Before he could finish, Zhang Zhong, who had already reacted, interrupted him, saying, but this plan has to be formulated and executed by me, right? That's because I can fool people. This old man never lies. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting, Zhang Zhong said, his old face turning red. He couldn't take off the hat of the head of the Bureau of War. Yes. You never deceive people. Everyone clapped and laughed. Li Rulong felt that he had chosen his captain wisely. Not only was he capable in both literature and martial arts, but he could also verbally annihilate nations. How could such a talent not succeed in great matters? Actually, while you were discussing just now, I had already started calculating, thinking about the plan against Ob. Indeed, Zhang Zhong had a thoughtful expression earlier, hiding some bad intentions. Let me share my thoughts. First, infiltration. Second, sow discord. Third, massive abduction. Fourth, annihilate the nation. Zhang Zhong lit another cigarette and said leisurely, clearly already confident. First step, infiltration. We need to use the Fushi to infiltrate all industries of Ob, digging up all the dirt related to the ruling authorities, and then organize it. Second step, sow discord. We will gradually spread the dirt, ensuring fairness and justice. No industry or major family can be spared. And even Ob's elementary school students should be able to mention a few pieces of dirt. Third, massive abduction. The key here is massive. Regardless of whether the abduction is successful, it must be widely known. If it fails, just kill the person in front of everyone. This person must be someone we can win over, such as members of the Dawn Society and promising individuals like that bird and his family. Moreover, before the abduction, we must induce them to express one or several grievances and dirt about the upper echelons in public or in front of others. As for the last step, if Ob is in chaos and various countries know that many things are being manipulated behind the scenes, who else but them will be annihilated? Zhang Zhong concluded smugly and took a sip of beer. In Li Rulong's troops, during peacetime, everyone could enjoy a few drinks. As everyone's physical condition had been enhanced, even if they drank a pound of life water, they wouldn't be found out within 5 minutes of getting on the road. This was also considered a special benefit of Li Rulong's branch and the primary target of all the Xiong clan brothers. Captain Zhang, how can we make both sides start targeting Ob? Zord raised a question. Although he could now fight and command operations, he still felt a bit distant from the scheming aspect. The mechs and warships developed by the Dawn Society were leaked by Ob's Lion, just to gain the other side's friendship. Moreover, Helios was also detonated by Ob themselves, just to block the investigation of the Earth Alliance. Damn, that's really dark. This seemingly light comment directly placed a heavy burden on Ob. It was like yellow mud. You say it's not shit, but everyone thinks it is. General, does Captain Zhang have a character like mine? S. Chuan? Don't mention your S. Chuan. Haven T, you realize that you've been played by Director Huang by now? Li Rulong's mouth twitched as he held back the urge to complain. I don't think so. I haven't heard of it. Al Chiao frowned, stroked his chin, and muttered, why do I feel like he should be called one, huh? It sounded a lot like the one in the picture book. Have you seen the picture book? Have you ever read the extras of Water Margin? Li Rulong no longer paid attention to him and directly changed the topic. How is the special ship you prepared coming along? We need to get involved when the time comes. If we let the Black Dragon enter directly, I'm afraid it will scare them to death. Li Rulong looked at Zhang Zhong. It's ready. Old Novikov took it out for a test flight, and he should be back in about 3 or 4 days. The meeting made further detailed arrangements for actions against Ob. Report. Outside the door, an officer saluted and walked straight to Li Rulong. Commander, the 666 wristband has been activated, and the coordinates are in Junius 7. Li Rulong knows that the bracelet number 666 is the one he gave to Cruz. This number suits him best, and it seems that his team went to pick up Lux. It appears that this Cruz can't hold back anymore, and he wants to see if we really have the ability to heal him. Well, after all, he is a madman on the verge of collapse, and now that he suddenly has hope to live, he must want to cling to it desperately. Rulong, what do you plan to do about him? Li Rulong calculated in his heart and smiled as he said, sweet dates with a big stick. I've already given him the sweet dates, and he will soon be able to eat them, but I don't intend to truly hurt him with a big stick. However, psychological pressure is still necessary. After hearing this, Chief Xiong and the others agreed with Li Rulong's idea. Anyway, since we need the life medical cabin to treat him, I decided to have someone bring him to the Black Dragon for treatment. What better way to suppress his ambitions than a battleship that can destroy the world, along with super strong equipment and a group of superhumans? They had long analyzed Cluzer's personality and could even say they understood him better than he understood himself. No one objected. After all, the Black Dragon would appear before everyone sooner or later, and Cluzer was indeed the pawn and talent they needed right now. So it would be better to let him experience the methods and capabilities of Longxing sooner. Fiora, it's hard work for you. Go bring him back. Yes. Fiora accepted the order and immediately turned to leave the Black Dragon, flying quickly towards Junius 7. At this moment, outside the wreckage of Junius 7, on the ZFD Nazca-class fast battleship Vessalis, Cluzer was feeling restless. He had sent a request using his operating ring, and nearly 10 minutes had passed without receiving any response. This made him very uneasy. If the other party was playing tricks on him, should he report Nigel to Speaker Sarah? If he reported, would he end up dead? He would definitely die. But if he didn't report and was played with, how could he swallow that anger? Captain, Miss Lakis has boarded the ship, and the scrap collector's ship has already left the combat range. The other party has no unusual demands. Suddenly, a message came from the ship's intercom on the table. Take the princess to the independent lounge to rest. Vessalis will immediately return to the plant to send the princess back. Aslan and his team will be responsible for the princess's safety, and I will continue to monitor the Archangel on the Gamov. Understood, Captain. After the communication ended, Cluser adjusted his military uniform and picked up his hat, preparing to leave. Just as he was about to leave the office, a prompt sound came from his ring. Cluser immediately stood still, feeling anxious and excited, and tapped his ring. This is General's aide Fiora. In 10 minutes, you will pilot your djinn to the designated coordinates. I will wait for you there. After saying this, the communication ended directly. The woman's voice was something Cluser would never forget. She was the one who had torn apart his djinn in space with her bare hands. Cluser had no time to think and immediately ran towards the hangar, instructing the maintenance team to prepare his djinn. He had to go out to do something. Hurrying along, Cluser finally arrived at the designated coordinates in the universe on time. Piloting his djinn, this place had no one or any ships around, only distant starlight. Bang, bang, bang. A series of knocking sounds came into the cockpit, and Cluser quickly looked at the monitor. He saw the woman from before, who had somehow appeared outside his djinn, knocking on the chest armor of the djinn. Cluser hurriedly opened the cockpit, waiting for further instructions. The woman tossed him an ear-mounted communicator, signaling him to put it on. Close the hatch, she instructed. Cluser removed his helmet and put on the headset. Put on your spacesuit, leave the djinn, and I will take you to see the general. Okay. Cluser quickly put on his helmet, switched the djinn to automatic defense mode, and set the communicator to auto-respond. After making all the preparations, Cluser carefully exited the cockpit. Fiora flew to his side, grabbed his arm, and vanished into the universe in an instant before he could react. At this moment, Cluser's eyes widened as he felt the starlight around him flying backward rapidly. Strangely, he did not feel any discomfort or pressure from the rapid acceleration. After about 10 minutes, he was brought to the asteroid belt between Jupiter and Mars. Then he witnessed an unforgettable scene. A giant spaceship suddenly appeared before him. However, he was somewhat familiar with the way it appeared, which was the Mirage system unique to the Blitz Gundam. But the Mirage system consumed a lot of energy. To cover such a massive battleship would require energy nearly equivalent to a plant colonization satellite's consumption for a month. Once the battleship appeared, Fiora pulled him to the belly of the ship, passing through a transparent light membrane. Behind the light membrane, Cluser saw many busy crew members, some of whom weren't even wearing spacesuits or helmets, just working. As soon as they entered, Fiora set him down, and he surprisingly found himself able to stand on his feet, feeling gravity once again. Fiora looked at him, and Cluser, realizing what was happening, quickly took off his helmet and took a deep breath. Indeed, there was air, and he could even feel a gentle breeze brushing past. Follow me. The general is waiting for you. After saying this, she led the way toward the elevator. Cluser closely followed behind, but his eyes behind the mask were observing everything around him. Peiqiang, tell me, if Duo finds out you're flirting with a nurse, will you get released? Master, don't wrong me. I was just helping her move some things. Hee, you think I believe that? You're just thinking about that little blue pill, right? I'll give you one. 3 pills, or I'll send a message to Duo when I get back. Just one. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, go ahead and send it. If she cuts me, I'll just grow another one in the medical cabin. Damn, is that still the factory model? Fine, you're ruthless. One is settled. Cluser listened to the conversation between the two men, but only understood part of it. As for the blue pill, bird flying, cutting, medical cabin, regrowing, he didn't quite catch the meaning. Upon reaching the elevator, he happened to encounter the two men. However, Cluser was surprised to see the incredibly strong woman who had brought him fly in and salute the two men, and she actually smiled. General Zhang, Major Liu. The two immediately returned the salute upon seeing Fiora. Hello, Officer Fiora. Have you just come back from a busy outing? Yes, General Zhang. The general sent me out to pick someone up, and I just returned. Fiora smiled, appearing very gentle. This Rulong is really something, with 10,000 people. He only knows how to send you, a girl. I'll have to talk to him when I see him tomorrow. Zhang Peng straightened his posture and said boldly, Officer Fiora, don't listen to my master brag. With just a look from General Li, he could wet his pants. No, Peiqiang, you should know that you're master. All right, I got it. Fiora smiled as she entered the elevator with them, chatting happily. Cluser, on the other hand, kept his head down, not daring to speak. By the way, who is this? Is he too ugly to be seen, or wearing an eye patch? Zhang Peng suddenly remembered the person Fiora had brought and looked at Cluser with some confusion. What a disgrace. Cluser silently yelled in his heart, but on the surface, he remained unchanged, even lifting his head to nod and greet Zhang Peng and the others. Take it off. There's no point in wearing it here. Fiora suddenly said, and Cruz could only take off his mask, revealing his true appearance. "Damn, master, he's even more handsome than you," Lu Peiqiang exclaimed upon seeing Cruz's looks. "Get the hell out of here. Sure, he's handsome, but look at his delicate skin. Not manly at all, right, Officer Fiora?" Zhang Peng quickly tried to backtrack. Fiora smiled, but didn't respond. Ding! They had arrived at their destination, and the elevator doors opened automatically. After bidding farewell to Zhang Peng, Fiora took Cruz to the medical hall. Along the way, they encountered many people chatting and laughing, their uniforms different, indicating their various positions. Cruz was quite observant and had already noticed a few distinctions. For instance, the orange uniforms likely belonged to engineers or maintenance crews, while the green uniforms were probably for combat personnel, the black uniforms were for drivers, and the white uniforms were for administrative or operational roles. They also saw many muscular men in black bodysuits with capes, their uniforms similar to the one worn by the woman named Fiora. From their physiques and bulging muscles, Cruz guessed these men could traverse the universe and tear apart mechas just like her. Just as Cruz was pondering the diverse people and experiences in the warship, Fiora stopped. The automatic doors opened to reveal a bright hall with white walls. Upon entering, Fiora approached the reception desk and greeted a beautiful nurse in a short skirt with a perfect figure. Then, Fiora instructed Cruz to follow the nurse into a room while she found a place to sit down and picked up a fashion magazine to read. This is a new limited edition pantyhose from a prestigious family in Huaxia that was released a year ago. Super elastic, nice and tear-resistant. I wonder if I can still buy it when I go back. As Fiora looked at the magazine's description from a year ago, stars sparkled in her eyes. On Cruz's side, the nurse led him into a small room with a white mini treatment pod in the center. The nurse handed him a pair of disposable shorts, indicating for him to change into them and lie down, then left the room. Observing his surroundings, Cruz gritted his teeth, stripped off his clothes, put on the shorts, and followed the earlier instructions to lie down in the treatment pod. The pod lid closed, and just as Cruz was curiously checking his surroundings, he was suddenly engulfed by a flood of nutrient and treatment liquid. He held his breath until he could no longer, then accidentally inhaled a mouthful. He wanted to cough, but discovered he could actually breathe in the liquid, which was sweet and surprisingly pleasant. 5 minutes later, while he was enjoying the tasty liquid, a wave of tingling sensations surged through his body, gradually accompanied by a feeling as if insects were gnawing at him. Though it didn't hurt, it was quite uncomfortable. After holding on for another 10 minutes, the liquid inside the pod suddenly began to drain, followed by a rise in temperature as it started to dry his body. With a whoosh, the pod lid opened, and Cruz sat up, gasping for fresh air. He quickly began to feel his body and was astonished to find that the pain that had tormented him and his soul was gone. Experiencing an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort, he shouted out loud, "Ah, so refreshing. Ha ha ha. Shut up. This is a hospital." A feminine voice instantly made the excited Cruz close his mouth. Sitting in the medical pod and looking at the beautiful nurse who had just re-entered, he felt a bit embarrassed. Just as he was about to apologize, the nurse briskly walked over and easily lifted him by the neck, tossing him out of the pod. "You annoying people," shouting after getting better. "If the head nurse finds out, I'll have to be on duty again." The nurse grumbled as she tidied up the equipment, shooting a glare at the dazed Cruz sitting on the floor. "What are you still doing there? Get up, put your clothes on, and leave. Don't disturb me while I clean." With that, she ignored him. Coming to his senses, Cruz quickly got up, grabbed his clothes, and left the treatment room. He was still feeling a bit scared. What kind of people were these? What power did they have? And why could such a young girl toss him aside so easily? Returning to the hall, he noticed many people were looking at him, some even pointing fingers. "No, put your clothes on before coming out." Fiora angrily shouted at him when she saw Cruz standing in the hall, holding his clothes and not dressed. "Please be quiet. This is a hospital." A nurse at the reception scolded Fiora with some anger. Originally looking furious, Fiora immediately smiled and apologized to them. I'm sorry. He is a new local, a bit slow in the head. I'll take him away immediately." Without waiting for Cruz to get fully dressed, she grabbed his arm and quickly left the medical area. "Hurry and put on your clothes. If you dare do this in Long Star before the 1980s, you'll be paraded through the streets. Here's wishing the readers a happy spring festival in advance. Eat and drink well. May you receive many red envelopes. Wishing you family happiness, elders' health, children's joy. May you make a fortune in the new year. Report, Kumin." Fiora brought the head-down Cruz to the door of a room in the command center. After receiving authorization, the two entered the room. It was quite large, About 100 square meters with a big office desk, bookshelves, a sofa and tea table, even floral arrangements, and a closed fish tank. A huge screen on one side displayed ocean scenery, making it seem like the room was a seaside view room, almost completely realistic. Upon entering, Cruz even smelled the salty scent of the sea and felt the breeze. "Have a seat, I'm almost done," Rulong, sitting behind the desk with his head down, said. Fiora gestured for Cruz to sit down, while she naturally stood behind the opposite sofa with her hands behind her back. Time passed slowly until half an hour later. Rulong finally set down his tablet and rubbed his temples. He got up and sat down on the sofa opposite Cruz, signaling Fiora. Fiora went to a nearby fridge, took out 2 bottles of beer, and placed them on a coffee table. "Here, have some, but why is your face so red?" Rulong just wanted to let Cruz relax a bit, but he found that his originally fair face was now as red as if he had a high fever. "Ahem. It's nothing, it's just that, during the treatment earlier, he might not have adapted well." Cruz tried to calm his embarrassment, while Fiora opposite him turned her head away, still a bit angry. "Come on, have a bottle. I guess you've never had alcohol before, right? Now that your genetic disease has been cured, you can have fun freely in the future, not just drinking, but also getting married and having kids." Rulong finished speaking and took a big sip. Cluser picked up the wine bottle and carefully took a sip, then stared at the bottle. Indeed, he had never consumed any alcoholic beverages before, not even juice or soda. He had been cautious about living, unsure if drinking would lead to his immediate death. Now, feeling the pleasure in his body, the state of health, and the pain he would never experience again, he thought to himself that this moment marked his true fresh start. "You're right, I've never drunk alcohol and have always been afraid to try, even though I want to be like normal people. But that's impossible. Haha, I understand. It's precisely because you lament the tragedy of your fate and curse the injustice of the world that you have prepared a whole bunch of plans to destroy it." Rulong spoke casually, giving Cruz a sense that he understood him well. "Yes, it seems that everything I prepared, you already know?" Cruz asked cautiously. "Don't worry. As I said before, if I really wanted to get you, you wouldn't be alive now." After finishing the last sip, Rulong put down the bottle. "You have your talents, such as being meticulous and being unscrupulous in pursuit of your goals. These are the abilities that attract our attention." Cruz looked seriously at the person in front of him, carefully listening to every word he said. "However, you haven't considered 2 things. First, uncontrollable factors. Second, your arrogance. Letting the tiger return to the mountain. The assault Gundam, alright, it's still called Assault MS now. You should know about its pilot's abilities. He was able to destroy your elite warriors on his first time piloting an MS. Have you thought about his growth rate?" After hearing this, Cruz thought seriously for a moment and then shook his head. He hadn't considered these factors before. "This is where your arrogance lies, and you have cultivated your own opponent. As for the uncontrollable factors, there are many aspects, but let us talk about the most important one now. Aslan Zara and your team. You should be familiar with his personality, right?" Cruz nodded. Aslan Zara and the Assault MS pilot Kira Yamato have known each other since childhood. They are very close friends. And Kira Yamato was the only successful example of the strongest coordinator back then. Do you know that? What? The assault pilot Kira Yamato was the strongest coordinator back then? Cruz's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't yet obtained all the information about Kira Yamato, which is why he was so surprised. You can go check the colonial satellite from back then. There should be many things you haven't uncovered. Cruz completely believed everything Rulong said, and he believed it wholeheartedly. After a moment of silence, he took the initiative to ask, "So what do you want to do? Or what value can I provide to serve you?" Rulong smiled, got up and walked to the window. "I will ask you 3 questions. Only if you answer them, well, will you have value to stay here. Otherwise, just consider it my kindness in providing you with free medical care, and you can do whatever you want afterward." Cruz stood up immediately, stood at attention, and waited for the questions. World, future. Rulong turned his back to Cruz and recited 3 words, then waited for his response. World, future. Cruz repeated them, then closed his eyes to carefully consider his answer. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes again. This time, there was no longer any fear, only a look of determination. "I have always believed that a country like Ob should not exist, and I previously regarded them as the hidden enemy manipulating everything. Including this incident in Helipolis, the intelligence wasn't discovered by our personnel. Rather, he suddenly received suspicious information and investigated accordingly, which led to all the intelligence he obtained. I was puzzled before because everything seemed too smooth. How could it not be smooth? Although Ob would leak a little information to Zaft, most of it was actually guided by my people for you to discover." Rulong thought. Moreover, Many people believe that OB's ideology is tough, yet just maintaining a balance between natural humans and coordinators, but with intelligence and various high-level individuals. Who is the fool? OB is just a fence-sitter trying to survive in the cracks. After Cruz answered the first question without receiving a response from Rulong, he immediately began to speak about the second. This world has already lost its balance, with the blue Aster and the vengeful speaker Sarah. And my former self? All forces are competing for the world. Of course, before I genuinely wanted to destroy this world. People, territory, power, resources, wealth. These are all the apparent targets of contention. And even the hatred between natural humans and coordinators is the best excuse to stir up disputes. But the lower-class people have no idea. Among the high-level leaders of various countries, even the council members in the blue Aster, who isn't a coordinator. Zaf knows this too. But due to the default rules of the game, no one would tell the civilians about it. Therefore, I believe that this world is fundamentally irreconcilable. It has completely lost its balance. Cruz paused briefly, then answered the final question. To be honest with you, I have never thought about the future because I have no future. At this point, Rulong turned to look at him. However, now that I have a body to continue living, I should consider my future as well. After answering the 3 questions, Cruz nervously looked at the expressionless Rulong. It was not until he noticed the corners of the latter's mouth slightly lifting that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Here, I wish the readers a happy spring festival in advance. Eat and drink more. Lots of red envelopes. Family happiness. Good health for the elders. Joy for the children. May you make a fortune in the new year. Just as he was relieved, he saw Rulong walk past him and return to his desk, continuing to work on the tablet. Cruz was completely confused. Was this passing or a complete failure? Give me a clear answer. Fiora, take him to get the injection, then send him back. Yes, General. Fiora arrived at the door, waiting for the now robot-like Cruz to catch up. It's over. It seems I'm going to be injected with a special serum to make me forget everything I've experienced, then sent back. At this moment, Cruz was frantically imagining in his mind. He felt that they wouldn't kill him, but his current mood was worse than being killed. His body seemed to move mechanically, following Fiora to leave this room that had given him hope and a future. Effective immediately, you will be under the dual management of the Operations Department and the Special Intelligence Division, with the rank of Major. Remember, when we meet in the future, call me General. Rulong's voice came from behind him. Cruz froze in place, and then a surge of ecstasy quickly took over the high ground of his mind. He immediately turned around, saluted Rulong with the military salute he had just seen, and loudly said, Yes, General, Major Lao Ru Cruz is ready to serve, awaiting orders at any time. Rulong casually waved his hand and ignored him. Cluser excitedly left the room with Fiola, feeling as if he was walking on air in the corridor of the Black Dragon, feeling light and relaxed. While properly, a soldier should have the demeanor of a soldier. If you run into Minister Xiong and the others like this, you'll definitely get criticized. Fiola didn't turn her head, but already knew his current state. Looking like a fool. Yes, sorry, I'm just too happy. Cluser replied. I really don't understand what the general sees in you. Anyone picked randomly from the Black Dragon could take you down. In terms of intelligence, you're practically at the bottom. It's incomprehensible. Fiola scoffed, speaking to herself in confusion. Cluser, upon hearing this, had no intention of arguing. After all, he had just been thrown several meters away by a little nurse. However, he was unwilling to accept being called unintelligent, but for now, he could only endure it. Once they recognized his strengths, he would surely be valued and become the general's right-hand man. By the way, Deputy Fiola, may I ask about your military rank? Cluser suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen any special military insignia or ranks on Fiola. Me? I'm the General's deputy and also the 3rd deputy captain of the General's Guard unit, with the rank of colonel, Fiola said proudly, casting a disdainful glance at Cluser. Colonel? Just 2 ranks above me. I'll surpass her, Cluser thought to himself. How many people like you, Colonel, are there? He recalled Fiola introducing herself as the 3rd deputy captain of the guard, estimating that only the captain of the guard could be as strong as she was. And such powerful individuals must be rare. A few? Are you looking down on us? The Black Dragon's guard unit has 10,000 people, all like me. My strength is considered above average, and there are at least 100 who could easily take me down. Fiola said with self-deprecation. Back on Krypton, she was among the top 3 under Zod, but now among 1.8 million super Kryptonians. There were countless who were stronger than her, emerging like mushrooms after rain. If it weren't for her being a woman and having experience, she probably would have long been out of the running for the deputy general's position. Huh? There are 10,000 And so many stronger than you? Cluser exclaimed in surprise. What 10,000? A voice suddenly questioned from behind. The two turned around to find Zod watching them from behind, eating a steamed bun. General Zod. Fiola stood at attention and saluted. Cluser did not recognize him, but hearing Fiola address him as a general indicated that his rank was undoubtedly high. I met General Zod. He mimicked Fiola and took the initiative to greet the other, but upon seeing his face, felt an odd familiarity. Hello? I just heard you say 10,000. What does that mean? Zod asked with curiosity, as he had developed a habit of digging deeper into matters. Fiola recounted what had just happened, and Zod burst into laughter. I told you, Fiola, this isn't your fault. I didn't know there would be so many strong individuals appearing either. But don't worry, everyone following the general wouldn't dare to undermine your position. Fiola blushed and nodded. Cluser, I've heard of you. Work hard. To be noticed by the general means your ancestors must have been blessed. Tomorrow is New Year's. Remember to burn some paper for your ancestors to show your gratitude. After finishing his bun, Zod said to Cluser. Cluser didn't understand a word. What does burning ancestors mean? I'm a genetic person. Where do I get ancestors? And what does burning paper mean? New Year? It's already the end of February. Zod didn't elaborate, turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something and turned back to Cluser, saying, oh, right, it's not 10,000, it's 1. 8 million people as strong as Fiola, and there are several million waiting to become strong. So work hard. Cluser watched Zod's disappearing figure, sweating in his heart. 8 million? And several million waiting? What kind of force is this? What organization have I entered? Don't think about it. You'll become strong too, but you'll still be far behind us. Not even close to being able to tear MS apart. Fiola reminded him, turning away to continue walking. Cluser stood in place for a moment before hurriedly running to catch up. If I may ask, can the general take us all down by himself? Several million people as strong as me wouldn't be enough for him to deal with in 10 minutes. Fiola said proudly, feeling honored by the general's strength. Cluser was terrified. Is he even human? A humanoid MS? No, in their eyes, even MS is just a toy. As the two entered the elevator, which slowly descended, Cluser suddenly clapped his hands. Fiola jumped in surprise, thinking, why is this person so jumpy? Zod. He the genius commander of the super fleet of the Earth United East Asia Forces? I've seen his photo. No wonder he feels familiar. Cluser finally remembered who the person from earlier was, and to his astonishment, he realized he was one of their own. This infiltration ability is too strong. According to the intelligence I have, he is a genius commander, and he has someone that the Blue Persian Daisy has been trying to recruit. Genius commander? Which genius commander scores only 2 in advanced calculus? If it weren't for the general's favor, he'd still be at the bottom. Fiola muttered disdainfully upon hearing Cluser's exclamation. Happy New Year! Fiola led Cluser back to the medical area, to the same room, the same style of underwear, and the same nurse as before. The nurse looked at Cluser, who had already changed into the underwear, with annoyance, opened the metal tube she brought in, and took out a syringe. Cluser swallowed hard, his eyes red, as the young nurse roughly pressed him onto the table. In his terrified gaze, she forcefully jabbed the needle into his butt. To maintain his dignity, he held back any cries. Having been informed by Fiola that this was a strengthening agent that only required 1 injection, which could not only enhance strength but also delay aging and increase lifespan. This kind of agent was highly sought after, but couldn't they have a different nurse? Watching the needle stuck in his butt, the young nurse suddenly seemed in a better mood and began humming an unknown song. Thank you for being there, because I got jabbed in the butt. Thank you for being there. You made me very happy. Sister, can't you hurry up and deliver the medicine? Why are you taking 10 seconds to push it? No wonder I've heard that the most beautiful singer from Plant, Lux Klein, holds grudges. It turns out that the prettier the woman, the more vengeful she is. Listening to the upbeat song and watching the smiling nurse shake her head, Cluser fought back tears. All right, you can go out now. After a minute, the nurse finally pulled out the needle, of course, still very roughly. Cluser looked helplessly at the nurse who was tidying up her things, rubbed his butt, and walked to his clothes to get dressed. Hey, wait a minute. Why did you make me change clothes if you only injected my butt? Cluser suddenly remembered the process was completely unreasonable. I'm doing it my way. Hurry up and leave. The little nurse bared her teeth and grinned at him. Cluser had no choice. He had already finished undressing and had been beaten, so what else could he do? After changing his clothes, he limped to the door when suddenly he heard the nurse's warning behind him. Remember, this is a hospital. No loud talking when you go out. Otherwise, don't blame us if you regret it later. Kluser's sharp mind caught on. This was a warning to keep his mouth shut and not to speak about what happened in the room. It was clearly a retaliation against him for shouting a few times during his last visit. Feeling frustrated, he left the room. He walked over to Fiora, who was engrossed in a fashion magazine, wanted to sit down but still in pain, so he could only stand there and wait for Fiora to finish. Why is it taking so long? I remember the others were done in just a few seconds. Fiora looked up at Kluser and put down her magazine. Why are you so slow? Don't you keep track? Kluser didn't explain much and turned his head to pretend to look elsewhere. All right, since the injection is done, take your helmet. I'll take you back. Colonel, is there no other task for me? Kluser asked, puzzled, as Fiora said she was taking him back right away. The general didn't say anything, so just follow your previous plan and don't do anything unnecessary, so as not to disrupt the general's plan. Kluser quickly agreed, which clearly meant he was to continue being the sixth wheel and further escalate the conflict between the Earth Union and Plant. Fiora took more than 10 minutes to return him to his gene, then turned and disappeared into the universe. On the way, Fiora also told Kluser that he needed to gradually adapt to the enhancement drugs and encouraged him to exercise more. Although Kluser was a natural person, the genes he inherited and his modified body were already quite powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold his own against the godlike being in the end. Sitting in the driver's seat, Kluser struggled to drive the gene back to the battleship. Upon returning to the bridge, he immediately ordered the Gamma to set off and continue tracking and monitoring the Archangel. Once the Vesalis returned, he planned to find the opportunity to take it down. Meanwhile, in the office of the Black Dragon, Li Rulong, Minister Xiong, and Zhang Zhong were smoking. Kluser's position was secured. Now it was up to Admiral Halberton of the Earth Union's 8th Fleet and the Zod Task Force to perform. Let us inform Kluser and Halberton in advance, so they can identify non-friendly ships and act out a play without actually harming their own. Don't worry, Halberton is a crafty old fox, and Kluser is not a superficial person. They will definitely perform well. Captain, we have received communication from Admiral Halberton. The 8th Fleet's Joint Task Force is already in lunar orbit and ready to assist us. The crew on the Archangel had been pursued and harassed by ZFT ships for a long time, making them anxious. Now, they were finally about to rendezvous with the 8th Fleet and the task force. It would be interesting to see if those few ZFT ships would dare to bully them in front of such a large fleet. Natalie, we are finally going to be safe. You've worked hard all this way, and to everyone else, thank you for your efforts. Captain Marilla Myers expressed her gratitude to everyone on the bridge, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Captain, I think we still can't let our guard down. The ZFT ships are still pursuing us, and from the initial 2, it has now become 4. You know their combat power is not weak. The usually calm Barkilialu poured cold water on the bridge. Marula smiled bitterly. She knew very well that the enemy was strong, but what could they do? They had only 1 ship, 1 assault, and 1 half-broken Ame, and it was a miracle they had made it this far. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Natalie, I understand. Let us speed up and quickly rendezvous with Admiral Halberton, then hand over command to the Archangel. Our mission will be complete. After receiving agreement from the others, Marula immediately ordered to accelerate. They were close to the finish line, so they shouldn't worry about a bit of energy. Captain Kluser, the other side has accelerated. On the Vesalis's bridge, the captain turned to the lazy Kluser sitting behind him. Oh, it seems they want to quickly rendezvous with the 8th Fleet. We're Lackney and Bolt's teams. They will be able to rendezvous with our team in 30 minutes. 30 minutes? Then we can't let them get away. Kluser stood up, hands on his hips, and floated to the edge of the operations platform. On the other side stood Aslan and Isaac, who had returned to the team early, along with Diego and Nickel. Looking down at the operations platform, Kluser softly said, "It seems we still have time. If we supply the Archangel completely, we can't just sit back and do nothing. Are we going to attack? But there's the entire 8th Fleet and task force there, and we are soldiers. Aslan, even if we are outnumbered, we cannot let the target escape." Kluser turned to Isaac after speaking to the somewhat troubled Aslan. In the last battle, his face was injured by the assault pilot. He could have healed quickly, but stubbornly insisted on avenging his handsome face himself. I agree with Captain Kluser's opinion. We are soldiers and enemies with them. Even if we are friends, different positions mean life and death enemies. Isaac gritted his teeth, saying this for Aslan to hear, blaming him for not putting in effort and causing his own injuries. Kluser noticed the atmosphere and smiled slightly, beginning to assign tasks. Isaac and Aslan would lead all the green uniforms for the charge. Diego's Storm would provide long-range support and engage in ship combat. And finally, Nichols Thunder would be responsible for maneuvering support, but was not allowed to advance. After assigning the tasks, Cruiser emphasized that no one was allowed to fire at the task force. Even if the other side fired, they only needed to focus on dodging. Because the 8th Fleet belonged to the Eurasian Federation, while the task force belonged to the Atlantic Federation, the two sides were definitely at odds. They only needed to target the 8th Fleet. Moreover, the focus must be on the Archangel. If any ships from the 8th Fleet broke away, they should not pursue. After finishing, he ordered all ships to accelerate to full speed and all MS to prepare for launch. Once everyone left, Cruiser sat in the command seat, seriously contemplating whether there were any flaws in the arrangement, leaving the rest to Colonel Halberton, who outranked him by 2 levels. Happy New Year's Eve to everyone. On the other side, in the flagship captain's room of the 8th Fleet, 3 people were drinking tea. Do we really not need to send a task force to assist? Earth Union Undersecretary George Alsta asked the resolute-looking officer in a white uniform sitting next to him. What for? Send a few ships to help that kid Cruiser gain military merit? The other person in a white uniform interjected. Well, General Zod is right. Since we're going to put on a show, we should do it thoroughly. You see, Colonel Halberton understands much more. Old Joe, you still have to learn a bit. The 3 people speaking are Commander Zod of the task force, Admiral Halberton of the 8th Fleet, and Freya's father, George. George gave a wry smile. As someone who was responsible for external affairs and talking tough, he didn't understand how you stage a show on the battlefield. But he was quite adept at performing in diplomacy. General Zod, I will deploy all the forces of the Blue Persian Daisy to the right flank. Your fleet will be responsible for the left flank, and the Archangel will enter the formation from the right flank. Cruiser's fleet will also chase from that side. At that point, I will change formation, and the fleet will turn right as a whole. This way, the Blue Persian Daisy fleet will become the vanguard, while you will be responsible for holding the rear, and my direct troops will slowly withdraw. I will need your cooperation then. Halberton reiterated the plan. Well, rest assured. But are you really not going to keep your flagship? Zod asked, feeling there was no problem. Haha, look at what you're saying. After seeing the Black Dragon, I've long wanted to throw this broken ship away. Indeed, a 300-meter flagship can't even compare to an engineering ship back home. Throw it away then, when we return. I'll personally allocate funds to get you a 6,000-meter battleship to play with. Zod patted his chest, boasting, and Halberton immediately expressed his gratitude, thinking about how much he wanted a 6,000-meter ship. Halberton knew that Zod was a general on the Black Dragon and the second-in-command of the Super Kryptonian people, just below that person, so his words must be reliable. However, what Halberton didn't know was that Zod didn't even have a Dragon Star battleship of his own and was still riding around on the Black Dragon. How could he arrange a warship for himself? This was entirely Zod employing the so-called most practical strategy he learned at Dragon Star, drawing big cakes. Beep, beep, beep. Report. Admiral, we have received a communication from the Archangel. The ZFD battleships that have been following us suddenly accelerated. The intelligence we have indicates there are 2 Nazca-class and 4 Laurasia-class battleships. Oh, it seems they want to take a gamble before the Archangel lands on Earth. I will head to the bridge immediately to arrange formations. After disconnecting the communication, Halberton smiled at the 2. Gentlemen, let's get ready to go on stage. Upon reaching the bridge, Halberton began to arrange commands with a serious expression. Damn ZFT, they're really persistent. The Archangel is a ship I have high hopes for. It absolutely cannot encounter any issues. Order the Atlantic Joint Fleet to form up on the right, the task force to the left, and the 8th Fleet to advance at the center. Our own warships do not need assistance from anyone else. The flagship's captain secretly glanced at Halberton, who gave a slight nod. The communications officer immediately transmitted the orders. The captain was one of Halberton's direct subordinates. He had followed Halberton to the Black Dragon before, and given the current formation, it was clear he intended to set a trap. The captain, at his station, secretly issued a combat order and plan to the Archangel, demanding compliance. Oh, this old stubborn Halberton wants to save the Archangel himself? Then let him have his way. We'll go to the right and watch the show. The commander of the Atlantic Joint Fleet flagship, aligned with the Blue Persian Daisy, immediately began preparations according to the advantageous and harmless orders. Order our fleet to slow down during the turn. Everyone take it slow and don't bump into each other. Zod, the flagship of the task force, smiled at his deputy while crossing his arms. General Zod, I think we can bump into a few ships. After all, many of our warships are newbies. The deputy suggested, since we're putting on a show, we must go all out. Well, let's do as you say, but don't block the retreat route of the 8th Fleet. Yes, report. Admiral Halberton has issued an order for our ship to reduce speed, move forward 8,000 to the left, and then turn right into formation. They will provide us protection and support, while the ZFT fleet behind will be dealt with by the 8th Fleet. Miliaria, serving as the communications officer on the Archangel, read out the received order with confusion. Even Arnold Newman, who was seriously piloting the ship, frowned and looked back. Confirm order again. We are slowing down, but ZFT won't slow down. It will be disastrous if they catch up. Barkililu had just finished issuing the order when Miliaria realized it and nodded to thank him. Having suspected the communication might have been tampered with by ZFT. Order confirmed. It indeed came from the flagship of the 8th Fleet, Menelaus. Natalie, it seems Admiral Halbaton has his own strategic plan. Let's execute the order and prepare Kira for an assault. After Miliaria finished speaking, she immediately ordered Newman to start slowing down and to turn according to the planned route. Captain, the Archangel has slowed down, and the direction is veering left. On the bridge of the Vessalis, the captain quickly reported the situation to Kluser. Kluser lazily propped his head up with his hand, looking at the Archangel on the screen, which was deviating from its trajectory. Send me the formation diagram of the 8th Fleet. After watching the video of the 8th Fleet's formation for a while, Kluser's mouth suddenly curled into a smile. Natural people are just natural people. Even at this time, they're still thinking about internal strife. The so-called wise General Halbaton is nothing special. Inform the other warships to follow the Archangel, maintain speed, and catch up. Since the gift is delivered, there is no reason not to accept it. The ZFD battleships maintain high speed, following the trajectory of the Archangel. Report. The ZFD battleships have not slowed down. They are still maintaining maximum speed in pursuit of us. The Archangel's CIC reported the movements of the enemy fleet, and Miliaria and Barkililu were anxiously waiting for a countermeasure. Captain Ramius. No, Natalie, we must act according to the Admiral's plan. Otherwise, we will ruin the Admiral's strategic layout, and we will become the sinners. The usually gentle Miliaria was unusually firm this time, although she didn't understand Admiral Halbaton's strategic intentions. She had been serving under him since joining the military and trusted him very much. Especially since last year, Admiral Halbaton had been promoting warrior spirit in the 8th Fleet, and his slogan, "Never Abandon, Never Give Up," had won the favor of all the soldiers. Barkililu had no choice but to grit his teeth and pray that they wouldn't be caught by the ZFD battleships before entering, or even before approaching their own formation. He runs, he chases, even with wings, it's hard to fly. After half an hour of tense fleeing and chasing, as the fleet's dense lights became visible, the Archangel and the ZFD fleet entered combat distance. But curiously, ZFD did not deploy MS or attack them. Report. The flagship sent a communication, instructing us to immediately advance at full speed and charge directly into the right formation, ignoring the ZFD fleet behind. Miliaria reported the newly received order. Newman, maximum speed. Charge in, but be careful not to collide with our allies. Understood. Just now, the Archangel, which was still in Gear 5, immediately switched to S mode like a runaway horse. The massive propulsion engines at the rear of the battleship unleashed their full power and charged towards the 8th Fleet. The ZFD fleet behind naturally noticed the Archangel's movement. Kreutzer waved his right hand, and all the mobile suits from the warships immediately launched an attack on the Archangel. The fleet also began a fire at the Archangel. But with the skilled helmsman Newman at the helm, the Archangel easily dodged all the attacks. At this moment, the 8th Fleet was in chaos. Happy New Year! Wishing all the readers, may your careers be as agile as a snake in the year of the snake, your lives be as elegant and free as a snake, and your happiness be as long-lasting as a snake. The flagship of the Atlantic Union Fleet, positioned on the right side of the 8th Fleet, had its commander roaring into the communicator. Halbaton, why is that ship charging at us? Commander Lux, I don't know what happened with the Archangel. It suddenly decelerated and then accelerated at full power, and even changed its course. I suspect something might have gone wrong with the Archangel. After all, you know it's a new ship, Halbaton replied in a deep voice, but in his heart, he looked down on the Atlantic Fleet. I don't care. I'm ordering the fleet to retreat now. You send someone to take over. Lux was sweating profusely. He had come to gain prestige and didn't want to go to war with ZFD. Commander Lux, although this is unexpected, it is a battlefield. Don't forget, the Atlantic Union Fleet is supposed to cooperate with my 8th Fleet. If you dare to retreat, I will report you to the Joint Council and send you to a military court. Halbaton wasn't going to let him off easily and even shot a glance at the captain. The warships of the 8th Fleet that had completed their turn immediately aimed their cannons and weapons at the Atlantic Fleet warships, which had now become the front line. Look, Commander Lux is still able to laugh at this moment. Truly a renowned general of the Atlantic Federation. Don't worry, I've already arranged for the fleet to turn. You also arrange immediately. All you need to do is hold on for a little while, and my fleet will replace your position right away. Ah, Albaton. Lux bit his lip until it bled, still laughing. Laugh. Damn it. I'm stuttering from your anger. But he had no choice. If he tried to retreat, he would be targeted by his own people, and if he completed the turn, he would engage with ZFD. If he wanted to complain to Earth, Hal Batten had already spread long-range communication interference particles across the entire battlefield during the formation. Moreover, although he was cowardly, he wasn't a fool. He suspected that Hal Batten was using the Atlantic Union fleet as cannon fodder. Once this was over, he would definitely go find the godfather of the Blue Persian Daisy and file a complaint. Unfortunately, in his anger, he also delayed the time for the fleet to turn and reform. The Archangel had already appeared before them, and since it was ally, they couldn't fire upon the Archangel. However, the ZFD fleet behind had no such misgivings. Unable to hit the agile Archangel, the Earth Alliance fleet, which was still sluggishly turning or maneuvering, became live targets. The Atlantic Union fleet also deployed all their MA units, but unfortunately, even though they had numerical advantage, they were like toys in front of the Jins and Zakus. Before long, they had lost 30%, and the incoming Saint Shield, Duel, and Storm rushed into the fleet, wreaking havoc. Nicol, go find a flagship of this subfleet and take it down. Yes, Captain. Aslan, don't push too deep. Although we have the advantage in strength, our numbers are still too few. Try to gradually wear them down and eliminate the enemy in front of us. Understood. Kreutzer sat leisurely on the bridge, easily commanding the battle, and he didn't plan to engage himself. Report. Commander Lux has sent a communication requesting us to provide immediate support. Tell him we are in formation and we'll be ready shortly. Hold on. Hold on. Hal Batten looked at the combat information and slowly commanded the fleet. Even the captain beside him couldn't bear to watch, thinking, boss, at least act a bit more convincingly. Didn't that guy give you a book on self-cultivation for actors? Haven't you read it? Report, the Atlantic Fleet has sent information that the MA has lost 80%, and the fleet has lost 30%. They have decided to concede the channel and retreat to the Copernicus base on the moon. Hal Batten frowned upon hearing this. I gave you a chance, and you really are useless. Notify Zod behind to begin the retreat, and at the same time, tell the Archangel to initiate its descent procedure immediately. We will cover them for a while. Anxiously, Lux watched as his fleet's battle losses continued to rise, and without receiving a response from Hal Batten, he could only prepare to withdraw from the front line. The fleet should evade to the sides, leave the middle position for me. His command was not finished when a blur outside the bridge suddenly revealed a black MS appearing in the viewport. The G-Series Development Unit, a special operations mobile suit for stealth attacks and intelligence gathering, as well as a prototype MS designed for melee combat, codenamed Thunderbolt. Upon seeing the MS outside, all the information about it instantly flashed through Lux's mind. Outside, Nicol confirmed through a magnified image that the person inside was indeed the target he had been searching for. Enemy, I'll strip him of his clothes. He threw out a laser sword, instantly splitting the bridge in half, then turned gracefully and left the battlefield. Seeing the flagship destroyed, the Atlantic Fleet lost its command and began to scatter like headless flies, turning randomly and fleeing. Aslan and the others seized the opportunity and destroyed several more warships, retreating to their mothership only when their energy was running low. At this moment on the battlefield, ZFT and the 8th Fleet faced each other across the wreckage of the Atlantic Federation's fleet, creating a strange and brief peace. Kreutzer sighed as he watched the Archangel enter the atmosphere. Order the fleet to retreat. We cannot pursue them into Earth for now. After issuing the command, Kreutzer left the captain's seat and returned to his room. Everyone in the 8th Fleet stared in shock at the few remaining battered ships of the Atlantic Federation. Unsure of what to do, Hal Batten struggled to control his expression, but the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Report, the ZFT warships are retreating. The enemy is about to leave the battlefield. No need to pursue. The Archangel is safe now. Send someone to see if we can rescue any survivors. Yes. The captain rolled his eyes. At this time, what was there to rescue? With so many large distress flares earlier, you treated them as fireworks. It had already been half an hour. Damn it, no. Even if they shouldn't be dead, they were probably all gone by now. But appearances had to be maintained. The rescue team of the 8th Fleet set out, searching as slowly as their admiral. Admiral Hal Batten, since the mission is complete, I will lead the fleet back to the lunar base. Zod's communication suddenly came in. After speaking, he saluted and directly hung up the call. He didn't dare to stay longer, fearing he would burst out laughing. Happy New Year! Wishing all the readers May your careers be as agile as a snake in the year of the snake. Your lives be as elegant and free as a snake. And your happiness be as long-lasting as a snake. In a deep underground conference room on Earth, a massive screen on one wall was displaying the battle situation in orbit. On the opposite wall, a huge golden lion statue was embedded. A dozen men and women dressed in purple-red outfits were intently watching the scenes on the screen. It was only when they saw the Archangel successfully enter Earth and both ZFD and the 8th Fleet ceasefire, voluntarily withdrawing from the battlefield, that they shifted their gaze. After a moment of silence in the conference room, the long-haired, bearded man, sitting at the head, turned to the young man beside him, who had an alluring appearance but a lewd expression, frowning. Smasher, this is the combat situation of both sides just concluded. We recorded it and brought it to you immediately. It seems that the prophecy did not develop as you said. The young man, known as Smasher, looked up at the man upon hearing this. Ashta, representative. I don't understand what happened either, but you should know my abilities. I had predicted everything accurately before. The young man said proudly to the Ashta representative. Well, I apologize for my manner of speaking, but with this, the interests and future of Orb will slip out of our control, Ashta thought with some dissatisfaction. But he still needed this young man to continue serving them. How about this? Give me some time, and I will perform another divination. The young man had no choice but to make an excuse. Thank you for your hard work, Smasher. Don't worry. I will send you the girl needed for the divination right away. The young man responded with a grunt and closed his eyes. Ashta signaled to the others, and everyone immediately stood up and left the conference room. The room was quiet, and after a while, the young man finally opened his eyes. God, what is happening? Why is it different from the future I saw? Returning host, I can only show you a partial view of the future after randomly traveling through worlds. This time, even this system does not know what happened. God, can you still continue to siphon the world's essence? But it must follow the plot direction. Until the main storyline is completely finished, the world's essence will not lower its guard. That will be our moment to act. Also, you need to absorb more primordial Een and practice the great method of Een transformation to the 3rd level. At that point, you will be invincible in this world. Tearing apart a Gundam won't be a dream. After the voice inside him finished speaking, Smasher felt a surge of heat in his heart. Their race was a male-dominated one, sending essence into bird eggs to nurture the next generation. However, according to legend, their ancestors also relied on the yin-yang union for normal reproduction. It was just that they had offended someone, and long ago, all the magnetic essence was taken away to serve in other worlds. Not even a 90-year-old woman covered in sores was left for them. Their ancestors had to find a way to change their reproductive methods. If he could cultivate the great method of Een transformation to perfection, he could become the only female of his race, and then he would be cherished by thousands. God, rest assured I will work hard. After saying this, he hurriedly got up and returned to his room, where he found 18 blindfolded young girls with their hands tied, trembling. He stood still for a moment, then turned and went to the secret room outside, taking the initiative to contact Ashta, who had already left. Ashta representative, I need you to send more offerings. This time, I will launch the great prophetic technique to divine the future of Orb. How many do you need? Send me another 100 young girls aged 14 to 16. I will handle it immediately. After hanging up the communication, Smasher immediately rubbed his hands together with a lewd smile and quickly returned to his room. Little did he know that his first external communication had been caught red-handed by Fushi, who was collecting black material. However, aside from the conference room with a big screen and the communicator at the entrance, everything else in the underground fortress resembled the medieval era, lacking any technological devices. Based on the communication content, Fushi immediately began searching throughout Orb and even expanded to the entire world for the missing so-called young girls aged 14 to 16, significantly reducing his workload. Once he sorted out all the relevant intelligence, Fushi promptly sent it to the Black Dragon. General, Fushi has sent a piece of intelligence that is very special and requires your personal review, Fiora reported to Li Rulong, who was squinting his eyes to recharge. Fushi sent this voluntarily? Let us go check the conference room. Yes, Captain Zhang and Director Xiong are already waiting in the conference room. Li Rulong quickly got up, put on his military uniform, and took Fiola to the conference room. Brother Tong, how much longer do I need for this fusion? Shouldn't I get stronger after merging with Doomsday? But I feel more and more exhausted. This is a side effect of the cells merging. It will probably take another 24 to 26 hours, and then you can let loose. Before Li Rulong met with Kluzer on the Black Dragon, he had already integrated the essence of the optimized Doomsday's heavenly remnant kick into his body. However, this process took a bit long, almost a week, and he felt listless every day. Whoosh! Seeing the people who had already arrived in the conference room, Li Rulong forced himself to muster some energy to greet them one by one. Fushi, what have you discovered? In the center of the conference room, the virtual screen immediately began to display the girls' profiles one by one in a scrolling format. This included photos, parental information, age, measurements, whether they were natural humans or adjusters, and so on, all very detailed. The others did not understand what this meant, but Li Rulong noticed that in the upper right corner of their profiles, there was a small note stating missing. It wasn't until 10 minutes later, after all the profiles had been displayed, that Fushi's voice began to introduce. General, this is a piece of intelligence I inadvertently intercepted while collecting information on Obuhai. I took the liberty to conduct an in-depth investigation on this information. I found that since September of CE 70, there have been a large number of missing girl cases reported within the Obu territory, all aged between 14 and 16, whether they are natural humans or adjusters. So far, there have been a total of 131,290 missing girl cases reported worldwide. The people in the conference room exchanged glances. Could this missing population be related to Obu? Are you suggesting that Obu has kidnapped these girls? Li Rulong took the initiative to ask, General, everyone, please listen to the recording I made. Ask a representative, I need you to send more offerings. This time, I will activate the Great Prophecy technique to divine the future of AOB. How many do I need? Send another 100 young girls, aged 14 to 16. I'll take care of it right away. Upon hearing this, Li Rulong instantly narrowed his eyes. Others might not know, but he had actually come into contact with AOB's chief representative, the Lion of OB, Askaruzmi Eula Asker. One of the parties in the conversation was Asker himself. Offerings? Great Prophecy technique? Divination? Missing girls? Brother Tong, why do I feel like your accomplices have appeared? Happy New Year, everyone. This is impossible. I am the only system responsible for the Blue Star universe, and other systems cannot invade the management scope of other systems. Could I be mistaken? Fossil. That fossil. The system suddenly shouted in his mind, causing Li Rulong's head to buzz. In this world, there are no aliens because it belongs to an independent work, the universe of the CE era. However, that fossil of the winged whale could be a coincidence or intentional, blending with the creatures of parallel worlds from other universes. Brother Tong, don't be nervous, Hisoka. What I mean is that fossil should be a species from another main world or its derivative world. So when other systems were locating the world anchor points, they made a mistake and brought someone in. Li Rulong was greatly shocked. This was going to be a big deal. If a more powerful entity showed up, he would have to deal with not only natural disasters, but also other systems. However, the probability of that happening was even lower than his own number, so it wouldn't happen all the time. After hearing this, Li Rulong finally felt relieved. It was just too coincidental. The odds of encountering something with a probability lower than his number were slim. What kind of fate did they have? Furthermore, he estimated that the other party should also be a civilization that had just passed the beginner phase. Otherwise, why would they need to hide? They would have long since meddled in the world's main storyline, just like him. That makes sense. Li Rulong, you don't look too well. Is something wrong? The bear defense chief beside him noticed Li Rulong's changing complexion and quickly expressed concern. Li Rulong quickly took a deep breath and smiled fairly nicely at the others. Uncle Xiong, I'm fine, just thinking about what happened earlier. After saying this, he looked at Zhou Zesh, who was whispering with Zhang Zhong beside him. Old Zhou, how's your research going? This time, Ob has really stirred up trouble. Aren't you two going to arrange something? Haha, do we need you to tell us? We just discussed it and are planning something big, but we need your little princess to cooperate. Then, Zhou Zesh shared their plan with Li Rulong. After listening, Li Rulong thought it sounded great, very great, but the timing was a bit off. I think it's doable, but we can't just do it now. Remember Ob's self-destruction? Why don't we help that soft voice let the Archangel go to Ob, turn the plot back, and then he, Li Rulong, and Zhang Zhong both chuckled at the same time. It seems they're on the same wavelength. All right, I'll go notify Halbaden and Cruz, asking them to cooperate a bit, and then have the Shadow and the Archangel lend a helping hand. Li Rulong concluded the meeting after speaking. That's all you need to do. Just do it as soon as possible. Yes, General. I will immediately order the Archangel to head to Africa. Do you understand? Understood, General. I will personally lead the team to land on Earth, and I will contact the Desert Tiger at that time to coordinate. Is there a way? Yes. Rest assured, the main engine of the Archangel will fail at a critical moment. Besides me, that kid won't be able to fix it either. Okay, take care of yourself. Yes, thank you for your concern. After speaking with the three individuals, as for the Desert Tiger, it would be discussed when Cruz arrived. Back in his lounge, Li Rulong collapsed wearily onto the sofa. Brother Tong, I really feel awful. The Archangel, which had already landed on Earth and was moving within the Allied forces' territory, suddenly received an order from Halbaton to immediately change course and head to Africa to contact a local liberation organization, saying that there were important figures inside that needed protection. Helpless, everyone could only give up their plans to reach the base as soon as possible and then disembark for a vacation. Upon arriving in Africa and contacting the local liberation organization, Kira discovered that the so-called important figure was actually Princess Kigali Yura Asher of Orb. Looking at her curvy figure, although her hairstyle wasn't to his liking, Kira felt that this was destiny and fate, causing his heart to race. Unfortunately, the two who wanted to make peaceful contact were interrupted by Andrew Bartfeld, known as the Desert Tiger's EFD. A fierce battle ensued, and in the end, Kira managed to win with a burst of strength. Looking at the wreckage of the tiger-painted Baku, Kira's expression showed little fluctuation. Meanwhile, Andrew Bartfeld, who should have been injured, and his girlfriend, Aisha Train, who should have died in battle, were on the flagship Lesabos, watching the fight while making hand-poured coffee. Andrew, what if that kid finds out we are remotely controlling the Baku and tricking him? Wouldn't that be bad? Aisha asked softly beside Andrew. What's wrong with that? Should I rush in and fight him? He's a berserker. Wouldn't I just be giving him more achievements? Andrew replied, focusing on the coffee pot. But, all right, Aisha, don't worry. The general has already ordered me that our safety comes first. We just need to put on a show. Straightening up, he turned to look at the worried Aisha and gently hugged her. Aisha, I might have been too willful before. Ever since the general taught me a lesson, I've realized that you are the most important person by my side. I won't risk your safety for anyone else's future. I believe you and trust the general's judgment. What I'm worried about is if that kid doesn't follow the general's plan, will you get scolded? Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Andrew's body stiffened upon hearing this. It shouldn't be a problem. Kira didn't hesitate at all when he fired just now. Besides, that madman Cruz is waiting for them out at sea. After saying this, Andrew poured 2 cups of coffee, handing one to Aisha, and they both enjoyed the coffee. How is it? My hand pour is definitely the best in the world, Andrew said proudly, fully immersed in the special taste of the coffee. But I still prefer the tea sent by the general. Aisha took a sip and frowned. Andrew spat blood. Kira stepped down from the strike and found several people waiting for him in the Archangel's hangar. On the way down, he noticed Kigali, the blonde, and casually flipped his hair, swaggering over to her and raising his chin in a flirtatious manner. Kigali looked at him with confusion, not understanding what was going on with Kira. Kira, the captain wants you on the bridge. Madek immediately stepped forward to remind him. Kira was somewhat displeased that his flirting was interrupted, but still arrogantly threw his helmet to Kigali and walked toward the bridge. Is he sick or something? Kigali asked the nearby maintenance engineer while holding the helmet. The engineer just shrugged, indicating he didn't know. Captain Marlou, you called for me? Kira, that battle just now was incredible. Sai, Kira's classmate, patted his shoulder in admiration, while Kaz looked on enviously. Kira didn't know when he started to enjoy the atmosphere of being praised. Indeed, Sergeant Madek was right. He fought hard for everyone and should enjoy the treatment of being above others. Kira, thank you for your hard work. Next, we're going to Orb to take Kigali back. At that time, you can also disembark in Orb. Admiral Halbaton has already specially approved your retirement application, Marlou said with a smile. However, Kira felt somewhat dissatisfied. He wanted to become stronger and gain more recognition. The Archangel continued its voyage, this time with the goal of returning Kigali to Orb. How annoying. He wasn't like this when we met in Helipolis. On the deck of the Archangel, Kigali leaned against the railing, enjoying the gentle sea breeze and watching the calm sea. But inside, she felt quite restless, and the reason was Kira's excessive enthusiasm. Kigali, so you're here. That's great. A relatively gentle male voice came from behind, and Kigali's expression immediately darkened, turning agitated. She turned to leave, but was blocked by someone. What do you want? Kigali asked impatiently, looking at Kira, who was dressed in a non-mainstream outfit reminiscent of Iori Yagami. Uncle Madek introduced me to some good low-budget movies. I want to take you to watch them. I've also prepared popcorn and pop rocks. Kira enthusiastically invited her. Kigali, however, remained silent and directly walked past him into the ship. Watching her leave, Kira's expression shifted from gentle to sinister. If it weren't for you being the princess of Orb, do you think you would be worthy of me? He angrily muttered, considering whether he should change targets. Should he go after a friend's girlfriend, or the Ice Queen, or the busted captain? After thinking it over, he realized none of them were suitable for him, or rather, He couldn't afford to offend any of them for now. He could only return to his room alone, going back to watch a movie in solitude. Many people on the Archangel were leisurely enjoying their peaceful time, but beneath the distant sea, 2 ZFD Bosgrove-class submarines were ready for battle at any moment. Do you think these kids will miss us in the days of fighting after they disembark? Marlou, holding a cup of coffee, stood on the deck outside the bridge, gazing into the distance and speaking leisurely. They probably will. The little girl said she wants to be a war correspondent, and the glasses guy said he wants to be a ride-hailing driver. The other two want to be a kindergarten teacher and continue studying computers. In short, these kids now have future goals. Moolah Flags replied beside her, genuinely envious of these civilian students. Then what about Kira? Has he mentioned his thoughts? Malu's question stumped Flag. He couldn't see through Kira now. He simply shook his head and sighed. I used to think this kid hated war the most. If it weren't for his classmates and the civilians on the ship, he definitely wouldn't manipulate the strike Gundam. But I can't understand it now, can I? After the battle in Africa ended, I actually saw a fervor for battle in his eyes. Perhaps I'm just getting old and my vision is failing. Flag didn't want to continue this topic to avoid an awkward conclusion. His character was just and had a flesh and blood sense of justice. He wasn't blind to it and didn't like to talk about others behind their backs. Moo, actually, I saw it too, and I saw on the monitor. Natalie also saw it and even suggested letting Kira continue to serve, but I didn't agree. Malu paused and continued. We managed to escape thanks to Kira's protection. And of course, you contributed a lot too. We also bear some responsibility for Kira's changed character. But if beep beep beep, Captain, 40 meters ahead, we have detected 2 ZFD submarines, and several underwater MS are rapidly approaching our side. The urgent voice of Malia came from the intercom. The two hurried back to the bridge to check the information. Captain, it's 2 Bosgrove-class underwater submarines, with a total of 12 units, including Dean, Jern, and Zono, as well as Duel, Storm, Thunder, and Shield. All hands to battle stations. Notify Kira to launch immediately. Natalie, the weapon system is in your hands. Prepare for evasive maneuvers. The Archangel will rise 30 meters and prepare for combat. Inside the bridge of the Bosgrove-class flagship, illuminated by red lights, Cruz stood behind the submarine commander. Captain Cruz, the MS units will be under your command. Yes, Aslan and Isaac will engage the strike, and the others will deal with the Archangel. We must sink it this time. Understood. Batrian. Launch. Missiles incoming. Quantity, 12. Evasive maneuvers. Intercept missile launch. Prepare anti-submarine torpedoes. Force them out. Inside the bridge, Malu and Bakilialu were nervously commanding the battle. But the situation was very unfavorable for them. CIC, where's Kira? He was just engaged with Shield and Duel, but now the radar can't find him, and there has been no response to calls. Keep calling. Newman, find a way to break through the battlefield and accelerate towards Orb. Working on it. In the combat zone, an Air Master was maneuvering skillfully, dodging MS attacks while looking for counterattack opportunities. Damn it. Why is it so annoying, like a fly? Malu, this won't do. We'll get tangled up. Flotta piloted the Air Master, single-handedly battling several MS, busy to the point of distraction. I know. But Door, what are you doing? Stop. What's wrong? Door has launched in Air Master 2. He said he is going to help Kira. Malia's eyes were brimming with tears at this moment. You bastard. Call him back immediately. Contact Kira right now. In another area, the rogue pirate, Aslan Shield, was attacking Kira's strike furiously. On the beach of the island, the dual Gundam lay in a gray mechanical skull, discarded here. Kira, I'm coming to help you. Door's Air Master launched 4 missiles at Shield and quickly ascended. Easily dodging the missiles, Aslan, with no pupils in his eyes, calmly threw a shield. Boom. Door. The Air Master was directly destroyed by the shield, and Kira's roar echoed in Aslan's ears. Aslan, Kira. The speed of these two clearly increased, and they had abandoned all defenses. No way. That red one has 4 arms. Is this design a steal from our 4-armed Guanyin? Look, the red one has entangled the white one. Damn it. That kid actually abandoned his machine. Next step is definitely a mutual destruction. I bet 50 on it. I'll look down on you. If you're bold, bet 51. Give me a break. When has old Dong ever had more than $50 in his pocket? It's over. It's finished. Hey, don't go. Take the money. Bullshit. Did we agree to play with you? In a large aircraft maintenance room of the Black Dragon, it was now filled with people. They were all pilots of the Black Dragon, and what they were watching was the life and death battle between Aslan and Kira, this pair of buddies. Zhang Peng learned from Li Rulong that these two were the strongest in this world, especially arranging for everyone to watch the live broadcast to learn a thing or two. However, the course and outcome of the battle left them somewhat disappointed. Whether it was the pilot's abilities or the performance of the mechs, there was no comparison at all. Master, see, I told you it was a waste of time. Waste my ass. After watching this, next time you can take them down with one move, saving energy for 2 moves. The correction of the plot world is indeed powerful. Aslan self-destructed, and Kira's mech was blown up and heavily injured. However, the subsequent rescue results were somewhat different. Aslan was still saved by Kigali, as in the plot, and sent to the Archangel for treatment. Then he was picked up by Cruz's team, who had also abandoned their machines in advance and were bound like mummies. Kira, this time, was not saved by the blind mentor, but was found by Orb's special forces and taken to an underground base. Where's this? Kira looked at the ceiling decorated with various legendary creatures and a burning chandelier. Oh, you're awake, a soft voice came from beside his ear. Detected in extreme physique, which can significantly enhance the host's progress in cultivating the Yin transformation technique. Please collect. Suddenly, an important message prompted him, causing him to pause slightly. God, the Yin extreme physique you mentioned, is it him? Definitely. But he's male. Whether to collect is the host's decision. Kira bit his lip. He wanted to improve his skills, but after experiencing the taste of a girl, he felt somewhat resistant to male-on-male matters. Prompt. This world has been significantly influenced by unidentified forces. Kira let go of his lips, biting down on his jaw, looking at the delicate-skinned boy in front of him, ultimately making up his mind. He didn't want to die, and he definitely didn't want to fail to fulfill the ambitions in his heart. Don't come near me. Kira's severely injured body couldn't move, and she could only watch as the pervert in front of her leaned down. The flickering flames cast shadows on the figures. In the Obu, the Dawn Society's secret harbor base on Yuno-Kiyuri Island, the Archangel was docked here, undergoing repairs by the engineers of the Dawn Society. Inside the bridge, officers including Maru and Bakirilu stood straight, staring at the communication video in front of them. This is your next destination. Accept the orders. The Archangel and its officers will have a chance to plead. In the video, a general from the Earth Union expressionlessly stated his orders. General, we are enough. Maru Lamias, we don't want to hear your excuses anymore. It seems Halbaton can't train his subordinates. Set sail immediately to the Alaska headquarters. This is the final order. The general in the video said with some anger. Yes. Halbaton can't protect you down there. I hope you enjoy your demise. The communication was cut off, and Maru sighed as she looked back at her soldiers. It seems we can't take a break anymore. Natalie, prepare to set sail immediately. But Kirilu also looked at Captain Maru helplessly. Her lifelong creed was that the military comes first, orders come first, but the recent order left her completely confused about the higher-ups' intentions. Maru returned to the captain's seat and began a call with the Dawn Society's director, Elika Simmons. Director Simmons, thank you for your continued support, but my ship has received orders and must set sail immediately. Captain Maru, given the Archangel's current status, is it really? Sigh, there's no choice. The orders have been issued. If we don't leave, we'll be taken to military court. Then I'll let someone withdraw immediately and hurry to provide you with some necessary supplies. Director Simmons was determined to help, and Maru didn't hold back, copying the natural person usable mobile suit OS that Kira had previously written and sending it to the Dawn Society as a way to repay her kindness. 2 hours later, the Archangel, under the escort of 2 Obu destroyers, left Obu territorial waters. This time, Cruz only watched the Archangel leave via satellite signal and did not order a pursuit. He had already commanded the submarine to return to the South African base. The grand play he prepared for the Earth Union was about to begin. Mas, hasta wabet. Old AI, how's it going? Not too well. Why can't this Yada mirror be turned black? What do you mean? General, why don't we change the name from Black Dragon to Golden Dragon? Get lost, you idiot. How tacky. Li Rulong and Aljo looked at the Yada, no Kagami material that had just returned from Obu, shining like gold. But as Aljo said, this material has a rather unique element. And if one insists on preserving all of its characteristics, then changing its color is indeed quite difficult. Li Rulong pondered for a while, but still couldn't accept the idea of driving a luxury battleship out to show off. Old AI, think of a way to make it an external armor coating without changing the structure too much. All right, I'll try my best. However, General, I know you don't like the people from the Obu, but it's best to leave a batch of survivors from the Dawn Society. You can kill them after we VE use them. Li Rulong raised his eyebrows at him and turned to leave the laboratory. Fiona hurriedly followed behind, notified the nail that informed Zob, and reconfirmed the list of the Dawn Society, immediately start capturing people. Yes. On the other side, after a week of sailing, the Archangel finally returned to the headquarters in Alaska. However, what awaited them was not a Watergate or flowers, but various inspections from the discipline and intelligence departments. Continuous questioning for 3 days left the crew mentally and physically exhausted. Captain Marlou, I will leave the ship now, and I hope to fight alongside you again next time. Watching Bakiliolu and Vlada with their bags standing at the ship's passage, Marlou felt a moment of daze. Numerous memories of fighting side by side flashed through his mind, but now the three had to part ways. The two were forcibly reassigned, Bakiliolu to a new appointment, while Vlada was going inland to become an instructor. I wish you good fortune in your military career, and may you live safely in the future. Marlou's eyes filled with tears as he looked at the two in front of him, mainly focusing on Vlada. How can this be? I really don't understand what the higher-ups are thinking. ZFD is already preparing to attack the Gibraltar base, and they reassigned us at this time. Isn't this nonsense? Major, the orders from above are not something we can question. Please be cautious in your words and actions. Bakiliolu slammed her fist on the armrest, looking dissatisfied at Vlada. She was kindly reminding him, as her disciplinary department personnel watching behind. Major, please take care. Perhaps we will meet again in the future. Marlou smiled at Vlada, who pulled down his hat to cover half his face and turned to leave the Archangel. Bakiliolu saluted Marlou and followed suit, leaving Marlou standing on the deck. Watching the two leave in a vehicle. System detection, Een of extremes, Aslan as Yang of extremes. Woo-woo. Just as Marlou returned to the captain's room to rest, he was suddenly awakened by the base's deafening alarm. On the bridge, what happened? Captain, the base's garrison commander just sent a communication. The Alaska headquarters has been attacked by ZFT. Combat has already begun in the periphery. Nanny? Also, the garrison command ordered us to cooperate with the base's defense fleet and prepare to defend the main gate. Marlou felt a bit dizzy. Her warship was meant for space combat and couldn't play a significant role on the planet. And most importantly, the main combat commander Bakiliolu had just been reassigned. How are we supposed to handle this? Immediately mobilize the warship and prepare for deployment in the defense area. Marlou put on her uniform while issuing orders through the communicator. At this time, outside the Alaska base, chaos had erupted. Countless ZFD submarines and various MS were almost filling the entire radar detection area. With only the base's original defense forces, it was difficult to hold the line. A white Zaku seemed to glide over the gaps in the defense line as if walking in its own garden. This should be enough. The Zaku arrived at the center of the base, dropping a white cylindrical device. Kluser, following the orders from the Black Dragon, set down the equipment and prepared to leave quickly. However, the monitor suddenly detected a figure that surprised him. It was his son. Seeing him riding a motorcycle, dodging artillery fire, and rushing into the command center, Kluser smirked and quickly piloted the Zaku away. Although your name is on the general's list, he also said you have the greatest fate, so let me see if you have the ability to keep up with us. The Elias has sunk. The Bruges cannot move. Captain, fill the gap in the defense line to the right. Anti-air missiles, fire. The battle situation was tense. The Earth Alliance's defense forces were simply no match for ZAF's elite troops, especially since they were caught off guard, and the main forces had all been reassigned to the Gibraltar base. The remaining troops were incomplete, consisting of second-rate forces from the Eurasian and East Asian federations. Captain, 10 meters ahead, we've detected 26 ZAF MS units. Variant, fire. No matter how hard the defense forces tried, no matter how the Archangel blocked the gaps, the ZFT forces broke through the defense line and successfully entered the base headquarters. Captain, AMA from the defense forces is approaching us. Its right wing is damaged. Which bastard is this? Contact the maintenance team. Prepare for an emergency landing. A white skygrasper, injured, crashed into the Archangel's hangar. Major, why are you back? Madek exclaimed upon seeing the reckless pilot. Take this. Quickly prepare the other aircraft for me. I'll be back soon, Vlada said, then ran towards the elevator. Marlou, Major, why are you back? Stop repeating the same line. Listen to me. Vlada rushed to Marlou's captain's seat, supporting the backrest, panting nervously. Listen to me. Get out of here. Leave the base immediately, at least 10 kilometers away. The base has already installed the Cyclops system, and it has been activated. You, the Archangel, and all the defense forces are pawns. Vlada's words left the bridge crew stunned. They looked at him in disbelief. This is impossible. What's impossible? I saw it with my own eyes. There's not a single person left in the headquarters. You are pawns. Bait. They already knew that ZFT was attacking Alaska. Marlou's eyes reddened as she scanned the crew, who were equally affected. If that's the case, then this ship's mission will be considered complete. Notify the other ships to follow the ship and break through the enemy lines. Get away from the base area. Noid and the others looked at Captain Marlu Lamius. This is an order I give as captain, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. Marlu shouted hoarsely, and Vlada patted her shoulder. I'll share the burden with you. After all, I am the man who can turn the impossible into the possible. Saying this, he dramatically tossed his hair and left the bridge. Orders were given, and the surviving joint fleet in the surrounding waters immediately converged on the Archangel. But ZFD clearly did not want to give up on the enemy in front of them, and the attacks continued. A specially colored Zaku broke through the Archangel's anti-air firepower and jumped directly to the outside of the Archangel's bridge. Raising its rifle, it aimed at the bridge, ready to send this supposedly unsinkable warship to the bottom of the sea. Whoosh! Bang! A beam of laser shot exploded the Zaku's rifle, and then a red laser sliced the Zaku in half from head to toe. Marlu and the others stared in shock at the sudden appearance of a single machine outside. It was a golden machine. This is Dawn. I am Kira. Captain Marlu, please return immediately. Hearing the communication, Marlu and the others instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Kira was not dead and had come to save them in a new machine. Kira, we can't go back. There's the Cyclops system inside the base. We are pawns, but we didn't know. Mariu cried out, telling him everything that had happened. Kira took a deep breath and began to lock onto the targets appearing ahead. With the fully defensive laser weapon system of the Dawn Gundam and the atmospheric-specific Great Eagle backpack, Kira pushed the Gundam's performance to its peak. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. In less than a minute, various weapons destroyed the enemies ahead in a variety of ways, completely clearing a path for the Archangel to escape. Under the Arctic Ocean, several large submarines. How's it going? We've brought in 60%. Hee. It seems leaving the Archangel there was indeed the best bait. We should think about how to explain this to Halberton later. That old fox is not easy to deal with. Explain? If he's dead, is there still a need to explain? Oh, do you have a new plan? The newcomer Zod is the best candidate. I second that. Ahem, all right. Let's do what we need to do. The two generals took the keys from around their necks and inserted them into the password computer in front of them. For a blue and clean world. For a blue and clean world. Click. The keys turned, and the world fell silent. Meanwhile, deep underground at the Alaska headquarters, a powerful microwave burst forth. The microwaves quickly spread in all directions, causing anything they touched to explode, whether alive or dead. Mechs, tanks. An aircraft also exploded one after another, turning the entire base into a hellish scene of red waves, even affecting the sky. The Archangel had already broken through the enemy lines, but with only itself remaining, it looked back at the red, shattered environment behind it. Then, a violent wave erupted. The explosion covering a diameter of 10 kilometers, a terrifying red mushroom cloud rising into the sky, and everything in the base was obliterated, leaving only a massive pit reaching 2 kilometers deep. Damn it, they're treating lives like grass. An operator on the bridge slammed his fist on the platform, gritting his teeth in anger. What we do now? Are we considered a defector ship? Captain, even if you go back, as witnesses to the real situation, will the higher-ups let you live? Kira, what do you mean? Go to Orb. That is the place that can embrace and protect you. In the Black Dragon's conference room, a large screen was broadcasting the situation in Alaska live. Kira descended from the sky, indiscriminately killing anyone in front of the Archangel, the one-eyed giant erupting, and the Archangel smoking as it left the battlefield. The people in the room watched with great interest, and Zhang Peng and others whispered among themselves, theorizing how many moves it would take to defeat the Golden Dawn. Zhang Zhong coughed lightly and began to speak. Everyone, the Archangel will definitely head to Orb next, and the data collected by the collector placed by crews will all be transmitted back. We are now just waiting for the Panama base to be attacked by ZFT. This way, the Earth Alliance will lose all its mass accelerators. If they don't want to be trapped on the ground, they will try to seize the measuring accelerators. And the mass accelerator on Kagaya Island in Orb is their best target. Exactly, at that time, Orb will definitely not be a match for the Earth Alliance. So they will try to spread their so-called neutral ideology to lay the groundwork for future restoration. But we won't give them that opportunity. All the dark sides of Orb will be exposed. As for Long, has the little princess of Plan agreed to cooperate with us? Zhozha looked directly at Li Rulong, who sighed and nodded. He had paid a great price to get the cunning pink-haired girl to agree to hold a press conference. But thinking about the price paid and the 13 golden flowers at home made him somewhat distressed. Moreover, there was also a red-haired girl sending communication requests every day, which he probably couldn't explain either. The people in the venue saw his expression and all smiled broadly, with Lu Pengxiang even secretly pulling out a small blue pill and handing it to Zhang Peng. Ahem, as for Orb, the people we are concerned about have all been picked up according to plan, and their valuable data has been organized. Now we just wait for Orb to collapse. Fushi, has that guy made any moves? Report, General, apart from those who had contact with him before, only Kira has entered the base. A video appeared on the screen. The video showed Kira leaving the base, but the sharp-eyed Li Rulong and others immediately noticed something unusual about him. Stop. Look at the way he walks. Doesn't it seem a bit awkward? Now that you mention it, it really does. It's like he can't close his legs. And it seems like he's shaking his butt. Did Orb give him a butt shot in the underground base? As the discussions buzzed, Li Rulong stroked his chin, and a flower suddenly appeared in his mind. A large yellow and white flower. Damn, if that's really the case, I wonder if Aslan will still want him in the future. Li Rulong dared not think further. Various scenes of the battle flashed through his mind, and even his invincible body felt a stronger sense of dread. All right, everyone. Kira is just an inconsequential pawn. Next, we will prepare to make this orb country that brazenly abbreviated its name to Japan completely disappear. Everyone looked at Li Rulong with seriousness. And then it was time for the world to know us. We are preparing to be enemies with the whole world to get what we need. The rest can be left for the world to deal with itself. Yes, after the Archangel had sailed for a day, Kira finally felt at ease entering the hangar. At this moment, Captain Maru and others, including Flada, were already waiting for him in the hangar. The Golden Gundam opened its cockpit, and after Kira landed, he walked up to everyone. The moment he took off his helmet, everyone stared at him wide-eyed as if they had seen a ghost. What is wrong? Don't you recognize me? Maru and the others first nodded, then shook their heads simultaneously, but upon hearing the familiar voice, they nodded again. It was indeed Kira. The voice was correct, but the Kira in front of them had eyeliner, eyeshadow, blush, and even lipstick. The makeup left Maru and the other ladies in awe. Kikimoto stammered in shock. You're not allowed to call me that. That is a special nickname only he can use. The new eyelashes on Kira's eyes fluttered with every blink, as if fanning out waves of fragrance. He interrupted Maru with a hint of anger, not wanting others to infringe upon his rights. Maru was suddenly choked by Kira's angry shout. Startled, she stepped back and was supported by Flada. Kira, what's wrong with you? Kira looked at Flada, and for some reason, Flada's frowning, angry expression struck deep into his heart. Heart rate 140. He felt like he was going to die. Moo, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have yelled at you. Kira lowered his head to apologize, but his awkward attitude made everyone swallow hard. I'm tired. I'm going to rest first. After saying that, he hurriedly left everyone behind and ran to the elevator. His running figure once again impacted everyone's minds. With his hands raised, fists clenched, left foot stepping in front of the right, he took small, measured steps, swaying his hips as he ran into the elevator. Wait, what did he just call me? He called you Moo. What? Moo moo moo. The others covered their mouths, laughing as they returned to their posts. Although they didn't know what was wrong with Kira, it didn't affect the onlookers from enjoying the spectacle. Moo. Cough cough, sorry. Major Flada, I'll head back now. Maru pushed Flada aside and hurried back to the bridge. Flada stood there in a daze, watching the charming figure flee, feeling a bit at a loss. Behind them, the hangar crew, who had finished enjoying the spectacle, were busy repairing the battleship. The sergeant with a big beard, who was directing, glanced sideways and let out a light chuckle. In the underground base of Orb, a room surrounded by luxurious blankets. At the entrance of the room were 2 fire basins for heating and illumination, and the floor was covered with precious animal furs and pillows sewn with golden threads. A naked person reclined casually in the center of the furs, randomly picking up a piece of pastry and tasting it. I wonder when my Sekai will be back. I have to say, the host's luck is truly astonishing. Not only was he chosen by me, but he also became the destined child in this world, and he happens to possess the extremely rare Luan In Saint body. I didn't expect that after just 2 attempts, he would have already reached the 3rd level of the In transformation technique. If there are a few more attempts, I might be able to reach the 4th level. Unfortunately, by then, Biki's life. Host, they're just our stepping stones, and this world is also one we could only enter by chance. If it weren't for a year ago, when I was able to glimpse a corner of the future from the River of Worlds for some unknown reason, we wouldn't have developed so smoothly. I know, but, host, don't forget the rules of the game. Your wish is not to become female and to bring pleasure to the males of your race, right? Then you should be ready to abandon everything. The voice in my mind gradually faded, and the expression of the effeminate man became increasingly cold. Just as Zhang Zhong and the others had analyzed, for days later, ZFD launched a surprise attack on the Panama base and, under Cruiser's hint, directly destroyed Panama's mass accelerator. The ruthless use of the Cyclops system against naturals in Alaska, which resulted in the massacre of many ZFT warriors, was also avenged in the Panama War. It was a massacre beyond comprehension. This incident was widely publicized by the Earth Alliance and other countries like Orb, but they said nothing about the Cyclops. The Earth Alliance lost all its mass accelerators. And even if they wanted to rebuild, they couldn't find a suitable location for a while, fully aware that ZFD wouldn't give them time to construct. By then, the major bases like Copernicus on the moon, lacking supplies, would fall into crisis. Whether among the major federations in the Alliance or among the Blue Aster's Council and Madmen, this kind of thing was not allowed to happen. After the battles in Panama, Blue Aster obtained crucial intelligence from an information broker, all documents related to ZAF's neutron jammer technology and decryption projects, which made Blue Aster's chairman, Azrael, feel like he had found a treasure. The secret prompted the organization to start preparing nuclear weapons and turn its attention to Orb, as without mass accelerators, it was impossible to send nuclear bombs into space. After a week of planning, the Earth Alliance, with the Atlantic Federation fleet as the main force, assembled 10 aircraft carriers, 30 large MS transport ships, and hundreds of warships and submarines. They launched 500 modified MS assault short swords, simplified from assault Gundams and dual Gundams, along with Azrael's proud secret weapons, bio-CPUs, and their exclusive machines, Forbidden, Disaster, and the 3 specially equipped Gundams, and set off towards Orb. They also publicly notified Orb's representative Asuha and various families, demanding their immediate surrender, disarmament, and handover of control over the Dawn Society and Kagai Island. The high-level representatives of Asuha had already devised a countermeasure, with the head and heir of the Siran family hiding in an underground base, preparing for the future revival of Orb and leadership of the world. Asuha and the others would lead Orb in a desperate resistance, then send the Kirigane and Archangel into space, with Kira and Kigali leading a dual fleet alliance, joining forces with other Earth Alliance and ZFD allies who had secretly sided with them to end the war amidst the fierce battles, raising Orb's prestige to its peak. In a secret room aboard the Kirigane, there was also the mysterious Egg King accompanying them, who would take action at a critical moment. Asuha and the others had already experienced his incredible abilities, such as flying out of thin air and punching through 10 centimeters of steel plate. They were also prepared for self-destruction, fully committed to the so-called Orb ideals, to gain the sympathy of the world's people. Orb's stance was actually within Azrael's plans. He needed to fight Orb with bio-CPUs to solidify his position as chairman. Otherwise, the rootless freaks of Logos would continue to encroach on his power. The task force surrounded Orb, and Orb also expressed its stance to the world, strongly condemning the Earth Alliance's invasion while rejecting Zaf's offer of support. As the time drew near, the Archangel had already joined Orb's fleet and assumed the defensive responsibility for Kagai Island. That broken ship indeed did not sink, and even defected to join the fence-sitting country of Orb. Azrael sneered at the Archangel in the video. You should be careful. After all, its combat power is well known. The captain casually reminded him. Although he was also a member of Blue Aster, he was quite dissatisfied with Azrael's overly confident attitude and dictatorial style. TCH, time's up. Let's begin. Attack. The Earth Alliance fleet launched thousands of missiles in an instant, targeting their respective objectives. The assault short swords, supported by fighters, flew towards Orb's fleet, or began to defend and counterattack, with their secretly developed, mass-produced M1 Exceed Gundams engaging in battle with the assault short swords in the air and on the ground. The OS of the Exceed Gundam was the optimal OS developed for naturals by Kira after returning from the Archangel, so its individual combat power surpassed that of the assault short sword. However, Orb's resources and production cycles could not compare to the Earth Alliance's vast resources, so they were at an absolute disadvantage in numbers, with only 90 M1 Exceed units and 1 Gold Dawn Gundam. In the naval battle over territorial waters, Orb was also at a disadvantage due to numbers. Ships were continuously sunk or damaged, although the Alliance's ships also suffered losses. They would quickly have new ships to replenish their battle line. In the cities, fleeing civilians were also killed by the Alliance's indiscriminate attacks. and Orb had no extra forces to defend the cities. It was not until Kira piloted the Dawn Gundam to provide support that there was some improvement. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Azrael's 3 BIOS CPUs, piloting their mobile suits, stood in front of the Dawn Gundam. In a 3-on-1 situation, even with Kira biting his lip, he could not shake off the 3's entanglement after going berserk. Orb's defense line was gradually retreating, and Asuha had ordered the Archangel to return to the Dawn Society's dock to install boosters, preparing to send it into space. Fortunately, the drugs maintaining the BIOS CPU's powerful state had a time limit, and the 3 seemed indifferent to working together. Once their effects wore off, the 3 immediately piloted their machines in pain and, under Azrael's furious gaze, voluntarily returned to the mothership. Kira gasped for breath, glanced at the remaining energy, and turned to help on the front line. Azrael, unwilling to accept defeat, ordered a retreat, planning to finish off Orb the next day. Asuha and the others finally had a moment to breathe. He immediately ordered the final preparations and held a last meeting with Mariu and others. They continued to instill their foolish ideology, stubbornly deciding to coexist and die with Orb, arrogantly believing that Azrael valued only them. Only when they were dead would the Earth Alliance not trouble Orb and its people, even if Orb was ultimately forced to join the Earth Alliance. If Azrael were here, he would definitely mock their arrogance. What status do you have that makes me value you? Eating together at the same table is impossible. The next morning, the Earth Alliance and Orb were already prepared for the final battle. The headstrong and willful Kigali was also thrown into the Archangel by Asher. Before leaving, Asher gave Kigali a photo. Even when heading into space, you're not alone. As the hatch closed, Kigali, who was crying, looked at the photo in her hand, which showed a woman holding 2 children with the words Kira, Kigali written on the back. She instantly forgot her sadness and exclaimed, "How is this possible? Kira and I are actually siblings, sisters," as both sides regrouped at the front lines. Just as the High Command was about to issue the order to start the battle, a live video suddenly appeared before everyone for unknown reasons. What's going on? Why has our command system collapsed? I don't know. All systems have been hacked, and we can't regain any control, not even restart. The same scene was unfolding simultaneously at the Earth Alliance fleet and Orb Command. It wasn't just them. At the same time, in every corner of the Earth, all colonial satellites in space, plant and ZAF command centers, and even the Kazakh family colony on Mars, wherever there were mobile phones, TVs, computers, and monitors, signals were forcibly intercepted for a special live broadcast. Why can't my monitors see outside anymore? Mine too. Captain, don't move. Stay in position. Inside the cockpit of the Strike Dagger, the pilot looked in astonishment at the monitoring screen that had just shown the outside, now replaced by a cute pink ball bouncing around. In space, a formation of 3 warships was led by a pink battleship. Cruz sat on the bridge, watching the pink ball on the screen, a smile creeping onto his lips. Behind him, Aslan and others stared intently at the screen. Aslan even dumbfounded as he looked at the hello robot he had personally made and given to his ex-fiancée, unable to comprehend. Fellow humans, I am Lakis Klein from Plant. I apologize for interrupting your entertainment, work, and battle time, but I have important matters to explain to you. In the video, Lakis wore a blue collar, a red main color with white trim uniform, and there was a silver 5-clawed dragon emblem on her right chest. Anyone in the world who recognized this emblem would immediately stand up and quietly listen to her voice. Cruz and Halberton, who were far away on the moon awaiting supplies, were no exception, while Zod and others continued with their tasks. At the Orb Chancellor's residence, Asher and others, awaiting their fate, furrowed their brows, puzzled as to why this planet's galactic songstress suddenly began a live broadcast and how she had inexplicably hacked into Orb's military central server. What does this woman intend to do? In a luxurious room on the Keizuki, Suigetsu sat cross-legged, watching the woman on the monitor. He remembered that when he first came to this world, in the future fragments he saw, this woman was supposed to be a member of the 3-ship alliance. However, for some unknown reason, she had never had contact with Orb. His delegation sent to Plant to explore Lakis' stance and attitude had been turned down, with the response stating she was just a singer and that it was unreasonable for an entertainer to engage in politics. He had given up on this woman, secretly gathering a formidable fleet through brainwashing, coercion, and bribery for his own use. The information I am about to disclose is completely true and reliable, guaranteed by the reputation of the Klein family and the honor of Zaft and Plant. At this point, 2 people appeared beside Lakis. One was her father, the highest chancellor of Plant, Siegel Klein, and the other was his political rival, the supreme commander of Zaft, Aslan's father, Patrick Zala. The two stood solemnly beside her, clearly expressing their stance and full support. Many people in the world who were unaware of the truth were confused about what was happening. However, on the orb side, including Asher and Sujetsu, an ominous premonition suddenly arose in their hearts. The world's conflicts, from the terrorist attack at the Lunar Conference to the nuclear attack on June 7, from the Helios incident at the beginning of the year, each major event had a hidden force behind it, orchestrating the turmoil. The nation on Earth orb. What? This was the question that appeared simultaneously in everyone's minds. And at this moment, everyone felt that Lakis, this cute girl who sang beautifully and had always hoped for peace, had gone mad. Azrael could sit in the position of chairman of the Blue Persian Daisy not just because he was rich and powerful, but also because, although he was insane, he was not a fool. He immediately ordered all troops to cease their advance and begin a slow retreat. He wanted to see what this plant princess had to say. Asher and others were drenched in cold sweat, internally screaming that it was over, and ordered all engineers to frantically crack the system in an attempt to stop the live broadcast. They also tried to contact their death warriors in plant through confidential channels, hoping they would launch a terrorist attack. Even if they couldn't kill Lakis, they wanted to blow up the live broadcast system on the plant satellite. However, the communication fell silent, with no response. Asher dejectedly shook his body and took several steps back. He repeatedly replayed and recalled in his mind whether there was any incriminating evidence held by the other side. But no matter how he thought about it, he felt that everything had been done flawlessly. A glimmer of hope arose in his heart, hoping that the other side had no evidence and was just talking nonsense. Unfortunately, Lakis's subsequent actions completely extinguished his hope and tore apart the ideals that Orb had been propagating since its founding, destroying the last shred of belief in every Orb citizen and the ignorant people who sympathized with them. Next, please look at the intelligence we have gathered. From Orb cultivating death warriors to carry out terrorist attacks, kidnappings, and assassinations worldwide, to inciting the Earth Alliance to use nuclear weapons against June 7, deliberately leaking the mobile suit and warship intelligence jointly developed by the Earth Alliance and Orb to Zaft. Finally, since March of last year, there have been a total of 290 cases of missing girls aged 14 to 16 worldwide. Behind this is Orb secretly conducting kidnappings. And these girls were given to a mysterious person named Sujetsu, with their fate being to be devoured alive. Bastard, when the hell did I devour them alive? I only eat tea soup and rice. Those sacrifices were taken away by the gods after that was completed. Is this the key point? Immediately, segments of never-before-seen videos and recordings, documents obtained from within the OOB, and dirty deals linked to major events were presented to the world. Ashar was sitting on the ground, completely soaked, with no one left standing beside him. His brother, the highest representative of OOB, was now lying on his back, spewing green bile, having lost his life. On the bridge of the Archangel, Marilu and others stared in shock at the materials in the video. Combining this with their previous understanding of the OOB high-ranking officials and families, as well as the various brainwashing statements they had been subjected to, they felt their rationality and intelligence returning to their bodies. Mu, immediately send our people with weapons to arrest all the OOB personnel on the ship. Okay, I understand. I'm going now. Mu, if there is any resistance, lethal force is permitted. After Marilu finished speaking, a wave of exhaustion surged over her, and she slumped back against the captain's seat, but her gaze remained fixed on the materials before her. Newman then shut down all external channels on the Archangel to prevent anyone from escaping or acting out of desperation. Let me go. You. Not long after going out, Flada personally brought Kagari onto the bridge. Kagari had just seen the words and evidence provided by Lakis in the resting room, but she couldn't believe that her country and her father would do such things. So she tried to escape, but was arrested by Marilu's soldiers on the ship. And the Colonel Tiga, a descendant of Asan who was supposed to cover her, was also killed by the soldiers while resisting. Marilu ignored her screams and curses, carefully examining the materials in the video. Exhausted from her cursing, Kagari also looked at the video, which slowly revealed more and more incriminating evidence, making her breath nearly stop. For the happiness of the readers, Chapter 111 is unlucky, so it's omitted, but the content 1 TB less. OOB has completely stunk this time. The OOB citizens were left dumbfounded, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. What is the Ashar family doing? Aren't we the ones on the side of justice and independence? Damn it, how could the country end up like this? What difference do we have from a rat crossing the street now? What should we do? Is it too late to change our nationality? I am a juster. It doesn't matter if you are God. Within OOB and the entire territorial sea, all fighting has stopped. Mayura, what should we do? Akisha, how would I know? Julie, what do you think we should do? I don't know either. The Oob soldiers had no reason to continue fighting. Even though their superiors were urging them through the communicators, they remained motionless. Asher, we need to clarify. Otherwise, our deployment and Oob's future will be ruined. Clarify. How do we refute that? What clarification? The lion of Oob, Ashar, was now kneeling on the carpet. His previously long and smooth hair now matted with sweat, his eyes dull. Azrael had returned to his room, discussing with the various directors and military experts of the Blue Persian Daisy how to handle the situation in Oob going forward. In the asteroid belt, the Black Dragon was still undergoing painting modifications, while senior officials like Li Rulong sat together in the officers' dining hall, eating dumplings on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year while watching the live broadcast of the Oob battle. Oh, this steel coin really hurts my teeth. I finally found money in it. Sorry. Haha. Minister Xiong laughed loudly at the dining table, eating dumplings on the 5th day, and the cooking team even wrapped money in the dumplings just for the festive spirit. The others looked at Minister Xiong speechlessly, along with the dozens of empty plates stacked in front of him. Is it really worth it just to eat some money? Li Rulong was too lazy to use his X-ray vision to cheat. Watching Minister Xiong put down his chopsticks, lean back, and rub his belly, Zhou helplessly said, Oob is finished. If we follow our predictions, the Earth Alliance will join forces with radical ZFD elements to attack the moderate faction and plant. At that point, it will be our turn to intervene. That's right. Cruz and Halberton just sent back intelligence that several space fleets from ZFD and the Earth Alliance have lost contact. They were likely bought off by Oob previously and have now gone into hiding. The skin disease is nothing to worry about. It's just annoying. So what about our plan? Warning to the host. Cracks have appeared in the Dragon Star main universe barrier. Please return to the main universe immediately. Li Rulong was about to speak when he was interrupted by the system. That's not right, system brother. I still have over 2,700 hours left. Li Rulong looked at the blood-red countdown time of 27:43, 2:44 in his mind, and asked with some confusion. I don't know either, but the anchor point I left at the parallel world barrier has indeed detected that the outside of the barrier is being attacked by unknown forces or enemies. It's highly likely that there are external forces or enemies trying to enter the Longxing universe. What should we do then? We need to go back as soon as possible. I could buy you a maximum of 360 hours. After the system finished speaking, it fell silent. Rulong, you just mentioned there's a problem with our plan? Director Xiong said, burping as he looked at Li Rulong, who was halfway through his sentence. I meant to say that we must accelerate our plan and return to Longxing ahead of schedule. Li Rulong hurriedly replied, why is that? The planned deployment will take until the end, and then we'll wrap it up. We estimate it will take a month. A month, based on 30 days, is 720 hours, which is simply not enough. Uncle Xiong, everyone, we must complete the plan within 300 hours and leave this universe within 330 hours. That is our limit. Li Rulong said solemnly with a serious expression. He deliberately let out 30 hours to be on the safe side. Rulong, is it? Li Rulong nodded expressionlessly. Everyone in the conference room understood, as Li Rulong had mentioned before that the time to return was not under his control. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then immediately left their seats and ran out of the dining room. Director Xiong slowly stood up, assisted by his aide, and quickly returned to the operations room. Fiora ordered Cruz, Halburn, George, Bakilialu, Patrick, and Siegel to go online immediately. Yes, General. Wait, also call up Lux. Li Rulong added, after Fiora saluted. She immediately turned and left. It seems that this time, the person who came is not an ordinary one. Li Rulong sat alone in the restaurant, looking at the wine glass in his hand, silently reciting. 2 hours later, during a call, Li Rulong assigned the final tasks to all the insiders. They were excited to hear that once the mission was completed, they could officially join the organization behind the Black Dragon and gain 1,000 years of life. After logging off to start arranging their own tasks, only Lux remained online. Rulong, can I really go with you? Lux asked somewhat anxiously. But you need to think it through. After all, I already have 13 beautiful, gentle, cultured wives. Are you sure you want to join them? Yes, I'm sure. Lux in the video nodded confidently. All right, then I'll make a request. You say it, I'll agree to anything. Can you not be so scheming and treat everyone like family? Li Rulong finished speaking and fixed his gaze on Lux's expression. Of course, from now on, you, me, and them will be one family. Lux blushed as she hurriedly ended the communication. It seems the road ahead is long and heavy. Good luck, pink-haired one. On Earth, the obliterators had lost their fighting spirit and were throwing away their weapons. With such a government, they had no reason to sacrifice themselves. The common people also voluntarily returned home, ending their just-begun escape, as they felt no attachment to such a country. Azrael sent people to arrest all the high-ranking officials of Obliterators except for the Aska family, while the Obliterators' lion had turned into a dead cat with a bullet in its head. The grass chicken, for some unknown reason, still headed to space through the mass accelerator at the last moment, while the Archangel stayed behind and chose to surrender. Kagaya was handed over to the Earth Union, and Maru and the others no longer chose to protect her because of her family background. Azrael had gained everything needed from the planned targets and even exceeded expectations. He also learned from the high-ranking Obliterators about the existence of Egghead, who could foresee the future and possess special abilities, which excited him inexplicably. With a great victory, Azrael, representing the Earth Union, officially declared war on the Adjusters a week later. The battleship carrying nuclear bombs joined forces with the Lunar Fleet, and a massive Earth Union fleet began its advance toward the plant satellite cluster. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon in the asteroid belt was also prepared to intervene in the war. General, the equipment has been successfully installed, but due to material reasons, it can only be used twice for now. Aljo reported as he stood in front of Li Rulong. That's enough. The coordinates are positioned between the plant and the Earth Union front line. We will descend upon the world in a celestial manner. Yes. Boom. Those bastards from the Naturals. Do they really think they can wipe us out with the inhumane support of the Obliterators? Crews said they had come with nuclear bombs. Why has the neutron disruptor lost its function? I heard it was because the Naturals detonated the Alaskan Cyclops system, causing the neutron disruptor to collapse. Start the battle. They have nuclear bombs. We have Genesis. As soon as they are in range, let's hit them hard. Yes. Let these primitives know that we are not to be trifled with. The ZFD Military Committee, a group of high-ranking officials in purple and white uniforms, was debating countermeasures with expressions of anger and concern. Patrick Serra sat expressionlessly in the first seat, facing the specially invited Siegel Klein. These two were well-known representatives of the Hawks and Doves among the Adjusters. Seeing that they couldn't come to a conclusion, Patrick made a gesture to the silver-haired woman diagonally across from him. Isaac Jewell's mother, Isalia Jewell, understood immediately and knocked on the table. Everyone quiet. What good does it do for us to argue here? Everyone instantly fell silent and looked at her in anger. Chairman Serra, whether it's defense or counterattack, our main task is to absolutely prevent a nuclear bomb from being fired into the defensive range of the plant satellite cluster. The tragedy of Junius 7 must never happen again. Patrick looked at her and slowly said, I think we should negotiate with the Earth Union first. After all, if war breaks out, it will definitely be mutually destructive, and we will only be taken advantage of by other forces. After Patrick finished speaking, everyone in the meeting room widened their eyes in disbelief, looking at him. You're a warmonger who calls for the Naturals to be killed every minute, yet you suggest negotiations? Have you lost your mind? Boom! A loud noise startled everyone. Siegel Klein, sitting opposite Patrick, suddenly slammed his fist on the table. I disagree. Even if we negotiate today, who can guarantee that the Earth Union won't tear up the agreement tomorrow and continue to attack us with nuclear bombs? My opinion is that this battle must be fought. What the hell? The people in the meeting room were completely stunned. You, a pacifist who calls for a ceasefire every day and always wants to resolve differences through dialogue, are now actively calling for war. Have you gone mad? Bang bang. Two loud sounds as Patrick knocked on the table. You say to go war? The Naturals can't be completely killed. Don't you know how influential the Blue Persian Daisy is? If they retaliate later, how will we defend ourselves? Bang bang bang. Can you guarantee that this time the negotiations won't end up like before, with them tearing up the contract at any time? This time, the Earth Union has made a war announcement in advance to restore its reputation. Will they still inform us next time? Bang 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 bang. This time we must negotiate. Bang 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 bang. We must go to war and eliminate them. Bang. Conference table. How about you two just knock the armrests instead? I'm really hurting. Oh. The people in the meeting room turned their heads left and right, mouths agape, following the sounds of the knocks, until their necks hurt, and they all looked up at the ceiling, listening only with their ears as the Dove chairman called for war and the Hawk chairman wanted negotiations. Some even speculated whether these two big shots were playing some role reversal game or were just messing with them. Gentlemen, please calm down. Stop. Asalia Jewell, as the defense committee member and one of the few female high-ranking officials, stood up and used a sharp voice to stop the two big shots. That sharp voice pierced through everyone's eardrums like magic. Chairman Klein, Chairman Serra, please calm down. Can't we find other methods? What good does it do to talk about war and peace? I feel neither will fundamentally help. After everyone listened, They instinctively nodded. As long as the two big shots weren't arguing, they could accept any plan. Asalia, then what do you suggest? If we don't fight and don't negotiate, how do we exist? Should we surrender or flee collectively? Chairman Sarah, how can you say that? Surrender? Impossible. Adjusters will never be slaves. I'd rather run away. All right, it seems I and Chairman Klein are on the same page. Then it's decided we will run away. Okay, Patrick, it seems we do have some common opinions. Yes, Siegel. We just lacked communication before. Patrick, Siegel. The others were stunned, watching as the argument turned into mutual agreement. And now if there weren't a table in between, they might even hug each other, or even on the table. Conference table. Just split me in half. You guys go ahead. I'm done. Wait, Mr. Chairman, are we running away? But where can we run to? Yes, Chairman Sarah, your proposal. We can agree, but blindly running away is too childish. Everyone began to discuss, realizing that fighting was not an option, nor was running away something they had even considered. 11 massive colonial satellites. Even if they dragged them with a mobile fortress, how far could they run? Where could they go? If there were a place suitable for us to survive, would you agree to us moving to a different place to live? Patrick asked the crowd present. Siegel lowered his head to drink water, but his eyes were scanning the expressions of others. I agree. As long as Chairperson Sarah can provide us with a safe, peaceful, reliable place, even one that offers long life, I am 100 in favor. Asaria Jur raised her hand to express agreement. But her conditions made everyone feel that this woman was just making things difficult for Chairperson Sarah. Chairperson Jur, where is such a place? Good. If all conditions are met, you must appease all adjusters and then prepare for the migration work as required. Siegel put down his cup and responded loudly. Everyone realized that the two big shots were just acting, and Asaria Jur was their accomplice. Agree. Seconded. What could the others do? They were already caught in the trap. Whether to negotiate or go to war was up to the two of them. But they were even more curious. Had Sarah and the people from Klein really found such a world? Siegel and Patrick saw everyone expressing their stance, and suddenly stood up and walked towards the door, each opening it voluntarily. Two people walked in from outside. The one in front about 175 meters tall, with a gentle expression and a smile, followed by someone towering at 3 meters tall, dressed in a black bodysuit and a black cloak, with bulging muscles that highlighted powerful lines. Mr. Zhou, Captain Darnay. Siegel and Patrick, who opened the door, greeted the two who entered with a bow. Siegel's expression was respectful, while Patrick looked fervent. The person entering was Zhou Zesh, who had proactively come to plant with Li Rulong and others for final preparations, and Darnay was the bodyguard sent along. Zhou Zesh smiled as he looked at the people in the conference room, followed not just by Darnay, but also by Siegel and Patrick. He walked straight to the main seat where Patrick had been sitting, and Siegel and Patrick naturally stood beside him, while Darnay stood behind him. Mr. Zhou, have some tea. Asaria Jura proactively offered tea and then stood by like a server, waiting. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure who this man in his 30s was, but his righteous demeanor and kind smile gave a refreshing feeling. Mr. Zhou, let me introduce you. Is that all right? Sure. Thank you, Chairperson Sarah. You can just call me Little Sarah, Patrick said with a flattering smile, while Siegel felt frustrated, having spent a lifetime in politics. And now he was outdone by the gun-toting Sarah. We don't know him either. After introducing the senior members of the Plant Council and the ZFD National Defense Committee, Zhou Zesh smiled and nodded to greet them. This person is the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Great Dragon Star of another world, Zhou Zesh. Everyone welcome. Siegel suddenly jumped in, leading the applause. Sparse claps echoed in the conference room, as they did not know what Mr. Zhou from the Great Dragon Star was actually there for. Thank you both. I will explain next. Zhou Zesh smiled, and Darnay directly threw out a small disc, which hovered in the middle of the conference table, projecting a video. The video showcased 3 distinct planets, the city and culturally rich Dragon Star, the nature-rich and vast ocean planet Rulong, and the technologically advanced moon. It also displayed an interstellar fleet so enormous that even the high-ranking adjusters could hardly believe it, along with billions of strong soldiers. When the Super Kryptonian people were introduced, it completely overturned the adjusters' long-held belief that they were the pinnacle of human evolution. Suddenly, everyone looked towards Darnay behind Zhou Zesh, who was huge and had his arms crossed. Dressed exactly like in the video, Darnay knew it was finally his turn to show off, so he crossed his arms and flew up, looking down at the crowd that was already stunned. After landing, he crushed the conference table made of the same material as warships with a single finger. Conference table. Finally wrapped up, the table life ends here. Goodbye. Chairs. Zhou Zesh held his teacup and briefly introduced his purpose for being there and the treatment he could offer the adjusters, including the price they would have to pay. The high-ranking officials in the conference room were extremely excited. Compared to the treatment provided by Mr. Zhou, what they had to give was just a drop in the bucket. After all, who wouldn't sell their lives? Everyone expressed their absolute willingness to cooperate fully with Mr. Zhou, and the meeting ended with immediate preparations. At the same time, they looked with some resentment at Siegel and Patrick, thinking, if you had introduced Mr. Zhou earlier, what was the point of your performance? We would have jumped in right away. Siegel and Patrick had no choice, who knew that you all were already eager to be sycophants. If we had told you there was a backup plan you wouldn't agree with, who knows if you would have been scared out of your wits. Mr. Zhou, there's no problem with anything else, but this requires a national gene test, and anyone with chicken and stick genes must be excluded, along with anything related to the Ganges gene. What does this mean? Senator Kassar, you don't need to worry about this. Just follow the orders completely, otherwise. Siegel, seeing that the person in charge of genetic engineering, Senator Kassar, dared to raise a question, stared at him with a murderous look for the first time. Gulp. Siegel definitely has killed before. Kassar was so scared he quickly shut up. He was actually opposing the order, just trying to understand. Chairman Siegel, everyone has questions, and we should answer them. Opinions are also allowed to be voiced. Dragon Star does not have a single voice. Everything must be discussed together. Yes, mister. Zhou is right. You can just call me Little Siegel. I would dare. Zhou Zesh quickly waved his hand. Even saying Little Siegel could be taken as an insult, not to mention that his daughter might end up being that kid's woman, regarding his father-in-law. It was better for Zhou Zesh to remain polite. Let me explain to avoid any confusion for Senator Kassar, in case there are mistakes during the execution of the plan. The 3 genes you mentioned are exactly the genes of the high-ranking members of OOB. As you know, they are inherently dark, so we must eliminate these unstable factors. Kassar finally understood after listening. The indigenous people of Orb were now despised, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Zhou Zhaji for clearing up his confusion. After the meeting, Zhou Zhaji personally took charge, while Siegel led the legislators responsible for livelihood and relocation work. All those with the 3 specific genes in their ancestry were concentrated in the Januarius 1 satellite for various reasons, and were assigned housing, land, and jobs. They accepted the relocation and appointments with joy, while others were moved to 10 other colonial satellites. Patrick, on the other hand, commanded ZFT, integrating military power by implanting the Xianyuan Tactical Intelligence System into all warships and MS, transforming them into unmanned warships and automated MS. The Kryptonian supermen who had long been sent to Earth also conducted inspections on the plant forces Earth military and civilians who had already received orders. Those who did not meet the standards were all relocated to other bases or cities, while the qualified were gathered and provided with positioning bracelets. With the unprecedented high-efficiency cooperation between the plant parliament and the ZFT committee, all tasks assigned by Zhou Zhaji were completed in just 6 days. Meanwhile, Azrael was aboard the flagship Archangel, leading the Earth Alliance fleet, including the No. 2 ship, the main Angel, and the Izumo-class space battleship, the Psychonia, which had been extracted from Orb and was about to reach the front lines. Bang! Bastard! That wretched woman Bakiliula dared to betray me. Azrael smashed the cup in his hand against the face of the officer reporting to him. Just moments ago, he had been informed that the Earth prison holding Maru and others had been raided by unidentified individuals, one of whom was recognized as the former vice-captain of the Archangel, because Maru and others had implicated Natalie Bakiliulu, who was left on Earth for investigation. Furthermore, the raid was aimed at rescuing people, besides Maru and a few others. Even the original soldiers and engineers from the Archangel's maintenance crew were taken away, but not a single Orb person was touched, and they continued to hold their posts. No matter how angry Azrael was, Maru and others, who had already hidden in the ZFD base, looked at Bakiliulu in front of them, waiting for an explanation. Natalie, why can these people fly? Maru and others cautiously followed Bakiliulu into the ZFD military base. The busy ZFD soldiers around them showed no unusual reactions, even saluting Bakiliulu warmly and initiating greetings. They were led into a barracks, and the moment the door closed, Maru couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward to grab Bakiliulu's arm. Natalie, why can these people fly? Bakiliulu was taken aback by her question and tilted her head in surprise, saying, Captain Ramias, shouldn't you first ask me if I defected? Why did you come to the ZFD base? Maru let go, a bit embarrassed, and hurriedly explained, well, I was just flown back, which made me even more curious. We'll talk about that later. We need to hurry. By the way, there are ZFD uniforms on the bed, tailored to your sizes. changed quickly. After saying that, she picked up a box from the side and handed it to Maru. For the bracelets. Everyone will get one shortly. Make sure to wear them. It's very important. But Kilyalu said seriously, then saluted and left the barracks with her team. The others who were rescued along with Maru looked at the somewhat conflicted captain, waiting for her decision. Oh, it seems we were rescued by a formidable force, so it's better to obey. Flata scratched his head, trying to ease the tension. Madek, standing at the back, looked at his colleagues with a smile, feeling quite relieved. On the other side, in the reception room of the Archangel, Azrael was welcoming an unexpectedly important guest along with the three little strong ones and the heavily made-up Kira. Kira-kun, I really missed you. Skarampled-kun. Me too. How'd you been these past few days? Upon seeing the leading figure, Kira immediately stepped forward and hugged him tightly. Even Azrael, who had seen grand scenes, and the emotionless three little strong ones were disgusted by the scene before them. Olga, the pilot of the Calamity Gundam, who had read many youth novels, couldn't help but vomit. His reaction immediately angered Scrambled Edcoin, who had just been hugging Kira. Bang! Scrambled Edcoin, who had just been hugging Kira, instantly appeared in front of Olga and, to everyone's surprise, flicked Olga away with a single finger. Olga let out a pain scream, crashing into the wall behind him and spitting out a mouthful of blood that floated in the weightless cabin. Olga, stop it! No matter how the three usually sabotaged each other, they were still teammates. Just as Shunny and the others were about to intervene, Azrael stopped them. Azrael adjusted his white suit, forcibly concealing his usual arrogant expression, and approached Scrambled Edcoin, extending his right hand. I apologize. They are just kids and don't understand what true love means. Please forgive them, Azrael said sincerely, as he was startled by the other's actions and power. Young and shallow, Scrambled Edcoin said with arms crossed, still somewhat angry. Yes, please have a seat. I assume your visit is not just to find a lost love? Kira took the initiative to hold Scrambled Edcoin's hand and pulled him down into a chair. I'm here to help you attack ZAFT. Oh, although you are powerful, space warfare does not rely on one or two people, but rather on fleets and strong military power. We are well prepared. How do you plan to assist us? Azrael narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the face that could make him vomit at any moment, and asked in a deep voice. Scrambled Edcoin toyed with Kira's long, fair fingers and casually replied, You don't want my power? Azrael stared at him in shock. Can this power be granted to others? Don't know what we have to pay. I know that you will use nuclear bombs to attack the planet's satellites and destroy them. I have one request. You can destroy one satellite city, but the others must force them to surrender. Then I want all the women age 14 to 16 who are adjusters from plant. My God needs them. As long as the God is happy, you will naturally benefit. Scrambled Edcoin. Be good. I have already prepared your share. Azrael forced down the soup he drank last night and swallowed it back. He calculated carefully in his mind, thinking it feasible. After all, as long as plants surrendered, he could do whatever he wanted. Whether to make them slaves or completely annihilate them was just a matter of his words. Moreover, he was not worried that the person before him would play tricks on him. In his understanding, who could be stronger than a space fleet? Thinking of this, Azrael agreed to the proposal of Eggbreaker. Originally, a handshake was needed to signify the cooperation, but this time he kept his hands behind his back. At the Zaft fortress, Yakin Duviai, Zhou Zetsi, and Daniai arrived together with Patrick Sala to take command here, which would be the front line for the war against the Earth Alliance. With Zhou Zetsi's consent, Patrick immediately began to command the fleet. The Yuta team had already reached the designated position. The Karu team, Kiribati team, and Melita team were assembled. The cruise team arrived at the position, with Gondwana located behind them. Young Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. The CIC began to orderly report the real-time deployment situation of various fleets and battle teams. Let Aslan and the others go to the Eternal and join crews. Yes, Aslan Sala, Justice Gundam launch. Isaac Jewel, Freedom Gundam launch. Nicola Malfi, Destiny Gundam launch. Diego Elsman, God Emperor Gundam launch. The four latest Zaft nuclear-powered mobile suits equipped with anti-neutron jammers left the Yakin Duviai base and headed for their dedicated support warship, Eternal. In this battle, Zaft had brought out all their resources, gathering over 5,000 various types of mobile suits and more than 800 warships of different models. However, aside from normal personnel movements within the Yakin Duviai base, almost all frontline deployments were unmanned warships and drones controlled by the Xinyuan system. The few that were piloted were elite red-clad pilots like Aslan or white-clad captains of crews level who needed the Xianyuan system's command. Report: 1,200 meters ahead. Earth Alliance fleet detected. Total number of warships: 2,300, with over 300 transport ships. Report: 2 warships of the same type as Archangel detected in the enemy fleet, one of which is the Archangel itself, and 2 Oblivion-class warships, along with 22 Nazca-class and 51 Laurasia-class. Although the enemy fleet was massive and included traitors from their side, no one on the Zaf side showed signs of tension or fear. Everyone was excited, thrilled, and cursing in their hearts. Finally here, Patrick looked at the large battle situation screen in the command center, feeling completely calm. Sitting beside him, Josetzi held a thermos cup with both hands, equally relaxed and smiling, occasionally taking a sip. On the Earth Alliance side, Azrael sat in the Archangel, relieved that the person he was worried about had returned to the Grass Kazuna. Looking at the deployment of the Zaf fleet ahead, Azrael waved his hand, ordering the vanguard to depart. On the Menelaus, Halbaton received the flagship's order and sneered disdainfully. Let's go do our job as cannon fodder. Xianyuan, I'll leave it to you. Understood. Admiral Halbaton. He then ordered the 8th Fleet to protect the MA and pacifists carrying nuclear weapons, proceeding to the combat area. Meanwhile, on the right side of the battle line, in the task force led by Zod, aboard the flagship Agamemnon, Zod stood with his hands behind his back, flanked by a dozen super Kryptonians in identical battle suits. In his fleet, no one was actually piloting. They were all loyal subordinates, and their families secretly sent to the Zaft Earth base. While those who were slightly disloyal and those from other factions sent to win him over and monitor him had already been frozen in ice and disposed of in the ship's cabin. As for the fleet commander's communication video, it was all handled by AI processing from Xianyuan, making it undetectable to outsiders. Report: enemy subfleet advancing towards us. Identified as Earth Alliance 8th Fleet, and a large number of MAs and MS are attacking. MAs confirmed to be carrying nuclear weapons. At the Akin Duviai base. Upon seeing the nuclear weapons again, Patrick clenched his fists. His beloved wife had been killed by the Earth Alliance using nuclear weapons, and he wished he could order Genesis to launch one at them right now and then bombard the Earth. Of course, he would have done that before, but now he had a higher goal. Mr. Zhou, let's begin. Just drag them all in. General Lee will arrive immediately. Yes. Order. No nuclear bomb is to breach the defense line. The Zaft fleet received the order, and the warships began firing at the Earth Alliance's MAs and MS. While countless Jins and MS targeted all MAs and MS, preparing to shoot down all nuclear bombs. The 8th Fleet also began to counterattack. But both sides seemed to have issues with their aim. Zaft's firepower hit the Earth Alliance's MAs and MS, while the 8th Fleet seemed to be just tracing lines, with not a single shell or beam weapon hitting the enemy. From the back, Azrael and the others observed the battle, noticing that Halbaton seemed to know he was being used as cannon fodder, so the 8th Fleet kept charging bravely into the enemy formation, even surpassing the pacifist units they were supposed to protect. It wasn't until the first batch of pacifists and the dispatched assault short swords suffered heavy losses and the 8th Fleet's warships also sustained significant damage that Azrael finally allowed himself to smile in relief. That fool Halbaton thinks that by sacrificing himself he can uphold his... What? Just as Azrael was about to mock the fools of the 8th Fleet to his aides, he suddenly noticed a change in the situation. The 8th Fleet indeed suffered heavy casualties, and except for the flagship, almost all warships had been destroyed. But the flagship was unscathed and had charged into the Zaft formation without hindrance, even managing to turn around and was slowly retreating. The passage that Zaft had opened was slowly closing, seemingly to welcome Halbaton. Azrael immediately ordered to contact Halbaton. When the communication connected, he saw Halbaton reclining with his legs crossed, sitting in the captain's seat, looking at him with disdain. Azrael's face turned green with anger as he shouted, "Halbaton, what do you mean by this? Are you going to defect? Chairman Azrael, I really doubt how you became the chairman of the Blue Persian Daisy. Is it because you're the smartest among a bunch of fools? Or because you look the ugliest?" Halbaton mocked, even discussing the situation with the flagship captain beside him. As if it were obvious, he actually asked, "Is it funny or not? You, all right, I can smell your bad breath from this far away. I'm busy, see you. Oh no, you might not get to see me again, huh?" With that, the communication ended, and the bridge of the Archangel fell silent, everyone holding their breath, afraid of provoking the already erupting Azrael. Bastard, 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 bastard. Azrael suddenly roared, venting his anger with wild gestures. Order. The entire fleet launch. I will destroy that group of monsters. I will personally tear apart that bastard Halbatten. Chairman, please. Bang. One of the aides beside him was about to advise him when he was suddenly shot dead by Azrael, who had pulled out a gun. The others were frightened and quickly stepped back, not understanding why Azrael had brought a gun. Can't you hear my orders? Attack. The whole army attack. And have that whore come out to attack too. Azrael shouted angrily at everyone, who dared not stop him and could only carry out his orders. The massive fleet of the Earth Alliance began to move forward simultaneously, with transport ships in the rear releasing more pacifist troops equipped with nuclear bombs. On the Archangel, Kira was already prepared, piloting the modified Strike Freedom Gundam with a backpack, leading a team of soldiers piloting the Orbem-1 Gundam to the front lines. Young Master, there are more chapters ahead. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Nearly 10,000 Earth Alliance assault short swords and special MS quickly gathered, flying to the front of the fleet. At the back of the fleet, the clueless Tsukuyomi also ordered his troops to advance closely. Mr. Zhou, they took the bait. Yes, Long and the others are probably arriving soon too. The two sides finally engaged in battle. Although the number of Earth Alliance MS was about twice that of ZFT, the MS controlled by Xinyuan at least had the combat power of ordinary elite redcoats. Apart from Kira and the three strong ones being considered opponents, there are almost none of the other assault short swords that could single-handedly take on the enemy. They could only rely on their numbers to occasionally destroy a few Jins or other types of MS. Meanwhile, Aslan and his team were like tigers entering a sheepfold, crazily slaughtering the Earth Alliance forces. A golden Mississippi. Is that Kira? You are your Aslan? Aslan couldn't believe his ears upon hearing the voice on the communicator. Is that really you, Kira? Yes, it's me. How are you, Aslan Cohen? Aslan didn't know how to respond. The voice on the communicator was definitely Kira's, but the way he spoke and his tone made Aslan feel very disgusted. Pavet. A roar came from the communicator, and Kira quickly powered up, narrowly dodging an attack from behind. A blue and white Gundam with wings rushed towards him, holding swords in both hands. The pilot of the Freedom Gundam was a Thrun. Had it not been for Nickel constantly following them with mirages on that small island off Orb's coast, he would have likely already been dead. But he couldn't let this grudge go unpunished. Aslan, leave that pervert to me. Oh good, go ahead, thank you. Seeing someone take over, Aslan hurriedly piloted the Justice Gundam away. He just wanted to get far away from this person who was no longer a brother. On the bridge of the Black Dragon, Li Rulong nodded at Zhang Zhong. All departments, pay attention. Coordinates, directly behind the Earth Alliance fleet. The first jump experiment of the Black Dragon is starting. The Black Dragon, which had been silent in the asteroid belt, suddenly erupted with a strong white light. When the light disappeared, the Black Dragon was no longer visible. The Earth Alliance fleet gradually noticed that the previously aggressive ZFD special painted MS were now all playing hit and run, not engaging with the Earth Alliance's assault short swords at all. Meanwhile, many pilots of the assault short swords on the front line reported that the Jins they had fought so hard to destroy had not revealed a single coordinator pilot. This strange situation was immediately reported to Azrael, but he scratched his messy yellow hair, unable to understand what ZFD was up to. Beep. Archangel, send someone to support me quickly. I'm being stalked by a madman. Kira's sharp cry for help came through the communicator. Remembering his relationship with that person, Azrael suppressed his nausea and ordered 5 more teams of assault short swords to support. Since the start of the battle, he had had a bad feeling, always thinking something big would happen. ZFD dug such a big pit, burying all the ships of the 8th Fleet except for the flagship. It must be a grand conspiracy. Boom. Mirror team wiped out. Elven team wiped out. Remaining teams have suffered over half damage. The CIC's voice interrupted Azrael's thoughts. Didn't we just send them out? A deep gray MS equipped with Dragon Knights had shattered the supporting assault short sword team for Captain Kira. The rate of losses had already exceeded Azrael's expectations, and at this point, he no longer wanted to send any more troops to support Kira. Just as he was hesitating, the Tsukuyomi sent a communication. The nauseating face of Tsukuyomi appeared on the screen. Azrael, send someone to support Kira-kun immediately. If something happens to him, all our agreements will be void. The voice coming from the video was no longer distinguishable as male or female. Mr. Tsukuyomi, you can see that the enemy's strength is very strong, and Kira's position is the main battlefield. No matter how many we send, it will be useless. It would be better to invest all our forces to protect the pacifists. As long as the nuclear bombs can know, right now, the scream pierced the eardrums of everyone on the Archangel's bridge, and Azrael gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. The Tsukuyami and the Shukura, as well as the troops we brought, will also go forward to support. Tsukuyami said anxiously before ending the communication. Damn it. Azrael cursed. But in order to gain the opportunity for evolution, he could only swallow his anger and ordered 10 more teams to go for support. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Kira was about to hold on no longer, the Eternal, which was commanding within the ZFD formation, suddenly launched 3 colored flares. This was the order for the army to retreat, and it applied to both those still engaged in battle and those preparing to support. They must all return to the main formation. Seeing the ZFD Special MS turning back towards their main formation, a Thrun, who was in a one-on-one fight with Kira, snorted coldly, not daring to defy the military order, and kicked the rising Gundam away, quickly piloting the Freedom Gundam to retreat. Kira breathed a sigh of relief in an instant, and the squad that had come to support him and the 3 strong ones flew to his side, on guard against Zaf's tricks. The High Command of the Earth Alliance fleet was somewhat surprised. Although their forces still had the advantage in numbers, the balance of war had tilted towards ZFD. So what was the enemy doing by retreating at this time? Suddenly, alarms blared from all the warships. What's going on? Azrael quickly asked the operator upon hearing the alarm. There's an energy response appearing 300 meters behind our fleet, and the energy index is very high. Actually, there was no need for the operator to respond. The cameras at the rear of the battleship had already transmitted the anomaly to the display screen. In the pitch-black universe, a sudden white light appeared, rapidly expanding and then erupting. Once everyone adjusted to the bright light, a previously unseen triangular battleship suddenly appeared on the monitor. The battleship was about 13 kilometers long, nearly 8 kilometers wide at its widest point, and reached a height of 7 kilometers, larger than the Yakindu fortress. The command tower atop the battleship could accommodate the largest ZFD Gowana-class aircraft carrier. Except for a very few individuals who had been aboard the Black Dragon before, everyone else was stunned, unsure whether the sudden appearance of the battleship meant friend or foe. Attention, everyone. This is the Yakindu Command Center. I am Chairman Patrick Sala. That battleship is called the Black Dragon, is our ally. The identification code was uploaded to your battleships and MS systems before the battle began. Now, I order you to remain on standby and be ready to cooperate with the Black Dragon's operations at all times. A video call from Patrick came through to Aslan and the others in their MS units. Upon learning it was an ally, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It was impossible not to be nervous just now. Even the smallest gun on that battleship could fit a Jin, and there were so many that it was terrifying. If a battle broke out, they absolutely had no chance of victory. Meanwhile, on the Earth Alliance side, there was considerable chaos. Azrael was roaring at the communications officer on the bridge. What is going on with that battleship? Which faction is it from? Why can't we make contact? Chairman, we don't have the other side's identification code, nor do we have a communication protocol, the communications officer replied helplessly. As soon as that battleship appeared, he had been trying to contact them and search for their identification code, but found nothing. Chairman, we could try using the International Rescue Channel, suggested the chief of staff beside him. What are we waiting for? Hurry. The communications officer immediately followed the order and sent out a wide-area communication request via the International Rescue Communication Channel. Surprisingly, they received a response. Oh, is the chairman of the Blue Persian Daisy considering surrender? When the video call connected, it was none other than Patrick Sala's disdainful face. Bastard, who's considering surrender? You ZFD monster. Azrael was so furious he nearly pulled out his pistol to shatter the display screen. ZZZ. This is the Dragon Star Navy Task Force. Black Dragon, who is calling the fleet. On the other side of the video, a middle-aged man in a white military uniform suddenly appeared, looking sternly at the 2 people on the video. Who are you? What faction does the Dragon Star Task Force belong to? Patrick Sala, saluting Captain Zhang. Unlike Azrael's questioning, Patrick stood tall and saluted respectfully to Zhang on the video. Azrael gaped, astonished at Patrick's demeanor. Oh no, this battleship belongs to ZFT. I knew those monsters in the sky had ulterior motives. His mind raced with thoughts, even calculating whether the Allied fleet had a chance if they simultaneously engaged both sides in battle. The aides around him, seeing his expression, understood what he was contemplating and shook their heads, indicating it was impossible. Who are you? This world cannot possibly have a faction like yours. Suddenly, another person joined the communication video, who was none other than the Eggmaster from the Grass Eater. There is no way we exist? Shouldn't you be here? In the Black Dragon video, a person walked in beside Zhang, it was Li Rulong. Originally, Li Rulong had come to this world to scavenge usable resources and technology, intending to take as many usable adjusters as possible before returning after the fall of the Oob. However, upon encountering someone not in his memory, he wanted to investigate further. Just after the Black Dragon intervened in the battlefield, the system suddenly sent a message that piqued his interest. Detected unknown system accessing our universe. Please capture the opposing system, and there will be unexpected benefits. At this point, Li Rulong voluntarily entered the video, appearing before them. Who are you? Azrael and the Egg Master asked simultaneously upon seeing the handsome young man on the video. Brother Tong, that guy seems unaware of the existence of other systems? Definitely. His own system has rules that restrict it. Unlike me, who has evolved a soul, cannot leak such top-secret information about the existence of other systems and game rules. Moreover, this universe itself belongs to the Blue Star series, so it cannot detect me. That's good. Brother Tong is impressive. Of course, if you mess with me. It's like blowing up your ancestral grave with a nuclear bomb. Ignoring the proud Brother Tong, Li Rulong mainly focused on the screen of the Egg Master. Li Rulong contemptuously said to him, "Dare to curse me to death. Today, I will let you know what happens when you provoke a god. Azrael, attack for me. I want to kill him." Sui Danjun instantly exploded with rage, his face turning red as he pointed at Li Rulong on the video with a delicate gesture. Then ended the communication. Damn, you only focused on death and the words transvestite, right? Everyone on the battlefield could see and hear the communication content, and they all looked on speechlessly at the furious Sui Danjun. But immediately, they witnessed a scene that shattered many people's common sense. The Kusanagi was hit by something from the inside, creating a large hole, and a person flew out from within. Upon closer inspection, it was actually that transvestite, dressed in a pink and green Japanese outfit, without any protective gear, rushing into space. That speed was comparable to an MS. Azrael saw this scene, and his heart burned with excitement, thinking that the opponent not only had incredible speed and strength, but could also traverse the universe with a physical body and survive in space. With his mind made up, he immediately ordered 2/3 of the fleet to turn around and cooperate with the transvestite. No, Mr. Suidan, to attack the Black Dragon behind them. The remaining 1/3 needed to stay in place to guard against a ZFT counterattack. Old Zhang, it's up to you from here on out. I'm going out to have some fun. After Li Rulong finished speaking, he flicked his cloak behind him and directly left the Black Dragon. Various exclamations came through the communicator in Sui Danjun's ear, making him, someone who previously lived at the bottom of his civilization, feel quite pleased. He was also very satisfied with his entrance, seeing that the warship showed no reaction, probably stunned by his presence. Just as he was still basking in his vanity, a voice suddenly came from in front of him. Where are you going, dead man? Sui Danjun was startled and focused his gaze, only to find it was the young man from the video earlier. He was even more shocked now, realizing that the other person could also survive in the universe. Did he have divine assistance like himself? Seeing the other's strong physique, handsome and resolute face, and the impressive bulge emphasized by the tight uniform, he instantly blushed. Feeling a bit shy, he rubbed his hands together and said, "Wow, you can fly too, big brother. We must be of the same kind. Should we find a place to chat properly?" Li Rulong was disgusted and stepped back a bit, feeling some disdain. Who the hell thinks that a dead she-male is the same kind? Don't gross me out. I have 13, no, soon to be 14, actually 15 wives. The expression on Sui Danjun's face darkened instantly. He didn't expect the person he had his eye on actually dare to have females, and so many of them. Oof. You don't know the benefits of a dual plug. I advise you to come with me. Otherwise, don't think that just because your battleship is big, we won't outnumber you. In the end, you'll definitely be the one to die. Sui Danjun put his hands on his hips and said coquettishly, "Damn, I told you not to disgust me. And you want to compare numbers? Come on, everyone come out and see the dead she-male." Li Rulong exaggeratedly formed a trumpet shape with his hands and shouted into the universe, "You dead ghost. I told you not to curse others." That big bean. Sui Dan was reprimanding Li Rulong when he suddenly noticed a dense crowd of people in the same uniform, cloaked in black, appearing behind him. Not only were there robust men, but there were also women. This scene not only stunned him, but also shocked Azrael, who was watching the video, as well as the Earth United Fleet and those in ZFD who were unaware of the situation. Could this ability really be mass-produced and easily granted to others? At this moment, Azrael's desire to obtain such superpowers intensified, wishing he could immediately become one of them. Report. An explosion occurred on the right side of the Zod Task Force battleship. What? The video switched, and indeed, the Zod fleet, which had previously commanded 35 battleships, had now turned into space debris, none remaining. Did ZFD launch a surprise attack? No, it wasn't. Look over there, someone is flying. CIC couldn't believe his eyes and stutteringly pointed at the screen. Ah, Zod. Zod is one of them too. Azrael stared wide-eyed at Zod, who was flying towards the ZFD direction with a group. Why could a lowly soldier fly too? The flames of jealousy in Azrael's heart had already burned to his forehead, and he blurted out his thoughts without thinking. Everyone on the bridge immediately turned to him, feeling angry but daring not to speak out. Azrael, unaware that he had misspoken, immediately ordered the fleet to open fire and kill Zod and the others. The forward fleet aimed their cannons at Zod, and Patrick wanted to immediately order the warships to go support them, even to act as a shield for them. However, he was stopped by Zhou Zetzizi, who was drinking goji berry tea. Don't worry, Xiaosa, not to mention these ship cannons, even if your Genesis directly bombarded Zod and them, they wouldn't be hurt at all. Patrick, after hearing this, felt a bit skeptical, but seeing the disdain on Denai's face behind Zhou Zetzizi, he became more uncertain. As Zod and the others noticed the battleship cannons aimed at them, they all stopped and turned to look at the Earth United Fleet. Zod stood in the middle with his hands behind his back, while those beside him either had their hands on their hips, fixing their hair, or provocatively giving the Earth United Fleet the finger. Countless laser beams, shells, and missiles precisely hit them, followed by the assault short range, which raised their beam rifles to aim and fire. The attack lasted a full 5 minutes, and when everything stopped, everyone was left in shock. Zod and the others were still floating in space, completely unharmed, not even having moved back a centimeter. Zod was not a good-natured person. He had only wanted to show off earlier, and now that the other side's attack was over, it was their turn. He instantly appeared in front of the most eye-catching mobile suit, and with a single punch, directly blasted the opponent's mobile suit apart. The explosive Kiara, piloting the Golden Freedom Gundam, hadn't even reacted before being killed by Zod. Kiara-kun, I hope you come back as a woman in your next life. Suedan and Aslan simultaneously mourned their beloved friend. Zod's other subordinates were also eliminating the Earth United's MS and battleships at nearly the speed of light, almost each with a single punch or a collision. Some even directly used their heat rays to split battleships in two. Suedan roared angrily, wanting to rush over to avenge Kiara, but was blocked by Li Rulong. Leave him to me. You go deal with the Earth United and the people from the Blue Persian Daisy. Yes. A portion of the Kryptonian supermen rushed towards the fleet, while another portion charged towards Earth. The Black Dragon began to advance, but did not attack actively. Instead, it sent Zhang Peng and the flying squad out for practical combat testing. After seeing everyone leave, Li Rulong fixed his gaze on Suedan and asked in a voice only the two could hear, "Which universe are you from? What is your system?" Suedan, who was gritting his teeth, suddenly widened his eyes. You. Forget it, it's pointless to ask. Li Rulong finished speaking, his eyes instantly turned red. In a red heat, Ray severed the opponent's head. Brother Tom, it's done. This time we VE hit the jackpot. Once I absorb this system, I can take you to all the affiliated universes outside their main universe. With a large number of superheroes and Zhang Peng joining in, the Earth United Fleet's collapse speed was unimaginable. In just 1 hour, all fleets of the Atlantic Federation, the Orb, and the Zaft rebels were destroyed. The remaining fleets of the Eurasian Federation and East Asian Federation also fired a signal flare to indicate their surrender. Zhang Zhong gathered them together and allowed them to return to the lunar base. About half an hour later, those who went to Earth to eliminate the Blue Persian Daisy and Logos returned as well. Patrick ordered all troops to abandon their battleships and MS, concentrating all forces in the Yakin Divi fortress. This battle was a complete reshuffle for this universe. And Li Rulong followed Patrick and Zhou back to April City Implant. Just as they left the orbital elevator, a graceful figure leaped into Li Rulong's arms. Patrick and the others quickly turned their heads to look elsewhere, while Zod and the others withdrew their biological force fields, not daring to eavesdrop. Rulong, I missed you so much. Looking at the pink-haired girl in his arms, Li Rulong gently stroked her hair. I came back, didn't I? We'll be leaving soon. There is plenty of time ahead. Lux blushes and softly replies, Is everyone ready? Siegel immediately turned around and said, General Lee, all wristbands have been distributed, and those with unqualified genes have been relocated to other colonial satellites. The military bases remaining on Earth are also ready, just waiting for your orders. Li Rulong looked at his cheap father-in-law in front of him and smiled, replying with okay. Tonga, let's head back. The collective crossing preparation began. 3, 2, 1. As the system voice ended, a blue vortex appeared behind those wearing the wristbands. In just 1 second, 7 plant colonial satellites turned into dead cities. At the same time, explosions occurred simultaneously at the Genesis Fortress and all remaining ZFD warships and MS. The debris from the explosions was gradually attracted by the weak gravity of the plant colonial satellites, forming a metallic asteroid belt belonging to that place. When they opened their eyes again, everyone stood in a huge square, while the Black Dragon returned to the position it had before departure. After a year and 8 months, Rulong and the others finally returned to Dragon Star. Zhou and the others also received the information and hurried to the Haidang Hall conference room, which had become the place where Rulong would inevitably meet them every time he returned. The new mayor of the welcoming city greeted Rulong and the others, then began coordinating with the temporary plant representatives to arrange for the new 2 million adjusters. Rulong, Zhou Zesh, and others brought Siegel, Patrick, and other senior members of Plan and Zaft, along with potential talents like Aslan, to the capital city to report on their work. Where is this? Mariu and others looked at the unfamiliar environment in front of them, breathing in the fresh air they had never experienced before, feeling the comfortable temperature and gentle breeze. I think we might have arrived in a new world. It's truly incredible, Flotta speculated. He had always claimed to be a man who could turn the impossible into possible. But this was something he really couldn't do. You guessed quite accurately. A similar voice came from behind him. Kreutzer. Flotta turned around and was surprised to find it was his fake father. No need to be so wary. We are compatriots now. And besides, my terminal illness caused by gene collapse has also been cured by the general, seeing that the other party had already assumed a fighting stance and was full of vigilance. Kreutzer said with a smile. Also, I advise you not to make a move here. Just look at the guard around us. I don't want to get into trouble because of you, my good son, Kreutzer teased before walking away with a smile. The crew of the Archangel cast him curious glances, wanting to see the drama unfold. Flotta awkwardly touched his nose but did not explain anything. Soon, the staff of the welcoming city came over to register them. Capital City, Haidang Hall. This is basically the situation. Rulong and Zhou Zetsizi gave brief reports, and the detailed materials have been sent to all attendees. Old Zhou removed his flat mirror from his face and smiled as he glanced at Siegel and the others. So, ordinary people in that world are too entangled and jealous, and only the adjusters align with our common development philosophy, right? Those who have been there nodded in response. Old Zhou looked at Yang Lao and Zhang Lao beside him and softly asked, what do you think? Should we let them become a new nation on their own? Or? A few exchanged glances, and finally, Yang Lao spoke up, I think it's better to integrate them into the existing nations. After all, they have all been adjusted. If they become a completely new nation, they might feel isolated again. I agree. I think so too. Several big shots spoke up, agreeing with Yang Lao's opinion. Old Zhou smiled and nodded after hearing this. It seemed everyone shared his view. Siegel, Patrick, welcome to integrate into the Longxing Huaxia family. I will arrange for your new residences later, and you can live here normally from now on. The few immediately nodded in response. They had already obtained the most desired results that adjusters yearned for and no longer value power. Little Master, there is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. However, Old Zhou's next statement made them feel that they could continue to shine. If you're interested, Siegel's council members can work in various departments of the Executive Yuan, and Patrick's military leaders and soldiers can continue to serve in the army according to their wishes. As for Patrick, he can start as a staff officer to better understand our military system. Siegel and the others immediately expressed their willingness to comply with the arrangements and would definitely get to work as soon as possible. By the way, we will distribute super serums to all of you later, allowing you to have a 1,000-year lifespan and an even stronger physique than now. Old Zhang suddenly said to them, and the adjusters present were instantly excited and enthusiastic. But don't think you can be as strong as Rulong and the others. They are superhumans, and we're just ordinary folks. Siegel and the others understood. They wouldn't think that Rulong and the others were heights they could all achieve, nor would they be easily swayed like that madman Azrael. After discussing some details, the meeting concluded, but Rulong kept all the big shots behind. Grandpa, uncles, our cosmic barrier is being attacked by an unknown force, and in less than 40 hours, it is highly likely that enemies will enter our universe. We need to prepare now, Rulong said in a deep voice to everyone. After listening, Old Zhou and the others immediately became serious. Is it ahead of schedule? Minister Xiong asked. They all had a timeline, and the countdown was displayed on the walls of the Haidang Hall and several major departments. At this moment, the electronic countdown in Haidang Hall showed 2,421 hours, 41 minutes, and 33 seconds remaining. No, I think another force might have intervened. Li Rulong repeated the systematic analysis to those present. After listening, everyone fell into deep thought. After a while, Minister Xiong took the initiative to ask Rulong, "You just mentioned the intervention of unknown forces. Do you know where they might specifically arrive? After all, you said before that our universe is almost infinite. Tell them. The farthest could be the Orc Cloud, and the closest could even be directly in our face, but it definitely won't be powerful beings from higher dimensions. It could be near the Orc Cloud, and there's also a chance they could directly enter the Earth's vicinity." Li Rulong spoke honestly. Director Xiong turned around and waved his hands left and right, and the generals present, including Commander Wang, quickly surrounded him. A group of people squatted on the ground and murmured for a long time. Director Xiong turned around and said, "Old Zhou, Rulong, what do you think about this? Our Longxing Universe Navy fleet has now formed a scale, and its combat power is countless times stronger than before. If we encounter that mechanical demon race again, there is no need for Rulong to take action. We can definitely beat them down. So this time, if it's still the mechanical demons or a fleet, we'll handle it. If it's something like the super Kryptonians who can traverse the cosmic void with their physical bodies, then the Kryptonian superheroes will take action. Rulong and his guard corps will still be on standby, and we can let them step in if there is a problem. What do you think?" After Director Xiong finished speaking in one breath, all the military leaders crossed their arms and stared intently at Old Zhou and Li Rulong, looking back and forth. Old Zhou also turned to look at Li Rulong, letting him make the decision. "Tongge, can the suddenly appearing enemy this time compare to the mechanical demons from last time? It's hard to say. Those who can strike at the barriers of the great universe and create rifts are definitely tough characters. But the ones they send in probably won't be much worse than the mechanical demons." Li Rulong instantly communicated with the system and then made a decision in his heart. "Uncle Xiong, let's handle this with the Imperial Guards this time. After all, it's too sudden, and I estimate the enemy coming is not simple." After Li Rulong finished speaking, Minister Xiong and the others were ready to rebut. Such a good opportunity. As soldiers, they of course could not let it pass. Li Rulong waved his hands repeatedly, urging them to continue listening to his explanation. "Uncle Xiong, the countdown hasn't ended. In over 2,400 hours, the real enemy will arrive. When that time comes, it will definitely be up to you to deal with it, right? This time it's really hard to say. After all, the person who can act against the cosmic barrier has a strength that we can't even imagine. We can't let our warriors recklessly engage with an unknown enemy. I don't want to, and I will never want to participate in a rescue operation again. Rulong, we are soldiers. Since we put on this uniform, our lives are no longer our own. They belong to the country and the people, and now they belong to the Dragon Star Huaxia Nation. We are not afraid of death." Exactly. Who would join the army if they were afraid of death? Those who carry guns are playing a life-and-death game. I see you, kid, looking down on us. You want a beating, huh? Old you, I support you. Go give him a beating. Get lost, that's my nephew. I can't bring myself to do it. The military leaders exchanged words, and some even started to threaten him. Director Xiong raised his hand to silence them, then looked seriously at Li Rulong. "Do you remember Ma Jun?" Li Rulong was momentarily stunned upon hearing that name. Of course, he remembered the already fallen General Ma Jun, and he didn't understand why Defense Minister Xiong suddenly mentioned him. When Xiao Ma first joined the army, he was incredibly timid. In fact, the character Jun in his name originally meant handsome, but was changed to Ma Jun because he was the best at escaping during training, like a wild horse. The company commander at that time changed his name accordingly. This was the first time many people had heard this story, and like Li Rulong, they all waited for Defense Minister Xiong to continue. Defense Minister Xiong lit a cigarette and continued leisurely. Back then, the company commander was quite angry with him and even thought about kicking him out, but at that time, the rebellious little brother in the south, with our support, had just driven away the eagle sauce and suddenly became arrogant, daring to look northward. The smoke he exhaled seemed to transform into the battlefield's gunpowder in everyone's eyes, enveloping Defense Minister Xiong. The idea of expelling him was temporarily shelved, and Xiao Ma trembled as he followed the troops to the battlefield. I won't go into the details, but you all know the outcome. When have we ever lost? You can't even find a building over 2 meters tall in that small place after the war. Haha. In short, only 2 people from Xiao Ma's company survived. The company instructor, who was heavily unconscious with 4 gunshot wounds, and Ma Jun, who had 3 gunshot wounds and carried the instructor back to the camp while spitting blood. When he returned, he simply said, "The instructor saved me." and I carried him back. Then he fell silent. After bandaging, he rushed to the armory, using the instructor's orders to take 20 grenades, strap them to himself, grab 10 magazines and 4 belts of bullets, hold his gun, and with a pancake in his mouth, he dashed back to their company's position without saying goodbye. By the time the doctors and troops found him, he had already been in the position for 4 days, surviving on that half-eaten pancake, which had hardened enough to be bulletproof and rainwater from a puddle. But he repelled the enemy's 2 attacks, eliminating 51 enemies. Besides the 3 gunshot wounds he already had, he sustained 4 more, but fortunately none were fatal. Otherwise, he would have met his end long ago. When they rescued him, the only thing he said was, "Take me back. I'm not dead. The enemy must die. If I die, I must take the enemy down with me." To everyone's surprise, he truly fulfilled that prophecy. At this point, everyone in the conference room lit a cigarette. After all, everyone in Longxing had already been enhanced, and after the planet's elevation, the nicotine in the tobacco they grew had become something that only stimulated the mind without harming the body. Defense Minister Xiong extinguished his cigarette, but stood upright in an instant, and the military leaders beside him also stood up. "So I want to say we are not dead. The enemy must die. If I die, I must take the enemy down with me. We are not dead. The enemy must die. If I die, I must take the enemy down with me." Commander Wang and others shouted General Ma Jun's slogan simultaneously, their eyes filled with the spirit of battle. Li Rulong and others were deeply inspired. Before he could speak, Zod and the other Kryptonian commanders stood at attention and looked at Li Rulong, saying, "General, let us follow the fleet. We will protect everyone on board. If any warship or aircraft is in danger, we will be the first to rescue them. If the enemy dares to kill our Dragon Star compatriots, they must step over our corpses. If they don't have that ability, they will inevitably be eliminated by Commander Wang and his team. Li Rulong, let's follow the wishes of Little Bear and Little Zod. We still hold to our previous words. You can't handle everything yourself while we sit back and enjoy the benefits." Elder Zhou, Elder Yang, and others also urged him. With no choice, Li Rulong agreed, but proposed his condition. He would not stay in the rear. The Black Dragon would join the combat sequence and be temporarily under Commander Wang's command, while he would personally lead all Kryptonian superheroes, but would not act recklessly. After the meeting, Commander Wang and others asked Zod to send someone to use a biological force field to protect and directly return to the fleet in orbit. Minister Xiong then personally went to the Black Dragon to coordinate with Zhang Zhong in charge of command. "Uncle Xiong, wait." Li Rulong stopped Minister Xiong, who looked at him in confusion. "Uncle Xiong, is that instructor still alive?" "Yes, he is." "Why?" "Well, I hope to have him stay at my home. After all, he was a comrade of Uncle Ma, and I want to take care of his living needs." Li Rulong expressed his thoughts, but Minister Xiong kept waving his hand. "Forget it. I'm not going to stay at your place." After saying this, to Li Rulong's surprise, the NEI personally sent him to the Black Dragon. A 4,000-word major chapter. The system requests a 5-star book review, comments, adding to the bookshelf for updates, urging for more, and free small gifts. Li Rulong didn't even go home, and Lux was still living in the house assigned to her by Zhang Jitao before in Inxin City. Instantly flying to the lunar orbit, she looked at the very busy lunar base, with tens of thousands of warships coming and going and countless fighter jets surrounding, following their mothership. This operation involved the 1st to 5th fleets, as well as the newly established 6th and 7th fleets. The 6th fleet was commanded by General Baldwin of the Western faction, equipped similarly to the other fleets, but its personnel composition was half Westerners and half from other races. When Li Rulong returned, he heard Commander Wang introduce that the 6th fleet, during simulated combat exercises with other fleets, although tactically slightly inferior to the Dragon Clan commanders, seemed to have a strong desire to prove themselves. In battle, they often fought like madmen, focusing only on their targets and completely disregarding their own casualty rates. Even the aggressive 4th Fleet of the Bear Clan regarded them with new respect. Historically, the Westerners would call for support if their casualty rate reached 15%, retreat at 20%, and if it exceeded 25%, most soldiers would flee, with commanding officers unable to intervene. Anyone who did would face a military tribunal after the battle. However, since joining Dragon Star and learning that Dragon Clan warriors would continue their missions even with casualty rates reaching 95%, without fleeing or surrendering, and rarely calling for support, they seemed to have awakened. Even higher-ups and soldiers within the Westerners spontaneously shouted slogans like, "Don't disgrace Dragon Star, fight until the last man," declaring that any soldier who surrenders or flees would be executed. This time, Admiral Baldwin even took the initiative to request the vanguard position from Defense Minister Bear and Commander Wang, nearly getting into a fight with the commanders of several other major fleets. In the end, he got his wish, but was warned by Commander Wang to use more tactics. If command errors or reckless actions resulted in a casualty rate exceeding 30%, Baldwin would be sent to farm in Mingzhou in the future. The 7th Fleet is quite special. It is the first experimental special fleet, the smallest among the major fleets. In addition to having far fewer warships than the others, it has added 100 giant artillery ships, not just with large-caliber weapons, but also large in number. The warship is 8,000 meters long, 2, 500 meters wide, and 3,000 meters high, rectangular in shape, with a protruding semicircular command tower 100 meters high and 800 meters in diameter, located at the rear of the ship. The entire ship has only a small hangar for docking boats and small personnel transport ships, with no surplus configurations like aircraft. At the bow, there are 9 black holes with a diameter of 800 meters, which are the main weapons of the warship. Modified dark matter particle cannons, known as the 9 tubes cannon by the military, with the warship designated as 9 Phoenix. When Li Rulong had not yet returned, the first ship, Jiufeng, conducted weapon tests near Saturn, with a 9-barrel cannon firing simultaneously at maximum power, yielding pleasing results. Titan, one of Saturn's moons, became a part of history. With such powerful firepower and long-range capabilities, the commander of the 7th Fleet was, of course, taken under the wing of former Rocket Force Commander General He Ping. It is said that after the battleship tests were completed and returned to base, he hugged his bedding and, along with senior commanders from the former Rocket Force, collectively stayed inside the muzzle of the 9-barrel cannon for a month. Only after successfully securing the commander position did they return home, satisfied like beggars, to take a bath and shave. In this strategic deployment, the 7th Fleet became the core fleet. If a conflict were to occur, the 7th Fleet would be responsible for firing first, aiming to eliminate or reduce the enemy's numbers. Of course, during this year and a half, Longxing could not have only these 7 fleets. There were also a large number of warships. However, due to incomplete training and fleet formation, they could only remain in lunar orbit and in the base dock, serving as a reserve force. Li Rulong looked with satisfaction at the fleet gradually being deployed. The numbers were enormous, and the weapons and defenses had reached the highest level achievable by Longxing at present. He even felt that this time he might not need to take action personally. Report General. 1. 82 million Kryptonian warriors have assembled. Please give your orders. Zod, accompanied by Kryptonian Superman, had already flown to Li Rulong's side. Even in space, they were lined up in formation, waiting for commands. Deploy 1 million warriors evenly to each battleship for garrison duty, and assign 300,000 warriors to protect the safety of Longxing, Zhuangxing, and the Moon. The rest, including the Imperial Guard, will follow closely behind the fleet, ready to provide support at any time. Yes, Li Rulong issued orders, and Zord and others immediately began to allocate combat power. He took the lead with the Royal Guard of Kilo AO, following the fleet as it began to move. Host, outside Pluto, within the inner wall of the Oort cloud, the barrier has been opened. The system suddenly prompted, and Li Rulong knew that Tonga had done his utmost. Uncle Xiong, Uncle Wang, between Pluto and the Oort cloud, they are coming. He quickly conveyed the information to the fleet, and upon receiving the message, the fleet immediately began to act. All ships accelerated, maintaining formation as they advanced towards the marked coordinates. The latest battleship engines and energy systems allowed even the slowest cosmic aircraft carrier to reach speeds of nearly 200,000 kilometers per second, close to the speed of light, while the fastest destroyers and frigates, as well as the fewer assault ships, could even exceed the speed of light, reaching 350,000 kilometers per second. After the battle, Iarkio would refine the space jump engine developed in the Gundam Seed world, and at that time, Longxing would truly possess the ability to conquer the stars and the sea. Little Master, there is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Inside the Oort cloud, in the pitch-black cosmic space, a massive and boundless crack suddenly appeared. On the other side of the crack, countless stars and nebulae could be seen. The crack gradually widened, extending to both sides until it suddenly stopped growing. Countless spherical spacecraft quickly flew out from the other side of the crack, their numbers nearly filling the cosmic space outside the crack. A ship with a diameter of over 20,000 kilometers, resembling a metallic planet, slowly emerged from the crack. When it left the crack instantly closed as if it had never existed. The spherical aircraft that had just flown out, with diameters of about 30 meters, instantly surrounded the equator of the planet-like ship, forming a metallic star ring. Master Servant, we have entered this anomalous dimensional world. An alien resembling a walking crocodile respectfully spoke to the small figure before him, who was covered in a black robe and stood less than 50 centimeters tall. Wow. Then hurry to find it. We can't stay here too long, wow. As you command, Master Servant, but does this low-level, anomalous dimensional world really have an artifact like the Black Death Annihilation Star? Wow, huh? Just as the crocodile alien finished asking, it was instantly turned into a mud statue by a glance from the little figure, which then shattered into countless pieces. Wow. Daring to question the Supreme Lord, seeking death. Wow. The other aliens were so frightened that they immediately bowed their heads. Wow. From now on, you're the captain of the Demon Star ship. Wow. The little figure casually pointed to the nearest alien. The bird-headed alien excitedly knelt down, vowing to absolutely fulfill the mission for the Supreme Lord and Master Servant, to find the Black Death Annihilation Star. Although it had no idea what the Black Death Annihilation Star was or what it looked like, lowering its bird head, it proactively went to the spot where the crocodile alien had just stood, further crushing the mud pieces on the ground and kicking them aside. The Demon Star ship immediately set off towards that star, while the Babyball battleship expanded. Master Servant, Intelligence Officer, sorry Captain, we have detected an unidentified fleet of warships approaching us from 2 light years away, numbering 210,000 ships of a model that has never appeared in the database. And the fleet also detected 82 million mid-level cosmic warriors and countless primitive civilization races. A bald alien with a long neck turned and reported to the captain. Wow. Oh, a civilization with such a number of mid-level warriors actually still has primitive civilizations? Are you sure they are not low-level or beginner warriors? Wow. The little figure, Master Servant, asked in confusion. In cosmic civilizations, if a civilization can produce a mid-level warrior, its entire racial group must consist of beginner or even low-level warriors. A civilization with such a large number of mid-level warriors could not possibly emerge from primitive civilizations, nor would they allow them to cooperate, even as slaves, as it would be an insult to the mid-level warrior group. Master Servant, my ability is to scout, and it will definitely not be wrong. The long-necked bald alien was very confident in its racial talent, having served in the scouting position of the Demon Star ship for over 2,000 years without making any mistakes. Wow, forget it. It doesn't matter. They are numerous, but after all, they're only mid-level warriors in the universe. Just leave these guys to the Babyball battleship to eliminate. Wow. As you command, Master Servant. Should we first ask these low-level guys if they know any information about the Black Death Annihilation Star? Wow. I've always been confident in my judgment. You did well. Wow. Thank you very much for the praise, Master Servant. The bird-headed captain happily expressed gratitude. Begin space traversal directly to their front. They are too slow. The bird-headed captain immediately ordered, hoping to complete the mission as soon as possible, knowing that upon returning to the main universe, he would undoubtedly be rewarded and even have the chance to meet the supreme existence of the Supreme Lord. The Demon Star ship and the Babyball battleship moving at high speed around it suddenly disappeared in a twist of space, reappearing in the outer space of Saturn. Meanwhile, the speeding Longxing battleship also discovered an unknown object suddenly appearing in their path. Commander Wang immediately ordered the fleet to slow down, maintain formation, and keep an astronomical unit's distance from the spherical unidentified object. The Xinyuan Tactical System and Fleet Intelligence Officer were racing against time to calculate all visible information about the opponent, then report it to Director Xiong and others. The suddenly appeared spherical object was likely some kind of cosmic battleship or mobile base with a diameter of about 20,000 kilometers, surrounded by a star ring made up of numerous spherical aircraft with diameters of about 30 meters. Our detection instruments cannot identify the metallic material of the opponent, nor can we calculate data such as mass. Just now, Vice Dean AI sent information that the way the opponent appeared was very similar to the space transition engine they had just developed, but it was more advanced, with very small spatial fluctuations, causing gravitational wave changes that could be almost ignored. Several pieces of useful information were sent to the fleet's high command, but the final decision still needed to be made by them. Li Rulong took this time to communicate with the system in his mind. System, have you seen this? No, but it must be a mobile fortress-type spaceship. However, there are no recognizable symbols or emblems on it, so I can't identify it. By the way, you mentioned before how the strength classification of cosmic entities is divided. How is that done? The main universe classifies the strength of civilizations and individual beings into 9 stages. From low to high: nascent civilization, primitive civilization, low-level civilization, intermediate civilization, advanced civilization, top-level civilization, dimensional civilization, superdimensional civilization, and god-level civilization. As for the individual strength of civilization races, it is divided into 10 levels: nascent race, primitive race, junior warrior, low-level warrior, intermediate warrior, advanced warrior, top-level warrior, dimensional controller, supreme being, and deity. Let me tell you one more thing. Only those who reach the level of dimensional controller are qualified to play the game. The system seems to have absorbed another system before, and is in a good mood, or has become more powerful, sharing a lot of information it hadn't previously told Li Rulong. System: what stage do Longxing and I fall into? Li Rulong hurriedly asked. Longxing is still considered a primitive civilization for now. Only when it breaks through level 2 can it be classified as a low-level civilization. As for you, I really can't say. Previously, you were at the late stage of a mid-level warrior, and for some reason, you managed to defeat a mechanical demon that had just entered the top-level warrior stage, crossing 2 major levels. Now that you have integrated the Doomsday gene and continuously strengthened yourself, you should be considered a top-level warrior. However, the biological force field of the Kryptonians can isolate all penetrating scans. If outsiders see you, you would only be classified as mid-level warriors. But if you unleash your power, you could reach high-level or even top-level warrior strength. If you were to explode with power, then wouldn't I be able to reach the level of the Supreme Venerable? Li Rulong was excited. Being able to cross 2 major levels was an impressive feat, but remember, why the first few levels all named warrior? It's because, whether at the beginner or top level, they can only be considered warriors, and the power difference isn't that significant. Many warriors can achieve cross-level kills. It is indeed rare to cross 2 levels, but it's not unheard of. However, once one reaches the level of a dimensional controller, it's a different story. They can be considered pseudo-gods, capable of crushing you with just a finger, you know? The system disdainfully educated him, not wanting Li Rulong and the Dragon Star civilization, who had finally made some progress, to become arrogant and reckless, as that would be disastrous. Previously, the Silver Superman he trained, who started as a top-level warrior, ended up getting himself killed due to his own recklessness. Li Rulong listened and didn't find anything wrong. He even doubted whether he had the genes of a super scion, as his fighting power seemed to soar whenever he got angry. Suddenly, there was a call coming through, using the universal language of the universe, asking if we knew about something called the Black Death Annihilation Star. The voice of Commander Wong came through the communicator. Black Death Annihilation Star? Black Death Annihilation Star. Hurry, we must eliminate them. They cannot be allowed to leave alive. Li Rulong certainly knew about that thing. It was stored within him. Suddenly, the system called out in his mind, startling him. Damn it, the system has messed up. If that thing is discovered, don't you remember that even the gods will take action? With the Black Death Annihilation Star, Longxing and you have the possibility of upgrading to a higher dimensional civilization. It absolutely must not be leaked. The system shouted anxiously. Li Rulong quickly realized the importance of that thing and immediately communicated with Commander Wong and the others. Uncle Wong, we'll discuss this later. Prepare for battle immediately. We must not let the enemy leave alive. That thing concerns the fate of Longxing. Upon hearing Li Rulong's serious words, Commander Wong and the others immediately understood that Li Rulong definitely knew about that thing, and it might even be in his hands. He immediately signaled his aide beside him, who took the order and left. He then returned to the bridge and said to the Birdman on the communication video, "We checked the data and have not heard of that Black Something Star thing. You can leave now." Of course, he was determined not to let them leave. He just wanted to catch them off guard and then unleash the entire fleet against them. Hearing the response, the Birdman lowered his head to the left, and suddenly a voice came from the direction he was looking. "Wow, they are lying. Eliminate them immediately. We'll find it ourselves." "Wow, fire." The bird-headed captain heard the servant's command, and, before he could react, Commander Wong had already given the order to fire. The fleet had long been prepared for the firing order, and 100 ships of the 9 Phoenixes had fully charged their 9-barrel cannons. As the order was issued, each ship immediately began to attack. Electromagnetic cannons, Gauss cannons, and various colors of lasers, particle cannons, and other main weapons targeted the Demon Star. The Bab-flying vehicles, originally surrounding the Demon Star and forming a metallic ring, instantly accelerated to the front of the Demon Star, creating 3 densely packed metallic walls. Each Bab shone with blue-white defensive shields, and when the shields broke, they braced themselves with their solid metal bodies. The first wave of concentrated fire from Longxing destroyed the first line of defense and severely damaged the second line. But the third line of defense was completely held. Wow. Damn primitive humans. How dare they actively attack me? The Great One. Order all warriors to engage. Kill them for me. The short servant, seeing the primitive civilization he couldn't be bothered to look at, actually dared to actively attack him and destroyed a large number of bab-flying vehicles, which were lent to him by the Supreme Sovereign. His instant rage made him scream, and the bird-headed captain immediately ordered all warriors on the Demon Star to engage and eliminate the enemy in front of them. All warriors engage. Demon Star Black Death Cannon charging. Bab protect the Demon Star. With the order given, over 3 million mid-level and above cosmic warriors flew out from the Demon Star. They looked different, came from various races and civilizations, and charged towards the Longxing fleet with various weapons, howling. On Commander Wang's side, after the first round of concentrated fire ended, he immediately ordered the warships to maintain formation and then each find their targets to fire, while also commanding all flying squads to engage. He also notified Li Rulong to let the Kryptonian superheroes take action, as the enemy's defenses and the number of those who flew out had exceeded their expectations, and with the Black Death Annihilation Star being so important, he could no longer concern himself with previous deployments. Li Rulong waved to Zod, and Zod immediately led the remaining 400,000 Kryptonian supermen to charge at the invading enemy. Li Rulong personally led the elite guard of Kaleo, aiming to strike at the Demon Star. In an instant, various lasers crisscrossed in this part of the universe, with shells and missiles flying everywhere. The Baldwin 6 fleet, acting as the vanguard, became the primary target of the Demon Star's attacks. Hundreds of thousands of enemy warriors broke through the barrage of fire and aircraft, moving in to attack the 6 fleet's warships. Oof. Do you really think you are Kryptonian supermen, daring to charge in with your bodies? Do you look down on me? The fleet slowly retreated, fire at full strength. The 6th fleet began to concentrate its fire on the enemies breaching the defense line, and the prominent warships started to move back, while the ships on both sides slowly moved forward, trying to encircle the enemy. On the Demon Star, the bird-headed man was also trying his best to command the battle. But unfortunately, although he possessed the strength of a top warrior, he had previously only served as a bodyguard to the original crocodile captain and had no experience in command whatsoever. Clumsily mimicking the command style of the crocodile man from before, he divided the 3 million cosmic warriors into 4 teams, one team attacking the 6th fleet, while the others dealt with the Kryptonian supermen and the flying machines that transformed between aircraft and robots. Fortunately, the attendant beside him, who had only served tea and water previously, also had no experience in combat or command. "My lord, Captain, something's not right. Those cosmic warriors aren't mid-level. They are all high-level and top-level. There's even one I can't see through it all," the long-necked intelligence officer suddenly called out. His proud reconnaissance skills had failed at this moment, and after he reported, he regretted it because the attendant was staring at him with those dead fish eyes. Master. They must have used something to deceive my skills." Cold sweat was already trickling down his neck into his clothes as he stammered. "Wow, I remember you're also a high-level warrior, right?" "Wow," the attendant suddenly asked. The long-necked man hurriedly nodded in response. "Wow, then you go out. If you can't kill the enemy, then die outside." "Wow." After saying this, the attendant grabbed the long-necked man and threw him out of the bridge, floating in space. The long-necked man felt like dying. Although he was a high-level warrior, his race was not good at combat. But thinking of the attendant's deadly fish eyes, he could only grit his teeth and charge towards the Dragon Star fleet, planning to hide from everyone afterward. At worst, he would just drift in this abnormal dimension. Boom. Help. Haha. Every moment, Dragon Star fighters were being destroyed, and even the warships of the major fleets were being damaged and destroyed. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Demon Star were dying even more. Different races had their unique special skills, such as speed, laser emission, or invulnerability. But once they engaged with the Kryptonian supermen, they found that the opponents were not inferior to them in any aspect, and almost all possessed strength above that of cosmic high-level warriors, with over 100,000 having top warrior strength. "Captain, the Black Death Cannon is fully charged. Attack! Destroy the lowly, primitive civilization," the attendant screamed. The Demon Star, with a front-facing diameter of 8,000 kilometers, suddenly began to gather various cosmic rays and particles. This situation was immediately detected by the Dragon Star fleet, and the alarm sounded loudly on all warships. "Attention! The enemy spherical warship is gathering ultra-high energy." "Commander, damn it! We can't retreat. Otherwise, the 7th Fleet behind us will be finished. Baldwin said fiercely. Knowing that the primary target of the enemy's attack was definitely the 6th Fleet, he was leading at the front. Flagship moved forward. All warships maintain close distance. Raise the shields to the maximum. Boom! A single punch took out an enemy, and Zod was currently engaged in combat with the enemies breaching the 6th Fleet. He also noticed the energy gathering from the enemy ship in the distance, a force that made his heart race. Turning to look at the reassembling 6th Fleet and the 7th Fleet behind, he immediately understood Baldwin's intentions. "I'm sorry, General." Zod gritted his teeth and instantly appeared in the firing path of the Black Death Cannon. Other Kryptonian supermen who were engaged in combat quickly eliminated their enemies or disengaged from battle, flying to Zod's side, extending their arms and maximizing their biofields. Zod looked at these warriors who had followed him from Krypton to Dragon Star, loyal to Rulong, and smiled with relief. Baldwin, who was commanding the formation, was stunned as he saw hundreds of thousands of Kryptonian supermen extending their arms, ready to block the enemy's devastating attack for him. A thick, pitch-black laser beam shot towards Zod and the others in an instant. Not completely blocked, the dispersed black laser hit the 6th Fleet behind Zod. No matter how large the warship or how strong the shield, being hit meant destruction, and grazing the edge meant severe damage. The flagship was also struck by a laser, violently shaking and injuring many people. General Zod, Baldwin, with blood flowing from his head, looked at Zod and the others still blocking the attack and shouted with a heart-wrenching cry. In front of the 5th Fleet, Rulong, who had just killed all the enemies here, instantly turned to look at the place where the black laser had struck. Damn it! Seeking death. Damn! Rulong instantly charged towards the Black Death Cannon. As he got closer, the black beam also disappeared. The human wall formed by Zod and the others had become fragmented. Of the 400,000 Kryptonian supermen that were here before, at least more than 300,000 had vanished. Only a few thousand Kryptonians, resembling corpses and various severed limbs, remained, floating in the cosmos. At this moment, Rulong felt like his heart was being cut into pieces. He discovered that Zod's 2 legs and 1 arm had disappeared, and most of the skin on his body was also gone. If it weren't for that half-intact, expressionless face, even a life code would probably fail to recognize him. Kaleo. Hearing Rulong's call, Kaleo immediately brought his men to his side. Looking at the tragic scene before them, Kaleo and his team bit their lips in anger, their eyes turning red as they turned to look at the enemy's battleship. Immediately send everyone and the severed limbs into the sun. Rulong issued his command and turned to glare at the damned demon star. That cursed thing, I will deal with it personally. Without caring about Kaleo and the others, he instantly accelerated towards the demon star. Baldwin, how are you? The emergency communication video from Commander Wong of the 6th Fleet came through, reporting to the commander. I'm still alive, but the 6th Fleet has lost over 70%. However, the remaining warships can still continue to fight. Baldwin said weakly, as his unconscious aide lay beside him, and many people on the bridge were groaning in place, with only a few struggling to return to their combat posts. Baldwin, you've done well. Withdraw immediately. The 5th Fleet will take your position. Commander Wong's heart was bleeding at the sight of the 6th Fleet's current state. This was a 70% loss in a cosmic war. Once a warship was torn open, the chances of survival for the command personnel inside, who weren't wearing spacesuits, were almost non-existent. That was the lives of a warship and 150 million soldiers. Commander, the 6th Fleet can still continue to fight, please. Baldwin said weakly through gritted teeth before passing out. Xinyuan, authorize control of the remaining warships of the 6th Fleet and withdraw immediately. Commander Wong sighed and directly issued the order to the Xinyuan system using his authority. Yes. Commander Wong. The surviving 6th Fleet began to turn to the sides, clearing the way for the previous vanguard position. The 5th Fleet, which had already arrived, immediately moved in to fill the gap, and all the captains and officers of the warships saluted the 6th Fleet. The previous Black Death Cannon not only attacked Zod and the 6th Fleet, but also cleared a large area of their own cosmic warriors who were within the attack range. Rulong led the way, followed by Danii and Fiola. Wow. Keep charging. Keep firing. The servant exclaimed. He was furious to see that the Black Death Cannon, capable of shattering stars with a single shot, was actually being blocked by this group of primitives. Sir, charging the Black Death Cannon takes 10 minutes. The weapons officer immediately reported. Wow. You, go block them. The servant commanded loudly, looking at the bird-headed captain beside him. The bird-headed captain was instantly dumbfounded. Those crazy people outside dared to use their bodies to block the Black Death Cannon, and there were quite a few whose strength was not weaker than his. If he went out now, wouldn't it be equivalent to seeking death? Seeing that the bird-headed captain did not move, the servant's eyes immediately flickered with a gray light. The bird-headed captain immediately complied respectfully, and then took the last 20,000 elite space warriors of the Demon Star to leave. Li Rulong discovered that many enemies flew out of the spaceship on that planet again, and immediately waved his hand to Darnay and Fiola behind him. Darnay and Fiola received the order, accelerated past Li Rulong, and charged towards the enemies. The leading bird-headed man, who hadn't had the chance to unleash his racial talent skill, was smashed into meat paste by Darnay's full-strength punch. Fiola, on the other hand, took the initiative to engage with some smaller, faster enemies. Li Rulong charged forward recklessly, and any enemy he collided with or brushed against turned to dust. The babby balls in front, which could block the 9-tube cannon, quickly formed a protective net in an attempt to stop his advance. He sliced through the air with his heat ray in an instant, then plunged into the swarm of babby balls. Those babby ball spacecraft were thrown behind him, reduced to piles of scrap metal. Wow! The Black Death cannon immediately opened fire. Wow! The attendant quickly issued orders. He had to eliminate the incoming enemy. My lord, the charge is only at 72%, not yet complete. Before the weapons officer could finish speaking, he was turned into a pile of shattered stones by the attendant. Wow, can you fire? Wow. He casually pointed at another alien responsible for the weapon. The person quickly nodded in agreement, sat in the weapons officer's position, and pressed the launch button for the Black Death cannon. Various particles reappeared in front of the Black Death cannon, rapidly gathering towards the cannon's mouth. General, Darnay and Fiorella shouted loudly from behind Li Rulong. Li Rulong, disregarding everything, although he had fused with the genes of Doomsday, still did not know if he could revive like Doomsday with just a tiny bit of cells. He continued to accelerate forward and, at the moment the Black Death cannon fired, he directly blocked the shooting path with his own biological force field. Enduring the impact, he finally realized how powerful this weapon was and understood the determination Zod and the others had to stand their ground and block the attack for the Sixth Fleet. His biological force field was 100 times stronger than that of Zod and the others, yet even so, it had already developed numerous cracks and gaps. Zod and his team had created a barrier composed of the biological force fields of 400,000 Kryptonian supermen, but still couldn't he withstand a single attack. Gritting his teeth, he mobilized his biological force field again. If he couldn't hold it, the Fifth Fleet behind him and people like Denai would definitely perish. Host, I suggest you retreat immediately. This weapon comes from a higher dimension, and you cannot block it, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. But Li Rulong still gritted his teeth and held his ground, refusing to retreat. Host, I advise you shut up. Li Rulong shouted loudly. If I can't stop it, then my fellow countrymen, my comrades, my planet, my family will all die. Crack. Li Rulong suddenly imagined the sound of a biological force field shattering in his mind. He had tried his best, but could he still not hold on? Crack. Li Rulong's roar and unwilling shouts spread across the entire battlefield, reaching everyone's ears. Rulong, General, Li Rulong. The Dragon Star warriors behind him, hearing his cries, all shouted his name in unison. The situation there was instantly transmitted to all the monitors, surveillance screens, and battle situation displays. Even Zhou Lao and the others, who were far away in the Dragon Star capital and watching the battle unfold, were stunned into standing still, staring at the screen showing Li Rulong, arms spread wide to block the attacks. The last bit of the biological force field was about to collapse, and Li Rulong was ready to use his body to block the attacks. Sai, let me help you a bit. But what a pity for the Black Death Obliteration Star. If Li Rulong were to focus on the system in his mind at that moment, he would have noticed that the previously eliminated system store had reappeared, and the Black Death Obliteration Star sealed within him was gradually disappearing. 2/3 of the Black Death Obliteration Star had vanished, and the system store was officially back online, with the remaining third converted into system currency. Moreover, the system automatically searched the store entries based on the current currency and found the most suitable item to resolve the current crisis. The flawless version of the Silver Superman template, system coins. Damn, who set the prices so high? The system looked at the balance in the store, then at the cost of the Silver Superman template and the body controller that could be exchanged for system coins. Uncertain whether Li Rulong would go berserk after exchanging for the Silver Superman template. Sigh, this damn task module has also been devoured by me. Will I get system coins in the future? The reboot and exchange were completed in an instant, and the system automatically layered the flawless version of the Silver Superman template onto Li Rulong. Ding! Template stacking completed. Li Rulong, whose eyes were already bleeding, suddenly heard a prompt sound in his mind. However, he could no longer care about so much. The biological force field had shattered, and it was impossible for him to fully block the black laser that was thousands of kilometers wide with just his body. The black death cannon laser that passed by him shot towards the Dragon Star fleet at the speed of light. Just when he was in despair, he suddenly felt an infinite power surging within him, and the already shattered biological force field reappeared, stronger than before. The injuries to his body healed instantly, and his senses were once again enhanced. In his eyes, the black death cannon, which had just shattered his biological force field with immense power, now seemed trivial. He instantly appeared in front of the Dragon Star fleet, once again unfolding the biological force field to block in front of the fleet. Boom! The black death cannon struck the biological force field again, but this time Li Rulong felt exceptionally relaxed, like a child giving Superman a punch. The already undercharged black death cannon continued to attack for less than 3 minutes. After the attack ended, Li Rulong felt the immense power within him, and he had the sensation that he could punch through the Dragon Star. However, he didn't dwell on the source of his power and instantly charged towards the area still engaged in combat. His speed had now exceeded several times the speed of light, effortlessly taking down the remaining enemies one punch at a time. During the battle, he also glanced at a meteorite that was a bit further away. The Dragon Star fleet saw Li Rulong unharmed, having blocked that terrifying attack and now swiftly dealing with the invading enemies at the speed of light. All of them breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, that scared me to death. Who would be scared? Although I was already prepared to die in battle. Being alive is really quite wonderful. In the command center of the Dragon Star capital, Zhou Lao and the others also sat back down, all drenched in sweat. They couldn't imagine what would have happened if Li Rulong had died and what the future of the Dragon Star and their nation would look like. Zhou Lao and the others lit a cigarette with trembling hands. If they hadn't all been genetically enhanced, the shock just now might have caused several of them to faint. On the Demon Star ship, seeing Li Rulong block the fatal blow of the Black Death Cannon and instantly take out all the cosmic warriors they brought, the short winter melon attendant became anxious. Although he was the strongest being on the Demon Star ship, his strength was still limited, and his greatest reliance was his racial talent for black magic that could turn people into stone and dirt, but the target had to be within 3 meters of him. Wow, stop dawdling. Immediately activate the warp engine. Let's quickly escape this abnormal dimension. Wah, 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 wah. Just as he finished his panic scream, he saw that the guy who had already surpassed the top cosmic warriors appeared in front of the Demon Star ship. Li Rulong raised his fist and, with just one punch, shattered the super weapon Black Death Cannon of the Demon Star. Even the Demon Star, with a diameter of 20,000 kilometers, was covered in countless cracks. The air inside, the chaotic equipment and supplies, as well as ordinary aliens who couldn't survive in the vacuum of space, were all sucked into the universe. Li Rulong had already used his evolved X-ray vision to see through everything inside, especially the little dwarf in a black robe who had just given the orders and could block his X-ray vision, becoming his primary target. As the Demon Star was on the verge of collapse, the attendant could only fly out and appeared in front of Li Rulong. He took off the hood of his long robe and looked up at the race that prevented him from completing the task assigned by the Supreme Venerable. Wow, the king of all. Li Rulong was surprised when he saw the appearance of the other party. Yes, the servant in front of him looked almost identical to the Supreme King from Dragon Ball, except that the king had dead fish eyes while his eyes were pupil-less and grayish-white. Wow, what king? Our family has the Supreme Master's personal servant. You ignorant and despicable primitive race. Do you know what kind of great existence you have offended? Now kneel and become my servant, and I can. Wow. Li Rulong didn't care at all about the disdainful and arrogant attitude of the servant. He instantly appeared in front of him, grabbing the other's neck with one hand and lifting him up. Wow, how dare you treat me like this? Turn into soil now. Wow, wow. The servant chuckled inwardly, activating his dark magic to turn the already close Li Rulong into mud and stones. However, no matter how much effort he exerted, Li Rulong remained unchanged. He also sensed a strange energy outside his body, as if it were trying to alter his cellular DNA. But as soon as it made contact with his body, it was blocked by the biological force field enveloping him. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Meanwhile, the servant was dumbfounded. He had not relied on brute force to become a top cosmic warrior, and now his dark magic was ineffective against the enemy before him. Why did my dark magic have no effect on you? No more wow. Then let's end this. Crack. Li Rulong directly twisted the opponent's neck, then threw it to Danii, who had already flown behind him. He ordered everyone to immediately search for survivors, and also asked for Al Chiao to come over to see if they could get anything useful. Yes, General. Danii and Fiora, along with the others, all looked at Li Rulong with admiration and fervor, as if he were a deity. He felt a bit embarrassed being stared at like that, and flew directly toward the meteorite he had glanced at earlier. Are you coming out by yourself? Or do you want me to help you? Li Rulong said softly to the meteorite. I can come out by myself. A timid voice came from the meteorite, and then it automatically disintegrated into powder. Inside was an alien, the long-necked one responsible for intelligence reconnaissance on the Demon Star. My lord, please spare my life. I haven't harmed any of you. I'm just an intelligence officer. I was forced to come out. I've been hiding here all along. As soon as the long-necked alien appeared, it immediately prostrated itself in front of Li Rulong in the cosmos. An intelligence officer? This timid alien actually has some value. Li Rulong suddenly thought. Spare your life? That would depend on whether you have any value in surviving. Yes. I know where the space anchor point for the Supreme Master is located in this anomalous dimension. General, Aljo appeared behind Li Rulong, but his gaze remained fixed on the long-necked alien. The long-necked alien suddenly felt as if he was being seen through. Every bone, every piece of skin, every cell was laid bare before the newly appeared top cosmic warrior. He taught you that. Let him live, but I want to know all the information. Li Rulong instructa al Kyo. Yes. Li Rulong suddenly disappeared. He wanted to go check on Zod and the others at the sun. AI Chiao looked in the direction where Li Rulong had vanished, shocked that he had grown even stronger. If it hadn't been for Li Rulong instinctively glancing at the sun, AI Chiao wouldn't have known where he had gone. Turning back, he looked at the peculiar race before him, standing about 1.7 meters tall, with a neck that was a meter long, and pondered how he, as a researcher, could accomplish the questioning task. The long-necked being remained kneeling in the void, only daring to lift its head after Li Rulong had left. My lord, we are a new society and will not address each other with the feudal title of adult. Just call me Vice Dean AI. Don't worry, I am a researcher, but I also hope you can clarify many things for me in the areas I'm interested in later. Long-necked looked at the tall and sturdy person in front of him, who was smiling and squinting at him, and suddenly felt a bit regretful, regretting that he had survived. At this moment, the cold sweat running down his neck had already surpassed the speed at which the universe freezes. By the way, I've told you who I am. So what's your name? Is there no basic courtesy in your race? El Chiao asked with a smile. I am Pagia, from the Scalan people of the Karen universe. Pagia answered tremblingly. Pagia, nice to meet you. Look, now we are familiar with each other, aren't we? The Karen macrocosm you mentioned and your Scalan civilization have piqued my interest. I believe you will be forthcoming with information, right? Dare I conceal it. Your civilization is too terrifying. Pagia thought to himself, but on the surface, he kept nodding vigorously. Suddenly, a large pair of hands grabbed his neck, lifting him up like a little snake. Sorry, your speed is too slow, so I'll give you a ride. You're a man too. If we hold hands, I'll make the headlines. After explaining, Aljo tightened his grip on his neck and instantly accelerated towards the black dragon. What does it mean to be a man? Pagia, who was being choked, did not dare to resist at this moment, but was somewhat curious about this new term in her heart. At the center of the sun, they were already surrounded by Zilio and his men, carefully sending all the compatriots who could no longer feel their heartbeat and breath inside. General, Chilao and others found Li Rulong here and quickly saluted. How are they doing? Li Rulong asked in a deep voice. Kaleo and the others looked at each other, unsure how to respond. In the end, they could only brace themselves and reply. General, Zod and the others should. But this is the honor of our Kryptonian warriors. Please don't blame yourself, General. Honor? Yes, they have their honor. But I feel terrible inside. Li Rulong made a self-deprecating remark. Suddenly, he thought of the changes in his body and hurriedly asked the system. System bro, did you help me just now when I was about to collapse? What a stupid question. If it weren't for me, you'd be atomic by now. Have you forgotten what I told you before? Don't think that being a superhero makes you invincible. All those who had the superhero and silver superhero templates before are all dead. Dead. The system roared loudly in his mind, clearly very unhappy with Li Rulong for not listening to his advice. System bro, no need to say anything. A great favor doesn't need thanks. Go to hell. I find you just talk big and still no thanks. Please don't be angry. Angry? I don't need to breathe. What the hell do I have to be angry about? But now it's good. I won't have to worry about the Black Death Obliteration Star anymore. That's right. The opponent left one useful survivor. The rest are all wiped out. Li Rulong ansurat affirmatively. Huh, is that what I was talking about? Let me tell you, the Black Death Annihilation Star is gone. It's gone. The system shouted. The Black Death Annihilation Star is gone? Li Rulong suddenly felt confused. Gone? Where did it go? Could it be that kind of existence you mentioned that took it away during the battle? Damn it, what a badass. So unprincipled. You bastard, shut up. You dare to call me a bastard. I'll take you down with me right now. Li Rulong was yelled at by the system, instantly stopping the communication. Huh, I decomposed the Black Death Annihilation Star, using its vast and all-encompassing abilities to reactivate the system all. The system took a deep breath and said as calmly as possible, Huh, hurry, let me see the system all. You really can't grasp the main point. Li Rulong's excitement and the system's angry complaints echoed simultaneously. Indeed, a mall interface similar to Dog East appeared in his mind, with its color scheme and layout making Li Rulong suspect that the creator of the system was Lu Dongdong, who started by selling CDs. Damn, there's so many good things. Let me take a look. Don't any mall coins? The mall coins are in my wallet. Great, there's so many. Li Rulong looked at the dazzling array of products in the system mall and the mall currency. If it weren't for the concern that Zod and the others wouldn't fit in with the current environment, he would have added items to his cart and placed an order for delivery immediately. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting ahead. Waiting for your scream? Ah. Li Rulong's scream echoed throughout the entire solar system, startling Qi Lao and the others, who instantly appeared around him and went on high alert. After Li Rulong screamed, he also realized what was happening and awkwardly signaled Qi Lao and the others to continue taking care of Zord and the others, assuring them that he was fine. Although Qi Lao and the others were confused and worried, they still followed orders and continued working. However, as members of the Guard Corps, they kept part of their attention on Li Rulong. Once everyone left, Li Rulong tried to calm himself down as much as possible. System, what is going on with this shopping record? What do you mean Order 1 spent mall coins? If you're blind, just admit it. The system replied stiffly. Li Rulong trembled in his consciousness and clicked on the transaction details of Order 1. When he saw that it stated defect-free version of the white-eyed Superman template, shipped, used, no returns or exchanges accepted, he finally realized that he had been misled by the amount. Brother Tong, I'm sorry, I've never seen so much money. Li Rulong apologized to the system with deep regret, but the system remained unresponsive. Brother System, I was wrong to blame you. Well, you guys in the system must have a mother system, and I will definitely arrange a sister-in-law for myself in the future. Damn you, don't talk back. The system suddenly cursed angrily. Brother System, look at Zod and their current situation. If I cure them, what do I need to buy with my mall currency? Healthcare category, top-tier body recovery and life recovery capsules. Li Rulong knew that the Life Medical Pod could still treat ordinary people, but it was completely useless for the Kryptonian superhumans. Initially, he had hoped that absorbing sunlight would help them recover, but after observing for a while, he found that they remained exactly as they were when they were brought in. He had no choice but to seek advice from the system. Fortunately, this time the system gave him suggestions. Category list. Here it is, smart collaboration, system products, home and lifestyle, weapons and armor. Bro System, are you sure your boss isn't surname Blue? Big world shopping. Here it is, healthcare. Li Rulong carefully searched for the 2 types of medicine capsules indicated by the system prompt and finally found the target at the last entry on the list. Clicking on healthcare, the interface instantly switched to the product catalog. Looking at the dazzling array of healthcare products, Li Rulong couldn't help but swallow. 99 turn gold pill. Transform into a deity, stepping on saints, retail price, bulk price for 10. Repairing heaven pill. Swallow 1 divine pill. My fate is in my hands, not determined by heaven, retail price, bulk price for 10. Divine Bee Spirit Awareness Powder. Koi transforms into a divine dragon. Mouse transforms into a treasure, retail price, bulk price for 10. It's good, but it's so damn expensive. Looking at the top-ranked divine pills and sacred medicines, Li Rulong wanted them all, but when he looked at the prices, he could only admire them from afar. Body Recovery Capsule, specifically designed to repair the physical body, even if only 1 essence remains. Note, crush the capsule and apply it. Can only repair the physical body. Cannot revive life. Retail price. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, top-level, divine level. 10, 25, 50, 100. Bulk price for 100. 923 for 795 life recovery capsule. Revive within 24 hours. After 24 hours, each to their own fate. Note, can only revive life, cannot repair the body. Retail price. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, top-level, divine level. 15, 30, 60, 120. Bull price for 100. 143857115. Li Rulong glanced at the price and quickly scanned the number of Kryptonian superheroes he could bring back from the sun. Damn, 400,000 people. And in the end, only a few were brought back. That 320,000 had completely been vaporized by the Black Death Cannon. He looked at his balance again. Averaging it out among these people, it was only about 143, which wasn't enough to buy both types of capsules. Brother Tong, I don't have enough shopping coins. Can you ask Brother Liu if he has any credit options and if he can open a grace period with no interest? Li Rulong licked his face and asked expectantly, do you have a serious illness? This kind of thing is illegal. Don't even think about hundreds or thousands of periods. You probably can't afford it. If you can't buy the top tier ones, then get the advanced ones. But they can't restore instantly. You'll have to rely on your own recovery, the system said helplessly, while also mocking Li Rulong for actually thinking of this. You, a silver-level super, instead of finding a way, just want to exploit the loophole. I feel embarrassed for you. If other systems find out about this, how am I supposed to survive in this circle? The advanced ones cost an average of 104 per person, which means you'll still need to spend mall coins, and you might save some, but it's still manageable. Li Rulong made a decision. Just as he was inputting the quantity, he suddenly discovered a problem and hurriedly asked, Hey, Tonggu, wait a minute. Why is the wholesale price discount different? With low prices and thin profits, what else do you want? Free shipping. Cough, cough. Never mind. The system replied with a somewhat sarcastic tone, but suddenly changed the subject halfway through. Free shipping? Li Rulong noted those two words in his mind. He knew the system was definitely hiding something from him, but it might also be related to higher dimensions, which it wasn't ready to discuss yet. After inputting the quantity, he found three options when selecting the address: home delivery, off-site storage, and direct use. There were explanations for each. Home delivery meant the purchased items would be brought to the buyer. Off-site storage meant the items would be sent to a designated location. And direct use meant they would be directly delivered into the buyer's mouth after purchase. He chose home delivery, then placed the order and made the payment in one go without any hesitation. After the payment was successful, a small blue vortex suddenly appeared in front of him, just like the one he used when he traveled through dimensions. Two silver rings flew out of the vortex and floated in front of him. He hurriedly grabbed them, and at the moment of contact, a cheerful and festive voice echoed in his mind. Thank you for shopping at the System Mall. Since this is your first order, we are specially gifting you 2 limited edition space rings. You can use the ring's functionality with your mental strength or blood. The purchased items have been stored within, and we look forward to your next visit. Looking at the 2 rings in his hand, Li Rulong instantly felt he had made a profit. But then he frowned again. Tonggu, wait a minute. This ring says it's my first order, but didn't you buy me the flawless version of the Silver Superman template before? Isn't that the same? Bro, going through the back door, buying one is at wholesale price. Otherwise, do you think you could save a few bucks? The system said somewhat proudly. Then why didn't you just? I can't. Using favors reduces them. Speechless, Li Rulong could only wear the 2 rings on his fingers and then tried to use his biofield to touch them. The next second, he seemed to see a chaotic world. It was an extremely quiet space where he felt no passage of time. He extended his biofield and perception deeper until he touched some kind of barrier, then hurriedly stopped. The feedback information told him that both rings had the same internal dimensions, each measuring 1,000 kilometers in length, width, and height, forming a cube. And the 2 types of capsule medicines he purchased were quietly placed in the middle of the cube. He took out one of each, a red life recovery capsule and a green body recovery capsule, which were about the same size as ordinary cold medicine capsules. But their effects were incredibly powerful. Everyone come over. Li Rulong called Kaleo and the others to his side, then showed them the capsules. The green one is a body recovery capsule, which can be crushed and applied directly to or dripped onto each of their bodies or severed limbs. Once their flesh is fully restored and no parts are missing, he will put the red life recovery capsule into their mouths. He took out both types of capsules and placed them in the cosmic space in front of them, warning them again to be careful, not to leave anyone out, and to absolutely not get the order wrong. After hearing this, Kaleo and the others stood there in a daze, and none of them stepped forward to take them. General, we know you are very sad, but this capsule, Kaleo asked quietly. Li Rulong instantly glared over, and Chi Lao immediately shut up. Then, in a hurry, he took one and flew towards Zod's corpse. The others saw that their superior had taken one as well, so they each stepped forward, took theirs, and automatically looked for rescue targets. Everyone had found their own targets and flew to the corpses or severed limbs, but they did not take the next step. Instead, they watched Chi Lao from a distance. Li Rulong was watching him from a distance as well, wanting to see the effects of these two types of capsules to determine if they were falsely advertised. Kaleo looked at Zod, who had no skin, no breath, and no heartbeat, resembling a freshly roasted lamb, glancing at the green capsule in his left hand and the red capsule in his right. He was unsure where the general had obtained these items, but he feared they would be ineffective, which would be another blow to the general. Feeling tens of thousands of gazes in Li Rulong's scrutiny, he gritted his teeth and, following Li Rulong's instructions, pressed the green capsule directly on his Zod's somewhat meaty chest. He then stepped back 2 paces and quietly watched him, even activating his X-ray vision to continuously scan the situation. From the broken capsule, silver fine particles spilled out, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. As soon as they touched the skin, they were instantly absorbed with almost no waste. Then, starting from Zod's chest, the effect began to spread throughout his body, pausing slightly when it reached his shoulders and the tops of his thighs. Suddenly, it continued to extend until it formed the shape of Zod's lost arms and legs. The light even blocked Kaleo's probing, and even Li Rulong from afar could not see what was happening within the silver glow. Time passed minute by minute as Li Rulong and the others kept watching Zod's condition. Finally, after 10 minutes, the silver light disappeared, and everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Zod's previously missing 2 legs and 1 arm had reappeared on his body, and his vaporized skin had regrown, even appearing whiter and more delicate than before. Seeing this, Li Rulong breathed a sigh of relief. At least the advanced version of the body recovery capsule had truly worked. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that a few wounds had not completely healed, but for a Kryptonian, these minor injuries were insignificant. With more sunlight, he would eventually recover. Kaleo, seeing Zod's body restored, was so excited that he almost crushed the red capsule in his fist, but fortunately, he quickly restrained himself. Otherwise, wasting such a precious divine medicine would lead to him wanting to self-harm, as he would feel ashamed to survive among his race. He immediately stepped forward, pried Zod's mouth open, and stuffed the red capsule inside. The moment it touched Zod's newly formed skin, Kaleo even felt a tinge of envy. Zod's skin now was better than that of Fiora, who had always taken care of herself. He wanted that too. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a faint thumping sound. He hurriedly listened closely and realized it was Zod's heartbeat, which, although still weak, at least proved that he had come back to life. Kaleo immediately stepped back, turned around, and raised his fist high, signaling to Li Rulong in the distance that they had succeeded. "What the hell are you all looking at? Get moving." He then let out an excited roar at the others, who were still in shock. "You little bastards, how dare you doubt the general? Once we have time, you all better train harder." Kaleo smiled with a hint of sarcasm. But since they were all superhumans, no matter how quietly he spoke, the others heard him loud and clear, internally cursing him as the one who first doubted the general, now trying to shirk responsibility. They wondered if he could even take on the thousands of them. Suddenly, Kaleo felt a chill, as if some hostility had brushed past him. The bald Dane, who was helping the Dragon Star rescue team's search for survivors, also felt like someone was talking about him, but couldn't tell who it was. So he curiously rubbed his bald head and looked around. "Stop rubbing your head. It won't grow back. Get to work." Zhang Peng, who had transformed into a humanoid combat warrior nearby, saw Dane suddenly stop and look around and quickly scolded him. On the sun's side, silver points of light appeared simultaneously, and those guarding around them were intently staring at the lights before them. Some were severely injured, missing arms and legs, having no skin, while some had even lost their heads, and others were left with just a leg or an arm. They were all thinking about the restoration of their human forms. Again, after 10 minutes, the silver light vanished. The comrades who had previously been missing bodies or severely injured reappeared before them, although they still bore numerous injuries. The others were completely unconcerned. They quickly stuffed red capsules into their mouths and continued to quietly wait for the moment their comrades would regain their heartbeats. Thump, thump, thump. The faint heartbeat confirmed that their comrades had revived and returned to their side. Everyone wanted to shout in excitement, but was silenced by Li Rulong's biopower field scan. They understood this was the general warning them not to disturb their comrades' recovery and rest. They could only silently return behind Li Rulong, gently high-fiving each other and embracing softly to celebrate. Li Rulong finally felt at ease. Next, he had other matters to attend to. "Kaleo, you will take 5,000 people to be responsible for accompanying Zord and the others. If they wake up, they're not allowed to leave the sun until they have fully recovered." "Understood, General. I promise to complete the task." Kaleo suppressed his excitement and immediately saluted in assurance. The others went to the battlefield to assist with rescue efforts. And if they found severed limbs and corpses, they should be properly preserved. As for whether they could save their comrades' lives, that would be discussed later. Understood, General. After the others received their orders, they quickly flew towards the battlefield. Li Rulong turned and headed towards the Black Dragon, as he was very concerned about the spatial anchor point mentioned by that long-necked figure. Tonggu, can that spatial anchor point be removed? Previously, with your silver Superman strength. It was impossible, but now that we have the system mall, it can be done. Oh, then I'll take a look. He instantly started searching for related items in the mall. Primordial Pearl. The Primordial Pearl contains the universe. I am the ruler of the portable universe. Retail price. Purchase quantity. 1. 10 yuan 10 ring hidden space array. 10-dimensional reinforced barrier. Hidden from the world. Undetectable by anyone. Retail price. Purchase quantity. 2. After browsing through more than 20 pages, each page showcasing 10 impressive and high-end applicable products, unfortunately, he couldn't afford any of them. Until the last few pages. He finally found something he could afford, and it had a longer shelf life. 1 yuan reinforcer. For you, a poor soul, who still wants to be a stable salted fish. This is a must-have. Note, it can reinforce a dimensional world barrier once and eliminate all external anchor points or external forces detection abilities, but the effect lasts only 5 years. Retail price. Minimum order, 10. Looking at the remaining balance of over 3 million, Li Rulong gritted his teeth and bought one full-price 1 yuan reinforcer, while cursing. 1 yuan? You damn sell it for over 2 million. What a clickbait. The blue vortex appeared again, but this time it directly spat out a black glass ball without offering 2 spatial rings as gifts like before. What a stingy guy. Li Rulong was complaining. But he quickly took the glass ball in his hand. This thing was a luxury item worth 2 million mall coins. A piece of information was automatically transmitted to him, including usage methods, effects, and precautions. Everything was there, except for the manufacturer. After understanding how to use it, Li Rulong directly crushed it. A strong but harmless wave instantly spread outwards, and the speed of the diffusion was so fast that even he, with his silver-level abilities, couldn't keep up with it visually. After basically getting everything he could set up and eliminating the hidden dangers of the spatial anchor point, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to discuss some matters with the system, he suddenly noticed that the countdown in his mind had actually stopped. 2311, 2025, 2311, 2025. What is going on? Li Rulong quickly asked in confusion in his mind. You just used a 1 yuan fixer. Isn't this item supposed to eliminate external hazards for 5 years? The system replied directly. Oh yeah, that's great. Then we have another 5 years of development time. By then, won't Longxing be able to take off? Li Rulong was very excited. He was about to share this news with Zhou Lao and the others. With an additional 5 years of preparation time, combined with the technology from Al Qiao and others that dismantled foreign civilizations, as well as the current conquest of the universe, the strength of Longxing would definitely far exceed its current state. There might even be a chance to reach the peak of level 2 civilization, or even the early stage of level 3 civilization. This was good news, but I also have 3 pieces of bad news. Do you want to hear them? Just as Li Rulong was daydreaming, the system's words fell like cold water on his head, instantly calming him down. First, the game in the Longxing world is paused, but the currency needed for the system store, the store coins, can only be obtained through killing and winning. Although I don't have to follow the rules completely, I also can't bypass the strict regulations to conjure up store coins for you. Are store coins good? Yes. Are store coins desirable? Yes. Do you want god-level items? Yes. These were the 3 major conclusions Li Rulong had just drawn from his spending. However, the system directly informed him that store coins could not be obtained, at least not for the next 5 years. This immediately made Li Rulong a bit dejected. Cheer up. This is just the first piece of bad news. Listen to the second one. The world-crossing choices I could control a bit before can no longer be done, because the loopholes have also been disabled for 5 years. Damn. This news was a thunderclap for Li Rulong. Now, that Longxing was developing so rapidly and its strength was so strong, it all came from helpful worlds. And the biggest contributor here was his brother Tom. If he couldn't bring back the primitive world civilization, what could he bring back? Not to mention the small population. It was uncivilized and couldn't even recognize characters. What good would it do? Be quiet, pull yourself together, and listen to the third one. The necessary conditions for civilization upgrades. Longxing could almost secure level 2 on its own development premise, but level 3 was basically impossible. If the first piece of bad news extinguished Li Rulong's desire to shop, and the second piece temporarily interrupted the external assistance for Longxing, Then this third piece would directly cut off the future of his civilization. Brother Tong, this is not acceptable. Didn't you say before that without reaching level 3 civilization, this game is basically a guaranteed death? Li Rulong is really anxious this time. He doesn't even know how to explain to old Zhou and the others. It's pointless to be anxious, but it's not exactly as you think, where the future is completely cut off. Let's put it this way. We want to talk about primitive civilizations since they only play around the starry sky of their home planet. A Type 1 civilization can fully utilize all resources and energy within its own star system, like how well you guys are managing the solar system. A Type 2 civilization needs to venture out of its home star system to colonize or engage in wars between star systems and galaxies. You have already touched the boundaries, but you haven't classified levels and scales according to existing war potential. Instead, you summarize a system based on your own 5,000 years of civilization history, which is completely suitable for your civilization. I must say, I am quite impressed. For a Type 3 civilization, there are two major aspects that must be addressed: time science and space science. You have temporarily found some direction in space science, and obtaining results is just a matter of time. However, in terms of time science research, you, or rather the current universe, have basically not touched upon it at all. The system elaborated a lot and detailed the differences from primitive to Type 3 civilizations. Li Rulong certainly knows the current situation of Longxing and is aware that the system's mention of touching upon spatial knowledge is due to the OMA box he retrieved earlier, which contains information on spatial science. When not in use, it is mostly kept at the Academy of Sciences, where the Space Theory Project team, led by Director Huang, is conducting research. Moreover, a few years ago, he heard Director Huang mention that they had some verification directions for basic theories, but they still needed more time, and they were almost completely blank on some materials that could carry space. However, he is not knowledgeable about the theory of time in science. Brother System, are you only mentioning this now because of the Black Death Obliteration Star? Li Rulong subconsciously asked. That's right. Do you remember what happened when we obtained the Black Death Oblivion Star and came back? It was clearly just a moment, but in reality, a long time passed. That's because the Black Death Oblivion Star contains all known and unknown ability systems. Otherwise, why would that group of birdmen and that short guy come to this barren dimension, which is an anomaly for them? And don't think it's easy to come here once. It comes at a considerable cost. So, is there a chance to get another one in the future? You think too much. If this thing could be easily obtained, it wouldn't be valuable, the system retorted bluntly. Of course, Li Rulong only asked out of a glimmer of hope. But what could he do? He couldn't blame the system. After all, his system brother used the Black Death Oblivion Star to save him. Li Rulong was standing outside the Black Dragon, hands on his hips, lost in thought without going inside. By the way, Tonggu, what happened to the system we captured in the Gundam Seed world? Li Rulong suddenly remembered that there was such a thing and hurriedly asked. Don't mention it. Just thinking about it makes me furious. This little brat is so disobedient. I've poked him 999 times, and he still won't confess. Confess? Confess to what? Isn't it just about being devoured directly? The true name, the unique true name of each system. The unique true name of the system? That's the first time I've heard of it. Li Rulong mumbled a phrase. The true name of the system is its greatest secret, and it is a secret that must be kept at all costs. Not only do the civilizations assisted by the system engage in mutual slaughter, but even among the various systems, once they discover each other, they will find ways to devour one another. However, there is a prerequisite. They need to know each other's true names. The system patiently explained this to him. It seemed like he had seen a similar setting somewhere before, where the gods of a certain world would be enslaved by others if their true names were known. Li Rulong suddenly thought. But at that time, he was still in elementary school in the original world, and his memory wasn't very clear. By the way, what is your real name, Tong? Calling you Tong all the time doesn't sound good. He suddenly said. Get lost. What kind of broken name is that? Should I just call you Rolling Brother from now on? The system no longer responded to him, even as Li Rulong asked various questions. The system remained silent. No. Stop, bastard. If you don't confess, I won't ask anymore. I'll just erase you. I'm called materialistic. No, you. Inside the system, two different voices sounded, one pleading and the other angry. The pleading voice was no longer emotionless as before, but filled with despair, until it was completely swallowed by the angry system. Li Rulong was unaware of what was happening here. He had already entered the bridge of the Black Dragon. Looking at the busy people on the bridge, Li Rulong stopped the bridge guard officer from announcing the commander's arrival. Hurry! A new batch of injured is coming from area B-199. Get the transport team over there immediately. Old NOV. Contact Deputy Corps Commander Daniai. Area F013 needs breaching. Zhang Zhongjing, working with the ever-present Director Xiong, was busy directing the rescue operations for the 6th Fleet, which had suffered the most casualties, while Commander Wang and others were on the fleet flagship, responsible for rescue operations in other areas and post-war handling matters. Li Rulong quietly walked up behind him and handed him a bottle of water. C-323 area. Don't be a nuisance. It's you, kid. Hey. Just as Director Xiong was about to ask, he suddenly noticed a bottle of water being offered to him. At that moment, he didn't have time to drink water. And just as he was about to scold the person, he realized it was Li Rulong. He quickly changed his tone and took a deep breath. How are Zord and the others? Are the casualties significant? Director Xiong asked, somewhat tired but still proactive. 320,000 dead. And those we managed to rescue have all been sent to the sun for treatment. Kaleo is taking care of them. Li Rulong solemnly reported the casualty figures, and Minister Xiong and Zhang Zhong instantly widened their eyes. That was 320,000 superhumans. They were all wiped out by a single shot. And just now Li Rulong used the word rescue, which meant that Zod and the other 80,000 were all gone without a single one intact. 320,000 Kryptonian super soldiers. That cost is too great. It seems that in the future... No. Minister Xiong, stroking his chin and speaking seriously, was suddenly interrupted by Li Rulong. Everyone else looked at Li Rulong, knowing what Minister Xiong was about to say. If they were in the position of planetary defense minister, they would definitely make the same decision. Uncle Xiong, Zod and 400,000 Kryptonian compatriots voluntarily went to defend their comrades from enemy attacks without any coercive orders. If you plan to keep them in reserve as strategic weapons and are reluctant to use them, then for them, it would truly be a death in vain. Li Rulong's expression was serious as he spoke to Defense Minister Xiong and the other senior generals beside him. Zord is a warrior, and the others are also warriors. Zord and the others are from the Dragon Star. Are the others not from the Dragon Star? They are supermen. Back when our Huaxia nation resisted invasion, in the hearts of the people, weren't they all supermen? Li Rulong's voice grew louder, and the busy captain, along with the officers and operators responsible for communication and orders, turned to look at him in silence. Uncle Xiong, Old Zhang, everyone, please remember, whether from Krypton or any other civilization joining Longxing, regardless of their noble or humble origins, and whether their abilities are immense or obscure, as long as they acknowledge themselves as Longxing people, as part of our Chinese nation, they must be prepared to sacrifice for the people and the nation at any time when they join. No matter who it is, even if it's me, or Old Zhou, or you, Uncle Xiong, or you, when the time comes, we can all die for the Chinese nation, for the Chinese people, for the continuation of Chinese civilization. In their eyes, Li Rulong exuded a powerful aura at that moment. Tears glistened in the eyes of Director Xiong and the others as they looked at the youngest person on the bridge. Director Xiong took a step back and suddenly bowed to Li Rulong, startling him, who quickly stepped aside and appeared beside him to help him up. Uncle Xiong, I just expressed my heartfelt thoughts. After all, my elders and teachers instilled these ideas in me since I was a child. I know this is all correct. I might have gotten a bit carried away with my emotions just now. Li Rulong said apologetically. No, Rulong, it's not appropriate for me to bow in this military uniform, but there is a reason for my actions. Minister Xiong straightened his back, looked around, and said to everyone, what Rulong just said is right. Although we have been doing this for a long time, sometimes we inevitably think of the new compatriots who joined Longxing as outsiders. I sometimes think this way too, and that is wrong. I reflect on this. When I heard Rulong say that 320,000 brothers of the Kryptonian race have fallen, it pains my heart. But more than that, I feel a sense of guilt towards our guests, feeling that as hosts, we did not protect our guests well. From now on, I will no longer treat them as guests. They are all one of us, the masters of Longxing, the seeds of civilization's inheritance and continuation, the future. Minister Xiong's speech was impassioned, and those around him felt a deep sense of agreement. Clap, clap. The nearby Xiong Nuafu took the initiative to applaud. Although he was an ordinary person, he was still an outsider, and moreover, he came from another world. He had long felt that locals like Zhang Zhong would care for and even yield to them, the so-called guests, in certain matters, which made him uncomfortable. But he couldn't express it. After all, he could not represent others and take the initiative to voice his opinion. Now, with the military's top leader, Minister Xiong, making things clear and setting the tone for the future, he and others could finally feel completely at ease. Clap, clap, clap. The applause gradually became more fervent, and everyone applauded in agreement. From that moment on, the previous barriers were finally completely eliminated. Li Rulong also clapped with a smile. But he felt puzzled inside. I'm really not suited for politics. I truly didn't expect there to be such a layer of meaning. It's a case of stumbling upon success. But the outcome is even better. Li Rulong felt a bit embarrassed, and quickly signaled Minister Xiong that there was an important matter to discuss. After handing over the military affairs to Zhang Zhong, Minister Xiong returned to his exclusive command cabin with Li Rulong. Li Rulong took a minute to shower and changed back into his military uniform before sitting down in front of Minister Xiong. Given his speed, he really didn't need that much time, but he was thinking about the simple plan for the past 5 years and the things they needed to address. He lit a cigar that Uncle Xiong had brought back from abroad years ago and lit up a long-loose cigarette himself, and the two began to puff away. You little brat, you're not just here to smoke with me, are you? With this time, you might as well hurry back and boost the national population. Minister Xiong said with a sly smile as he looked at Li Rulong. No, Uncle Xiong, we just finished a battle, and you want me to go back and have fun? That doesn't seem right. Cut it out. Fighting is the business of Longxing, and having kids is also Longxing's business. Right now, we have things under control here, and you can't help much. Just leave Danny I and the others for me. Minister Xiong said, taking a puff of his cigar, the rich smoke even circulating in his lungs. Anyway, being strong and healthy, there's no problem. Li Rulong stared blankly at him and extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Uncle Xiong, please stop joking around. I need to discuss serious matters with you. Director Xiong, seeing Li Rulong being so serious, also put away his joking attitude. Go ahead. The Black Death Annihilation Star that the alien mentioned before the war was indeed with me. But due to an accident, it is no longer here. Li Rulong shrugged. After hearing this, Minister Xiong didn't pay much attention. That thing didn't belong to Longxing in the first place, and if it were really in Li Rulong's hands, Longxing would definitely hand it over if they could control it. Since it wasn't handed over, it meant there was a big problem with it. If it's gone, it's gone. But can you tell me what exactly this Black Death Annihilation Star is? Those aliens are so crazy that they go to war at the slightest suspicion. In fact, it's not just him who has doubts. Even Zhou Lao and the others far away on Longxing want to know what the Black Death Annihilation Star is used for. Li Rulong was about to speak when Minister Xiong raised his hand to stop him. Don't say anything yet. Let's head back to Beijing. Zhou and the others want to know, too. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. You should rest for a while. I need to arrange for the injured and the follow-up work. It should take a few hours to sort out. Then I'll call Old Wang and Old Zhang, and we'll go back together. He opened the door and left directly. Li Rulong lay on the sofa, once again calculating his plans in his mind. To persuade Elder Zhou and the others, it would probably take quite a bit of effort. Longxing, Huaxia Continent, the capital city. The once Haodong Hall had become a gathering place specifically for Li Rulong's small meetings, and now they rarely met here. The fact that everyone had gathered again was obviously due to the importance placed on the Black Death Annihilation Star mentioned by Li Rulong. Everyone sat down by department. Those who could make it were the heads and deputy heads of various departments, as well as the highest-ranking commanders from the military. First, Minister Xiong and Commander Wang introduced the results of the war against the temporarily designated alien civilization invaders, providing a detailed report. The process was directly omitted. The entire course of the previous war had been organized and live-streamed to the Longxing Command Center through the battlefield conditions sent back by Fuxi to Xianyuan. The war against the alien civilization invaders ended with our side completely annihilating the enemy. Although we won the war, our side's casualty rate was very high, with nearly 320,000 Kryptonian warriors killed. General Zod was also severely injured, and both he and the critically injured Kryptonian warriors were sent by Rulong to the sun for healing. He also reported to me that although Zod and the others were seriously injured, they were out of life-threatening danger and just needed some time to fully recover. The Longxing Universe Navy Fleet suffered the most casualties in this operation, with the 6th Fleet, which led the charge, sustaining the heaviest losses, followed by the 5th and 3rd Fleets, while the remaining fleets suffered almost no damage. The 6th Fleet's casualty rate exceeded 74, with casualties, injuries, and a 60 loss of warships, which could not be repaired and had to be rebuilt. All injured personnel had been rescued, but the remains of fallen warriors could not be returned. They were sacrificed in a sudden attack by the enemy's super annihilation weapons. Moreover, if it weren't for General Zod and 400,000 Kryptonian compatriots sacrificing themselves to hold back at the last moment, the casualty rate of the 6th, 7th, 5th, 4th, and 3rd Fleets would have been unimaginable, and the remaining 1st and 2nd fleets would also have been unable to mount a substantial resistance. Commander Wang, with a somber voice, finished the war report and then sat back in his seat with a grim face. Since Longxing entered the universe and established the fleet, he had served as the first supreme commander of the universe navy and had fought 2 wars, each time with significant casualties. Although this time the entire population of Longxing had enhanced their physical abilities and strengths, and with the participation of Li Rulong and 1.8 million super Kryptonian warriors, as well as the fact that now, apart from Kryptonians, ordinary soldiers could fully recover from any injuries without leaving any sequelae, the numbers still weighed heavily on his heart, especially with nearly 400,000 warriors sacrificed and 320,000 Kryptonian warriors dead. All right, Xiao Wang, I can see your expression. Are you thinking of taking all the blame again? Elder Zhou smiled as he looked at Commander Wang, who had just sat down. Enough, you brat, always like this. To be honest, regardless of any ethnicity, the 720,000 warriors sacrificed in this war is already the maximum effort you and Rulong could muster. Of course, your and the various fleets' command and adaptability on the battlefield played a crucial role. Yes, Elder Zhou is right. Moreover, the selfless sacrifice of our Kryptonian compatriots and General Zod exemplifies the greatness of the proletarian warriors. We should be grateful to them and commemorate our fallen comrades. Elder Zhou and Elder Yang respectively summarized to everyone, also to comfort the military leaders and try to alleviate their psychological burdens. This matter was considered behind them, and the next step would be to address the spoils, which would be handled by the Academy of Sciences. However, this time the representative from the Academy was Director Huang, and Iurkio did not come along to the meeting. We are still counting the spoils, but according to the data sent back by Xiao AI, we are likely to achieve another breakthrough in material science. We will discuss the specifics after he leads the research team to finish. Director Huang stated succinctly before sitting back down. Old Huang, why didn't your deputy director AI come? Elder Zhang asked, blinking at Director Huang. Iurkio had attended almost all meetings since joining Longxing. He liked to summarize from the meetings and then determine and plan his future research direction based on the ideas of various departments. Well, Director Huang didn't know how to respond and instinctively looked toward Li Rulong's direction. Director Huang, what's wrong with him? Has he gotten into trouble again? Li Rulong asked in confusion. No, I didn't cause any trouble. It's just that he brought back an alien with a long neck, saying he wanted to interrogate it personally. And he even borrowed a few anatomy and traditional Chinese medicine experts from the medical department. Hey, you old scholar, what's there to be embarrassed about? Zhang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Al Xiao's antics had to be earth-shattering, including his wife's involvement. As long as it's fine, as long as it's fine. No, I was just thinking about his smiling face when he returned. It feels a bit. Never mind, let's leave it to fate. After Director Huang finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair, his expression clearly saying, you all wait for the results. I'm not involved anymore. At this moment, all the elders looked at Li Rulong, as this meeting was called early at his request. Li Rulong stood up, walked to the front of the stage, and said, everyone knows what the countdown clock behind me represents. The sudden appearance of this enemy was completely unexpected, although we have paid a great price. We have finally annihilated the invading enemy, but at the same time, it has also given us a new opportunity. He glanced around at the people present. Some frowned. Some looked puzzled, but everyone continued to watch him. This countdown can be extended by another 1826 days, which is 5 years. Wow. As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room became a bit chaotic. They did not understand why Li Rulong said that. Everyone, please be quiet and let me finish. I previously acquired an instrument called the Yuan Fixer. At that time, I didn't know what it was for, so I just kept it. Li Rulong found a reason that could at least be accepted by them for the things he bought from them all. As for whether they believe it or not, does it matter? When the war ended, I captured a living alien, the long-necked one that Iurkio was interrogating. He mentioned something very important. Our universe has been pushed into something called a spatial anchor point by more powerful beings from other universes. This spatial anchor point will continuously mark the location of our universe and can even, at a certain cost, send people or armies into our universe, which is also the reason for the sudden appearance of the enemy this time. Everyone in the conference room widened their eyes. If what Li Rulong said is true, then their universe would become like a sieve, where anyone could come and go as they please. What would the countdown be for then? They couldn't guard against intruders every night. Ahem. Old Joe gently coughed, signaling everyone to close their mouths and continue listening to Li Rulong. My first thought at that moment was to quickly eliminate this spatial anchor point, but just then the fixed device I was carrying reacted and started up automatically. Li Rulong shrugged with a speechless expression. After using it, I realized what this thing was for. It can reinforce the spatial barriers of our universe and eliminate all external interference. For example, spatial anchor points, whether there was one or countless before, will all be automatically removed once the monadic stabilizer takes effect. Moreover, no external forces will be able to enter our universe again using abnormal means. After Li Rulong finished speaking, everyone in the room instantly became happy. So, does that mean they would be safe in the future? But then everyone quickly realized that Li Rulong had just mentioned 826 days, which is 5 years. Could it be? Rulong, does this reinforcement device only have a 5-year validity? Elder Yang was the first to voice the question in everyone's mind. Yes, Elder Yang, everyone. That's also why I mentioned the concept of 5 years earlier. Although Elder Zhou and the others felt that 5 years was too short, considering they had lifespans of over 1,000 years, at least it would give Longxing an additional 5 years to prepare. They quickly began to calculate in their minds what areas should be vigorously developed in these 5 years, whether to continue leaning towards the military or to focus on colonization, spreading more seeds throughout the universe. Zhou Ji was rubbing his thermos with both hands, and his furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. Rulong, you just mentioned this magical thing called the 1 yuan reinforcement device? Which one and which yuan? Zhou Ji directly asked. 1 from 1, 2, 3, 4. Yuan as in the era. Li Rulong clarified his doubts, and after Zhou Ji finished listening, he excitedly placed his thermos cup on the table and continued to ask. So are there 2 yuan? 3 yuan? Or even? Countless yuan? Yes. The thought echoed in everyone's mind. If they could get 2 yuan, well, that's a small scale. But if they could get 99 yuan, 1 yuan for 5 years, that would be 495 years. And who said it starts with 5 years? What if it's a growth of 5 years every time? What if it's exponential even? I think there should be something like that. But I don't know how this stuff is generated. Li Rulong swallowed hard, looking at the crowd's eager eyes fixed on him. He quickly found an excuse to brush it off. Come on, I have 15 wives, so don't look at me like that. Hey, Uncle Xiong, can you wipe your drool? He also wanted to get a 99 yuan booster, or even a permanent one. But where would he get them all coins? There was no place to rob. After venting his frustrations in his mind, he hurriedly continued to share his plans to divert their attention. Everyone, if there's a chance in the future, I'll try to get something even cooler, but right now I really don't have anything. I'm here to report the current situation to you all, and I have a plan that I've been considering for a while. Now that I have the conditions, I'm ready to have you all help me out. I plan to personally lead the Black Dragon and its troops to become space pirates in the universe for 5 years. Li Rulong's loud declaration shocked the entire audience. No one had expected that the perfectly fine red general, Li Rulong, would choose to become a villainous pirate. Was this plan serious? However, not everyone was confused. At least Zhou Lao, Yang Lao, Zhang Lao, Zhou Ji, and military leaders like Xiong Fangzhong and Commander Wang all wore serious expressions, contemplating the plan Li Rulong had laid out. Once they calmed down, Li Rulong continued. First, I want to confess something to everyone. A few years ago, I spent over 3 years in space and engaged in piracy. Here, I reflect on it. I apologize to Long. Please stop, Zhou Lao interrupted, directly cutting off Li Rulong, who was putting on a remorseful face for their benefit. Everyone knew what kind of person he was. Why put on an act? Besides, did he steal a neighbor's chicken or take a compatriot's egg? Stealing from aliens. Can that even be called stealing? In short, the reputation of being a pirate was something Longxing could not afford, and Li Rulong certainly shouldn't wear a skull cap. However, if they changed the name, that could be acceptable. Cosmic Pirate was something I wouldn't agree with, and no one else present would either. Zhou Lao's firm statement caused Li Rulong, who had prepared a lot of persuasive arguments, to immediately wilt. However, wasn't there something about John Bull obtaining a legal piracy certificate back in the day? After Zhou Lao finished speaking, Yang Lao suddenly chimed in. The two had worked together seamlessly for years, both having previously managed the entire country's affairs. Zhou Lao's knowing Yang Lao would catch his lead without it falling to the ground. Yes, and at that time, being a pirate was not a derogatory term. To our own people, it was a profession for exploring and bringing honor to the country. Xiong Fangzhong and the others quickly understood the implication of what the two leaders were saying. They just wanted a nice name to avoid any blemish on their reputations. Well then, let's call it the Longxing Exploration Fleet. Of course, if we encounter danger or non-cooperation, the appropriate use of force is unavoidable, Zhou Lao nodded. If it was called the Longxing Exploration Fleet, then there would be no problem. The Longxing Exploration Fleet? That name sounds good. I had a dream as a child. Wielding a sword? No, I mean commanding a fleet to explore the universe. I wonder if Rulong can give me this opportunity. Me too. The people in the conference room began discussing excitedly, with all sorts of opinions, but there were no objections. They were all sharp individuals. This exploration fleet, combined with Li Rulong and his team, could never suffer losses. Wouldn't they just be bringing back good things like pirates? Who the hell would dare oppose this at such a time? They would be traitors to the stars. Li Rulong rolled his eyes on stage, looking at the unusually excited crowd below, listening to their wild and even audacious discussions, realizing that all the time he spent preparing his arguments was for nothing. He wanted to seek help from Zhou Lao and the others, only to find that Zhou Lao was having a small meeting with Yang Lao and Zhang Lao, along with a few others, while Xiong Fangzhong and Commander Wang crouched nearby, listening intently. Since it's called a fleet, let's send out more ships. Xiao Zhang said. How much can one Black Dragon ship carry? Let's add 5 transport ships. Anyway, with the Black Dragon and Rulong's team for firepower, we don't need to waste resources. I think the current transport ships are too small. It would be better to have the Academy of Sciences and the shipyard work overtime to build a bigger one. At least not smaller than the Black Dragon. Agreed. And don't just make 5. Let's aim for 10. Perfect 10, a good omen. Seconded. Agreed. Although their voices were low, the content of their conversation reached Li Rulong's ears. Li Rulong watched them speak with enthusiasm and didn't dare to interrupt. So he could only stand on the stage and wait for them to finish. After a long while, Zhou Lao and the others concluded their small meeting and tapped the table to quiet everyone in the conference room. Now that you've finished, can we keep quiet? It's really a case of only allowing high officials to set fires while forbidding the middle management from lighting lamps. Many people had their thoughts interrupted and felt a bit dissatisfied, but they didn't dare to speak up and could only silently complain. Rulong, let's discuss your Dragon Star exploration fleet plan now. It's not mine, it's yours. Besides, what is there to discuss? You've already decided on the name and finished all the discussions. Li Rulong smiled and gave an eye signal to Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou also smiled and returned the gesture. You could just say it directly, he said. That's not possible. This is a negotiation meeting, and we can't have a one-man show. After their eye exchange, the meeting continued. We think your plan is good, but we have never actively invaded any country or interfered in another country's internal affairs, so we cannot recognize pirates. However, we fully support the exploration fleet for the unknown exploration of Dragon Star. Therefore, instead of just you and the Black Dragon, we have decided to add 20 of the newest warships to form an exploration fleet to escort you. As Elder Zhou spoke, Elder Yang and others beside him nodded. Look, it was perfect just a moment ago, and now it's doubled. Moreover, you mentioned the newest warships. Show me the blueprints. Where are they? Also, do those warships have cannons? Dean Huang looked bewildered. He was just calculating what kind of alien technology or how many scientists should accompany them. So he had overlooked Elder Zhou's small meeting. Now, suddenly, there were the newest warships, and he had no idea about it. Actually, all right, this matter is settled. Also, your Uncle Xiong will temporarily step down from the position of Minister of Defense of Dragon Star and be appointed as the commander of the exploration fleet, while you'll be the deputy commander. Zhou will resign from the position of foreign minister and be appointed as the chief diplomat of the exploration fleet. Lao Huang, I will borrow Vice Dean Al Qiao for 5 years to serve as chief scientist with the fleet. How about that? Elder Zhou arranged a few positions and then asked Dean Huang. That's fine. His wife, AI Mutant, is also a scientist and can go along. Dean Huang nodded in agreement. Even offering by 1 get 1 free deal. I will also select 1,000 academicians and various experts, along with 5,000 PhD students and researchers, to go and learn. Dean Huang added, such a good opportunity. If the Academy of Sciences didn't need him to stay, he would want to go himself. Elder Zhou nodded in satisfaction, and this way, the fleet was perfect. Li Rulong is not good at fleet command, so let Minister Xiong take charge, while keeping an eye on him to prevent any impulsive actions. The Millennium Fox, Zhou, will serve as the chief diplomat. He is likely to be able to outsmart any alien civilization he encounters. Now, with the addition of scientist El Qiao, the exploration fleet is taking shape. Moreover, I've heard that among the Kryptonians, besides Li Rulong, scientist El Qiao is actually the strongest. Even if Zod and Zilio team up, they won't gain any advantage against him. All right, it's settled. As for the others, you commanders can discuss it among yourselves. My principle is to promote the development of Longxing with a green light all the way. Clap, clap, clap. After Zhou's loud declaration, applause erupted in the conference room. Only Li Rulong stood on the stage, helplessly clapping. Discuss? Did you see me say anything? Did anyone ask me a question? It doesn't matter. As long as I can go out and seize. No, I mean explore, that's fine. Although there are discrepancies, the outcome is what he wanted. So it doesn't matter. After the meeting ended, everyone returned to their respective posts to get busy, while Zhou stayed behind with Li Rulong and Yang Lao to drink tea and smoke in his office. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Once seated, Li Rulong realized that the atmosphere in the office was off. He was sitting in the middle chair, while the others sat across from him, resembling a three-person trial. Gentlemen, I still have things to attend to, you all. Li Rulong asked softly like a small student who made a mistake. Stop with that nonsense. We didn't call you here for any other reason. We just want to have great-grandsons and great-granddaughters. I wonder if General Li has any plans in that regard? Old Zhang, with a cigarette in his mouth, glared at Li Rulong, clearly unhappy. The others just laughed, and no one came to his rescue. Grandpa, well, getting pregnant depends on the chances. It's not something I can decide. He was scared to death. It turned out to be this matter, so he simply shrugged and leaned back in his chair. Stop talking nonsense. Is it because you can't do it? Does that little blue pill that Xiao Huang has still exist? Send him a few boxes. Let him take it every day. I think it's fine. Even if there are chances, have you forgotten how many wives you have? Your chances can't be zero, right? Or maybe let a traditional Chinese medicine doctor take a look, since Western medicine can't do anything about it. His condition is too. Oh, Grandpa Li, I'm perfectly normal. Not small at all. Before old Li finished speaking, he was interrupted by Li Rulong. What do you mean by having no way to start? What do you mean by that being too much? He can't accept being insulted like that. Ha, you kid, when did I say you were small? You don't know how tough you are. What can Western medicine do to operate on you? Old Zhou and the others burst into laughter. They were joking, but they genuinely wanted Li Rulong to have descendants. All right, stop scaring him. Rulong, we really hope you can have a few heirs. Our nation has always emphasized that among the three unfilial acts, having no descendants is the greatest. Although people are not as conservative now, it still depends on a person. Exactly. In this way, the other ships of the exploration fleet still need to be built. We just found out privately that it will take about 2 months to complete. During this period, aside from allocating resources and selecting personnel, you will have 5 days off each week and work for 2 days. The rest of the time, you need to stay at home. Li Rulong looked at the few big shots who had clearly arranged everything for him and could only accept it helplessly. Leaving Huaxia, he strolled home. Tongge, do you think I can have descendants? You're already a silver-level super. And if you wrap yourself in a biological force field and control it well, the chances are still quite high. After the system explained, Li Rulong's eyes lit up. It seems I'm destined to branch out in this world. By the way, did I forget something? Stinky Rulong. Stinky Rulong. You love him. You love him. Hello. Hello. In a beautiful 2-story building in the Xinjiang City Military District, Lux Klein was on the second-floor balcony, vigorously pounding on the pillow in her arms. At her feet, a group of colorful hello robots bounced around joyfully. Oh, who has made the princess unhappy? A teasing voice came from outside the terrace. Lux quickly looked up and saw the person floating on the second floor, her beloved Li Rulong. Rulong, she instinctively called out happily, then immediately turned her head to the side, pouting with her cheeks puffed out. What are you here for? Lux said, somewhat dissatisfied. Li Rulong smiled and didn't take it to heart. It was originally his fault. He had been busy preparing for battle after returning, then went to the battlefield, attended meetings, and, as a result, he really forgot about the princess, leaving her alone in the welcoming city to guard an empty house. I'm really sorry. I've been busy since I got back. The war just ended. And then I immediately had a meeting, and I rushed over to find you. Did you get hurt? Li Rulong had just finished apologizing when Laxus dropped the pillow in her arms and ran to the terrace railing, looking at the man in front of her with concern. She even kicked away the silent black hello. Black hello. I'm black. I have no presence. Oh. Li Rulong flew onto the terrace, taking hold of Lux's slender hands, as delicate as green onions. Don't worry, I'm fine. Although Li Rulong spoke with a smile, his voice was somewhat somber. He was fine, but his direct subordinate had lost as many as 320,000 men. Naturally clever and good at observing people's hearts, Lux noticed Li Rulong's unusual demeanor and instantly thought that it might be related to the recently concluded war, where Li Rulong's subordinates, or even friends, had encountered misfortune, which explained his expression. It's good that you're okay. Wars like this, once it starts, it's a matter of life and death. In the previous world, I always hoped to resolve the conflict between adjusters and natural humans through dialogue, Lux said in a deep voice, then raised her head to look at Li Rulong seriously. However, I have come to understand this world a bit, of course, through the internet. You know, We in the future must work for the survival of the Huaxia people. Everyone is striving for a common goal, with no internal divisions. This is what I have longed for, and I didn't expect that your world has already achieved it. Rest assured, I couldn't do anything before, but now I am by your side, having come to this world with you. From now on, your vision will be the direction I assist you in. Lux revealed a warm smile like sunlight, even melting away the slight sadness in Li Rulong's heart. Lux, all right, no matter what, please take care of me from now on, my sir. Lux stopped Li Rulong's words, tiptoed, gently stroked his cheek, and focused on looking at his face. Li Rulong kissed directly on this terrace under the sunset. Huaxia continent, the capital city of Sihiyuan. In the future, I hope all the sisters will take care of me. Lux's hands were clasped together, resting on her lower abdomen, and she deeply bowed to the 13 girls in front of her. Zhang Jiqiao and the others looked at this girl with pink hair, as if she had walked out of a comic, unsure of how to respond. Li Rulong stood awkwardly to the side, turning his head towards the artificial hill as if he had discovered it for the first time in his own home. He originally intended to introduce Lux's identity, but when he arrived, Lux said she wanted to introduce herself and integrate into the family. Yang Ling'er was the first to react. She hurriedly stepped forward, carefully examining Lux, then gently smiled and took her hand. Oh, that's great. We finally have a new member. From now on, we'll be family. After saying this, she turned to Zhang Jiqiao and the others behind her, who also understood and quickly nodded in agreement, smiling as they approached Lux, asking her many questions. But most of all, they asked, "Is your hair natural? It's so beautiful. I can never dye it this color. Your eyes are so bright, even better than colored contacts. Your skin is so fair. How do you take care of it? Please teach me." Women's questions often revolve around these points, of course, provided they have accepted each other. Otherwise, it would be a different kind of battlefield. When Li Rulong turned back, he found that there was no one in front of him, though there were 2 suitcases left on the ground, brought by Lux. Sighing, Li Rulong picked up the suitcases and took them to Lux's designated room. That evening, Zhang Jiqiao and the others initiated a welcome party to greet the new member, Lux Klein. As they chatted together, they realized this girl was extraordinary and very articulate. Naturally, they could also sense that she sincerely wanted to join the Li family and had no negative feelings towards them. This was also the reason they could quickly accept her, showcasing their trust in Li Rulong's judgment. The banquet lasted late into the night, and Li Rulong was pushed into Lux's room by the other girls. After a night passed, the next day when Li Rulong left for work, Lux reappeared before everyone with her long pink hair styled up, which was their previous custom. However, Yang Ling'er informed her that in the current world, women have complete autonomy over their rights, and they can choose any hairstyle they like without having to pay special attention to tradition. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Li Rulong then went to Director Xiong's office and proactively brought up the list of personnel he wanted to take away. Are you sure you want to take them? Director Xiong asked after reviewing the list and putting down his tablet. Yes, I definitely want to take Captain Jiao with me. Zod and the others will stay on Longxing to continue their recovery, which also leaves high-end combat power for Longxing. Kluzer and the others need training, and since their abilities are not weak, they can join in getting to know this universe and adapt to our way of working and combat sequence more quickly. Li Rulong stood in front of the desk and said earnestly, "All right, we have 3 months. Since they're all coordinators and inherently stronger than ordinary people from the original world, let's arrange for them to receive the super serum injections as soon as possible. We'll see how much they can be enhanced. Those who want to board the ship can do so, and those who wish to continue piloting mobile suits, no, mobile warriors, can keep doing that. The rest can be assigned based on their abilities." But Minister Xiong paused mid-sentence here. Then, with a tap into the air, a person's photo and profile suddenly appeared before the two of them. "You said you want to modify the Black Dragon to be single-piloted with multiple assistants, and you specifically assigned him to take charge. Isn't that a bit too hasty?" The person displayed on the virtual screen was none other than Arnold Newman, the former pilot of the Archangel. "Uncle Xiong, you might not believe me, but this guy is practically a mystical pilot. If we hand the Black Dragon over to him, it might not even lose a single scratch in the future." Li Rulong smiled as he explained to Defense Minister Xiong, including many things he himself hadn't quite believed before. In the end, Defense Minister Xiong still agreed to Li Rulong's request. He also knew that Li Rulong had come to inform him out of respect, as the Black Dragon was ultimately his ship, and Defense Minister Xiong was only the nominal supreme commander. The Black Dragon underwent a major crew overhaul. Not only was Arnold Newman brought in as the primary pilot, but the weapons officer was also replaced by Natalie Badgerel. Defense Minister Xiong trusted his aide Patrick Zala, and the tactical officer under Deputy Captain Xiong NOV joined the crew as Maru Ramius. 3 new aides joined Zhou Jieji's side. Lakis' father, Siegel Klein, Gilbert Durandal, and his close friend, Rao Lacruzit. The fighter squadron also welcomed several newcomers, such as Athrun Zala, Isaac Jewel, Durka Elsman, Mullah Flaga, Nicola Malfi, and Heine Wessenfluss, as well as newcomers like Shin Asuka, Luna Maria Hawk, and the revived Reza Burrell. They were all particularly fascinated by the Longxing Space Navy's tri-state fighters. After receiving their super serum injections, they eagerly requested to join the Black Dragon and pass Zhang Peng's trials. After the trials, Zhang Peng wiped away a nervous sweat. During the tests, he had almost embarrassed himself. Those new kids were incredibly sharp, especially Athrun and Shin Asuka. The moment he gained even a slight advantage, they would immediately counter and turn the tables. Of course, aside from personnel changes, significant modifications were made to the ship's interior. Many functional compartments were added, while some areas deemed unnecessary during missions were removed. For example, the bridge previously had 2 pilots but was now reconfigured to feature 1 primary and 2 secondary pilots. The Captain's station was also transformed into a multi-row, multi-functional seating area resembling a conference room. The recreation room was expanded with numerous new entertainment options. Major gaming companies like Mixiu and Tencent were ordered to work overtime to deploy quantum entertainment servers specifically for the ship, porting over all the hottest games. Li Rulong even added a special request in the requirements. I don't care about 648 microtransactions, but if you don't get a gold item in a 10 pull, I'll have a word with you when I get back. Terrified, the companies quickly adjusted their probability algorithms, setting the gacha failure rate to 0.01. During the Black Dragon's refit, Li Rulong visited once. When he returned to his commander's quarters, the layout made him think he had walked into the wrong room. He hurriedly tracked down Zhang Zhong, who was in charge, and asked what was going on. Don't ask me. It was Elder Zhou's direct order. If you've got the guts, go ask him yourself, Zhang Zhong retorted before rushing off to his duties. He had been run ragged during this period, and here was Li Rulong, blissfully unaware of his own good fortune, wasting his time. As for that newly renovated and redecorated cabin of his, damn it, Zhang Zhong wanted it for himself. Li Rulong's exclusive commander cabin used to be a 50-square-meter office area and a 30-square-meter lounge with a private bathroom, essentially a 1-bedroom suite, which was the largest cabin on the warship. Now it has been transformed into a 50-square-meter office area and 6 30-square-meter rooms, each with a private bathroom and a 2-meter double bed, creating a 6-room, 1 living room layout. Moreover, the decoration style is no longer the previous minimalist design. It now resembles a warm home. Each room is equipped with a simulated balcony that allows for a 270-degree view of various desired scenery. An environmental simulation system can automatically replicate natural environments such as rain, wind, and the sea according to the landscape. No, Lao Zhang, what I mean is, am I supposed to have 6 people living in my cabin in the future? Isn't this turning into a dormitory? Li Rulong quickly grabbed him, saying he preferred to live alone, as it would provide better privacy. Are you sick? Who would dare to stay in your cabin? Those are all prepared for your wife. Zhang Zhong rolled his eyes, shook off Li Rulong's hand, and walked away with the tablet. Li Rulong stood still, wondering if he could still bring his wife along. And 6 others? Who should he bring? Not long after, Zhang Lao's message came through. Grandpa, what's the matter? What's the matter? Aren't you a bit dissatisfied with your future home for the next 5 years? No. I just wonder if bringing them along will be dangerous. What danger? It's safest for them to be by your side. Here's the thing. When you get home, discuss it with them. But I must tell you, Jitao has to go with you, so you need to save a spot for her. After Li Rulong finished listening, Zhang Lao hung up the communication without saying a word. When he got home that evening, Li Rulong called all 14 of his wives to his side, informing them of the situation and the potential unknown dangers they might face. What he didn't expect was that Yang Ling and the others all raised their hands, expressing their desire to join the space adventure. Well, Jitao must go with me. There are 5 spots left. You can decide among yourselves. Since all of them were important to him, Li Rulong had no choice but to leave the decision to them. Yay! Zhang Jitao immediately raised her hand and made a peace sign, showing off to Yang Linger and the others. There was no other way. The remaining spots will be decided by a draw among the 13 of them. In the end, luck favored Lux, Chen Xia, Liangzi, Yu Shaolo, and Gu Lisha, with the other 4 excitedly rushing back to their rooms to pack their bags, except for Lux. The others felt a bit downcast, although they were jealous. They were not angry. After all, it was just bad luck. Since they're leaving with you for 5 years, Shouldn't this period you stay on Longxing belong to us widows? Yang Ling'er said with a smile at the corner of her mouth as she looked at Li Rulong. Of course. After the last small meeting with Zhou Lao and the others, Li Rulong completely let go. Although he didn't deliberately use the biological force field to increase the chances, he would still make it happen in one go. If Li Rulong could have a child before he left, Zhou Lao and the others could help take care of it, saving him the trouble of changing diapers. With only half a month left before departure, this day was for receiving the other warships of the exploration fleet. Looking at the 20 black warships floating neatly behind the Black Dragon, resembling rectangular boxes, Li Rulong helplessly said to Zhou Lao and Dean Huang beside him, "Is this a warship? Besides defensive weapons, it doesn't even have any active offensive weapons. Oh well, there's no choice. We're in a hurry. Don't look at its lack of offensive capability. Its defensive ability is definitely not inferior to that of the Black Dragon. And each ship only needs 2,000 people to operate. Isn't that great?" Dean Huang chimed in proudly. "What about the hangar inside?" "What hangar? They're all warehouses. I personally designed the Pishio series warships, focusing on unbeatable defense." "Great. It really is just a one-way street. You might as well say you built 20 super transport ships that are 10 kilometers long, 4 kilometers wide, and 5 kilometers high." Li Rulong rolled his eyes at Director Huang and said nothing more. Rulong, with just 14 days until departure, pondered what else he needed. "Yes, Grandpa. I think there's nothing left, just training." "That's good. You don't have to come for these 14 days, and you're not allowed to leave home. It's best if you don't even leave your bedroom." Old Zhou looked at Li Rulong with a smile. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the official departure. A day earlier, Li Rulong brought Zhang Jiqiao and the others to the exclusive cabin of the Black Dragon. Director Xiong made an exception and granted military ranks to the other 5, besides Zhang Jiqiao, all of whom were second lieutenants, under the jurisdiction of Zhang Jiqiao, who had been promoted to colonel, responsible for taking care of Li Rulong's daily life, grandly named the Life Secretary Office, with Zhang Jiqiao as the colonel director. Yang Ling'er and the others looked at the few people in brand new military uniforms flaunting in front of the wives left behind with envy, truly grinding their teeth in resentment. August 1st was a special day, the military holiday of the Longxing military, and also the day the Longxing exploration fleet set off. Old Zhou and other high-ranking officials arrived at the lunar base to send off the exploration fleet. Old Zhou was the first to take the stage, passionately delivering a 3-minute speech to the fleet and the entire army, followed by Director Xiong personally taking the stage to issue the departure order. The exploration fleet, already arranged in formation, immediately activated its auxiliary thrusters under the leadership of the Black Dragon, leaving the base docking position in an orderly manner, cruising at a steady speed towards a Neptune wormhole that had been previously explored and marked. Director Xiong then saluted the other fleet officers before taking the shuttle back to the Black Dragon. All the send-off personnel at the lunar base saluted the exploration fleet as a sign of respect. Meanwhile, far away in the sun, the awakened Zod and others, under Li Rulong's strict order not to leave the sun even a step, could only stand at attention and salute the soon-to-depart exploration fleet through their supervision. On the Black Dragon, Li Rulong, who was responsible for planning the route, seemed to sense them, looked towards the sun, smiled, and returned a military salute. Once Director Xiong returned to the bridge, Zhang Zhong, the deputy commander of the fleet, immediately ordered the fleet to activate the main engine and advance at maximum speed towards the target, although they could have jumped directly for speed and convenience. Considering the grandeur of the fleet's departure, which was being broadcast live by Longxing TV and on the internet for the public to see, they opted for traditional propulsion methods. After 7 days of rapid travel, the fleet finally reached the periphery of the wormhole, marking the first time for most people to face the wormhole directly. The strange landscape before them deeply attracted everyone in the fleet. A large black sphere, whose contours could roughly be discerned, was covered in various stars and galaxies distorted by refraction, just hovering in synchronous orbit outside Neptune. So beautiful, like that cosmic subatomic energy necklace in the movie. Having been authorized and given a place on the bridge, Locks arrived at the last row of the staff seats, observing the distant wormhole through the bridge window. "Locks, have you seen this in your world?" Yu Xiaola exclaimed sincerely, while Chun Xia quietly asked Locks beside her. "No, Rulong told me before that in our world, although we can explore the solar system, it seems to be firmly held in place by some unknown existence, making it almost impossible to leave the solar system." Locke said quietly, focusing on the scene outside. "So this is the wormhole? But why does it look like a ball, and there is no hole?" Guli Sha tilted her head and murmured softly. "A wormhole. also known as an Einstein-Rosen bridge, is a narrow tunnel that may exist in the universe, connecting two different points in space-time. In 1916, Austrian physicist Ludwig Flamm proposed a description of a connection between two different space-time regions through a space-time tunnel while studying Karl Schwarzschild's solution to Einstein's field equations. In 1935, Einstein and Nathan Rosen further explored Flamm's theory using general relativity, jointly proposing the concept of a bridge connecting two different points in space-time, known as the Einstein-Rosen bridge. In 1957, physicist Wheeler first adopted the term wormhole for this space-time bridge. A wormhole is a special structure allowed by general relativity that can directly connect two points in space-time, regardless of how far apart they are in space or time. Simply put, a wormhole is a space-time tube connecting distant regions of the universe. Utilizing the characteristics of a wormhole, it is possible to complete long-distance space travel or even time travel in a shorter period. Wormholes may also be space-time tunnels connecting black holes and white holes, hence also called gray roads. Having done her homework, Zhang Zhiqiao patiently began to explain to those around her. To add, a traversable wormhole has a necessary basic condition called spherical symmetry. You see, doesn't it look like a sphere outside? Zhang Zhiqiao pointed at the black sphere outside. The others suddenly understood and began to praise the learned Zhang Zhiqiao. Spherical symmetry? So it can traverse? Guli Sha, confused, looked down at her two large spheres in front of her chest and instantly realized something. I understand, if it's spherical symmetric, it can indeed traverse back and forth. The others didn't understand what she was saying, but seeing her downward gaze, they instantly blushed. Originally sitting in the front command seat, Li Rulong observed the wormhole while recalling what happened when he previously traversed the wormhole, and also listened to the quiet conversation of the girls behind him. He admired Zhang Zhiqiao for having done her homework in advance, but was caught off guard by Guli Sha's silly remark. Turning to glance at the six wives with flushed faces, he also looked at Qilao and Fiola, who were standing at the bridge door acting as guards, and found that they showed no unusual behavior. They must have followed his previous order not to use their super senses to eavesdrop or pry into others' privacy, which relieved him, as otherwise, he would have been greatly embarrassed. Rulong, will it really stretch when you go in? Director Xiong asked quietly. Yes, it stretches quite a bit. But don't worry. I estimate it's a kind of spatial stretching phenomenon. At first, when you just go in, it feels like an illusion caused by spatial distortion or light refraction, but the sensations from your body and senses confirm that you are indeed being stretched. Li Rulong smiled and comforted him. Minister Xiong nodded, confirming once again to put his mind at ease. Report. The fleet self-check is complete. All warships are functioning normally. Report. The quantum communication satellite has been launched, and data transmission is normal. Report. The Longxing Command Center reports that the detection signals are all normal. Report. In the bridge, all the officers responsible for various departments and functional modules reported the status of their departments. Communicate. The fleet will change formation. The connecting anchors are starting to dock. We absolutely cannot get separated in the wormhole. Minister Xiong immediately issued the last command before entering the wormhole. The fleet quickly began to arrange itself in the pre-rehearsed shuttle formation, with the Heilong leading the way. From the massive thruster nozzles on both sides of the Highland's rear, two 1-kilometer-long, 300-meter-wide steel cables were launched. At the head of the cables was a device similar to a train coupling, while the 20 rectangular Pichio-class transport warships also launched 1-kilometer-long, 300-meter-wide steel cables from their heads and tails, equipped with similar coupling devices. The steel cables were made of special materials, with strength and toughness even exceeding the outer armor materials used by the Highland. The 20 warships were arranged in two rows, connected in pairs, with the leading ships number 1 and number 2 connecting to the Highland steel cables. Simultaneously, both rows of warships adjusted their photon force field defense shields to a repulsive mode to prevent collisions in the wormhole. After half an hour of formation and connection, the entire fleet had formed a structure with the Highland as the head and the other warships as the carriages. Everything was ready. At the same time, Minister Xiong took a deep breath, looked around, and found everyone staring at him. Li Rulong and Zhang Zhong on either side nodded to him, indicating that this command must be issued by Minister Xiong himself. Order. Pichio-class warships shut down all engines and non-essential power sources. All personnel except for key positions return to their cabins and fasten their seatbelts. Order. Fleet at level 1 alert. Order. Highland 10% power output. Enter the wormhole. Minister Xiong calmly issued one command after another, and the bridge staff relayed all the orders. Since there had been several rehearsals beforehand, Many details had been learned from the submarine forces, so everyone had already returned to their cabins after completing the warship connection, staring at the internal monitors, not wanting to miss the first wormhole journey in human history, excluding Li Rulong's previous attempt. The 8 auxiliary engines at the rear of the Highland began to output white thrust, easily pulling the 20 warships toward the wormhole. 20 minutes later, the triangular bow of the Highland plunged into the wormhole, and an irresistible pulling force instantly grabbed hold of the Highland, causing it to gradually lose its original flight posture. Alarms suddenly went off in the bridge, and various departments hurriedly conducted self-checks. Newman, Minister Xiong called out as he saw the warship losing control, urgently summoning Arnold Newman, who was responsible for piloting the warship. "Commander, I can control it. Don't worry." Newman tightly grasped the helm while quickly scanning the various data on the control panel. Gradually, the warship was brought back under Newman's control, but the pulling force was also increasing. While everyone was tense, Li Rulong suddenly said, "Newman, just maintain the flight posture. There's no need to resist the wormhole's gravity. We need to go in." After hearing this, Newman immediately followed his words and stopped resisting the wormhole with the warship and shields. The wormhole's suction increased, and in an instant, it sucked the Highland and the 20 Pichio-class transport warships behind it inside. The orbit of Neptune returned to calm, with only 5 quantum communication satellites still at a safe distance, live streaming the wormhole and everything that had just happened. At the Longshan Capital Command Center, upon seeing the video of the Highland and the fleet instantly entering the wormhole, Elder Zhou and the others all sighed, unsure if they would return safely. "Xiaoxiong, remember, this time out is not about bringing something back, but about coming back safely. If that stubborn kid gets too headstrong, just show in the video I left for you." Remembering the special order he had left from Minister Xiong, Elder Zhou could only pray that Li Rulong wouldn't be stubborn. That video was not recorded by Elder Zhou and the others, but was a last message left by General Ma Jun to Li Rulong, hoping to dissuade him. Ugh. In the bridge, everyone was gritting their teeth, trying not to make a sound. Even Chun Xia, who was a first-time soldier, was holding on, not wanting to embarrass Li Rulong. The first time crossing a wormhole, feeling the body being stretched was like all the muscles spasming, with countless bugs crawling all over the body. Phew. Fortunately, the duration was not long. As the fleet burst out of the wormhole, Zhang Zhong hurriedly checked the time. 70 seconds, phew. Luckily it wasn't long. My old bones almost gave out. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he stretched his arms and legs. All departments report. Minister Xiong's Adam's apple moved slightly as he quickly issued orders. The warships departments began to compile situation reports, and finally, the Chief of Staff reported, "Commander, the fleet is all normal, but many people have vomited." Minister Xiong glanced at the Chief of Staff, thinking, "I almost vomited too. Luckily, it was short, and I swallowed it back, or I would have been embarrassed. It's inevitable the first time. We'll strengthen training in this area in the future." The accompanying officer quickly recorded the orders. "Notify the fleet to release the connection, return to level 1 alert status, release the quantum communication satellites, and remember to deploy the Mirage system." Yes, all personnel in the fleet returned to their posts, and many quickly took a shower and changed clothes. In the scientific cabin of the Highland, El Xiao, who had been standing by the porthole observing from the moment they entered the wormhole until they burst out, stroked his chin, reflecting on the sensations he just experienced, while contemplating how to counteract the spatial stretching to make wormhole travel less uncomfortable. He had already formed a rough direction in his mind during those 70 seconds, but it still required experimentation and proof. The fleet was under the command of Minister Xiong and Zhang Zhong, while Li Rulong approached Zhang Jitao and the others. "How are you? Are you okay?" Seeing the 6 girls in front of him with pale faces, Li Rulong said apologetically, "No, it's fine. Luckily, it was just this once. Otherwise, I would have vomited. I already vomited, but I swallowed it back." Guli Sha quietly raised her hand, and Chun Xia, Yu Xiaola, and He Liangzi beside her also raised their hands simultaneously. Only Zhang Jitao, being a soldier, had better physical fitness than the others who had injected super serum, and Lux's physical fitness was even higher than Zhang Jitao's, which is why they did not vomit. "Jitao, everything is fine for now. You take them back to the cabin to rest. If they're not feeling too bad, just eat a little to settle their stomachs." "Okay, then we'll head back first." Zhang Jitao nodded obediently and then proactively helped the weakest Yu Xiaola up, while Lux supported Gilisha. Chun Xia and He Liangzi were assisted by Fiora, and together they returned to the command cabin. "Zereo, take your team out and sweep the surroundings for me." "Yes, General." Zereo accepted the order and left the bridge directly. "Report. We have lost contact with the Dragon Star Command Center." "Report. The star map comparison results are complete. The current cosmic region does not belong to any known star coordinates. Report. Quantum satellite deployment is complete. No special signals or celestial bodies within 1 light year. The head of the Intelligence and Communications Department. Report the current status immediately. It seems we have arrived in an unknown universe, said Defense Minister Xiong to the others. He turned his head and suddenly noticed Li Rulong was intently staring at the space outside. Rulong, have you discovered something? Li Rulong turned his head and suddenly smiled at Minister Xiong, a smile that had a somewhat sinister undertone. Uncle Xiong, I'm very familiar with this place. Li Rulong finished speaking and pointed to a place in the distance that they couldn't see. Let's go. I'll take you to taste some alien delicacies and restock at the same time. Li Rulong was feeling happy at this moment. For others, it was their first time here, but Li Rulong had been here before. He didn't expect that the wormhole from back then would send him to the same destination again. It seemed that the wormhole in the solar system was a directional passage, which was good news for him and Longxing. Li Rulong expressed his thoughts to Minister Xiong and others, and they all became excited after listening. If this wormhole is indeed a directional wormhole, then once they return, Longxing, Zhurong, and the moon could set sail to this new cosmic space. The officers immediately made plans in their minds, determined to clear the areas they had their eyes on within these 5 years and establish a solid foundation for Longxing here. Zhouja crossed his arms, contemplating. He had reviewed the materials on Li Rulong's previous solo journeys to alien worlds and knew that there were many alien civilizations here. He was now considering whether to pursue military unification for the sake of the nation or to seek fame and cultural unity. The nation is more important than anything else, so military unification it is. Having made his decision, he looked out the porthole again, recalling the various alien civilizations mentioned in the materials. For those that are weak but beneficial for Longxing's development or possess special resources, they should be directly occupied. For those on par with Longxing and friendly enough for trade, direct dialogue is the way to go. For those with a hostile attitude, unstable civilizations, or those with superior technology but whose territories are targeted, the approach would depend on the situation. If it can be resolved through force, he would let Li Rulong and the Super Kryptonians take direct action to eliminate the threat completely, without wasting a single word. The fleet had completed disconnection and rearranged its formation. Li Rulong provided a rough coordinate range to CIC and Arnold, then ordered the fleet to begin the jump. He was very eager to see those old friends again, wondering what magical gifts they would prepare for him this time. After 4 jumps, they finally arrived at the outskirts of a binary star system with 2 white stars. The Black Dragon and 20 Pi Shio transport warships simultaneously activated the Mirage system and turned on the gravity engines, controlling their speed as they headed towards the habitable zone of the star system. Besides the 2 white stars that exert mutual gravitational forces and orbit each other, there were over 30 planets of different forms in the system. The smallest was only as large as Ceres, but upon detection, this asteroid had a mass comparable to Mars, and it had magnificent rings that rivaled those of Saturn. The largest was 1.5 times the size of the Sun, with a mass similar to the Sun, but it was a gas giant similar to Jupiter, filled with methane and various toxic gases. In the orbit deemed most suitable for biological survival by scientists. The fleet discovered 7 habitable planets or planets that could be transformed into habitable ones by the post-Saturn system. Zhang Zhong ordered the deployment of reconnaissance spy satellites equipped with a Mirage system to these 7 planets. 2 pure blue planets were detected to be entirely made of liquid water, and it was still unknown whether any life existed there. But the tidal forces on both planets were overwhelming for humans. Every few minutes, giant waves reaching thousands of meters would circulate around the planet's surface. And at that speed and power, even islands or continents would cease to exist. The reason was that each of these liquid planets had 4 moon-like satellites orbiting around them. There were also 2 green planets, one completely covered by forests and vegetation, while the other was filled with green gas enveloping the planet's surface. A yellow-brown planet was entirely made up of deserts and Gobi, with only a few small green oases, which were very scarce. The remaining 3 planets were all white, completely covered in ice and snow, and these 3 were also the outermost planets in the habitable zone. If it weren't for the detection of water, oxygen, nitrogen, and other elements on these planets, they would have been classified as uninhabitable. Looking at the data of each planet on the screen, General Xiong and the others turned their gaze to Li Rulong. Li Rulong pointed his hand, and the result was unexpected. He pointed to the yellowish planet. This planet, translated, is called Tabaxi, and there is a civilized race on it that you will definitely be interested in. They're the Oma tree people who presented me with the Oma box. We will land on this planet, where there is a large oasis at the equator of Tabaxi, along with the Oma people and the Oma temple. As soon as he mentioned the Oma people and the Oma box, Director Xiong and the others immediately became interested. The Oma box is still a mystery to Longxing. Although it cannot hold living things, Li Rulong previously brought back a lot of good things with it. All right, let's go to Tabaxi. Old Joe, get ready. They previously sent gifts to Rulong, and this time we come without bringing something back. That wouldn't be right. Director Xiong said directly to Zhou Zhizhong, and before Zhou Zhizhong could agree, Li Rulong hurriedly interrupted. Uncle Xiong, what's wrong? Is there something inappropriate? Oh, look at my memory. I was only thinking about their good stuff. This is not our style. Director Xiong said, slapping his forehead. He was only thinking about the divine artifacts and almost made a military discipline mistake. Old Joe, the Pai Xiao no. 2 ship has half a ship of gifts purchased from Yiwu. We should be able to trade with them. They probably haven't seen music boxes or crystal balls with snowmen in such a hot environment. I also brought quite a few refrigerator magnets with the flags of Eagle Sauce and other countries. They have no market on Longxing anyway. After saying that, he specifically reminded, but our stuff counts as door-to-door delivery, and the shipping costs are not cheap. You need to weigh the value ratio well. 4 or 5 refrigerator magnets. We should at least get an Oma box in return. If we can obtain their technology, I can send them a set of porcelain tea sets. But the tea leaves need to be exchanged with their stuff. Tentatively, let's say 100 tons of tea leaves for a ton of gold. Of course, I'm just making an analogy. Gold is of no use to us. Director Xiong was excitedly talking to everyone, but he didn't notice Li Rulong's face was full of constipation. After he finished speaking, Li Rulong said, Uncle Xiong, the Oma box wasn't given by them. What? Oh, to be honest, I was afraid that old Joe and you would scold me at that time. I was the one who staged a pirate act and stole it. Li Rulong lowered his head as he finished speaking, while Minister Xiong and the others stared wide-eyed. They truly did not expect that the dignified, handsome, and charming Li Rulong would come to the universe and act so recklessly, even resorting to stealing. Is there anything else you haven't said? Now that everything's out in the open, we can be prepared, Minister Xiong asked helplessly. I'm quite well known here. After all, I've stolen from quite a few civilizations and races. I had no choice. When I arrived, I had nothing but the clothes on my back. You can't expect me to sell myself, can you? Li Rulong shrugged and said in a very single manner. After hearing this, Director Xiong and the others finally applauded and said, no wonder you suggested becoming a pirate before. It turns out it's so profitable. All right, since you've taken a lead, let's go all in and hit them again, but this time we must get all their good stuff. Once Director Xiong and the others agreed, Li Rulong immediately began to arrange for the first batch of troops and personnel to descend, since they needed to follow diplomatic protocol before using force. This time Zhou Zhizhong was directly responsible for the contact with them. Li Rulong also dispatched Kaleo to lead 20 Kryptonian superheroes as escorts, ensuring their safety while also cooperating with certain actions. Zhou Zhizhong personally led a diplomatic team, with him as the leader along with Siegel Klein, Gilbert Dylandel, and Lao Lu Cruz all on the personnel list, and the old Silver Coin Cruz was responsible for intelligence gathering. The diplomatic team consisted of 57 people, including a military observation group made up of 12 military generals. The security personnel were provided by the Xiong clan's orbital airborne troops, consisting of 300 soldiers dressed in the latest cosmic power battle armor and carrying Gauss rifles. Kaleo and his 21 Kryptonian superheroes were responsible for taking action at critical moments. The bottom deck of the Black Dragon slowly opened, and a silver-white shuttle-shaped warship named Little White Dragon emerged from the bottom. Li Rulong and Minister Xiong stood on the bridge, watching as they set sail towards Tuba Star. This could be considered a true first contact, and it's uncertain whether Lao Zhou and the others can handle it. Don't worry, if talking doesn't work, we'll just throw a punch. I brought something for Kaleo, and the Oma people should behave when they see it. Li Rulong grinned mischievously as he spoke to Minister Xiong. Minister Xiong was puzzled, unsure of what Li Rulong was up to. Deity report. We are about to enter Tuba Star. There may be slight tremors. Please prepare everyone. The interior of the Xiaobalong was reminiscent of a luxurious private aircraft from Dragon Star, featuring wide sofa seats, luxurious carpets, solid wood desks, and various precious decorations. The interior was divided into 4 levels. The top 2 levels were passenger cabins, capable of accommodating up to 200 passengers. The middle was a cargo hold, and the bottom contained equipment and a small hangar. The hangar housed anti-gravity war vehicles, cars, and 6 transformable fighter jets, each with different paint schemes in 6 colors. The red leader jet was piloted by Aslan Serra. The blue and white jet had a sword of the same length as its fuselage and was piloted by Isaac Schioer. The yellow and black jet was piloted by Nicol Amifai. The olive-green jet had 2 cannons on top and was piloted by Tiago Alsman. The pink jet was piloted by Isaac's fiancée, Majiba Hanafis, and the yellow jet was piloted by Heine Weistingfulis. This small squad was entirely composed of former ZFD elites. Originally, the real Osaka and others were also accompanying pilots and wanted to participate in this mission since Xiao Beilong could still accommodate 6 transformable fighter jets. But Zhang Peng held them back. He didn't want the first contact to be messed up by a few unstable kids. The warehouse was half filled with gifts chosen from the Heilong, and Li Rulong even personally arranged for Zhou Zetsizi to get some natural fertilizer to give to the Oma people. The spaceship was equipped with a gravity simulation system, making the occupants feel as if they were not flying in space. As they entered Tuba Star's atmosphere, the spaceship experienced slight vibrations. Tuba Star's atmosphere was thicker and its gravity much stronger than Dragon Star's. But fortunately, the photon force field defense shield offset most of the friction. Once they broke through, Zhou Zetsizi and the others began to observe the yellowish planet through the porthole. Minister Zhou, what do you think the Oma people are? Why haven't we seen any buildings? Siegel Klein quietly asked Zhou Zetsizi. Zhou Zetsizi smiled slightly and pointed to a patch of oasis below. See that oasis? The large trees and vegetation inside are the Oma people. They are different from us and can be considered a form of intelligent plant civilization. Ah, a plant civilization? So there are tree people and grass people? Sigh. It sounded a bit like an insult. Zhou Zetsizi chuckled lightly and continued to observe the external environment. Captain, what did the general just give you? Here it is. Chilao opened his hand to reveal a small badge made of golden metal, featuring a silver S-shaped dragon pattern. It wasn't very exquisite, but it was evident that it was crafted by Li Rulong himself. What is this? I don't know. The general just quietly instructed me that if the negotiations reach an impasse, I should give this to their high priest. If they accept the badge, but still refuse to compromise, then it's our turn to step in. Chilao carefully held the badge in his hands. What are you thinking? Delon Dayer looked at the meditating Cruz beside him. Destruction or rebirth? Cruz turned to his few close friends. What do you mean? Delon Dayer asked, puzzled. The general mentioned that the Oma people are a plant civilization. So what are plants afraid of? What do they need? Cruz spoke softly. What are plants afraid of? Fire, right? But wait, that's our understanding. It may not apply to a new civilization. Delon Dayer began to ponder. That's right, they're afraid of fire. Yet they need water and sunlight. But this is all within our realm of understanding. So I need to consider how to quickly identify their weaknesses and greatest needs to help Minister Zhou and the others gain the upper hand in negotiations. You can forget it. What you really want to think about is how to quickly destroy their civilization if the talks fall through. Delon Dayer rolled his eyes, firmly concluding. Cruz quickly looked at him, wondering, am I that obvious? The passengers on Xiao Beilong had various thoughts, but they all shared the same unified goal. When the warship reached the edge of the largest oasis, the captain only landed upon Zhou Zetsizi's instructions. The external environment was safe, oxygen levels were suitable for human survival. Humidity was at 31, and the temperature was a high 52 degrees Celsius, with no harmful substances detected in the air. You may disembark. Xiao Beilong will enter a state of level 1 alert, ready to support and assist at any time. Zhou Zetsizi and the others stood up, straightened their Zhongshan suits, picked up their administrative briefcases, and prepared to leave the ship. The side door of the hangar opened, and 6 armed anti-gravity off-road vehicles drove out first, followed by 10 12-meter-long Hongqi H-99 ceremonial anti-gravity armored cars, and finally, 12 armored anti-gravity off-road vehicles completed the convoy. When the main door of the hangar opened, Aslan's squad piloted their jets in fortress mode, slowly flying alongside the convoy to escort them. Chilao sat in the passenger seat of Zhou Zetsizi's special vehicle, with each ceremonial car guarded by a Kryptonian superhero, while the others remained on the outer deck of Xiao Beilong, always monitoring the convoy's movements with their super senses. As the convoy approached the first large tree, the ground suddenly trembled. Zhou Zetsizi immediately ordered them to stop and hold their position. After the tremors ceased, the originally towering 100-meter tree suddenly extended its roots from the ground and slowly moved like legs to the front of the convoy. A wrinkled, elderly face appeared in the middle of the trunk, with a nose as large as 7 or 8 meters. Foreigners from afar, state your purpose. An equally old voice in the universal language asked the convoy. Zhou Zetsizi proactively opened the car door and got out, Then, under the protection of Qilao and others, walked 30 meters in front of the giant tree. "Hello, Oma people. We come from the Dragon Star civilization, and we bring goodwill," Zhou Zetsizi replied in the universal language, showing his signature kind smile. The giant face on the tree revealed a puzzled expression. "Dragon Star civilization? I have not heard of it. You must leave immediately. The Oma people do not welcome outsiders." The tree spoke to the diminutive race before it. Zhou Zetsizi had anticipated this unwelcoming response, but he was not about to give up. He observed the various details of the treeman's exterior carefully, then suddenly smiled slightly and whispered something to his assistant. The assistant nodded in agreement and immediately ran back to the vehicle carrying the gifts. "Back in my youth, I learned about desert and gobi plant characteristics from botanists while mushroom farming in the Northwest. I don't believe you can resist the gift I am about to present." As he thought this, the assistant had already returned with 2 warriors carrying metal barrels. Even through their helmets, he could see the assistant's barely perceptible expression of confusion and disdain. Zhou Ji directly took the metal barrel with one hand, stopping the assistant and others who wanted to say something or help. He took a few steps forward, placed the metal barrel in front of the treant, and then looked up at him and said, "It's okay if you haven't heard of it. We'll get familiar with it in the future. Look, we brought you a gift. Of course, this one is for you, just as a way to make a friend." After speaking, he ignored the treant's expression, opened the metal barrel's lid, and then kicked it over, quickly stepping back to avoid being splashed. A thick, mud-like liquid sprayed out, and while those in powered armor could endure it, others frowned. The smell was overwhelming for their heightened senses. Zhou Ji stood still, his expression unchanged, maintaining a diplomatically polite smile, but his eyes were fixed on the treant's reaction. The treant initially thought the other side had opened some special biochemical weapon and was about to warn his race via their communication means and call for support. However, when he caught a whiff of a peculiar aroma, it made him feel as if his branches and leaves were rejuvenated, and he found it quite enjoyable. How many years had it been? How many years since the last rainfall? 300 years? Or 400 years? He was actually feeling the vitality of his plant body again, sensing the opportunity for new buds to sprout. The treant closed his eyes at this moment, using his long nose to breathe in deeply the scent coming from the metal barrel. He wished he could take a few steps forward and absorb all that yellow mud with his roots, not wanting to waste a bit. But as an outer guard, he still remembered his duty and had to suppress his desire, opening his eyes again. At this time, he bent down, staring at the little person on the ground, not knowing if he wanted to see the person's appearance more clearly or to get closer to that yellow mud. "I won't. Please don't misunderstand," I just said. "We are a civilized race, and of course, we won't force anyone to do anything. Meeting you here is what we call fate. Do you understand fate? It means that it is destined by heaven for you and me to meet here. So this gift is merely a token of our first meeting." Seeing the other party's expression, Zhou Ji felt confident. It seemed that the knowledge he had learned was indeed useful. After speaking, he waved at the treant and then turned away gracefully, leaving. Returning to the vehicle, the assistant opened the car door for him, and Zhou Ji entered directly. Phew! Watching Zhou Ji, who was sitting and gasping for breath, the assistant asked curiously in a low voice, "Minister, what is wrong?" Zhou Ji loosened the collar of his Zhongshan suit and fanned the air in front of him. "It smells so bad I can hardly breathe. Where did this stuff in the barrel come from?" It seems to have come from Major General Zhang Peng's flight team's lounge. I heard that many of them hadn't eaten before crossing the wormhole, and later they celebrated, resulting in everyone vomiting, which embarrassed the flight team leader. So Major General Zhang Peng asked them to have a big meal in the cafeteria, and as a result, everyone overate, leading to their large amount. The assistant replied cautiously, "This Zhang Peng, isn't he indirectly setting me up?" Zhou Ji complained, but at this moment, he wore a smile. A large quantity was good, and the concentration was high. Zhang Peng was actually helping him. The assistant didn't dare to continue discussing this issue and could only sit opposite him, waiting for his orders. "Notify everyone. The convoy will turn around and prepare to leave, but keep the speed at the slowest." Zhou Ji issued the command, and the entire team immediately began to comply. Although they didn't know why, they still acted according to Zhou Ji's orders. The convoy slowly started, taking a wide turn in front of the treant. The speed was so slow that even a toddler's learning walker would be faster and more agile than them. The treant watched as the other party returned to their vehicle so effortlessly, without any reluctance, and directly started to leave, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Previous alien civilizations had either come with demands or were arrogantly trying to obtain something, and some even sought to colonize them or turn them into materials for decoration or furniture. Especially 10 years ago, when a visitor from an unknown civilization was even more of a robber than a robber. At that time, he had chased a group of interstellar pirates in a tuba star and completely annihilated them. When he discovered their Omar civilization, they even proposed to help them resolve their crisis while demanding compensation. At that time, he thought the other party was just one person, and the Omar tree warrior immediately prepared for war, until the other party punched a 1,000-meter-high mountain into a basin. The high priest proactively approached to make amends, not only inviting them to a grand feast, but also offering many rare fruits from their kind, and presented one of their civilization's sacred artifacts, the Omar box, which finally satisfied the other party. The Treant was not present at the time, but he heard about it from his kin who were on guard, and he was filled with righteous indignation. However, upon hearing about the other's strength, he felt that he was only 1,000 or 800 years old, still very young, and should not get involved in such matters. He even praised the high priest's wisdom, saying it was no wonder that they had a few intelligent trees that could bear flowers. However, the civilization that was leaving before him, especially the one who had spoken to him, had a very polite attitude, showing no signs of arrogance, and even presented such a precious gift at their first meeting. The Treant felt that something that could have such a huge attraction to him must be quite valuable and rare in their civilization as well. He thought to report it to the priesthood, letting them handle it, and at least exchange some of the contents of the metal barrel with the other party. With this thought, the Treant immediately took a step forward, showing sincerity and placing his roots on the spilled sacred substance. Wait, Longxing civilization, please hold on. I will report your intentions to the priesthood right away. The Treant waved his sturdy branches and shouted urgently at the convoy below. Inside the car, Zhou Ji's lips curled up slightly. Zhou Ji signaled to his assistant with a glance, and the assistant immediately transmitted the order for the convoy to turn around and stop. The front vehicle received the command and immediately executed a smooth drift, stopping back at the previous position. Zhou Ji got out of the car, stood by the door, and adjusted his clothes once more. He adjusted his smart glasses and then walked over to the front of the vehicle. Is there anything else? The Treant, seeing the other party return, took a breath. Alien, your goodwill has been received by the Rongbam tree. I will convey your intentions to the priesthood, so please wait here for a moment. Zhou Ji listened attentively, nodded, gesturing for the other party to go ahead, then walked aside with his hands behind his back, admiring the desert landscape that no longer existed on Longxing. The tree-like creature named Rongbamu turned around, stepping away with its roots, ready to leave. Suddenly recalling the rare gift beneath its feet, it hurriedly extended several branches to dig into the ground, taking both the soil and the gift with it. It even wove a sealed wooden basket with its branches to protect it in front of itself before cautiously departing, as if afraid of being robbed or losing it to its kin. Seeing the other party leave, Zhou Ji finally felt relieved. Old Zhou, your most important objectives for this trip are threefold. If you can establish a good relationship with the other party and engage in friendly exchanges, try to persuade them to join Longxing. Of course, it's impossible for them to join Huaxia as a minority, but becoming a vassal race is quite popular in the universe. If only equal dialogue or trade can be conducted, then see if you can obtain their technical data, especially in the field of space science. After all, Long said that the Oma people have focused all their technological skills on space science, and they're a blank slate when it comes to essential fields like botany and environmental science for their survival. Finally, if negotiations break down, you must withdraw as quickly as possible and leave the rest to Kaleo and the others. The Oma people are not good at combat and lack large weapons like starships, but you still need to be cautious. After all, it involves space science. If they employ some kind of spatial slash or spatial blockade, that would be problematic. Recalling the meeting with Director Xiong and others regarding the Oma civilization before his departure, Zhou Ji felt that he could certainly achieve the second objective and strive for the first. As for the possibility of the third objective failing, he had not really thought about it. If it did fail, wouldn't that indicate his incompetence? He couldn't let that happen. He must do everything possible to complete the first objective, he thought to himself. While etiquette involves reciprocity, it also requires appropriate military deterrence. Should we involve the Black Dragon in a show of force? That's right. Long seemed to have given Kaleo something. I need to ask about that. With this in mind, Zhou Ji quickly walked back to the special vehicle. Bang bang. Kaleo saw Zhou Ji tapping on the car window and hurriedly got out of the car. General Kaleo, I want to know what Long gave you before my departure. What instructions did he leave? Minister Zhou, it's a badge, Kaleo replied, taking the badge out of his backpack and showing to Zhou Ji. Zhou Ji approached and carefully examined the small badge in his hand. It was clear that the marks on it were made by Li Rulong himself. but he did not know its specific purpose. Minister Zhou, the general told me that if the negotiations do not go well, I should give this badge to the other party. As for what decision these plant people make in the end, it depends on how fast their photosynthesis is, Kaleo said, grinning broadly. Zhou Ji understood the implication, that the speed of photosynthesis was really about the speed at which they could chop down trees versus the speed at which the other party could recover. At that moment, he felt enlightened. Li Rulong daring to do this indicated that the badge had a definite connection to the Oma people. Whether it was good or bad didn't matter. General Kaleo, I understand Rulong's intention. This badge will play a significant role in the upcoming negotiations. Do you think you could let me keep it for safekeeping and use it based on the situation? Zhou Ji said enthusiastically, staring at Kaleo. Kaleo waved his hand and said, Minister Zhou, as you wish, just keep it. The general said, to follow your command. Zhou Ji expressed his gratitude and carefully placed the badge into the pocket of Zhongshan's suit, which was originally just decorative and not meant to hold anything. After chatting a bit more, Kaleo suddenly said, they are coming, and this time there are 3 plant people, 2 large trees, and 1 little one. It looks a bit like a flower-headed elf. Before the other party arrived, Kaleo had already noticed and was looking towards the direction where Babamu had just left. Zhou Ji turned his head. It seemed that the little one was the key. 10 minutes later, the tree people finally appeared before everyone's eyes. This time, not only was there the previously tree-like Rongbamu, but also an Oma person with a slender trunk and white patterns, resembling a white birch tree from Longxing. It was until the 2 large trees approached them that Zhou Ji and the others could see clearly that on one of the branches of the white birch tree sat a blue flower with limbs and a body. The center of the flower resembled a human face, with large eyes, no nose, and a long mouth, indeed resembling the plant elf described by Kaleo earlier. The white birch tree stopped about 30 meters away from them, while Babamu stepped forward, kindly bending its trunk to introduce Longxing people. This is the temple guardian chief, Lord Baibamu, and this esteemed one is the great priest elf of the Oma, Lady Lanhua. During the introduction, it carefully bowed to show respect for the 2. Lady Lanhua, Lord Baibamu, these are from the Longxing civilization. I'm sorry, what was your name again? Rongbamu said, halfway through the introduction, suddenly realizing it had forgotten the name of the leader of the other party. Zhou Ji smiled and took a few steps forward, looking up and saying loudly, Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to meet you. On behalf of the Longxing civilization, I extend my greetings. I am Zhou Ji, the minister of the Longxing civilization's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. After speaking, he extended his right hand, which was a Longxing gesture. A handshake could bring them closer, even in terms of relationships. The 2 large trees did not understand the meaning of this, but the little blue flower, with its big eyes, thought for a moment before standing up and suddenly stretching out 2 pairs of transparent wings, for in total, resembling dragonfly wings, and flew in front of Zhou Ji. Hello. Zhou Ji from Longxing. Looking at Zhou Ji, who was a giant in comparison, it also extended its right hand. Zhou Ji smiled and carefully shook the tiny hand, which was only the size of his pinky finger, gently shaking it before quickly releasing it, fearing that he might use too much force and cause a misunderstanding, which could lead to an immediate conflict. Lanhua looked at her right hand, finding the gesture quite novel and interesting. Is this your greeting for a first meeting? It's so special. We usually bend over to show respect and greet each other. Zhou Ji patiently explained, I understand, but I'm sorry. We Longxing people cannot bend our ways for any outsiders. Blue Flower tilted its little head and carefully scrutinized the figure of Zhou Zesh, who was standing in front of it. It had seen other aliens with similar body structures before. Although they looked different, most of them could bend down. It didn't understand why this Dragon Star civilization couldn't do so. Fortunately, it didn't dwell too much on this issue. Otherwise, if it forced Zhou Zesh and the others to bow to it, Qi Lao and the others would probably let the other party understand thoroughly right away. While Blue Flower was still observing them, the previously silent temple guardian by Bamu suddenly bent down its straight trunk and squinted its eyes, staring intently at Zhou Zesh and the others. After watching for a while, it suddenly asked, Do you know me, Superman? As soon as it finished asking, Blue Flower, who had been fluttering its wings nearby, almost fell to the ground, while on the other side, Rong Bamu started shaking so much that it dropped quite a few leaves. The 2 of them stared at Zhou Zesh and the others, with Blue Flower even slowly flying back a short distance. Zhou Zesh's facial expression remained unchanged, maintaining a polite smile, but his heart sank. Just a second later, he suddenly showed a puzzled expression, carefully looking at by Bamu, and said, Lee Superman? Of course. I know him. but he has been dead for many years. As soon as he finished speaking, the other party not only didn't breathe a sigh of relief, but became even more nervous. Many branches on by Bamu's body even transformed into spear-like weapons, pointing at Zhou Zesh and the others. Dead? Impossible. How could such a strong person die? Blue Flower exclaimed in disbelief from behind by Bamu. Zhou Zesh continued to feign confusion, saying, well, our civilization was invaded by alien insect tribes before, and before that, our country initiated a national protection plan. Lee Superman thought he was a citizen of another country, John Bull, at the time, so he didn't return to his own country and ended up dying outside. After saying this, he pretended to sigh regretfully. Alas, I have to say, the Lee family of Lee Superman just can't compare to the Hua family of Hua Superman. Although they're very rich, their vision is short-sighted, not believing in their own country. It's a pity for a generation of wealthy merchants. There's also a Hua Superman. Bamu took a step back, carefully observing the surroundings and the other people who came with Zhou Zesh. Yes, the Hua family is patriotic merchants. The first generation head of the Hua family deserves the title of Superman. What's wrong with that? Zhou Zesh said patiently, knowing that they were asking about who he was. But he couldn't admit it at the moment. He had to muddy the waters to gain their trust. Wait, Blue Flower flew out from behind by Bamu and asked Zhou Zesh, are the Lee Superman and Hua Superman you mentioned both merchants of the Cosmic Chamber of Commerce? No. Isn't that the one who can shatter such a huge mountain with a single punch? Of course not. They're just merchants. One is patriotic and the other loves money. Don't say shattering a huge mountain. It will be difficult for them to break a stone, Zhou Zesh replied, clearly sensing that the three plant beings on the opposite side had lowered their guard. It seems we recognized the wrong race. My apologies. The smartest Blue Flower proactively expressed its apology. However, Bamu, even though it had put away its branch-like spear, still remained vigilant towards Zhou Zesh and the others. It always felt that the visitors bore a striking resemblance to the Lee Superman from years ago. Black hair, yellow skin with a nose, eyes, and mouth. And even their voice was almost identical. Oh, I forgot my purpose. Just now, Rong Bamu brought the gift you sent him. Do you still have this gift? We can exchange it for something. Blue Flower clapped its small hands and said. At this moment, Rong Bamu looked helpless and frustrated. It had originally kept some very beneficial nutrients, but upon arriving at the temple, they were forcibly confiscated by the priesthood. Zhou Zesh only just realized why he didn't smell that awful stench when Rong Bamu returned. It had been intercepted. We still have it, but I understand. I understand. Such a precious item must be hard to come by. However, it is really important to us. If there's anything we can exchange, please feel free to bring it up. We are truly sincere. Blue Flower thought Zhou Zesh was being difficult and quickly expressed its intentions. Yes, well, okay. But isn't it against your etiquette to stand here talking? Zhou Zesh hurriedly swallowed what he wanted to say and changed the subject. Look, I'm sorry, I was too anxious. How about this? You all come with me, but those big fellows can only stay here. Blue Flower proactively invited, still pointing at the 6 mobile warriors piloted by Aslan. Zhou Zesh immediately smiled back. No problem. After all, the guest follows the host's lead, so let's take our few vehicles in. After saying this, without giving the other party time to agree, he directly shouted to the back, Captain Aslan, stay put, everyone else get in the vehicle and follow Lord Blue Flower. Then he greeted them and returned to his own vehicle. After seeing the other party leave, Bamu quietly said to Blue Flower, who had returned to its perch, Lord Blue Flower, aren't there a bit too many of them? What if? Don't worry, as long as they are not of that person's race. With just these little guys, how could they possibly be a match for the temple guards? You could step on several of them with one foot. Bamu looked at the smaller Blue Flower and didn't continue. It always felt uneasy, and the more it thought about it, the more it felt that they were definitely related to Lee Superman. However, thinking of that person's dominance before, if it really was him who returned, would they even chat? What nonsense. Just give whatever is needed. Anyway, for him, the tree people would never be slaves. With Blue Flower and Bamu leading the way, Zhou Zesh's convoy slowly followed behind, while Rong Bamu returned to its tree pit. As a guardian here, it absolutely could not leave without special circumstances, even if it meant sitting for 1,000 years. After more than an hour of travel, they arrived at the center of the oasis, where many active Oma people could already be seen. Along the way, Chi Lao introduced to Zhou Zesh that the trees on both sides were mostly alive and had a faint probing power that was continuously scanning them, but it was blocked by the biological force fields of Chi Lao and the others. Kruger, what do you think? In Zhou Zesh's special vehicle, the driver was none other than the intelligence officer, Lao Lu Kruger. who was observing the surroundings while driving and quickly calculating the intelligence on the Oma people in his mind. This was something Chi Lao and the others couldn't do. Although they were highly intelligent, they had no interest in this area. Minister Zhou, we have traveled approximately 140 kilometers. Based on observations from above, this oasis is circular, and the temple should be located at the center of the oasis. Therefore, it is estimated that there are at least 6 million large tree people like Rongbama here, and the number of smaller ones is currently impossible to calculate. Hearing Zhou Ji's direct inquiry, Cruz immediately provided a brief report on the scarce intelligence obtained. Lan Hua led them into the only building of the Oma people, the temple. Although it is called a building, it is actually a huge cave hollowed out inside the only mountain, with a deep and clear pool of water in the center. This is the source of our life, the holy water of the Oma tribe. Every new sprout must be nurtured in the holy water until it can withstand the external environment before leaving to take root in its own place. This is also a place that all Oma people protect for life. Zhou Ji nodded in understanding. After all, very few plants can thrive without the nourishment of water, especially on the dry and hot tabaxi. Please sit. Sit? Where? The diplomatic representatives looked around and found no chairs or tables. It wouldn't do to sit on the ground, as that would be disrespectful. Just as they were pondering how to ask the other party, a tree person walked by. The tree person rooted itself beside the pool, intertwining its roots and vines until it formed a chair and table entirely made of vines. A group of small fairies resembling Lan Hua flew over and thoughtfully spread large leaves on the table. They also noticed that the shape of the chair was very similar to the sofas from Longxing, covered with soft leaves, which was quite comfortable. This is something others taught us. We don't need such things. I see you resemble him very much, but after all, the races are different. Zhou Ji understood. The Lan Hua mentioned was likely Li Rulong. Zhou Ji and his team sat on one side of the table, ready to begin negotiations. Please wait a moment. The other priests are awakening and will arrive soon. I am just one of the attending priests and cannot make decisions. All right, Priest Lan Hua, we can wait. But we hope it won't take too long. Lan Hua hurriedly assured them it would be quick and had the other fairies each bring a cup of water from the pool, though the amount was a bit small. Cruz picked up a clay cup and, while no one was looking, poured the water into his powered armor for safekeeping. He wanted to bring it back for the Academy of Sciences to analyze what was special about this water. After more than 10 minutes, a somewhat withered large tree bent over, accompanied by a group of flying fairies, arrived in the meeting room. The large tree rooted itself directly in front of Zhou Ji, while the fairies sat at the tables on either side. This is our High Priest Elder, the oldest existence among the Oma people. Hello, High Priest Elder. This is Zhou Ji from the Longxing civilization. He is here for a friendly exchange with us. The High Priest shook the leaves on his body, scattering a few. High Priest, they have brought a divine object that can help us revive. You should try it. After Lan Hua spoke to the High Priest, several fairies struggled to use large leaves to carry the fertilizer Zhou Ji had given to Rongbam and poured it directly at the roots of the High Priest tree. The High Priest closed his eyes, feeling the nourishment coming from the trunk. He could already sense the benefits this substance would bring to him and the Oma people. If there were more, perhaps it could even help me grow new buds. Welcome, foreigner. I wonder what your purpose is in coming here. A deep voice emerged from the aged tree face. Zhou Ji sat at the negotiation table, his gaze firm and profound, quickly stepping into his role. Respected High Priest, what is your view on the current situation of the universe? He did not answer the question, but instead threw his own question back to the other party. Taking the initiative, the High Priest seemed to ponder for a moment and replied somberly, We Oma people value tranquility and pass the time. We do not know much about the universe. In fact, we are not very welcoming to the arrival of outsiders. However, if they come with gifts rather than weapons, we are still willing to befriend them. Of course, we Longxing have a saying, when friends come, there is fine wine. When wolves come, there are knives and guns. Oh, wolves are a hostile species. Zhou Ji smiled, explaining to the Oma people. That is indeed wise. This is also our view. Haha, you see, we have found common ground. Zhou Ji clapped his hands with a smile. However, I still want to ask you, what is your view on the current situation of the universe? Please do not blame me for being overly inquisitive. After all, this is crucial for our communication. The Longxing representatives looked seriously at the large tree and the fairies across from them, knowing that Zhou Ji was setting a trap for them. The High Priest shook his trunk, and the nearby fairies hurriedly flew over to collect the fallen leaves. We have encountered outsiders, many different kinds of outsiders. They once said that several major forces in the universe are fighting each other, and although Tabaxi is located at the edge of the universe, it is also difficult not to be drawn into the conflicts. However, time may be very long, and what we Oma people have the most is time. Zhou Ji smiled slightly and said calmly, "Respected High Priest, we Longxing have faced many challenges, but we have never felt that being content in one place is a way to escape reality. Often, it is the beginning of destruction. You see, my coming here is to achieve deep communication and exchange with your side. Many things should not be said by us, but should be experienced by you. However, I truly cannot bear to watch the peaceful and good-hearted Oma people ultimately become food or furniture." Just as he said this, the high priest suddenly shook, startling many of the small fairies. "I understand. You should state your purpose, foreigner. I wonder if the fertilizer you just tasted is something you need in large quantities?" Zhou Ji shifted the topic again. "Yes, although I do not know where you obtained such a perfect divine object. It is very important to us, Oma people. What if I say I can provide it indefinitely?" "What?" Not only were the flying fairies shocked, but even the high priest stood up, the branches above his head poking the cave ceiling. "Really? You can really provide it to us indefinitely?" Zhou Ji nodded but then shrugged and said, "I can guarantee that whatever you need, we will have it, but the Oma people are not robbers. We can engage in exchange. What do you need? Here it comes, the trap is set. We have heard that your side is very advanced in the field of space technology, and we on our side, like the Oma people, have great expertise in cultivating and planting plants. You could even say that anyone from our civilization is born knowing how to farm. So, we hope to exchange our planting technology and that fertilizer for all your technological data, including but not limited to space science and theoretical knowledge." "That is impossible." The high priest directly refused, knowing well the importance of space technology and realizing that if they exchanged everything, what would they have left to trade with Longxing afterward? Zhou Ji did not expect to reach an agreement so easily. He rested his chin on his crossed hands, staring intently at the aged bark face across from him. "Since the high priest knows the current crisis in the universe, we can consider a different type of transaction." The assistant beside him timely handed a tablet to the two little sprites, instructing them to deliver it to the other side. The tablet automatically played the previous two cosmic wars involving the Dragon Star, but the footage of Li Rulong was obscured, leaving only the vivid battles of Zod and his team. It was also thoughtfully accompanied by commentary in the universal language of the cosmos, detailing the combat, troop strengths of both sides, and the final outcomes of the battles. The high priest showed no discernible expression. The bark he was made was not rich enough. But the nearby blue flowers and other sprites were all so frightened that they covered their faces, almost screaming. After the video finished playing, no one in the cave spoke. After a long while, the high priest finally spoke. "The Dragon Star civilization is a resilient civilization. But can you tell me what this means?" "Threat," Zhou Ji stated bluntly, causing not only the high priest to widen his eyes, but even the diplomatic team nearby instinctively held their breath. Fortunately, their good psychological qualities prevented them from whispering to each other or exchanging glances, but Zhou Ji's overly straightforward words still startled them. "Threat? We are not afraid of threats." The high priest was somewhat angry, and the nearby sprites flew backward, preparing to call the guards outside. "No, you may have misunderstood. We of the Dragon Star never threaten others. At least, your side has not brought us any hostile pressure." Zhou Ji suddenly smiled. "The threat I speak of comes from unfriendly, barbaric, imperialistic threats. They have already engaged in multiple battles with us, and your side will not be spared just because you are in a corner." At this point, Zhou Ji gave a signal to the ambassador, Qi Lao, standing at the door, and whispered in a very small voice, "Old Qi, fly one, scare them a bit." This sound could only be heard by Kryptonian Superman, who quickly took off with a few others and flew directly behind Zhou Ji, with Qi Lao igniting his eyes. The flying foreigner, the Omar people, was not something they hadn't seen before, but a flying one with red eyes was something they had only seen once. And it was a deep memory, even inscribed on the stone walls of the Omar sacred site as a record of their race. This time, not only did the little sprites get scared and start to scatter, but even the high priest pulled up his roots, preparing to flee. But he still shouted, still claiming it's not a threat. "You are indeed from the same civilization as Superman Lee. You are robbers." Bang! With a loud bang, Zhou Ji withdrew his genteel expression and punched the tree table, glaring at the Omar people in the cave. The Dragon Star people, who were already physically enhanced to be comparable to little superhumans, delivered a punch that nearly made the Omar tree people, who had turned into a table, cry out in pain. They were not just trees. They were not the kind of beings that could be casually chopped without concern. Their trunks and branches were filled with various nerves, so of course, they could feel pain. "Omar High Priest, please mind your words. As the highest leader of the Omar people, Your every word and action represents the attitude of the Omar civilization towards us. I now represent the Dragon Star and demand that you apologize for your previous words immediately. The diplomatic team beside him also stood up, glaring at the plant beings in the cave. Although our civilization no longer burns coal for warmth or provides energy, there are still places where charcoal is a necessity, such as barbecue stalls. Chilao and others even turned their eyes red simultaneously, suggesting that with a wave of Zhou Ji's hand, they could set the cave ablaze. The high priest glared back at them, his old voice filled with anger, but clearly lacking confidence. Apologize? Why? You first bribed us with a divine object beneficial to us, then wanted to exchange our important technological information, which I rejected, and now you are preparing to attack. Is this the way of your Dragon Star civilization? Threatening us to turn the Omar people into carbon? I tell you, tree people will never pa. A badge was thrown by Zhou Ji onto his roots, and the nearby blue flower quickly blocked the high priest's next words with her tiny body. Ugh, ugh. The blue flower was quite displeased to be interrupted by the high priest's outburst. High priest, you should first take a look at this. The blue flower lay on the ground, still pointing at the badge next to the high priest's roots. Hearing this, the high priest looked down, and in an instant, he felt he had nothing to say. Then he glanced at Zhou Ji, who was still glaring at him with anger, while the 5 flying foreigners with red eyes hovered above him. With a helpless sigh in his heart, he returned to the negotiation table and rerouted himself. Speak, what do you ultimately want? An apology. Zhou Ji retracted his angry expression and changed to a calm demeanor. But this made him even more frightening. All right, I apologize for my inappropriate remarks just now. This responsibility is mine, not that of the other Omar people. I accept any consequences from the other side. Okay, we accept your sincere apology. Zhou Ji suddenly smiled, and then returned to his composed smile. This abrupt change in attitude nearly startled the high priestess Trunk. Play a clip of the environment of Rulong Star for the high priest to appreciate. The assistant took orders and confidently walked to the tablet, tapping a few times. This time, what played was the transformed Rulong Star, a planet completely composed of green and blue, with only a small amount of ice plains and snow-capped mountains at the north and south poles. It could have been left out entirely, but to satisfy the needs of snow and ice enthusiasts. The Academy of Sciences specifically added the ice and snow setting during the transformation. The 10-minute video detailed the landforms and beautiful environments of Rulong Star, and this lush, water-rich planetary ecology made the observing Omar people very envious and even longing. The mother star of the Dragon Star truly makes me ashamed. Our planet was like this millions of years ago, but unfortunately, I will never see it. The high priest sighed, and the nearby sprites became less active. Allow me to correct the high priest's mistake. This is not our mother star, but our neighboring star, or rather, a companion planet. This planet was transformed through our relentless efforts and technological means, and its definition is also to protect the environment. After all, green trees and green mountains are the true treasures. Zhou Ji proudly stated, green waters and green mountains are true treasures. Such a great and far-sighted thought. If our ancestors had such ideas back then, Tubastar would not have become what it is today. The little sprites shed tears, and the high priest lowered his head, feeling dejected. In fact, the Omar people still have a chance. Zhou Ji's words attracted everyone's attention. The high priest shook his head, feeling it was impossible. Their mother star had become what it was after millions of years, and if they wanted to restore it, it would take even longer. Restoring Tubastar's ecological environment will take too long, and moreover, the 2 stars in the middle of the galaxy are entangled at an increasing speed. With energy spilling over more and more strongly, there's nothing we can do about it. The high priest said sullenly, we have already discovered the anomalies of the 2 stars. I did not say I wanted to save Tubastar. Rather, I want to leave a seed of civilization for the Omar people. Look, although we only brought a small fleet this time, we can allocate a warship specifically to protect the Oma people and transport them to our Rulong Star to reproduce and thrive again. Doesn't the high priest think this is better than your race waiting to die on Tubashur? The assistant opened the screen of the Longxing exploration fleet and introduced the situation of the Black Dragon and Pishio series warships. The little sprites flying beside the high priest all curiously gathered to take a look, and when they saw the massive warship, it instantly impacted their hearts. What do we need to give? The high priest asked again. If it means preserving their racial civilization and allowing them to reproduce elsewhere, he would certainly be willing. Moreover, it wasn't the first time that outsiders had come to discuss such matters with him, but the high priest could sense from their attitude that the other party had ulterior motives. However, The Longxing people, or rather Zhou Ji, gave him a different feeling, like a breath of spring, straightforward and honest. Not to mention that there was also the terrifyingly strong Li Rulong and his henchmen. With the combat capability of the Oma people, if the Longxing people truly had other intentions, they could just use their fists. Negotiation? What for? We need space technology, all scientific data of the Oma civilization, and, of course, it would be best if there are scientists among the rescued Oma people. They can better inherit your civilization and knowledge, and we can more quickly transform theory into practically applicable technology, achieving a win-win for both sides. Zhou Ji was already confident of victory, smiling as he explained to the high priest and the group of little sprites. The high priest's tree face nodded slightly, looking at Lan Hua and the others beside him. My last question. If your answer satisfies us, we will accept your terms. And it's not just some of our people, it's all. Zhou Ji looked at the high priest in confusion. All? Just now. Clues are calculated that there were several million tree men in this oasis alone. Their warships couldn't possibly hold them all, nor could they transport them in batches without wasting time. But he still signaled to the high priest to continue. What is the status of the Oma people in the Longxing civilization? After the high priest finished speaking, he stared intently at the other party, and Lan Hua and the others became tense. Status? It seemed that other civilizations had come before, probably because of this issue that negotiations hadn't gone well. Zhou Ji pondered. Let me introduce you to the so-called status of the residents of the Longxing civilization. We have many ethnic groups, all of whom belong to humanity. The few behind me are all from the Ku ethnic group. We all belong to one race, the Huaxia ethnic group. All minority ethnicities that join the Huaxia ethnic group receive the same treatment and are citizens of the Longxing civilization. Of course, please allow me to speak frankly. We also have second-class citizens, those who previously posed a threat to my Huaxia people or even waged war against us and were ultimately captured enemies. They do not enjoy the high social welfare benefits of ordinary citizens and cannot participate in some official job competitions, but in other respects, it is the same. Moreover, we do not intend for them to remain second-class citizens for life. We have also prepared comprehensive, open, and fair promotion conditions for them, such as model workers, acts of bravery, combat heroes, etc. If the Oma people join Longxing, they will be our compatriots, brothers, and sisters. Any enemy daring to show their fangs towards our compatriots, we will stand in front and advance or retreat together. Zhou Ji's powerful words and the fair treatment and social welfare of Longxing citizens indeed deeply attracted the admiration of the Oma people. So, we will not become commodities, nor will we become pets of certain people? The high priest asked. Of course not. Let me put it this way. If anyone dares to do such things to the Oma people, General Li Rulong, who brought us here, will make them understand what it means to wish they were dead. The venue fell silent. Zhou Ji proactively picked up the divine water that the Oma people had offered earlier and drank it all in one go. He was genuinely thirsty. Speaking of which, this divine water is incredibly pure and slightly sweet. It would be great if he could take some away. The high priest had now closed his eyes, and even Lan Hua and the others had flown to his branches, sitting there with their eyes closed. Minister Zhou, just now, there was an unknown energy that instantly spread out, with the energy center being that big tree. Kaleo whispered in his ear. Zhou Ji nodded, estimating that the high priest was communicating with the race. After an hour, all the Oma people opened their eyes. The high priest rarely showed a smile, and Lan Hua and the others were even happier, flying up and down, dancing their race-s dance. Outsiders, oh no. It's Minister Zhou. I just communicated with all the elders of the tribes, and they have agreed to all the conditions you proposed. And our entire race will leave with you. Looking at the divine water pool beside him, the high priest continued from now on. We will go to Dragon Star and treat it as our new homeland, where we will take root and sprout. In the future, we ask the Longxing civilization to take care of us. Zhou Ji laughed loudly and stood up, clapping first, and his assistants also applauded. The little sprites on the other side imitated them, clapping their hands, and even got more and more enthusiastic. The negotiation table in front turned back into tree roots and vines, and the treeman that served as the table gently rubbed its own roots on the side. Zhou Ji stepped forward, extending his hand, but then realized he didn't know which branch to grasp. If he grabbed the wrong one, it would be awkward. The high priest re-rooted himself in the ground, closed his eyes, and the face on his trunk melted back into the trunk. After a while, a little sprite in a white robe, with a white beard longer than his body, flew out from a relatively hidden tree hole. He slowly flew to Zhou Ji's front, imitating his actions, and extended his right hand to grasp one of Zhou Ji's fingers. Seeing Zhou Ji's puzzled expression, The little sprite in the white robe smiled slightly and clarified, Minister Zhou, I am the high priest, but I do not have a name. Oh, so the treeman is just your, how should I put it, disguise? And the little sprite is the real Oma people? Zhou Ji suddenly understood. Yes, it's a disguise. If we take off our disguise, you will still recognize us. The Oma tribe is a race of jungle sprites. To be honest, we do not know our specific origins. But the disasters our ancestors experienced are preserved on the stone walls here, serving as a warning for future generations. The high priest sat on Zhou Ji's shoulder. He didn't want to be so rude, but at his old age, he really couldn't fly for long. Moreover, it was Zhou Ji who had actively offered for him to sit on his shoulder. A sprite the size of a Barbie doll couldn't weigh much. Arriving at the Oma, no, they had already reverted back to the jungle sprite tribe, entering the true holy land within the cave. The high priest introduced them to the history of the jungle sprite tribe. Zhou Ji and the others listened carefully, their focused and respectful demeanor deepening the sprite's goodwill towards them. What is recorded here is the darkest moment of our tribe. The high priest pointed to a stone carving at the front, his expression somewhat dark. The content of the carving clearly revealed the disasters that the ancestors of the elven race had endured. The originally peaceful habitat of the elves was suddenly invaded by a group of creatures resembling demons. They drove the elves away with weapons, captured them in containers, and eventually sent them onto a spaceship, taking them to a distant but prosperous planet. There, the elves became commodities and pets, bought by the wealthy to serve as children's companions, or kept in cages like canaries for people to admire. The duration of this time was not recorded on the stone carving, but Zhou Jiaji and the others felt it must have been a long time. It wasn't until it being referred to by the high priest as the elven prophet appeared that most of the elves were finally rescued. The prophet was also one of the captured commodities, but he was very clever and self-taught, a vast amount of advanced knowledge from the technologically advanced demon planet. Although it was evident that his studies were skewed, focusing primarily on spatial science. The prophet stole a spaceship and filled it with supplies for their escape using a spatial container he had crafted himself. He contacted many elders of the elven race, set a time for the escape, and devised a meticulous plan. Finally, on a night when the demons were completely unprepared, they succeeded. But the prophet passed away during the escape. The spaceship traveled for countless years, and fortunately, the elves had long lifespans, allowing them to reproduce and thrive on the ship until they reached Tuba Star. The term Oma in the Oma tribe was named in honor of the prophet. Before his death, the prophet taught 6 intelligent elven scientists to carry on his legacy, but unfortunately, despite their brilliance, their inherent aversion to weapons and such led them not to develop in that direction. This spatial container looks a bit familiar, the assistant whispered, and Zhou Zhiji frowned slightly. Ha, this is what we regard as the sacred Oma box, which was given to General Li back in the day. Cough, given to General Li. The high priest replied cautiously. Ha, there's no need for that. General Li's actions back then were unintentional. Because of his arrival and your friendly reception, we have come again to rescue and help you. We call that fate in our place. Zhou Zhiji laughed heartily to ease the awkwardness. Yes, you're right, fate indeed. As they continued their introductions, Zhou Zhiji and the others finally fully understood the history of the jungle elves and what they needed most, a peaceful and stable life. The innermost part of the sacred land suddenly became spacious, with many books and scrolls made of tree bark neatly arranged on stone bookshelves. Many little elves were busy organizing and categorizing them for packing. These are our technologies and records, and once packed, we will take them all away. The high priest pointed at the busy elves and then called over a male elf with golden long hair. Chief, this is the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Dragon Star that I just introduced through telepathy, Minister Zhou Zhiji. Minister Zhou, he is our tribe's chief scientist, let's just call him Chief. Sorry, we really don't have a talent for naming. Looking awkward, the chief elf stepped forward and, following Dragon Star etiquette, shook fingers with Zhou Zhiji. Hello. After the two greeted each other, the chief elf went back to arrange work. Zhou Zhiji didn't mind the other party's somewhat rude behavior. On Dragon Star, the old Dean Huang and those veteran scientists often played this way, and he was used to it. Leaving behind a Cray warrior and several assisting staff, they returned outside the cave. Feeling the muggy climate, Zhou Zhiji turned to the high priest sitting on his shoulder. High priest, I'm curious, why do you possess plants? Looking at the busy tree men outside the cave and the earlier Baimu, whose tree face no longer showed the wariness from their first meeting, Zhou Zhiji noticed he was now busily directing his kin to collect various seeds and fruits. This is the talent of our race. We're not skilled in combat and lack great strength, so we can only rely on possessing large plants. This not only increases our strength to protect our tribe, but also allows us to extend our lifespan through the nourishment of plants. Oh, I hadn't heard of that. But don't worry. On Dragon Star, we have plenty of plants, and there is also our mother planet, Dragon Star. Although it has many cities and people, it also boasts beautiful mountains and rivers. When the time comes, the elves can choose for themselves, and we want to interfere. That would be greatly appreciated. The high priest expressed his gratitude to Zhou Zheji with heartfelt emotion. Suddenly, Zhou Zheji remembered something. Having just visited the sacred site filled with the history of the elven race, it seemed only about 300 meters long and around 3 meters high. These were the historical records that the elves cherished, so why not go all out and show some of Dragon Star's grandeur? High priest, we're leaving. What about this sacred place? Alas, let it be. As you just said, the continuation of the tribe is the most important. The high priest looked regretful. That won't do. Since this place is so important, we should take it all with us, but we can't move the mountain. We can think of a way for the stone carvings inside. Really? That would be wonderful. The high priest excitedly flew in front of Zhou Zheji, looking at him with anticipation. Let me handle it. You should trust me, old tree bark. A voice came from above, causing the high priest to tremble slightly. But he quickly calmed the fear within him. Zhou Zheji smiled and looked up. Rulong, dressed in a black superhero outfit, was looking down at them with several Kree guards, arms crossed. He slowly descended in front of them and carefully examined the current appearance of the high priest. Look at you. You look so good, small and quite cute. Why pretend to be a big tree? What's up? Do you have a big dream too? Rulong laughed heartily, while the high priest awkwardly stroked his white beard, not daring to respond. Rulong, about the matter of the elven sacred land, think of a solution. Even if we move the entire mountain, the Pisho won't be able to contain it. Zhou Zheji stepped forward to mediate. Besides, the elves will be our people in the future. We should take good care of our own. Rulong smiled and nodded upon hearing this, saying, all right, old Zhou, don't worry. After that, he waved his hand to the people behind him, and immediately 2 Kryptonian superheroes stepped forward. One flew into the cave while the other flew to the mountaintop. Both of them simultaneously fired their heat vision, cutting through the entire mountain. Then they sliced the section with wall paintings into 1-meter-thick stone slabs. Each slab thoughtfully marked with a number for easy reassembly when they returned to Dragon Star. The high priest and the others watched in shock. These were just 2 warriors under Rulong's command, and they could easily cut through the entire mountain. If they really targeted the elf clan, they would definitely be wiped out in no time. At this moment, all the members of the elf clan secretly gave a thumbs up to the high priest, praising his decision as spot on. When the slabs were neatly arranged, the Black Dragon ship, accompanied by a Pisho No. 1 ship, slowly entered the atmosphere of Tuba Star and landed not far from the oasis. The elf clan looked at the massive warship and the exceedingly thick cannon barrels on it, which were devastating weapons for them. They dispatched several spaceships, each carrying an elf, to go to all the gathering places of the elf clan to fetch them, as crossing the desert and Gobi was quite arduous. After Rulong finished speaking, his subordinates immediately began to make arrangements. The high priest quickly arranged for people to follow along, as this was the most convenient way to prevent any clan members from dying on the way. Once the elven chief had organized all the information, the elves on this sacred oasis began to board the ship in an orderly manner. Aside from a few elven priests and ordinary elves responsible for maintaining order and communication, all other high-ranking officials and important scientists boarded the Black Dragon with Rulong. Old AI, this is the chief scientist of the elven clan, and the others are scientists who are very accomplished in the field of spatial studies. You will need to cooperate with them in the future. For now, let's have the chief assist you temporarily, and when we return to Dragon Star, Old Huang will give you a formal appointment. Rulong slapped AI Urchiao awake, who was scanning the bodies of several elves in front of him with his X-ray vision. AI Urchiao quickly nodded, retracting his thoughts. General, can I know? You behave yourself, and don't think of anything inappropriate. AI Urchiao looked regretful, then turned to the elven chief and asked, hello, I'd like to inquire if you have a prison for holding criminals? The elven chief looked puzzled and tilted his head in response. Prison? What is that? Our race has no criminals. What about bad people? You know, elves who have done many bad things. Do you have any? AI Urchiao still didn't want to give up. He couldn't believe that a civilization could be devoid of bad people. No, our tribe is very harmonious. Friendliness and unity are the survival principles of our race. Since recorded history, we have never had any of the bad people you mentioned. AI Urchiao sighed. He really wanted to dissect one for fun, Cough, cough. He meant to understand the body structure of this amazing race. Unfortunately, without bad people providing him with materials, he didn't dare to lay hands on his compatriots, who had already become fellow citizens of Dragon Star, as that would result in a very tragic end for him. Forget it, he still had over 100 live specimens of foot basin chickens brought with him in stock. He could dissect one to vent his frustration. With that thought in mind, he began to let the elven scientists understand the current technological system and progress of Dragon Star, and then, according to their respective abilities. Once the time was right, they would start working on theoretical and technological research in spatial science. However, he still didn't know that the elven scientists were completely ignorant of anything other than spatial science. Li Rulong saw that everything was in order on his side and gave Iurkio a glance before leaving, which meant to watch over things as there was one less person. Iurkio grinned, indicating that he definitely wouldn't dare. Upon returning to the bridge's conference room, he noticed some changes in the setup and gave a big thumbs up to Zhou Zhezhong's meticulous work. On one side of the conference table, there was a small mini conference table made by a 3D printer, along with sofas and office chairs suitable for the elf race. Additionally, there were quite a few mini green plants arranged around, which could significantly elevate the elves' sense of belonging since Longxing truly regarded them as their own. Zhou Zhezhong and Director Xiong's arrangements did not stop there. They had thoughtfully arranged for engineers to bring back a large amount of suitable soil for planting from Tubaxing, mixing in fertilizers and nutrient-rich materials. Li Rulong also arranged for a small pond made from stone piles and materials, with water source from the holy pool of the elves, and transplanted many green plants brought from Longxing for experimentation and to relieve crew stress from the Black Dragon. The entire Pai Shiono, one ship had completely transformed into a forest-like environment, with a strong aroma. 3 hours later, the arrangements on the number 1 ship were completed, and all the elves were brought onto their ecological ship, leaving them in disbelief. All of this made the elf race feel like they had encountered the only noble in the universe, fully agreeing with any decisions from Longxing. This is what we have temporarily prepared for the elves, but due to limited materials and space, we ask for your understanding. Once our exploration mission is completed and we return to Zhu Rongxing, we will definitely provide the elves with the most suitable living environment and introduce new laws to protect their rights. Zhou Zhezhong briefly introduced the temporary arrangements, and the high priest quickly waved his hand, indicating that everything was already more than adequate, leaving them unsure how to express their gratitude. Next came some administrative discussions. Of course, all arrangements were only applicable for the current journey, and upon returning to Longxing, they would need to be replanned by the administrative department. During this time, they also discovered a particular trait of the elves, a heightened sensitivity to spatial recognition, a level unattainable by ordinary humans. Even Aslan and others were no match for them in this regard. No wonder they could learn spatial technology so quickly and apply it to other areas. It turned out to be one of their racial talents. Although they knew the elves loved peace, their spatial recognition ability was one of the most important skills in cosmic warfare and manipulating spatial weapons. If every aircraft and warship had one or several elf members assisting, their combat power would definitely soar, even surpassing the capabilities of the Xianyuan Tactical Assistance System. High Priest, although what I am about to say may be a bit offensive, I still ask you and your fellow elves to consider whether you would be willing to allow some of your people to serve in the military. I can guarantee that the treatment will be exactly the same as for others, and they could even become the first general of the elf race. Director Xiong pondered for a long time before bringing this proposal up at the meeting. The High Priest and other elder priests of the elf race clearly had not thought about this aspect and were momentarily at a loss for words. We're not in a hurry. We have plenty of time. You can discuss it with your people later. I see Baimu as a spirited elf, and he probably has many others like him who want to protect their homes, Director Xiong said with a smile before discussing the upcoming itinerary in front of them. Li Rulong, the issue with Tubaxing has been resolved. Where shall we go next? To the Star Alliance. Star Alliance? Is it the alliance of multiple civilizations in the universe that you mentioned last time? Didn't you say they were quite unscrupulous? Director Xiong and Zhou Zhezhong exchanged glances, both feeling that it wasn't the right time for Longxing to engage with the Star Alliance. Regarding this issue, Li Rulong already had a plan in mind. Uncle Xiong, are we afraid of being unscrupulous? I think the previous UN was much worse than them, and we managed just fine, so what is there to fear? Li Rulong laughed. Previously, he was the only one, really lacking energy and unable to manage multiple tasks. Otherwise, he would have already accomplished something significant. I am just worried that the other party's level of technology and civilization is much higher than ours. And if we make contact rashly, it may not be beneficial for us. Director Xiong expressed his concerns. Yes, their technological level is indeed much higher than ours. Many of the photon force field defense shields we use were obtained from them. However, one thing is that their political system is vastly different, and many things are put on display, which seems like intrigue, but in reality, it's just minor skirmishes. After speaking, he pointed to Zhou Zhezhi and laughed, saying, "Old Zhou, are you afraid of dealing with a bunch of people who haven't studied Sun Tzu's art of war and our ancestors' wisdom?" Zhou Zhezhi was momentarily stunned, then laughed heartily. "If you put it that way, I'm no longer worried. It truly is like a giant dragon dealing with minor skirmishes." Turning to Director Xiong, he said, "Wasn't the bald eagle's technology higher than ours back then? They were always looking for trouble with us, yet we faced them calmly. Isn't it because of our nation's perseverance and the wisdom passed down from our ancestors? Let's go deal with them." Director Xiong nodded, just about to speak when Zhang Zhong jumped in first. Hey, take me along this time. I want to see how alien civilizations are and how well they communicate." Zhang Zhong's quick tongue made his face flush, almost revealing his true thoughts and old profession. Ha. The entire conference room erupted in laughter. Only the high priest and others did not understand the reason, looking at everyone in confusion. After laughing for a while, Director Xiong began to make decisions. "All right, it's settled then. We will meet with that Star Alliance. See what the difference is from the United Nations, and maybe we can even secure a few permanent positions." "Good. Leave it to our diplomacy. Rulong, what do you think our first step should be? After all, you're the only one who has had contact with them." Everyone looked at Li Rulong. He quickly recalled in his mind, then opened the star map obtained from the elves. This star map was left to the High Priest by a cosmic trade alliance, stating that if there were any needs in the future, they could contact them, but the High Priest had thrown it into storage, hoping never to contact them again. "First, we need to gather enough intelligence, and it would be best to find a member of the Star Alliance that is currently at war. Of course, it would be even better if both parties are members of the Star Alliance. Then we look for an opportunity to intervene, mediate if possible, and if not, help the weaker side drive away the other side. Additionally, old Zhou and the others can negotiate with them, with the main goal being for them to recommend us to join the Star Alliance. If they really can't recommend us, then we will find a way to control them behind the scenes, making them our puppets." Li Rulong's idea received unanimous approval from the human race present, but only the High Priests felt a chill in their hearts. Fortunately, they were very friendly towards us. Otherwise, it would be hard to imagine the consequences. The elves communicated with each other using their mental abilities and did not notice that Li Rulong had glanced at them. "Rulong, your idea is quite good, but how are we going to find a suitable civilization? Moreover, it needs to be one that has friction with us, or even in a state of conflict." Zhou asked, frowning. "The probability of that seems a bit low." Li Rulong tapped the Fushi terminal on his wrist, and soon, the conference room door opened automatically, revealing a person entering. "Report. Lao Lu Cruz has been ordered to report." Cruz, dressed in a Dragon Star Colonel uniform, stood straight at the door. Come, Lao Ku. Find a place to sit. We have a plan that needs your help." "Yes." Although Cruz didn't know how he, as a military officer temporarily assigned to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, could be of use, he obeyed Li Rulong's command and took a seat at the back among the assistants. "Lao Zhou, I know what you're saying. The old ancestor once said that if there are no conditions, we create conditions. Can Cruz temporarily be of use to me?" Zhou, along with Minister Xiong and others, knew what Li Rulong was up to as soon as Cruz entered. With a mischievous smile, they shook their heads and sighed, realizing that this kid was preparing to send a disaster to the aliens. Suddenly, Cruz felt a chill run through him, sensing a cold wind swirling behind him. "Cruz." "Yes." Hearing Li Rulong call him, he immediately stood at attention. "Relax, we're all on the same side now. Don't be so tense all the time. Come over here." "Yes." Cruz nervously walked over to stand beside Li Rulong, feeling the gaze of all the big shots in the room on him. However, there was a hint of something sinister at the corner of their mouths. "Lao Zhou, I was thinking that we could first obtain intelligence on the countries within the Star Alliance through a certain organization, country, merchant, or information dealer. Then we can select a few pairs of nations that have been unfriendly for generations, just like the situation between the camels and the rootless tribe back in the day, where the people are in a life and death opposition. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting." Then, Cruz can personally select people to form a fringe organization, secretly escalate the contradictions and situation, and finally look for an opportunity to ignite the fire. Wouldn't that achieve our goal? Li Rulong arranged that he could only provide an idea, and the real perfection and implementation of the plan would rely on Cruz and Zhou. as they were the experts in scheming. Standing beside him, Cruz also understood his upcoming task. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, isn't it just letting him do what he's good at? He was very familiar with it. Too familiar. Moreover, he was a bit excited. He had previously showcased his talents in the solar system, and now he was to create chaos. No, to find a breakthrough for his nation. He would definitely do his best, as nothing was more thrilling than a grand battle between two civilizations. Zhou Zhaji and the others seemed to see the longing thoughts in Cruz's heart and shook their heads secretly, knowing that once this guy was let loose, it would be hard to rein him back in. Li Rulong understood everything clearly, but he didn't want to overly restrict Cruz. After all, it wasn't his own people who would die, so he casually advised, Old Cruz, the opportunity is yours. Do a good job, and we won't limit you. You can go as big as you want. The bigger it is, the more comfortable it is for us to get involved. Cruz nodded eagerly and was about to make a promise when Li Rulong interrupted him. But there's one thing. Our people are not your pawns. They can be injured, but they cannot be sacrificed. Do you understand? Li Rulong's eyes narrowed as he stared at him. Understood. Please rest assured, general and esteemed leaders. If even one member of my clan sacrifices, Lao Lu Ku Lu Zhe will immediately take his own life. At this, everyone in the conference room felt reassured, as they all knew what Ku Lu Zhe had been through. Ever since Li Rulong had healed him, he had become very protective of his own life. Li Rulong even wanted to give him a name, just like Al Qiao, calling him Wenhe. The interstellar routes within the Star Alliance were bustling with various sizes of starships, and this route was one of the most important in the Star Alliance. There were escort ships patrolling nearby to prevent pirates or rebel forces from plundering passing merchant ships. A flash of blue light appeared as a sleek, silver-white battleship exited its jump and appeared near the route. Captain, we have arrived at our destination. Where should we go next? The pilot in his EFD uniform turned to look at Talia Karatis, who was seated in the captain's chair. Previously, Cruz had accepted Li Rulong's order to take the lead in causing some trouble. Li Rulong had let him form his own team. So he simply gathered everyone from the original Cruz team on the Black Dragon, plus a number of enhanced coordinators, making it easier to operate. At this moment, all the operators on the small liaison ship were from the original Minerva, with Talia serving as captain, Arthur as the first officer, Myling Hawk as the communications officer, and CIC borrowed from Natalie Basiliou, along with the wonderful maintenance team leader Uncle Madek. The hangar inside the ship was equipped with 4 hastily made Gundams, all modeled after the Assault Gundam, but the 4 units were divided into Assault type, Combat type, Sniper Cannon type, and Intelligence Gathering type. They were piloted by a Thrun, Isaac, Haina, and Dayaka, with a Thrun serving as the MS team leader. Not only that, but Li Rulong also sent 2 Kryptonian superheroes to accompany them, instructing that they were not for surveillance, but as a safeguard in critical moments, emphasizing that the 2 should follow Cruz's orders. Captain Talia looked at Cruz sitting nearby and was puzzled as to why this guy had put his mask back on. When leaving, Li Rulong was somewhat bewildered, wondering if he thought he looked good and was afraid of being taken as a son-in-law by some alien octopus. General, I find that wearing the mask makes my thinking more active. Suit yourself, then keep it on. Cruz tapped the armrest, staring at the endless stream of merchant ships and transport ships in the distance, pondering for a moment. Major True, please scan and see if you can find a luxury cruise ship or the largest cargo ship available. The bigger and more luxurious, the better. He contacted one of the Kryptonian superheroes. Once we get the message back, we will immediately enter the route and follow that designated ship, Cruz instructed Talia. Why? A luxury cruise ship or the largest cargo ship would not go to desolate or low civilization planets. Their destination would either be a prosperous planet or a large industrial planet, making either a great place to gather information and intelligence. Cruz smiled slightly, but the sight of him smiling behind the mask made Talia feel a bit cold inside. After a while, Major True sent back news that he had found the best target, a large cruise ship about 2,000 meters long, with extremely luxurious interior decorations. Many aliens of various appearances were in the hall, toasting each other, dancing unknown dances, and playing incomprehensible games, a scene of extravagance. Upon finding the target, Captain Talia immediately ordered the ship to follow it into the route, trailing behind it. During this time, there were no patrol ships passing by, but Li Rulong had long prepared the merchant fleet identification codes they had kept before. However, the population business that fleet had conducted had already been turned to ashes by Li Rulong. Skeleton, please state your destination. A security battleship inquired as soon as they entered the route. But how could they know what their destination was? Cruz remained calm and directly responded. The skeleton is heading to the Star Alliance member country of Olivia to celebrate the anniversary of the Lord's inauguration. This wording was also taught to him by Li Rulong. As for who that Lord was, neither he nor Li Rulong knew. Sure enough, after responding as instructed, the response from the security ship became very polite. "Oh, you are attending the Lord's inauguration anniversary. Then we wish you a smooth journey. If you need anything, please call us on the security channel. Goodbye." Skeleton received, "Thank you, goodbye." After hanging up, everyone on the bridge looked at him. "Don't look at me. I was just following the general's orders." What kind of person that Lord is? Neither I nor the general knows. Cruz spread his hands, indicating not to ask him. "Should we change our destination?" "That's right. According to ZFT and Dragon Star's rules. Our itinerary has already been uploaded to the security command, and if we deviate, it might raise suspicion." Talia and Basililu expressed their concerns one after the other, while Cruz smiled. "Don't worry. The Lord in the Olivia Federation probably has more animals than the Dragon Star Zoo, and each one is an existence that we can't afford to provoke. We just need to keep waving the tiger skin as a flag." The few of them breathed a sigh of relief. At least they wouldn't start a fight right after entering the Star Alliance, which would be hard to wrap up. They followed the cruise ship all the way to an unknown place, and on the way, they encountered another inquiry from a patrol ship. As a result, Cruz smoothly dismissed them with a line about needing to prepare a gift for the Lord. Basililu and Talia silently gave Cruz a thumbs up. Talia was relatively okay with him, but Basililu had previously disliked him a lot, especially after learning that the Alaskan Cyclops system was his handiwork. However, seeing Cruz's calmness and extraordinary adaptability along the way, along with recalling how many things in the Gundam world later were ordered by the general, prompting him to root out the evil and ugliness of Orb, she somewhat forgave him. Moreover, a feeling of goodwill towards Cruz seemed to arise in her heart. What was going on? Cruz suddenly took off his mask and rubbed his brow, saying, "Putting it back on feels a bit unfamiliar." Basililu saw his handsome face and couldn't help but feel her heart race, quickly focusing her attention on the CIC panel, looking for something to do. After a day's journey, they finally arrived at the orbit of a giant star planet. From space, the entire planet looked like an enormous city, with no blue oceans, no green forests, and no yellow deserts nearby, completely filled with steel structures, and the reflected lights were more numerous than the stars in the sky. In the orbit of the planet, a huge starport stood still. "Skeleton, this is the security command center of the capital star of Matru. Your itinerary has not been reported in advance. Please state your purpose." Cruz ignored the other party and focused all his attention on the urban planet before him. For him, this was a paradise for gathering intelligence. "Security Command Center. We are tourists from Osphastar. Due to a last-minute change in our itinerary, we haven't reported yet. Received, Skeleton. The unreported entry requires a 20 increase in docking fees. You can now proceed to the designated docking position at the starport, and during your stay at the Capital Star, please abide by the regulations of the Capital Star. Otherwise, your ship will be detained, and you'll be expelled from the Matru star system." Skeleton received. "Thank you for the reminder. We are all very law-abiding and well-mannered people." After hanging up the communication, Cruz found that everyone on the bridge was looking at him with strange expressions. Captain Talia beside him even mumbled quietly, "Do you obey the law? Know the rules? Good person?" This made him feel a bit awkward. "Ahem, all right. According to the other party's instructions, let's head to the docking area." After saying this, he quickly left the bridge and entered the elevator. "Major Trull, please follow us off the ship in a moment. Major Hal will stay on board to guard the ship." Exiting the elevator, Cruz immediately instructed, and Trull nodded in understanding. The docking area of the interstellar port on Matru Star was very large, with a huge port and various spaceships constantly coming and going, including warships from the Capital Defense Corps. Looking out the porthole at the largest warship docked at the military port, its massive size was more than 3 times larger than the Black Dragon. It was so shocking. He thought to himself how great it would be to command such a warship in the future. First Officer Arthur stared intently, nearly drooling. "Arthur, check our supplies. There might be security personnel coming up to inspect. Store all important items in the space warehouse," Captain Talia reminded. Arthur hurriedly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and immediately began to arrange things, starting with storing the mobile warriors in the hangar to avoid any trouble. Originally, the High Priest and Chief Scientist had prepared a space wristband with 200 cubic meters of internal space for everyone. But Li Rulong had reminded them that many developed planets have space detection devices to combat interstellar smuggling and other illegal activities. So this time, besides the 2 Kryptonian superhumans wearing a space wristband each, Cruz only brought a large space backpack with a capacity of 1 cubic kilometer, which was carried by a Kryptonian superhuman, and would be wrapped in a biological field to nullify any high-tech equipment. After the ship docked and the hatch opened, Cruz, wearing sunglasses, led the group off the ship. Accompanying him were Aslan and Heine, while the duo of Isaac and Diego were left on board to guard, along with Major Trull and a team of intelligence personnel personally selected by Cruz. Combat personnel were temporarily unnecessary, as his purpose for this trip was to stir up trouble, not to seek it. Welcome to Matru Capital Star. I am the port receptionist. Is this your first visit? A female Matru person was already waiting for them outside the ship. Yes, beautiful lady, this is our first time at Matru Capital Star. We heard it is great for tourism, so we wanted to check it out. The Matru receptionist looked at the aliens in confusion. I'm very sorry, esteemed alien guests, but you may have been misled by bad people. Matru Capital Star is not suitable for tourism. There is no natural scenery here, just administrative and commercial alliances. Oh, I see. Well, we heard about it on the way and changed our itinerary last minute. So, do you know if there are any fun things to do here? Cruz asked with a smile, pretending to be helpless. Let me think. All right, we have the largest casino in the universe here. If you feel lucky, you can give it a try. The receptionist was quite sincere. This was her first impression of Cruz and his team. Heine immediately showed great interest upon hearing about the largest casino in the universe. His 3 major hobbies in life were gambling, playing cards, and drinking. Especially playing cards, he was known as the gambling god of Zaft. Beautiful lady, please arrange a place for us to stay. Before that, it would be best if you could take us to exchange some local specialties, as we spent all our credit coins on the way. All right, no problem. Please wait on the ship for a moment. Security personnel will come to inspect shortly. Please follow me. Cruz and his companions followed the receptionist, admiring the various spaceships and the different-looking aliens in the docking area, while carefully listening to the receptionist introduce information about Matru Star, occasionally chiming in and extracting useful intelligence. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon, accompanied by the fleet, found a system in a very harsh environment, one that any civilization would avoid, especially with a massive, unstable star at the center of the system on the verge of exploding. Initially, Rulong suggested anchoring here, but Defense Minister Xiong and the others disagreed until he explained that energy crystals are obtained from such soon-to-be-destroyed stars, and he would personally lead the Kryptonian superhumans into the star for mining and collecting, after which they agreed. Upon entering, they discovered that the environment here was beyond harsh. It was simply a cosmic hell. Because the star was about to perish, the gravitational forces were highly chaotic, with various jumbled cosmic rays and unordered meteors traveling at several hundred times the speed of sound. If it weren't for the energy crystals, Zhang Zhong would have been in tears, feeling like he couldn't go on. He gritted his teeth and maximized the defensive shield, while the Kryptonian superhumans moved around to eliminate the greatest threats. Zareo, follow me. The space here is too chaotic. We can't use storage space. We'll directly transport the energy crystals back separately. Yes, General. Once ready, Rulong was about to take them to the star to learn how to mine when he was suddenly called by Zhang Jitong. What's wrong, Jitong? Looking at the somewhat shy Zhang Jitong, Rulong was puzzled. She was usually so energetic. When did she become so feminine? Rulong, we are pregnant, she said in a low voice, looking down. She forgot that everyone preparing to disembark at that moment were Kryptonian superhumans. As soon as she finished speaking, thousands of eyes turned to look at her. This startled her, but it didn't matter. She had nothing to feel embarrassed about. Rulong widened his eyes and immediately used his X-ray vision to look at her abdomen. Sure enough, something was different there. His vision could clearly see that a new life was being nurtured. Although it was still small, he could feel the vigorous vitality coming from it. He took Zhang Jitao's hand and was about to return to his cabin, where several women were waiting for him. General, you go ahead. This is great news. Congratulations, General. Congratulations, General. I know. Should we treat everyone to a celebratory drink? Yes, and also celebratory cigarettes. Hey, I heard we are also getting red envelopes. Rulong had just left, and the Kryptonian superheroes started arguing, each clamoring about the customs and habits they learned from Dragon Star. I wonder if they're going to adopt the Godfather. Do I have a chance? Zareo stroked his chin, standing there deep in thought. He had to get ahead of Zod and make him furious in the end. Rulong followed Zhang Jiqiao back to his cabin. To be honest, he felt quite anxious along the way, as it was his first time being a father, and he was going to be the father of at least 6 children. At that moment, he couldn't quite describe his feelings. There was excitement, but also a sense of responsibility. Lux and the others were sitting on the sofa, their faces flushed. But even more tempting, Zhang Jiqiao directly sat down beside them, and the girls raised their heads to examine Li Rulong, who was standing in front of them. Well, haha, you guys are amazing. Old Li's going to be a dad. Li Rulong touched the back of his head and laughed heartily. His appearance amused them, and Gulisha laughed so hard that she doubled over, the movement causing quite a stir beneath her military uniform. Startled, Li Rulong hurried over to her side and supported her, saying, "Be a bit careful. Don't jolt the baby." "Oh, come on, it's not like I'm that delicate. Don't forget, we're all heroines capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards," Gulisha said with her hands on her hips, pouting proudly. "All right, during our health check in a life medical pod today, we discovered something, and I suspect that Director Xiong and the others are. Didi, Rulong, are you there?" The voice of Director Xiong came through the communicator, sounding somewhat urgent. Li Rulong asked Fushi to open the door, and Xiong Fangzhong let a group of people in. Following him were Zhou Zhiji, Zhang Zhong, Xiong Nuofu, Zhang Peng, and Lox's father, Siklai Klein, among others. In short, all the high-ranking officials on the Black Dragon were there, and those who had a good relationship with Li Rulong filled the large commander's lounge to the brim. "Uncle Xiong, what's going on? You step aside." Xiong Fangzhong pushed him aside and walked up to Zhang Jiqiao and the others. Just as Zhang Jiqiao was about to stand up and salute, he waved his hand to stop her. "Jiqiao girl, have you all really had this kid with this guy?" Zhang Jiqiao raised her hand slightly and nodded awkwardly. "Lox, are you pregnant too?" "Yes, father, we all have Rulong's children." Upon receiving their affirmative responses, Xiong Fangzhong felt relieved, and they all looked at the few of them with affectionate expressions as if they were looking at their own descendants. "Ha, great. Wonderful. This kid usually doesn't take things seriously, but this time he finally did something truly significant." Zhou Zhaji and the others all laughed heartily. This was indeed a great joy for them. "No, I'll keep it down. Don't scare my girls." Li Rulong looked at the group of old men, laughing without restraint, and reminded them with a stern face. "What girl? Are you violating the organization's rules and looking at colors?" Minister Xiong said with a teasing glare. "What are you looking at? It must be a girl. I only like girls, and it must be pink." Li Rulong looked at them with pride, unable to suppress the corners of his mouth, almost grinning from ear to ear. "The girls and boys are the same. Right, I'll accept this godfather business. I'm first. Then I'm second. Third. I'm third. You go aside, I raise my hand first. I'm third, you're fourth." "No, you old men, isn't this a bit too much?" With a dark expression, he just wanted to chase them away. Once they settled down, he reminded Zhang Jiqiao and the others a few things, mostly about being careful in their actions. The work would be paused. And now it was time for maternity leave. If anything happened, report it immediately, and it could be to anyone. Zykalai didn't want to leave, but seeing that everyone else was preparing to go, he had to say a few words to Lox, and then went back to work. Finally, Zhang Peng mysteriously walked up to Li Rulong and whispered, "You better be careful. If there's a girl, you have to keep an eye on her. Han Duo has a son with Lu Peiqiang, and they've even named him Lu Qi, saying that way he can get a household registration or something." After saying that, he sized up Li Rulong with a mischievous look, warning him not to let that kid run off with his girl. Li Rulong rolled his eyes and said irritably, "You're still worried about your disciple? You haven't even secured a wife for him yet, and all you do is talk nonsense every day. By the way, weren't you getting along quite well with that TV host?" "Me? Why should I be in a hurry? The war was urgent before, but now I'm only 49, with over 1,000 years left. What's the rush?" Zhang Peng replied with a glare. "Hee, my kid is already over 500 years old, and you're still single. Don't wait until your abilities deteriorate. Damn it, I have Shaolin. Cough. Never mind, I'm angry, I'm leaving." Zhang Peng almost let it slip and quickly left the room. Once the person left, Li Rulong finally relaxed. He wanted to take a good look at his wives. Although he hadn't held any wedding for them, he had always remembered this matter, and now he was even more determined to marry them all when he returned. After all, old Zhou said he would arrange for them to have a big legal marriage certificate. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully conceived offspring. As a reward, you will collectively travel through time once for a year." Just as he sat down, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Damn, system bro, you're being generous this time? Another collective time travel? Your women are pregnant. I have to give a gift, so just accept it, don't tear it apart." Who the hell is tearing it apart? By the way, where are we going this time? I don't know. Didn't I tell you? Because of the incident with the Black Death Annihilation Star, time travel has become uncontrollable. This time, I had to put in a lot of effort to arrange this, and I really can't help where we go. Also, you need to prepare for the time travel quickly, or I won't be able to hold on. Right, I really forgot in the rush. Anyway, thanks, system bro. You'll be a big shot when the child is born. I'm not surnamed After joking with the system in his mind, Li Rulong fell into deep thought. To be honest, he really didn't want to travel this time because there were too many things going on. But he also didn't want to miss this opportunity since he could gain a lot of benefits each time. What if this world had some incredible technology or abilities that would allow him to better protect his family and children? Rulong, what's wrong? Lux, who was good at reading people, noticed something was off with him and quickly asked softly, "It's nothing. I was happy at first, but I just found out we can travel again, and it's a collective travel. But you all are pregnant now, and I'm not sure if it will be dangerous." Li Rulong said truthfully that he was quite conflicted right now. The girls exchanged glances and smiled slightly. "Ah, go ahead. I also want to see other worlds." Previously, Zhang Peng and the others showed off in front of me. "This time I must go." "Yes, I want to go too. I want to see the world of Lux." Zhang Jitai and the others were very enthusiastic, seeming to imply that if they weren't taken along, Li Rulong would only have sons. "Rulong, don't worry. Our physical fitness is so strong, and your offspring will definitely be strong and healthy babies. I read Dr. Aljo's report. Crossing over has no burden or impact on the body. Don't worry." Lux smiled to comfort him. Li Rulong nodded in agreement after hearing what they all said and made a decision to find Minister Xiong and the others to discuss it shortly. At the very least, he needed to clarify the situation here. Moreover, he could only take the Black Dragon with him, while the remaining 20 warships had to stay here, right? He also needed to inform Kuz and the others, allowing them to make their own decisions. The conference room was filled with smoke, and everyone was deep in thought, smoking as they contemplated the sudden mention of time travel by Li Rulong. Extinguishing his cigarette, Minister Xiong looked up and sighed, saying to everyone, "We can't miss this rare opportunity, but we also need someone to stay here. How about this? I will stay and take part of the staff and administrative personnel to the ship Pisho No. 1 to be in charge of command. The rest will go with Rulong and the Black Dragon to the New World. Minister Zhou, I will trouble you with diplomatic and political matters at that time." Zhou Zhezheng nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was the best plan. Of course, they could also see that Minister Xiong was somewhat reluctant, and who wouldn't want to go? "Minister, just leave it to me. Don't worry. I will also arrange the work of the diplomatic and intelligence personnel responsible here," Zhou Zhezheng replied. "Well, thank you. Rulong, leave me some Kryptonian warriors just in case. It's going to be a year over there, and if anything happens, make sure to discuss it with Minister Zhou and the others. Remember, you're going to be a father," Xiong said. "Yes, Uncle Xiong. By the way, Jitai and the others want to go with me. I've already promised them." Li Rulong said softly, "Nonsense. The situation over there is still unclear, and they are all pregnant. How dare you take them?" Director Xiong glared and angrily slapped the table. Li Rulong shrank his head. He regarded many elders in this world who treated him very well as family, without mentioning their strength. They cared for him as if he were their own child or nephew. So when Grandpa Zhou and Director Xiong glared at him, he really felt a bit intimidated. But he also felt warm inside. After all, having family is a completely different concept from pretending to be a lonely person. Stealing a glance at Al Qiao across from him, who was lost in thought with a cigar in his mouth and a smug expression, he coughed softly. Al Qiao noticed that Li Rulong was staring at him and instantly understood. "Comrades, after the last experience of crossing into the Gundam world, I have accurately calculated that the crossing has no effect on our bodies. There may be a brief dizziness during the first crossing, but it will quickly recover." As a great scientist, Al Qiao's conclusion was quite convincing. Director Xiong and the others also understood why Al Qiao was saying this at this moment. It was out of fear of Li Rulong's power. "Well, you all just go ahead and mess around, but if anything happens to those few girls when you come back, I will immediately order the fleet to return to Dragon Star. At that time, let's see if your grandpas will skin you alive." Li Rulong smiled awkwardly. Even if there was nothing wrong, he would definitely face a round of complaints, but if he would be stripped of his rank, that would be absurd. On the side of Cruz and the others, we still need to pay attention and support them. Our plan also needs to be modified. I will contact Minister Zhou after this meeting to come up with a proposal. Yes. As for the rest, you take care of the arrangements. Look after them well. It will be a year away, and the children will be born. As their great uncle, I can't believe I won TB by their side. What a situation. Minister Xiong looked regretful. "What do you mean you're the great uncle? We have worked together the longest and even slept in the same bed. I should be the great uncle." Zhang Zhong quickly interjected upon hearing this. You just messed up my grandchildren, so stay wherever you feel comfortable." Minister Xiong lit another cigarette, exhaling smoke disdainfully while glancing at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong had no strength to refute. After all, the dark history was indeed too dark. The key was that this was not what he wanted to do. It was arranged by you guys. Then I'll be the second one. Being the second great uncle is acceptable, right? Settling for second best. Anyway, I can't fall out of the top 3. That is not just a ranking. It's about face. Get the hell out of here. I'm the second one. The chief of staff glared angrily from his side. Don't be fooled by the fact that we all hold the rank of general. I've been a general for over a decade, while you've only been one for a few years. How dare you compete with me for ranking and status? I could beat you to death, you old fraud. Damn, this is too much bullying. Third, it can't drop any further. Hey. The third one is sitting here. You better move back a bit. The head of the general staff glared at Zhang Zhong with a hostile expression. The high-ranking officials of the military were rolling up their sleeves at this moment. They had just privately decided on the rankings, and if Zhang Zhong dared to intervene, they were ready to rush at him to show him how it's done. Zhang Zhong gritted his teeth in anger but felt powerless. Even if he fell to the last place, he still had to act like a great uncle. If he provoked public anger and became an uncle instead, how would he have the face to return a Longxing? All right, everyone calm down. Rulong, you go prepare first. All departments, get the personnel and supplies ready within a day, and the meeting is adjourned. Minister Xiong said, then directly led people out of the conference room. Li Rulong needs to arrange things with the Kryptonians. He plans to leave Fiora behind, as she is still capable. If he were to leave Zod, the big guy would probably just take his men and rampage through the universe. Sigh, I'm starting to miss Zod a bit. At least he was a competent general. Li Rulong was lamenting when someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to see his cheap father-in-law, Siklai. Rulong, I'm not going this time. I've discussed it with Minister Zhou and will stay to assist Minister Xiong. You must take good care of Lax and the others. Siklai looked intently at Li Rulong. Yes, rest assured I will take good care of them. When I come back, I will definitely bring you a big fat granddaughter. After saying this, he left in a hurry. Siklai watched him go, sighed while standing in place, thinking that a grandson would be nice too, if it were a girl. He wondered if she would be as scheming as Lax. Shaking his head, he quickly walked back to the office. Boom! A star exploded, and immediately, a figure flew out of the explosion, holding a crystal the size of a person. See? It's like this. You must pay attention to controlling the direction of the thermal cutting beam. Make sure not to cut into the interior of the crystal, or else this star won't be saved. Li Rulong threw the crystal in his hand to Fiola. He had already stripped Chi Lao of his identity as the mining team leader, but Chi Lao didn't mind at all. After all, nothing was as exhilarating as following the general to another world instead of mining. After teaching them how to gather and collect energy crystals, Li Rulong flew back to the Black Dragon with Chi Lao. After a day of scheduling and preparation, Chief Xiong, along with the remaining personnel, watched as the Black Dragon was sucked into the blue vortex. Everything was safe. Confirmed, this is Neptune in the solar system. The star maps correspond perfectly. Looking at the familiar planet outside, Zhang Zhong directly said to Li Rulong after a systematic comparison. Li Rulong nodded. He certainly knew that this was the solar system, but he couldn't say it outright. He gazed at the distant blue planet, his focus sharpening as the blue planet rapidly magnified until he could see even a single stone on its surface. He began to scan quickly. Interesting. So this is the world. The Lambda drive is quite fascinating. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. This world was not just chaotic. And if the officers of the Longxing on the Black Dragon knew that the Dragon Kingdom here was divided into 2 countries, north and south, would they rush over to slap them? There was a retro-armed helicopter, a female deer, that had just been shot down by a half-meter-long dagger. Did you find something? Captain Zhang Zhong suddenly noticed that Li Rulong, sitting beside him, was wearing a mischievous smile and hurriedly asked, I saw a female deer-armed helicopter shot down within Khabarovsk. Is there Khabarovsk? So this world also has the Greater Bear, which means the Dragon Kingdom exists too? But the one that got shot down wouldn't be are people from this world, right? This place is quite close to us. Zhang Zhong asked in a low voice. Li Rulong shook his head, saying it wasn't the Dragon Country that shot it down, but mercenaries did it, and you probably wouldn't guess that it wasn't a conventional weapon, but a half-meter-long dagger. Are you sure a half-meter-long weapon isn't a sword or a knife? It's a dagger? The staff behind him joined the discussion, not out of distrust for Li Rulong, but because they were concerned he might confuse a half-meter-long dagger with a sword or knife. It is indeed a dagger, used by the vehicle. This world is chaotic, and weapons have developed to land combat mechas, about 8 to 9 meters tall, which are quite maneuverable, but compared to our mobile soldiers, they fall far short. Moreover, that's not the main point. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhong and the others felt a little relieved. An 8-meter land combat mecha did indeed seem fragile in their eyes. The mainstream mechas they currently use are trimodal mobile soldiers made from ultra-high-strength alloys, with a mass-produced soldier form standing 18 meters tall, not to mention a plethora of various special models. Since the ZFD warriors from the Gundam world joined the military, a trend for special models has emerged, especially after hearing that they could be modified and customized according to each person's different combat style and abilities. The pilots were so excited that their eyes turned bloodshot, and they were breathing heavily through their noses, collectively writing a petition with thousands of signatures, which was submitted to the senior officials of the Longxing army. When Defense Minister Xiong saw the petition signed by over 60 million pilots, he was practically headachy. He didn't want to deal with a mass incident if it wasn't handled properly. Finally, he consulted Li Rulong, called all the original ZFD high-ranking officials to a meeting, and ultimately decided that exclusive mobile soldiers could be customized for elite pilots. They also implemented a points system within the military, where points could be used to change or customize equipment, paint jobs, etc. Points cannot be traded among each other, and can be earned through attendance, combat, training, and daily military duties. They also negotiated a redemption method with the military factory. The military factory and the military have already announced the specific redemption methods and points system, and even created a custom app. Li Rulong complained when he saw the app, saying it looked like a shopping interface ripped off from some long-dead mech battle game. Once the points system was announced, the entire military seemed to be energized. Even Zhang Peng and Xiong Nuafu, who usually didn't care much, started dressing neatly and grooming themselves. It's said that during holidays, the two would go to busy areas looking for elderly people to help cross the street. However, due to their actions, the number of complaints in the military skyrocketed from 0 to over 999. Of course, the point system wasn't just for mech pilots. Even regular soldiers could earn points. Although they didn't have mechs or fighters, they could still exchange for some special items, ensuring fairness. Zhang Zhong even made a suggestion regarding the app, stating that since non-military personnel couldn't earn points anyway, it would be better to open the app to the public, allowing civilians to register, log in, and even virtually assemble their own mech warriors. This would not only bridge the gap between the military and civilians, but also boost enthusiasm for joining the army. Li Rulong gave him a thumbs up at that time, praising that if anyone could deceive, it had to be the bureau chief's impressive skills. Zhang Zhong chuckled and expressed his regret, saying that now Longxing only had their own people. Otherwise, with just this app, he could have deceived all the foreigners in a naturalization. But unfortunately, the conditions were not right now. The first batch of elite pilots to get the opportunity for special equipment included Zhang Peng and Xiong Nuafu. And of course, Liu Peiqiang and others were also on the list. Gradually, elite ZFD pilots began to join in and earn their qualifications. It's no wonder that the adjusters far surpassed Zhang Peng and the others in terms of earning points. Originally, the ZFD mobile suit pilots were responsible for maintaining and even constructing their own mobile suits, which meant everyone was an absolute expert in mechanics and electronics. They found a quick way to earn points while also gaining favor with military factories, which was to work for free during their spare time. They didn't participate in sensitive tasks, but there were plenty of jobs they could help with that were slightly less critical. If nothing else, they could do physical labor, sweep the floors, serve tea, and do anything that needed to be done. Especially for those former elite ZFD pilots, they were obsessed with their own special equipment. Now that they no longer wore red uniforms, they had to show off their skills on the special equipment. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of effort getting promoted from the green uniforms? Zhang Peng and the others could only watch enviously, as there were indeed some tasks they couldn't handle, such as those requiring brain power. Nevertheless, they went there, and an hour later, the head of assembly came in person with a dark face to take them away. It was said that the military complaints that day were infinite, and even Fushi took the initiative to cut off the internet. There was nothing they could do. Their help was entirely counterproductive. Although they had participated in military factory weapon tests, they had never been involved in manufacturing or assembly at all. In the end, they managed to get into the special equipment through sheer perseverance. Zhang Peng's suit was painted red, and his mech's hands were larger than those of other units. He said he liked slapping people and even had the chance to poke out eyes. Xiong Nuafu wielded a heavy hammer loaded with high explosives that would create a strong explosion upon striking the enemy. Liu Peiqiang focused on technology and crafted 2 large columbium alloy claws, specifically designed for targeting kidneys and spines. Li Rulong helplessly complained about Zhang Peng and asked him if he knew the sunflower pointing technique. Zhang Peng replied that he knew the chrysanthemum pointing technique, but asked which part the sunflower referred to. Now, back to the main topic. Li Rulong continued to recall some things he had learned about this world. as well as the black technology he was concerned about, and began to introduce to Zhang Zhong and the others. In this world, the Soviet Union had not yet collapsed. Mercenaries were active all over the world, and the Middle East was in a state of constant warfare. Moreover, Dragon Country was divided into two opposing nations. As soon as he mentioned this, the high-ranking officials on the bridge exploded. Damn, what the hell? Who did this? Who dares to do this? His grandmother. What did they do back then? How dare they split? Stop shouting. Notify the combat troops to go directly to Dragon Country in this world and arrest all the high-ranking officials. I want to restore order. The staff and commanders were all fuming, and the spit flying out was enough for Li Rulong to dodge. Everyone quiet down. We need to at least come up with a plan first. Wiping his face and shaking his hand in disgust, Zhang Zhong said in a serious tone. He had previously been a hawk, eager to cause division among others, but now he encountered his own country in such a situation, and he had to take action. If old AI were still alive, he would surely have charged in with cannons to reorganize the borders, probably creating even more divisions. Rulong, what do you think our first step should be? The chief of staff, who had come along, asked solemnly. Listen to me, everyone. The power of the countries in this world is very fragmented and chaotic. Just look at the northern neighbors. They're divided by several warlords. There are also a few major organizations we need to pay attention to. One is a mercenary organization called Secret Silver. Although they are mercenaries, their system and armament are more sophisticated and advanced than some countries' regular armies. The second is the Mercury Alloy organization hiding in the shadows. These two organizations have many overlapping areas, and their behind-the-scenes big shots are the same group of people, one bright and one dark, coexisting yet opposing each other, playing a game of covert support for terrorists while publicly profiting and gaining fame. Additionally, there are many people around the world referred to as whispers. They are mostly 18-year-old teenagers who, for some reason, can obtain very advanced black technology from the future or parallel worlds. Some of this black technology could be of great help to us. Therefore, I think the first step is to have Fushi control the global network to gather intelligence. Then concentrate all the whispers on our side before considering the next steps. I agree with Rulong's proposal. But should we also send a team to find a place to land? Since there are so many mercenary organizations here, it wouldn't hurt to have our own group, right? Yes, Grandpa Yao is right. It's best for us to go directly to Dragon Country. We cannot let it remain divided. It must be integrated. If we find out there are external forces or certain individuals causing chaos internally, we'll kill them all. Zhang Zhong looked at the chief of staff with a speechless expression, thinking, what the hell, Grandpa? What will the kids think when they grow up? That Zhang Zhong is some kind of plaything? Moreover, after the establishment of the country, no transformation is allowed. The others held back their laughter, ignoring Zhang Zhong's frustrated expression, and began to outline a rough plan. At this moment, Li Rulong suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, the main character here is a 16-year-old high school girl from a foot basin chicken, and she is also one of the whispers, the most important one. I want to set off first to naturalize her. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Zhang Zhong looked at him and said, a 16-year-old girl must be quite pretty, right? Well, she has a good figure and blue long hair. But her personality is a bit. What do you mean by that? I'm just a kid, the father of kids. Zhang Zhong had an expression of realization, saying, what did I say? Just asking. After all, this is also important intelligence. However, your taste is getting younger and younger. Grandpa Yao is right. I remember when Lux came, she seemed to be 16 years old. Oh, beast. The chief of staff nodded in agreement, and others also chimed in, while a bewildered Li Rulong noticed that many staff members on the bridge were looking at him with uncertain gazes. You old guys, so disrespectful. Anyway, I'm doing this for our maximum benefit. Forget it, talking to you is really exhausting. I'll go organize personnel. Old Zhang, arrange for someone to print a batch of yen and US dollars for me. A few $100 billion, I need operating funds, and I mean it. After Li Rulong finished speaking, he quickly left under their mocking gazes. Once he entered the elevator, he could hear their reckless laughter, and even a certain big talker directly said, looks like this kid's wife group is going to add one more, but I wonder if it will only be one, haha. Rulong, are you really going to let me accompany you? Li Rulong returned to the room and first explained the situation to them. After thinking carefully, he decided it would be best for Lax to accompany him, while letting Luna Maria and Makoto Asaka, the couple, act as her bodyguards, which should be fine. Well, you come with me first, and I'll send you back once it's obvious. It just so happens that you can help me with some ideas if anything comes up. To be honest, on the entire Black Dragon, apart from Zhou Ji, no one could match Lax Klein in terms of scheming. Even the master of deception, Zhang Zhong, would have to bow down. Fortunately, it was Lax who actively pursued him back then. Otherwise, he would have definitely left her in the Gundam world as a queen, stirring up trouble. Zhang Zitao and the others also thought of this, so they had no objections. It was just that Yu Xiaola and Gulisha shifted their bodies a bit to block the neatly packed suitcase behind them. Lax hurried back to her room to pack a small bag, filled with daily essentials and simple jewelry. As for clothing, she only brought 2 sets of nanoprotective suits, the kind that can't be seen when worn underneath and can fully resist close-range bullet attacks. After saying goodbye to the others, Li Rulong assured them that he would return to check on them anytime, making them feel at ease, and then he took Lax's hand and headed to the hangar. After they left, Chen Xia suddenly spoke up. Zitao, do you think we're too useless? We can't help at all. In the silence, Zhang Zitao didn't know how to respond, but Liangzi chimed in. Who says that? Can't we help him have kids? Can he do it himself? All right. We're all his wives. Giving him kids is already the biggest help. A virtuous assistant. Exactly, behind every successful man, there's a successful woman. And he has a bunch of us, he'll be thrilled. The mood of the few suddenly brightened, and they even began to play around. They just didn't know if this time there would be a few more sisters. Salute. Report to the general. The Kryptonian Guard team has 5,000 members, all present. Report to the general. Makoto Asaka, Luna Maria Hawk, has come to report. Kaleo and Makoto Asaka were lined up with their people, waiting for Li Rulong's instructions. And both of them had already changed into civilian clothes. They each had a spatial wristband on their arms containing their special mobile suits and necessary supplies and weapons. As for Kaleo and the others, it was simple. They were still in their black cloak uniforms and would use a bioforce field to wrap around their bodies. Then directly dive into the sea near the Foot Basin Chicken at super speed, where no satellites or detection methods could monitor them. They just needed to wait for the general's summons in the sea. And when the time came to make an appearance in this world and stir up trouble, that would be exhilarating. I'm here, General. Al Xiao was dressed in a denim outfit, paired with a checkered shirt and his brown hair, giving off a strong Western cowboy vibe. Li Rulong nodded and suddenly realized that his wife, AI Mutant, was not around. We couldn't both leave, so Mutant had voluntarily stayed with Director Xiong. Seeing Li Rulong's expression, Al Xiao quickly explained. Hearing this, Li Rulong didn't care whether it was his wife's intention or an opportunity he had earned with his body. In any case, this world truly could not do without him. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. All right, once you're ready, let's set off. Lao Chi led 3,000 people ahead, while the remaining individuals stayed on the Black Dragon to assist Zhang Zhong and the others in their actions. While others boarded the ship, a black, shuttle-shaped spaceship slowly departed from the Black Dragon. At the moment of its departure, the surface of the spaceship flickered and gradually became invisible to the naked eye. This was the activation of the Mirage system. Chi Rao, leading 3,000 Kryptonian supermen, accelerated instantly towards this world's Earth. The Black Dragon also activated the Mirage system, but its destination was the far side of the moon. And then Zhozha would personally lead people to the Dragon Kingdom here to have a good chat with them. In the capital of G Basin, the sun was shining brightly, and pedestrians hurried by. Several girls in student skirts were leisurely strolling down the shopping street. With a bang, he was kicked in the stomach by Xiao Yao and fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Is this really happening? Would Xiao Yao kick him to death? Don't worry, I didn't use much strength. Xiao Yao. The girl with blue long hair was laughing heartily with her hands on her hips, not noticing the person in front of her and directly bumping into them. Self-proclaimed strong and capable of taking on several boys her age, she felt as if she had crashed into a giant steel wall, the rebound force causing her to fall back and sit on the ground. The two girls beside her hurriedly came forward to check on her and helped her up. Are you okay? Rulong, look at you, you knocked her down. A voice as gentle as a spring breeze came, and the three girls quickly looked up. They saw a very beautiful girl with long pink hair, who was with a tall, handsome boy with a bright and sunny appearance, both of whom were looking at them. They were none other than Li Rulong and Lox, who were preparing for a chance encounter, while the blue-haired girl was Qian Yao Yao, along with her classmate and close friend, the bespectacled girl, Nagatani Kyoko, and another female classmate, A. This plan was devised by Lox. She said that a chance encounter would attract girls' attention more effectively, which is why she dragged Li Rulong into this act. Although Lox had a gentle voice and was particularly beautiful, Li Rulong beside her attracted more attention from Qian Yao Yao and the others, making them blush as they looked on. What? Clearly, She bumped into me. Li Rulong quietly complained to the person next to him, but still took a step forward and asked softly, "How are you? Are you hurt?" "No, I'm not hurt." Qian now hurriedly brushed off the dust from the back of her skirt and bowed in apology. Although she was domineering, she at least had a sense of reason. "I'm very sorry. I didn't notice you two just now. Please forgive me." The three girls bowed at the same time to express their apologies. "It's good that you're fine. It's all his fault. He's too strong. It's our fault for being embarrassed. How about this? To show my apologies, let me treat you to ice cream." Lux smiled gently and pointed to the cold drink shop next to them. Qian Yao and her friends initially wanted to refuse, but after glancing at Li Rulong, for some reason, they subconsciously nodded in agreement. What a coincidence. I live in the apartment building right next door, eating a variety of desserts and ice cream personally ordered by Lux and chatting with them. Qian Yao was surprised to find out that the two people across from her had just moved here from abroad and were living in a small villa next to her house, making them her neighbors. However, in her impression, wasn't that place occupied by an elderly couple? She hadn't heard anything about them selling the house. Forget it. Old people can't compare to handsome guys. Oh no, I mean young people who can talk. Is Li Jun from Longhua? From Beilongguo or Nanlongguo? She had heard that there was a standoff there, and it seemed like a war could break out at any moment. How scary. Click. The tiles under Li Rulong's feet suddenly cracked. Lux gently patted his hand and smiled, saying that's just on the surface. Maybe before long, the two sides will turn their swords into plowshares. After all, no matter what, we're all on the same side and won't fight. Although the others didn't quite understand and weren't very convinced, they nodded in deference, ending the topic. By the way, don't call me Li Jun. That name might belong to someone in our country. You can call me Mr. Li, or how about calling you Rulong? Li Rulong doesn't like the term foot basin chicken, and the way it sounds, it really feels like it's evolved from Taijun. Before he could finish speaking, Qian Yao, who was holding a spoon, was about to interrupt him. Before he could refuse, Lux quickly said, "That's fine, you can call him Rulong and call me Lux. We're 2 years older than you, so we can call you Little You. Okay?" Upon hearing this, Qian Yao hurriedly nodded, as calling someone by their name is a privilege reserved for close friends and family. However, she didn't catch that Lux was saying you and not you all. After chatting for a long time, they said their goodbyes. The snacks and drinks cost over 100,000 yen. Although the girls enjoyed the meal, they felt a pang in their hearts when it came time to pay. According to the rules, they might be asked to split the bill, but Li Rulong pulled out a stack of 10,000 yen bills and paid for everything directly. After all, this money still smelled of ink. It was freshly printed by the Black Dragon's special minting machine, which could produce tens of millions in real cash in a second, like it was child's play. Tokiwa Kyoko and her companion bid farewell to the three, expressing their gratitude once more, and then they all went their separate ways. Qian Yao headed home with the two, since it was on the way until they reached Li Rulong's small villa, where they parted ways. "Thanks for the treat. I'll make some snacks this weekend and bring them over. No need to be polite. You're welcome to come over to my place anytime," Qian Yao said with a smile. Li Rulong was on the side, carrying the various clothes she had bought. "I said, today I paid the bill, so I don't get any cake? Oomph. My butt still hurts, so you can't have any." After saying that, she turned and ran away. Lux turned back to look at Li Rulong with a meaningful glance, and then smiled as she walked into the house. Li Rulong had a bit of a headache. He wasn't a novice anymore, but this time he really didn't plan to increase the number of wives. Shouldn't he actively let Lux follow him? But now it seemed counterproductive. It was likely that the blue-haired girl wouldn't be able to escape. He wasn't sure if he could still get back the white-haired girl who had made him drool in his past life. Forget it. Let nature take its course. After all, with a steel kidney and alloy waste, what does a man have to be afraid of? Upon entering the house, he could already smell the aroma of the meal. Luna Maria had just finished preparing dinner, and Lux, having changed her clothes, was about to come help, but was refused by Luna Maria because pregnant women shouldn't be around oily fumes. The four of them, regardless of age, sat together at the dining table. Suddenly, the true flying bird said, "General, call me brother." Yes, General brother. Today, it was reported that the apartment on the same floor of the opposite building has been bought, and the buyer is an ordinary person from abroad. However, Fushi traced the funds and found that they were transferred from several companies, and behind it is the secret silver organization you mentioned. Li Rulong knew that the plot was about to begin after listening. The sergeant sent by the secret silver was about to check in. Well, just keep monitoring, but be careful. The intelligence organization of Secret Silver is not to be underestimated, so don't expose anything for now. Yes, General, brother. The house they are currently living in was indeed owned by an elderly couple before, but it has now been sold to Li Rulong, their son, who lives abroad. has taken the elderly couple to enjoy life overseas, and this plan was set a few years ago, so it can definitely withstand scrutiny. As for the elderly couple and their son, they have already been personally buried by Jean Fania in the flower bed at the corner of the villa. Anyway, Li Rulong doesn't care. Lux comes from a political family, and Luna Maria and Jean Fania are both military personnel from Longxing. The death of a few people has no impact on them. Moreover, since joining Longxing, they have learned about its history and have long harbored no good feelings towards the people of Foot Basin Chicken. In fact, after Jean Fania learned about the histories of World War I and II, and connected it to the fact that the previous high-ranking officials of Obu were descendants of this country, he almost felt inferior. He insisted that the whole family change their names, but was directly rejected by his immediate superior, Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng said that the name could no longer be changed. In their flight squadron, when someone calls out Zhang Wei, half the people step forward, and 99% of them are those who joined later with blonde hair and blue eyes. There are even more people named Lu Bo, and it's said that this name is inherently protected. After dinner, Lux went back to her room to rest, while Jean Fania and another person were responsible for protecting her. Li Rulong, taking advantage of the night, soared into the sky and directly dove into the seabed of the Cedo Inland Sea. At this moment, Kaleo and his 1,000 men were sitting cross-legged in a circle at the bottom of the sea, eyes closed, listening to all the information in the world. If one didn't know better, they might think they were practicing some kind of cultivation technique. Upon seeing Li Rulong approach, everyone immediately stood up and focused their attention on him. Li Rulong expanded his biological force field to envelop everyone and dispel the seawater. He instructed them, "This is your temporary identity in this world and your subsequent mission orders. Now go and execute them." He took out a stack of envelopes from his spatial ring and handed them to Kaleo, instructing him to distribute them to everyone according to the names. Those who received the envelopes hurriedly opened them to check the information, memorized it, and then immediately destroyed the letters. After saluting Li Rulong, they quickly left. In the end, only Kaleo and 10 Kryptonian warriors, 5 men and 5 women, remained at the original spot. They would accompany Li Rulong back to his residence, where houses had already been arranged for them nearby. Li Rulong didn't rush home. Instead, he took them to other countries to retrieve a batch of items belonging to the dragon kingdom of this world, such as the 12 animal heads. Although they had already been collected in the original world, these were still his possessions, and bringing them back was only right. Of course, he also conveniently took many other desirable items, as only taking his own would raise suspicion. The Black Dragon in space was also busy. It had reached the far side of the moon and was constructing a battleship in its internal military factory, measuring 1,100 meters in length, 320 meters in width, 120 meters in height, and capable of deep-sea and space operations, named Nautilus. The Nautilus was entirely controlled by the Xianyuan tactical system, with Fushi managing support. In terms of armament, it was equipped with a main cannon capable of sinking Iceland with a single shot and 4 electromagnetic cannons capable of firing 1,200 rounds per second, which could launch in deep sea. To match the current world's armed forces, it had also thoughtfully prepared 20 Express Model 996 neutron bombs. Other small weapons were unnecessary, as the entire crew consisted of Kryptonian supermen who didn't need any additional weapons. The Mirage system and Photon Defense Field Shield system were standard configurations, and the energy source used 10 grams of energy crystals with a gravity-repellent engine for the propulsion system, ensuring it operated silently underwater. Inside the battleship, aside from a hangar that could accommodate 20 powered suits and a supply warehouse, there were only luxurious 4-person accommodations and a special luxury suite for Li Rulong, as this battleship was primarily for the Kryptonian brothers to rest and use as a base. Naturally, more than 40 chefs and service personnel were also dispatched from the Black Dragon. Additionally, 20 powered suits and 20 pilots from the Flying Second Squad, led by Xiong Nuafu, along with engineers for maintenance, were included. Everything was settled that night, and the battleship would fly down silently the next night using the Mirage system, carried by Kryptonian supermen. The next morning, Chidori woke from a strange dream, stretched lazily, and with sleepy eyes mumbled, "Another one of those dreams. I won't watch sci-fi movies anymore." After taking a shower and getting ready, she grabbed her bag and prepared to head to school. Passing by Li Rulong's house, she happened to see Laxus fiddling with plants at the door, along with a red-haired girl she hadn't seen yesterday. "Laxus, good morning." "Ah, it's Chidori. Good morning. Are you heading to school?" Laxus stood up and greeted her gently. "Yeah, I really envy you geniuses who can graduate early and enjoy life." Chidori looked at her with envy. Not only did she have to attend school, but as the vice president of the student council. She also had to deal with the delinquent boys at school and the mysterious, unreliable fanboy student council president. By the way, who is this? Ah, she's my sister, Luna. Luna, this is Chidori, the one I mentioned yesterday. You two are about the same age and should become friends quickly. Hello. I've heard from my sister that you are a student at the Zhendai High School. My brother, and Bird, and I will also be attending this school. Please take care of us. Luna politely greeted her, skipping to bow as she couldn't bend down to someone from the country of foot basin chicken. Hello, Luna. Just call me Chidori. I didn't expect you to join Zhendai High School too. If you need anything, just let me know. I'm the vice president of the student council. By the way, you mentioned your brother? Oh, she's talking about him, Bird. He's Li Rulong's distant cousin and has been childhood friends with Luna. He will also be attending Zhendai High School, so please take care of them. Laxus said with a smile. No problem, leave it to me. Oh, I need to go. I might miss the train. Chidori patted her chest confidently, suddenly remembering the time, and hurriedly said goodbye as she ran towards the station. Be careful. Laxus waved her off from the door. Miss Laxus, we're all going to school. What about your safety? Don't worry. Rulong has everything arranged. There are at least 10 Kryptonian warriors guarding this area. After Laxus finished speaking, Luna Maria finally sighed in relief. Kryptonian warriors were much more reliable than the two of them. At least they weren't like a certain lazy person still sleeping soundly. Oh heyo, Chidori, you're almost late today, Takapan Kyoko said jokingly as she saw Chidori rush into the classroom, panting. I bumped into Laxus this morning, chatted for a bit, and forgot to catch the train. Now I had to take a taxi, and my allowance for this week is almost gone. Cry. Chidori returned to her seat, dejected, and weakly told Takapan Kyoko. I really envy you for seeing her every day. I wish I lived nearby too. Hey. Who are you referring to as? It wouldn't be Rulong, right? Chidori scrutinized her friend, trying to see through her thoughts. Calling Rulong so affectionately. Aren't you afraid Miss Laxus will get jealous? Takapan Kyoko retorted with a blush. And this time, it was Chidori's turn to blush. Just then, the class bell rang, interrupting their conversation as Takapan Kyoko hurried back to her seat to prepare for class. What the heck? Laxus wouldn't be that petty. Besides, they seemed to mention they weren't married yet. Oh my, what am I thinking? Chidori, blushing and feeling embarrassed, bumped her head on the desk, creating a loud noise that startled her classmates. But when they saw it was Chidori, they thought it was normal and stopped paying attention. Only Chidori kept her head down, lost in thought. Chidori, what's wrong? At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Kaburazaka Eri, noticed something was off and asked. It's nothing, I'm fine. Chidori quickly raised her head and waved her hand to indicate she was okay. If you feel unwell, go to the infirmary immediately. Don't delay. Okay, Kaburazaka-sensei. Clap. Kaburazaka-sensei clapped her hands and said, before we start class, I want to introduce a new student. Please come in. Sagara-kun. As soon as she finished speaking, a boy in a school uniform holding a bag walked in, sporting a crew cut and a cross-shaped scar on his face. He marched to the podium with a standard military stance, hands behind his back, feet apart. Takapan Kyoko looked back at Chidori, who had a large bump on her forehead, and made a gun gesture with her hand, whispering, another otaku. Bang! Chidori was speechless. Their class was about to become a problem child class. All right, please introduce yourself. The teacher said loudly. I am Sergeant Sagara Sosuke. As soon as he finished, the students in the classroom started murmuring, Sergeant Sagara? Is he like Yashaharu Yusuji? Sergeant is from the military, right? And so on. Seeing the commotion, Kaburazaka-sensei couldn't hold back any longer and quickly interrupted, complaining to Sagara Sosuke. Sagara-kun, please stop joking and give a proper introduction. I'm very sorry. I'm Sagara Sosuke. Please forget the title Sergeant. That is all. It's tough for Sagara Sosuke. He has no experience of life in a peaceful society, having grown up carrying a gun and following guerrilla fighters in war-torn areas. When faced with various bizarre questions from his classmates later on, he could only grit his teeth and answer them one by one, until a teacher, unable to bear it any longer, interrupted him, allowing him to escape. His various responses also led his classmates, especially Chidori Kaname, to be even more convinced of his identity as a middle school boy with delusions. As the class began, Chidori Kaname, who was focused on her studies, always felt a pair of eyes watching her. Whenever she turned around to check, the gaze seemed to disappear, but it was indeed coming from the direction where the new student Sagara Sosuke was sitting. She didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just because she was too pretty and might attract the opposite sex more. But why didn't pay much attention to her? So annoying. The morning passed uneventfully. Originally, There would have been an incident where Chidori Kaname was followed by Sagara Sasuke during a club activity and suspected of an attack, resulting in her getting beaten up, but she managed to avoid it by taking a leave of absence after hitting her head and getting a bump. As school was about to end, she happened to run into Lux and Luna, as well as the younger brother, Shin Asuka, whom she met for the first time, and they ended up going home together. Sagara intended to follow them, but discovered they had come by car, leaving him with no choice but to take the subway home. As soon as he entered his temporary home, he heard a man and a woman complaining inside. What kind of latest listening device is this? What S with its anti-interference capability? It's all noise. You're lucky. I boarded the M9 today, and the ground collapsed, which scared me into driving the truck away. The infrastructure here is terrible. Mao and Cruz were complaining, and upon seeing Sagara Sasuke come in with his head down, they immediately asked about what happened today. Everything's normal. Nothing special happened. By the way, help me check on a girl with pink hair living nearby. I only know her name has Lux in it. Sagara Sasuke dropped his backpack and sat down heavily on the floor. Wow, how is it that you already have a target on the first day? Pink hair? She must be a beauty. Why not introduce me to her? Cruz said with a smirk, putting his arm around Sagara's shoulder. Not really. I just saw her leaving with her today. They drove, so I couldn't follow or protect them. According to the intel from classmate A, the pink-haired girl is named Lux, but I don't know her full name. She just moved in nearby and met the target yesterday. Sagara Sasuke said with a serious expression, revealing the information he had gathered. Cruz immediately put away his playful demeanor and glanced at Mao, who was deep in thought. The intel department didn't have any news about a pink-haired girl named Lux living nearby. Are you sure she lives around here? Mao asked. For sure. Classmate A went shopping with the target yesterday, and they also encountered a very handsome young man named Li Ryuci, who is said to have come from the Dragon Country. But the information might not be accurate, so we need to investigate. Got it. I will report this to the major immediately and have him contact the intel department. Mao said, then looked at Sagara Sasuke and Cruz. You two need to be careful lately. I feel like this situation is not that simple. Moreover, the actual circumstances differ significantly from the intel provided. Cruz, the ground suddenly sinking today, doesn't feel coincidental. The three fell silent in the room, as the current situation left them perplexed, with so many uncertainties arising on the first day. What's that burnt smell? Mao sniffed the air. Oh no, my crab-fried noodles are burnt. Cruz immediately dashed to the kitchen. Where did the money come from to eat crab-fried noodles? Crab? My crab can, Mao muttered, suddenly remembering something, and rushed to the kitchen. Cruz Weiba, who told you to eat my crab can? That was my food for drinking. Mao, please, spare me. Regardless of the fight happening in the kitchen, no, one was attacking while the other was being beaten. Sagara Sasuke kept his head down, contemplating the events that occurred today. The school environment, his classmates, and the escape routes, including the thickness of the glass windows, etc. However, he had a strange feeling that sometimes he was being watched when he focused on his target. Yet he couldn't find out who it was or whether they were friend or foe. Oh, I still have homework to do. Remembering his current student identity and the major's instructions before his departure, he could only change his surveillance task to completing his homework. Meanwhile, in a villa, Li Ryuci and the others were having dinner. Brother, all nearby surveillance devices have been intercepted by Fushi. Starting from late night, they will only receive the information we want them to know. Fushi has also simulated all the voice and emotional modules, allowing him to simultaneously mimic everyone they come into contact with, delivering false information to them. Shin Asuka began to report on today's work. By the way, the disguise truck contains a so-called M9D type AS weapon. Today, when the M9D was activated by Sergeant Cruz Weiba, the Kryptonian warriors monitoring them caused the ground to crack, leading to the truck sinking, forcing him to abandon the mission and drive away. He is now waiting under a bridge 210 meters away. The Kryptonian warriors asked if they should dispose of this AS. No need. This little thing poses no threat to us. No. They are worried the mecha's walking sound might disturb Miss Lux during her pregnancy. Shin Asuka whispered, knowing Li Ryuci's status in the Kryptonians' eyes, which also included his wives. Anyone who dared to affect or harm his wives, Shin Asuka would not doubt their ability to restart the world. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Really, please tell them I'm fine. Everything still follows the mission and Ryuci's orders. Lux smiled at him, feeling very gratified by the Kryptonians' care and loyalty towards them. Of course, she also had no inappropriate thoughts. Yes, Miss Lux, I will immediately notify them. As he said this, he was about to get up but was held down by Li Ryuci. You eat first. I've already told them. Tomorrow, you and Luna will go to school. The matters at school will be up to you. The only thing to pay attention to is two people. One is Chidori Kiname, who is a must-protect target. If uncontrollable crises occur, I authorize you to use the mobile suit to engage in battle. Understood. The second one to be cautious of is the student council president of Jindai High School. I remember his name is Lin Shuadungsen. This person is not simple. Yes. Should we deal with him ahead of time? No need to avoid alarming the snake. All right, you all eat. I'll go welcome the Nautilus. After saying this, he leaned down and kissed Lux on the forehead. Lux looked happy as she bid him farewell and then left the room. Shin Asuka and Luna Maria immediately lowered their heads to eat, pretending they saw nothing. Old Joe, thanks for your hard work. What hard work? It's all for the people. Li Rulong saw Zhou Zhaji and his entourage, who had come with the Nautilus. Their mission was to directly contact the high-level officials of the South and North Dragon nations. And this time, there was no need for subtlety. Since it was about dealing with their own affairs, just show up directly. As for whether anyone would disobey, well, they wouldn't need to listen anymore after this. Bang! Enemy attack. Who are the enemies? Generals. Pa. Notify the AS troops. Stop the enemy. What? Just one. Enemy? Huh. Really just one person? What weapon? Fists and electroshock guns? Are you kidding me? Hey, hello. The North Dragon Kingdom's capital's administrative council, usually known for its tight defenses, was suddenly breached by a person who fell from the sky. Even with nearly 100 AS troops, this person in black easily took them down one by one with punches. The high-ranking officials watched the battle situation on video in the bunker, frowning deeply. They didn't understand where this fierce person came from. And what was even stranger was that from the moment he appeared, all their people had either been electrocuted or knocked out, with not a single casualty, just some minor injuries like sprained necks or arms and legs. Alarm. Upper armor damaged. Alarm. Middle armor damaged. Alarm. Bunker has been breached. Alarm. Main gate has. Bang. A loud noise came from behind the high-ranking officials, as the main gate, which could prevent a nuclear attack, suddenly deformed, with visible fist marks on the protruding parts. Creaking sounds of massive friction filled the air as the gap in the middle of the main gate was gradually pulled wider, revealing a person using both hands to tear the gate apart. The guards drew their weapons, resolutely standing in front of the nation's high-ranking officials, pointing their weapons at the black-clad person who walked in from outside. At this moment, they weren't even sure if their deadly weapons could stop the enemy, but their duty prevented them from taking a step back. They stared fixedly at the black-clad person, but to their surprise, after entering, he just stood aside without doing anything unnecessary. The high-ranking officials even sensed little hostility from him, but the pressure he brought was still significant. The elder, as the leader, pondered for a moment, stepped forward a few paces, and pushed aside the guards who wanted to block him. He observed the tall and sturdy figure with yellow skin, black hair, and brown eyes wearing a black tight suit and cloak. There was nothing unusual about that, but the red background with 5 golden stars on the badge on his left chest made the elder's pupils dilate instantly. Comrade, I wonder which organization you belong to? Why did you attack us? The moment the elder saw the familiar badge, he addressed the other party as comrade, wanting to test his attitude and stance. Stay quiet and don't be cocky. Be careful I take you down. The black-clad person spoke fluent dragon language with a northeastern accent, glared at them, and stood still. His attitude wasn't friendly, and one could even sense from his tone that he seemed unsatisfied with the high-ranking officials. Sensing the other party's attitude, the elder wisely closed his mouth, guessing that perhaps more people were coming, and since there was nothing they could do now, they would just wait. But just as he was about to sit down, the black-clad person shouted, "Stand still. You still have a nerve to sit? Are you waiting for a nosebleed?" Startled, they hurriedly stood up straight, like students caught misbehaving, waiting to be scolded. After 10 minutes of internal turmoil, footsteps were heard. The black-clad person immediately stood at attention, and when a group of people walked in from outside, he saluted and reported, "Report, Commander. Mission accomplished. All targets captured. No casualties on the enemy's side, but some minor injuries. Please give instructions, Commander." The elder and the others were also taken aback, quickly standing at attention in military posture, their eyes fixed on the newcomers, with Zhou Zhaji at the forefront, wearing glasses, usually looking amiable but now somewhat angry. "Thank you for your hard work, Ernio." Zhou Zhaji instantly turned into a smiling face and said to the Kryptonian superhero Li Ernio, "Serving the people. I'm not tired, but I want to take this job again. Fighting while holding back is too difficult." Ernio scratched the back of his head, grinning widely as he complained, "Haha, that's not my fault. You drew the short straw for the mission." Zhou Zhizhi laughed a few times, suddenly turning to the elder and the others. His expression shifting from a gentle smile to one filled with anger, and the elder and his companions even sensed a faint killing intent. Zhou Zhizhi saw that there were still guards daring to point their guns at them, and didn't he care. Walking straight to the main seat where the elder had been sitting. The elder and the others wanted to speak, but hesitated to be the first to break the silence. They knew full well that this seemingly kind, middle-aged man with glasses could turn hostile in an instant. Zhou Zhizhi glanced at the so-called high-ranking officials of this country, took off his glasses, wiped them, and sighed a few times. The old men in the room didn't understand what he meant. Just as the elder was mustering the courage to speak, they heard Zhou Zhizhi quietly say, "In 1962, I was ordered to lead troops to plant mushrooms in the Gobi Desert. Every day we didn't have enough to eat, mostly sand and gravel. But not a single one of us complained. In 1964, the mushrooms bloomed. That was the most beautiful fireworks I've ever seen, and also the most terrifying sight. But we who survived stood tall, and the nameless heroes buried there could rest in peace, though they would never come back." 1962? 1964? You were ordered to lead troops. Wait. How old are you? It's 1995 now, and you look only in your 30s. Isn't that a bit too relaxed? The elder and the others all knew what happened back then, but they were all young at that time, and such significant events were beyond their qualifications to participate or even know about. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Bang! Zhou Zhizhi suddenly slammed his freshly polished glasses down onto the table, shattering the lenses and sending shards flying everywhere, even driving the arms of the glasses into the table. The elder and the others were once again startled, staring dumbfounded at the glasses melded into the table, wondering how much strength that took. This was a solid wood table 20 centimeters thick. We ate sand and dirt back then, just for the country not to be bullied in the future. For Huaxia to sit in a position to say no to the world. For the integrity of our territory. For national unity. But now what? We've become the South and North sticks. How humiliating. You all grew up eating fine grains. But what have you done? Huh? Speak. Zhou Zhizhi roared in anger, nearly causing the elder and others to jump in shock, and even the Kryptonian superheroes who followed were startled. They had never seen the usually cultured and kind minister, Zhou, so furious. Tear this damn ceiling down for me. Let the ancestors in the sky see what the splitters look like. It's best if they all get taken away. Zhou Zhizhi pointed at the bunker roof above his head, and instantly 4 Kryptonian superheroes appeared around the house. They raised their heads with red eyes and shot heat rays upwards, cutting through the structure, and finally, Li Erniu flew up and carried the roof away. It's no wonder Zhou Zhizhi chose this moment. The glaring summer sunlight was shining directly down from the roof at that hour. The elderly people, who were initially panicked as they watched the several hundred-meter deep roof disappear, quickly lowered their heads when they saw the blue sky and sunlight. Zhou Zhizhi didn't care whether they were dazzled or embarrassed. Anyway, the intimidating purpose was achieved. Next came the cleanup and regulation. In any case, division was something that absolutely could not happen in Longhua, not even in their own world. Some young people, who clearly had never experienced anything major, were so scared they even wet their pants. Zhou Zhizhi waved his hand disdainfully and said, "You're scared to the point of wetting yourselves? The real tough ones haven't even shown up yet. All right, sit down. You're all old enough. If I didn't still need you, I'd send you all to the labor camps in the Northwest." Although he said this, the elderly didn't dare to actually sit down. Zhou Zhizhi didn't mind and spoke directly. "I know the Eagle Sauce is causing trouble in the South, and I even know they dare to do so because of the instigation from the Rootless clan. And you guys have allied with the most unreliable bear. I really don't know what you were thinking." The elderly exchanged glances, and finally, one of them gritted his teeth and replied, "I'm surnamed Zhou." "Oh, Mr. Zhou, it's like this. We've always wanted to reclaim the South, but they have stationed a large military force along the Yangtze River defense line. Once war breaks out, it will be our own compatriots who will die, so we've been seeking diplomatic means to mediate, but, well, it's useless, right?" Zhou Zhizhi interrupted. "Let me analyze something for you. When national power is weak, what good are diplomatic means? What does diplomacy rely on? It relies on military strength, on the guts to fight, on the determination that if you don't let me live well, I'll take the Earth back to the Stone Age with me. And what about you? What are the mushroom bombs for?" Mr. Zhou, we do have mushroom bombs, but the South has them too," said a man in a general's uniform behind the elderly, looking constipated. "Are you stupid? Who told you to throw them south? Why not throw them at the Eagle Sauce? The Eagle Sauce wouldn't dare to throw them, but that tiny place would, right? What? Are you afraid your assets in foreign banks will be confiscated? Or are you afraid your children will be kidnapped for ransom abroad? Zhou scoffed. Isn't that making enemies with the whole world? Enemies? At this point, do you still care about that? Besides, how many countries dare to throw mushroom bombs at each other crazily? Have you fed your ancestors' military strategies and wisdom to the dogs? The people present didn't dare to speak any further. Some of them were radicals, but even the most radical ones hadn't thought about directly using mushrooms. Were they being too conservative? The conservatives didn't dare to speak up either, fearing that arguing would cost them their lives. Zhou noticed they had some responsibility, but their guts were lacking. Sigh. He thought it was better for him to take charge. Forget it. I've said so much just because I think you still have hope. Do you know why our people attacked here but didn't kill anyone? It's because they feel we are of the same race and don't want to kill our own people. However, I will not be soft on traitors. He pointed south and said, get ready for a press conference immediately. You can think of the content as long as I'm satisfied. At the same time, release the detailed intelligence about the Eagle Sauce and the Rootless clan causing trouble behind the scenes. As soon as he finished speaking, the elderly man hurriedly said, no, Mr. Zhou, they definitely won't agree, and once it's announced, it's like tearing the face off. Zhou laughed at this moment, but the smile made them feel cold. Of course, I know they won't agree. If they agreed, then I wouldn't have come here for nothing. And where would I find an excuse to plant the mushroom bombs? Zhou chuckled, noticing their fear and saying, don't worry, our army will ensure territorial integrity. Just do as I say. This is also your only way to redeem yourselves. The elderly exchanged glances with each other and then steeled their hearts, finally making up their minds. If they didn't comply, they might not see the moon tonight, but if they did, given the calm demeanor of this mysterious Mr. Zhou, they might truly realize their ambitions. What happened here was unknown to the outside world. All signals sent out and spy satellites in the sky were blocked and altered by Fuxi, and the fierce battles that had occurred in the executive yuan were covered up by the pre-installed Mirage system. No one knew what was happening here. An hour later, the press conference was ready. Almost all media outlets, big and small, were invited to the conference hall, waiting for the executive yuan to announce what they called a major event. Not long after, the elderly man, unusually dressed in a military uniform without insignia, led all the senior officials and military generals to the podium. This definitely signified something big. All the reporters thought simultaneously. Hello, everyone. On behalf of the Longwood government, I hereby solemnly announce to all factions that disregard national sentiment and national dignity. 1. The Southern forces are to be disbanded immediately, and all personnel are to stand by in place, awaiting our inspection and reorganization. 2. All soldiers are to return to their respective military camps at once, with weapons stored, and wait for inspection and reorganization. 3. All residents and citizens are to return home immediately. Military control will be officially implemented from now on. Those who violate the law and cause trouble may be executed on the spot. 4. Any foreign personnel and forces, as well as external forces that support or violate our national policies, such as the Eagle Sauce Country, the John Bull Country, and the Outlaw Chicken Country, as well as the Rootless clan that has been trying to manipulate the world through underhanded means, must immediately withdraw from our territory and compensate for the losses caused to our country within 12 hours. Otherwise, we reserve the right to respond with all necessary means. 5. A solemn warning to all organizations and illegal mercenaries that are causing harm to social security in our country. You must all leave our territory within 12 hours. Anyone who commits crimes in our country must voluntarily turn themselves into the nearest police station, or our country will impose severe penalties according to our laws. Finally, we will announce to the world the foreign forces and countries that are trying to incite trouble behind the scenes and their shameless actions. The elderly spoke with a serious face, each word ringing out powerfully, but he and the senior officials beside him felt extremely relieved at that moment. He had finished speaking, but the media reporters in the audience and those watching the live broadcast on television and computers were all dumbfounded. What the hell does this mean? Are they serious? Meanwhile, the countries and major factions behind the South frowned, pondering what the North was planning to do. Inside, the TDD, one silver submarine in the North Pacific, Colonel Captain Teresa Testarossa, Lieutenant Colonel Deputy Captain Richard Matukas, and Major Combat Commander Andrew Segovich Garanin, who were watching the live broadcast of the press conference, also frowned. It seems we need to go there. We must intervene. The Deputy Captain Richard spoke first, saying that the South also had its interests. Not to mention that the Northerners had just said that mercenaries must leave the Dragon Country, which was absolutely unacceptable to them. Gary Ning frowned and did not express an opinion because the sudden change in attitude from the North Dragon Country was not part of their organization's plan. I agreed with Richard's opinion, and TTD immediately changed course. We would first head to the offshore base to contact the intelligence department. I want to know why the North Dragon Country had suddenly become so hardline. Captain Teresa, while playing with her white braid, gave orders to the others. Understood. Next, people all over the world finally understood what darkness, filth, and shamelessness meant. The intelligence materials and videos released by the North Dragon Country demonstrated to the world why the previously thriving Dragon Country had been split in two overnight 10 years ago. The leading force behind the split, the Eagle Sauce, was merely concerned that the staff had speculated that if the Dragon Country continued to develop, it would catch up with them in less than 20 years and inevitably surpass them to become the world's #1 in 30 years, which made them feel threatened. Meanwhile, the Rootless clan was eyeing the beautiful environment of Jiangnan in the Dragon Country, fantasizing that this place should belong to the great descendants of the Hebrews. And thus they invested both money and effort, waiting to completely take control before initiating a massive immigration. At that time, Li Rulong and the others, upon seeing the intelligence brought back by Fuxi, marveled at the talents of the Eagle Sauce's staff, who had guessed so accurately, while also laughingly drawing lots to decide how to completely annihilate the Rootless clan. The world exploded. Countries and forces that were already displeased with their actions surged into the streets, demanding that the UN severely punish the Rootless clan and the Eagle Sauce. Even vigilantes began to use the banner of robbing the rich to help the poor, smashing, looting, burning the companies and shops of the Rootless clan, and even committing murder, rape, and skinning, using every means possible. The Eagle Sauce and the Rootless clan were completely panicked. The North Dragon Country's sudden upheaval caught them completely off guard. They originally thought the content of the press conference would be the same as before, making harsh statements while doing nothing, but this time there were no negotiations. They directly lost 4 twos and 2 kings. Once they reacted, they suppressed their anger and immediately held a press conference, condemning the North Dragon Country for being irresponsible and attempting to provoke global disputes with false intelligence. Meanwhile, they privately contacted the North Dragon Country to inquire about their intentions and what they wanted. Was there anything that couldn't be resolved over drinks? The previously unconnected Bear Country quickly contacted the North Dragon Country, trying to gauge their attitude. They were so poor, they were trading weapons for rice now. And if a war really broke out, they could stand on the side of the North Dragon Country, but they must be paid, and of course, vodka would be even better. In response to inquiries from various countries, the North Dragon Country uniformly stated that this was their own internal matter and did not require explanations to foreign forces. No force had the right to interfere in their affairs. Otherwise, they would see if the Dragon Country dared to chop off their claws. To the Bear Country, they simply said they could handle it themselves and suggested they think about what was happening with the Republic of Xinkai Lake. Additionally, they demanded the so-called Rootless Autonomous Region bordering their country be dismantled quickly, as it was distressing to them. Countries around the world did not receive the answers they wanted and, for the sake of face, did not want to overly intervene in Dragon Country's affairs, but also wanted to protect their interests in the South Dragon Country. Therefore, various mercenary organizations received large orders simultaneously, making a fortune. The Silver Seeker organization also received many orders, but they were all rejected by the organization's founder, Count Marlowen. He was not short on money, but he was a rootless person. Their original intention in creating the Silver Secret and Mercury alloy was to secretly provoke disputes, making money while seeking to establish the largest rootless nation. Now, he had to tilt all military strength and resources toward the South Dragon Country. If they couldn't protect the South Dragon Country, their decades of efforts would go up in smoke. He ordered the Western Pacific Fleet, the Indian Ocean Fleet, and part of the Mediterranean Fleet to disguise themselves as UN troops and enter the South Dragon Country for mediation. They absolutely could not allow the North Dragon Country to invade the South Dragon Country. Having lost his usual noble demeanor, he angrily issued orders to the senior members of the Silver Secret in the conference room. The senior members of the Silver Secret accepted the orders and executed them. Marlowen then opened another virtual conference room, which was empty except for metal plaques with the names of chemical elements written on them. His own metal plaque was inscribed with Mr. HG. At this time, almost all metal elements were online. He first addressed the plaque labeled Mr. O, saying, "Mr. O, don't you want to restore the imperial glory for the Foot Basin chicken? Now is your chance. Let your people find a way to stir things up in the North Dragon Country, and I'll give you the 3 eastern provinces." "Ha, Mr. HG, you are such a good person. I will arrange it immediately. After saying that, he logged off, clearly impatient. Mr. Fei, aren't your 2 disciples on Hong Kong Island? Send them to the front line. If a war really breaks out in the north, you at least need to hold out until we are ready. No problem. But the Hell King has to be changed to Hell Knight. Okay, I will send someone to deliver one to you, but I hope you won't let me down. Otherwise, you will know my methods. Of course, my credit is very good. After saying that, he also disappeared offline. The remaining people could not move for the time being, especially the previously silent Mr. AG, who was probably still busy figuring out how to develop the device in his heart. After everything was arranged, returning to reality, Marlowen felt somewhat relieved. He stood by the window, watching the servants busy in the garden. This world was created by our great Hebrew God, and it should be inherited by us. This is a history already recorded in the Bible. We will not allow anyone to destroy history. Little did he know, the words he thought he was saying in complete soundproofing and confidentiality in his study were clearly overheard by a man dressed casually, holding a colorful book, in a small garden CAF over 6,000 kilometers away in Paris. The man put down the book and muttered softly, I had only heard before. I didn't expect this rootless nation to be so arrogant, using the damn Bible as a history book. Can I also use my book for that? Little master, there are more chapters after this one. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Looking at the illustrated book in his hands, Shanghai Jing, he felt that he seemed to have chosen the wrong book in his second major of traditional Chinese painting. The Southern Dragon Kingdom's puppet government would certainly not act according to the ultimatum from the Northern Dragon Kingdom's legitimate government. They weren't stupid, and they had disbanded to avoid scrutiny. Many were only in their positions, like this minister or that bureau chief, for personal gain. What they had done back then could even be considered treason at its lightest. If their whole family were tied up and shot with anti-aircraft fire for 5 minutes, they wouldn't feel wronged. Thus, under the instigation of their behind-the-scenes forces, they immediately ordered the military to prepare for war, stating that any soldier or officer who violated orders would be executed on the spot. The trio responsible for protecting the Qian Yao had also been temporarily reassigned back to Dan Na to board a landing submarine, following the troops to the Hongdao base due to the potential outbreak of war between the Northern and Southern Dragon Kingdoms. Li Rulong observed all this with a faint smile. It was too late for them now. He then contacted Zhou Zhizhong, who was reforming the Dragon Kingdom government, through Fuxi. Old Zhou, just hold on over there. Don't rush. Is that all right? I already said to prepare to cultivate mushrooms on the small territory after 12 hours. I can't go back on my word. Just be flexible. There's so many islands in the Pacific. Let me point one out for you. You can enjoy it first, and it LL serve as a model for the world and the mercury alloy. That works. Just send it to me. After hanging up, Li Rulong directly pointed to a beautiful island marked as uninhabited, located 310 nautical miles east of Guam in the Western Pacific, which was the secret factory of the mercury alloy production Giant AS. Interestingly, this small island was only 600 nautical miles, or over 1,100 kilometers, from a secret silver base on Merida Island in the Western Pacific, which was quite close. After sending the coordinates to Zhou Zhizhong, Li Rulong admired by Mao's brother, who brought Mr. AG's Leonard Testarossa. This hand-in-hand game was truly smooth. Good morning, Xiao Yao. Luna, good morning. The sun was shining brightly, a perfect time for school. As Qian Yao yawned and carried her school bag past the small villa, she happened to run into Luna Maria, who was about to go to school. The two greeted each other and prepared to walk together. Luna Maria and Zhen Fei Niao had entered the Jindai High School 3 days ago. Luna Maria was happy to experience student life again, but Zhen Fei Niao was different, always listless and showing no interest in the teacher's lectures. After all, they could graduate from college at 14. Why would they want to return to high school to learn 1-1? Where's Fei Niao? I didn't see him. Qian Yao looked behind Luna Maria, not noticing Zhen Fei Niao was right beside her. He has a stomachache and took the morning off. A stomachache? Yeah. Who knows if he ate something random. Never mind him. Let us go. After Luna said this, she pulled Qian Yao towards the direction of the station. In a room on the second floor of the villa, Zhen Fei Niao watched the two leave with a black line on his face, muttering, "We agreed on a headache." How did it turn into a stomachache? On the train, many people were whispering about the events happening in the eastern ancient country, while Qian Yao felt confused. She had never cared about these matters, and Luna was just listening, not actively discussing the topic, afraid of being scrutinized, so she didn't mention it. They only talked about the latest figures and merchandise from the bouncing Taijun or the opponents of the Jindai girls softball team next week. Just as their conversation was getting interesting, Suddenly the train car was filled with gasps and commotion. Did it really launch? Quick, what's the target? It can't be us. We committed unforgivable mistakes against them back then. Got it. The target is in the Western Pacific. What's this Pacific island? Where is that? What happened? Qian Yao turned to Luna, who, of course, knew but pretended to shake her head in confusion. Oh no, a 10 million ton yield. That island just disappeared. Did it really launch? What are they trying to do? I want to get off. I'm not going to the company. I want to go to the shrine to pray that they don't take revenge on us. Mom, can I still see the cherry blossoms at Grandpa's house? Your grandpa should die. He was one of the bad guys back then. Qian Yao was bewildered, pulling out her phone, where a news alert popped up saying nuclear missile launched, small island disappears. Why is there only a headline and no content? Qian Yao frowned and said, just a headline. Who can understand that? Oh, you don't understand this? Few words mean a big deal without pictures. It seems to be a big matter. Luna stretched her neck to glance at her phone screen and said with a smile, Xiao Yao, do you think it's because the news media doesn't dare to comment, fearing the LL get burned? I heard the people there have been wanting revenge. Serves them right. I don't care. It's best if they notify us before taking revenge, so I can return to Eagle Sauce. Qian Yao's mother is from the Chicken Basin, and her father is from Eagle Sauce. She was born in Eagle Sauce and lived there until her parents divorced when she was 10, after which she returned to Chicken Basin to continue her studies. Therefore, she has no patriotic feelings for this country. Moreover, she studied World War II history and knows what this perverse and insane country did back then. Although she read the version written by Eagle Sauce. Upon arriving at school, almost all the students around her were whispering about the so-called world crisis. But they were more concerned about whether they would be targeted for revenge. Entering the classroom, Tokawaki Kyoko saw Qian Yao and quickly ran over, looking worried. Xiao Yao, do you think? Don't ask, I don't understand. I can't figure out the hatred between your ancestors. Qian Yao was getting annoyed. Huh? What are you talking about? I wanted to ask if the grade field trip next week can proceed as scheduled. After all, I've already bought my beloved swimsuit, and I've saved pocket money for 2 months. Huh? Is that what you meant? It's hard to say. It depends on the school arrangements. How about this? I'll ask Senior Lin Shui during lunch. Hearing this, Tokawaki Kyoko felt relieved for the time being, just as the class bell rang, signaling the start of the day's lessons. In a dilapidated warehouse in the capital harbor of Chicken Basin, Zhun Feinyao, wearing sunglasses, parked his motorcycle in front of the door. Ding ding. Who are you looking for? Spring flowers bloom in spring. 14, 15, 16. Creak. The iron door opened inward, and Zhun Feinyao glanced around before quickly walking in, and the door automatically closed behind him. Inside the warehouse, many soldiers in powered combat armor were organizing their gear. Zhun Feinyao walked straight to a tall figure and stood at attention, saluting. Report. Major Zhun Feinyao, pilot of the Black Dragon No. 1 Air Squadron. Reporting for duty. The tall figure turned around and looked down at him, a big grin spreading across his face. Ha! Welcome, Lieutenant Zhun Fei, to help out. We've been waiting for you. This person is Xiong Baka, the former diplomat of the Wandering World's Great Bear stationed at the United Nations. And now he is the commander of the Black Dragon's orbital airborne troops. Their mission this time is to launch a surprise attack on the secret base of the Secret Silver located near Chiba Island, while Zhou Ji and his team attract the attention of the entire world. According to investigations, there are at least about 10 Whisperers imprisoned here. What is even more ridiculous is that, nominally, this place belongs to Secret Silver, but in reality, from the managers to the security guards and soldiers, everyone here is made of mercury alloy. The plan devised by Li Rulong and his team is to lure out all the hidden organizations in the world. So they cannot let Superman from the Kryptonian race shock the world too early. They can only fight with technological weapons that can be accepted by this world. That's why they temporarily borrowed Jinfania's special suit to cooperate with Chewbacca and the others' actions. Report, General Xiong, my last name is Zhun, not Jinfania. Jinfania said with a blank expression. Hey, it doesn't matter, I'll just call you Little Bird then. Come on. Let me explain the plan to you. That's even worse than calling me Jinfania. Jinfania was led by Chewbacca, who had a hand on his shoulder, to a table where a holographic projection was already displayed. Little Bird, look here, this building in the valley is our target. According to intelligence, there are at least 150 soldiers guarding it, along with about 20 tanks and armored vehicles, and around 10 AS units, all of the M6 model. Your mission is to help us take out all the M6 units. It shouldn't be this complicated, but generally insisted that we must match generals with generals, soldiers with soldiers, and not let us dismantle the mechanized infantry with our bare hands. Sigh. Chewbacca looked dejected. With their current strength, they could take on the AS units here, even without power armor, just with their bare fists. But they couldn't disobey Li Rulong's orders. So they had to proceed step by step and fight a primitive siege battle. Jean Fania glanced over the projection map, memorizing all the details, then found a corner to take out his combat suit from his spatial wristband. Just as he was about to change, he suddenly noticed that the busy bear soldiers in the warehouse were all sneakily glancing at him. Scared, he hurriedly hugged his clothes and found an empty room to lock the door. After catching his breath, he heard a loud burst of laughter from outside. Huh, I told you this kid would be scared off. Did he really think we were perverts? Who lost just now? Hand over the cigar. Huh, here you go. I admit defeat. Sigh. I wonder how those pardon high officials left behind by the chieftain in the wandering world are doing. What else can they do? They must be causing a ruckus. At this moment, Jean Fania realized that these burly bear soldiers were just playing with him. Happy holidays to everyone. Ugh, damn, this heat is killing me. Just hold on. In 9 days, we can take turns for vacation. Ruiz, are you going back to Italy then? Two soldiers sitting on the shore of the island were chatting idly. No, Dylan, I have to go to Kyoto first. I promised a female teacher to teach her hand-to-hand combat, and she will teach me Japanese. Hey, take me with you. I want to go too. Wait a minute. Did you hear that sound? The younger soldier looked toward the sea in confusion. Buzzing. It sounds like a transport plane. The young soldier replied to him. Buzzing. In the distance, a small black that was quickly flying toward the island, and the two realized it was a C-130 Hercules transport plane. Strange. Is there a supply drop today? The young soldier frowned and asked. Command Center, this is Python 21. We have spotted a C-130 to the northwest of the island. Over. ZZZZ. Python 21. The Command Center radar has not detected any anomalies. Please confirm visually that it is a C-130 transport plane. Over. The middle-aged soldier squinted to reconfirm the distant plane. At this point, the transport plane was less than 1 kilometer away from them, a distance that could be covered in an instant. He quickly said, Command Center, confirm it is AC-130, and it looks like it's not just passing by. It's flying toward us. Over. Python 21. The radar has not detected any C-130. We will reconfirm. Hold your position and report any anomalies immediately. Wait. Command Center is descending. Hi. ZZZZ. ZZZZ. Static came through the communicator. The soldiers, who had all experienced battle and transitioned to mercenaries, understood the situation all too well. Their communications were being jammed by electromagnetic interference. In other words, combat had already begun. Click. The middle-aged soldier hurriedly pulled back the bolt of his gun and cursed, damn. The stingy bastards up top must have misallocated the radar maintenance budget. Don't just stand there. The enemy is coming. After kicking the young soldier who was still confused, the middle-aged soldier immediately ran back to the off-road vehicle, started it, and headed to the defensive position to prepare for combat. At this moment, the command center underground on the island was also in chaos. The radar and surveillance video that had just been functioning well were now nothing but static, and the external communication system was completely jammed by unknown interference. Forget about the surveillance and radar. Quickly issue a combat alert. We are being invaded. Immediately contact the M6 Squad and Armored Vehicle Company, and the Apaches prepare to engage. Sir, our communications have failed. Soldier, did your 2 legs grow just for show? Yes, I'm on it. The highest-ranking Lieutenant Colonel Commander shouted at the somewhat panicked soldiers. You go prepare the Fish Shuttle, a 5-man mini-submarine. If things go south, I want to leave immediately. The Lieutenant Colonel whispered to the guard behind him. The guard immediately saluted and turned to leave, glad that his commander was giving such orders, all for the sake of making money. Who would want to risk their life if they could survive? Beep. General Xiong, we have arrived over the combat area and can initiate airdrop. Do you need me to conduct a round of fire support first? Inside the transport plane, Chewbacca, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and shouted into the communicator, Stop the nonsense. If you open fire, what are we going to do? Open the cargo door, and we'll jump straight down. You just need to activate the Mirage system and find a place to land for us. After saying that, he got up and walked to the open hatch at the rear of the cargo hold, with the soldiers following him closely. I didn't want to do any pre-battle mobilization, but this is a rare opportunity. The general wants us to make quick work of it. I want it all wrapped up in 10 minutes. Got it. Got it. Everyone responded loudly, fastening their helmets and gripping their weapons tightly. Chewbacca turned and jumped off the plane, shouting with tears in his eyes, Yura! 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 X-30 the 30 soldiers behind him echoed in unison, then followed his lead and jumped out of the cargo hold. Jean Fania watched this group of passionate bear soldiers with a blank expression. After they all left, he waved his hand, and an M9, hastily assembled by the engineers of the Black Dragon in just 1 hour, suddenly appeared in front of him. Though it was hastily made, its performance was comparable to a small Gundam. Not only did it use outdated cold fusion energy for them, but the materials were also made from Gundam's superalloy armor. Equipped with a photon shield and a gravity-reducing engine, with weapons including a beam rifle and 2 beam swords. Quickly entering the somewhat cramped cockpit, the M9 instantly powered up. Jean Fania, what was this thing called again? Forget it, Jean Fania launch. Haha, this is going to be fun. The communication was cut off, and the belly of the C-130 quickly opened. Jean Fania piloted the M9 and instantly flew out. Now, inside the entire transport plane, there were only the 2 pilots left in the cockpit. They exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Shall we go? Let's go. Xin Yuan. The mission is up to you. We're going to have some fun. Lieutenant, please don't worry. Have a great day. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The 2 pilots hurriedly left the cockpit, each grabbing a huge wrench and hammer made of superalloy. And just like that, wearing thin but bulletproof military uniforms, they jumped from an altitude of 1,500 meters. For ordinary people, falling from 1,500 meters would turn them into mush upon landing, even if they jumped into the sea. But the 2 pilots chose to jump into the sea closest to the command center, planning to sneak up on the enemy from behind. Ta-ta-ta, boom. Xiong Baka and his men had already engaged with the soldiers of the Secret Silver. As soon as the Secret Silver soldiers entered the battle, they realized something was off. The suddenly appearing enemy had weapons that could easily penetrate their tanks, and even soldiers hiding behind cover would get headshot. Meanwhile, the enemy formed a line, advancing sideways in a long snake formation while firing, and not a single person was seen reloading. Damn, are they monsters? Sir, do you think they are the last vengeful demon? The lieutenant colonel commanding the battle looked at the staff beside him, who were middle management of the Mercury alloy, and naturally knew about the mini-combat robots newly developed by the organization. Impossible. Those things may be strong, but they can't withstand a direct hit from a tank's 120mm smoothbore cannon. Look at the leader on the opposite side. He has taken 2 shots and is still standing. The lieutenant colonel said helplessly. He also suspected that the opponents were all robots, but the key question was what material could make them so formidable. If the organization was really that impressive, why hide in the dark? Wouldn't it be better to unify the world? Sir, a soldier gasped as he ran over, out of breath, saying, Sir, the M6 squad has encountered the enemy. The enemy is a white M9, without any special paint or insignia. We don't know which organization it belongs to. Just one. We have a squad of 10 minutes and 6 seconds. Besides, weren't 2 Apaches sent over for support? The lieutenant colonel's eyes widened in surprise. Armed helicopters were known to be the nemesis of mechs. Even the best ace pilots would kneel before such a formation. The Apache was shot down by the M9 as soon as it arrived. I saw it with my own eyes. The soldier quickly replied, thinking he could watch a good show, but almost got scared to death by the combat power of the white M9. Boom! A sudden explosion occurred at a distant position. It was the mortar position he had previously set up. It seemed that the shells had detonated. You go continue monitoring. Report back immediately if anything happens. After saying that, without caring about the soldier's rest, he exchanged a glance with his aide, and the 2 quickly ran towards the underground command center under the protection of 2 guards. The remaining soldiers could only hurriedly run towards the M6 engagement area while taking cover, as there was no way around it. After all, communication had failed, and disobeying orders would mean a pay cut. Bang! Unfortunately, just after he ran a few steps, he was shot in the head by a Gauss bullet that penetrated the concrete cover. Old Bear, the infantry and tanks on the ground have all been wiped out. The rest have run underground. Suck a Buell, damn it, why can't you change? You bastard, I said to call me by my title on the battlefield. All right, Bear Plant. Split into 3 teams. You personally take your men to protect the target, and then contact the transport plane to escort them on board. Another team goes underground to exterminate the rats, and the rest will defend in place to show a stance. Xiong Baka, carrying a Gauss rifle, finished giving orders to his aide and turned to leave. Wait, where are you going? Me? I'm going to support Little Bird. He must be having a hard time alone. Ha 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 ha. Xiong Baka laughed heartily and quickly ran toward the area where Zhang Fei Niao was fighting, fearing that by the time he got there, the enemy would be dead. The aide had a dark expression, cursing Xiong Baka for being ungrateful. He wanted to go too. He turned around to arrange tasks and took his men into the building to capture those so-called whisperers. Swish! Boom! The white M9 used its beam saber to slice through an M6 again, and the pilot was instantly vaporized by the ultra-high temperature of the beam saber. The remaining two M6s carefully hid behind a large tree, with the pilots inside panting and drenched in sweat. They knew hiding here was useless, but that machine, or rather its pilot, was simply too strong. Their guns left no marks on the M9, and when they finally seized the opportunity to charge at the M9 with melee high-speed chainsaw daggers, the daggers broke upon impact. Meanwhile, the M9 pulled out its sci-fi weapon, the beam saber, and directly split the attacking M6 in half. How the hell do we fight this? The technology is lacking. Using tactics, the M9 is a level above the M6. Even using numbers, there's now a huge technological gap between both sides. What is the point of fighting? The one who was just cut in half was the squad leader of the M6 squad. He originally thought the M9 pilot was a mercenary from some organization and wanted to surrender to save his life. But unexpectedly, the other side seemed uninterested in money. No matter how much he offered, there was no response, just a sword swing to kill. Yamato-kun, what do we do? How the hell should I know? They're inhumane. They want to even accept a surrender. But I don't want to die. The two remaining pilots, regardless of whether the M9 could hear them, directly communicated using the M6 loudspeaker. They had no choice since the communication devices were completely unusable. At that moment, the M9 suddenly stopped and retracted its beam saber. Yamato-kun. The external loudspeaker of the M9 suddenly emitted a voice that sounded very young. The two M6s stared at each other in disbelief, and Yamato-kun was even more dumbfounded. Could it be an acquaintance? A comrade from the previous unit? Or perhaps a neighbor from their hometown? However, the voice sounded unfamiliar. They had never heard it before. But with the hope of survival, they naturally had to seize the opportunity. One of the M6s gestured to Yamato-kun, indicating for him to ask. After a moment of contemplation, Yamato-kun shouted loudly in Japanese, "I am Yamato. Who are you, my friend?" Zhun Fei Niao could naturally understand Japanese. After all, they had to traverse various worlds. And even if it was disgusting, they had to learn it for the mission. Yamato-kun, do you know Kira Yamato? Zhun Fei Niao replied fluently in Japanese. Kira Yamato. Who the hell is that? A junior at home? Or someone with the same surname? Never mind. Let's establish a connection first. Even if I have to acknowledge this Kira as my father, I would personally offer my 80-year-old mother. Let us get to know each other. We are all family. Saying this, the M6 pilot walked out from behind the tree. As they couldn't win anyway, it was better to be straightforward. Looking at the white M9 before him. With its extraordinary combat power, Yamato gulped, unsure whether it was out of fear or envy. I am Yamato garbage. I grew up with Kira-kun. We planted cherry blossoms together in our hometown, tasted tea and rice together, and shared Maria together. In short, we are very good friends. Isn't your name Inuyama Yamato? When did it change to garbage? Another driver muttered to himself. At that moment, Inuyama Yamato, in order to survive, began to babble nonsense. Really, Tsubasa, that's great. It's stable. We can live. M9 slowly stepped forward. That bastard is our negative example. In the past, I had no chance when I was young, but now I can kill that foreign little bastard with the same surname. I can brag about it when I go back. The two drivers were dumbfounded. It's not a relative, it's, what the hell is a negative example? Your Excellency, is there some misunderstanding? Bang. Just as Yamato was about to explain, M9 appeared in front of him in an instant, smashing the cockpit and grabbing Inuyama Yamato. Misunderstanding. Ms. M9 slowly clenched his fist, gradually making Inuyama Yamato feel death and pain until he was crushed into a bloody pulp. The other driver was so frightened he wet his pants, wanting to take this opportunity to escape, but was suddenly pounced on by the bear-like Baka, who punched through the cockpit, directly shattering his skull. Tsubasa realized his prey was stolen by Baka. Although he was angry, he could only endure since the other party was a major general. Ha, little bird. Why are you so slow? If he escapes, the general will spank you. Baka shook the brain matter off his arm. Major General, how could he escape? I just killed a guy named Yamato. Tsubasa said speechlessly. What? There are enemies? Damn, how did I forget about this? I just caught a batch, and the academy needs experimental materials. Baka said with a face full of regret. Hey, it's fine. Isn't there still the foot basin chicken in this world? When we get back, I'll ask Vicestein AI if he needs materials. I'll personally deliver a few million. Let's go. Mission accomplished. We need to withdraw. After saying that, he jumped onto M9, letting Tsubasa take him back to the battlefield near the building. Under a cliff at the bottom of a small island, a small fish shuttle submarine was carefully and silently navigating. Originally only able to carry 5 people, the submarine was now crammed with 8 people, including a lieutenant colonel, a staff officer, and their trusted guards. None of them wanted to die, so they decided to lay their cards on the table. Either they all escape together or face God together. After all, they were mercenaries just for the money. Where was the loyalty? Except for the guard at the controls, the other 7 were staring at each other, not daring to speak. Suddenly, a knocking sound came from above, startling them. They thought it must be some curious fish. Otherwise, how could there be enemies at a depth of 100 meters? The driver operated the submarine's external camera to look at the source of the sound. The image on the video made all 8 of them's hair stand on end. Outside were 2 humans in light clothing holding wrenches and hammers, one of whom was banging on the submarine's outer wall with a huge wrench. Accelerate. Damn it, accelerate. They didn't care about being silent anymore. The situation was too terrifying, and escaping was the most important thing. The outside figures were the pilots who had just jumped into the sea. The 2 of them, full of adrenaline, leaped out of the cockpit and found that the sea surface below was the cliff of the small island. Initially thinking it was a wasted trip, they didn't expect to find a delivery service at the bottom of the sea. They exchanged glances and raised their wrenches and hammers, ignoring the resistance from water pressure as they swung down heavily. Bang! Bang! The submarine's outer wall instantly cracked, and the powerful water pressure crushed the submarine, accompanied by terrified screams and splattering blood as 8 bloody figures floated out. One pilot quickly grabbed the lieutenant colonel, while the other caught the staff officer's leg. They both laughed at the same time, noticing their ranks, 1 lieutenant colonel and 1 major. According to intelligence, these were the 2 biggest fish on the island, and they didn't expect to catch them. Even if they were dead, they could exchange for a lot of points, holding on to their spoils. The 2 quickly swam up toward the island. Wait, where are the pilots? Baka looked confusedly at the empty cockpit, puzzled as he asked AI Xinyuan. Major General, they wanted to join the fight and jumped out of the cockpit before landing. They are in the southern sea area of the island, and according to the life detection system, both pilots have normal vital signs, just with elevated heart rates. Want to fight? Nonsense. They are fighter pilots. Do they lack enemies? I think they're just after points. Xinyuan couldn't lie, and after a moment, he voluntarily explained his highest probability analysis. All right, let's wait. Those 2 little brats aren't even wearing powered battle armor. Baka returned to the rear cabin and complained to his deputy. The deputy, with a cigar in his mouth and a grin on his face, said, "Old Bear, you have to give the young people a chance." Anyway, the general only said to finish quickly, "Look, it's only been 8 minutes. Let us wait." Baka had no choice but to sit down, take out his small flask, and take a sip. The deputy and the other soldiers' eyes lit up, all surrounding him, staring greedily at the flask in Baka's hand. "Old Bear, let me have a sip." "Just 1 sip," the deputy said eagerly, thinking to himself, "Just 1 sip, I'll drink it all." Baka, with an indifferent expression, generously handed over the flask. The deputy took it and started drinking directly. Phew! He stared at the flask in disbelief, shouting, "Did you use an antique Tiffany custom silver flask to hold red tea? Burn you!" The Tiffany brand had long become history. It was now mostly found only in flea markets and was not cheap. He snatched it back, looking at the deputy with disdain. "What's wrong? You think a colonel knows how many military credits a major general has? Besides, this is a battlefield. Do you think I would make a mistake?" The others glared at Baka fiercely. If it weren't for the higher rank, they would have beaten him up for using a flask to fool a bear person. After they all complained and left, Baka secretly turned the flask spout and took a nice sip of beluga rye vodka. Not to mention, the strong red tea really did mask the smell of alcohol. Beep beep, Major General Bear, detecting that Captain Helica and Lieutenant Colonel White Bear are engaged in combat with unidentified enemies. Please provide immediate support. Coordinates 13 kilometers southeast of the island. Xinyuan urgently reported, and Baka and the others quickly stood up. Even Tsubasa, who hadn't participated in their bickering, hurried to get up. What's going on? Where did the enemies come from? The detected enemy is likely equipped with the drive system, codenamed Hell Knight humanoid-powered armor vehicle. Hearing that the opponent had a big killer, especially one equipped with the drive system, Tsubasa instantly got excited and asked Baka for permission to fight. Baka also knew about the mystical properties of the drive system and estimated that they, as infantry armed only with light weapons, would be unable to combat it. He could only let Tsubasa go rescue the people and ideally take out the opponent as well. After receiving authorization, Tsubasa hurriedly left the cockpit, threw out the special M9, and rushed toward the direction of the Hell Knight. Xinyuan, activate the Mirage system, take off immediately, and also notify the Black Dragon and Major General Chalao to send a superhuman to sweep the area. After some thought, Xiong Baka instructed Xian Yuan that although he had confidence in Jinfania to prevent any casualties on the first mission, it would be embarrassing if something went wrong. The data link had already been sent. Boom. Damn. Where the hell did that come from? How would I know? Stop whining. Carry the points and run. I estimate the reinforcements will arrive soon. In the dense jungle of the southern island, 2 pilots were carrying their achievements and dodging the attacks from the Hell Knights behind them in an irregular route. They really didn't want to lose their points, and fortunately, their physical fitness was strong, making it feel like there was no weight while carrying someone, and they were also very fast. Meanwhile, the Mercury Alloy ace pilot, Wilhelm Casper, who was chasing them in the Hell Knight, had lost his usual calm and gentlemanly demeanor and was staring blankly at the monitor in the cockpit. The enemy identification speed on the screen had surprisingly reached 120 kilometers per hour. Is this even human? A cheetah can't reach that speed. After cursing, he glanced at the no signal prompt displayed in the communication connection at the bottom right of the screen and wanted to report everything happening here to his master. Leonard Testarossa. Beep. Huh. The cockpit alarm went off, and the Hell Knight immediately abandoned the 2 fleeing pilots and quickly jumped back. Boom! It turned out that an explosion and a deep pit from weapon strikes suddenly appeared in the direction they were advancing. He immediately raised his rifle and aimed cautiously at the smoke-filled area. As the smoke dissipated, a white M9 appeared, but the identification signal showed it was unidentifiable. Wilhelm Casper quickly realized that this must be the machine that attacked the small island earlier from an unknown force. Captain Helika, Lieutenant Obakshing, are you all right? The M9's speaker transmitted the inquiry, while Wilhelm Casper frowned. Dragon language? Helika and the others breathed a sigh of relief, finally no longer being chased by dogs. No, we're fine, Lieutenant Bird. Thank you. That bastard probably wants to steal our achievements. Let's get him. Don't call me Bird. Who the hell wants to steal your achievements? The M9 and Hell Knight shouted angrily at the same time, startling Helika, who awkwardly patted the colonel's face on his back. Then he signaled to Obakshing and hurriedly ran in the direction of the transport aircraft. Heads could be severed, blood could flow, but points could not be lost. The battlefield was left with the M9 and the Hell Knight facing each other. The Hell Knight suddenly asked, I'm very curious. Which faction are you from? And why are you attacking the Mithril base that maintains world peace? Oh, then I'm even more curious. How can the Mithril base that maintains world peace have Hell Knights using Mercury alloy for terrorist attacks? I wonder if Leonard paid rent for this place to his sister Teresa. Jinfania rarely engages in banter since he's not good with words. Usually, he can only exchange equally with Liu Peiqiang. But that depends on who his opponent is. Anyway, if it's a supporting character from this world, he can easily handle it. Upon hearing the M9's response, Wilhelm Casper's pupils immediately contracted. He hadn't expected the opponent to know their background. Who the hell are you? I'm your grandfather. The M9 instantly launched an attack. He didn't want to hesitate any longer. While raising his gun to shoot, the Hell Knight also opened fire and raised his left hand, activating the drive to form a shield to protect himself. What he didn't expect was that the opponent also had shield. When the bullets hit the M9, they turned into rippling golden waves. The M9's attack, surprisingly, was a beam weapon, and the drawbacks of the drive immediately became apparent as the cockpit indicated that the drive temperature was rapidly rising. Wilhelm Casper could only change his strategy, using flexible maneuverability to avoid the M9's attacks and look for an opportunity to deliver a stunning blow. Jinfania, on the other hand, pushed forward with the shield, as he had enough energy. With the Hell Knight's physical firearms, it was impossible to break through the photon shield. The dense jungle in the southern part of the island was almost plowed flat by their battle. Birds mourned in the sky, and squirrels and land animals quickly fled from their former homes. Like damn loaches, jumping around. Jinfania was getting a bit carried away. It had already been over 10 minutes since he started fighting the Hell Knight, and despite the M9's superior performance, he still couldn't quickly take it down. He would definitely be mocked by Xiong Baka and Zhang Peng when he returned. Rapidly calculating strategies in his mind, he realized he had to get close and try to take down the opponent with the beam saber. But what he didn't know was that Wilhelm Casper had the same idea. As long as they got close, he would use the drive to form attack energy and pierce through the opponent's indestructible shield, with both harboring the same thought. The combat distance between the M9 and the Hell Knight continued to close. Swish! The M9 instantly drew the beam saber and slashed horizontally at the Hell Knight. The Hell Knight, meanwhile, discarded his rifle, activated the drive defense shield, and formed a rainbow-colored vortex in the palm of his right hand, slapping it towards the M9. Boom! An explosion erupted, kicking up dust. A figure quickly jumped out from the explosion. It was the Hell Knight missing an arm. After leaping approximately 100 meters, the Hell Knight landed on one knee, heat radiating from his body and head, distorting the surrounding air. Oh. Finally took him down. Wilhelm Casper panted heavily, ignoring the various alarms sounding in the cockpit. Using the drive was a significant burden on the pilot, especially when simultaneously using psychic energy to form a shield and attack. Just that brief second had nearly drained all his vitality. The dust in the distance still had not settled, and he had no capacity to launch another attack on other enemies. He could only wait for the Hell Knight to cool down. After the system recovered, he needed to find a way to contact the Mercury alloy higher-ups, at least to reach his master Leonard Testarossa, to report all the strange occurrences and the unknown forces here. However, before he could catch his breath, the surveillance screen showed a figure walking toward him from the dust. It was a black-haired youth wearing only tight-fitting clothing. The black-haired youth had a dark expression, filled with murderous intent, fists tightly clenched, yet his steps were steady. That was Jean Fania, who had been defeated in the M9, but protected by nano-skin-tight clothing. Slowly walking to within 50 meters of the Hell Knight, Jean Fania raised his head and gritted his teeth, saying to the Hell Knight, "You bastard. This is my first solo mission. Although this broken mech is garbage, but being destroyed would be embarrassing for me." Wilhelm Casper frowned. He knew this youth was the pilot of the M9, but he couldn't understand why, since he had miraculously survived. He didn't take the opportunity to escape and instead dared to walk up to him. Did he really think he could fight the temporarily defenseless Hell Knight with just his body? What a joke. Although there are still some alarms, the Hell Knight's basic functions have been restored. Wilhelm Casper is maneuvering himself to rise slowly. He now has new ideas. He wants to capture the opponent alive and then let the organization extract valuable intelligence. Why not cherish your own life? If you had run away just now, I might not have been able to catch you. If you surrender, I believe the organization will take you in, boy. If you refuse, then you and your rat organization in the sewers. You still want to persuade me to surrender? I am second lieutenant of the Dragon Star Universe Army Mecha Unit. Not a single one of my billions of comrades would surrender. Now I'm going to kill you. Come out, Destiny. Billions? It seems you have a mental problem. There aren't even billions of people on the planet, and Destiny can't. What is this? Wilhelm Casper originally laughed at True Flying Bird, thinking his attack had affected his brain. But seeing True Flying Bird pointing dramatically at the sky and shouting Destiny, a previously unseen mecha suddenly appeared in front of him. Standing 18 meters tall, with a light gray paint job, an exceptionally imposing mobile warrior. In the moment of his daze, True Flying Bird leaped directly into the 14-meter high cockpit, which quickly closed. Destiny's eyes immediately lit up with green light, and the whole body changed from gray to blue, white, and red. Damn it, I actually had to use Destiny. I'll definitely be mocked when I get back. True Flying Bird was now high on adrenaline, talking excessively. He pulled out a massive battleship-cutting sword from his back and swung it down at the now small Hell Knight. Wilhelm Casper was frozen. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but the mecha in front of him had completely captivated his attention. He could only stand there, watching the battleship-cutting sword swing down toward him. So big, so long. This was Wilhelm Casper's last thought. Half a second later, he and the Hell Knight were cut in half by True Flying Bird from above. Boom! The Hell Knight exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. True Flying Bird coldly watched the disappearing enemy, then turned the mobile warrior toward the transport plane, as there were more troublesome matters awaiting him, like various mockeries. Once he was far away, a young man in a black cloak suddenly appeared at the original battlefield. The young man hovered in midair, arms crossed, watching Destiny disappear. True Flying Bird walked dejectedly into the transport plane, which activated the Mirage system and took off until it vanished, at which point he withdrew his gaze. Zizzes. That kid will definitely bleed when he gets back, but I came here for nothing. He was a Kryptonian superhero sent by Zareo to patrol the area. He had actually arrived long ago, but didn't he want to interfere in someone else's war? After all, if a special situation arose, he could save someone in an instant. Frowning at the remaining M9 debris, he shook his head and sighed, realizing that True Flying Bird was still too inexperienced to clean up the battlefield. Flying an altitude of 10,000 meters, he suddenly dove toward a small island below, which immediately shattered into pieces and slowly sank beneath the sea. Several red lasers appeared, instantly vaporizing things that should not belong to the island. True Flying Bird silently watched the sky outside the transport plane's window, feeling very nervous, fearing that someone would come to ask him about the battle he just fought. Hey, little bird, do you think that opponent's drive is awesome? Just as he feared, Kumabaka plopped down beside him and asked, Awesome, really awesome. True Flying Bird had no choice but to respond. After all, even the M9 with a photon shield was destroyed, and it took the special mecha destiny personally assigned by the general to defeat the opponent. He also wanted to save face. True Flying Bird knew that they must have watched the entire battle live, so it was inevitable that he felt a bit dejected and embarrassed. However, Kumabaka and the others didn't mock him or say anything. He just patted his shoulder and then started smoking a cigar. The transport plane, equipped with a Mirage system, had now arrived at the base prepared by the Dragon Kingdom. They were to send the rescued Whisperer back to the Black Dragon via shuttle, as a special Whisperer had mentioned that they could generate something like a telepathic energy between them, so everything needed to be handled with care. Zhou and the others didn't believe that if they sent someone into space, they could still sense them. Even if they sensed them, could mercury alloy or mithril make it up there? True Flying Bird remained silent throughout, but he gritted his teeth and wrote a very detailed mission report, especially about the drive system. He meticulously recorded all the processes, feelings, and details, including how the opponent had destroyed his M9 made of super strong alloy steel from the universe. Taking a deep breath, he commanded his Xianyuan system to push the report to the command center while also sending a copy to Li Rulong. After finishing everything, he greeted Kumabaka, declined the invitation to stay for a drink, and flew back to the home of the Foot Basin Chicken. Oh, Flying Birdkuin, you're back? Are you feeling better? On a bright morning, Chidori now, who came to find Lunaria Maria to go to school together, noticed True Flying Bird yawning beside her and took the initiative to greet him. Yeah, much better, good morning. True Flying Bird, with sleepy eyes, recalled that when he got home last night, Li Rulong was not there. He couldn't sleep in bed, his mind filled with the battle against the Hell Knight, getting destroyed, and then summoning destiny to defeat the opponent. He had been replaying it in his mind, wondering if he could find a way to defeat the opponent with the M9. By the way, what did Captain Aslan say about the feeling of going berserk? This was the topic that suddenly came to his mind this morning, but he still couldn't find this skill that only a few adjusters could activate. He originally thought he didn't have the so-called seed gene, but this morning Lux said emphatically that he did, and it was very powerful, second only to Aslan and her. True Flying Bird's mind was filled with this question as he followed Chidori now and Lunaria Maria, chatting and laughing all the way to school. Just as he sat down, a bento box wrapped in pink cloth was handed to him. Looking up, it was the bespectacled Kyoko Tokitama. This is a bento specially prepared for you. If you don't mind, please accept it. Kyoko Tokitama's face was flushed, her eyes shimmering, and her two large breasts heaving rapidly with her quick breaths. Big sister, don't mess with me. My girlfriend is watching. True Flying Bird was momentarily at a loss for words, but his peripheral vision had already caught the murderous look on Lunaria Maria's smiling face. Gulping, he felt it would be better to refuse. Little brother, accept it. This is a love bento that Kyoko prepared for you every day because she heard you had a stomachache. You can't refuse her kindness. Sure enough, Lunaria Maria's voice came from behind, laden with various meanings. But he remembered what General Zhang Peng had said. When a woman says yes, it means no. When she says no, if she is lying down, it means hurry up and stop dawdling. If she's crossing her arms or holding her waist, it means absolutely not. At this moment, Luna Maria was crossing her arms, as if she were watching a play, saying no, absolutely not. Thank you for your kindness, but my body doesn't allow it. I can only eat special medicinal meals. She quickly found an excuse to reject Kyoko Tokawaji and then hastily took out a random book, lowering her head to read. Her refusal attracted the attention of the entire class. They didn't expect this newcomer to refuse so decisively. Kyoko Tokawaji, unsure if it was the rejection or embarrassment, turned pale, her originally rosy face turning white, and her eyes gradually becoming teary. How dare you? You newcomer bastard. How dare you refuse Kyoko? In the last row, Ono D, who was initially saddened by Kyoko Tokawaji's initiative to bring lunch to someone else, suppressed his inner feelings out of a desire not to hurt his goddess's feelings. But he absolutely could not tolerate the rude rejection from Masaki Jin, which even made Kyoko Tokawaji cry. After cursing, he thought about rushing over to teach Masaki Jin a lesson. After all, the other party was only 170 centimeters tall and quite thin, while he was 172 centimeters and a good fighter. If he taught him a lesson, Kyoko Tokawaji would surely admire his brave and fearless figure. However, he had only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped, as if someone had cast a spell to freeze him. As an ordinary person, he could feel two kinds of hellish cold air entering his body, causing him to tremble and break out in a cold sweat. At the moment, Ono D cursed. Masaki Jean and Luna Maria narrowed their eyes, unconsciously releasing a killing intent that locked onto him. How dare a little brat insult them, the Dragon Star people? Don't they know they have a vendetta against little brats now? Masaki Jean stood up, but noticed that Luna Maria had already walked toward Ono D with a face full of killing intent, so he had to sit back down, hoping Luna Maria wouldn't cause a fatal incident. Feeling someone walking behind him, Ono D, sweating, mechanically turned his head. A delicate, smooth hand that looked as fine as jade seemed to magnify infinitely in his eyes. Slap. Ah, goose, 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 goose. Luna Maria slapped him across the face, sending him spinning like a top, blood spraying from his nostrils and mouth, spinning countless times until he fainted on the ground, looking at his great-grandmother waving at him in his memory. The classmates screamed in fright and hurriedly retreated, fearing that Ono D's blood would splatter on them. Kyoko Tokawaji and Chidori Yao were also stunned by Luna Maria's actions. Kyoko Tokawaji quickly squatted down to check Ono D's injuries, while Chidori Yao stood in front of Luna Maria. Luna, don't hit. Luna, how can you hit someone? They both shouted at the same time. But Kyoko Tokawaji's words were full of reproach, while Chidori Yao didn't want the situation to escalate. Ono D's left cheek was already swollen to match Kyoko Tokawaji's big light, and he had completely fallen into a coma. Luna Maria, however, looked indifferent, standing there with a gloomy face and saying, "If he dares to insult us again, I'll make him wish he were dead." Her deep voice made the whole class shudder instinctively. "Hello, everyone. What happened with our summer camp? What's going on?" Just then, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom, originally happy and wanting to share with the students that they could continue with the summer camp, but found that a fight had broken out in the class. "Teacher, it was Luna." "Teacher, they were just playing around, right, Kyoko?" Chidori Yao suddenly interrupted Kyoko Tokawaji, who wanted to complain. Luna and Kyoko were both her friends, and besides, it was Ono D, the delinquent, who had spoken disrespectfully first. Chidori Yao didn't want to escalate the matter. The homeroom teacher frowned. She wasn't foolish, but it would be best if the class monitor could handle it. "Kokuin and Eikuin, please take Ono to the school nurse." She casually called two boys she viewed as delinquents to carry the unconscious Ono D away, and signaled everyone to return to their seats and listen quietly. Chidori Yao pushed Luna Maria back to her seat, while Kyoko Tokawaji angrily ignored her. The Okinawa school trip, which was originally going to be postponed due to the possible war in the neighboring country, was determined to go ahead after coordination with the school board in the country. With the date set for next Monday, 5 days later, all students were asked to inform their parents and have them sign the consent form for the trip. If there was no signature or for some reason they couldn't go, don't be discouraged. There would be opportunities next semester. "Yes, awesome. We can finally go to Okinawa. I thought I wouldn't be able to wear the bikini I specially bought for the trip." "Are you going for the trip or for you, Suji-kun?" "That's annoying." The class immediately erupted in excited discussions, completely forgetting about Ono D getting beaten up, except for Kyoko Tokawaji, who still looked unhappy. "Chidori, your consent form for the school trip. I've already spoken to your mother on the phone," she agreed, "and I will help you sign it." "Thank you, teacher." Chidori Yao's mother, due to work reasons, did not stay in the Demon City, but worked in Hokkaido. "All right, everyone quiet down. We're starting class now." The lesson was boring and mundane, especially for Masaki Jean and Luna Maria. If it weren't for the mission, they wouldn't want to learn this ridiculous culture at all. "Your ice cream. Enjoy." "Thank you." After school, Chidori Yao did not work today. She had just asked for leave from the convenience store owner to prepare for the school trip. "Sayo, why are you so excited about the school trip?" "Slurp. It's refreshing. Hey, I live alone, and while it seems free, traveling is still very inconvenient, so this is a rare opportunity. It's really troublesome. What is inconvenient about a trip where you can go whenever you want?" Masaki Jean interjected, sucking on a straw. Chidori Yao rolled her eyes and ignored the emotionally challenged idiot. "By the way, has your brother come back?" Suddenly remembering she hadn't seen Li Rulong for several days, Chidori Yao asked. "Yes, very busy. He should be on a business trip in Longwa now." Masaki Jean replied. "Longwa?" ISNT that upon hearing this, Chidori Yao's expression immediately became a bit tense and worried. Don't worry. My brother is very capable. There's no need to worry about him." Luna casually replied, then observed Chidori Yao, who was drinking her cold beverage, and smirked. "What? Missing him?" Puffed. "Oh my gosh." Chidori Yao suddenly sprayed her drink, soaking Masaki Jean's face completely. Cough. "I'm sorry. Wipe it off quickly." Luna, it's all your fault. I was just asking as a neighbor, haha. She hurriedly turned her head to look out the window, laughing loudly as if to cover up. Masaki Jean wiped his face and glanced at Luna Maria, thinking she shouldn't take him for a fool. He could see that this crazy girl had a crush on their commander. All right, stop laughing. You're disturbing the other customers. Luna smiled and reminded Qianbei to quickly quiet down. Her face flushed as she lowered her head. Then she hurriedly found some other topics to start chatting about. But the two people across from her could see Qianbei's nervousness. Zhen Fei Niao rested her chin on her hand, uninterested in the girl's idle chatter, and gazed out at the blue sky, thinking, it should be resolved, right? With the general's capabilities? At this moment, in the ancient capital of the Yangtze River, not a single resident was visible on the streets. Every household had tightly closed their doors and windows, drawing the curtains. Outside, soldiers in military uniforms from the other side of the river patrolled the main streets, accompanied by a large number of tanks, helicopters, and countless unfamiliar white AS mobile soldiers. The 13 Dynasty's ancient capital had been completely recaptured, and one could even say that not a single shot had been fired. When the highest commander here saw the large number of AS and aircraft rushing in from the opposite side, and then looked at his own completely paralyzed combat defense system, he could only helplessly order a surrender. After all, with the AS and vehicles unable to start, who could escape? Standing in the south of the city, on the tower that once symbolized liberation, a group of generals and surrendering military and civil officers watched the tall, imposing young man with his hands behind his back by the city wall. The hearts of the surrendering individuals were uneasy, not knowing how they would be arranged next, while the opposing officers rubbed their hands together, thinking about how to seize the tasks that would follow. Had they replied? The young man suddenly asked, looking at the endless buildings in the south. Report, General. No reply yet, but according to Fushi surveillance, they are all preparing to flee, and the command center has already moved to an aircraft carrier. A military advisor stepped forward to respond. Still trying to escape? Order Zhang Peng to bring everyone back. They can be injured, but they must be alive. They need to face the people's judgment. Yes, General. Intelligence shows that led by the Eagle Saw CIA and Special Forces, a number of mercenary organizations have illegally crossed into Yangshan to the south, and a Mithril T.D. you have been monitoring is also docked at an illegal base in Wanhai. Oh, also, Lieutenant Jun has reported that they will be going to Okinawa for a study trip next Monday, and the fourth target, Julong, has already arrived at the safety house in the ghost city of Mercury Alloy. The entire report was given without any concealment. After all, the surrendering individuals couldn't leak any news. Li Rulong pondered for a moment and commanded, ignore the matters regarding T.D., but if they dare to enter our territory, eliminate them. Capture them alive if possible. As for the other wolves, capture one and kill one. All troops, advance according to the previously established plan and finish within a week. Yes. Turning to look at the trembling captive, Li Rulong waved his hand. Captain Jia, who had followed him, stepped forward reluctantly. Old Jia, you're in charge of identification. I'm leaving it to you. Li Rulong chuckled. Damn it, it's this dirty work again. I won't do it unless you let me be the vanguard next time. Captain Jia complained loudly, puzzled about how they were supposed to be pirates, but ended up doing all the dirty jobs, wondering if he would ever get a chance to stand out. All right, if we do this well this time, I'll let you be the vanguard next time. You said it, but don't mess with me again. The captives didn't understand how a major general dared to speak to a lieutenant general like that, even though the lieutenant general looked so young, probably supported by a powerful family from the north. But when Captain Jia turned to look at them, his wicked grin sent chills down their spines immediately. Li Rulong led his men down from the city wall, but just as they reached the city gate, his words sent many captives into a faint. Old Jia, I've heard that back in the day. Emperor Hongwu of the Ming Dynasty liked to skin corrupt officials and hang their skins on this city wall as a warning. Shouldn't we treat traitors even more harshly? After saying this, he disappeared around the corner of the city tower. Li Rulong handed over the military affairs to other generals and flew directly back to the ghost city with his guards. In the living room, Lux was quietly reading about how to be a good mother when she saw Li Rulong come in and hurriedly got up to run over and hug him. Oh, be careful. Li Rulong hurriedly stepped forward to support her, a look of indulgence on his face as he complained. It's fine. The medical staff have said that since the Universal Ascension, there haven't been any miscarriage incidents in the entire Dragon Star. Lux smiled cheerfully at him. Li Rulong helped her sit on the sofa and then talked to her about the war in Longhua. In short, everything was going smoothly. If it weren't for the fear of alarming the enemy and not wanting to harm his own people, a few Kryptonian superheroes could have easily resolved the situation long ago, and they wouldn't still be engaged in a conventional war like now. Are you really determined to drop mushrooms on the rootless tribe? Well, after all, they have been the source of chaos since ancient times. It would be more straightforward to clear them out. Li Rulong said it doesn't matter, and Lux nodded, agreeing with him. Ah, by the way, I heard that Luna and the others are about to go on a school trip? Yes, I've already signed for them. What's up? It's nothing, but I want to go this time too. If everything goes well, we can successfully take Qianbird. Li Rulong casually remarked that Qian Yao was a crucial part of the plan and must be recruited into his faction before the Mithril TD team. He also couldn't let the white-haired Teresa Testarossa slip away. He wasn't sure if his brother, who had thoughts comparable to Cruz, could handle it smoothly. What kind of capture was that? It seemed like we were going to have more sisters. Lux covered her mouth and laughed. You're already a mother? Pay attention to prenatal education. Time flew, and soon it was the day they were about to depart. Interestingly, the Mithril TD team, which was originally prepared to be captured, suddenly withdrew and returned to the Pacific Ocean to stand by. Meanwhile, Sagaris Asuk returned to school to continue his student life. All the classmates, except for Ono D, who needed to recuperate at home and was rumored to have already completed the transfer procedures, arrived early in the classroom, excitedly chatting while waiting for the bus to the airport. Ono D's transfer was arranged by Lux, and his parents were very cooperative. In these 4 days, the Dragon Kingdom restored its previous borders, and all the pests and traitors were cleaned out, with a large number of prisoners of war captured. They didn't go to the POW camp. All were sent to the Academy of Sciences, as Aljo's recent experiments were consuming too many materials. Some countries publicly clamored for the Dragon Kingdom to return their citizens, but the Dragon Kingdom previously stated that they hadn't captured any citizens, only confirmed mercenaries. What do you mean? The Eagle Sauce suffered the most losses. To protect their interests in the south, they dispatched their most elite special forces, but no one was killed. They all disappeared. The obsession of the Dragon Star people was fulfilled. After discussing with Zhou Zhe, Li Rulong decided to take advantage of this school trip to confront the world directly. As for how many people to bring back in the end, that will be decided later. Those so-called high-level figures behind the mercury alloy and mithril, they must die, and any valuable ones can be taken away. For example, Andrei Segovich Galyanin. That old Russian is a master of special warfare. They have ways to make him comply once he's captured. Brother is back? That's great. Is he okay? Qian now hurriedly asked upon hearing from Luna that Li Rulong had returned home. What'd be wrong with him? He's fine. By the way, do you want to hear another good piece of news? Luna teased Qian Yao. As long as he's fine, that's good. What good news? Hurry up and tell me. Luna looked smug, just about to speak when the nearby Jean Fania grabbed the chance to say, my brother is also going to Okinawa, on the same flight as us. Really? Luna Maria blushed and glared at Jean Fania, who was trying to tease Qian Yao. Huh, is that true? That's great. What a coincidence. Qian Yao was so excited she almost jumped up, but realizing it was too obvious, she quickly calmed down. However, she regretted not buying that bikini made of just a few pieces of cloth when she was out shopping a few days ago. All right, students, make sure to carry your luggage and line up to board the bus to the playground. Pay attention to safety and discipline, the homeroom teacher timely reminded them. Everyone quickly grabbed their bags and hurriedly headed outside, as if the first one to board would be the first to reach the beach in Okinawa. At the airport, each class lined up. The class leader, Qian Yao, who was supposed to lead, was absent-mindedly looking around, eager to see the figure that had kept her awake at night. Qian Yao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The homeroom teacher, who had returned with the tickets, asked with concern upon seeing her expression. Oh, I'm fine, teacher. I'm just checking if any students are lost. Qian Yao quickly found an excuse to deflect. Only Luna Maria and Jean Fania looked at her speechlessly. After receiving the tickets and passing through security, they finally arrived at the waiting room, where she finally spotted Li Rulong, who was reading a book intently. After arranging her classmates, Qian Yao quickly walked up to Li Rulong, glancing at the book in his hand, which was a popular online novel from a neighboring country that had even reached their territory and was published in physical form. Titled Superman, submitting myself to the country from the start. Little Lord, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The next part is even more exciting. So he liked reading online novels. Maybe I should register for a tomato membership to check it out. As she was lost in thought, she was startled by a voice behind her. Xiaoyao, what are you doing? Ah, brother, you arrived early. Luna and Jinfania had approached her from behind. They had actually seen Li Rulong long ago, but had just set their luggage down when Qian Yao rushed over. Putting down the book, Li Rulong smiled and looked at the three of them. I just arrived too. You're on a school trip, so I won't disturb you too much. Hello, Xiaoyao. Why you? Hello, Li Rulong, brother. Qian Yao's face turned red, losing her usual domineering demeanor, her hands crossed over her skirt, swaying her long, jade-like legs as she spoke shyly like a young lady. I've been busy, but my wife told me you take good care of Luna and the others at school. I really appreciate it. Li Rulong smiled and deliberately emphasized the word wife, wanting to remind her that he was a married man and that she should not get involved. Qian Yao seemed to not notice and immediately replied, No. That's right, I'm a class monitor and also the vice president of a student council. Taking care of new students is my responsibility, so please don't take it to heart. Brother Rulong. The few of them chatted for a while, and then the announcement for boarding began. They exchanged greetings, saying they would meet again in Okinawa if there was time. Li Rulong took a small backpack and boarded the plane. Qian Yao stood behind him, waiting until she could no longer see his figure before Luna pulled her back to the class line. However, she did not notice that at the same time Li Rulong got up, several burly men in different outfits followed closely behind him onto the plane. The plane taxied and took off, soaring into the sky. Li Rulong, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He's so anxious. In his perception, the Mercury Alloys Jiulong had already led several men in black suits toward the cockpit. It wasn't just him who noticed Jiulong and the others, the diagonal back, Zhen Feinyao and Luna Maria, as well as the frowning Sagara Sosuke, casually glanced at each other before quickly averting their gaze. Qian Yao kept stealing glances at his position, wondering if she should switch seats with the man next to Li Rulong, but felt shy and conflicted. Just as Li Rulong was helplessly smiling to himself, a faint sound came from the cockpit ahead. It was inaudible to ordinary people, but Li Rulong and the others could hear it. It was the sound of a silenced Glock 17 pistol. Li Rulong shook his head, and some of the people who were paying attention to him immediately withdrew their gaze. He was preparing to take action when they arrived at the so-called Xinkai Lake Autonomous Republic. The plane continued to fly, but some passengers had already noticed something was wrong. They were originally headed to the island of Okinawa, surrounded by the sea, but now the scene outside the cabin was an endless expanse of desolate mountains. Where's this? Why are there so many mountains? Does our country have such large mountain ranges? Why is the sun appearing in the west? No, we should be flying south. Why are we flying north now? Passengers began to whisper to each other, and the noise grew louder. The students also started to feel anxious. Luna, they say we are flying north? Chidori glanced worriedly out the window, and then quietly asked her companion, Luna Maria. Don't worry, it's fine, wherever we fly is the same. Just look at Jun. She's sleeping so soundly, Luna smiled and said to Chidori, then gestured for her to look at Zhen Feinyao, who was drooling in her sleep. Flight attendant? Where did the flight attendants go? We haven't seen them for a long time. The homeroom teacher pressed the call button above her head several times, and when no cabin crew came, she shouted loudly. Just as she was about to unbuckle her seatbelt, the cabin's intercom crackled to life. Buzz, dear passengers, I am now acting as the person responsible for this flight in place of the captain. We are now heading to a new destination, the Xinkai Lake Autonomous Republic's Hanka Autonomous Prefecture Air Force Base. Please remain seated, and if I become unhappy, you can only hope that you can fly yourself. Over. What is going on? Are we being hijacked? My beach babe bikini. Dump the hoodies, Sobi. You're risking your life. Stop shouting. I can't fly. The cabin was in chaos, but fortunately, everyone knew they couldn't fly, so they didn't do anything outrageous. Bruce. With the presence of the foot basin chicken people, nobody wanted to be the first to stick their neck out, so they all shrank back and whispered among themselves. But the homeroom teacher, Kagurazaka Eri, couldn't sit still. She had promised the students' parents to safely take everyone to Okinawa and bring them back in one piece, only to be hijacked right after departure. What? What did you say? I never heard anything about going to some Xinkai Lake country. A nearby teacher grabbed her tightly, fearing she would upset the terrorists and get them all in trouble. Sagara-kun, look, it's an F-16 fighter jet, and it's painted in the UN colors. The only classmate who could talk to Sagara Sosuke, Kazama Shinji, suddenly spotted the F-16 fighter jet flying alongside them and whispered to Sagara. Sagara also looked out the window. It was indeed a UN-painted F-16, and it was flying with munitions. However, he knew in his heart that this fighter jet definitely did not belong to the United Nations. Passengers could only suppress their fear as they were swept away to an unknown destination. After more than an hour, the plane began to descend and finally landed at a military base. The passengers nervously looked out the window and saw many armed soldiers surrounding the plane, as well as tanks, armored vehicles, and helicopters made by the Mao Bear and even second-generation Soviet SRK-92 Savage Barbarian mech units that looked like frogs. As a hardcore military fan, Kazama Shinji forgot about the danger and eagerly named the equipment one by one. He completely failed to notice that Sagara Sosuke beside him had a sullen face and was glancing around furtively. Hey! The flight attendant finally appeared, but she was pushed out from the front cabin, falling to the ground. Following her were several tall, burly men in suits, one of whom was holding a pistol. The first man was none other than the real Kowloon. Kowloon glanced at the passengers in the cabin, smiled, and said, I need one person to act as a hostage. You can look outside. The people here are very welcoming of your arrival. Upon hearing this, passengers hurriedly looked outside, and indeed, armored vehicles, infantry, and AS units had surrounded their plane, and the atmosphere of fear quickly spread. Excuse me, beautiful miss, could you cooperate with me? Just as Chidori was about to look outside like everyone else, Kowloon had already walked to her side, looking down at her. Chidori was scared and didn't dare to respond, so she simply pretended not to hear. Hey. Not answering makes it difficult for me in front of so many people, Kowloon said, reaching out to forcibly take Chidori away. At that moment, Luna Maria, sitting next to her, suddenly spoke up. What do you mean, you dirty old man? If your eyes aren't good, go see an eye doctor. Just because she's pretty, does that mean I'm not pretty? Why should she cooperate? You look down on me, and I'm angry. Release Fei Niao. Kowloon, who had been slightly stunned, never expected that this female student would dare to insult him, and even did so twice. Am I dirty? This is dangerous manliness. Miss, are you? You are the one who is a miss. Your whole family are misses. Zhun Fei Niao suddenly sprang out from the window seat with a speed that even Kowloon and Sagara Sosuke couldn't catch, kicking him squarely in the face. Kowloon was sent flying backward, crashing into the four burly men behind him. The passengers in the cabin all gaped in shock, including Chidori and Sagara Sosuke. Luna, on the other hand, was smugly crossing her arms, watching Kowloon and his gang disappear, while Zhun Fei Niao stood in the aisle, dusting off her shoes. Don't let Kowloon dirty them. I'll get scolded by Luna when I get back. Chidori quickly came to her senses and hurriedly stood beside Luna, looking at her with concern. Luna smiled back at her, then looked towards where Li Rulong was sitting. Li Rulong shook his head, slowly got up, and snapped his fingers. Bang! Everyone felt a tremor, and then they discovered several large holes had appeared in different parts of the plane, and where there were once people sitting, they had vanished without a trace. You two really can't keep your cool. Can't you let me enjoy the show properly? Li Rulong walked up to Luna and the others, smiling as he spoke to them. Zhun Feinia hurriedly lowered her head, while Luna Maria playfully stuck out her tongue. Are you okay, Xiao Yao? Qian Yao, coming back to her senses from the shock, looked at the tall and handsome Li Rulong. For some reason, she, who had never cried before, suddenly threw herself into Li Rulong's arms and began to cry. What? Enemy attack. Open fire. Quickly, open fire. At that moment, intense gunfire erupted outside the cabin. Although the passengers inside were scared, human curiosity drove many to sneak a peek outside. What they didn't expect was that the terrorists outside were randomly shooting with their guns, and the machine guns were swiveling around, not really knowing what they were firing at. Boom! An RK barbarian that was firing suddenly shattered into pieces, as if it had been violently smashed by something. The soldiers were quickly disappearing. Yes, disappearing, as if they had been suddenly taken away by something. The enemies outside realized they couldn't hit their target at all, and the remaining enemies pointed their guns at the plane, causing those who were watching in fear to immediately scream and retract their necks, crouching down in the middle of their seats. Li Rulong stood there calmly, while Qian Niao shot a nervous glance at him, as well as at the very calm Luna Maria and Shin Asuka beside him. She gritted her teeth and stood her ground, thinking that if they were to die, she would willingly die alongside Li Rulong. On the other hand, Sagara Sosuke felt a slight sorrow in his heart, not because of the impending death, but because of the failure of their mission. Li Rulong and others remained calm, as they had already arranged for Kryptonian superheroes to protect the plane. If a single bullet hit the aircraft, it would count as a failure of their mission. For the Kryptonian superheroes, this would be a disgrace, and the enemy daring to aim weapons at the general's position, even knowing that the general would not be harmed at all, was a great humiliation for them. Initially intending to toy with the enemy, they now became ruthless and opened fire. Besides the Kryptonian superheroes protecting the plane, everyone else had red eyes and began to slaughter the enemy with heat vision. In just 10 seconds, there was not a single survivor outside, including the mercury alloy female scientist hiding behind the hangar, who was sitting in a car preparing to receive the order from Qian Yao. She had been turned to ashes along with the car by the intense heat of the heat vision. Noticing the absence of gunfire outside, The bold Qian Niao lifted her head from Li Rulong's warm and sturdy chest to look through the porthole. Where were the enemies? Why was it so clean? A gasp from her encouraged many others to muster the courage to look outside. Just as she said, outside at this moment, there were no enemies. Not even the wreckage of destroyed, armored vehicles and tanks. It was as if it had been meticulously cleaned. Xiaoyao, can you let go of me now? There's no danger anymore. A gentle voice came from above. Qian Niao looked up, her face instantly turning red before she lowered it again. It was only then she realized that she was tightly holding onto Li Rulong. Report. A Kryptonian superhero has appeared behind Li Rulong, standing straight with a stern expression. Within a 10 square kilometer radius, all enemies have been eliminated, and the timed bombs in the cargo hold have also been dealt with. Please give your orders, General. Good work. Find a quiet place to entertain those people. Yes. The person behind him respectfully saluted and then turned to leave, hearing that the enemies have been exterminated. The passengers in the cabin thought they were safe and began to stand up, grabbing their personal belongings and preparing to leave the plane. After all, the aircraft now had many holes and could not take off. Surviving the ordeal led to enthusiastic embraces, and the noise grew louder. Even some politicians, thinking themselves of higher status, stepped forward to try to get closer to Li Rulong. After being coldly rejected by Li Rulong, one of them became infuriated, shouting that no matter which army Li Rulong belonged to, when they returned to the base, he would make sure he apologized in person. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was killed by the young Zhenfania behind him, who snapped his neck. The other passengers were terrified to see this young student committing murder and quickly retreated. Teachers and classmates also covered their mouths in disbelief, as if they were seeing Zhenfania for the first time. Qian Yao widened her eyes, looking at the usually lazy Zhenfania, who disliked doing homework, and instinctively glanced at Luna beside her. Damn it, Zhen got ahead of me, Luna muttered, just in time for Qian Yao to hear. Brother Rulong, they. She turned to Li Rulong with concern, fearing that Zhenfania's act of killing would bring them trouble. Sorry, Xiaoyao, for some reasons, we disguised our identities. Zhenfania and Luna. Oh, her full name is Luna Maria Hawk, are actually my subordinates. Li Rulong explained to her softly. Then, what about Lady Raxus? Qian Yao seemed to have grasped the point and hurriedly asked. Raxus is indeed my wife, or one of my wives, to be precise. In fact, I have more than 10 wives. Li Rulong means that he hopes Qian Yao will hear that he has more than 10 wives, which might dispel some of her fantasies. He is already a father, and besides, if he were to take in another 16-year-old, Laxus is 16 and following him. Zhang Zhong and the others would surely tease him about it. More than 10 wives? One of them? I shouldn't be a problem, right? Li Rulong didn't know what Kidoryu was thinking at that moment. Otherwise, he would definitely have given himself a hard time for being so talkative. Let's go. We're getting off the plane. After saying that, he turned and walked toward the cabin door. Zhenfania immediately followed, and after taking a few steps, Luna Maria suddenly stopped, grabbed Kidoryu's hand, and pulled her along. Sagara Sasuke, you should come too. I need you to contact the white-haired girl. Just as they reached the cabin door, Li Rulong suddenly remembered there was still one more person. Sagara Sasuke was already planning how to contact the team to report everything incredible he had just experienced. Unexpectedly, that man was actually looking for him. So he decided to follow along and see what was going on, since staying on the plane was pointless anyway. After getting up, he hesitated a bit. He hadn't brought any weapons. But then he thought about those people from earlier, and it probably wouldn't make much difference even if he had weapons. So he just lowered his head and followed along in frustration. Hey, what are we supposed to do now that you guys are leaving? Yeah, we need to get off the plane too. I want to make a call to contact my family. I want to call the police and have the self-comfort team come rescue me. The passengers saw Li Rulong and the others about to leave and started arguing among themselves, completely forgetting that Zhenfania had just killed a politician. Shut up. Everyone sit back down in your seats. I might kill you foot-base and chicken citizens, but I have points for that. Zhenfania shouted at them, his head aching from the noise, showing a fierce expression. If they kept arguing, he really might kill someone, especially those little devils. The general probably wouldn't blame him. Fania, please sit down. Don't think that just because I've been your teacher for a few days, I want dare to kill my teacher. The head teacher intended to advise him, but was so frightened that she hurriedly stepped back, covering her mouth and crying. All the passengers obediently lowered their heads and sat down, no longer daring to cause trouble. The flight attendant waited until they had all left and then thought for a moment before starting to serve the passengers. In their minds, Li Rulong and his group were even more frightening than Jiulong and his crew. Jiulong had only killed the pilot, but Li Rulong's people had killed hundreds of soldiers outside. It was clear who was more formidable. Kidoryu anxiously followed Li Rulong and the others off the plane, heading towards a relatively intact hangar. Along the way, on both sides, there were various muscular men vigilantly watching their surroundings. There were business elites in suits with gold-rimmed glasses, laid-back guys in beach shorts and short-sleeve t-shirts adorned with big gold chains, and delinquent youths in neat Showa-style school uniforms with their white shirt collars flipped up. In short, they saw a variety of people along the way, but they all shared one common feature. Regardless of what they wore, their robust muscles made their clothes bulge. Moreover, whenever Li Rulong passed by, they would turn and salute him respectfully, their faces showing an unmistakable fervor. Thus, after entering the warehouse, Kidoryu was pulled aside by Luna Maria to find a place to sit. She didn't want the future general's wife to witness any bloody scenes. Li Rulong walked up to a person who was hanging in midair and still swaying. This person was Jiolong. However, his current state was not good. Although his arms were bound and hung up, it was clear from his shoulders that his two arms had already separated from his body, with only skin and flesh still connected. His face was unrecognizable. Even if Zhu Beiji were here, he would have to admit that Jiolong was more thoroughly transformed than he was. How did it come to this? Did he confess? Li Rulong looked at the miserable state of Jiolong and frowned as he asked, "General, this guy is really tough. We're just not suited for interrogation. A few light hits, and he's like this." The Kryptonian superhero following behind cautiously replied, "I really used the lightest touch. I hardly put any strength into it. Just flicked him with my fingers. Sai, forget it. We're really not cut out for this line of work. Let's contact old Jia and have him come take the person away." Li Rulong sighed helplessly. The 9 dragons are involved with both the black and white sides, benefiting from both parties, and he knows even more intelligence than Leonard Testarossa. Li Rulong wants to collect all the whispers, so he can't let Jiolong just meet his end like this. "Yes, General." The Kryptonian Superman receives the order and raises his hand to check the Black Dragon's contact on his wrist terminal. Li Rulong carefully examined the miserable Jiolong and thought to himself that getting even a bit of information from a natural-born terrorist was really damn difficult. Moreover, Jiolong didn't have a wife or kids, making it hard to find a way in. Now, he could only rely on Lao Jia's methods. Meanwhile, Qian Yao Yao, who was quietly watching, couldn't help her curiosity and quietly asked Luna Maria beside her, "Luna, oh no, Miss Hawk." Luna Maria quickly turned her head, waved her hand vigorously, and said, "Lil Yao, don't call me Miss Hawk, just call me Luna. That's how the generals and others call me." Seeing her like this, Qian Yao Yao let out a sigh of relief. At least it showed they were still friends. "All right, Luna, can you tell me what kind of organization you and Brother Rulong are part of? Those people outside, just now, were a bit too, how should I put it, too unbelievable." After holding back for a long time, she really couldn't find a way to describe the existence capable of tearing tanks and AS apart with bare hands. "Little Yao, let me tell you, we are not from this world," Luna Maria said softly, covering her mouth with her hand and whispering in Qian Yao Yao's ear. "What? You're not human?" Qian Yao Yao looked at Luna Maria in shock, but she looked no different from ordinary people. Just as Li Rulong was thinking about the next task, he suddenly heard her words and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Shoo, who said we aren't human? Ugh, it feels awkward to speak ghost language. Can you speak dragon language?" Luna Maria had a conflicted look. "Well, my mother tongue is English, and I learned ghost language from my mom, but I really like dragon culture, so I learned dragon language by myself." Qian Yao Yao spoke this in relatively standard dragon language, though her accent suggested her teacher likely came from the Central Plains. Luna Maria could understand. There were many comrades from various places in the army, and of course, some spoke Central Plains dialect. "What I mean is, we are not people from this world. We are from another world, okay?" "Oh, I see." With this, Qian Yao Yao naturally understood and accepted it. If Luna Maria and her group were locals, she couldn't accept that. Li Rulong felt speechless. He guessed Uncle Xion would like her. After all, they were both from the Central Plains. Whoosh, boom. A rumbling sound came from outside. It was the sound of the shuttle landing. Before long, footsteps approached. It was 5 people. "Damn it, this is such dirty work. Can't you let me bring glory to my ancestors?" Before the person arrived, the shouting came first. Li Rulong smiled and turned around, looking at Captain Jia, who had a face full of indignation, along with the 4 people following him. Suddenly, his expression tightened, and he hurried over. "Uncle Jean, what brings you here?" "Ha! I heard you were going to interrogate a prisoner. This is my specialty. Little Jia is good at killing and doing dirty work, but I should handle this matter," replied Zhang Huanghe, who wore an administrative jacket and had a kind smile on his face. He was the first person Li Rulong encountered when he crossed over, and he was also the father of Zhang Jitao, making him one of his father-in-law figures. No, Director Zhang, you don't need to belittle people like this. I've done plenty of dirty work for your son-in-law. You should know that well. Captain Jia muttered quietly on the side. Li Rulong and Zhang Huanghe ignored him, telling the younger generation, who can't compete with me, to be quiet. This matter is too troublesome for you. Fine, you are the professional. So I will leave these people to you. Okay, you all wait outside to avoid losing sleep tonight, Zhang Huanghe said with a friendly smile to Li Rulong, then walked in front of Julong, unzipped his jacket, and the people behind him helped him take off the administrative jacket. Li Rulong waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. And Qian now hurriedly ran out of the hangar. In the hangar, only the bound and suspended Julong group remained, along with the three subordinates brought by Zhang Huanghe. Lao Jia handed Li Rulong a cigarette, and then helped him light it. The two began to smoke. How's it going on your side? You just thought to ask now? I thought you didn't care anymore. It was already turned to ash. Let me tell you, it was cut with a nano knife, no damage to the internal organs. While transfusing blood and injecting stimulants, the slices were incredibly thin and transparent. Captain Jia smoked his cigarette, raising his eyebrows to boast to Li Rulong. You're getting more and more twisted. Li Rulong shivered and said, Come on, compared to your father-in-law inside, I'm just a kindergarten graduate. Do you dare to go in and take a look? Captain Jia was indifferent, saying, In this business there are always higher mountains and brothels outside the mountains. The people inside are considered the real deal. As for old Jia's achievements, they are nothing to mention. Sure enough, before 10 minutes had passed, the hangar door opened, and Zhang Huanghe walked out with his men. When he was 2 years old, he wet his pants a few times. I've sent all that to your terminal. You can take a look yourself. With a relaxed expression and not a drop of sweat on him, Zhang Huanghe casually took out a cigarette from Captain Jia's right shirt pocket and a lighter from his left back pocket, lit one up, and then tossed it to his subordinate. Captain Jia and Li Rulong exchanged glances, truly worthy of being the brothel owner, the mountain master outside. 32. Mercury alloy found that many whispers? After reading the voices revealed by Julong, Li Rulong exclaimed in surprise. They had just stolen the secret silver, which was actually 10 whispers kidnapped by the mercury alloy. Now they knew there were another 32 whispers at the Eucalyptus Island base. If you count the 1,000 birds' demands and Mira, who was secretly hidden by the secret silver intelligence organization, as well as the leader of the underground fighting organization Stonebow, Namai, who had not yet shown any signs of being a whisperer, plus the white-haired siblings, Li Rulong had already confirmed the existence of 47 whispers. Unfortunately, the whisperer Barney Moriyuta, who developed the ARX-7 crossbow and the drive, ended up committing suicide due to schizophrenia as a sycophant of Teresa. Otherwise, he would have been a powerful genius. A small island is garrisoned by a whole heavy armored army from the Eagle Sauce, and they're in nuclear silos, with no less than 3,000 elite mercenaries. That sounds great. Rulong, no, generally, can I take this job? Captain Jia stretched his neck to look at the virtual pop-up interface in front of Li Rulong, then excitedly asked for Li Rulong's approval. Seeing his eager expression, Li Rulong felt he couldn't refuse, especially since he had already let Captain Jia down several times before, and he felt a bit embarrassed. Besides, it wasn't a big job anyway. He could send for Kryptonian superheroes along, treating it as GM guiding new subordinates through a dungeon for points. After calculating in his mind, Li Rulong smiled and said, Sure, old Jia, this time it's up to you. You arrange the personnel, but I want to send 4 Kryptonian superheroes with you. They can stay out of it, but we'll be there to solve problems at critical moments, okay? Sure, that's great. I'll just use my White Hat Patrol squad. No need for the main combat troops. Captain Jia, seeing Li Rulong agree, immediately expressed his excitement. I'll sign a military order, guaranteeing to bring back all 32 whispers intact. If I miss one, you can do whatever you want with me. He pounded his chest loudly. Li Rulong had a dark expression on his face. I have so many beautiful wives at home. Why would I care about you? You old geezer? Just follow the orders and get out of my sight. Yes, Director Zhang, I'll take my leave now. After saying that, he turned and dashed away like a shuttle, hopping and skipping as if someone who had been single for ages finally found a female partner interested in him. Uncle Zhang, there's a bit of a problem here. Please don't mind. He turned to Zhang Huanghe and forced a smile, feeling that Captain Jia, his subordinate for many years, was embarrassing him with his crazy antics. Zhang Huanghe, with a cigarette in his mouth, waved his hand nonchalantly. The young man is eager to achieve results. It's normal, I understand. But Rulong, you should care more about your subordinates. I think his eagerness comes from being pent up. Anyway, this isn't our world. You should make some arrangements for him to relieve himself. That might not be appropriate. Li Rulong felt a bit troubled upon hearing this. He is not a pimp, and the discipline does not allow it. What are you thinking? Remember, the mentality of subordinates determines their combat effectiveness and quality. There are plenty of foot basin chicken women, so just don't harm your own kind, right? Zhang Huanghe kindly reminded him, then suddenly became serious, whispering in his ear in a low voice. Remember to wear safety gear, no seeds allowed, and it's best to eliminate everything humanely afterwards, including the recipient. Li Rulong stared in disbelief at his cheap father-in-law, thinking, how could he be so ruthless? This is too damn black-hearted. Sigh, I'm doing this for the brothers. And just think about how our own sisters were treated by the little devils during the Nanjing massacre in 37. After Zhang Huanghe finished speaking, his face once again returned to a friendly smile as he patted Li Rulong on the shoulder. All right, you think about it. I have things to attend to. I'm leaving. Without waiting for Li Rulong to say anything, he turned around and headed towards the shuttle with his people. It's done. Li Rulong gritted his teeth. There was no reason to hesitate when it came to revenge, especially when he could also take care of his brother's emotions and well-being. However, since this matter arose because of old Jia, he would have to take on this dirty work himself. He discarded the cigarette in his hand and walked towards another hangar. Whereas Suksagara had been standing in military posture for quite a while, his legs numb, with no one coming to check on him. He didn't dare to move around, let alone think about escaping. Bang! Just as he was lost in thought, the hangar door was finally opened, and Li Rulong walked in with his men. Sorry, Sagara, for keeping you waiting. Li Rulong smiled and greeted, then casually introduced himself. Let's get to know each other. My name is Li Rulong, commander of the Dragon Star fleet, holding the rank of general, and I know more about your secret silver than you do. After hearing this, Sagara Susuk's mouth fell open. Although he was naturally clueless in daily life, he was very clear about military rules. Moreover, from Li Rulong's expression, he could be completely certain that the other party was not lying to him and had no need to do so. Thinking of this, he decided to be straightforward and immediately stood at attention, straightened his chest, saluted loudly, and said, Your Excellency, General, I am Corporal Sagara Susuk from the Eurus 7, SRT unit of the Tuatha Danann Marine Corps, Western Pacific Battle Team, greeting you. Corporal Sagara, at ease. Yes, Li Rulong casually commanded, and Sagara Susuk immediately complied, spreading his feet shoulder-width apart and placing his hands behind his back. Nodding in acknowledgement, Li Rulong expressed his appreciation for his behavior. All right, just kidding. You don't have to be so respectful to me. We aren't in the same ranks, and you're certainly not my subordinate. Sagara Susuk remained unmoved, maintaining a stance at ease. I just want to have a chat with you. Of course, I guess you won't say much if I ask too many questions, because I admire your professional ethics and military qualities. I hope to communicate with Colonel Teresa Tastarasa, the highest commander of the White Hair, the Silver West Pacific Combat Team. Please help me with an introduction. Li Rulong waved his hand behind him, and someone brought over a laptop, setting it up and opening it. This, Sagara Susuk hesitated, but knew that whether he agreed or not didn't matter. He would sign up first, and then see how the colonel arranged things. If ordered to fight desperately, he would have no choice but to follow orders. He turned and walked to the computer, entered a secure line, and contacted the Dana submarine waiting in the depths of the South Pacific. Sagaha, are you okay? That's great. The screen displayed Teresa's concerned face, with two people standing behind her, Deputy Captain Richard Matukas and SRT Commander Major Andrew Segovich Kalinin. Colonel, I'm safe for now, currently at a military base on Lake Shinkai. The school trip plane has been hijacked by terrorists, and Major, the leader, is Kowloon. Sagara Susuk reported his situation normally, and then said seriously to Major Kalinin in a low voice, Kowloon? Are you sure it's Kowloon? Kalinin widened his eyes and confirmed again. He couldn't believe it, that the person he and Sagara Susuk should have killed had come back to life and was involved in the hijacking. I'm fine, Sergeant Sagara. I'll explain the rest. Li Rulong suddenly walked up to Sagara Susuk in front of the screen. Hello, commanders of the Mithril West Pacific Task Force. I can vouch for your Sergeant Sagara Susuk that the hijacker is indeed Jiulong, but he definitely won't commit any more crimes in the future. Sir, are you pleading for Jiulong, or are you in cahoots with him? Colonel Gallinan squinted his eyes, staring at the young man appearing on the screen. No. Colonel Gallinan, misunderstood. What I mean is, Jiulong is no longer capable, so he won't continue to do evil. No longer capable? What do you mean? Teresa frowned her cute little brows and tilted her head towards Colonel Mardukas beside her. Colonel Marduka shrugged, indicating that he also didn't understand. Colonel Gallinan, who had just been frowning, suddenly realized something and relaxed. Sir, are you sure he won't be capable again? Absolutely. As a commander of the Dragon Star fleet, I'm not so bored as to joke with you about the life of an ant. Li Rulong said seriously. Dragon Star? Cosmic Fleet? Admiral Commander? The three widened their eyes upon hearing this, and Sagara Sosuke, who was standing behind Li Rulong, leaned forward and nodded heavily at the video. I still can't believe it. This gentleman is so young and actually holds the rank of Admiral. Teresa said in surprise. She knew quite a few high-ranking military officials from various countries. Which admiral wasn't in their 60s? Those in their 50s were already considered prominent families. Of course, except for the chaotic Grey Continent and some unreliable royal families, where dogs and penguins could become marshals or ministers of defense. Li Rulong smiled slightly and said, It's nothing. Our people generally have a lifespan of thousands of years, and ordinary people are similar. In the future, living for tens of thousands of years, or even coexisting with the universe, is not impossible. Li Rulong's statement is a bit exaggerated, but is also based on facts. Who knows what kind of life-extending technology or mythical equipment might be developed in the future. After all, he is Tongo, and no, right? There's also the scientific muscle man, Al Chiao. His main goal is to raise his side's value and attract the other party with the greatest temptation for humanity. If he can win them over without fighting, that would be best. If not, then he will resort to using his fists. Teresa and the others only believe in science. So they don't trust what Li Rulong said at all, but with Suk Sagara now a hostage, they dare not show their doubts and provoke the other party. Well, that's truly impressive, something that we tiny humans can hardly imagine. Teresa praises him verbally, but with her honest character, anyone can tell the underlying meaning of her words. Madukas and Garanin sighed beside her, thinking that the colonel really isn't suitable for negotiations. It's okay, I am very sincere. How about we meet and talk? What do you think? Li Rulong smiled. The eyes of the three people in the video brightened. Madukas suddenly looked up, his glasses reflecting the light. They naturally agreed to this proposal. With the combat power of the South Pacific and Dana's long-range support, they were confident they could take down the kidnappers of Sagara Sasuk. Madukas and his companion slightly nodded to Teresa, who immediately replied, Sure, let's set a time and place. I will definitely be there on time. No need to be so troublesome. I've already sent someone to pick you up. We'll meet in 2 minutes. After waving a brief goodbye, the communication ended. Sagara Sasuk mustered his courage and stepped forward to ask, General, you haven't mentioned the time and place yet. Li Rulong turned his head to look at him casually and said, I told you. We'll meet here in 2 minutes. Then he walked out of the hangar with his hands behind his back. Sagara Sasuk muttered, How is that possible? We're at least 4,000 kilometers away from Dana's current location. He quickened his pace, wanting to gather as much information as possible to prepare for potential combat in the future. On the other side, upon seeing the video suddenly cut off, Teresa and the other two exchanged glances. Captain, what do you think about the person we just saw? Matukas asked from the side. So handsome, incredibly handsome, 100 times more than my long-haired brother. Teresa was a bit starstruck, while Matukas and Galanin looked speechlessly at the 16-year-old captain, thinking to themselves, Captain, what about your loyalty? Everyone on the ship knows who you have feelings for, and that person is currently being held as a hostage and is in danger. How can you praise the kidnapper like this? Suddenly, Teresa realized what she had just said. What am I doing? Sagara-kun. But Sagara Sasuk is still alive, right? Blushing, she quickly changed the topic. What did he say at the end? He said it wasn't necessary to make things complicated. He has already sent someone to pick you up, and we'll meet in 2 minutes. Richard, I know what he said, but what do you think his last words mean? I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't understand either. It could be a delaying tactic. Matukas tried to find a relatively reasonable explanation within his military knowledge, but he truly didn't know. Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, do you think he needs to use such an excuse? Or would anyone use 2 minutes to express a certain event? Galanin remained relatively calm, feeling that something significant was about to happen. Teresa twirled her white braid with her finger and suddenly gave an order to the bridge operators. Condition 1 readiness. Yes, Captain, Condition 1 readiness. The alarm sounded immediately on the Dana submarine, and red readiness lights illuminated. At this point, 1 minute had passed, and there was still 1 minute left. Everyone didn't feel that anything would happen. Galanin also wondered if he had been overly stimulated by the sudden appearance of Julong and was being too sensitive. Buzz. The submarine suddenly shook, and Matukas and the others standing next to Teresa almost lost their balance from the sudden jolt. What happened? We are Colonel. Our ship is rapidly surfacing. 300 meters. 100 meters. Breaking the surface. The CIC immediately reported loudly, and the situation made everyone tense. They were being captured by some kind of weapon or equipment. How could this be? Dana is a super submarine. It shouldn't be captured. Teresa said nervously. Report. The external camera has a visual. It's a person? How could it be a person? The operator responsible for monitoring shouted in panic, then projected the monitoring footage onto the big screen. This footage was captured by the camera at the bottom of the submarine, showing a figure in black clothing and a black cloak, lifting their submarine with both hands, flying out of the water and ascending rapidly, as evidenced by the view of the sea surface behind. Mira, what is our current altitude? Captain, we have reached we have already surpassed feet. Speed has reached 7 Mach, 10 Mach, 25 Mach. Mira looked incredulously at the altitude and speed readings on the console. If it weren't for the live video from a camera, she would be sure that the submarine had malfunctioned. Captain, it seems something big is happening. Matukas took off his Navy cap and quietly said to Teresa, though his tone was a bit trembling. I know, but what concerns me is why we are moving at 25 Mach, and yet we feel no discomfort. We are a submarine, and we aren't wearing any pressure-resistant suits. Teresa tried to appear calm, but inside, she was panicking. Bang! A loud noise suddenly came from the submarine, and Lieutenant Mira, who was monitoring the submarine data, shook her head, almost deafened, glanced at the readings, and suddenly opened her mouth wide. Captain, we might have landed. Our altitude is now 1 meter above sea level, and the speed is 0. I know outside I see Sagara Susuk. In the monitoring video, Susuk, dressed in a school uniform, had his mouth open in the same exaggerated way, wide-eyed, closely following a group of people and staring intently at them. Meanwhile, the young man who had just called himself a handsome admiral in the communication video was smiling and waving at them. See, I said 2 minutes. 1 minute and 58 seconds arrived early. His words were not only directed at Sagara Susuk. His voice was also captured by the submarine's voice print collector and transmitted inside the submarine. Synopsis: Li Rulong, who just graduated from middle school, is equipped with a system from the parallel Blue Star Dragon country that grants him an invincible Superman template at the start, but is reminded that the Doomsday game is about to begin. Growing up under the red flag, Li Rulong resolutely decides to join the Dragon country as a nationalist. He traverses worlds, taking on the responsibility of protecting the Huaxia Dragon Star, gradually leading Huaxia Dragon Star to resist enemies from different worlds, only to ultimately discover that this is merely a so-called game of the gods. Therefore, he decides to destroy the game and eradicate the false gods.